Suffering from a terminal illness and heartlessly abandoned by my real-life girlfriend, my life hit rock bottom. In despair, an uninstallable virtual girlfriend raising game found me, casually selecting a down-and-out female sword immortal, only to find that every time I spend money, it truly transforms into life-saving pills and secret martial arts manuals for her. 30 yuan to experience the Myriad Swords Return. 60 yuan to purchase the divine cleansing elixir. I became the enigmatic senior master in her eyes, helping her defy fate and ascend step by step to the pinnacle of cultivation, and finally subdued the demon sovereign and ascended beyond. When she eventually found me, the hidden benefactor, I thought the worst was finally over. Never did I expect that the spiritual energy of this world would begin to revive with her arrival, and a greater crisis loomed silently. Chapter 1, Exclusive Virtual Girlfriend. As expected, you're getting worse. It used to take at least an hour before, but now you can't even last half an hour. Jiangchang, Happy Residential District. Lin Xiao, who had just finished their intimate moment, was still lingering in the afterglow when he heard his girlfriend Li Siqi's complaint. Lin Xiao embraced Li Siqi, feeling her delicate and curvy figure, yet found himself at a loss for words to refute her. In the past, it was always Li Siqi who would beg for mercy and eventually raise the white flag in surrender. But ever since he was diagnosed with kidney failure, although Li Siqi hadn't left him, the seeds of conflict between them had been sown. Such words had been exchanged countless times already. Let's break up. You can't satisfy me. Upon hearing Li Siqi's words, a flicker of surprise crossed Lin Zhao's face, followed by a sense of calm. He had seen this day coming for a long time, but he hadn't expected it to happen now. Yet when the moment actually arrived, he still found it somewhat hard to accept. Shall we try again? I feel terrifyingly strong this time. Li Siqi looked at Lin Zhao's face, thought for a moment, then nodded and sat down on it. 10 minutes later, with a look of disgust, Li Siqi got up and put on her clothes. That's enough then. Let's not contact each other anymore. With that, Li Siqi left dragging her suitcase. After Li Siqi left, Lin Xiao lay on the bed, gazing at the flowers they had planted together, recalling their passionate moments in bed, and couldn't help but sigh. Thinking back to the beginning, when she first met Lin Xiao, Li Siqi was immediately drawn to his handsome appearance. After getting together, she discovered he was also impressively enduring in bed. This left Li Siqi increasingly unable to control her desires, constantly craving more. Despite returning exhausted from work every day, Lin Xiao gritted his teeth and ignored his body's warning signs to satisfy her demands. Over time, Lin Xiao's body could no longer bear the strain. Ultimately, kidney failure was diagnosed. Even after falling ill, Li Siqi's demands did not cease. Flowers may bloom again, but youth will never return. Lin Xiao let out a long sigh and snapped back to reality from his memories. Even Ultraman would have to stop at a red light. Out of boredom, he picked up his phone. On the screen, a curvaceous beauty in black stockings was dancing energetically to upbeat music. Those slender, alluring legs were so tempting that any normal man would gladly be crushed by them. Half an hour ago, Lin Xiao might have been captivated. But now, his state of enlightenment left his heart utterly undisturbed. At that very moment, an advertisement unexpectedly popped up on his phone screen. Simply tap to claim and embark on a journey of ascension with your virtual girlfriend. Upon success, she will transcend the virtual dimension and enter your real life, accompanying you through every precious moment. Lin Xiao was startled by this sudden advertisement. Before he could react, his phone automatically started downloading and installing the minigame from the ad. No way, what's up with this phone? Lin Xiao frowned, muttering to himself while trying to stop the download. What if it's a virus? What left Lin Xiao speechless was that even disconnecting the internet didn't stop it. The entire phone was out of control. Crashed? Lin Xiao tried shutting it down, but the phone remained unresponsive. The progress bar for the download was still stuck on the screen. Damn it, what kind of piece of junk is this? Who the hell designs this kind of forced download malware? Are they out of their mind? Just as the words were spoken, Lin Xiao saw the download complete appear on the phone screen. The software titled AI Girlfriend Simulator unexpectedly opened on its own. The screen lit up, and a soft glow flashed across. Immediately after, an exquisite opening animation appeared. After the opening animation finished playing, apart from the start game button on the screen, nothing else was clickable, and there was no exit button or option to be found. Lin Xiao was both angry and helpless. After some hesitation, he still clicked on start game. Then a prominent prompt appeared on the interface. Please enter your personal message to complete your exclusive binding. The final interpretation right belongs to the game owner. Starting the game implies acceptance of the terms. Forget it, let's just consider it as a way to have some fun. As soon as Lin Xiao finished entering the information, a loading animation immediately appeared on the screen. Choose your exclusive girlfriend. Luli, daughter of a military family, height 175 centimeters, weight 60 kilograms, measurements 90-65-90. Shuanqing, the dominant CEO, height 172 centimeters, weight 55 kilograms, measurements 91-66-91. Yiningshuang, the fallen prodigy, height, 168 centimeters, weight, 52 kilograms, measurements, 93-52-94. Lin Xiao gazed at these lifelike virtual girlfriends, his heart filled with admiration. Their appearances were so incredibly realistic, as if they could step out of the screen at any moment. His eyes swept over them one by one. But when his gaze landed on Yiningshuang, a peculiar stirring welled up from the depths of his heart. In the materials, Yiningshuang's figure is graceful and perfectly proportioned. Her impressive bust, a slender waist that could be encircled with hands, paired with long and straight beautiful legs, every curve is just right, showcasing a devilish figure. Her appearance is equally captivating, draped in a white robe, with waterfall-like long hair cascading down, skin as fair as snow, brows and eyes so picturesque she resembles a fairy stepping out of a painting. Especially her fragile demeanor made Lin Xiao feel as if he was seeing himself, equally trapped in adversity. That's her, this figure, this face, this charm. If I could date such a beauty in real life, wouldn't that be the dream? To die under the peony, even as a ghost one remains romantic. Ding, selection successful. Friendly reminder, you can only choose your exclusive girlfriend once. Death means everything comes to an end, with no chance to choose again or turn things around. Staring at this glaring prompt, Lin Xiao's heart tightened. Then, the image on his phone changed. Lin Xiao focused his gaze and saw a figure in a white dress standing conspicuously at the cliff's edge. It was Yiningshuang. She stood quietly on the precipice, her body stained with blood. Blood was still seeping from multiple wounds, staining the white gown into a mottled mess. Her face was as pale as paper, her lips devoid of color, clear signs of severe injury. Yet even so, her eyes still burned with defiance and unyielding spirit. She clutched the sword tightly in her hand, desperately holding herself upright to avoid collapsing. Lin Xiao looked at Yiningshuang on the screen, feeling an inexplicable tug at his heart. No way, I just picked my virtual girlfriend, and it starts off this tragic? At that moment, the scene abruptly shifted. A group of figures in black robes came soaring in on flying swords. The leader of the black-clad men flashed a sinister and triumphant smirk the moment he laid eyes on Yiningshuang. Run, do you think you can escape? Yiningshuang is gravely injured, facing a life-and-death crisis. Yiningshuang is tormented by the soul-devouring curse, suffering unbearable agony. At this incredibly tense moment, pop-up messages began appearing one after another. Ding! Deposit 30 yuan for your first recharge to experience Myriad Swords Return to Origin once. Duration of experience, 1 hour. Myriad Swords Worship the Origin can summon countless sword shadows to launch all-directional attacks on enemies. Chapter 2, This kindness will be forever remembered in my heart. Lin Xiao was speechless at the sight. Wow, coming straight for the newbies, huh? Just as Lin Xiao hesitated, the black-clad figure on the screen suddenly swung his sword toward Yiningshuang. Unable to dodge in time, she sustained another fresh wound. Her painful groans came through the phone's speaker. In an instant, Lin Xiao felt as if he were there. It was as if someone right beside him was truly suffering such cruel harm. At this moment, watching Yiningshuang in desperate straits. If what this game says is true, ascension could become reality. Wouldn't I be at a huge loss if I don't save myself now? He didn't want to experience that sense of helplessness again. He wanted to change, even if only within the game. Charge ahead. Must I just stand by and watch her die in this virtual world too? Lin Xiao hardened his heart and directly clicked the 30 yuan recharge option, quickly completing the payment process. Ding! Recharge successful. Congratulations on obtaining a 10,000 Swords Return to Origin experience ticket. Duration, 1 hour. At this moment, strong winds howled at the edge of the cliff. Yiningshuang's hair whipped wildly in the wind as she clenched her sword, watching the black-clad assailants advance step by step. The suppressed agony and resentment in her heart erupted violently. What enmity have I, Yiningshuang, ever borne you that you must hunt me down to extinction? Since childhood, my family suffered calamity, all my kin perished, leaving me alone in this wretched world. I thought entering Lingxiao Sword Sect would grant me a new life, yet you envied and resented me for my talent. Under cover of night, you shattered my dantian and broke my bones. I barely escaped with my life, yet you still won't let me go, insisting on driving me to my death. What exactly have I done wrong? Why must I suffer like this? The leader of the black-clad men let out a sinister, chilling laugh. Blame no one but yourself. Who allowed you to be born with such enviable talent? Such treasures don't belong to you. You don't deserve to live in this world. Today will be your last, prepare to die. As he spoke, he surged forward with lightning speed, charging straight at Yiningshuang. Inspired by his lead, the remaining black-clad figures also raised their swords and followed close behind, shouting fiercely. In an instant, the clamor of battle cries echoed along the cliffside. Yiningshuang watched as the crowd charged at her like wolves and tigers, her body trembling slightly. She couldn't just wait for death like this. Even if it meant death, she would fight with all her might. Clenching her teeth against the searing pain in her body, she raised the sword in her hand. The sword trembled slightly in the fierce wind, yet it remained resolutely pointed at the enemy. But the opponent charged forward with overwhelming force. Outnumbered, she stood no chance in the end. The black-clad leader took a swift step forward. The sharp blade sliced through the air. Yiningshuang couldn't dodge in time, and a deep, long gash instantly appeared on her arm. Blood gushed out, dripping continuously from her fingertips. Lin Xiao watched from outside the screen, grinding his teeth in frustration. This damn game designer is utterly heartless. Are they seriously about to kill off my virtual girlfriend? Damn developer, why hasn't my 10,000 swords return to origins skill activated yet? At this critical moment, a strange phenomenon occurred. The space behind Yiningshuang began to distort slightly. Then brilliant sword shadows gradually emerged one after another, swirling rapidly around Yiningshuang to form a massive vortex of blades. What the hell is with this crappy game? Just fly out and kill someone already. Damn these shady game developers. It was midsummer, and sweat covered Lin Xiao's forehead, trickling down his cheeks before dripping onto the screen. He anxiously waited for the sword shadows to act, but they simply kept spinning independently behind Yiningshuang's back. No signs of attack. He irritably wiped the screen hard with his hand. Trying to remove the blur caused by sweat, it was his unintentional swipe. A sword flew out like an arrow released from its bow, instantly piercing through a black-clad figure. Lin Xiao was both shocked and thrilled, instantly figuring out the control method. Didn't expect it would require me to swipe, gotta admit, the immersion is real. Those devs really know their stuff. On the screen, the leader of the black-clad men froze in astonishment, his initially fierce expression turning to one of sheer disbelief as the words escaped his lips. This is impossible. You were just a lamb to the slaughter with your dantian destroyed, how could you? Yiningshuang also sensed the movement behind her. It was a faint yet overwhelmingly powerful ripple of spiritual energy, as if a storm was gathering momentum at her back. Instinctively, she turned her head and saw the dreamlike sword silhouette behind her. He froze in place for a moment. And during that brief moment of hesitation, Lin Xiao swiftly swiped across the screen as if commanding an entire army. In an instant, sword shadows sliced through the air, emitting a sharp whistling sound. Wherever the sword shadows reached, the men in black couldn't mount effective resistance in time. In mere moments, the men in black all collapsed, transforming into pools of blood. Lin Xiao, watching these astonishing special effects scenes from outside the screen, leapt up excitedly from the sofa. Now that's money well spent. Sure, the game is full of tricks, but when it really mattered, the power of spending didn't disappoint. Money talks. Yiningshuang looked up, her eyes first flashing with relief after surviving a disaster. But soon, doubt began to take hold. She doesn't seem to have fully grasped what exactly just happened. From where did that sword shadow that appeared out of thin air and that unimaginably powerful force originate? In her understanding, only the legendary beings standing at the pinnacle of cultivation, the great emperors, could unleash such terrifying techniques. At this critical life or death moment, a great emperor intervened to rescue her. This kindness is as weighty as Mount Tai and as deep as the vast sea. Thinking this, Yiningshuang quickly straightened her disheveled clothes and respectfully bowed in the direction where the sword shadow had appeared. Thank you, senior, for your timely assistance, which allowed this junior to escape this calamity. This junior will surely engrave this kindness in my heart. With that, she straightened up, gazing intently in the direction where the sword shadow had vanished, earnestly hoping that the mysterious senior would appear or offer even the slightest word in response. However, half the day passed. Only the howling wind could be heard around, with no other sounds. That mysterious senior seemed as if he had never appeared. There was no sign of him at all. Perhaps, in the eyes of that unfathomably powerful senior, I am merely an insignificant ant. How could someone like me, with a shattered dantian and hovering on the brink of death, possibly be worthy of such a senior's presence? With these thoughts weighing on her mind, Yiningshuang felt her body growing increasingly heavy. The agony of severed tendons and extracted bones struck once more. Meanwhile, the soul-devouring curse's erosion within her body seemed to grow increasingly intense. Ding! Yiningshuang is suffering deep erosion from the soul-devouring curse. Her life hangs by a thread. Without immediate treatment, she will perish within the time it takes for one incense stick to burn. Today's special, recharge 60 yuan to obtain Divine Purification Nectar, a sacred elixir capable of dispelling the soul-devouring curse and restoring Yiningshuang's vitality. Chapter 3, Money's no object, just top it off. Lin Xiao nearly threw his phone when he saw the top-up prompt on the screen. No way. Does this game never end? Just saved her, and now this? This damn game designer just keeps finding new ways to squeeze money out of me, endlessly pushing me to spend. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, feeling a tightness in his chest. Just as his rage was boiling over, a sudden, excruciating pain shot through his waist. His face instantly drained of color as his body curled up uncontrollably. Ugh! Lin Xiao sucked in a sharp breath, clenching his teeth as a muffled groan of agony escaped him. Amidst this excruciating agony, Lin Xiao stared at Yiningshuang on the screen, barely clinging to life as the soul-devouring curse tormented her. In her, he saw himself. In reality, he was ravaged by illness, isolated and helpless. Yiningshuang was hunted by enemies in the game, her life hanging by a thread. That bastard game designer, he really knows how to push people to the edge. Recharge successful. Purifying spirit dew has been distributed. A dazzling light flashed and an exquisite jade bottle hovered before Yiningshuang. Lin Xiao watched Yi Ningxuang's utterly bewildered expression on the screen, his heart twisting in pain. She must be so confused. If only he could communicate with her directly. With this thought, Lin Xiao ignored the throbbing pain still radiating from his waist. His eyes darted frantically across the game interface, searching meticulously for a way to communicate with Yi Ningxuang. After a moment, he finally spotted a small, inconspicuous chat icon tucked away at the edge of the screen. Gritting his teeth against the lingering pain in his waist, he swiftly clicked to open the chat window. He typed urgently inside. "This is the soul purifying dew. It can save your life. Drink it now, don't hesitate." At the same time, an ethereal voice echoed softly, "This is the soul purifying divine dew. It can break the soul devouring curse binding you. Consume it at once." Lin Xiao, watching from outside the screen, was genuinely stunned. The game actually had this text-to-speech feature. On screen, Yi Ningxuang's eyes brimmed with emotion and conflict. Her hands trembled slightly as she hesitated to take the jade bottle. "Senior. I've already been saved by you, Senior. I truly have no way to repay you. How could I possibly accept such a precious gift from you?" Watching helplessly from outside the screen, Lin Xiao hurriedly typed, "Stop dawdling. Take it and drink it to save your life. Don't be polite with me." A celestial voice echoed once more, "It matters not. Take it and drink it swiftly to preserve your life. Do not hesitate any longer." On screen, Yi Ningxuang hesitated for a moment before finally seeming to make up her mind. She took the jade bottle with both hands and poured the spirit-purifying dew into her mouth. In an instant, a vast yet gentle force surged through her body. Like a surging tide of spirit energy, it swiftly repaired the meridians ravaged by the soul-devouring curse, reconnected severed pathways, and gradually eased the searing agony. Her breathing steadied, and the pallor drained from her cheeks, replaced by a healthy flush. Watching this unfold outside the screen, Lin Zhao's heart, which had been in his throat, finally settled. He exhaled deeply, his heart filled with mixed emotions. "Thank goodness I made it in time. If I'd let her go like that, I'd never forgive myself." A faint smile touched his lips at the thought. "From now on, in this game world, I'll have to protect her well. This can be my warm refuge beyond this lonely reality." Yi Ningxuang currently has nowhere to go and no fixed abode. Top up 128 yuan to purchase a top-tier cave residence for Yi Ningxuang. This cave residence comes equipped with a high-grade spirit-gathering array. Not only will it provide her with a safe haven, but it will also accelerate the convergence of spiritual energy, aiding her in quickly recovering from injuries and advancing her cultivation. Simultaneously, a line of text appeared. "You wouldn't want your digital girlfriend to be homeless, would you? This dog of a planner some conscience, but not much. But it's pretty rough that my virtual girlfriend doesn't even have a place to call home. What if those black-clad men find her again? My real life is a complete mess. I've been slaving away in Jiangcheng, working like a dog, yet I can't even afford a toilet-sized apartment. But here, 128 yuan could get her a cave dwelling. Go for it. Think of it as investing in our home. Ding. Top up successful. Top-tier cave residence purchased. Location now marked on map." Lin Xiao eagerly opened the game map. A uniquely shaped marker radiating golden light stood out prominently, undoubtedly the top-tier cave residence he'd purchased for Yi Ningxuang. What now? How am I supposed to get her there? As if reading his mind, the game interface suddenly shifted. A movement control wheel appeared in the bottom right corner of the screen. Simultaneously, a flying sword radiating a piercing cold light abruptly materialized beside Yi Ningxuang. Lin Zhao's eyes widened in astonishment and delight. This game designer really has some damn skill. He quickly typed in the chat box, "Quick, take this sword. I'll take you to your new home." An ethereal yet commanding voice echoed through the game world. "Mount the sword. Follow me to your new dwelling." Yi Ningxuang heard the command and nodded slightly. She stepped onto the flying sword. Lin Xiao took a deep breath, lightly touching the control wheel. The flying sword slowly lifted off the ground. As his fingers glided across the controls, the sword shot forward like an arrow released from its bowstring, racing toward the cave dwelling. The scenery along the way was dreamlike and ethereal. Endless mountain ranges undulated like giant dragons, dense forests rolled like surging green seas, and crystal-clear lakes shimmered like mirrors embedded in the earth. Gazing upon this breathtaking scene, Lin Xiao marveled at the game designer's meticulous attention to detail. A howling gale swept in, lashing against Yi Ningxuang's body. Her hair danced wildly in the wind, strands occasionally brushing against her fair cheeks. Her garments rustled in the air, the hem billowing high to trace the contours of her graceful form. The meticulous scene design, the lifelike environmental rendering, and the smooth, exhilarating sword-flying experience, every detail showcased the utmost dedication. How wonderful it would be to fly on a sword together. This feels so real, like I'm right there in the moment. This feeling. I'm declaring right now that even Tencent can't match it. Finally, amidst a mist-shrouded valley brimming with spiritual energy, the flying sword came to a steady halt. Yi Ningxuang stared at the majestic cave dwelling, frozen in place. After a long moment, she regained her composure, her cheeks flushed with excitement. She glided gracefully inside the cave. Her slender fingers gently traced the walls, sensing the faint currents of spiritual energy flowing through them. Her voice trembled with unhidden excitement. How could this humble servant possibly deserve such a divine abode from you, senior? Watching Yi Ningxuan's delighted expression, Lin Xiao felt it was all worth it. In the real world, he was terminally ill, ignored by all, his future shrouded in darkness. Yet in this virtual game world, he could become Yi Ningxuan's pillar of support, offering her a secure haven. At that moment, Lin Xiao felt his heart fill with an extraordinary sense of accomplishment. It seemed that within this small virtual realm, he had found a value he had never known in reality. As long as you're happy and doing well, every penny spent is worth it. Just stay here, relax, and focus on improving yourself. Chapter 4, Money Spent, Not Wasted. Through the game's voice conversion feature, an ethereal voice echoed once more, "This cave dwelling is destined for you. Cultivate here with peace of mind, strengthen your abilities swiftly, and do not disappoint this emperor's goodwill." Hearing this, Yi Ningxuan immediately knelt down with reverence. "Rest assured, senior. Ningxuan will not disappoint your expectations." In her heart, she vowed to burn her boats and commit fully to cultivation. One day, she would catch up to the elder's footsteps. No longer would she be a fragile fledgling sheltered under the great emperor's wings. Instead, she would walk shoulder to shoulder with the elder, sharing the myriad wonders of the world and journeying together to the vast seas of stars. Yi Ningxuan immediately immersed herself in cultivation. Spiritual energy surged around her, resonating with the spirit-gathering array and drawing the surrounding chi like a raging tide. Initially, everything proceeded smoothly. Yet as time passed, an unusual sense of obstruction began to well up within her. No matter how she channeled her energy, the absorbed spiritual essence moved sluggishly within her. Attempting to forcefully break through this barrier only brought excruciating, piercing pain. Yi Ningxuan instantly let out a muffled groan, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Surveying the magnificent cave dwelling around her, her heart was filled with guilt toward the great emperor. Her eyes reddened, tears welling up as self-reproach consumed her. Could I still not do it? Why am I so useless? Senior, despite giving my utmost effort, I remain unable to cultivate. I fear I shall fail to repay your profound kindness. This sacred land, rich with spiritual energy, is beyond my capacity to benefit from. I am truly, deeply sorry. Just then, a new notification popped up on the screen. Detection reveals Yi Ningxuan suffered severe damage to her primordial essence after her supreme bone was extracted, causing critical issues with spiritual energy absorption and conversion. Without restoration, further cultivation is impossible. Today's special offer, top up 198 yuan to infuse Yi Ningxuan with chaos spirit essence. This primordial substance, born at the dawn of creation, possesses power far surpassing the supreme bone. It will not only rebuild her cultivation foundation but also unlock an entirely new path of cultivation, propelling her strength to soar to new heights. This game developer sure knows how to seize the moment. Since he couldn't change anything in reality, why not maximize the value of this money here? After finally gaining this chance to cultivate anew, if her future were ruined over this, wouldn't everything I'd done for her before be for nothing? If she could never cultivate again, how would that be any different from losing her? Finish what he started. See it through to the end. Here, he wasn't that pitiful soul sentenced to death by a terminal illness, ignored by everyone. Here, he could be the hero who cleared obstacles for the one he loved. Top up. Get it done for her. With a ding from his phone, the 198 yuan top up was complete. The old Lin Xiao would never have spent 200 yuan on a game unless he'd been kicked in the head by a donkey. But now, facing death, he cared little for such worldly possessions. Ding. Top up successful. Chaos spirit essence purchased. Injection commencing. As the notification appeared, Lin Xiao hurriedly looked at his phone screen. Inside the cave dwelling, Yi Ningxuan, attempting once more, wore an expression of utter despair. She couldn't do it. She simply couldn't. Her supreme bone had been extracted, severely damaging her primordial essence and completely severing her path to cultivation. Even with the opportunity granted by the elder, she remained helpless. Only a divine artifact capable of seizing the heaven's blessings could save her primordial essence, yet such a treasure was far beyond her reach. Even in her former glory as a celestial prodigy, she had never been destined for such treasures, let alone now. But at that very moment, a deep, resonant voice echoed through the air. The cave chamber suddenly burst into brilliant light. Yi Ningxuan looked up at the sound, seeing an array materialize out of thin air on the ground ahead. As the formation swirled, a milky white liquid enveloped in spiritual energy rose up, eventually hovering in midair. Simultaneously, a powerful aura filled the entire cave dwelling. This aura alone sent a wave of warmth through her very essence. What is this? Gazing at the milky white liquid, a thought instantly formed in Yi Ningxuan's mind: chaotic spirit marrow. She had only ever encountered this legendary substance in ancient texts. Yet now it appeared before her eyes. Chaos spirit essence, born from the primordial chaos of billions of years of time and space, could seize the essence of heaven and earth, reverse the balance of yin and yang. A treasure beyond compare, encountered only by the most fortunate. As her thoughts swirled, the chaos spirit essence seemed to be guided by an unseen force, drifting toward her. It finally came to rest before Yining Shuang. Elder? She lifted her head slightly, tentatively asking in a timid voice. The only explanation she could fathom for this chaotic spirit essence was that the mysterious and unfathomable senior had intervened once more. Seeing Yining Shuang's expression on the phone, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile. That little expression was just too real. Though it was a game, the feeling it gave him was like watching a video recording. Lin Xiao typed again, "Your primordial essence is severely damaged. This chaos spirit essence is for repairing it." As he sent the message, that ethereal, solemn voice sounded once more. "This is the chaos spirit essence, born from the primordial chaos of time and space. It shall aid you in restoring your essence." Hearing this, Yining Shuang looked up in disbelief, yet the delight in her eyes was impossible to conceal. This was chaos spirit marrow. Forget repairing her essence, it could even revive a dying invalid, transforming them into a prodigy on the path of cultivation. Such an item was beyond her reach, even if she had bought it. Yet now, the elder had casually bestowed it upon her. "Senior, I cannot accept this. Though I know not your identity, the chaos spirit essence is far too precious. For me to use it would be a complete waste. Besides, you have already helped me so much," Yining Shuang declared firmly. Hearing this, Lin Xiao outside the screen wore a look of surprise. Wow, this game really goes all out. For a moment, Lin Xiao felt even more strongly that the Yining Shuang within the phone was like a living, breathing person, one with her own thoughts, who could even refuse his gifts. "I've already topped up my account. If you don't use it, my money will go to waste." After saying this, Lin Xiao chose to force her to take it while simultaneously typing, "I don't need this stuff anyway, and it's not like it's anything special. Just take it." Inside the cave dwelling, that ethereal voice echoed in response. "A mere chaos spirit essence is useless to me. Since you bestow it, consume it swiftly." Yining Shuang felt a surge of shock upon hearing this. Who exactly was this elder to treat the esteemed chaos spirit essence with such indifference? She opened her mouth to speak, but the chaos spirit essence had already materialized before her. Under a strange force, Yining Shuang's small mouth opened wide. The milky white chaos spirit essence shot into her mouth with a whoosh. Gulp! As the chaos spirit essence was swallowed, Yining Shuang felt a stinging ache in her eyes, and tears welled up in her eye sockets. She understood clearly that this force must belong to the elder. She had wanted to refuse, but the elder had insisted she consume it. If the previous cave dwelling had been a mere stroke of luck for the elder, then this chaos spirit essence far exceeded her own potential and worth. With this chaos spirit essence alone, if the elder desired, they could find countless women, whether in talent, appearance, or physique, all of the highest caliber, to serve as their slaves and handmaids. Though she didn't know the elder's true purpose, Yining Shuang understood she must cherish this opportunity. As she pondered, the power of the chaos spirit essence began to spread throughout her body. Both her fundamental essence and foundational roots underwent a complete transformation under its influence. Even the wounds inflicted by extracting the supreme bone were now slowly healing, emerging even stronger than before. Rest assured, Senior, I, Yining Shuang, will never disappoint you. Chapter 5. The Lingxiao Sword Sect makes its move. The real world. Lin Xiao watched her swallow the chaos spirit essence, her eyes reddened and her appearance so pitiable it stirred an odd feeling within him. If anyone else saw this, they'd misunderstand terribly. No, what did it matter to him when he was on the brink of death? He shook his head, banishing these inexplicable thoughts, and looked again. Yining Shuang absorbing. Progress, 40%. Watching Yining Shuang with her eyes tightly shut, Lin Xiao nodded with satisfaction. The issue of where his virtual girlfriend would reside was resolved, and now her injuries and hidden ailments were being repaired. A profound sense of fulfillment welled up within Lin Xiao, a feeling he'd never experienced in any previous simulation game. Could this be the joy of being a whaler? Lost in thought, Lin Xiao curiously explored the other functions on the interface. Map. As the map function unfolded, a vast parchment scroll appeared on the interface. As Lin Xiao swiped, the scroll could be zoomed in and out. Currently, a chibi avatar of Yining Shuang was marked on the map, located within the cave dwelling. The locations Yining Shuang had previously visited were already highlighted, but the remaining areas remained grayed out, much like in most games. It seemed Yining Shuang would need to explore them herself. As Lin Xiao swiped through the map, he suddenly spotted a highlighted area. It was a symbol radiating an eerie glow, set against a backdrop of mountains, with weapons and magical artifacts in the foreground. South Mountain's Secret Realm. Long ago, this was an ancient battlefield. It witnessed the passage of time, countless wars, and the fall of innumerable mighty beings. Today, it has transformed into a secret realm containing treasures like magical artifacts and cultivation techniques. This world is inherently one of immortal cultivation, so the existence of such a secret realm is perfectly natural. Such a place could also be where Yining Shuang greatly enhances her strength. As he pondered, a flicker of anticipation stirred within Lin Xiao. Yet as his finger tapped the screen, another line of text appeared. Unlock required. Seeing those 3 words, Lin Xiao felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Sure enough, this game was just as predatory as expected. Lin Xiao could already anticipate that the unlock conditions would be incredibly demanding, designed to push him into spending more. Though he'd already spent quite a bit, he wasn't some sucker. After all, it was just a game. After a moment's thought, Lin Xiao tapped the screen. Unlock conditions not met. Another interface popped up. Unlock requirement, keys 5. Current key possession, 0. Sure enough, despite having played the game for so long, Lin Xiao had never even heard of these keys, let alone possessed any. The next step would undoubtedly be prompting him to top up to unlock it. With that thought, Lin Xiao decisively clicked the close button. He then re-examined the map before him. However, aside from the South Mountain's secret realm, the other areas were either dimly lit or utterly worthless. Under these circumstances, Lin Xiao felt his enthusiasm waning. He then returned to his cave dwelling to check on Yining Shuang's current status once more. Yining Shuang absorbing. Progress, 80%. Yining Shuang sat cross-legged, her expression utterly focused, her lovely face glistening with sweat. Simultaneously, streams of utterly pure spiritual energy coalesced around her, forming one fist-sized vortex after another. It seemed more time was needed. With nothing else happening in the game for the moment, Lin Xiao prepared to log out. But suddenly, watching Yining Shuang within the game, a wave of unease washed over him. After all, the cultivation world was fraught with danger, and this was a critical moment for Yining Shuang to absorb the chaos spirit essence. She absolutely must not be disturbed. Moreover, if she encountered danger during this period, she would be utterly defenseless. With that thought, he attempted to click the cave residence button. Instantly, a message appeared on the screen. The cultivation world is fraught with peril. Cave dwellings serve as our secluded training grounds, where fortification and concealment are paramount. A single defensive formation can eliminate 99% of threats. Reinforce cave residence? Note, first-time reinforcement enjoys a 50% discount. Damn it! Lin Xiao cursed inwardly. Sure enough, this game wouldn't miss a single opportunity to squeeze money out of players. But considering how much he'd already invested, he kept reading. Basic Cave Dwelling Defense Array 188 First Time Discounted Price 94, provides basic concealment for the cave dwelling and simple defense against attacks or intrusions. Intermediate Cave Dwelling Defense Formation 298 First Time Discounted Price 149. As for the advanced and Earth Grade arrays listed further down, Lin Xiao couldn't be bothered to look any further. After all, the price of the intermediate array alone had already exceeded his budget. This was downright extortionate. Basic. Forget it. I'll just go with the intermediate one. For some reason, Lin Xiao changed his mind. He was just a game character, yet Lin Xiao found himself unusually invested. It must be because he'd invested too much. With that thought, he silently resolved Yining Shuang might be adorable, but he couldn't let himself be so easily charmed by her anymore. Intermediate Cave Dwelling Defense Array order placed successfully. Generation commencing. Simultaneously, spiritual energy gathered in the air outside the cave dwelling. Soon, intricate patterns began forming on the ground and surrounding rocks and trees. Finally, viewed from the outside, the cave dimmed. It seemed unchanged at first glance, but in the blink of an eye, it appeared to vanish from sight. However, Yining Shuang remained immersed in absorbing the chaos spirit essence, oblivious to the external changes. After completing all this, Lin Xiao nodded to himself. He glanced once more at Yining Shuang, still seated in meditation within the cave, then logged out of the game with a sense of satisfaction. If this girl knew everything he'd done, she'd likely be moved to tears of gratitude once more. Ling Xiao Sword Sect, Elders Hall. Though night had fallen, the Elders Hall remained brightly lit, countless candles burning fiercely. The first elder, Mo Yunxiao, sat with a dark expression on a wooden chair, one hand clenched into a fist resting on the table beside him. Have the men sent to hunt down Yining Shuang returned yet? He looked down at the man below him, his voice cold. Hearing this, Zhang Qingyan stood below with his head bowed, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. No word yet. Boom! At these words, Mo Yunxiao erupted in fury, his clenched fist smashing down with brutal force. With a loud crack, the solid wood table shattered instantly. The four legs shattered completely under the force. No news yet? Yining Shuang is just a woman, a useless one at that. You sent so many disciples, and not a single word in a day? Even a pack of dogs sent would have returned with her head. Are all your men useless? Under this overwhelming pressure, Zhang Qingyan's body trembled violently, his legs growing weak. Yet he managed to stammer out. Perhaps some unexpected delay occurred. But for someone like Yining Shuang, they should have completed the mission by now. I'll send more men to search immediately. Search? Search my ass. One day is plenty regardless of whether the mission succeeded or not, they should be back by now. If they haven't returned. As he spoke, Mo Yunxiao narrowed his eyes, a chill emanating from his body. Then they're dead. That's impossible. Zhang Qingyan looked up in disbelief. Nothing is impossible. Yining Shuang possesses the innate supreme bone, a sign of great destiny. Though crippled, never underestimate her. Mo Yunxiao's voice carried anger, yet beneath his words lay a palpable sense of apprehension. This is my fault. I underestimated her. Take men there immediately. Bring her back alive or dead. If you don't return with her head, don't bother coming back. Me? Very well, I'll depart immediately. Zhang Qingyan secretly thought Imo Yunxiao was overreacting. After all, he was at the 5th layer of Foundation Establishment, and every man under his command was a Foundation Establishment disciple. Sending them to hunt down a cripple felt downright excessive. But now, he dared not say another word. Yet, recalling Yi Ningxuan's ethereal beauty and her former haughty demeanor, he felt this mission was hardly a loss. Take this token. It still holds a trace of Yi Ningxuan's lingering aura. Activate it and it will pinpoint her approximate location. Chapter 6, Defensive Array. Imo Yunxiao casually tossed over a token. Zhang Qingyan caught it swiftly and departed as ordered. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as a bolt of lightning, thick as a dragon, sliced through the night sky. Instantly, torrential rain poured down. In another cave dwelling, Yi Ningxuan slowly opened her eyes. The absorption of the chaos spirit essence was complete. Her first impulse was to lift her head and share her joy. But then, hesitation washed over her. She tugged at her sleeve. Such a trivial matter seemed an excessive disturbance to the elder. Yi Ningxuan lowered her head, a hint of melancholy creeping into her eyes. After logging out of the game, Lin Xiao was overcome by unbearable pain. He hastily took some medicine and fell into a deep sleep, naturally losing all interest in the game's affairs. The rain grew heavier, showing no sign of letting up. Thunder roared with increasing ferocity, as if the heavens themselves were enraged, striking down without mercy. Zhang Qingyan immediately summoned his junior disciples. The group of 6-5 at Foundation Establishment Realm and 1 at 9th layer Qi cultivation. They departed Lingxiao Sword Sect. Zhang Qingyan glanced upward, knowing that such heavy rain would hinder their search for Yi Ningxuan if they wasted time. Pick up the pace. He commanded. Immediately, they quickened their pace, their footsteps sweeping across the ground. Zhang Qingyan knew the direction Yi Ningxuan had fled, so they weren't wandering aimlessly like headless flies. The group moved with remarkable speed, soon arriving at the cliff where Yi Ningxuan had once been driven to the edge. Despite the torrential rain, after a thorough search, they finally discovered some clues. This is the spot. They must have pursued Yi Ningxuan here, but something went wrong. They failed. One disciple spoke up. Hearing this, Zhang Qingyan's expression flickered, then darkened with a sinister glint. No matter where she fled, she cannot escape the grasp of our Lingxiao Sword Sect. With that declaration, he retrieved the token Imo Yunxiao had given him, then focused his mind into it, activating its power. After a moment, Zhang Qingyan opened his eyes, gazing into the distance with a faint smile curling his lips. Inside the cave dwelling, Yi Ningxuan was able to examine her current physical condition. With a sharp clang, she could no longer maintain her composure. Though she had long known the terrifying power of the chaos spirit marrow, experiencing it firsthand now felt like a dream, leaving her feet feeling slightly unsteady. The latent dangers caused by the forced extraction of the supreme bone, along with the damage to her foundational cultivation, were not only completely healed, she had actually gained a blessing in disguise, her innate talent now surpassing her previous peak. Simultaneously, her foundational energy had become incredibly stable. Most crucially, her cultivation had surged directly to the 5th layer of Qi cultivation. To say she had undergone a complete transformation, a phoenix rising from the ashes, would be no exaggeration. Senior, I shall forever remember your life-saving grace. Yi Ningxuan gently stroked her robe, then knelt directly on the ground, her expression filled with profound gratitude. Yet the surroundings remained utterly silent, with no response from the elder. Yet she did not lose heart. After all, who was this venerable figure? How could they possibly be paying constant attention to her? Yet for these opportunities, she felt utterly indebted. Perhaps the senior has already departed. Yi Ningxuan murmured to herself as she rose to her feet. At that very moment, boom! A thunderous explosion shook the entire cave dwelling violently. Who's there? Yi Ningxuan was instantly overcome with alarm. After all, this cave dwelling had no defensive formations. If it were targeted by evildoers, with her current cultivation level, she would be utterly defenseless. Yi Ningxuan quickly held her breath and focused her senses, pressing her back against the wall as she peered sideways toward the entrance, her expression filled with worry. She had no idea whether the intruder was friend or foe. Just then, the cave trembled again, accompanied by a deafening explosion from outside. Yi Ningxuan! Simultaneously, a wildly arrogant voice boomed from outside the cave. Yi Ningxuan's body jerked violently. That voice was all too familiar. It was Zhang Qingyan. It was them. She couldn't help but recall the tragic ordeal at Lingxiao Sword Sect, a chill running through her body. How had they found her? She had come to this cave dwelling with the help of an elder, and no one knew of it. They shouldn't have been able to find this place. Even if they had, how could they have found it so quickly? Zhang Qingyan was at the Foundation establishment stage. Facing him, she would be utterly defenseless. The mere thought of Zhang Qingyan's sneering face made her shudder at the unspeakable horrors awaiting her if captured. She had to run. Even if it meant death, she could never fall into their hands. But she was already surrounded. The odds were stacked against her. With the elders absent, there was no one to save her. Yiningshuang, you have nowhere left to run. You should have been dead long ago. Why persist in this futile resistance? Now that you're in my grasp, you might as well make use of your last remaining usefulness. With that, another wave of mocking laughter echoed through the air. Hearing this, Yiningshuang felt an even deeper despair. But could she simply give up? She had clearly encountered such an overwhelming opportunity. As she pondered, she forced herself to remain calm and spoke again. If you have the guts, come in. Zhang Qingyan outside paused at her words, but quickly regained his composure. Ha ha ha. You think you're so clever? Who do you think you're fooling? You're nothing but a cripple now. Do you really believe we'd be afraid of you? With that, Zhang Qingyan wasted no more words. He raised his hand once more, preparing to smash open the stone mansion's gates. Boom! Another deafening crash echoed as the stone mansion's gate shook violently, teetering on the brink of collapse. As if deliberately taunting Yiningshuang, Zhang Qingyan refrained from destroying it in one blow. Inside the cave, Yiningshuang's heart leapt into her throat. Ha ha ha, Yiningshuang. Accompanied by Zhang Qingyan's maniacal laughter, several more flames erupted. The gates of the stone manor reached their absolute limit. Go! Before the dust had even settled, Zhang Qingyan beckoned with a wave of his hand, ready to lead everyone forward. But at that very moment, a faint humming sound echoed. A streak of light flashed past the cave entrance. Several streams of spiritual energy gathered, and the patterns of the formation suddenly lit up, completely blocking the group from entering. What's going on? Zhang Qingyan also sensed the disturbance outside the cave dwelling, glancing over with a look of suspicion. His expression immediately turned grim. A defensive formation. Those beside him were even more astonished. While arrays themselves weren't difficult to set up, a high threshold for becoming an array master meant such formations were rarely seen. At least an intermediate level formation. Is Yiningshuang an array master? Another voice chimed in. What nonsense are you spouting? Even if she were an array master, how could a cripple like her possibly set up an array? Zhang Qingyan retorted, his expression growing increasingly puzzled. Yiningshuang finding such a cave dwelling was puzzling enough, but now discovering it was protected by a defensive formation left him utterly incredulous. Meanwhile, inside the cave dwelling, Yiningshuang sensed the cave dwelling shifting. Staring at the suddenly appearing patterns, she couldn't help but cover her mouth, her face filled with astonishment. A defensive formation. This was just an ordinary cave dwelling. Why would such a thing suddenly appear? Thoughts raced through Yiningshuang's mind, and she instantly grasped a possibility. This must be the work of the elder. Though he hadn't constantly watched over her, after departing, he had arranged this defensive formation to protect her safety. The realization filled Yiningshuang with deep emotion, leaving her dazed for a long moment, almost forgetting her current predicament. Damn it! At that very moment, Zhang Qingyan's furious curses echoed from outside the cave dwelling. Yiningshuang, who had thought escape was impossible, now faced this unexpected turn of events. Chapter 7, Zhang Qingyan's Scheme. Despite the defensive array's activation, Yiningshuang remained tense within the cave dwelling. After a long moment, she exhaled deeply. Then, her body went limp. Leaning against the cave wall, she slid down slowly until she finally sat on the ground. The elder had saved her once again. Outside the cave, however, Zhang Qingyan's demeanor was the opposite of Yiningshuang's relaxation. Gritting his teeth, he stared at the constantly shifting defensive formation before him, his anger growing by the second. Boom! Thunder roared once more from within the clouds, simultaneously illuminating Zhang Qingyan's ferocious visage. Those beside him watched the scene, holding their breath in fear, dreading Zhang Qingyan's wrath. An intermediate-level defensive array. How dare she? But the only response was the sound of falling rain. Should we go back now? As time dragged on, one disciple finally murmured timidly. But the moment his voice broke the silence, Zhang Qingyan whipped his head around. Go back? If she doesn't die, we will. His voice now carried a hint of sharpness. After all, he had faced the Grand Elder alone back then and knew full well the consequences if he failed to kill Yiningshuang. At these words, the disciple shrank back, taking an involuntary step backward, his face betraying utter cowardice. Senior brother Zhang, I. His mind raced, then he hurriedly added, I just think we can't destroy this defensive formation for now. Since we know her location, we can leave some men here to guard it while the rest go find a way to break through the defenses. Besides, if Yiningshuang thinks we've left and comes out, wouldn't that play right into our hands? Hearing this, Zhang Qingyan narrowed his eyes, the anger fading slightly from his face. Indeed, that was true. Earlier, he had been too hasty, convinced that Yiningshuang's presence within the defensive array left them helpless. But now, hearing this, he suddenly realized, no matter when Yiningshuang fell into their hands, she would die. There was no chance of escape. With that thought, Zhang Qingyan nodded in satisfaction. Well said. That's exactly what I was thinking. The disciple breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, then nodded again, overwhelmed by the sudden favor. At the same time, Zhang Qingyan's face twisted into a vicious grin as he strode slowly to the front of the cave dwelling. Yiningshuang, don't think hiding inside means I can't touch you. You cannot escape. What you're doing now is merely your death throes. Your actions now only serve to fuel my fury, ensuring you suffer even more agony before your death. Without waiting for Yi Ningxuang's response, Zhang Qingyan gestured for the four to remain behind before departing with the remaining disciple. Inside the cave, Yi Ningxuang heard Zhang Qingyan's words loud and clear. Struggling to her feet, she wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, gathered her scattered hair back into place, and slowly returned to the stone bed. Yi Ningxuang had no way of knowing what was happening outside now, nor could she confirm whether the others had left the cave. But none of that mattered. She understood better than anyone that this defensive formation, and even that mysterious elder, could only protect her for a time, not for a lifetime. Yi Ningxuang understood that it was only a matter of time before Zhang Qingyan and the others broke through this intermediate-level defensive formation. Her only recourse now was to strengthen her own power. Perhaps then she could prolong the array's lifespan, buying herself a chance. Once the defensive formation vanished completely, she would have no choice but to engage Zhang Qingyan and the others in a life or death battle, grasping at that sliver of hope. Perhaps by then, the mysterious elder might reappear, but that was no longer Yi Ningxuang's concern. She couldn't rely on the elder forever, and it was perfectly natural for the elder to refuse her help after having assisted the elder's own benefactor. Yi Ningxuang's petite face was etched with unwavering resolve, her eyes blazing with fierce determination. Since she could cultivate once more, Yi Ningxuang would reclaim her former glory as the heavenly beauty. Yi Ningxuang slipped off her shoes, crossed her legs upon the stone bed, and commenced her first cultivation session since restoring her primordial essence. As she entered her state, she once again felt waves of spiritual energy surging into her body, flooding into her dantian. For a moment, Yi Ningxuang's expression was filled with overwhelming excitement. A lump formed in her throat as she choked back tears. It had returned, everything had returned. She could truly cultivate once more. Deep down, Yi Ningxuang knew all this was thanks to that mysterious elder. Meanwhile, Zhang Qingyan dared not waste a moment, nor did he regret it. This time, Yi Ningxuang had truly angered him. A mere woman, without any status, who didn't use her looks and charms to climb her way up among them, the powerful ones. Yet she possessed such extraordinary talent that she completely crushed them instead. Previous events could be overlooked, but now she was a cripple. Even her once proud talent was gone, yet she still dared to resist, refusing to surrender. Upon returning to Lingxiao sword sect, Zhang Qingyan did not seek out Imo Yunxiao. Though confronting him would have been the simplest solution, it would have exposed his own incompetence. Instead, he went straight to an array master within the sect. Though Lu Yuan possessed only a 6th-tier cultivation in artifact refinement, his status within the Lingxiao sword sect was far from low due to his role as a junior array master. In fact, he stood on equal footing with Zhang Qingyan. After all, Zhang Qingyan wasn't just a foundation establishment cultivator, he was also someone close to Imo Yunxiao. Upon hearing it was the senior elder's order, Lu Yuan dared not refuse and promptly accepted the task. He knew something about Yi Ningxuang's situation. Upon learning she was hiding in a cave dwelling protected by an intermediate-level defensive formation, he was utterly astonished and abruptly halted in his tracks. An intermediate-level defensive formation? Correct. Zhang Qingyan's expression turned anxious, fearing Lu Yuan might be outmatched. Surely you don't. Understanding his concern, Lu Yuan shook his head. Though I'm only a novice array master and can't construct such an array, breaking it is well within my capabilities. Zhang Qingyan breathed a sigh of relief. But whoever could set up an intermediate-level defensive formation is no ordinary person. Lu Yuan added with a meaningful look. I understand what you mean. But have you forgotten whose orders these are? Even if Yi Ningxuang really managed to attach herself to a powerful array master, would she dare oppose the Grand Elder? Besides, we bombarded that cave residence for ages without anyone coming out. Even if an array master aided her, they'd surely recognize our Lingxiao sword sect by now. They'd have fled long ago. Give them 10 times their courage, and they still wouldn't dare show their faces. Zhang Qingyan declared confidently. Besides, Yi Ningxuang is now a cripple. How could she possibly hold such sway? Lu Yuan smiled broadly upon hearing this and added, quite right. But once the matter is settled, don't forget to put in a good word for me with the Grand Elder. That goes without saying. Soon, Lu Yuan was fully prepared, and the two set off for Yi Ningxuang's cave residence. Chapter 8, The Limits of Defensive Arrays. Dark clouds still hung thick in the sky, the rain showing no sign of letting up. Thunder continued to crackle incessantly, and though dawn should have broken, the sky remained pitch black. Through the dense forest, Zhang Qingyan and Lu Yuan hurried along, soon coming to a halt outside Yi Ningxuang's cave dwelling. Outside the cave, her disciples stood guard, looking somewhat bored. Spotting Zhang Qingyan's return, they startled, then snapped to attention, their eyes flashing with relief. After all, the dense forest under this torrential rain was anything but comfortable. Zhang Qingyan strode forward, his gaze fixed on the defensive formation that still emitted a faint glow, its mysterious runes swirling. A smirk curved his lips as he bellowed, Yi Ningxuang, hear me well. Today, you will die. Don't think hiding behind this array will save you. I've brought the one who can break it, and this array won't protect you. His voice boomed, utterly unaffected by the downpour. Meanwhile, within the cave dwelling, silence reigned. Yiningshuang remained seated cross-legged on the stone bed, her eyes tightly shut. Spiritual energy surged around her like a raging tide, continuously flowing into her body. Zhang Qingyan's voice penetrated the formation, yet failed to stir even the slightest ripple within her heart. Yiningshuang knew time was of the essence. Now her foremost task was to advance her cultivation. After her recent cultivation session, her cultivation had already reached the 8th layer of qi cultivation. The speed of this advancement was nothing short of terrifying. She understood that this was the result of rebuilding her cultivation after being crippled, which had deepened her understanding of cultivation and made absorbing spiritual energy smoother. But the greatest factor was undoubtedly the chaos spirit marrow she had absorbed earlier. That chaos spirit essence had not only repaired her shattered foundations and primordial essence but had also vastly enhanced her innate talent and cultivation speed. Outside the cave, Zhang Qingyan waited for a moment but received no response from Yiningshuang. Though he should have been furious, he merely gave a cold laugh. In his eyes, Yiningshuang was merely fighting like a cornered beast. Crossing his arms, Zhang Qingyan spoke again, his words dripping with contempt. "Oomph, playing dumb now. I hope you retain this same backbone when you kneel before me shortly." As he spoke, a lecherous grin spread across his face. After uttering these words, he turned his gaze toward Lu Yuan, his eyes brimming with urgency. Lu Yuan stepped forward slowly, narrowing his eyes as he studied the defensive array before him. He came to a halt before the faintly glowing defensive formation, slowly reaching out to feel its surface, inch by inch examining the intricate patterns and fluctuations of spiritual energy. Initially, his expression radiated confidence. Yet as his examination deepened, his face grew increasingly grave, and fine beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. He discovered that while the formation appeared serene, it concealed profound intricacies. The arrangement of each rune and the flow of spiritual energy were exquisitely intricate, terrifyingly perfect. Lu Yuan knew deep down that the creator of such an array was no ordinary intermediate-level array master. At the same time, Zhang Qingyan approached, observing with curiosity. Then, Lu Yuan took a deep breath, slowly turned to face Zhang Qingyan, and a hint of concern flickered in his eyes. "Zhang Qingyan, this formation is flawlessly constructed. Its creator is no ordinary person. If we rashly attempt to break it, might we be inviting serious trouble?" Zhang Qingyan paused at the question, then let out a dismissive snort. What kind of trouble could an intermediate defensive formation possibly cause? He waves dismissively, sneering coldly, "Lu Yuan, you really are a coward. If a true powerhouse were guarding this place, they would have revealed themselves long ago, just as we did earlier. As for Yiningshuang, she's nothing but a cripple. I reckon she merely stumbled upon this formation by sheer luck." Lu Yuan pondered carefully and found Zhang Qingyan's reasoning sound. If there truly were formidable figures here, how could they have allowed them to shout at the cave entrance for so long? He then nodded firmly, suppressing his inner worries, and declared, "Very well. Since that is the case, I shall give my all to break this formation." Lu Yuan turned once more to examine the formation. After a long while, a flash of understanding crossed his eyes as he declared, "I found the key to breaking this formation. Now, you lot watch me closely. Wherever I strike, you strike there too. Follow my lead precisely. Within an hour, this formation will be shattered." Zhang Qingyan's heart surged with joy at these words, and a savage grin spread across his face. "Excellent. Absolutely perfect. Once this formation is broken, Yiningshuang will be trapped like a turtle in a jar." He hurriedly beckoned his disciples to gather around, then barked orders, "Listen up. Follow senior brother Lu's every move. Give it your all and break this formation fast." The disciples nodded repeatedly in response. Then, Lu Yuan stood before the cave entrance. A surge of spiritual energy gathered in his palm, instantly transforming into a blinding beam of light that slammed into the formation. This wasn't brute force. Every formation had its weak points. By systematically targeting these vulnerabilities in sequence, the formation would naturally dissolve. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed as the runes on the formation burst into light, revealing the effectiveness of the strike. Zhang Qingyan watched this unfold, a faint smile curling his lips. "Lu Yuan, you truly live up to your reputation as an array master." As he spoke, he raised his hand. A streak of fire shot forth with a whizzing sound, striking precisely the location Lu Yuan had targeted. Simultaneously, the other disciples, seeing this, dared not slacken their vigilance for a moment, each mobilizing their own spiritual energy. In an instant, spells rained down like hail toward the spot Lu Yuan had targeted. The air before the cave resonated with continuous booms as spiritual energy surged violently, even disrupting the falling rain. Yiningshuang, cultivating inside the cave dwelling, immediately sensed the attack. This assault felt entirely different, sending a jolt of alarm through her heart. Before she could think further, intense fluctuations continued to surge from outside. She abruptly opened her eyes and looked toward the cave entrance, where the once stable defensive array was now showing signs of change. The light flickering on the array grew increasingly erratic. At this rate, it clearly wouldn't hold out much longer. Yiningshuang's delicate brows furrowed tightly, a flicker of worry crossing her eyes. If this defensive array were breached, the fury of Zhang Qingyan and the others would be unleashed upon her. Realizing this, she knew she could no longer remain indifferent. Though not an array master herself, Yiningshuang possessed some understanding of formations. By infusing it with spiritual energy, she could significantly stabilize the formation. She immediately approached the formation, extending both hands to press against it. Her movements caught the attention of Lu Yuan outside. A fearless resistance. Increase the attack intensity. Boom! As time passed, the formation seemed to reach its limit. Yiningshuang let out a muffled groan, and an instant later, a shockwave erupted outward. Chapter 9, just 666. She was never an array master to begin with, and with her current cultivation level, the combined assault from Zhang Qingyan and the others outside yielded little effect. It couldn't delay the array's destruction for long. Yiningshuang refused to give up. She sprang to her feet and rushed back to the array's perimeter. After all, once the formation was forced open, she would have no choice but to fight to the death. The gap in their strength was undeniable. That would be a fight to the death. With this thought, Yiningshuang forced herself to her feet and advanced once more. But this time, the moment she touched the formation, a powerful backlash surged through the connection between her and the array. Before Yiningshuang could react, her entire body flew backward like a put. The force was immense. Mid-air, she coughed up a mouthful of blood. The crimson mist dispersed in the air, splattering onto her pristine white gown, a sight that sent a chill down the spine. Yiningshuang crashed heavily to the ground, instantly overwhelmed by pain. A flicker of despair crossed her eyes. Was she truly going to meet her end here? Yet, in that very moment, the figure of that mysterious elder reappeared in her mind. The elder had given her so much aid, even bestowing the chaos spirit essence to repair her foundational cultivation, granting her a chance to train anew. How could she possibly give up now? How could she let that elder down? With this thought, Yiningshuang bit down hard on her lower lip. Ignoring the blood still trickling from the corner of her mouth, she braced herself with both hands and slowly pushed herself up. Her gaze hardened, radiating an unyielding resolve. Her gaze locked onto the crumbling defensive array before her as she silently vowed, even if there was only a sliver of hope, she would fight to the death. Yiningshuang drew another deep breath, simultaneously summoning the spiritual energy within her. Outside the cave dwelling, Zhang Qingyan watched the already shattered defensive array, his smug expression growing more intense. He seemed to already see Yiningshuang groveling pitifully at his feet. His mind raced with plans for how he would toy with and humiliate Yiningshuang to his heart's content. Ha 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 ha. Lost in his thoughts, Zhang Qingyan suddenly threw his head back and burst into a maniacal laugh, the sound echoing through the rainy night. He turned his gaze back to the cave and bellowed, Yiningshuang. Stop your futile struggles. Come out willingly, and perhaps I'll grant you a quick death. Otherwise, once we break through, you'll suffer terribly. Yiningshuang, struggling to stay upright, roared in fury upon hearing this, Zhang Qingyan, you're dreaming. If you want my life, come in. Even if I die, I'll take someone down with me. Zhang Qingyan laughed as if he'd heard the biggest joke in the world, bending over double until tears nearly streamed from his eyes. You? A worthless whose cultivation is completely destroyed? What do you plan to use to take someone down with you? Your big mouth full of empty threats? The disciples joined in the mocking laughter. Confident in their own cultivation, they saw Yiningshuang as nothing more than fish on a cutting board, helpless and ready for slaughter. At that moment, the defensive array's glow grew increasingly faint, on the verge of dissipating. Yiningshuang wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth with trembling hands. The crimson stain stood out starkly against her pale skin. Lin Xiao had fallen into a deep sleep at some point, but now he jolted awake. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he cursed silently under his breath. Even in this state, I still have nightmares. As he pondered, he glanced at the time and saw it was still the early hours of the morning. But for someone facing death, the hour held little meaning now. Being able to sleep whenever he felt tired was, in a way, a blessing. He opened his phone and instinctively launched the game, his mind filled with worry for Yiningshuang's safety. But then he remembered he had set up a defensive formation for her before leaving, so she should be fine. Soon, as the sound of the game loaded, he entered the virtual world. He rubbed his still drowsy eyes, but before he could look around, his phone suddenly vibrated. Lin Xiao looked at it in confusion. The moment he recognized the game interface, his heart sank in alarm. He hurriedly opened the game map and immediately saw 7 red dots circling outside the cave dwelling. Each dot bore a sword and knife icon, a clear indication of an attack in progress. Simultaneously, the sword and knife icons flashed rapidly, indicating the intensity of the assault. Damn it! In an instant, Lin Xiao's drowsiness vanished. I just took a nap, and my place nearly got robbed. Thankfully, I set up defensive formations to buy Yiningshuang some time. Otherwise, she might have met with disaster. The thought sent a chill down Lin Xiao's spine. He seemed to have forgotten this was merely a game. The array was now teetering on the brink of collapse. Simultaneously, a red light flashed at the edge of his phone screen, warning him of the current crisis. Warning, intermediate defense formation reaching limit. The game's prompt made it crystal clear, he had to act fast. If he didn't respond within half a minute, the formation would be shattered, and Yiningshuang's life would be in grave danger. What to do? Top up. Seeing Yiningshuang's desperate expression and the crimson blood staining her sleeves, Lin Xiao felt overwhelming rage mixed with a pang of heartache. He had already forgotten his earlier words about spending less. You blind fools! Don't you know who protects Yiningshuang? Lin Xiao roared. It was bad enough that his real life was so miserable, with his days numbered. But to be bullied even in a game? So what if they were whales? With that thought, Lin Xiao turned his gaze back to the game screen. Where's the recharge button? Where the hell is it? Staring at the game interface, he couldn't help but feel a surge of impatience. As Lin Xiao thought this, the game immediately popped up a recharge option. Your defensive formation is crumbling. Your virtual girlfriend Yiningshuang is about to be in grave danger. How can you stand by and do nothing? Purchase the cave-dwelling defense shield now. Not 999. Not even 888. Just 666. 666. The moment he saw that number, Lin Xiao hesitated for a split second. After all, this single top-up far exceeded the total amount of his previous top-ups combined. But hesitation or not, his finger had already tapped the recharge button. Yiningshuang was merely a game code, yet in Lin Xiao's eyes at that moment, she seemed like a living person standing before him, looking at him with pleading eyes. Who could resist that? Soon, Lin Xiao's top-up was complete. Ding! Congratulations, your recharge was successful. You have obtained the cave-dwelling defense shield. Cave defense shield activating. As a progress bar appeared, Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Attack! Let's see how you break through this time. Chapter 10, Affinity. After completing the recharge, Lin Xiao could finally breathe easy, though his heart remained filled with fury. Those damn NPCs must have been trying to break his defensive array while he was away. Now that he was back, he'd see exactly how they planned to break it. He was a whales now. With that thought, he sat up against the bed, propping his phone back onto the stand. Then, with keen interest, he stared at the game interface. Inside the cave dwelling, Yiningshuang gritted her teeth, fists clenched tightly, as the defensive array teetered on the brink of collapse. Suddenly, streaks of light burst forth before her eyes. In an instant, they spread outward, enveloping the entire formation. Witnessing this unexpected change, Yiningshuang's heart skipped a beat, yet she dared not let her guard down for even a moment. After all, she was no array master and had no clue what was actually happening before her eyes. Could this even be a sign that the formation had been utterly shattered? She abruptly stepped back, her spiritual energy surging through her body, causing her long skirt to billow without a breath of wind. Earlier, outside the cave dwelling. For this final strike, focus your power at this location and unleash your most devastating attack. Lu Yuan commanded loudly. What good was an intermediate-level defensive formation? No matter how flawlessly or meticulously it was arranged, it would still be shattered by him in the end. At these words, the others felt a surge of joy in their hearts. After unleashing their attacks without reserve for so long, they had begun to feel exhausted. Now, success was finally within reach. Bring it on. Zhang Qingyan roared with maniacal laughter, his eyes burning with impatience. He couldn't wait to storm into the cave dwelling. Following Lu Yuan's lead, the others swiftly followed suit. Boom! Suddenly, a series of attacks erupted, crashing heavily against the formation. With Zhang Qingyan's final strike, a crisp sound echoed out. In an instant, the array, shimmering with runes, began to crack like a mirror. The fissures spread outward from the center, radiating across its surface. The formation was shattered. Yes! Zhang Qingyan exclaimed with delight, clenching his fist before raising his head toward the cave dwelling and bellowing, Yiningshuang, we're coming. His voice, heightened by excitement, grew sharp, piercing through the rain like a blade, cutting clearly through the air to reach Yiningshuang's ears within the cave dwelling. Hearing this, Yiningshuang's heart sank with dread. Could the earlier disturbance truly have been merely a precursor to the formation's collapse? Now that the formation had completely shattered, she had nowhere left to hide. Though she had repeatedly encouraged herself mentally, the reality of this moment still brought fear. Senior, I will survive. Her words seemed directed at Lin Xiao, but they were more a rallying cry for herself. Outside the game, Lin Xiao froze upon hearing her words. Then it dawned on him he hadn't told her, and she seemed unaware that he had already topped up her defensive shield. At the same time, he understood clearly, even facing certain death, Yiningshuang was prepared to fight to the death. But with him here now, how could he possibly let her do such a thing? With that thought, Lin Xiao typed, stay inside the cave dwelling. I've reinforced its defenses, they can't get in. Immediately, his words were transformed once more. Inside the cave, Yiningshuang, who had been about to step forward, suddenly heard that familiar, ethereal, and solemn voice. Remain within the cave dwelling. I have cast a spell upon it, no outsider can breach its defenses. She froze, momentarily unable to process it. But once she comprehended, Yiningshuang's face lit up with excitement, and she wept with joy. Elder, you're still here. Learning that the senior was still present and had already intervened, Yiningshuang's resolve to fight to the death slowly dissipated, and the tension in her expression finally dissolved. Yining Shuang affection plus 10, current 30. Affection reached 30, unlocked personal card feature. Can now view Yining Shuang's current status information, etc. Note, as your digital girlfriend, how could you not know her? Lin Xiao suddenly saw these prompts and froze, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. No wonder something felt missing. A virtual girlfriend game without a favorability system? But her affection level is only 30 now? This thought only deepened his confusion. After all, he had saved her life and given her a second chance at existence. Then Lin Xiao noticed the affection option appearing on the game interface. Yining Shuang affection level, 30 gratitude. Note, this affinity rating reflects your progress in nurturing your digital girlfriend. Other interactions will not increase this specific affinity. Note, giving gifts and spending time with your virtual girlfriend will rapidly increase this affinity. Note, reaching specific affection milestones unlocks mysterious rewards. Reading through the explanations displayed before him, Lin Xiao gained a general understanding. This affection level could be seen as a progress bar for nurturing Yining Shuang. In human terms, Yining Shuang now felt grateful toward him, desired to repay him, and would even sacrifice her life for him, though this had nothing to do with the affection level. This significantly enhanced the game's progression and playability. Lin Xiao understood. He then began exploring the new personal information feature. At that moment, Yining Shuang's avatar appeared in the upper left corner of the game screen. Below the avatar, her current physical condition was displayed. Minor injury. Lin Xiao tapped it open, and Yining Shuang's personal information appeared before his eyes. Name, Yining Shuang. Age, 20, female. Cultivation level, Qi cultivation stage 8. Status, former disciple of Ling Xiao sword sect, now expelled and practicing independently. Background, orphaned at a young age after her family's tragedy, later entered Ling Xiao sword sect. After reading Yining Shuang's background, Lin Xiao remained lost in thought for a long while. Protagonist template. This was the textbook definition of a protagonist template. As everyone knows, being the protagonist template isn't exactly a blessing. Typically, such individuals endure the most wretched of fates. Yining Shuang's case was particularly severe. Orphaned at a young age, she entered the Ling Xiao sword sect only to be envied for her talent and subjected to bone gouging. At just 20 years old, an age when women in the real world are in the prime of their youth, enjoying college life, Yining Shuang had already endured so much. Yet despite it all, she refused to despair. Instead of giving in, she fought back relentlessly. This earned her Lin Xiao's profound admiration. Then it hit him, this was just a game. Damn, this game is incredibly well made. It'd be even better if it didn't push pay to win so hard. Lin Xiao sighed inwardly. With that thought, he turned his gaze back to the game interface. Outside the cave dwelling, Zhang Qingyan led several people as they stepped forward, about to enter the cave dwelling. But suddenly, a golden light descended from the heavens, like a great bell, crashing down with a thunderous clang, accompanied by a dull thud. A wave of golden light radiated out from the cave dwelling. Chapter 11, Bundled Sale. As the golden light appeared, Zhang Qingyan reacted with lightning speed. His figure abruptly retreated, covering a considerable distance in no time. Several disciples following behind Zhang Qingyan saw his actions and reacted simultaneously, retreating backward to create distance. But Lu Yuan, who was at the very front, wasn't so fortunate. His cultivation base was already low, and his reaction speed and agility were far inferior to Zhang Qingyan's. As the golden light descended, Lu Yuan, who had been attempting to advance further, felt an overwhelmingly powerful shockwave. Under this force, Lu Yuan had no strength whatsoever to resist. He was instantly hurled backward, crashing heavily to the ground and spitting blood. Witnessing this, Zhang Qingyan felt a sudden chill run through him. Thankfully, his reflexes had been quick, otherwise, under that force, he wouldn't have fared much better. At the same time, the disciples who witnessed this were filled with utter horror. They hurriedly retreated backward. Zhang Qingyan, however, stepped forward. His expression betrayed a mix of confusion and anger. He reached out to help Lu Yuan to his feet, demanding, "What the hell is going on here?" His tone carried a palpable edge of displeasure. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan's injuries eased slightly. Supported by Zhang Qingyan, he coughed lightly before looking up again. Golden light now radiated like a great bell, completely enveloping Yining Shuang's cave dwelling within its protection. He too stared at the scene in bewilderment, utterly unable to comprehend why this thing had suddenly appeared. "I don't know either. I clearly broke the formation, and we should have been able to enter the cave residence." As he spoke, Lu Yuan's expression grew increasingly grim. In front of so many people, his reputation as an array master had been utterly ruined. Hearing Lu Yuan's words, Zhang Qingyan grew even more furious. He immediately set Lu Yuan down and stood up. Lu Yuan let out a muffled groan under his weight, but Zhang Qingyan didn't even glance at him. After all this time, not only had he failed to kill Yining Shuang and bring her corpse back as proof, but he hadn't even gotten the chance to see her face. First the defensive formation, now this bizarre contraption. The longer this dragged on, the worse his image in Mo Yinxiao's eyes became. Lost in thought, Zhang Qingyan felt a surge of rage boiling within him. "You're a cripple. Just a cripple. Why must you persist in this futile resistance?" He shouted, simultaneously drawing his long sword and lunging forward with a burst of speed, his foundation establishment cultivation fully unleashed. Suddenly, his sword came crashing down with tremendous force. Even the disciples nearby felt the overwhelming power surge. Crack! With a thunderous crash, Zhang Qingyan's sword struck the golden light with tremendous force. Yet under his attack, the golden light didn't shatter, it didn't even flinch. Zhang Qingyan, however, was left reeling. The recoil force sent him stumbling backwards several steps, nearly knocking him to the ground. Damn it! He steadied himself once more, his eyes blazing with intense murderous intent. I may not know what this is, but I refuse to believe absolute power cannot break it. Yiningshuang, don't get too cocky. With that, he ordered his disciples to launch another coordinated assault. In an instant, wave after wave of powerful force slammed into the golden light. Yet as the attacks landed, the disciples grew increasingly dumbfounded. The golden light remained utterly unmoved, showing not the slightest change. After all, even the previous formation had shown some effect when attacked. Inside the cave dwelling, Yiningshuang also heard Zhang Qingyan's taunts, but she felt utterly at ease, knowing the elder was present. Since the senior had declared her absolute safety here, even if they fought to the death, they would never breach this barrier. In the blink of an eye, the situation had undergone a complete reversal. She, who had faced certain death moments ago, now sat securely within the cave dwelling. Yiningshuang understood all too well that this transformation was solely due to the arrival of the senior. Lin Xiao watched Zhang Qingyan's furious, incessant ranting on the game interface and couldn't help but laugh aloud. You weren't just sneaking around my base while I was gone? If you're so skilled, then hurry up and break through my shield. Of course, the in-game character couldn't hear his words. Right before Lin Xiao's eyes, Zhang Qingyan relentlessly led his team in wave after wave of attacks, showing no signs of stopping. Yet despite their relentless efforts, they achieved nothing. The shield remained unbroken, not even a single crack appearing in its surface. Before long, one disciple's spiritual energy depleted, and he retreated. Damn it! Zhang Qingyan's furious roar echoed through the game once more. Who the hell is so blind as to dare sabotage Ling Xiaosek's affairs? Don't you want to live? If you've got the guts, show yourself. He knew full well this wasn't Yiningshuang's doing. Not only was she now crippled, but even in her prime, she couldn't have accomplished this. Oh? Hearing this, Lin Xiao found it highly amusing. He certainly wouldn't be provoked by mere words from a lowly game character. But letting them attack indefinitely wasn't a solution either. Even if these NPCs fought to the death, they'd never break through. Moreover, their constant taunting outside would inevitably disturb Yiningshuang. Most importantly, they'd come knocking at his door. How could he not fight back? With that thought, he knew it was time to top up his account again. But since he'd already topped up his shield, what was a little more? With that thought, Lin Xiao made up his mind. He immediately looked down at his game interface. As if reading his mind, a massive gift package instantly popped up in the game. Yiningshuang's cave residence is under attack. Passive defense isn't sustainable, we must strike proactively and wipe out these invaders. Cut the crap. Just tell me how much to top up. Lin Xiao retorted. Then, another interface popped up. Thunder Summoning Talisman summons terrifying celestial thunderbolts to lock onto enemies, leaving them nowhere to flee. Originally priced at 80 yuan each, these heavenly thunder summoning charms are now available in a bundle. Get 6 for just 300 yuan. What are you waiting for? Place your order now. 50 yuan each, that's a pretty decent discount. Lin Xiao pondered, but quickly snapped out of it. Wait, he was getting carried away. What production costs could this game code possibly have? Unless it's a life or death crisis, he absolutely couldn't keep spending so recklessly. He reassured himself inwardly, then gritted his teeth and completed another top-up. After completing the top-up, Lin Xiao typed to Yiningshuang, "Stay put. I'll take care of these guys for you." After sending the message, he clicked the Thunder Summoning Talisman and locked onto the figures outside the cave dwelling. Chapter 12, Thunderfall. Inside the cave dwelling. After the elder spoke those words, silence fell. Yiningshuang stood still, waiting quietly, her gaze occasionally drifting toward the cave entrance. At the entrance, the golden light still blazed intensely, showing no sign of weakening. The elder remained silent for a long while. This brief stillness stirred a flicker of unease within her heart. After all, Zhang Qingyan and the others still lurked outside like a pack of wolves. Unconsciously, the urge to initiate communication with the elder stirred within her. Her lips parted slightly several times, but she hesitated each time, her mind racing with thoughts of what to say, yet unable to find the words to begin. Just as she was wrestling with her thoughts, that solemn, ethereal voice sounded once more. By now, Yiningshuang was utterly familiar with this voice. Rest assured and wait. I shall intervene to help you eliminate them. Hearing these words, her heart jolted violently, and an overwhelming surge of excitement instantly flooded her chest. Yiningshuang's pale blue eyes flashed with brilliance. Without a moment's hesitation, she nodded fiercely. At that moment, Yiningshuang's heart was filled with gratitude toward the elder, yet also brimming with intense curiosity. She had no idea what methods the elder would employ to deal with Zhang Qingyan and the others outside. Yet deep within her, she held an unshakable certainty: once the elder made her move, those outside would have no chance of survival. She stood silently within the cave dwelling, her hands clenching unconsciously. After uttering these words, Lin Xiao hesitated no longer. He decisively activated the Heavenly Thunder Summoning Talisman. Then the game interface displayed another pointer, clearly prompting the player to select a target for attack. Who should I start with? His finger hovered back and forth before settling on an inconspicuous disciple. Zhang Qingyan was the ringleader and the loudest of the bunch, but killing him first would spoil the fun. It'll be more fun to let him watch. Lin Xiao clicked the confirmation button with an expression of utter indifference. Instantly, the thunder summoning talisman ignited within the game interface, then transformed into a colossal force surging toward the heavens above the screen. Outside the cave dwelling, the sky where the rain had been gradually weakening and the thunder fading suddenly turned turbulent. A deep, rumbling thunderclap boomed once more. At first, the sound seemed distant, but in the blink of an eye, it surged forward like a rolling torrent, closing in above Zhang Qingyan and his companions. However, Zhang Qingyan and his companions, engrossed in their attack, paid little heed to this. Their sole focus was breaking through the golden shield and putting Yi Ningxuang to death. Moreover, after a night of relentless downpour, the sudden thunderclaps went largely unnoticed. Zhang Qingyan and his companions remained utterly unaware that vast, inky clouds were gathering at an astonishing speed directly above their heads. These clouds churned and rolled as if stirred by an invisible giant hand, their depths harboring terrifying thunderous power. Simultaneously, purple bolts of lightning flickered and danced within the clouds, like vicious, writhing dragons radiating destructive power. And these bolts of thunder were all precisely locked onto the position where Zhang Qingyan and the others stood. Zhang Qingyan's eyes burned crimson as he stared fixedly at the golden shield, solid as ever, as if he could pierce right through it. His chest heaved violently as rage threatened to consume him entirely. Yi Ningxuang, you! What kind of skill is hiding inside that thing? If you've got the guts, come out! He roared hoarsely, his voice echoing with boundless murderous intent. The disciples beside him wore equally furious expressions. They had wasted so much time already. They had thought victory was assured, only to be blocked by this inexplicably appearing shield. Attacking a cripple like this had utterly destroyed their dignity. Oomph! A cripple dares to act this way? Once we break this thing, we'll make that wish she were dead. Exactly. She can hide for a moment, but she can't hide forever. The disciples shouted in unison, their attacks relentless. Yet before their shouts faded, a deafening roar erupted from the sky. A thunderbolt as thick as a water barrel, like a primordial beast, coalesced and crashed down from the churning dark clouds. The thunderbolt carried a world-shattering force. Wherever it passed, the air seemed to freeze solid, crackling with a crackling sound. Still lost in their rage and curses, the men failed to notice the deadly peril descending upon them. This rain! Finally, someone noticed. They looked up just in time to freeze in horror. The others sensed it too and looked up. But by the time they grasped the terrifying power of that thunder, it was already too late. The targeted disciple felt a searing thunderbolt instantly pierce his entire body. Before he could even utter a scream, his body fell silent under the thunder's brutal assault. His skin instantly cracked and dried, muscles scorched by intense heat, emitting waves of acrid smoke. His eyes were wide open, filled with terror and despair. In a mere instant, this once lively disciple was reduced to ashes by the thunder, leaving only a pile of smoldering remains. The scene was gruesome and terrifying. The thick stench of blood and scorched flesh quickly filled the air, sending a chill through everyone present. Their earlier arrogance was instantly extinguished by this sudden turn of events. This. Zhang Qingyan paled in shock, staring at the remains beside him, his heart sinking with dread. That thunderbolt had struck right beside him. He could feel the sheer terror of that thunderbolt. Had it struck him instead, his fate would have been all too clear. He wasn't alone. Everyone present was now utterly horrified, eyes wide with terror etched across their faces. They never imagined such a bizarre and deadly scene could erupt so suddenly. Forcing back his fear, Zhang Qingyan summoned his courage and roared defiantly toward the sky, "Who dares attack us? We are disciples of the Lingxiao sword sect." He invoked the Lingxiao sword sect's prestige, hoping to intimidate the hidden assailant. Yet, the only response was the rolling thunder. The surroundings fell into complete silence, with no one answering his call. Just then, another bolt of lightning, like a dragon emerging from the sea, roared down from the dark clouds with overwhelming force. The blinding light of the thunder seemed to illuminate the entire world. Zhang Qingyan paled at the sight, yet still managed to shout to the others, "Scatter! Scatter quickly!" The others snapped out of their daze, scrambling frantically in different directions. Yet the thunderbolt seemed possessed of its own will, locking onto one disciple. The disciple sprinted frantically, stumbling with each step, his mouth screaming in terror, "No! Don't!" Yet no matter where he fled, the bolt of lightning pursued him relentlessly. Chapter 13, Zhang Qingyan, save me! Terrified by the scene unfolding before them, everyone was too busy saving their own skins to spare a thought for the disciple being pursued by the thunderbolt. The disciple felt as though an invisible force had locked onto him, trapping him wherever he fled. The air around him seemed to freeze, making every step excruciatingly difficult. Despair spread through his heart as he watched helplessly, the thunderbolt closing in relentlessly. Finally, the thunderbolt struck the disciple without mercy. With a thunderous crash, the disciple was instantly engulfed by the lightning. A piercing scream echoed, followed by utter silence. Simultaneously, a powerful shockwave radiated outward from him, knocking the others off balance and causing leaves to fall from nearby trees. Having already lost one comrade, now witnessing another perish instantly beneath the thunderbolt, fear washed over them like a tidal wave, completely engulfing them. Terror etched itself upon every face, eyes darting wildly with panic as their footsteps faltered unconsciously. What the hell is going on? We have to get out of here. Run! Zhang Qingyan, though equally terrified, drew upon years of cultivation and combat experience to force himself to remain calm amidst the chaos. His gaze fixed intently on the churning black clouds in the sky and the bolts of lightning threatening to strike at any moment. Suddenly, something occurred to him. Suddenly, his expression changed as if he'd made a discovery. He forced himself to sound calm as he said, "Everyone, stay calm. It seems this lightning only strikes one person at a time, and once it locks onto someone, it relentlessly pursues them." At these words, everyone gasped in shock. Simultaneously, they halted their frantic movements, instinctively scanning their surroundings and glancing at those beside them, their eyes filled with wariness and dread. Each person dreaded becoming the next unfortunate soul chosen by the lightning, and the tension in the air instantly reached its peak. They exchanged nervous glances, none daring to make a move. It felt as though the slightest carelessness could summon the deadly thunder. Cold sweat rolled down their foreheads, and their breathing grew rapid and heavy. Each could almost hear their own heartbeat pounding, sounding unusually loud in the silence. At that very moment, lightning flashed across the sky once more. Inside the cave dwelling, Yiningshuang had felt slightly reassured by the protection of her senior, but the sudden claps of thunder and screams from outside shattered the tranquility in an instant. Her heart clenched violently, and she found herself instinctively moving toward the cave entrance. The thunderclaps were deafening, each explosion seeming to pierce through the cave walls. The piercing screams interwoven with it sent a chill down her spine. Yet she couldn't make out what was happening outside. Curiosity spread like a vine, growing wildly within her heart. She knew this was undoubtedly connected to the elder's intervention, but what manner of technique could possibly unleash such terrifying commotion? Yiningshuang bit her lower lip, her mind swirling with questions. Watching the thunder strike down and reduce the two figures to dust in an instant, Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel a surge of awe. That's certainly powerful enough. But considering a thunder summoning talisman cost 50 credits, such power was only to be expected. If this talisman couldn't handle these few opponents, Lin Xiao might just delete the game. 3 remained. Which one should he target next? As he pondered, the last disciple turned and fled, a runaway icon appearing above his head. So eager to run? Then you're next. Having brought them here, Lin Xiao wouldn't let them leave, especially since they intended to harm Yiningshuang. Outside the cave dwelling, the three exchanged glances. At the same time, Zhang Qingyan noticed the thunder gathering once more overhead. "Oh no!" he exclaimed in alarm. At that very moment, the disciple let out a startled cry, his composure shattered. He turned and fled without a second thought. Seeing this, Zhang Qingyan was stunned. The thunderbolt struck only one target at a time. The fewer people present, the higher the probability it would hit him, and the greater the danger he faced. But the disciple moved with blinding speed. He had no time to react. "Stop right now!" The disciple paid Zhang Qingyan no mind whatsoever. Overwhelmed with joy at the prospect of survival, he had long cast all other concerns aside in the face of mortal peril. As for any retaliation or punishment that might follow, he'd worry about that after he survived. Zhang Qingyan watched the scene unfold, his rage boiling over. "Zhang Qingyan, what about us?" Cold sweat beaded on Lu Yuan's forehead as he asked. After all, though he was an array master, he possessed the lowest cultivation among those present. His entire hope for survival now rested on Zhang Qingyan. "Don't move," Zhang Qingyan said. He knew that acting rashly would only lead to an even quicker death. And just as he had foreseen, the moment the disciple made a move, thunder struck down in an instant. Crack! This bolt of thunder was even faster, instantly locking onto the disciple. As the thunderbolt descended, a thunderous boom echoed, and the disciple was instantly reduced to ashes, without even a chance to utter a scream. In an instant, only Zhang Qingyan and Lu Yuan remained on the field. Lu Yuan let out a startled cry, "Ah," and collapsed to the ground in terror. "What the hell is this? Why did they die? We were only here to capture a useless." "Zhang Qingyan, tell me," he roared at Zhang Qingyan, his expression seething with fury. Zhang Qingyan, too, frowned. Though outwardly calm, he was deeply shaken inside. To maintain composure in the face of mortal danger required extraordinary resolve. He shot Lu Yuan a cold stare and snapped, "Shut your mouth if you don't want to die sooner." Zhang Qingyan was equally puzzled. How did he know? Why had this happened? "Whoever you are, show yourself. We are disciples of the Lingxiao sword sect, and I am a close associate of the Grand Elder, Mo Yunxiao." He raised his voice again, this time explicitly naming Mo Yunxiao. Yet as his voice echoed, there remained not a single response. Instead, thunderous roars answered him. It reverberated across the heavens and earth once more, like the tolling of doomsday bells. This time, the thunderbolt, carrying the force of destruction, struck straight toward Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan watched the thunder approach, his face instantly turning as white as paper. His legs went weak, and a warm wetness spread between his legs. He had wet himself in sheer terror. The disciples who had been pursued by the thunderbolts moments ago had been utterly helpless, meeting their end in an instant. He knew his own strength all too well, realizing there was no escape from this terrifying thunder. Despair consumed him now. Save me, Zhang Qingyan. Save me. Chapter 14, One-Time Use. Lu Yuan shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice dripping with despair. Yet his throat felt constricted, as if something had lodged there. After a few desperate cries for help, he could only manage a few faint whimpers. For a moment, he could only watch helplessly as the deadly thunderclap drew nearer, its blinding flash illuminating his face in a sickly pallor. Senior brother Zhang, save me. His voice was filled with despair and pleading, choked with tears, sounding so insignificant amidst the thunderous roar. He didn't want to die. Zhang Qingyan watched this scene, his face darkening like ink had been splashed across it. He knew full well he had no power to withstand this bizarre and terrifying thunderbolt. Even invoking the name of Lingxiao sword sect earlier had fallen on deaf ears, and now, even mentioning Imo Yunxiao's name would likely be futile. Now, only one thought occupied his mind: run. It was his only hope for survival. He glanced at Lu Yuan, a complex flicker crossing his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Lu Yuan, give up. I can barely save myself." With that, he hesitated no longer. Turning on his heel, he vanished into a streak of light, streaking toward the distance. Lu Yuan's eyes widened, filled with disbelief and rage. He roared in despair, "Zhang Qingyan. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be here. I'm going to die, but even as a ghost, I won't let you off. Zhang Qingyan, you won't escape either. You'll die too." But before his words faded, the thunderbolt crashed down. With a deafening boom, Lu Yuan was instantly engulfed by the thunder, leaving only a piercing scream echoing through the air before all sound ceased. A charred, blackened patch remained on the ground. Zhang Qingyan fled desperately without looking back, inwardly gloating that his hunch had been right. He could escape while the thunderbolt attacked Lu Yuan. But just then, he suddenly sensed an overwhelming sense of pressure bearing down on him from behind. He instinctively glanced back, only to see an even thicker, more dazzling bolt of lightning rapidly coalescing. Its target was none other than himself. No! How could this be? Zhang Qingyan's face drained of color as despair washed over him. In that brief instant, it felt like falling from heaven to hell. He knew there was nowhere to run, no way to fight back. His legs buckled instantly. With a thud, he fell to his knees, his voice trembling as he cried out, "Spare me! Spare me!" Yet the thunderbolt showed no sign of weakening, still bearing down on him with unstoppable force. In his panic, Zhang Qingyan suddenly thought of Yi Ningxuang inside the cave dwelling, as if clutching at a last straw. Yes, all of this had happened because of her. In an instant, he turned toward the cave dwelling and pleaded in a low, desperate voice, "Yi Ningxuang, I beg you, intercede for me. Make him spare me. I'll never dare again, I beg you." Inside the cave, Yi Ningxuang heard Zhang Qingyan's pleas. A cold gleam flashed in her beautiful eyes before she responded indifferently, "When you tried to wipe me out completely, did you ever imagine this day would come? It's too late for mercy now." Hearing Yi Ningxuang's words, Zhang Qingyan's last shred of hope shattered completely. In utter despair, he roared, "Yi Ningxuang. When I die, Elder Mo will learn of this soon. No matter who's behind you, and that none of you will escape. None of you will escape." Yet before his words faded, the thunderbolt struck mercilessly. With a deafening boom, Zhang Qingyan was instantly consumed by the thunder's power, reduced to a pile of ashes. Only the pungent smell of burning lingered in the air. As Zhang Qingyan's desperate roar faded, Yi Ningxuang noticed the protective shield enveloping the cave dwelling slowly dissipating. Before long, the golden-hued shield vanished completely. Noticing this, Yi Ningxuang took a deep breath, her heart pounding with tension as she cautiously stepped out of the cave. The sight before her instantly made her gasp in horror, her face turning pale. The ground outside the cave was charred black and pitted with craters, clearly ravaged by a terrifying force. Several corpses had been reduced to black powder, emitting waves of pungent, acrid odors that made one want to vomit. Each death was gruesome beyond bearing, the mingled stench of blood and charred flesh suffocating the air. Yi Ningxuang examined the scene closely and discovered that without exception, every single one of them had been killed with a single strike. Such terrifying skill left her once again in awe of the elder's prowess. Even from the conversation, it was clear the predecessor remained as elusive as ever, never revealing their face. Her eyes widened in awe and shock as she murmured, "Who on earth is this senior? Such methods, utterly terrifying." She recalled how, not long ago, she had been trapped in a desperate situation, teetering on the edge of life and death. Yet now, under the protection of this elder, she was safe and sound. And now, with all these enemies met with such a gruesome end, an indescribable wave of gratitude surged within Yi Ningxuang's heart. In the sky, the dark clouds gradually dispersed. Sunlight pierced through the layers, casting threads of light, yet it failed to dispel the lingering stench of blood and terror that permeated the air. Yining Shuang stood motionless, unable to shake off the shock for a long while. For her, this was no longer a mere stroke of luck. As the last of the Zhang Qingyan faction was utterly annihilated by the Heavenly Thunder Talisman, a notification echoed through the game interface. Congratulations on repelling the invaders and once again protecting your virtual girlfriend. Invaders defeated, Cave Sanctuary shield dissipated. Ha! Hearing this, Lin Xiao froze in surprise. He hurriedly looked over and saw the golden shield within the game interface had already dissipated. Yi Ningxuan emerged from the cave dwelling. Wait, this cave sanctuary shield is also single-use. He exclaimed in utter astonishment. 666, you gave me a one-time shield. Lin Xiao cursed furiously, wishing he could uninstall the game right then and there. That wasn't $6, nor 60, it was a full 666. For the average person, that was no small sum. Fine, your attack method is one-time use, but this ING ripoff is too much. Amidst Lin Xiao's ranting and cursing, the game interface popped up another notification. Defensive shields are ultimately external tools. They can protect your virtual girlfriend for a time, but not forever. To keep your digital girlfriend safe, enhancing her own capabilities is what truly matters. Sigh. Lin Xiao sighed. He'd already spent 666 credits, there was no point in saying anything now. But the game did make a valid point. He couldn't keep spending money to resolve every danger Yi Ningxuang faced. He was just a seriously ill patient, not some wealthy tycoon. Besides, he couldn't keep his eyes glued to his phone all the time. To keep Yi Ningxuang safe, he had to help her grow stronger. But how to strengthen her? Chapter 15, Full Safety Net. Lin Xiao pondered this and came to a realization. It was true the game's core purpose was to nurture Yi Ningxuang, enhance her abilities, and ultimately ensure her survival in the cultivation world. But to rapidly boost her strength, he inevitably faced the issue of spending money again. This thought brought a wave of frustration to Lin Xiao. How long had he even been playing this game? He'd already spent over 1,000. That was no small sum. Yet he couldn't bring himself to abandon the game now. Seeing Yi Ningxuan come to life within it, how could he bear to simply delete it? Moreover, for the current Lin Xiao, the game had become a source of solace. If more dangers arose, he'd have to top up again to protect her. Might as well go all in now and boost her strength directly. Roulette feature unlocked, available in the game store. Newbie perk, first 10 draw free. Damn it, why does it always have to be gacha? Every gamer knows how unfair gacha systems are. Despite his inner grumbling, Lin Xiao still opened the store. The lottery feature sat prominently on the store's homepage, impossible to miss. Lin Xiao entered the roulette draw. The rewards listed were one more generous than the next: high-grade spirit stones, magical artifacts, and other items like pills and cultivation techniques whose uses he didn't even know. They sure are generous. Lin Xiao nodded in satisfaction as he scanned the rewards. But when he spotted one particular item, his face darkened instantly. Chi Recovery Pill restores a small amount of spiritual energy. While this item wasn't particularly valuable, it wasn't enough to upset Lin Xiao. The real issue was the 90% probability listed beneath the Chi Recovery Pill. And all the other rewards shared the remaining 10% chance. Damn it, still just as shady. This meant that if he pulled 10 times, he'd likely get at least 9 spirit recovery pills. Lost in thought, Lin Xiao continued scanning the options. Just then, a reward slot shimmering with golden light caught his attention. Key, collect 5 to unlock the South Mountain Secret Realm. Probability, 1%. The sight of that probability instantly doused the flicker of excitement that had just begun to rise within him. This meant that even with 100 pulls, he could only guarantee 1 key. Yet unlocking the secret realm required a full 5 keys. And even after obtaining all 5 keys to unlock the realm, it would merely grant Yi Ningxuang a single entry opportunity. It wouldn't directly enhance her strength at all. This is outrageous. Even more exploitative than that damn old Moz game. Lin Xiao muttered under his breath, but what bothered him most was the price of the draws. He continued scrolling down. Single draw, 5. 10 draw, 50, first 10 draw free. If the key had a guaranteed drop rate after 100 pulls, that meant he'd need at least 500 pulls to get one. Lin Xiao couldn't care less about the other rewards. The odds made it clear, the real jackpot of this roulette draw was that key. If Yi Ningxuang entered the secret realm, she wouldn't just get a good workout and all-around improvement, she'd also have a chance to obtain all sorts of treasures. If that were the case, it could significantly boost Yi Ningxuang's strength. For a moment, Lin Xiao felt conflicted. After all, gacha draws were different from direct purchases, and having played games for so long, he knew just how unlucky he was. After pondering, Lin Xiao exited the shop and looked at Yi Ningxuan on the game interface. He then typed, "Relying on my protection forever isn't a long-term solution. You must strengthen yourself. I can find you a secret realm. Are you willing to enter it for training?" As the words left his mouth, the voice echoed once more within the game. "Yi Ningxuan, my protection is not a long-term solution. You must swiftly enhance your cultivation. There exists a secret realm I can assist you in entering. Are you willing to undergo this trial?" Upon hearing the voice, Yi Ningxuan didn't hesitate. She immediately knelt on one knee, bowed her head respectfully, and said, "Ningxuang is naturally willing." "Thank you, senior." The fact that the elder hadn't abandoned her but instead offered to help her strengthen her abilities filled her heart with excitement. Outside the game, Lin Xiao's expression grew even more conflicted upon hearing this. No, that wasn't the right question. Given his current standing in her heart, whatever he said, she would surely agree with delight. Earlier, when considering the lottery draw, Lin Xiao had been indecisive. So he decided to ask Yi Ningxuang within the game to see what she'd say. He hadn't expected this outcome. For a moment, Lin Xiao considered typing something else, but then he saw the intense hope in Yi Ningxuang's eyes. "Senior, you value me so highly and have nurtured me. I will work tirelessly and never disappoint you," she declared with unwavering conviction, her eyes brimming with tears. Seeing this, Lin Xiao cursed inwardly. Damn it, this game. I might as well just hand over my wallet. Though he cursed aloud, he helplessly opened the game store and entered the gacha wheel. At this point, what else could he do but top up? Go for it. Feeling uncertain, Lin Xiao decided to test the waters with a small spin first. Just as he was about to spin, Lin Xiao froze, suddenly feeling like something was missing. He quickly switched back to the background and opened ball music. Good fortune played. The festive melody filled the air. Clasping his hands together, he murmured a prayer with solemn devotion, "Heaven above, please grant me something worthwhile." After completing these preparations, he took a deep breath and, with a nervous heart, clicked directly on the free 10 draw option. The pointer on the screen spun rapidly before coming to a series of stops. As the 10 results appeared, the interface changed. Lin Xiao's eyes widened as he watched 9 chi recovery pills icons pop up one after another. Finally, the last one was different, but it was only 10 high-grade spirit stones. His face darkened instantly, and he couldn't help but curse, "Just as I thought, all the guaranteed drops. This is so unfair." But since he'd already resolved to draw the secret key, he gritted his teeth and pressed on. Though a million reluctances churned within him, he steeled his resolve and topped up 500 yuan to give Yi Ningxuang a chance to enter the secret realm and strengthen her abilities. As the recharge confirmation chime rang out, Lin Xiao watched the funds appear in his game account. He clicked the lottery wheel once more, initiating another 10 consecutive draws. Yet no matter what game he played, his terrible luck remained unchanged. After another 10 consecutive pulls, 9 more chi recovery pills appeared in succession. The final item was merely a temporary medicinal ingredient offering little immediate benefit. Time after time, it was nothing but guaranteed drops. Not even a glimpse of the key. Lin Xiao's expression darkened, his anger boiling over. He couldn't help but roar, "What kind of crappy gacha is this? It's way too unfair. Are you even letting people play anymore?" Chapter 16, Heavenly Frost Divine Sword. But despite his curses, Lin Xiao lowered his head and continued pulling. His eyes fixed on the screen, filled with stubborn refusal to give up, his fingers repeatedly tapped the draw button. Reality, however, delivered a harsh slap across his face. Time and again, 10 consecutive draws yielded nothing but the guaranteed rewards. His mood grew increasingly sour as time ticked away, his remaining draws steadily dwindling. Finally, only 4 draws remained. Lin Xiao stared at the pitifully low number, his face turning ashen. He erupted in a torrent of curses. $500 just vanished. Not even a glimpse of a key. Does this game have to be this exploitative? Yet even at the peak of his rage, he was powerless. Now, he could only choose to continue or give up. Gritting his teeth and suppressing his rage, Lin Xiao clicked the draw button once more. One draw, chi recovery pill. Another pull, still a vitality restore pill. Yet another pull, still a vitality restoring pill. Lin Xiao's heart sank completely. The light faded from his eyes. 500. A full 500. This game is practically forcing me to hit the guaranteed prize. With no other choice, he pressed the button for his final draw. In an instant, the game interface burst into brilliant gold light. No need to guess, it was definitely the key. As the glow faded, an enigmatic icon appeared at the center of the screen, the very key to unlocking the Nanshan's secret realm. Finally got it. Before the draw, he'd clung to a sliver of hope. What if his luck suddenly skyrocketed and he pulled the key early? Reality dealt him a harsh blow, however, as he ultimately relied on the guaranteed reward to obtain his first key. He stared helplessly at the key icon on the screen, gritted his teeth, steeled his resolve, and topped up another 500. After all, he already had one. 4 more pulls would let Yi Ningxuang enter the Nanshan's secret realm. After completing the top-up, Lin Xiao immediately dove back into the lottery. But time after time, the guaranteed reward appeared. His expression darkened with each failure. As the number of draws climbed higher, finally, after the 100th pull, the second key appeared, but it was still only the guaranteed reward. This damn game. Why does this happen every single time? Lin Xiao cursed aloud. I refuse to believe it. Keep giving me the base reward forever if you dare. Another 100 yuan top-up succeeded. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. This time, Lin Xiao grew strangely calm, forced to accept the harsh reality of his terrible luck. Sigh, my luck is truly beyond redemption. He sighed helplessly, but then anger surged back up. He shouted at the game interface, "This game is such a ripoff. It's practically robbing people blind." Even so, he steeled himself and topped up another 1,000 yuan. After a long and agonizing guaranteed draw, the final 2 keys finally appeared one after another. Gazing at the 5 keys in his inventory, Lin Xiao finally exhaled in relief. The money was gone, but at least he had all the keys to unlock the Nanshan's secret realm. Lin Xiao thought to himself. Congratulations! You have drawn the Roulette General. Hidden reward activated. Seeing the new notification pop up on the game interface, Lin Xiao hurriedly looked over. Could it be that this game wasn't as exploitative as he'd thought and was actually compensating him? As he pondered, a hint of anticipation flickered in his eyes. You have obtained the key, granting you the chance to unlock the South Mountain's secret realm. But how could your virtual girlfriend enter empty-handed? Naturally, she needs a reliable weapon. Hidden reward Heavenly Frost Divine Sword limited time addition to the lottery wheel expires in 24 hours. The moment Lin Xiao saw the first prompt, he sensed something was off. After so many rounds of experience, he knew full well this wasn't a reward at all, it was just the game trying to squeeze more money out of him. The game interface then shifted. The key vanished, replaced by a sword appearing on the screen. Heavenly Frost Divine Sword. Quality, SSS. Origin, forged deep within a millennia-old glacier in the frozen wasteland. When cosmic energies fractured and calamity descended, the glacier shattered, birthing the Heavenly Frost Divine Sword. Upon its emergence, a 100-mile radius froze over, sealing all life in ice. Description: its blade possesses unmatched sharpness. As its icy glint flickers, it seems capable of freezing all things in the world. After reading the sword's description, Lin Xiao rubbed his eyes. Judging by this, the blade was indeed a treasure. He just wondered what the so-called SSS grade quality actually meant in the game world. Still, as the grand prize of this roulette, it must be no ordinary item. For Yi Ningxuan, this sword would be more than sufficient. It would undoubtedly boost her strength several-fold and likely increase her favorability quite a bit. Simultaneously, the game interface shifted again. The long sword now rested upon the roulette wheel, gleaming with a cold light that made it appear exceptionally extraordinary. But what concerned Lin Xiao most was how much the sword would cost. Heavenly Frost Divine Sword, 0.5% chance. Seeing this, Lin Xiao thought to himself, though the odds for this long sword were lower, it was considerably cheaper than the keys. After all, the key required a full 5 attempts, while this sword only needed 1 draw. Even with the full guarantee, it would only cost 1,000 yuan. If he opted for the draw, he could still obtain numerous other items that would boost Yi Ningxuang's strength. Moreover, this was the very first weapon to appear in the game, and it was even classified as SSS tier. He pulled. Lin Xiao made up his mind quickly and topped up another 1,000 yuan. If you come out, don't let me down. Top up successful. As the phone notification chimed, Lin Xiao took a deep breath and began the draw. The wheel spun relentlessly, vitality restoring pill, vitality restoring pill, vitality restoring pill. Spirit Stone. Lin Xiao didn't bother looking at these rewards. Such grand prizes were definitely not something he could obtain in the first few draws. Draw after draw, though the Heavenly Frost Divine Sword remained elusive, he did uncover several intriguing items. While their drop rates weren't high either, they were far more likely to appear than the Heavenly Frost Divine Sword. Items like Qi gathering pills to boost cultivation and basic formation arrays. Lin Xiao had no desire to examine them now. Just as he kept tapping to draw. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted. Lin Xiao froze for a moment before his heart surged with excitement. It came out early. I'm getting lucky. He hurriedly checked and discovered he had only drawn over 100 times, spending 1,000 yuan, with at least 200 yuan still remaining in the game. There it was, a sword radiating an icy chill, exquisitely crafted, appearing in the game. Lin Xiao beamed at the sight. Indeed, no one could stay unlucky forever. Congratulations! You have obtained the Celestial Frost Divine Sword. It has been added to your inventory. Now, the keys to unlock the secret realm were complete, and he'd even snagged the Heavenly Frost Divine Sword. With this, his preparations for entering the South Mountain secret realm were nearly finished. Chapter 17, Granting Cultivation Resources. After completing the lottery, Lin Xiao exited the shop and turned his gaze back to Yi Ningxuan within the game interface. Yi Ningxuan had also returned to the cave residence, seemingly waiting for Lin Xiao. Seeing this, Lin Xiao continued typing, "In that case, prepare yourself well. Once you cultivate to the foundation establishment stage, I'll take you to the secret realm for training." A voice then echoed within the cave, "Focus on your cultivation. Once you break through to foundation establishment, you may proceed to the secret realm for training." Hearing this, Yi Ningxuan hurriedly looked up in response, the delight in her eyes impossible to hide. "Yes, senior. Ningxuan will strive to break through to foundation establishment as soon as possible." With that said, Yi Ningxuan wasted no time, immediately sitting cross-legged. Yet as she began her cultivation, she instantly sensed something amiss. Previously, Yi Ningxuan's cultivation progress had been lightning fast, smoothly advancing all the way to the 8th layer of Qi cultivation. Now, however, as her cultivation level gradually increased, she distinctly felt the pressure mounting. Her cultivation progress was no longer as effortless as before, slowing considerably. Soon, she would have to push forward to the foundation establishment stage. This was a crucial threshold where the time required increased exponentially. She couldn't afford to be careless, she had to lay a solid foundation. As this thought crossed her mind, a terrifying notion involuntarily surfaced in Yi Ningxuan's thoughts. With her cultivation progress so painfully slow, would the senior cultivator grow dissatisfied with her? Would they begin to look down upon her? Once this thought took root, it spread like wildfire through her mind. Her worries deepened, her fear intensified, until she could no longer immerse herself in cultivation. After all, unlike before, the senior was watching her now. To accelerate her progress, she desperately needed cultivation resources. How fortunate it would be if she had spirit stones, elixirs, or other treasures to aid her practice at this moment. These resources, regardless of their value, could significantly shorten cultivation time and increase the chances of breakthrough. Yet now, she possessed nothing. After all, when she had fled Lingxiao Sword Sect earlier, she had barely escaped with her life. As for Zhang Qingyan and the others, they had all been reduced to ashes by the thunderous might unleashed by the senior. Yi Ningxuan hadn't even had the chance to retrieve storage rings from their bodies to search for any cultivation resources. She let out a long sigh, her face etched with helplessness and disappointment. But soon, Yi Ningxuan's gaze hardened once more. So what if she lacked resources? She would never bow to fate. Even if the path ahead was strewn with thorns, she would push through these obstacles as quickly as possible, break through to the foundation establishment stage, and never disappoint the elders' expectations. Just as Yi Ningxuan resolved to continue her cultivation, the voice of her predecessor suddenly echoed through the cave dwelling. Yi Ningxuan, I bestow upon you some cultivation resources. Accept and make use of them. The voice remained solemn, yet now it carried an undeniable authority. Yi Ningxuan froze in surprise, instinctively glancing around. Just then, a faintly glowing formation slowly materialized at the center of the cave dwelling. Her gaze was instantly drawn to the formation, where items gradually materialized, none other than cultivation resources. Among them, high-grade spirit stones piled up like a small mountain, each crystal clear and translucent, emitting an alluring glow and radiating a colossal aura of spiritual energy. Not only that, but a vast quantity of chi-gathering pills lay scattered about, each emitting a faint, fragrant aroma. Amidst these precious pills, there were even several breakthrough pills, elixirs that could help cultivators break through their cultivation realms more smoothly. Yi Ningxuan's eyes widened, her face etched with astonishment. These weren't mere resources, the spirit stones alone were enough to sustain her cultivation all the way to the mid-foundation establishment stage, let alone the pills. Her eyes glistened with tears as she swiftly rose to kneel on one knee, bowing respectfully. Thank you for your generosity, senior. I shall not disappoint your expectations. At the same moment, Lin Xiao heard Yi Ningxuan's voice within the game, cool yet tinged with gratitude. Watching the genuinely grateful Yi Ningxuan on his screen, the corners of his mouth lifted involuntarily, a deep sense of satisfaction welling up within him. Spending money on women might make them feel entitled, but investing in Yi Ningxuan's gaming journey brought him such immense emotional value. For a moment, Lin Xiao even felt it was money well spent. His gaze drifted back to the pile of cultivation resources already gifted to Yi Ningxuan on the game interface. His lips curved slightly, revealing a hint of amusement. Simultaneously, he thought to himself, what were these resources, really? Merely freebies from a roulette draw. He wondered what expression of shock would appear on her face when she saw the Heavenly Frost Divine Sword. The thought of Yi Ningxuan's potential reaction to the Divine Sword filled Lin Xiao with anticipation. With that thought, Lin Xiao's fingers tapped rapidly across the phone screen, gifting the rest of the items he just won from the lottery to Yi Ningxuan one after another. With each tap, new cultivation resources continuously appeared within the softly glowing formation on the game interface. Plump, round chi-gathering pills exuded a faint medicinal fragrance, while countless high-grade spirit stones glimmered within the array. Rare spiritual materials also appeared one after another. At that moment, inside the cave dwelling, Yi Ningxuan stepped forward, examining the cultivation resources bestowed by the elder. She picked up a chi-gathering pill, examining it carefully and assessing its quality. Just then, she noticed new resources continuously emerging from the formation. Her eyes widened in astonishment, her face flushing with embarrassment. Yi Ningxuan hurriedly stood up, her fair cheeks flushing a delicate pink, like the hues of dawn clouds. Waving her hands, she urgently said, Senior, this is more than enough. Truly, there's no need to give any more. As she spoke, Yi Ningxuan's mind was racing with thoughts. Though these resources were relatively commonplace, they were worlds apart from the chaos spirit essence the elder had bestowed upon her earlier, utterly incomparable. But their strength lay in sheer quantity piled up in the cave dwelling. They were nearly forming a small mountain, filling the entire space. If Lin Xiao knew what she was thinking, he'd surely tease her. Don't you see how many times I've drawn? It'd be weird if there weren't this much. Yi Ningxuan watched the resources still appearing, biting her lower lip. This wealth of resources would sustain her cultivation for an extended period. The elder's gift was truly overwhelming. Lin Xiao was intently focused on the game interface, managing the resources, when he suddenly heard Yi Ningxuan's refusal within the game. He frowned slightly, his fingers tapping rapidly on the screen as he typed, "These resources are completely useless to me. Take them if you want them. Besides, I specifically gathered them for you." Chapter 18, Just a Sword. After clicking send, he leaned back on the bed, his eyes fixed unblinkingly on the screen, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Sure enough, within the game interface, the words Lin Xiao had sent were instantly converted by the game system into that familiar voice echoing through the cave dwelling. "Such trivial resources are of no use to me, and they were prepared for you all along." Yining Shuang froze upon hearing this, her eyes welling up slightly. A wave of warmth and profound gratitude surged through her heart. So these resources had all been specially prepared for her by the senior. Who was this senior? How could she possibly be worthy of such special consideration? At the same time, she didn't doubt for a moment that these things were useless to him. After all, in her eyes, the senior's power was unfathomably profound, his cultivation realm unreachably distant. These cultivation resources, precious beyond measure to her, might truly be as insignificant as dust in his eyes. Yining Shuang calmed her surging emotions and slowly approached the formation, bowing once more. Her voice trembled slightly, yet remained unwavering as she declared, "Thank you for your kindness, senior. I shall treasure these resources dearly, cultivate diligently, and never disappoint your expectations." Lin Xiao was staring at his phone screen when Yining Shuang's respectful words echoed through the game. He froze in surprise. Why was this girl so emotionally fragile? What was she thinking about? Why was she on the verge of tears again? He hadn't said anything wrong, had he? After all, these were just in-game items he couldn't use anyway. Even so, a satisfied smile spread across his face. At the same time, Lin Xiao's gaze swept across the screen, landing on the mountains of cultivation resources piled up in the cave dwelling. Something seemed to be missing. Suddenly, it hit him like a bolt of lightning, and he slapped his forehead. Right. Yining Shuang doesn't have a storage ring. It's not right to just leave all this stuff piled up here, especially since she'll be leaving soon. With that thought, Lin Xiao hurriedly typed in the chat box, "Yining Shuang, do you have a storage ring?" The message had barely been sent when a voice echoed through the game. "Yining Shuang, do you possess any spatial artifacts?" Hearing the voice, Yining Shuang quickly responded, "Elder, I do not possess any spatial artifacts." Her previous storage ring had been left behind at Ling Xiao's sword sect. Hearing the in-game response, Lin Xiao nodded. Without hesitation, he opened the game's marketplace. As soon as he opened the game store, the first thing he saw was a dense array of storage rings, storage bags, and various other items. Seeing this, Lin Xiao began to browse carefully. His eyes widened in shock. Holy crap, these storage rings are ridiculously expensive. The cheapest storage ring alone cost a whopping 120 yuan. But when he checked the storage capacity of the ring, Lin Xiao's heart sank. With that amount of space, there was no way it could hold the mountains of cultivation resources piled up. He frowned, torn between the steep price and Yining Shuang's need. But soon, he gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "I've already spent so much money anyway, what's a little more?" Besides, Yining Shuang will definitely need a storage ring once she enters the secret realm. With that thought, Lin Xiao made up his mind. He mentally estimated the space occupied by the resources in his cave dwelling, then tapped his finger on the screen. Finally, he found a relatively affordable storage ring with just enough space, priced at 260 yuan. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao topped up his account. As the payment processed, the storage ring was successfully purchased. Without a moment's hesitation, he clicked the gift button again and sent the storage ring to Yining Shuang. Simultaneously, within the cave dwelling in the game, the light on the formation flared once more. Simultaneously, Lin Xiao typed a message to inform her. Soon, within the cave dwelling, an exquisite storage ring slowly materialized within the formation. As the ring appeared, the voice sounded once more, "Since you lack a spatial artifact, accept this ring. It shall suffice for your needs." Yining Shuang froze upon hearing this and seeing the slowly materializing storage ring, then her face lit up with delight. She hadn't expected the elder to be so thoughtful, considering even such a minor detail. "Ning Shuang, thank you, senior." After Lin Xiao presented it, a notification suddenly popped up above Yining Shuang. Yining Shuang affection +5, current affection 35. Seeing this notification, Lin Xiao snapped back to reality, nearly forgetting about this affinity system altogether. Still, he had no idea how much affection this game's so-called special reward actually required. Lin Xiao stared at Yining Shuang's avatar in the game, his fingers tapping the screen once more as he typed another message. "These resources should be enough for you to cultivate to the Foundation Establishment realm. Once you reach that stage, head to the secret realm." The voice echoed within the cave dwelling. Upon hearing the senior's words, Yining Shuang's eyes instantly hardened with resolve. Without hesitation, she replied, "Senior, rest assured. Ning Shuang will strive to break through as quickly as possible. I absolutely will not keep you waiting long." She silently thought to herself, having previously worried that her slow cultivation progress might earn her the elder's disdain. Now, not only had the elder shown no reproach, but had also bestowed such abundant cultivation resources to aid her progress. She absolutely could not betray the trust and expectations placed upon her. At that moment, she silently vowed within her heart. After sending the message, Lin Zhao's thoughts immediately turned to the Heavenly Frost Divine Sword. After all, that was the most crucial matter. Everything else was merely incidental. A faint smile touched his lips as he opened the game backpack with a hint of anticipation. Selecting the Celestial Frost Divine Sword, he clicked the gift button without hesitation. Inside the cave dwelling, Yining Shuang had already stored all cultivation resources into her storage ring. With matters settled, it was time for her to immerse herself in cultivation. But just as she thought this, she was startled to discover that the mysteriously glowing formation had not dissipated. In fact, its radiance grew even more intense, yet nothing seemed to materialize from it. Yining Shuang furrowed her delicate brows, her mind filled with confusion. At that very moment, a bone-chilling cold swept through the array without warning. Instantly, the temperature within the entire cave plummeted. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around herself, her eyes instantly alert. Her beautiful gaze swept around the cave, finding nothing amiss, before finally settling back on the formation. What followed astonished her even more. Visible wisps of frost now radiated outward from the formation. Could it be that something had happened to the elder? The thought sent a wave of panic through her. Don't panic. It's just a long sword. The elder's voice echoed, finally calming Yining Shuang. A long sword? As she pondered, an even more terrifying chill swept over her, threatening to freeze the entire cave dwelling solid. Chapter 19, Divine Artifact. Yining Shuang felt the sudden upheaval within the cave dwelling, her heart instantly filled with dread. Her eyes widened in utter disbelief, a single thought spiraling through her mind: what kind of sword could possibly cause such immense disturbance? Just as Yining Shuang was consumed by doubt, the sword hilt slowly emerged from the formation. In an instant, the entire cave dwelling was enveloped by immense pressure, even beginning to tremble slightly. This sudden change left her even more astonished, her curiosity burning fiercely. Yining Shuang's gaze locked onto the gradually materializing hilt, unable to look away for even a moment. As time slowly passed, the long sword seemed to awaken from slumber, gradually revealing itself before Yining Shuang's eyes. Instantly, an icy force radiated outward from the sword, spreading wildly through the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, it froze over most of the cave. Frost swiftly climbed the cave walls, crystallizing into intricate patterns on the stone surfaces. Yining Shuang dared not let her guard down for even a moment. She immediately focused all her attention on the formation, circulating her spiritual energy within her body, ready to respond to any unknown situation at any moment. Though the elder had spoken, the sheer terror emanating from the sword was undeniable. Her hair fluttered lightly in the frigid wind, her robes rustling sharply. The icy atmosphere made her heartbeat quicken involuntarily. Finally, the sword fully revealed itself. Yining Shuang could now clearly see the blade. It radiated a deep blue glow from its entire length, its blade emanating a terrifying chill. Exquisitely crafted, every detail revealed the pinnacle of artistry. Yining Shuang could distinctly sense the extraordinary aura emanating from the blade. She instantly understood this was no ordinary blade. As the sword fully materialized, the light of the formation gradually faded. Yining Shuang took a deep breath, stepped forward slowly, and reached out with trembling hands to grasp the sword's hilt. The instant her fingers touched the hilt, a powerful, icy force surged through her arm and into her body. She couldn't help but shiver, deeply sensing the terrifying nature of this sword. Yining Shuang was utterly stunned, silently marveling that this sword's quality had surpassed ordinary weapons, reaching the level of a divine-grade long sword. Consider this, not a single sword of such caliber could be found throughout the entire Lingxiao sword sect. Her hand clenched tightly around the hilt, her eyes even revealing a hint of reverence. At that moment, Yining Shuang's slender fingers trembled slightly as she gripped the Heavenly Frost Divine Sword, which emitted a faint blue glow. The icy light reflected off the blade, illuminating her delicate features. The hem of her white gown fluttered gently in the frigid air permeating the cave dwelling. Her jet-black hair fell casually over her shoulders, a few strands brushing her cheek in the icy wind, accentuating the icy coldness in her eyes. Yining Shuang slowly raised her head, tilting her fair neck back slightly as she gazed toward the cavern's ceiling. Her crimson lips parted, her voice trembling ever so slightly, tinged with cautious trepidation. "Senior, are you giving this to me?" At that moment, Lin Xiao also stared intently at the game interface. Seeing the scene of Yining Shuang grasping the long sword, he was utterly astonished. The sword seemed destined for her, and together they made Yining Shuang stand there breathtakingly beautiful, impossible to look away from. Just then, another notification suddenly popped up on the phone screen. The Heavenly Frost Divine Sword has reached a 90% compatibility level with Yining Shuang, unlocking its full power. Seeing this message, Lin Xiao froze for a moment. His eyes widened slightly, and his expression shifted from astonishment to sheer delight. He never imagined such an unexpected delight. When he had drawn the Heavenly Frost Divine Sword, he hadn't given compatibility a second thought. After the initial thrill, Lin Xiao's fingers tapped the screen again as he addressed Yining Shuang. "This sword is called the Heavenly Frost Divine Sword, and it's meant for you. You certainly can't enter the secret realm empty-handed. This is the perfect time to get used to wielding this long sword." Within the game's cave dwelling, the voice echoed faintly. "You require a suitable weapon to enter the secret realm. This sword, named the Heavenly Frost Divine Sword, is perfectly suited for you. However, you must take this time to properly adapt to it. Upon hearing this, Yi Ningxuang's heart surged with excitement. A sword of such divine quality was being given to her? She immediately responded with gratitude, "Thank you, senior." After so many trials, she no longer refused like she had at first. Instead, she accepted it with heartfelt gratitude. Simultaneously, she silently vowed within herself to remember this kindness firmly, never to forget it for even a moment. She gently stroked the Heavenly Frost Divine Sword in her hand, feeling the faint chill emanating from its blade. She silently resolved to familiarize herself with this sword as quickly as possible. With its power, it would undoubtedly grant her an unimaginably terrifying boost to her strength. Meanwhile, Lin Zhao's gaze was fixed on the Heavenly Frost Divine Sword gleaming coldly in Yi Ningxuang's hands on the screen, yet a question surged in his mind. What tier did this sword truly belong to? Though it was rated SSS tier in the game, he had no real grasp of what that level actually meant. With that thought, Lin Zhao's fingers continued tapping, and he sent a message, "What about this sword?" After sending the message, he leaned forward, his eyes fixed on the screen once more. This game might be pay to win, but it shouldn't be scamming him. Inside the cave, Yi Ningxuang also heard the sudden sound of the elder's voice and froze slightly. Her mind filled with confusion as she pondered silently. What could this senior mean? Could he possibly be unaware of the item he had given her? Yi Ningxuang furrowed her delicate brows slightly. After a moment's thought, she respectfully answered truthfully, "Senior, this sword is a divine artifact. It is a treasure without equal in this world. But in my heart, anything given by you, no matter its value, is a priceless treasure," she added with utmost sincerity. As she spoke, Yi Ningxuang gently stroked the sword's blade, her eyes brimming with reverence and excitement. Yet as the words left her lips, a flicker of unease stirred within her. Hesitating briefly, she cautiously inquired, "Senior, with my current strength, might wielding such an immortal artifact be a bit of a waste?" She lowered her head slightly, her expression tinged with unease, her hands unconsciously clutching the hem of her robe. Almost instantly, the elder's voice echoed through the cave once more. This time, to Yi Ningxuang's ears, it seemed tinged with a hint of gentleness. "The sword is lifeless, but you are alive. Since it has been entrusted to you, use it well. Do not disappoint my intentions. Simply unleash its full power." The voice echoed softly through the cave. Yi Ningxuang nodded firmly before declaring aloud, "Ningxuang will give her all. This sword shall never be laid to waste." Chapter 20, The Discovery of Lingxiao Sword Sect. Lin Xiao watched this unfold and nodded with satisfaction. That was close enough. He then typed another instruction, "Now focus on your cultivation and master the Heavenly Frost Divine Sword. Once you reach Foundation Establishment, I will take you to the secret realm." Within the cave, as the voice echoed, Yi Ningxuang hurriedly nodded in agreement. At that moment, she silently vowed within herself, this sword was given to her by the senior. She absolutely must not damage or lose it. As the elder's voice faded into the air, all was quiet once more. For a moment, Yi Ningxuang stood motionless within the cave, ears pricked, almost hoping the elder might speak again. Time ticked by, the only sound in the silent cave being her own breathing. After a long while, Yi Ningxuang let out a slow sigh, realizing in her heart that the elder had likely departed. A wave of disappointment washed over her, a hint of melancholy flickering in her eyes. Yet Yi Ningxuang quickly rallied. She silently reminded herself that without the elder's intervention, she would likely have perished long ago, let alone embarked upon this hopeful path of cultivation once more. To honor the elder's profound kindness, she must never slacken her efforts. There was no point dwelling on such thoughts. Besides, given the senior's stature, how could they possibly watch over her every moment? With this thought, her gaze hardened once more, and a faint smile touched her lips. Yi Ningxuang raised her hand, clenching it into a tight fist as she silently cheered herself on. She immediately sat cross-legged once more, then retrieved the spirit stones and chi-gathering pills bestowed upon her by the elder from her storage ring. She gently picked up a chi-gathering pill and placed it in her mouth. The pill dissolved instantly upon contact, and a wave of warm spiritual energy immediately began to flow through her body. Simultaneously, she grasped a spirit stone in each hand. Instantly, rich spiritual energy surged continuously into her meridians. Nourished by this dual infusion of spiritual energy, Yi Ningxuang immersed herself in cultivation, her cultivation level rapidly rising. Meanwhile, far away at the Lingxiao Sword Sect, the atmosphere in the Elder's Hall was heavy. The first elder, Mo Yunxiao, wore a face so dark it seemed it could drip water. His fists clenched tightly, his gaze cold as ice. Moments earlier, a disciple had dared to report that the command tokens he had sent out with Zhang Qingyan and the others had all shattered. This signified that every person dispatched to deal with Yi Ningxuang had met their demise. Mo Yunxiao's brow furrowed into a deep crease, his mind filled with confusion and hatred. He couldn't fathom how Yi Ningxuang, once deemed a worthless, had managed to achieve this. Two carefully selected groups had fallen at her hands. What infuriated him even more was that Zhang Qingyan had taken the only token capable of tracking Yi Ningxuang's location before departing. Now that the token was shattered, he had lost the crucial lead to track her down. A bunch of useless fools. Mo Yunxiao roared furiously, his voice echoing through the Elder's Hall. His face twisted with fury as his clenched fists tightened once more, the veins on his knuckles bulging. After regaining his composure, Mo Yunxiao issued another command, summoning his personal disciple Chen Hao. Shortly after, he looked at the arriving Chen Hao, his eyes revealing a hint of appreciation. This man was his direct disciple, possessing both extraordinary talent and exceptional character. Having reached the peak of foundation establishment at such a young age, sending him would ensure no further mishaps. This time, however, Mo Yunxiao did not intend for him to act directly. Take a few men and immediately search for Yi Ningxuang's whereabouts. Remember, once you find her, do not act rashly. First, ascertain the situation, then return and report to me. Chen Hao, who was also aware of Yi Ningxuang's situation, said nothing further and promptly took his leave to carry out the order. Mo Yunxiao watched his departing figure, silently praying that this mission would proceed smoothly without further complications. After 2 consecutive failures in dispatching agents against Yi Ningxuang, Mo Yunxiao was deeply anxious and dared not rashly send anyone again. He turned and sat down in his chair, gazing out at the courtyard beyond the hall. His lips murmured involuntarily, I should have killed that Yi Ningxuang back then, given her no chance to breathe. Then I wouldn't have brought all this trouble upon myself. Just as Mo Yunxiao was consumed by regret, a disciple hurried in, his expression respectful. Clasping his fists, he reported, Senior Elder, the sect master seeks you. He awaits in the main hall of the sect. Mo Yunxiao's heart tightened, his brow furrowing slightly. What could the sect master possibly want at a time like this? He rose to his feet, straightened his robes, and asked the disciple, Do you know why the sect master is summoning me? The disciple shook his head. I do not know, Senior. The sect master only said to have you come as soon as possible. Mo Yunxiao nodded and said, I'll go at once. Though filled with questions, he dared not delay and immediately set off for the sect's main hall. Upon arriving at the main hall, he immediately spotted several elders already present. Their expressions varied, and they were whispering among themselves. An unusual tension hung in the air, clearly signaling something momentous. The sect master of Lingxiao Sword Sect, Yang Xianfeng, was seated in the hall. Spotting Mo Yunxiao, he gestured for him to take a seat. Clearing his throat, he addressed the elders, Honorable elders, I have gathered you here today to discuss a matter of great importance. His gaze swept slowly across the assembled elders before he continued, Not long ago, I received word that several of our disciples, while training outside the sect, stumbled upon a secret realm. At this point, Yang Xianfeng deliberately paused, his gaze sweeping over the assembly. Seeing the astonished expressions on the elders' faces, he continued, The secret realm lies within the southern mountains. It is most extraordinary, rumored to be an ancient battlefield. What? An ancient battlefield? Mo Yunxiao couldn't help but exclaim in shock. The other elders exchanged glances, their eyes soon sparkling with excitement. Another elder rose excitedly, If true, this is truly a heaven-sent opportunity. Mo Yunxiao nodded repeatedly and continued, Exactly. The ancient battlefield must hold countless rare treasures and precious cultivation techniques. Seizing this opportunity could bring unimaginable benefits to our sect's growth and expansion. The elders understood perfectly well. Secret realms often concealed countless opportunities not just for the sect, but for themselves as well. This was truly tremendous news. In an instant, the gloom that had weighed on Mo Yunxiao's heart vanished completely. The elders were still immersed in the excitement of discovering the ancient battlefield's secret realm. Sect Master Yang Xuanfeng's expression grew solemn, his gaze piercing as he spoke slowly, Honorable elders, after thorough investigation, the secret realm is far from an ordinary ancient battlefield. It has endured countless ages and changing seasons, yet no one has ever set foot within it. These words struck like a boulder dropped into a tranquil lake, sending ripples across the surface. Chapter 21, Sword Trial. In an instant, the elders could no longer contain their excitement. They sprang to their feet, their faces etched with shock and wild elation. An untouched secret realm meant its treasures and cultivation techniques were likely perfectly preserved. Their value was beyond estimation, enough to make countless factions drool with envy and fight to the death for them. Mo Yunxiao's eyes flashed with greed. Unable to contain himself any longer, he stepped forward and urgently asked, Sect Master, where exactly is this secret realm? And how do we enter it? The other elders echoed his question, their gazes fixed intently on Yang Xianfeng. Yet Yang Xianfeng merely shook his head gently, his expression grave and troubled. Do not be hasty, he cautioned. Do not underestimate the matter. Since ancient times, opportunity and peril have always walked hand in hand. Do you not know that the disciples who discovered these secret realms, though they brought this astonishing news to the sect, all met tragic ends? His words brought a measure of calm to the assembly. He was right. These disciples only managed to relay a fragment of information. They described the journey into the secret realm as not only perilous beyond measure but also bound by exceptionally treacherous conditions. The slightest misstep would lead to utter ruin. The once bustling hall fell instantly silent. Contemplative expressions spread across the faces of the assembly, their earlier excitement replaced by a thread of worry. But then, another elder spoke up, as if recalling something, Master, do not assume the task is insurmountable. After all, it was only a few disciples. If we elders were to undertake it, the outcome would surely be different. Ha! If it were that simple, do you think I would still speak thus? Yang Xianfeng rose, sweeping his gaze across the assembled elders before declaring in a loud voice. At these words, the elders instantly understood. For a moment, the elders exchanged glances, and the hall fell into complete silence. After much deliberation, the Lingxiao Sword Sect elders reached a consensus. 2 elders would lead a group of disciples to investigate the situation first. After all, the secret realm was extremely mysterious and dangerous, and given the gravity of the matter, sending more disciples alone was clearly inappropriate. Simultaneously, gathering intelligence beforehand would allow them to prepare for subsequent actions. The moment this decision was made, a fiery glow ignited in the elders' eyes. The allure of the secret realm was simply too great. Everyone yearned to be the first to step inside, hoping to seize the opportunity before others. Just as everyone was quietly anticipating developments, the Grand Elder, Mo Yunxiao, rose to his feet. His expression was resolute, and his voice boomed as he volunteered. This mission is of the utmost importance. I am willing to lead the disciples there first to scout the way for the sect. The moment the Grand Elder finished speaking, the once bustling hall fell into an instant silence. All eyes turned to Mo Yunxiao with disdain. His words sounded noble, but everyone knew his true motives. But since Mo Yunxiao had spoken, no one dared to say more. Their eyes turned instead to the other available spot. After all, he was the Grand Elder. Not only was his strength formidable, but his prestige within the sect was also exceptionally high. Sect Master Yang Xianfeng gave a slight nod of approval. Seeing this, the elders were about to speak when Yang Xuanfeng's gaze swept slowly across the assembly, finally resting on the second elder. He declared, "Second elder, you shall accompany the first elder on this mission. As this concerns the secret realm, you must proceed with utmost caution." The second elder immediately rose to his feet, clasped his hands respectfully, and replied, "We shall obey the sect leader's command." Though his expression remained composed, a hint of excitement flickered in his eyes. Meanwhile, Yiningshuang remained utterly unaware of the events unfolding at Lingxiao Sword Sect, oblivious that others had also set their sights on the South Mountain secret realm. She remained wholly immersed in the world of cultivation. Thanks to the spirit stones and chi-gathering pills bestowed by her predecessor, her cultivation journey progressed remarkably smoothly, and her cultivation base soared rapidly. Within a single day, she successfully broke through to the 9th layer of chi cultivation. This breakthrough made her keenly aware of the significant enhancement in her strength, drawing her ever closer to her former cultivation peak. Before her cultivation was crippled, she had already reached the peak of foundation establishment. After the breakthrough, Yiningshuang's expression remained largely unchanged. She slowly concluded her cultivation session and chose not to continue. Now in the chi cultivation stage, the foundational phase of cultivating immortality, she understood the critical importance of solid foundations. She resolved to pause her cultivation for the time being, dedicating herself to consolidating her newly attained realm. She sat cross-legged in her cave dwelling, eyes closed, circulating her spiritual energy. She meticulously organized every thread of power within her body, ensuring perfect harmony with her new cultivation level. After all, her next goal was to break through to foundation establishment. She had to be thoroughly prepared. Once her cultivation base had stabilized somewhat, Yiningshuang rose and walked out, not forgetting to pick up the Frost Divine Sword, now wrapped and secured on the stone bed. She knew clearly that it was time for practical combat, both to test the fruits of her cultivation and to fully solidify her current cultivation level. But what Yiningshuang anticipated most was testing the sword. The sword's formidable power was beyond doubt, and it had been bestowed upon her by a senior. She now felt like a child who had received a new toy, something she loved and couldn't wait to use. As for sword techniques, she had studied them before, and they were sufficient for her current needs. Though her cultivation had once been crippled, the techniques she'd learned long ago remained etched in her mind. Now, as she resumed her training, she hadn't yet fully reactivated them. While the power displayed wasn't as formidable as before, her sword techniques themselves remained unchanged. Yiningshuang stood outside her cave dwelling, surveying the dense forest surrounding her. She knew full well the dangers lurking within these woods and dared not let her guard down for a moment. Her cave dwelling lay within a vast forest teeming with powerful demonic beasts. With her current cultivation, she stood no chance against the higher-tiered ones. Therefore, while her strength remained insufficient, she dared not venture far from the cave dwelling. She confined her search for targets to its immediate vicinity, ensuring she could retreat swiftly should danger arise. Before long, a first-tier demon beast, a shadow wolf, appeared within her field of vision. Yiningshuang instantly recognized it as a shadow wolf. Its form was agile, its fur shimmering with an eerie glow under the light. Its strength was roughly equivalent to a human at the chi cultivation realm, perfect for Yiningshuang to practice her skills on. She did not rush forward recklessly, but instead cautiously scanned her surroundings. After confirming there were no other hidden dangers, she took a deep breath. She then slowly drew the frost blade from her back. She unwrapped the white cloth that had been covering her skirt hem she had cut off not long ago. A slender, fair calf now peeked out, though she paid it no mind. Though the Frost Divine Sword had displayed formidable power upon its initial appearance, it had gradually calmed. Judging by its aura alone, it felt no different from an ordinary long sword. Now, the blade trembled slightly, and wisps of cold air slowly spread out. Yi Ningxuan's gaze grew colder, even tinged with murderous intent. She bent her knees slightly, positioning the sword before her. Chapter 22, Shadow Wolf's Demise. Yi Ningxuan drew her sword with deliberate slowness. Though not a sound escaped her, the surrounding stillness remained absolute. Yet the Shadow Wolf's pair of eerie green eyes suddenly sharpened, keenly sensing danger. Its fur instantly bristled, front legs braced low to the ground, as it let out a deep, growling roar, a sound brimming with alertness and menace. Yi Ningxuan froze at the sight. A mere first-tier demon beast, yet so alert. Before Yi Ningxuan could react, the Shadow Wolf launched its attack like an arrow released from a bowstring. Its forepaws dug into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust as it leapt into the air and lunged toward Yi Ningxuan at breakneck speed. In midair, it bared its sharp fangs, as if poised to devour Yi Ningxuan whole. Faced with the Shadow Wolf's sudden assault, Yi Ningxuan showed not a trace of panic or fear. Her gaze sharpened as she charged forward without hesitation. Her toes lightly touched the ground, and her entire body shot forward like a streak of white light toward the Shadow Wolf. The Heavenly Frost Divine Sword in her hand still glinted coldly in the sunlight, tracing sharp, fierce arcs with her movements. The Shadow Wolf instantly sensed the danger and darted aside, avoiding a direct confrontation with Yi Ningxuan. Though not particularly intelligent, this tier of demon beast possessed some cunning. After landing, it swiftly turned and lunged at Yi Ningxuan once more. This time, its speed was faster, its power stronger. It blurred into a dark shadow, the gust of wind it generated even ruffling Yi Ningxuan's hair. Sensing this, she sidestepped while swinging her sword. The blade grazed the Shadow Wolf's fur, leaving a shallow blood trail. The Shadow Wolf roared in pain, its growl growing fiercer. It leapt high into the air, twisting mid-flight to dive toward Yi Ningxuan at an unnerving angle, claws extended to tear the human apart. Yi Ningxuan's heart tightened. With her cultivation at the chi refining stage, she dared not take it lightly. She drew a deep breath. Instantly, her movements grew more agile, her form drifting as lightly as willow fluff. Though not swift, her evasion skillfully dodged the Shadow Wolf's attack. Simultaneously, her wrist flickered, and the long sword in her hand plunged viciously into the Shadow Wolf's abdomen. This time, the Shadow Wolf couldn't dodge in time. Instantly pierced by the blade, it let out an agonized howl before crashing heavily to the ground. A horrific wound gaped across its belly, from which icy coldness radiated outward. The blood that flowed from the wound froze instantly in the frigid air, stiffening and solidifying before it could spread. Clearly, this was the effect of the Heavenly Frost Divine Sword. Shadow Wolf was now utterly lifeless. Yi Ningxuan glanced back at the Heavenly Frost Divine Sword in her hand. Not a single trace of blood marred its blade, it still gleamed with a sharp, brilliant light. Impressive, she murmured to herself. However, the battle had not fully revealed the sword's unique qualities. Moreover, she hadn't fully adapted to the Heavenly Frost Divine Sword yet, it would take some time. Lost in thought, Yi Ningxuan prepared to take the Shadow Wolf away for processing. Currently only at the Chi cultivation realm, she needed sustenance. Moreover, though this Shadow Wolf lacked a demon core, it was still a demon beast. Consuming it could aid Yi Ningxuan's cultivation. After slaying the Shadow Wolf, Yi Ningxuan slowly sheathed the Heavenly Frost Divine Sword, wrapped it once more, and slung it over her back. Having completed these tasks, she gazed at the beast's corpse before her, lost in thought. To properly handle this Shadow Wolf. As Yi Ningxuan pondered, she recalled noticing a small river nearby when the elder had brought her to this cave dwelling earlier. Rolling up her sleeves, she grabbed the Shadow Wolf without concern for the blood staining her arms, then set off in the direction she remembered. Before long, the gentle murmur of flowing water reached her ears. Found it rather easily. After a few more steps, Yi Ningxuan successfully reached the riverside. It was mid-afternoon, and sunlight filtered through the trees, casting dappled patterns that made the river glisten. The water in the stream was crystal clear, flowing steadily. This is quite a nice spot. She mused inwardly. If the opportunity arose, she could bathe here. Though she was a cultivator, she was still only at the chi refining stage and hadn't yet reached the point of being untouched by the dust of the world. Her recent flight had left her blood-stained and sweaty, with no means to clean herself. Her clothes were long overdue for a change, though finding a suitable spot in these mountains and forests proved problematic. With this thought in mind, she placed Shadow Wolf on the grassy riverbank and began to tend to him. Sunlight spilled down, the stream flowed gently, and Yi Ningxuan felt a moment of peaceful tranquility wash over her. A faint smile touched her lips. If only the elder were still here. Since escaping Lingxiao sword sect, she'd been in constant mortal peril. Though famished, she'd had no time to eat. Now that she had finally found a moment of peace, she could finally enjoy a proper meal. She finished quickly. The constant flow of the river meant that cleaning the Shadow Wolf had no impact on the stream whatsoever. Yi Ningxuan selected a prime cut of wolf meat to roast. She gathered dry branches and cleared a space. Then, murmuring a simple incantation, she cast a fire technique. A blazing flame erupted before her. Next, she picked up a sharpened stick with her right hand, skewered the wolf meat, and carefully brought her left hand toward the flames, attempting to place the meat over the fire. But her hand proved difficult to control, too low one moment, too high the next. The meat swayed precariously, nearly tumbling into the flames. After finally stabilizing it, she stared intently at the flames, not blinking once. Before long, the meat drifted too far from the flames, the heat insufficient. She hurriedly adjusted its position again, repeating this process several times. The roasting time was unpredictable. Lacking experience, she hadn't thought to prop the meat up. Watching the birds in the forest, her mind wandered. Suddenly, several sizzling sounds erupted, followed by a pungent, acrid smell of burning. Yiningshuang snapped back to reality just in time to see the meat's surface had turned pitch black. She frantically pulled it from the fire, eyes wide as she stared at the charred mess, her face twisted in frustration. How could this happen? She muttered under her breath, her face filled with helplessness. The usually cool and composed girl now displayed a touch of adorable frustration. With no one else around, Yiningshuang gently poked the charred meat and muttered under her breath, "Great. A perfectly good meal ruined. Yiningshuang, you're such a klutz." Staring at the charred wolf meat before her, she felt frustrated but reminded herself there was still plenty left. She decided to try again. Taking a deep breath, she skewered another piece of meat, silently vowing, "With this lesson learned, I won't fail again." Suddenly, the image of her mentor flashed through her mind. She felt a surge of relief. Thank goodness he didn't see me being so clumsy. That would have been utterly embarrassing. Chapter 23, Helping Yiningshuang Grill Meat. With renewed determination, Yiningshuang proceeded cautiously this time, her eyes fixed intently on the flames as she steadied her hands. But despite her best efforts, the wolf meat inevitably began to emit a faint burnt smell. Her heart raced as she frantically adjusted the distance between the meat and the flames, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. "A measly piece of grilled meat won't defeat me," Yiningshuang muttered under her breath. Not long ago, after Lin Xiao had logged out of the game, images of Yiningshuang from within it kept surfacing in his mind. The mere thought of her would draw an involuntary smile to the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, he snapped out of it, realizing just how deeply he'd become engrossed in this game. Damn it, it's just a game. Getting overly hooked isn't good at all. As he pondered this, Lin Xiao checked his recharge history. Seeing that he had spent nearly 4,000 yuan in just 2 days, his eyes widened in disbelief. He silently cursed his situation. Before falling ill, this amount would have been his entire monthly salary. If it had been spent wisely, that might have been acceptable, but it had all gone to the game. Even though he was now terminally ill, his life nearing its end, he couldn't continue this reckless spending. At this rate, the compensation money from the company wouldn't last long. Moreover, things like medication are no small expense. He sighed heavily, a hint of resignation in his eyes, then resolved firmly, "I can keep playing this game, but I absolutely won't spend money recklessly like this anymore." Lin Xiao set down his phone and stood up, pulling back the curtains to find the sky outside overcast and devoid of sunlight. The gloom outside only deepened his own gloomy mood. He then dragged his heavy footsteps toward the kitchen. His body grew increasingly weak, each step demanding more effort than before. Lin Xiao boiled himself a simple bowl of clear soup noodles. He finished eating before he could catch his breath, when a sharp pain suddenly shot through his abdomen. His face instantly drained of color. Clutching his stomach tightly with both hands, beads of sweat the size of peas rolled down his forehead. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he staggered to the table. With trembling hands, he pulled out the medicine bottle, scooped a handful of pills, and shoved them into his mouth before washing them down with water. Sinking slowly into a chair, his eyes were filled with utter desolation. Lin Xiao knew deep down that his days were numbered. He had long since abandoned any hope of a cure. In this world, utterly alone, it felt as though fate had already sentenced him to death. As the pain eased slightly, Lin Xiao's thoughts drifted back to the game. He recalled Yiningshuang's ordeal, so similar to his own. In the game, she had been hunted down, her fate fraught with hardship. But with his help, she had escaped danger and now lived a completely new life. The thought that his intervention had altered Yiningshuang's path brought a faint, satisfied smile to Lin Xiao's lips. As if compelled by some unseen force, Lin Xiao picked up his phone again and opened the game. The game loaded quickly. The scene shifted, and he saw Yiningshuang standing by a small river, looking troubled as she stared at a pile of charred wolf meat. She was threading another piece of meat onto a skewer, her eyes fixed intently on the flames. This girl is actually grilling meat? For a moment, Lin Xiao found it utterly amusing. But before long, that familiar burnt smell filled the air once more. Watching Yiningshuang burn the meat so effortlessly, Lin Xiao couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Yet he didn't disturb her, merely watching quietly. Yiningshuang glared at yet another charred piece of meat before her, stomping her foot in frustration. She, a prodigious cultivator with a naturally supreme bone, had always progressed smoothly in her cultivation. Never in her wildest dreams did she imagine she'd be stumped by something as trivial as grilling meat. Oomph. It's just grilling meat. I refuse to believe I can't do it right. She muttered defiantly, preparing for another attempt. Just then, that familiar voice sounded in her ear once more. Don't underestimate grilling meat. It may not be cultivation, but it's far from simple. There's technique involved. Lin Xiao couldn't bear to watch any longer and couldn't help but type out a message. Yiningshuang froze in shock upon hearing the voice. She never imagined the senior cultivator was watching her. Ah! Senior, you were here? Her face flushed crimson to her ears. All her clumsy attempts had been witnessed by the senior. Thinking this, Yiningshuang shyly lowered her head, staring at her hands once fair, now charred black, her blush spreading all the way to her neck. She hid her hands behind her back and whispered, "Senior, I'm roasting meat for the first time. I'm really not very good at it." Watching Yiningshuang's movements from outside the screen, Lin Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. He found it utterly amusing. He remembered how aloof and distant she had seemed when he first met her. Yet now, she was displaying such a girlish demeanor. As he pondered this, the troubles brought on by his illness seemed to vanish into thin air. His eyes softened with a gentle light, as if the Yiningshuang before him were a real, living girl. Just as Lin Xiao was about to offer guidance, a prompt suddenly popped up on the game screen. Your virtual girlfriend wants to enjoy some delicious grilled meat, but it seems she lacks the talent for it. Seeing this, how could you not lend a hand? Object manipulation unlocked. Assist Yiningshuang with barbecue? Lin Xiao froze upon seeing this. After reading the prompt, he had assumed the game was trying to get him to spend money again, but unexpectedly, this time the game seemed to have a conscience. Without hesitation, he clicked agree. Immediately, the game interface transformed once more. Several light buttons appeared before Yiningshuang. Beside them were step-by-step instructions for grilling meat. Since it was a game, Lin Xiao only needed to tap the screen to complete these actions. Within the game interface, Yiningshuang was utterly astonished upon learning that the senior was going to help her grill meat. In her mind, the senior was an exalted, omnipotent figure. For them to condescend to help her grill meat was simply inconceivable. She hastily waved her hands in refusal. "Senior, this is unacceptable. Doing this would be beneath your station. Please let me handle it myself." However, Lin Xiao paid no heed to Yiningshuang's words, already fully focused on the task at hand. On the game interface, the meat before Yiningshuang slowly rose, automatically positioning itself over the flames. The heat was precisely controlled, fluctuating between intense and gentle. Seeing this, Yiningshuang felt even more helpless. She didn't know whether to step in and stop him or just stand by and watch. Her face grew increasingly flushed, and she felt a bit uneasy. At that moment, Lin Xiao also noticed Yiningshuang's situation in the game and couldn't help but smile. He promptly typed, "Just wait patiently over there." Instantly, the voice beside Yiningshuang echoed the command. "Sit tight and wait patiently." Chapter 24, A Good Wash. Though only 4 words, coming from a senior, Yiningshuang dared not refuse. She hurriedly sat down beside him, sitting very obediently with her legs tucked under her as she watched the grill before her. Her heart was filled with both anticipation and curiosity. Could someone like this senior really grill meat? What if the senior ended up burning the meat too? Wouldn't that be terribly embarrassing? Yiningshuang sat still, but her mind was filled with all sorts of thoughts. Under these circumstances, Lin Xiao skillfully manipulated the grilling process, controlling the heat, flipping the wolf meat, adjusting the distance, and more. His prior camping experience made these tasks second nature, especially within the game's mechanics. As time passed, the meat's surface gradually turned golden brown, releasing an enticing aroma. Though lacking seasoning, it was a rare delicacy for Yiningshuang at this moment. Watching the meat before her turn golden brown instead of charred, she couldn't help but swallow hard, her eyes fixed intently on the piece of meat. Off-screen, Lin Xiao operated with intense focus. After all, with Yiningshuang watching, it would be embarrassing if he ended up burning it. Finally, the grilled meat was done. Lin Xiao couldn't help but exhale in relief, his face lighting up with satisfaction as he clicked the complete button. "Congratulations! You have successfully assisted Yiningshuang for the first time." The golden, crispy piece of meat rose steadily before landing before Yiningshuang. Yiningshuang stared at the perfect grilled meat before her, covering her mouth with both hands. Her eyes brimmed with delight and admiration. "Senior, you're incredible." She was utterly stunned. In her mind, no matter what treasures the senior might produce, nothing could truly astonish her. But now, the senior could grill meat and do it so flawlessly? It was utterly unbelievable, completely unexpected, and starkly at odds with the image she had of him. "Try some." The elder's voice prompted her, and without hesitation, she reached for the meat before her. Taking a gentle bite, she was utterly captivated by the crispy exterior and tender, juicy interior. Beast demons were no ordinary creatures. Though no seasoning was used, the inherent spiritual energy made the flavor incredibly delicious. "This is incredible, senior. How did you do this?" she asked, looking up with admiration, unconcerned about the grease around her mouth. Lin Xiao watched Yiningshuang's satisfied expression, a surge of pride and satisfaction welling up within him. The joy he felt in this game allowed him to momentarily forget the impending death awaiting him in reality. Lin Xiao watched Yiningshuang's admiring words on the screen, a smile curving his lips as his fingers tapped on his phone. "This is nothing. I know plenty more tricks." Meanwhile, by the small river. "This is nothing. I am well versed in all matters of the world." Yiningshuang nodded in deep agreement upon hearing this, still clutching the skewer of roasted meat tightly in her hand. Her mouth glistened with grease as she ate, utterly content. In her mind, the senior had always been an enigmatic, lofty figure. The fact that he'd even help her grill meat had already left her jaw dropped. She never imagined the meat he cooked would be this delicious. She was filled with wonder. What kind of being was this elder? Moreover, whenever the elder wielded their abilities, she only sensed fluctuations of spiritual energy, never catching a glimpse of their form. This only deepened the aura of mystery surrounding them in her mind. Yiningshuang gazed at the grilled meat and recalled the earlier events. Overcome by excitement, she decided to share her good news. Senior, I have something to tell you. I broke through to the 9th layer of Qi cultivation. And I feel like I'll reach foundation establishment soon. She spoke while looking up, her face glowing with a confident smile, like a little girl waiting for praise from an adult. Lin Xiao was delighted to hear the news. Her progress was remarkably swift. Seeing Yiningshuang still smiling brightly with her face lifted, he finally caught on. He quickly typed out his praise. Amazing, Yiningshuang. With your talent and dedication, breaking through to foundation establishment should only take a few days. By then, you'll likely have mastered this heavenly frost longsword, and we can set off for the secret realm. After sending the message, Lin Xiao leaned back on the sofa, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. Unconsciously, watching Yiningshuang grow step by step in the game, he felt as though he had found his own purpose, temporarily forgetting his illness. Meanwhile, within the game, Yiningshuang heard Lin Xiao's praise. Well done, Yiningshuang. With your talent and dedication, breaking through to the foundation establishment stage is within reach. This period is perfect for mastering the celestial frost longsword. Once you're ready, we'll head to the secret realm. Yiningshuang paid no heed to the latter part of his words. Her mind was filled only with Lin Xiao's opening praise. Not bad. She had actually received praise from a senior. A smile instantly blossomed on her face, and her heart swelled with pride. It's all thanks to your guidance, senior. Without you, I could never have progressed so swiftly. Her tone brimmed with gratitude, and unconsciously, her dependence on Lin Xiao deepened. As she spoke, she polished off every last morsel of the grilled meat in her hands. Satisfied, she stood up. Before she could lift her head, however, the senior's voice suddenly rang out. You might want to wash your hands when you get the chance. Yiningshuang froze, then stood completely still. It suddenly dawned on her hands were black as charcoal from the earlier grilling mishap. Earlier, Yiningshuang had been so focused on grilling the meat, and with the elder absent, she hadn't paid it much mind. Later, the senior's arrival had been so sudden that he'd taken over the grilling, handing her the finished meat. Coupled with how incredibly delicious the senior's grilled meat tasted, she hadn't even noticed her hands. But now, after finishing her meal, the senior had suddenly pointed it out. If the senior had pointed it out, they must have noticed it long ago. Thinking of this, she felt too embarrassed to lift her head, her small face flushing bright red, the color spreading instantly to her neck. After a long moment, she finally spoke in a voice so soft it was barely audible. Elder. I wasn't paying attention earlier. I was too flustered. I wasn't like this back at the sect. Her voice grew louder as she spoke, seemingly terrified that Lin Xiao might misunderstand. I'll go wash it right now. Yiningshuang said, quickly turning away and hurrying to the riverbank where she crouched down. She plunged both hands into the stream and scrubbed them thoroughly. Only when her fair, slender hands reappeared before him did Yiningshuang nod in satisfaction. She turned back, raising both hands. Senior. Lin Xiao, who had been watching the game screen, noticed her series of actions and continued typing. Alright, I was just giving you a heads up. Chapter 25, You're selling me a single item for 888. Upon hearing the senior's words, Yiningshuang hurriedly nodded in agreement. Only then did the blush on her cheeks gradually fade. But then, she instinctively looked down at herself. What she saw shocked her. The once snow-white robe, after days of fleeing for her life, was now filthy and covered in dust and stains. There were even bloodstains and several torn holes in the fabric. Only now did she have the chance to truly examine herself. Yiningshuang felt she looked no different from a vagrant. Could it be that all these days, this was how she had appeared to the senior? Recalling the elder's words, you should wash your hands when you get the chance, Yiningshuang's face flushed slightly. Could it be that the elder had used that remark as a subtle reminder about her appearance? It must be said, Yiningshuang's mind was racing with thoughts. Countless possibilities flashed through her mind in an instant, and her heart grew increasingly anxious. But truthfully, she also yearned for a proper bath and a change into clean, fresh clothes. Yet as her gaze swept over the surrounding mountains and forests, her heart sank with worry. This dense forest held only that cave dwelling. While cultivation there proved twice as effective with half the effort, it contained nothing else let alone bathing supplies or even a change of clothes. Yet by the time this realization dawned on her, her resolve had already solidified. She absolutely must bathe and change clothes as soon as possible. Yiningshuang bit her lower lip, lost in thought. Perhaps the nearest city, Yunqing, could provide what she needed. Alright, that's settled. With that thought, she gathered her courage, preparing to voice her desire to go to Yun City to the elder. Meanwhile, Lin Zhao's eyes remained fixed on the screen. When he told Yiningshuang to wash her hands, it was purely because he noticed her hands were dirty from grilling meat. He was worried she might smudge her clothes, so he simply offered a reminder. He hadn't meant anything else by it, and he certainly had no idea how many strange thoughts his single sentence had sparked in Yi Ningshuang's mind. As for Yi Ningshuang's clothes, though slightly torn, he hadn't given them a second thought. After all, with Yi Ningshuang's face which could be described as model perfect right there, no one would pay attention to anything else. But now, seeing Yi Ningshuang look down at her clothes, he noticed her own filthy, tattered garments. Her heart tightened involuntarily. She recalled how Yi Ningshuang had been on the run these past few days. Now that they had finally settled down, she must have been dying to clean herself up and change into something fresh. Especially since she was a girl, how could she endure such conditions for so long? She had overlooked these things. Realizing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but slap her forehead. With that thought, Lin Xiao tapped his fingers rapidly. Yi Ningshuang, you've been on the run these past few days. Your clothes are filthy. Would you like to find a place to wash up properly and change into fresh clothes? In the game interface, just as Yi Ningshuang was about to speak, the voice of the senior player sounded in her ear first. You've been traveling tirelessly these past few days, and your clothes are soiled. Would you like to wash them and change into fresh ones? Hearing this, Yi Ningshuang froze in place, her face filled with shock and confusion, her eyes wide. She couldn't help but look up. Elder. How did you know? Yi Ningshuang murmured, her mind churning with shock. An absurd thought flashed through her mind. Could it be that the senior could read minds? But she quickly snapped back to reality. That was impossible, and besides, the senior wouldn't use such a thing to read her mind. As she pondered, a faint blush spread across Yi Ningshuang's cheeks. She lowered her head, glancing at her tattered clothes, and whispered softly, Senior, I was just thinking about that. These past few days of fleeing have left me filthy and uncomfortable. I intended to purchase some clothes and toiletries in Yuncheng, but I hesitated to tell you for fear of worrying you. Her voice was soft, tinged with shyness, as if the words were difficult to utter. Lin Xiao heard her words and fell into deep thought, his brow furrowing involuntarily. If that was the case, his heart was filled with worry. Although those who had attacked Yi Ningshuang had been dealt with, the mastermind behind it all would certainly not let it rest. Who knew when they might send more people? If that happened again, based on past experience, he'd likely have to top up his account to help Yi Ningshuang out of trouble. Moreover, Lin Xiao understood that as long as Yi Ningshuang remained in this relatively secluded location, she should be relatively safe. But sending her to Yuncheng? The risks were simply too unpredictable. Lost in this dilemma, Lin Xiao suddenly wondered if he could simply purchase what Yi Ningshuang needed directly within the game. After all, he had purchased quite a few items before. The instant this thought crossed his mind, a prompt instantly popped up on the game screen. Your virtual girlfriend seems to need you badly. Helping her overcome danger and progress smoothly in her cultivation is crucial, but assisting your virtual girlfriend with these everyday issues is equally important. Damn, does this game read minds or what? Lin Xiao couldn't help but mutter under his breath, though he knew it was impossible. This notification was just a coincidence. These daily necessities probably wouldn't be too expensive. With that thought, Lin Xiao looked again. First time assisting your digital girlfriend with daily needs triggers a major discount. Bathing supplies bundled with clothing. Basic sect female disciple full outfit set 5 pieces plus basic bathing supplies, price 108. High-end female full outfit set 5 pieces plus high-end bathing supplies, priced at 208. Special female full outfit set 5 pieces plus special bathing supplies, price 888. Requires affection level 80. Unlock early for 1088. Below this prompt were garment details. Lin Xiao briefly reviewed the first two sets. The first featured common traditional attire, long robes, trousers, etc. The second, however, was clearly of superior quality with numerous embellishments. Most importantly, 3 of the sets included long dresses. Yet the third option came with a price tag several times higher. Lin Xiao couldn't view its details and needed affection points to unlock it, instantly piquing his curiosity. The idea that unlocking a single piece of clothing required favor points struck him as peculiar. Curiosity aside, even without considering the 1088 unlock price, the base 888 price alone was enough to deter Lin Xiao. Spending that much money on clothes for a game character? She wasn't playing dress up, nor was she some rich lady. Lin Xiao would rather starve to death or jump off this building than buy this thing. Without further hesitation, he selected the second outfit not because he was wealthy, but because he wanted to see the long dress. Spending 208, the item would last Yi Ningshuang a long time, quite the bargain. With that thought, he decisively completed the purchase. Meanwhile, Yi Ningshuang was still eagerly awaiting the senior's reply. Chapter 26, Does the senior have a partner? But after waiting for quite some time, Yi Ningshuang was met with complete silence. The senior seemed to have vanished, not a single sound reaching her. Her heart sank instantly, her mind racing with wild thoughts, growing increasingly uneasy. Could it be that her suggestion to go shopping in Yuncheng had displeased the senior? After all, cultivating her cultivation was the utmost priority right now. Yet here she was, preoccupied with mundane matters. The senior must think she was irresponsible. This thought sent Yi Ningshuang into a panic. She hurriedly spoke up, Senior, I'm sorry. It's my fault for being so inconsiderate. Cultivation is clearly the most important thing right now, yet I've been preoccupied with these trivial matters, wasting precious cultivation time. Please don't be angry. I've disappointed you. From now on, I'll focus solely on cultivation and stop letting my mind wander. At that moment, Lin Zhao's attention was still fixed on the purchase interface, contemplating which option to choose. Suddenly, he heard Yi Ningshuang's tearful apology, and his hands froze instantly. He swiftly glanced at the screen, where Yi Ningshuang appeared in the game, head bowed, body trembling slightly, her eyes reddened. Lin Zhao froze for a moment, then found himself both amused and exasperated. He never imagined that his brief silence would cause Yi Ningshuang to misunderstand so deeply, leaving her in such a state of distress. Seeing her pitiful expression on the screen, Lin Zhao felt a sharp pang of heartache. Without a moment's hesitation, his fingers flew across the keyboard as he typed his reply, Ningshuang, don't misunderstand. I'm not angry. I was just deep in thought. Going to Yunqing is indeed too dangerous, but rest assured, I've already found a good solution. Only after sending the message did Lin Zhao feel at ease. At the same time, Yi Ningshuang heard her senior's voice. Upon confirming he wasn't angry, the heart that had been lodged in her throat finally plopped back into place. She exhaled softly, her tense body relaxing. But immediately, the senior's words piqued her curiosity. She tilted her head, her eyes brimming with confusion. Yi Ningshuang couldn't fathom how, in this remote forest far from any village or town, there could be any solution to her problems besides going to Yunqing. But upon realizing the elder wasn't angry, she obediently waited where she was. After purchasing clothes, Lin Zhao suddenly realized that in this remote, dense forest, it would be highly inconvenient for Yi Ningshuang, a young woman, to bathe in the river. To resolve this without leaving the area, the only solution Lin Zhao could think of involved an array formation. After all, this game contained every kind of formation imaginable. He immediately turned his attention to the game's marketplace, hoping to find a suitable formation to resolve the issue. But before he could make a move, the game popped up another interface. Bathing your virtual girlfriend is an incredibly private matter. Not only for her safety, but also for her purity. How could you not help her resolve this issue? Accompanying this prompt, a formation description appeared below. The hidden sanctuary formation creates a concealed space within a certain range. It not only blocks external sight but also regulates temperature and humidity, delivering a premium bathing experience in the wilderness. Perfect for temporary bathing facilities. Price, $79. Damn, this game actually has a conscience for once. However, as he spoke, Lin Zhao's eyes lit up and a delighted smile spread across his face. This formation will definitely solve the problem perfectly. Seeing the price hadn't even hit 100, Lin Zhao was thrilled. Without a moment's hesitation, he placed his order. After successfully purchasing the hidden array along with the bathing supplies and clothing needed for Yi Ningshuang, Lin Zhao immediately began operating within the game interface. After clicking send, a ripple of spiritual energy rippled through the air. A circular formation, radiating a soft glow, slowly materialized by the riverside. Mysterious runes flickered along its edges, appearing largely unchanged from before. Simultaneously, several garments and bathing supplies materialized in the array's center. With the array's appearance, Yi Ningshuang remained remarkably calm. She then stared at the array with intense curiosity, wondering what her senior intended to give her. When she saw these items appear, her footsteps halted instinctively, and a look of surprise spread across her face. Though she had received gifts from the elder before and was no longer as shocked as she had been initially, this time, the elder had brought her the bathing clothes she urgently needed. This stirred a unique warmth within her heart. Recalling the scene where the elder had personally grilled meat for her, the image of that elusive, aloof figure now felt much more approachable in her heart. Yi Ningshuang took a deep breath, slowly approached, crouched down, and gently picked up the bundle of clothes. She noticed the clothes were incredibly well prepared. Not only were there several sets of simple, elegant white outer garments, similar in style to what she had worn before, but even more thoughtfully, everything down to the undergarments was included. But soon, she realized something. As Yi Ningshuang's fingers brushed against the soft undergarments, her face flushed crimson, as if ripened to perfection. Simultaneously, an unbidden thought surfaced in her mind. Although she had never seen the senior's figure throughout this entire process, could it be that these garments had been handled by the senior's own hands? The moment this thought surfaced, she felt even more bashful, her heart beginning to race uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Lin Zhao was completely engrossed in the screen, deeply curious about her reaction to these items. When he saw Yi Ningshuang holding the clothes, suddenly flushed and bashful, Lin Zhao felt deeply puzzled. He couldn't understand why Yi Ningshuang had suddenly become so bashful. To him, it was merely a gift of essential daily necessities. Having been single for so many years, Lin Zhao couldn't help but mutter to himself, what's going on? Could it be that the clothes aren't to her liking? He couldn't fathom Yi Ningshuang's sudden change and could only continue watching. On the game interface, Yi Ningshuang held the garments, her cheeks still flushed. Yet she swiftly wrapped the undergarments back inside her outer robe. For a moment, her gaze darted back and forth over the garments in her hands, her thoughts tangled like a ball of yarn. Suddenly, another thought burst into her mind without warning, exploding like thunder in her heart.
The senior had given her such meticulously chosen women's garments. Could it be he had found a Tao companion?
This thought made her heart race, an inexplicable panic and sense of loss welling up within her. Her hand unconsciously tightened around the garment, her fingertips turning slightly red from the pressure.
Chapter 27, Don't Undress. Countless thoughts swirled through Yining Xuan's mind at that moment. If the senior had a Tao companion, could these clothes also be connected to that person?
The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt, her breathing growing ragged.
She didn't understand why she felt this way. What did it matter to her whether the senior had a partner? Besides, the senior was her benefactor. It was inappropriate for her to speculate about the senior's personal affairs here. Lost in thought, she lowered her gaze once more. But soon, Yining Xuan's gaze settled on the details of the garments. She noticed the stitching was fresh and new, and the fabric still carried a faint, crisp scent. Clearly, these were brand new clothes that had never been worn. Noticing this, Yining Xuan carefully examined each garment, confirming there were no signs of use whatsoever. With this realization, her heart slowly settled. She thought to herself, these clothes were clearly sought out especially for me by the senior. What was I thinking, getting all worked up like that? Taking a deep breath, Yining Xuan forced herself to calm her flustered emotions. When she looked at the garments again, her eyes held a newfound sense of gratitude and relief. She gently traced the fabric's texture and murmured, "Senior, thank you." Lin Xiao was puzzled by Yining Xuan's shy expression on the screen when suddenly, a prominent notification popped up on the game interface. Yining Xuan affection plus 10 current, 45. Seeing this notification, Lin Xiao's eyes widened instantly, his face etched with astonishment. Just giving her a few clothes actually boosted her affection by 10 points? Lin Xiao murmured to himself, leaning forward instinctively toward the screen as if that alone could reveal Yining Xuan's thoughts within the game. His fingers tapped lightly on the sofa as his mind raced through the game's mechanics. What on earth is going through Yining Xuan's mind? But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't figure it out. Lin Xiao was filled with confusion. All those precious items he'd given her before had only increased her favorability by 10 points. In his understanding, giving clothes was just a simple gesture to solve a practical problem. He never expected it to have such a significant reaction from Yining Xuan. Staring at the affection level notification, Lin Xiao grew increasingly curious about the secrets hidden behind this system. He couldn't help but recall that when buying clothes earlier, they'd mentioned affinity points reaching 80 would unlock the purchase permission for that particular outfit. But was it useless before reaching 80 points? Moreover, Lin Xiao found it hard to believe that such a mysterious reward was merely tied to buying clothes. By now, Yining Xuan had come to terms with it. Clutching the clothes and bathing supplies Lin Xiao had prepared for her, she walked briskly to the riverbank. As dusk fell, she knew she had to hurry. She first glanced warily around. The dense forest was silent, broken only by the occasional chirp of birds. After confirming no one was around, Yining Xuan didn't hesitate. She reached out and began undoing the ties of her own clothing. At that very moment, Lin Xiao, who had been staring intently at the screen, saw this scene unfold. His eyes widened instantly, his face etched with shock. A moment of stunned silence passed before he snapped back to reality. Wait! Wait, he instinctively shouted, his fingers flying across the keyboard. Yining Xuan, you're just going to strip right here? What if something unexpected happens? Besides, this is the wilderness. In the game, just as Yining Xuan's fingers touched the sash, the senior's urgent warning exploded in her ears. Stop! This place isn't safe. Are you really going to strip down and jump into the river like this? In an instant, her face flushed crimson to her ears, as if ignited by fire. She was so embarrassed she wanted to sink into the ground. Her initial concern hadn't been about hidden dangers nearby. After all, she'd been here for some time. Aside from the Lingxiao sword sect disciples hunting her, this dense forest rarely saw visitors. Most importantly, this river was extremely secluded. The surrounding trees were so thick that one couldn't see much without getting close. If anyone did approach, she'd notice immediately and react swiftly. Moreover, the senior was guarding here. Just knowing he was present made her feel inexplicably safe, as if she were in her own cave dwelling, causing her to overlook her surroundings. Yet, earlier, consumed by the desire to clean herself thoroughly so as not to discuss the senior, she had inexplicably overlooked the most crucial point. That crucial detail, while no one else was present, the senior was a man and he could see her. If she had actually undressed just now, wouldn't that mean she'd exposed herself completely before him, leaving nothing hidden? The realization slammed into her heart. Yining Xuan froze instantly, her hands instinctively clutching the clothes in her grasp as unease washed over her. Chaos swirled in her mind, filled with regret, unsure how she could face the senior. How could I be so foolish? She muttered softly, her voice brimming with self-reproach and embarrassment. She even spoke to herself, Yining Xuan, are you stupid? This is so embarrassing. Overwhelmed by embarrassment, her voice was barely audible, yet she broke the silence timidly, asking, Senior, what should I do now? Her fingers fidgeted nervously at her hem, her eyes filled with panic and helplessness. Her mind kept replaying her earlier actions and the scene, wishing she could turn back time to undo what she had done. Lin Xiao watched Yi Ningxuan's flustered expression on the screen, feeling both amused and a touch of regret. If only he hadn't reminded her earlier. But Lin Xiao quickly shook his head, dismissing these thoughts. He was a man on the brink of death. How could his mind still dwell on such things? He swiftly tapped on his phone, typing, "Don't worry. I'll set up a more concealed formation for you right now. That way, no one will see you, and you won't be disturbed." After sending the message, his gaze darted across the game interface. He opened his inventory, selected the formation, and precisely tapped the deployment button. In an instant, a dazzling flash erupted on the screen. A soft blue glowing formation materialized out of thin air, like a massive dome, securely enveloping a stretch of the small river. Spiritual energy swirled continuously within the formation, instantly sealing off this area from the outside world. Yi Ningxuan looked up and witnessed this sudden spectacle, her eyes brimming with shock and admiration. Her mouth fell open, the earlier awkwardness forgotten, her face etched with utter disbelief. "Senior, this is incredible," she murmured, her voice brimming with admiration. After all, it was common knowledge that even ordinary array masters required days to construct an array, and failure was always a possibility. Yet this senior had created the array in the blink of an eye, without even revealing themselves. At that moment, in Yi Ningxuan's heart, the senior's image grew ever more towering and mysterious. Not only did he possess such formidable and wondrous abilities, but he also showed her such meticulous care, something Yi Ningxuan had never experienced in her entire life. Chapter 28, No Peeking. Standing outside the softly glowing formation, Yi Ningxuan still felt a lingering trace of nervousness and shyness. She bit her lower lip slightly, lifting her head to whisper to Lin Xiao once more, "Senior. You can't see inside either, right?" Her voice trembled slightly as her hands unconsciously clenched the fabric she held. For some reason, a flicker of anticipation stirred within her heart. Lin Xiao watched Yi Ningxuan's cautious demeanor on the screen and quickly typed, "Don't worry, Ningxuan. No one can see inside. Just relax." After all, this game formation had cost real money. It wasn't something to be trifled with. He exhaled in relief. With this issue resolved, all he needed to do now was wait patiently. With Lin Zhao's reassurance, Yi Ningxuan slowly approached the riverbank. As she stepped into the array's active range, it instantly activated. Light flashed rapidly, spiritual energy surged, and a mysterious force began to permeate the air. The formation had taken effect. Lin Xiao glanced at the game interface and shook his head, feeling a pang of disappointment. But at that very moment, Lin Zhao's eyes widened abruptly, his face etched with utter disbelief. He could now clearly see everything happening within the formation. Every move Yi Ningxuan made was laid bare before his eyes. How is this possible? He murmured to himself, his heart racing uncontrollably, as if it might leap out of his throat. For a moment, Lin Xiao was torn. On one hand, he knew spying on Yi Ningxuan bathing was immoral, and a wave of intense guilt washed over him. He no longer viewed this game as merely a game. After all, it felt too real. Yet on the other hand, this unexpected bonus from the game had his gaze nailed to the screen, unable to look away. Despite Lin Zhao's constant mental admonitions that this was wrong, his eyes remained glued to the screen. Inside the formation, Yi Ningxuan remained completely unaware of anything unusual. She saw the array completely sealing off a space from the outside world. Even she couldn't see what was happening beyond it. Simultaneously, Yi Ningxuan felt the temperature within the formation gradually rise. What began as a faint warmth slowly transformed into a cozy comfort, as if she were gently enveloped by summer sunlight. Soon after, the humidity adjusted to a perfectly pleasant level, neither overly dry nor oppressively humid. This comfortable environment gradually relaxed her. Standing within the formation, Yi Ningxuan observed the wondrous transformations around her. She noticed even the river before her seemed clearer than before, its surface shimmering with rippling light. A wave of astonishment surged through her. She had witnessed many powerful arrays before, but most were designed for attack, defense, or cultivation support. An array crafted specifically for daily living needs was something she had never encountered in her life. Her admiration for the elder surged within her. Then Yi Ningxuan lifted her head and called out to the sky, "Elder, I'm starting now." Her voice rang out crisply, tinged with cheerfulness, in this comfortable and warm environment. She then walked lightly to the riverbank, slowly crouching down to remove her shoes and socks. Instantly, a pair of white, plump little feet were exposed to the air. The skin on them was as fine and smooth as jade, seemingly rarely exposed to the outside world. Even faint veins were visible on the instep. Watching this scene unfold in the game, Lin Xiao felt his heart suddenly race, pounding wildly like a frightened deer. His face flushed slightly, his throat felt constricted, and for a moment, he was utterly speechless. At the same time, Yi Ningxuan rose to her feet barefoot. Her slender fingers gently untied the sash of her outer robe, which slid down her shoulders, leaving her upper body clad only in a sheer undershirt. The camisole was as thin as a cicada's wing, faintly revealing a hint of pale pink beneath. The curves it embraced appeared even more voluptuous and breathtakingly stunning. Yi Ningxuan still wore trousers below the waist. She loosened the ties holding her hair in place, and a cascade of silky blue locks instantly spilled down, softly draping over her shoulders and adding an air of enchanting grace and tenderness. Standing there in stillness, Yining Shuang resembled a meticulously crafted work of art, breathtakingly beautiful. Lin Xiao was utterly transfixed, his eyes glued to the screen as if etching this scene into his soul. However, as Yining Shuang reached to unfasten her inner lining, a sudden ding sounded. The game interface abruptly filled with thick white mist like a massive curtain, perfectly obscuring her entire figure and surroundings. Lin Xiao jolted in shock. Before he could react, a game notification chimed, and a line of text appeared on the screen. Insufficient affinity. Unable to view. Damn it! Staring at the abrupt white haze on the screen, he was utterly dumbfounded. He stood frozen in place, his mouth slightly agape, a look of utter disbelief on his face. What the hell is this game playing at? At first, the game had shown Yining Shuang's image without any hindrance, making his heart race. But now, just as the most crucial moment was about to unfold, a white mist suddenly appeared to block the view. The stark contrast between the two moments was simply too much for him to accept. Had he never seen those images from the start, Lin Xiao might have been able to accept it calmly, without any lingering thoughts. But the game had deliberately shown him the earlier parts. Those beautiful scenes acted like hooks, tormenting him until he was restless, his whole body burning hot and unbearably uncomfortable. Filled with both anger and frustration, Lin Xiao couldn't help but vent. I admit my behavior earlier was beastly, but this game is even more beastly. However, with the appearance of this prompt, Lin Xiao gained a newfound understanding of the game's design. Sure enough, the game wouldn't let him off the hook. The trap had been set all along, waiting for him. As Lin Xiao pondered this, a faint sound suddenly emanated from within the game. Though the screen was shrouded in impenetrable white mist, the sound carried through unimpeded. Next, a pale, smooth arm emerged from the mist, only to retract swiftly. Then, the arm extended once more, this time carrying a neatly folded bundle of old clothes, which it gently placed upon the shore. The arm was slender and long, its skin as white and delicate as jade, glowing softly in the sunlight. It was unmistakably Yining Shuang's. Lin Xiao's gaze was involuntarily drawn to that arm. His heartbeat, which had just begun to settle, started racing uncontrollably once more. Before long, the white mist began to shift slowly, as if making way for Yining Shuang's movements. Chapter 29, The Fairy's Bathing Scene. Clearly, beneath the mist, Yining Shuang was now stepping into the river. With each step she took, the crisp sound of flowing water reached Lin Xiao's ears, gently plucking at the strings of his heart. As Yining Shuang walked, ripples spread across the water's surface. Droplets flew from the mist's edge, splashing back into the river with soft plop sounds, creating tiny ripples. Watching this scene, Lin Xiao couldn't help but envision Yining Shuang's graceful form in the river. The image felt intensely vivid, causing his heart to race once more and a wave of heat to wash over his face. Yet no matter how he strained, the white mist remained an impenetrable barrier, concealing the crucial view. This sensation of hearing sounds yet being unable to see anything felt like a cat scratching at his heart, unbearably agonizing. Instantly, Lin Xiao felt a wave of turmoil wash over him. Finally, steeled with resolve, he reached out and silenced the phone's audio. As the sound abruptly ceased, the surrounding world seemed to fall instantly silent. In the silence, Lin Xiao's gaze kept drifting toward the phone screen. Suddenly, a subtle change in the image caught his attention. He saw Yining Shuang's arm emerge once more from the white mist, her slender fingers gently grasping a set of clean clothes before swiftly retracting. Lin Xiao's heart skipped a beat. It seemed Yining Shuang had finished her bath. Hesitating for a moment, he turned the sound back on, afraid of missing anything Yining Shuang might say. Before long, the white mist seemed to receive some kind of command and began moving slowly once more. As the mist drew closer to the shore, Lin Xiao's heart began to race once more. Soon, the mist reached the shore. Another faint sound echoed, and as time passed, the mist began to slowly dissipate. Instantly, a dreamlike, ethereal figure emerged. It was Yining Shuang. Her hair was damp, flowing smoothly down her back, with droplets of water glistening at the ends like morning dew. At that single glance, Lin Xiao felt as though the mist had concealed a celestial maiden untouched by the mundane world. As the mist completely dissipated, Yining Shuang revealed herself fully before Lin Xiao. Fresh from her bath, her cheeks glowed with a captivating flush, like a perfectly ripe peach, stirring an irresistible urge to take a bite. Fine droplets dotted her forehead and cheeks, refracting sunlight into delicate sparkles that added a touch of playful charm. This only made her appear even more extraordinarily beautiful, like someone who had stepped out of a painting. The pristine white outfit she wore was as flawless as the first snowfall of winter, untouched by dust. The fabric appeared soft and light, gently swaying with her movements, accentuating Yining Shuang's graceful figure. She truly resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens. This game is incredible. Watching this scene, Lin Xiao couldn't help but utter a heartfelt exclamation. The image of a fairy, as described by people all along, now took tangible form before his eyes. Barefoot, Yining Shuang's pale feet touched the tender green grass, blending perfectly with the natural scenery around her. A pair of long boots, matching the outfit, were held in her hand. She showed no sign of haste, instead wearing a radiant smile as she lifted her gaze toward the sky. Her eyes brimmed with anticipation, as if waiting for the elder to speak. Lin Xiao remained fixed on Yining Shuang's image on the screen, his mind drifting away for a moment as his heartbeat slowed abruptly. In that instant, he seemed to forget everything in the real world, completely immersed in the game's realm. Yiningshuang truly appeared like a fairy descended to earth, and he, Lin Xiao, had the privilege of being the sole witness to this breathtaking scene. At that very moment, Yiningshuang's voice drifted over. Her cool tone held a hint of playfulness. "Senior, what do you think? Have I changed dramatically?" As she spoke, she lightly tapped her toes, spinning once on the grass. Her flowing robes danced around her, making her appearance even more breathtakingly beautiful. Yet, a hint of nervousness flickered in her eyes as she cautiously glanced upward. Without her senior's affirmation, it felt as though everything that had just happened held no meaning. Hearing this, Lin Xiao wanted to lavish praise upon her, but he maintained his composure. His fingers tapped lightly on the keyboard, and a few words appeared on the screen. "It's definitely good." Simultaneously, the in-game voice chat echoed the same words. "Not bad." Though only 2 words, they filled Yiningshuang with immense joy. A smile curved her lips, lighting up her face as her eyes sparkled with bright radiance. At the same time, the sky within the game gradually darkened. Lin Xiao noticed this change and tapped his fingers again, sending a message. "It's getting late. We should head back to the cave dwelling. Powerful demonic beasts roam this dense forest at night. Besides, bathing is nice, but don't forget what truly matters." By the small river, Yiningshuang heard the senior's words. She obediently nodded and replied softly, "Senior, rest assured. Ningxuang understands in her heart that cultivation is the utmost priority." As she spoke, her expression hardened once more, tinged with a hint of murderous intent. "Lingxiao sword sect, wait for me." Yet when addressing Lin Xiao, she instantly resumed her childlike demeanor. She then bent down to put on her shoes and socks, reaching for the frost divine sword beside her. As she stood up, Yiningshuang felt a refreshing clarity wash over her body, washing away days of fatigue and grime. It felt as though her very form had grown lighter. She drew in a deep breath, savoring the cool night air in the mountain forest, then quickened her pace toward the cave dwelling. Her steps were light and nimble along the way, and after changing into clean clothes, she even felt as though her speed had increased. The sky darkened swiftly. Moonlight now filtered through the dense foliage, casting a slender silhouette upon her form. She resembled a woodland flower fairy gliding through the moonlit forest. Yet, in the shadows, it seemed as though another pair of eyes had appeared. Before long, Yiningshuang arrived at the cave dwelling. Stepping into the dimly lit cave, the familiar scene greeted her. Lin Xiao watched the screen showing Yiningshuang's safe arrival. Seeing she had no immediate tasks, his fingers tapped out another message, instructing her, "Nothing else for now. Remember, you must cultivate diligently. Don't waste time." Soon, a voice echoed within the cave. "No further matters for now. Remember to cultivate diligently, do not slack off." Upon hearing the senior's words, Yiningshuang nodded vigorously, as if the senior could see her gesture. She then replied earnestly, "Senior, rest assured. Ningxuang will give it my all." Satisfied with Yiningshuang's response, Lin Xiao finally logged out of the game with peace of mind. On Yiningshuang's end, she hesitated not a moment. Deeply aware of the importance of cultivation, she swiftly walked to the stone bed within the cave dwelling, sat cross-legged, and adjusted her breathing. After taking the elixir, she slowly closed her eyes. Spiritual energy began to pulse rhythmically throughout her body in sync with her breath. Chapter 30, Crisis. For a time, Yiningshuang was completely immersed in the world of cultivation, her mind free of distractions. She focused solely on the hope of quickly increasing her strength to seek revenge and live up to the expectations of her seniors. Wholly absorbed in her cultivation, she remained unaware of the unusual activity outside the cave dwelling. Shortly after her return, a faint ripple rippled through the air in a distant corner of the dense forest, as if space itself had been gently stirred by an invisible hand. Immediately afterward, a figure slowly materialized from that spot. The figure was cloaked entirely in a long black robe, its fabric subtly rippling with hidden patterns. The edges of the robe fluttered in the night breeze, emitting a faint rustling sound. His face was hidden in the shadow of the hood, only a pair of eyes as black as ink visible. They resembled 2 bottomless, dark pools, emitting a cold light as they fixed their gaze upon Yiningshuang's cave dwelling. This man was none other than Chen Hao, sent by Mo Yunxiao to track down Yiningshuang. Having witnessed Yiningshuang enter the cave dwelling with her own eyes, a savage grin spread across his face as he murmured to himself, "Ha, so you were this easy to find, Yiningshuang." At that very moment, a disciple of the Lingxiao sword sect emerged from the dense forest behind Chen Hao, walking swiftly. His steps were unsteady and slow, clearly exhausted from the long trek. He was panting heavily, his chest heaving violently. Chen Hao turned to face the man, a smile playing on his lips. "This time, I owe it all to you," he said. "If not for you, I wouldn't have found Yiningshuang so easily." Hearing this, the disciple was flattered and overwhelmed, his face alternating between red and white as he stammered, "Brother Chen, you flatter me. It was my honor to be of service." It turned out that finding Yiningshuang this time was entirely thanks to this disciple. Earlier, when Chen Hao had gone to track down Zhang Qingyan and the others, he had accidentally uncovered a crucial piece of information. After Zhang Qingyan had brought a disciple back to Lingxiao sword sect, he hadn't departed with the disciple immediately as usual. Instead, he sought out the array master Lu Yuan. The two left the sect together, leaving the disciple behind alone. It was precisely because of this that the disciple had narrowly escaped death and survived. Chen Hao inquired everywhere until he found this disciple. After questioning him, he actually learned Yining Shuang's hiding place from him, prompting him to rush straight here without delay. Chen Hao turned his gaze toward Yining Shuang's cave residence, a savage grin spreading across his face. He murmured softly, who would have thought Yining Shuang was so strikingly beautiful? His eyes flashed with murderous intent and ruthlessness. Licking his lips, he continued, but soon, she'll be nothing but a pile of flesh beneath my blade. Earlier, when Yining Shuang was at Lingxiao Sword Sect, Chen Hao happened to be away. That was precisely why he had never had the chance to see her. After speaking, Chen Hao turned his head to look at the Lingxiao Sword Sect disciple once more. His gaze held a hint of scrutiny and inquiry as he coldly asked, after you pursued Yining Shuang here, she hid in this cave dwelling like a turtle in its shell. Logically speaking, she shouldn't possess much strength. Why then did Zhang Qingyan and the others die? The disciple shuddered under Chen Hao's icy stare, his face contorted with terror. He hastily waved his hands and stammered, Senior brother, I truly didn't know. I wasn't present at the time. As he spoke, he seemed to recall some dreadful memory, his face turning deathly pale as he continued, still trembling with lingering fear. Zhang Qingyan and the others met such a gruesome end for no apparent reason. Thinking back now, it still sends shivers down my spine. If I hadn't returned to Lingxiao Sword Sect at that moment, I'd have lost my life too. Chen Hao's expression darkened instantly, his voice turning as cold as ice. If you don't know, why haven't you gone inside to investigate? The cave dwelling has no protective formations now. The disciple paled at the words. Though he didn't fully grasp Yining Shuang's extraordinary abilities, the fact that Zhang Qingyan and the others had died because of her was undeniable. This terrified him beyond measure. He fell to his knees with a thud, repeatedly kowtowing in supplication. Senior brother, this woman is no ordinary foe. Since we've discovered her location, we should report it to the Grand Elder immediately. He will surely devise a proper countermeasure. To rush in recklessly would be courting certain death. Chen Hao's ears burned with rage at these words. Do you look down on me? A flash of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes as his form shifted abruptly, swift as a ghostly apparition. In the blink of an eye, he held a gleaming scimitar against the disciple's throat. The blade was razor-sharp, reflecting the moonlight and radiating a chilling aura. The disciple collapsed in terror, his face as pale as paper. Cold sweat poured from his forehead, trickling down his cheeks and dripping onto the ground. He dared not even breathe, trembling uncontrollably as he stared at Chen Hao with utter terror, fearing the scimitar would slit his throat at any moment. Chen Hao's eyes were icy, his voice as cold as frost. Don't you know your place? How dare you disobey my orders? Do you think I won't kill you? Each word cut like a sharp blade, piercing straight into the disciple's heart. The disciple trembled uncontrollably, overcome with terror. He knew full well that Chen Hao was the direct disciple of the Grand Elder, a figure of immense prestige. In contrast, he was merely an ordinary junior disciple within the Lingxiao Sword Sect. Here, if Chen Hao wanted to kill him without anyone noticing, it would be as easy as turning his hand. Even within the sect, if Chen Hao killed him, he would likely face only a minor, inconsequential punishment. This thought only deepened the disciple's terror. Cold sweat poured down like rain, nearly drowning him. Chen Hao watched the disciple's terrified expression, his heart brimming with satisfaction. Then, he spoke slowly. If you obey me and satisfy me, once we return to the sect, I might even allow you to work for me. His words carried a hint of condescension. Though terror gripped the disciple's heart, he understood clearly, if he could earn the privilege of serving Chen Hao upon returning to the sect, it would be like ascending to heaven in a single bound. He weighed the stakes silently in his mind and dared not utter another word. Gritting his teeth, his voice trembling slightly, he replied, I'll go immediately. Chen Hao nodded with satisfaction, a smug look spreading across his face. Earlier, we also saw Yining Shuang. She's merely at the qi cultivation realm now. You're at the peak of qi cultivation, why are you so afraid of her? He paused before continuing, as for why Zhang Qingyan and the others died? In my opinion, they were simply too foolish. They must have fallen into Yining Shuang's trap. His words dripped with contempt for Zhang Qingyan and the others. Hurry up! Chen Hao barked coldly once more. The disciple dared not hesitate further and rose to head toward the cave dwelling. Chapter 31, Cave Mansion Clash. Chen Hao's actions weren't deliberate defiance of Mo Yunxiao's orders. On the contrary, he clearly remembered Mo Yunxiao's instructions. Go assess the situation, then return and report truthfully. Do not act rashly. Mo Yunxiao's voice still seemed to echo in his ears. His current actions stemmed solely from his belief that Mo Yunxiao was being overly cautious. Chen Hao simply didn't take Yining Shuang seriously. In his mind, the reason Zhang Qingyan and the others had failed against Yining Shuang was purely because they were useless. They couldn't possibly represent how formidable she truly was. Master is just too cautious in his approach. No wonder he keeps failing to deal with Yining Shuang. Chen Hao muttered under his breath, a mindset completely at odds with his own approach. With this mindset, he decided to send Yang Zhengshi ahead to scout the situation. Simultaneously, he calculated inwardly, if Yi Ningshuang truly possessed formidable backing, his own skills would allow him to escape the scene immediately and withdraw unscathed. Conversely, if Yi Ningshuang proved unremarkable, he could eliminate her directly and return to report to Mo Yunxiao. This way, he would accomplish the mission while demonstrating his capabilities to his master, proving that excessive caution was pointless. However, this approach would easily place Yang Zhengshi in danger. Chen Hao, however, couldn't care less. In his eyes, Yang Zhengshi was lowly and should consider it a great honor to have the chance to serve him. What are you standing around for? Get moving. Chen Hao's expression darkened as impatience flared in his voice. Yang Zhengshi dared not disobey. He steeled himself and slowly drew the long sword in his hand. His hands trembled slightly as the blade glinted coldly in the moonlight. Then, Yang Zhengshi cautiously made his way toward the cave dwelling, each step taken with extreme slowness. It was as if what lay ahead wasn't an ordinary cave dwelling, but a place guarded by a powerful demon beast. The air around him seemed to freeze, an eerie stillness hanging heavy. Only the faint sound of his footsteps echoed through the silent night, jarringly out of place. With each step, Yang Zhengshi's heart tightened further. Images of Zhang Qingyan and the others meeting their gruesome ends at his hands kept flashing through his mind, fear washing over him like a relentless tide. With great effort, Yang Zhengshi reached the cave entrance. His feet halted, and steeled his resolve, he glanced back toward Chen Hao in the distance. Chen Hao's face was icy cold, his eyes radiating in unquestionable authority. He gestured urgently for Yang Zhengshi to hurry inside. That icy stare felt like a cold spear, piercing straight through him. A chill ran down Yang Zhengshi's spine. He dared not hesitate another moment. Gritting his teeth and steeled with resolve, he forced himself to step into the cave dwelling. The moment he stepped inside, darkness deepened, illuminated only by faint moonlight filtering through. Instinctively, he gripped his long sword tighter, knuckles turning white from the pressure. His heart pounded violently in his chest, as if it might burst through his ribcage. His mind went blank, filled only with endless dread. But with no turning back, he had no choice but to press forward. Meanwhile, the cave remained utterly silent. Yi Ningshuang was completely immersed in her cultivation. Her aura swirled around her, her robes fluttering slightly with the surging spiritual energy. In the dim cave, she seemed to radiate a soft, gentle glow. Yet, as Yang Zhengshi cautiously stepped into the cave, this tranquility shattered instantly. Yi Ningshuang's senses were razor-sharp. She instantly detected the intrusion and her heart jolted in alarm. "Who's there?" she silently demanded, not daring to let her guard down. Outwardly, Yi Ningshuang remained utterly still, maintaining her meditation posture. She even steadied her breathing, fearing the slightest movement might alert the intruder. Simultaneously, she covertly gathered her spiritual energy, circulating it silently within her body, ready to confront any unknown danger at a moment's notice. Yang Zhengshi entered the cave dwelling and spotted Yi Ningshuang cultivating in the distance. He paused slightly, seemingly surprised by how smoothly things had gone. Then, a flash of wild excitement flickered in his eyes. What a chance! Simultaneously, he calculated in his mind, if I seize this moment and capture her outright, I'll have accomplished a major feat. Not only would it satisfy Chen Hao, but it would also secure him a powerful patron within the Lingxiao sword sect. At this thought, his trembling hands steadied. Suppressing his excitement, he strode forward, his footsteps deliberately light, fearful of disturbing Yi Ningshuang. He didn't draw his sword, intending to capture Yi Ningshuang alive. Instead, he quietly channeled his spiritual energy, concentrating it in his palms, ready to strike. But just as he drew near, poised to strike, Yi Ningshuang suddenly snapped her eyes open. A cold gleam flashed in her eyes, carrying boundless sharpness and terrifying killing intent. Before Yang Zhengshi could react, Yi Ningshuang's fist slammed toward him. The fist wind howled, carrying powerful spiritual energy fluctuations, as if carrying the force of 1,000 pounds. Seeing this, the ecstatic expression on Yang Zhengshi's face froze instantly, replaced by boundless terror. His eyes widened in disbelief, his entire body frozen in place, utterly unable to comprehend why Yi Ningshuang had suddenly launched her attack. In that instant, he was utterly caught off guard by Yi Ningshuang's unexpected counterattack. Boom! Yang Zhengshi was sent reeling back several steps by Yi Ningshuang's punch, stumbling before barely regaining his footing. Only now did it dawn on him Yi Ningshuang must have sensed someone entering all along. Her motionless stance had been a calculated ploy, luring him into a trap. The realization filled him with rage and humiliation. He cursed furiously, "You! How dare you scheme against me?" Even as the words left his mouth, fear still gnawed at his heart. Gritting his teeth, he charged toward Yi Ningshuang once more. This time, Yang Zhengshi dared not be careless. He immediately channeled all his spiritual energy into the long sword in his hand. With a loud shout, he swung the sword fiercely toward Yi Ningshuang. The blade sliced through the air, producing a hissing sound. On Yi Ningshuang's side, seeing the enemy attack again, she dared not delay for a moment. She had no time to unwrap the frost blade. She raised her hand to grasp the hilt, swiftly lifting it to block the fierce attack. A loud clang echoed through the cave as metal collided. Yi Ningshuang seized the moment when her opponent shifted her stance, seizing the opening to unleash her strength and swiftly unwrap the sword. In an instant, a flash of icy light appeared as the Frost Divine Sword was firmly grasped in her hand. Yang Jingshi's attention was entirely drawn to Yi Ningxuan's movements, failing to notice the sword's extraordinary quality. Only a fleeting thought crossed his mind, she does have a fine sword. Before he could dwell on it, Yi Ningxuan had already charged forward, sword raised. Yang Zhengshi dared not take it lightly, hastily raising his sword to block. Instantly, the two were locked in combat. Chapter 32, The Terrifying Power of the Frost Divine Sword. In an instant, sword shadows crisscrossed as they traded blows relentlessly, neither yielding an inch. The cavern echoed with the constant clang of steel. Yi Ningxuan's strikes were fierce and relentless, each sword thrust accompanied by a whistling wind. A chill spread relentlessly, filling the surrounding air and lingering long after each strike. Wherever her blade pointed, it seemed capable of slicing through the very air itself. Meanwhile, Yang Zhengshi refused to be outdone. Drawing upon his own sword techniques, he parried and countered, relentlessly deflecting Yi Ningxuan's assaults. Within the cave, their figures darted swiftly under the dim moonlight, creating a dizzying spectacle. For a time, the two were evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. It must be noted that Yi Ningxuan and Yang Zhengshi were already nearly equal in cultivation, both at the 9th layer of Qi cultivation. Judging solely by cultivation, this battle was almost certain to be an evenly matched contest. Yet, as the battle progressed, the tide of combat began to shift. Under Yi Ningxuan's relentless assault, Yang Zhengshi found himself struggling to hold his ground, forced to retreat step by step to evade her strikes. Though his cultivation level was comparable to hers, his combat experience and mental fortitude fell far short of Yi Ningxuan's. Clang! Accompanied by the clang of clashing blades, Yang Zhengshi abruptly stumbled backward. Simultaneously, Yi Ningxuan moved with agile precision, closing the distance swiftly. Her form flickered as her long sword whipped through the air, unleashing a series of fierce sword shadows. Each strike carried a whistling wind, as if capable of tearing through space itself. Between her strikes, spiritual energy surged like a raging tide, wave after wave crashing toward Yang Zhengshi. For a moment, Yang Zhengshi scrambled to defend. Though his sword technique was solid, it proved inadequate against Yi Ningxuan's relentless, storm-like assault. After several more exchanges, the tide turned decisively. Yang Zhengshi was forced into retreat by Yi Ningxuan's relentless pressure, struggling to respond. Yang Zhengshi's face paled with shock, his expression etched with utter disbelief. How is this possible? Our cultivation levels are equal, how could I be no match for you? He roared in fury while fending off her strikes. He had assumed their cultivation levels were equal, expecting an evenly matched battle. As a man, he even harbored the thought that Yi Ningxuan might not be his match. Yet here he was, utterly overwhelmed before her. In that instant, Yang Zhengshi dared not take her lightly for a moment longer. He channeled every ounce of his spiritual energy without reserve, fighting Yi Ningxuan with all his might. Gritting his teeth, he swung his long sword again, attempting to block Yi Ningxuan's strikes while searching for an opening to counterattack. Yet no matter what he did, he couldn't break through Yi Ningxuan's assault. Instead, under the relentless barrage of her strikes, he found himself gasping for breath, seemingly crushed even harder. Who gave you the confidence to utter such words? How laughable! Yi Ningxuan responded with a cold laugh. Her attacks intensified with each word, her swordplay flowing as smoothly as clouds drifting across the sky, yet carrying the force of a thunderous strike. Each swing of her blade was accompanied by powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy, as if it could compress the surrounding air into a vacuum. This can't be. Yang Zhengshi narrowly dodged Yi Ningxuan's strike and retorted. Hearing this, Yi Ningxuan struck again with her sword, her voice cutting through the air. Impossible? What's impossible about you being this weak? Her words were as merciless as her attacks. It was at this very moment that Yang Zhengshi finally discerned the extraordinary nature of the long sword in Yi Ningxuan's grasp. Each time their blades clashed, the sword unleashed terrifying power far exceeding what Yi Ningxuan's current cultivation level should have been capable of. What chilled him to the bone even more was the relentless, bone-piercing cold emanating from the blade throughout the battle, as if an invisible colossal beast stood before him. Under such pressure, Yang Zhengshi felt an overwhelming chill. His body seemed encased in a thick layer of frost, his blood nearly freezing, and his attack speed slowed considerably. What kind of sword is this? Yang Zhengshi roared inwardly. That sword not only granted Yi Ningxuan overwhelming power but also imparted an unpredictable influence upon her abilities. How could he possibly stand a chance against Yi Ningxuan now? Yi Ningxuan showed no mercy, seizing the moment to strike again with another slash. At this moment, her command over the Frost Divine Sword grew increasingly fluid, and she felt its terrifying power. Truly a sword worthy of being bestowed by a predecessor. Yet even so, Yi Ningxuan could still sense that this was far from the limit of the Frost Divine Sword's potential. As the battle progressed, Yang Zhengshi's movements visibly slowed. Seeing Yi Ningxuan's attack coming, his pupils suddenly contracted. He quickly sidestepped, narrowly dodging the blade at the last moment. But it wasn't over yet. As the sword descended, Yi Ningxuan's blade shot upward again in an instant. Wrapped in a chill aura, it slashed down toward Yang Zhengshi's shoulder. She recognized the robes he wore, those of the Lingxiao sword sect. And anyone who could find her and attack without a word was undoubtedly a member of the Lingxiao sword sect. Yiningshuang showed no mercy toward anyone from the Lingxiao sword sect after all, they sought to kill her. In an instant, the sharp blade sliced through the air, trailing a cold gleam as it struck Yang Jingshir's shoulder with a heavy blow. A distinct crack echoed as bone shattered. Yang Zhengshir let out a piercing scream, his clothes instantly stained crimson with blood. The blow to his shoulder was not fatal, and such pain was within the tolerable range for a cultivator. Realizing this, Yang Zhengshir felt a surge of relief. He gritted his teeth against the pain and accelerated his pace, sprinting toward the exit. But the damage wrought by that sword strike on his shoulder seemed far from over. Ah! Yang Zhengshir let out another agonized scream. At that moment, an icy chill spread from his wound, swiftly enveloping half his shoulder. While this seemed to stop the bleeding, the agony was 1,000 times worse than before. At the wound, he felt a pain that penetrated deep into his bones. It felt as though a chill had entered through his wound, flowing through his bloodstream until it permeated his entire body. In an instant, the icy chill spread throughout his body, turning Yang Jingshir's face completely pale. Damn it! Now, he was freezing to death. He dared not waste another second, nor dare glance at Yiningshuang once more. Fear had reached its peak within Yang Jingshir's heart. He dared not resist any longer, turning and sprinting frantically toward the cave's exit. In this life or death moment, his sole desire was to escape this cave dwelling. Yiningshuang herself wasn't terrifying, but the sword in her hand was utterly terrifying. A chilling realization gripped Yang Zhengshir: if he didn't tend to his wound immediately, it might kill him. Chapter 33, The Heart of Greed. Staggering under the extreme cold, each step carried a deathly aura. The wound on his back continued to pour out frigid energy, inflicting unbearable agony. At that moment, Yiningshuang also sensed Yang Jingshir's condition. She stared at the frost divine sword in her hand, momentarily stunned. She was not arrogant and fully understood her cultivation and strength. Therefore, it was absolutely impossible for her sword strike to have caused such devastating damage to Yang Zhengshir. If that were the case, there was only one possible explanation for this outcome: it had been caused by the frost divine sword in her hand. Her heart raced with horror, but now was not the time for reflection. Her gaze returned to the fleeing Yang Zhengshir, and she sprang into action once more. Think you can escape? If you attack me, you're not leaving alive. Yiningshuang snorted coldly, a glint of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. Her feet lightly touched the ground, and she shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Her speed was blindingly fast, leaving only a white afterimage in her wake. The impact of that sword strike had severely hampered Yang Jingshir's speed. He stumbled, and though he had moved first, in the blink of an eye, Yiningshuang was already behind him. Feeling that icy chill at his back once more, Yang Jingshir's heart leapt into his throat. Before he could utter a word, Yiningshuang's sword thrust toward his back once more. Yang Zhengshir was focused solely on fleeing, unable to see what was happening behind him, let alone dodge. With a sharp, clean sound, Yiningshuang's frost divine sword pierced his back once more. Yang Zhengshir grunted again as the blade nearly pierced clean through his back. His body lurched forward, stumbling dangerously close to falling. But his will to survive surged to its peak at that moment. He dared not stop, gritting his teeth as he continued to flee outward. Yang Zhengshir fled the cave in a panic, his mind filled with terror, his legs weak and trembling, barely able to stand. He could feel his condition deteriorating rapidly. Another strike from Yiningshuang's sword would surely be fatal. Gasping for breath, Yang Jingshir's eyes were filled with terror and despair, his fear reaching its peak. Stumbling forward, he scanned the nearby area. Though he saw no sign of Chen Hao, his primal urge to survive drove him to scream at the top of his lungs, "Help! Senior brother Chen, save me!" His voice echoed through the empty mountains and forests, carrying endless despair. His cries only startled a few birds into flight, receiving no response whatsoever. Seeing this, Yang Zhengshir was utterly dumbfounded. After all, Chen Hao was his last lifeline. Without him, Yang Zhengshir was as good as dead. Meanwhile, Yiningshuang followed leisurely behind. Observing Yang Jingshir's pitiful state and the horrifying wounds covering his body, she knew he was spent. He couldn't possibly run much farther. Is there anyone else? But today, no one can save you. Yiningshuang gave a cold laugh, yet her vigilance heightened. She dared not let her guard down for a moment, slowing her pace slightly as she sharpened her senses, scanning the surroundings. Yet the surroundings remained eerily silent, showing no signs of danger. For a moment, she advanced toward Yang Zhengshir, sword in hand, her pace deliberate. Moonlight bathed her form, outlining her silhouette. The cold gleam of her sword mirrored the icy glint in her eyes, amplifying the air of impending doom. Just as Yiningshuang stood mere steps away from Yang Zhengshir, her sword poised to deliver the final blow, a sudden chill shot up her spine. A bone-chilling, murderous intent surged toward her like a raging tide. Yiningshuang's heart lurched in alarm. Her beautiful eyes widened instantly, pupils contracting sharply. Instinct drove her to twist sideways without hesitation. In that very instant, a cold gleam flashed like lightning. A sharp blade, carrying a chilling aura, sliced past her clothing before vanishing as mysteriously as it had appeared. "Who's there?" Yiningshuang instinctively hissed, her voice laced with alarm and shock. Though the attack had just passed, she saw no one who had struck. The speed of the assailant was truly terrifying. She scanned her surroundings rapidly, but all she saw was emptiness, not a single soul in sight. Yet that faint, lingering intent to kill followed her like a shadow, making her heart race and every hair on her body stand on end. Instantly, she entered a state of extreme alertness. Before she could recover, another blade flashed like a ghostly apparition, striking from the shadows. This time, the blade came faster and fiercer, tearing through the air with a piercing whistle. Yet Yi Ningxuan's reflexes remained lightning fast. Her body spun with grace, narrowly evading the deadly strike once more. At the same moment, Yang Zhengshi, sensing something amiss, turned his head to look. Seeing the scene unfold, his eyes suddenly flashed with astonished delight. Suddenly, as if fueled by the joy of narrowly escaping death, Yang Zhengshi found strength he didn't know he possessed and struggled to his feet. A smug smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Ha! I knew senior brother Wang wouldn't stand by and watch me die. With you stepping in, this is as good as dead. He gasped for breath, shouting hysterically, heedless of his injuries, as if he could already see Yi Ningxuan's final moments. Hearing Yang Zhengshi call out senior brother Wang, Yi Ningxuan's heart sank instantly. She began to ponder silently. She was now certain these two men came from the Lingxiao sword sect. As for who this so-called brother Wang actually was, she racked her brain for a long time, yet her mind remained blank. She simply couldn't recall anyone by that name within the Lingxiao sword sect. Meanwhile, Chen Hao, concealed in the shadows, wore a twisted grin as he fixed his gaze on the frost divine sword in Yi Ningxuan's hand. His eyes burned with greed and madness. His sudden attack had been motivated solely by this sword. Initially, witnessing Yang Zhengshi utterly overwhelmed in his battle against Yi Ningxuan, even driven into retreat, Chen Hao, unsure of the specifics, had planned to return to Lingxiao sword sect first. He intended to report the matter in full detail to Mo Yunxiao. But just as he prepared to depart, he happened to see Yi Ningxuan emerge from the cave dwelling. The frost divine sword in her hand, radiating an overwhelming aura, instantly captured his full attention. Merely sensing the aura emanating from the sword, he knew instantly that it might even be of the level of a divine artifact. His gaze then fell upon Yang Zhengshi's injuries, and everything clicked into place. He concluded that Yi Ningxuan's ability to so easily overwhelm Yang Zhengshi, leaving him utterly defenseless, must stem from the power of this divine sword. This realization sparked a calculation within him: if relying solely on the sword, he could defeat Yi Ningxuan. Most crucially, if Mo Yunxiao arrived, the sword would inevitably fall into his hands. But if he struck first and seized it, it would happen without a trace. Chapter 34, Your breath is unsteady. Meanwhile, Yi Ningxuan stood rooted to the spot, her gaze focused and alert as she scanned her surroundings with extreme vigilance. She sensed that faint, elusive killing intent like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, poised to strike at any moment. Yet no matter how intently she sensed it, she couldn't pinpoint Chen Hao's exact location. This realization filled her with unease. She tightened her grip on the frost divine sword, its faint chill spreading outward. She could clearly sense that Chen Hao's cultivation far surpassed her own. Trapped in the shadows, the situation was extremely unfavorable for her. Chen Hao, is it? I know you were sent by Mo Yunxiao. If you dare to strike, why won't you show yourself? Yi Ningxuan's cold voice echoed through the open cavern, yet no response came. Only the rustling of wind through the trees offered a faint sound. Whoosh! Suddenly, a cold gleam shot out from the shadows to her left, moving so fast it was impossible to react. Yi Ningxuan's pupils contracted sharply as she twisted sideways to dodge. Yet the icy blade still grazed her arm, leaving a trail of blood. SSSSH. Yi Ningxuan sucked in a sharp breath, the pain in her arm heightening her alertness. She scrambled back several steps, holding the frost divine sword horizontally before her, her gaze fixed intently on the direction the attack had come from. Yet, there was no one there. Only silence and the endless expanse of the jungle stretched before her. Chen Hao, you're supposed to be Lingxiao sword sect's prodigy, far more skilled than me. Is this all you've got? Hiding in the shadows to ambush me? Yi Ningxuan sneered coldly, attempting to provoke Chen Hao into revealing himself. Yet, the only response was a hideous, piercing laughter that seemed to echo from all directions, surrounding her and making it impossible to pinpoint its origin. Yi Ningxuan, do you really think this tactic works on me? Chen Hao's voice echoed through the air, tinged with mockery. The sword in your hand is formidable, but alas, in your grasp it remains a jewel covered in dust. Still, it is no match for me. Before he finished speaking, another flash of blade light struck from behind Yi Ningxuan. This time, Yi Ningxuan was prepared. She spun swiftly, swinging her sword to block. Clang! Her frost divine sword collided with the blade's flash, producing a sharp, crisp clang. Instantly, Yi Ningxuan felt a jolt through her arm, her palm going numb. She was secretly shocked Chen Hao's strength was truly formidable. After all, the frost divine sword in her grasp granted her immense power, yet even it struggled to match Chen Hao's might. Before Yi Ningxuan could catch her breath, another attack swept in from the right. Yi Ningxuan knew trouble was brewing, but her reflexes were lightning fast. She managed to twist her body to dodge, yet the icy blade still sliced her shoulder, instantly staining her pristine white robes crimson with blood. Damn it! Yi Ningxuan growled inwardly at the sight. This was the new outfit her senior had given her, and now it was ruined. The thought filled her with fury. Yet at the same time, a sense of urgency began to gnaw at her. Yiningshuang knew she was trapped in an extremely passive situation, unable to launch any attacks. If this continued, Chen Hao would wear her down and defeat her sooner or later. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. Yet the image of her senior master flashed through her mind. If he were here, dealing with Chen Hao would be as easy as waving a hand. Yet she quickly shook her head, murmuring to herself, Yiningshuang, you cannot rely on the senior for everything. He cannot protect you forever. You must rely on yourself. This thought brought her some measure of clarity. Since she couldn't locate Chen Hao now, she'd have to wait patiently for him to show a weakness. For a moment, Yiningshuang stood rooted to the spot, her frost divine sword raised slightly. A faint icy glow emanated from the blade, and waves of frigid air spread out, instantly lowering the surrounding temperature. Her beautiful eyes scanned the area constantly. Her body shifted slightly as her senses sharpened to their peak, intently observing every movement around her. Suddenly, she sensed a faint disturbance in the air to her left, rippling like water. Recognizing this, a surge of excitement filled her heart as she swiftly swung her sword forward. Clang! Another thunderous clang echoed as frosty energy erupted from the Ice Frost divine sword. Yiningshuang barely parried the attack lurking in the shadows. Seizing this opening, she hesitated not a moment, thrusting her sword forward in a direct strike. Instantly, Yiningshuang felt resistance in her sword, followed by a muffled groan of pain echoing in her ears. Yiningshuang, you seek death. A furious roar erupted beside her. Simultaneously, a curved blade shot out from the opposite direction, instantly slicing a deep gash across her arm. Blood spurted forth, splattering onto the ground. Ugh! Yiningshuang winced in pain, cold sweat beading on her forehead. Meanwhile, Chen Hao, hidden in the shadows, wasn't faring much better. He gritted his teeth, clutching his chest, his face twisted with such murderous intent it seemed tangible. A chill spread from his chest, spreading so intensely that even his hands felt stiff. This sword. I must have it. But soon, rage twisted his expression into a bitter laugh. Though wounded, he had felt the sword's immense power all too clearly. Chen Hao, not only do you far surpass me in cultivation, but you also hid in the shadows. I thought you'd display unimaginable power, but now it seems you're nothing special after all. Noticing the attack had temporarily ceased, she instantly understood. That strike had landed, and the damage inflicted by the Frost Divine Sword would surely be unbearable for Chen Hao. But dying by my sword is not your disgrace, it is your honor. A confident smile spread across Yiningshuang's face. Not far away, Yang Zhengshi watched the scene unfold, utterly dumbfounded. Senior brother Chen had actually been wounded by this Yiningshuang. Senior brother Chen, be extremely cautious. That sword in her hand is eerily strange, it's no ordinary weapon. After a moment, Chen Hao's voice echoed once more from all directions, tinged with mockery. Yiningshuang, you're so confident you've wounded me? Why not just hand over that sword and kneel in surrender? I'll grant you a quick death. Oomph. Do you even deserve my sword? Yiningshuang stood tall and defiant, her voice ringing out loud and clear. Though several wounds marred her body, she paid them no heed whatsoever. This sword of mine has yet to reveal its true power. If you wish to test it, come at me. Her face bore only confidence as she spoke, revealing not a single crack in her resolve. Watching from the shadows, Chen Hao's expression darkened. For a moment, he had genuinely been intimidated by Yiningshuang. Realizing this, he gritted his teeth and charged forward once more. Instantly, another flash of blade light streaked toward Yiningshuang from above. His aura is faltering. Yiningshuang's heart leapt with joy. Under such circumstances, she was the first to notice it. She snapped her head up and swung her sword to block. Chapter 35, The Troublesome Chen Hao. This time, though Yiningshuang was prepared due to his chaotic aura, Chen Hao's attack angle was exceptionally tricky. Though her sword blocked the curved blade, a searing pain erupted at her side. A crescent moon gleamed at her side, and in an instant, a spray of blood shot high into the air. Put! Blood gushed from the wound, and Yiningshuang's face instantly paled. Gritting her teeth to endure the agony, she inwardly cursed her misfortune. Chen Hao had two curved blades. It was precisely because she hadn't known this earlier that she had been wounded. Realizing this, Yiningshuang silently cursed her own carelessness. The battle raged on, but as time wore on, it became clear she was no match for Chen Hao. Wounds multiplied across her body, blood staining her robes crimson, her steps growing increasingly unsteady. Her breathing grew increasingly ragged as her spiritual energy rapidly depleted. Meanwhile, Chen Hao, lurking in the shadows, though wounded by the icy chill of the Frost Divine Sword, maintained a steady aura. His attacks grew fiercer and faster, each strike aimed directly at vital points. Yiningshuang, how much longer do you think you can hold out? Chen Hao's voice echoed from the shadows, tinged with mockery and scorn. No matter how formidable your sword may be, it cannot alter the fact that your cultivation is lowly. Nor can it change the fact that you are a worthless. The gap between foundation establishment and chi cultivation is a vast realm apart, a chasm no single sword in your hand can bridge. His voice grew louder. For some reason, even though Yi Ningxuan was only at the chi cultivation stage now, dominating her like this brought Chen Hao immense satisfaction. This satisfaction surpassed even defeating opponents of equal rank. Yi Ningxuan's aura was now extremely unstable. She stood barely upright, gasping for breath as blood dripped from her body onto the ground. Yet even so, she gritted her teeth, refusing to utter a single word in response. Deep down, she knew Chen Hao spoke the truth, but she would never concede defeat. The word surrender simply did not exist in Yi Ningxuan's vocabulary. With this thought, she gripped the Frost Divine Sword in her hand once more. The icy chill emanating from the blade remained as fierce as ever. Unlike Yi Ningxuan, who was gravely wounded, the sword seemed to grow ever more formidable. The scattered cold energy around it had nearly solidified into a tangible substance, as if echoing her fighting spirit. Just because my senior isn't here, does that mean I can't do it? Yi Ningxuan questioned herself inwardly. The senior had given her this Frost Divine Sword with such a divine artifact in hand. Was she still incapable of defeating her enemies through her own strength? As she pondered, the senior's image surfaced in her mind. Though she had never seen him, Yi Ningxuan had long imagined him a figure of striking beauty and formidable power. At that moment, she felt the senior's gaze upon her, silently encouraging her. Yi Ningxuan drew a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. She knew deep down that panic and fear would only bring her closer to defeat, closer to death. I cannot lose. I must see the senior. Yi Ningxuan roared inwardly. With that thought, she snapped her head up, her gaze sharp as a torch, fixed intently on the direction where Chen Hao had last appeared. Though she still couldn't pinpoint his location, she remained utterly focused, alert to every flicker of movement. Yi Ningxuan, are you still going to struggle? Chen Hao's voice rang out again, tinged with impatience and thick anger. Hand over the Frost Divine Sword immediately and kneel to surrender. I might let you die quickly. Otherwise, I swear, I'll make you wish you were dead. Dream on. Yi Ningxuan roared in fury. Instantly, spiritual energy gathered around her, surging into the Frost Divine Sword in her grasp. In an instant, the Frost Divine Sword blazed with brilliant silver light. A piercing sword cry seemed to spread out, echoing relentlessly around them, refusing to fade. Hearing this sound, Chen Hao, lurking in the shadows, felt his heart tighten, fear creeping into his heart. It was precisely because of this that he fell deep into thought. Chen Hao knew some of Yi Ningxuan's history. Once, she possessed the supreme bone, making her an absolute prodigy. Yet, lacking power and influence, and being a woman, she was betrayed. Her bone was stolen, and her cultivation destroyed. Such a broken being should have been easy prey for even ordinary disciples sent to kill her. Yet 2 consecutive groups failed to eliminate her, and were instead killed themselves. This was already highly suspicious. With her cultivation destroyed, rebuilding it was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Yet not only had she returned to the path of cultivation, but in just a few short days, she had reached the 9th layer of chi cultivation. And where had this sword one that had even reached the level of a divine artifact come from? Endless questions swirled within Chen Hao's mind, yet he found no answers. And uncertainty only bred dread. Could it be that she had the protection of an immortal? The thought struck fear into her heart, and she forced herself to push it aside, afraid it would sap her will to fight. At the same moment, Yi Ningxuan swung her sword toward the source of the sound. Icy coldness coalesced as a sword she sliced through the air, leaving a terrifying icy gash in the ground. Chen Hao immediately sensed the terrifying power of this strike. He sprang into action, raising both blades simultaneously. Boom! Amidst the deafening explosion, Chen Hao's figure materialized. Under the sword energy's assault, his twin blades bore the marks of frost. Simultaneously, the force sent his body flying backward, crashing heavily into a nearby tree. Such a heavy blow caused even Chen Hao to spit blood, his face turning pale and looking extremely grim. He struggled to his feet, violently spitting out the blood in his mouth. He then flipped his dual blades to a reverse grip. Yi Ningxuan, you brought this upon yourself. His voice was cold and harsh, like that of a demon from the depths of hell. Yi Ningxuan paid him no mind. Seeing her attack had succeeded, she seized the moment and raised her hand once more. But at that very moment, a dark shadow spread out behind Chen Hao, suddenly enveloping him. In an instant, before Yi Ningxuan's eyes, Chen Hao's figure slowly faded away, leaving only a pool of blood on the ground. What the hell is that thing? Though she knew Chen Hao could conceal his form, witnessing him vanish before her eyes, his very presence now undetectable still sent shockwaves through her heart. Die! A voice rang out, and before the words had even finished echoing, another flash of blade light struck from Yi Ningxuan's right side. She swiftly swung her sword to block, but Chen Hao's attack angle was extremely tricky. The blade's edge once again grazed her arm, leaving a bloody trail. Put! Blood spattered once more. Yi Ningxuan grunted softly, her body staggering backward. At that very moment, a dark shadow materialized from nowhere, delivering another slash. An identical wound instantly appeared on Yi Ningxuan's other side. Suddenly, everything before her eyes turned gray. Chapter 36, Crisis Returns. By now, Yi Ningxuan's arm had gone numb, barely able to grip the sword hilt. Yet she gritted her teeth and persevered, for if she lost focus, the next wound would appear on her throat. Chen Hao, is this all you've got ambushing me? Yi Ningxuan sneered coldly once more. A cultivator at the peak of Foundation establishment dares not face me in open combat? How utterly laughable. Chen Hao, however, showed not the slightest flicker of emotion. He merely sneered coldly. Yi Ningxuan, do you take me for some fool like Zhang Qinyan? Don't think I don't know what's on your mind. But I gave you a chance just now. Since you didn't seize it, don't blame me. Yet as the words echoed, a faint smile flickered at the corner of Yi Ningxuan's eyes. She certainly wouldn't use the same method twice. After all, as Chen Hao had said, he wasn't stupid. Earlier, Yi Ningxuan had already discovered that not only could she roughly sense Chen Hao's location through his emotional fluctuations, but his voice could also reveal his position, and the longer the sound, the greater the chance. With Chen Hao's words, Yi Ningxuan seized the moment. She thought to herself, now is the moment. With that, Yi Ningxuan swung her sword violently. The Frost Divine Sword erupted once more with dazzling silver light, unleashing a massive ice blade that swept out, heading straight for the direction where Chen Hao was hiding. Boom! Where the blade passed, the air seemed to freeze solid, and the surrounding trees were instantly coated in frost. Chen Hao's figure was once again forced out of the shadows. His expression darkened clearly. He hadn't expected Yi Ningxuan to locate him, let alone unleash such overwhelming power. Yi Ningxuan, you do have some skill, but that's all. Chen Hao retorted coldly, swinging his curved blade with a fierce strike. A dark shadow sliced through the air, shattering the ice blade once more. But his movements were noticeably slower, clearly unprepared. Seeing this, Yi Ningxuan's heart leapt with joy, but she quickly regained her composure. She knew this opening must not be detected by Chen Hao. His strength still far surpassed hers. She had to seize every single flaw. You think you can hide it from? Yi Ningxuan said coldly, swinging her Frost Divine Sword once more, unleashing a piercing icy glare. Before her words faded, Chen Hao's figure flickered violently, moving faster than before. His curved blade traced a sharp, icy arc, striking directly at Yi Ningxuan's throat. Yi Ningxuan's pupils contracted as she swiftly parried with her sword. Yet the blade's shadow still grazed her body, leaving another trail of blood. Yi Ningxuan, how much longer can you hold out? Chen Hao sneered coldly as his curved blade swung out again, relentlessly closing in on Yi Ningxuan. She struggled to block with her sword, but her movements had grown sluggish, unable to fully parry Chen Hao's attacks. Blood gushed forth in streams as Yi Ningxuan's body swayed precariously, like a withered leaf in the wind. Yet she refused to fall. Yi Ningxuan, you're truly tenacious. Chen Hao's impatience grew, and the dark shadow behind him fully materialized. It was a humanoid figure, also wielding dual blades, standing behind him. Though faceless, it radiated an overwhelming sense of pressure. Die! He roared furiously, the shadow behind him growing ever larger. This can't go on. This is my last chance. Yi Ningxuan thought to herself. She knew her physical condition could no longer withstand Chen Hao's attacks. We'll kill him. You were given to me by my predecessor. I know you're powerful. Perhaps I'm not worthy of you yet, but if you see my potential and acknowledge me as your master, then help me. She gripped her sword with both hands and slowly raised it. Simultaneously, she drew a deep breath as spiritual energy surged wildly within her, pushing everything to its absolute limit. Life or death hinged on this final strike. Suddenly, the Frost God's sword began to tremble violently, as if truly responding to Yi Ningxuan. A terrifying chill spread outward, enveloping Yi Ningxuan's entire body. She immediately sensed the sword's transformation in her grasp. The power within the blade surged relentlessly. Suddenly, Yi Ningxuan swung the sword in her hand with all her might. Then, a circular blade of ice radiated outward from her, spreading in all directions. A 360-degree attack, leaving no blind spots. Yet, after the ice blade swept through, the surroundings remained utterly silent, without a single sound. In that split second of distraction, a cold gleam struck from behind, aiming straight for her back. Yi Ningxuan spun around abruptly, seemingly too late to react, yet a faint smile touched her lips. She managed to twist her body, avoiding the vital areas, but the icy blade still pierced her shoulder. Thud! The distinct sound of the curved blade piercing flesh echoed through the air. Yi Ningxuan's body shook violently before she collapsed to one knee. Yi Ningxuan, you lose. Chen Hao's voice echoed from the shadows, tinged with smug satisfaction. But at that very moment, a cold gleam flashed in Yi Ningxuan's eyes, and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. Chen Hao, you've fallen for it. Before the words had fully left her lips, her form shot forward. The Frost Divine Sword in her hand traced a cold arc of light, driving straight toward Chen Hao's chest. Chen Hao's pupils contracted sharply, his expression freezing in surprise. Fallen for it? At such close range, did she really think he wouldn't react in time? She was going all in. How foolish. Suddenly, he shifted his body, attempting to dodge. But at that very moment, a series of crisp sounds rang out beneath his feet. Instantly, his feet froze stiff, unable to move an inch. Chen Hao looked down to see a wave of icy coldness spreading upward from the ground, binding his body tightly. No! He shouted, but it was already too late. With a sharp thud, the Frost Divine Sword instantly pierced Chen Hao's chest. For a moment, he seemed to lose all sensation of pain. His eyes widened in utter disbelief. How is this possible? Chen Hao's voice trembled slightly. Yiningshuang stared at him coldly, speaking slowly. Chen Hao, you were too arrogant. But as I said, dying by my hand is your honor. By now, Chen Hao had lost even the strength to speak. Blood poured from his mouth as his body went limp. The frost divine sword pierced his heart. With his cultivation level, even a god couldn't save him now. Chen Hao's body slowly collapsed, the light in his eyes fading. Even in death, he could not believe he had fallen at Yiningshuang's hands. Yiningshuang pulled the frost divine sword free. Her body swayed slightly, her eyes darkening. Then, drained of strength, she collapsed onto the ground as well. Senior, I won. Did you see it? As the words fell, she too lost consciousness. Her body was covered in wounds and bloodstains. In an instant, blood flowed from countless injuries, staining the ground crimson. At that very moment, another figure staggered into view. Seeing Yiningshuang on the ground, a maniacal grin spread across his face. Chapter 37, Participating in the Iron Man Triathlon. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Xiao remained completely unaware of the events unfolding within the game. He had believed everything within the game had been meticulously arranged. All Yiningshuang needed to do during this period was focus on her cultivation, reach the foundation establishment stage, and then head to the secret realm. Then, Lin Xiao left his home. For several days, the weather had remained gloomy and overcast. Due to his illness, he had stayed indoors the entire time. Today, however, the weather had unexpectedly cleared from overcast to sunny. Lin Xiao felt uplifted and decided to go for a walk. On the subway, Lin Xiao idly scrolled through his phone. Just then, a video caught his attention. Triathlon? The video announced that a nationwide triathlon event was about to take place. This event combined swimming, running, and cycling, testing not only physical fitness but also experience and skill. For most amateurs, participating was merely about making up the numbers. But that wasn't the most important part. The real highlight was the staggering prize money for this triathlon. First place is a 7-figure sum, a whopping 5 million. This has made the event extremely popular online. It even trended on social media, bringing it to the attention of countless ordinary people. It has also spurred calls for people to actively participate. 5 million yuan, if not squandered recklessly, is enough to secure a comfortable life for the rest of one's days. Who wouldn't be tempted? Lin Xiao was no exception. Damn it! However, Lin Xiao was well aware of his limitations. That was the first place prize money. Even enthusiasts entering the competition wouldn't get a consolation prize, let alone a complete novice like him, a man battling a serious illness. Winning that prize money was nothing short of a pipe dream unless he could swallow some magical elixir, but that was utterly impossible. Moreover, how could this triathlon lack entry requirements? Glancing again, he discovered the registration fee was a staggering 10,000 yuan. This alone weeded out 90% of the casual participants. Those remaining were either professional athletes, dedicated enthusiasts, or the wealthy. After all, who would throw away 10,000 yuan just to get their feet wet? At this thought, Lin Xiao gave a bitter smile. But then another thought struck him. So what if he didn't win? So what if it was money down the drain? He was dying anyway, why bother caring about such things? He had nothing left to lose. This was an experience Lin Xiao had never had before. While he hadn't tried more extreme activities either, he simply couldn't afford them now. But this Ironman triathlon? For Lin Xiao, it was an opportunity. So why not seize this final chance to experience it? If he hadn't fallen ill, Lin Xiao would never have spent 10,000 yuan on such an experience unless he'd been kicked in the head by a donkey. But now, he found himself deep in thought. Scanning further down, second place offered 3 million yuan, third place 1.5 million yuan, and even 4th to 10th place came with 800,000 yuan. Even 11th to 20th place came with a 500,000 yuan prize. Damn, that's impressive. Lin Xiao couldn't help but think to himself. No wonder this competition had generated such intense buzz. The prizes were incredibly generous. If he truly had a chance, even if he didn't make the top 10, just that final 500,000 yuan prize would be enough to let him enjoy himself before dying or even extend his life a little longer. After all, he didn't have much money to begin with. His current treatment relied solely on the 200,000 yuan compensation from the company, which would soon be depleted. Then, he wouldn't even have enough money for his next round of treatment. Perhaps he really could give it a shot. Lost in thought, Lin Xiao put away his phone and stood up. What's the point of overthinking this when I'm practically a dead man walking? If he won, great. If not, it would still be an experience. What if he could do it? He didn't want to die. He wanted to fight death, and this was his way. At that moment, Lin Xiao made up his mind he would sign up. Coincidentally, the triathlon registration office was right where he was. Registration had already begun. With that thought, he didn't hesitate. He immediately transferred to the subway and headed straight for the registration point. On the subway, after making his decision, Lin Xiao felt a surge of excitement coursing through him. He instinctively reached for his phone, intending to open the game to check on Yiningshuang, when a low battery alert suddenly popped up. Seeing this, Lin Xiao instantly remembered he'd forgotten to charge it last night. Seeing the dwindling battery, he dared not look any further and quickly turned off the screen. As for Yiningshuan, she should be fine. But just as he turned off the screen, he failed to notice a notification popping up on his phone. Virtual girlfriend Yiningshuan has engaged in combat. She appears to be at a disadvantage. But Lin Xiao, having already turned off his phone, didn't notice this message. Before long, he arrived at the triathlon registration site, the stadium itself, a testament to the event's immense popularity and substantial investment. The triathlon registration area was bustling with activity. Sunlight streamed down, illuminating the participants, all of them tall and muscular, their physiques clearly showing signs of long-term training. Even the average participants appeared fit and healthy at a glance. Yet among them, Lin Xiao stood out like a crane among chickens. His complexion was noticeably paler than everyone else's. Standing there now, no one would think he was here to register for the race. A large screen displayed highlights from past triathlon victories, blaring loudly and amplifying the already electric atmosphere of the registration area to the point where the air seemed almost ignited. Amidst this extraordinary bustle, the registration area suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Are you sure you want to sign up? The staff member's eyes widened, the registration form trembling slightly in his hand as his gaze darted back and forth across Lin Xiao's pallid face. The young man before him was thin and gaunt, his complexion an unhealthy pallor, with beads of cold sweat glistening on his forehead, and this was the middle of summer. He looked nothing like someone capable of competing in a triathlon. Lin Xiao nodded. His voice was weak, yet it carried an unwavering resolve. Yes, I want to sign up. The staff member gaped, momentarily speechless. Then, incredulously, he looked down at the information Lin Xiao had filled out, his gaze lingering for a long time on the health status section. There, in bold letters, it stated, end-stage renal failure. Don't joke around. In your condition, that's... One staff member blurted out without thinking, but was immediately cut off by the person beside him. Realizing his own words were inappropriate, he promptly shut his mouth. This is impossible. At the same time, the staff member who had warned him snapped back to his senses, shaking his head firmly. Chapter 38, No Liability Agreement. The staff member continued to plead. Triathlons are extremely physically demanding. Your current conditions simply can't handle it. We can't let you take this risk. Hearing this, Lin Xiao did not back down. His gaze locked onto the staff member as his voice remained calm yet resolute. I know my own physical condition, but I'm fully prepared. I have the right to compete, and I believe I have the ability to stand on that starting line. The staff member, meeting his unwavering gaze, was momentarily speechless. Others nearby were drawn to the scene. The situation quickly sparked a commotion. Whispers spread, phones whipped out to capture the scene, and even a live streamer, sensing a viral opportunity, rushed over to broadcast the moment in real time. Holy crap, is this guy crazy? Signing up for a triathlon with end-stage renal failure? Is he just trying to get attention? There's no way he can finish the race in that condition. I'm sure of it. There are plenty of people like this online these days. They just make a killing off donations, then their illness magically disappears. You're talking about the minority. Most are genuinely sick, though I've never seen anyone brave enough to enter this kind of event. Hold on, he seems determined. Maybe he has a special reason, like wanting to do something meaningful in his final moments. The live chat exploded with comments as viewers shared their opinions. Some mocked, some questioned, but others admired Lin Xiao's courage. I think he's remarkable. Knowing his body can't handle it, he still dares to push his limits. Yeah, at least he dares to try. That's way better than those keyboard warriors hiding behind their screens. If they had his illness, they probably wouldn't even have the courage to get out of bed. I'm actually impressed by him. Oof. People like him entering competitions are just here to cash in. If he's really a man, he should sign a liability waiver. In an instant, both the live venue and the online broadcast were engulfed in a fiercely heated debate over the incident. Meanwhile, staff members on site continued trying to dissuade Lin Xiao, but his stance remained unwavering. Lin Xiao had anticipated this reaction. With a faint smile, he spoke up. I can sign a liability waiver. I'll take full responsibility for any consequences. The organizers won't be held liable. This declaration stunned everyone present and those watching the livestream. No one had expected Lin Xiao to actually utter those words. In an instant, many who had previously dismissed him as a show-off changed their minds. He was genuinely willing to sign a liability waiver. It was well known that in competitions like this, such a liability waiver held absolute legal weight. As long as the problem wasn't caused by the organizers, then no matter what happened to Lin Xiao, even if he died during the competition, the organizers wouldn't bear any responsibility whatsoever. After a brief silence, the arena erupted with a cacophony of voices. Some urged Lin Xiao to reconsider carefully, while others encouraged him to compete, urging him not to leave regrets in his final moments. Even those harboring other thoughts dared not speak up. To do so now would likely invite a beating from the surrounding crowd. Amidst this tension, the live chat exploded with messages, every single one filled with admiration for Lin Xiao. Regardless of his motives, he dared to sign this. Are you sure? Upon hearing this, the staff frowned deeply. Had Lin Xiao not brought it up, they would have had grounds to refuse and could have continued their persuasion. But with Lin Xiao making this demand, they could say nothing more and had no choice but to agree to his participation. Still, the staff member couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. If he didn't enter this competition, he might have a little more time left. But participating in this race. Lin Xiao heard the staff member's words and a faint smile touched his lips. He then nodded firmly. Yes, I'm certain. The staff member's expression grew incredibly complex. He glanced at Lin Xiao, then at the unopened agreement, and finally sighed. Though the agreement lay here, it was rarely ever used. Yet now, it was about to be invoked. Very well. Since you insist, we have no right to stop you. But please, know your limits. If you feel unwell, withdraw immediately. Don't push yourself. There are still 2 months until the competition. I hope you'll give it some serious thought. Given your unique circumstances, I can arrange for a refund of your registration fee if needed. Lin Xiao nodded, saying nothing more. He took the registration confirmation slip, a faint smile touching his lips. Thank you. He returned the kindness to such a generous person. After all, withdrawing from a competition didn't entitle one to a full refund of the entry fee. Even if a refund were possible, it wouldn't be for the full amount. Alright, then. Pay the fee here, fill out the information, and complete your registration. Lin Xiao nodded again upon hearing this, promptly paid the registration fee, and completed his sign-up. With Lin Xiao's departure, the matter was settled for the time being. Yet, word of the incident gradually spread online. After completing his registration, Lin Xiao walked over to a wall and leaned against it to rest for a moment. His body felt strained, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Today's exertion had been excessive. He pulled out his phone to check the time, only to find 3 unread notifications popping up on the screen. Seeing these notifications, Lin Xiao froze in surprise. They were from the game Virtual Girlfriend. This was unusual, as the game had never sent notifications before. The 3 notifications were from different times. First notification, Yiningshuang is currently engaged in combat with enemies. Situation critical. Lin Xiao's pupils suddenly contracted in alarm, and he immediately grew tense, daring not to take it lightly. Second notification, Yiningshuang is critically injured and unconscious, her life hanging by a thread. The final alert followed immediately, Yiningshuang is in extreme danger, captured by the enemy. Lin Xiao's expression changed instantly. His fingers clenched the phone tightly, knuckles turning white from the pressure. Chaos swirled in his mind as images of Yiningshuang flashed repeatedly. Everything screamed at him, she was in grave danger. After all this time, Yiningshuang was no longer just a game character to him. Damn it! Just a moment of inattention, and this happens. Lin Xiao muttered under his breath, his voice tinged with anger. He abruptly stood up, but his haste caused him to stumble, nearly falling. He immediately scanned his surroundings, searching for a place to rent a power bank. The registration site was teeming with people, making it difficult for Lin Xiao to navigate through the crowd. Chapter 39, Yang Jingshir's Opportunity. However, due to his physical condition, navigating through the crowd proved notably difficult. But he dared not stop. He knew that every second wasted increased the danger to Yiningshuang. After all, Yiningshuang had never fallen into enemy hands in this game before. No one dared imagine what she might endure. Though merely a game, Ling Xiao, who had already invested his emotions, long ago regarded Yiningshuang as a one-of-a-kind existence. As for the game's claim that once an electronic girlfriend died, a second one couldn't be registered, Ling Xiao didn't believe a word of it. Otherwise, the game company wouldn't make any money. Finally, he spotted a power bank rental kiosk tucked away in a corner. He swiftly scanned the QR code to rent one, connecting his phone to the power source. The battery levels slowly began to rise, yet Ling Xiao's heart remained suspended in midair. Faster, faster. He urged under his breath, his eyes glued to the phone screen. Meanwhile, viewers in the livestream noticed Lin Xiao's unusual behavior. Someone pointed the camera at him, capturing his anxious expression and weakened physical state. What's wrong with him? He looks really anxious. Did something happen? He looks terrible. Could he really be hiding something? Not just trying to grab attention? Lin Xiao ignored the surrounding murmurs and stares, his entire focus fixed on his phone. He swiftly opened the game and logged in. Not long ago in the game, Yiningshuang lay on the ground, lifeless. Her face was deathly pale, with traces of blood still lingering at the corners of her mouth. Her body was covered in gruesome wounds, blood continuously flowing from them, a sight that was utterly horrifying. And standing before her was none other than Yang Zhengshi. A smug grin spread across his face as his gaze roamed over Yiningshuang from her pallid face to her slender frame, a hint of greed gradually surfacing in his eyes. Yiningshuang, you've finally fallen into my hands. Yang Zhengshi's voice carried unmasked triumph. Shen Hao is dead. You have no strength left to resist. The frost god's sword is mine, and you are my spoils of war. Yiningshuang seemed to hear the words, or perhaps her injuries eased slightly, for she slowly opened her eyes. Yet her body was utterly weakened by her severe injuries, lacking even the strength to lift a hand. She knew she was powerless to resist now. Her only hope lay with the elder. But could he even know she was in danger? Meanwhile, Yang Zhengshi also noticed Yi Ningxuan regaining some consciousness. Yet he showed no sign of urgency. After all, he understood her current physical state. Even if she awoke, she possessed no strength to resist him. Besides, having her conscious was far more enjoyable than having her unconscious. Seeing her silence, Yang Zhengshi sneered coldly. He crouched down, seized her chin with his fingers, and forced her head up. What? Not speaking? Do you think silence will change your situation? Yi Ningxuan remained silent, her gaze cold and unwavering, showing not a trace of fear. Her silence infuriated Yang Zhengshi. His fingers tightened, nearly crushing her jaw. I truly don't know where you get your confidence from. Before, I might not have been your match, but what makes you think you can resist now? Why won't you just submit? With that, Yang Zhengshi sneered again. Do you seriously expect someone to rescue you? Out here in the wilderness, who could possibly save you? Hearing this, a flicker of emotion passed through Yi Ningxuan's eyes before quickly fading into calmness. She knew Yang Zhengshi was right. The elder couldn't watch over her every moment. He had his own responsibilities. Moreover, the elder had already done so much for her, he couldn't possibly keep helping her forever. Even if she fought desperately, if she couldn't survive this perilous situation, she couldn't blame anyone else. Seeing her silence, Yang Zhengshi felt even more smug. He released his grip, stood up, and looked down at her from above. But you've reminded me I can't waste any more time with you. I must guard against any unexpected developments. After all, this girl holds far too many secrets. I'm genuinely afraid. Therefore, I must take you to the Grand Elder immediately. By then, whatever tricks you have up your sleeve will be meaningless. A flash of anger flickered in Yi Ningxuan's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by despair. She knew she was powerless to change anything now. Her fingers twitched slightly, attempting to summon her last shred of strength, but her body was too weak even for that. Yang Zhengshi watched her, a lecherous gleam slowly spreading across his eyes. But before that, I wouldn't mind enjoying myself first. He spoke, reaching out to undo the ties of Yi Ningxuan's robe. A flicker of terror crossed Yi Ningxuan's eyes, but it quickly faded into calm. She knew that the only thing left for her to do now was to take her own life. Even in death, she would never allow this man to dishonor her. Just as Yang Zhengshi's hand was about to touch Yi Ningxuan's sash, the Frost Divine Sword suddenly emitted a buzzing hum. Its blade trembled violently, then shot up from the ground, stabbing straight toward him. Amidst the piercing screech, Yang Zhengshi reacted with lightning speed, leaping backward to evade the Frost Divine Sword strike. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes before transforming into greed. Truly worthy of being a divine artifact, it can even protect its master. This is indeed my great fortune. But what can a sword without a master do to me? With that, he raised his hand and unleashed a surge of spiritual energy from his palm, striking directly at the Frost Divine Sword. Though the Frost Divine Sword possessed remarkable sentience, it remained merely a sword. Without its master's control, it quickly found itself at a disadvantage as it clashed with Yang Zhengshi. Seeing this, Yang Zhengshi grew even more smug. He reached out, seized the Frost Divine Sword in his hand, and sneered coldly. Now, what can you possibly do? The glimmer of hope that had flickered in Yi Ningxuan's eyes vanished once more, replaced by a flash of despair. She knew the Frostblade was her last hope, and now Yang Zhengshi had shattered that hope completely. Yang Zhengshi watched her expression, feeling even more triumphant inside. He crouched down again, his eagerness palpable, his eyes gleaming with lecherous intent as he prepared to undo her clothes once more. Now, no one can save you. A resolute glint flashed in Yi Ningxuan's eyes. Her fingers twitched slightly as she finally gathered her last shred of strength. But Yang Zhengshi instantly sensed it, and another burst of spiritual energy shattered her attempt. Ha 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 ha. Don't waste your effort. Just enjoy it. Chapter 40, Lin Zhao's Wrath. With that, Yang Zhengshi flicked his wrist casually. A rope shot out from his sleeve, swiftly binding Yi Ningxuan's hands tightly as he moved. A mad gleam flashed in Yang Zhengshi's eyes, a savage grin curling his lips. Yi Ningxuan, I never wished to treat you thus, but you insist on being so ungrateful. You have no one to blame but yourself. Yang Zhengshi's voice was low and icy as the rope in his hand tightened further. You've long been a useless shell. Even if you seized another chance to walk the path of cultivation, what good would it do? Now, both your opportunity and you are still in my grasp. Yi Ningxuan clenched her teeth, her eyes filled with nothing but despair. Now even her limbs were bound by Yang Zhengshi. Had she not been injured, these ropes would never have held her. But now, Yang Zhengshi, I will never let you succeed. Yi Ningxuan's voice was cold and resolute. Without a moment's hesitation, she prepared to bite her tongue to end her life. Instantly, blood trickled from Yi Ningxuan's pale lips. Seeing this, Yang Zhengshi instantly understood her intent, his expression darkening. A savage glint flared in his eyes as he lunged forward, his hands clamping down hard on Yi Ningxuan's cheeks, forcing her face up. He roared furiously. Want to die? Not so fast. I'll make you wish you were dead. Yi Ningxuan felt excruciating pain in her cheeks as they were pinched until they bulged high, leaving her utterly immobilized. Her attempt to bite her tongue was ruthlessly thwarted. You wanted to bite your tongue? Well, I'll rip it out for you.
Yang Zhengshi snarled viciously, then wrapped spiritual energy around his palm and lunged straight for Yi Ningxuan's mouth. At the same time, Lin Zhao's fingers flew across his phone screen as he entered the game. The sight of Yi Ningxuan pinned down by Yang Zhengshi, her hands tightly bound by ropes, instantly ignited a raging fury within him. He also heard Yang Zhengshi's words. He intended to rip out Yi Ningxuan's tongue, his hand already reaching for her.
Bastard! You're asking for death.
Lin Zhao slammed his fist into the floor, his eyes nearly blazing with fury. He had never felt such fury. Yi Ningxuan's look of utter despair and helplessness pierced straight through his heart.
1 second later, and the consequences would have been unimaginable.
Lin Zhao's voice was low and icy, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He knew he had to act immediately, or Yi Ningxuan would face an irreversible fate. On the game interface, Yi Ningxuan's status bar displayed, critically wounded, heartbroken.
The red warning flashed incessantly.
Simultaneously, another prompt popped up on the screen.
Detected extreme danger to your virtual girlfriend Yi Ningxuan. Select one of the following rescue options. 1. Overpower the enemy through force. 2. Release Yi Ningxuan from her restraints. 3. Wait and see.
Lin Zhao's gaze swept over the 3 options, and a surge of rage instantly filled his heart. He muttered under his breath.
Is this game out of its mind?
Even if I release her, Yi Ningxuan is no match for that person in her current state.
Wait and see? Watch Yi Ningxuan get humiliated?
He had no such twisted sense of humor, so that was out of the question.
Without hesitation, Lin Zhao's finger tapped the first option: defeat the enemy by force.
Immediately, a new prompt popped up on the screen.
Sword of Obliteration, 1000. Continuously attacks the enemy, repeatedly piercing their body with agonizing thrusts until death. You can control it yourself.
Lin Zhao stared at the steep price tag, yet his heart held not a shred of hesitation.
He had no time to consider money now.
He wanted nothing more than to tear Yang Zhengshi limb from limb to satisfy his burning hatred. Most crucially, the personally controlled feature meant Lin Zhao could wield it entirely as he pleased. Charge! Lin Zhao growled under his breath, his fingers flying across the screen to complete the payment.
As soon as the payment went through, a dazzling light erupted on the game interface.
Beside Yi Ningxuan, a pitch-black longsword materialized out of thin air, its blade radiating a chilling aura of murderous intent. The surrounding temperature plummeted.
Yang Zhengshi's expression changed instantly upon witnessing this.
He abruptly released Yi Ningxuan and stumbled back several steps, a flicker of terror crossing his eyes.
What the hell is that thing? Feeling the searing heat emanating from the blade, Yang Zhengshi's voice trembled slightly.
Yet he quickly regained his composure, sneering coldly. Looks like it's just another trick of that frost divine sword.
Think this will scare me?
He abruptly drew his own long sword and swung it toward the black blade. Yet before his blade could touch the black sword, an invisible force repelled it. A surge of black flames erupted, nearly scorching him.
Impossible.
A flicker of shock crossed Yang Zhengshi's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure, sneering coldly. This sword of yours is quite troublesome, but it's all meaningless now. Yi Ningxuan lay motionless on the ground, yet a flicker of delight crossed her eyes at the sight. She stared at the black long sword, whether moved by some inner feeling or not.
The Elder has intervened. Elder, you've finally come.
Yi Ningxuan's voice trembled with emotion, nearly breaking into tears. After all, she knew full well this was far beyond what the Frostblade could achieve. At the same time, Lin Zhao's gaze was fixed on the screen, his fingers swiping rapidly across it as he controlled the Sword of Oblivion. His face was consumed by rage. In an instant, as black flames blazed, jet black sword shadows shot forth from the blade's surface. Countless sword shadows surged forward, attacking Yang Zhengshi with frenzied ferocity. Yang Zhengshi's expression turned even more shocked. How could this sword be so bizarre? What were these black sword shadows? He tried to evade, but the sword shadows seemed alive, relentlessly pursuing him. Before this sword, Yang Zhengshi seemed utterly powerless to resist. Suddenly, the first sword shadow pierced through his body, followed relentlessly by the others. Each sword shadow that pierced his body brought endless agony.
Ah!
Yang Zhengshi's agonized scream echoed through the night sky as his body was repeatedly pierced by the sword shadows, blood spattering everywhere. In an instant, his eyes filled with terror and bewilderment as he murmured, What is this?
Yi Ningxuan lay on the ground, watching Yang Zhengshi writhe in agony amidst the sword shadows.
Yet her heart held not a shred of pity. Instead, a genuine smile blossomed on her face. With the senior's strength, ending Yang Zhengshi would have been a single sword strike, no need for such prolonged torment. This was all for her sake. She seemed to hold great importance in the senior's eyes.
Senior, thank you. Chapter 41, Keep Recharging.
Yi Ningxuan murmured softly, a flicker of resolve flashing in her eyes. Finally, Yang Zhengshi's body collapsed lifelessly to the ground, his eyes filled with resentment and terror. His body was riddled with gaping wounds of varying sizes, a gruesome and terrifying sight. His life ebbed away amidst endless agony, until he became nothing more than a cold, lifeless corpse. In the game interface, Yi Ningxuan's status bar gradually recovered, and the red warning box vanished, leaving only the final critical injury still displayed on the status bar.
The game displayed that her affection level had increased once more. Yining affection +5, current 50. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao continued to manipulate the sword shadows, slicing through the ropes binding Yining. Under these circumstances, Yining managed to move her stiff body slightly before forcing herself to sit up. Watching Yining figure on the screen, Lin Xiao's heart ached deeply. Seeing her in this state, anyone could tell what kind of peril and suffering she had endured. Yining, I'm sorry. Lin Xiao murmured softly, speaking to himself. Though the immediate danger had passed, his heart remained unsettled. Lin Xiao knew Yining wouldn't find peace anytime soon, nor would the Ling Xiao sword sex pursuit cease. He must continue to aid her until she truly grew strong. Recharge. He must keep recharging. Though this game presented its own challenges, at least he could tackle them. With this thought, Lin Xiao exhaled deeply, yet the worry in his heart did not dissipate. He swiftly typed on the game interface, inquiring about Yining previous situation. Yining, what just happened? How did you end up in such a predicament? Lin Xiao's message was transformed by the game system into an ethereal yet commanding voice that echoed in Yining ears. Hearing her senior's voice, Yining felt a pang of guilt. She lowered her head, her voice tinged with self-reproach. Senior, it's my fault. This person was sent by Ling Xiao sword sect. His cultivation far surpassed mine. Though I barely defeated him, I suffered severe injuries. Later, he took advantage of the opportunity to ambush me. I almost. Her voice grew fainter and fainter until it was almost inaudible. Lin Xiao's heart raced wildly upon hearing this, unable to calm down. He immediately looked toward the person Yining had mentioned, and a notification popped up. This man's cultivation had reached the 9th layer of foundation establishment, an entire realm above Yining. That Yining had managed to kill him was something Lin Xiao hadn't anticipated. Yet, he had only stepped away for a moment, and Yining had already faced such peril. Anger surged within him, mingled with an inexplicable sense of guilt that even he struggled to comprehend. After all, this was merely a game character. But seeing Yining's low spirits at that moment, he still typed words of comfort. Soon, the voice of an elder echoed beside Yining. Yining, this isn't your fault. That opponent was a full tier above you. Killing him shows remarkable strength. Anyone else likely wouldn't have even lasted until I arrived. Hearing the senior's praise, a flicker of delight crossed Yining's eyes. She lifted her head, a faint blush spreading across her cheeks, her voice tinged with excitement. Senior. Do you really think I'm that good? You don't blame me? Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile at her words, typing again. Of course. You've done exceptionally well. Why would I blame you? Hearing this, a warm wave washed over Yining, sweeping away the gloom from her face. She nodded firmly, her voice resolute. Senior, I will keep striving. But the words had barely left her mouth when he was seized by a violent coughing fit, spitting out another stream of blood. Seeing this, Lin Xiao gasped in alarm, instantly remembering Yining's own severe injuries. Just then, an event notification suddenly popped up on the game interface. Limited time offer, purchase healing pills for your virtual girlfriend, complete with a healing formation to fully restore her health. Price, 300. Lin Xiao clicked purchase without hesitation. After all, Yining's injuries required immediate treatment, and this bundle also included some healing pills. It would also be of great assistance to her in future battles. Purchase successful. Healing potions added to inventory. Healing formation activated. Within the game interface, a softly glowing formation suddenly materialized beside Yining. Within the array, pills slowly materialized, releasing a faint medicinal fragrance. Yining gazed at the pills, a hint of surprise flickering in her eyes. Senior, what is this? She asked softly. These are healing pills. Keep them for yourself. Should such incidents occur again, they'll offer you some protection. As he spoke, Lin Xiao typed again. Enter the formation first. I'll treat your injuries. Hearing this, Yining nodded and hurriedly stepped into the formation. The moment the formation activated, a warm energy surged into her body, repairing her damaged meridians and wounds. Soon, her complexion regained its healthy flush and her breathing steadied. Senior, this formation is truly miraculous. Yining's voice carried a hint of awe. I feel like my injuries have completely healed. It must be noted that the injuries she sustained in the battle were far from minor. Not only had her spiritual energy been depleted, but her body was utterly exhausted. Her entire body was covered in wounds, and she had lost a significant amount of blood. The fact that Yining could still converse here without falling unconscious was a testament to her formidable physical constitution. Lin Xiao watched Yining's restored figure on the screen and breathed a sigh of relief. He knew her injuries were no longer a concern, and now he must focus on rapidly enhancing her combat prowess. He clenched his jaw, about to open the shop. Suddenly, a notification popped up on the game interface. Combat Power Boost Bundle includes 2 cultivation techniques: the Xian Grade Superior Sword Manual Sword Chanting Cannon and the Xian Grade Superior Body Movement Technique Cloud Treading Art, along with combat use pills and other items. Price, 500. Lin Xiao stared at the bundle, inwardly groaning. How long had it been since he last topped up his account? The moment he logged back in, these premium bundles started popping up one after another. But now it seemed these bundles appeared specifically tied to Yining Xuan's situation. Each time, at these critical moments, Lin Xiao really had no choice but to spend. Though he'd already spent a considerable sum, today's events left him feeling a chill of dread. Ultimately, he clicked to purchase. Purchase successful. Combat Power Boost gift pack added to inventory. Immediately afterward, Lin Xiao gifted all these items to Yining Xuan. Yining Xuan stared at the cultivation techniques and elixirs that suddenly appeared within the formation, a flicker of astonishment crossing her beautiful eyes. She picked up the 2 cultivation manuals, examined them carefully, and couldn't help but exclaim, upper-tier Xian-grade cultivation manuals, 2 of them. Senior, these are incredibly precious. Back at Lingxiao Sword Sect, the strongest cultivation technique she'd ever possessed was merely a low-grade Xian-level technique. Yet the techniques this senior had casually gifted her were actually high-grade Xian level. Chapter 42, Learning the Cloud Stepping Technique. In that instant, Yining Xuan's voice trembled slightly, and tears finally glistened in her eyes. Senior, you've been so kind to me. I truly don't know how to repay you. Lin Xiao watched Yining Xuan's reaction on the screen, feeling somewhat reassured. Judging by this, these 2 cultivation techniques were exceptionally powerful. Mastering them would undoubtedly boost her strength significantly. Just as Lin Xiao pondered this, another prompt popped up on the game interface. Your virtual girlfriend is learning martial arts on her own, making you seem rather useless. Why not teach her yourself? Seeing this, Lin Xiao froze, momentarily unable to process it. What qualifications did he have to teach her personally? Ding! Affection level detected at 50. Conditions met. Congratulations on unlocking the Teach Martial Arts feature. After mastering a technique yourself, you can personally instruct Yining Xuan. This will double her learning speed and make her techniques even more powerful and effective. Lin Xiao read the prompt, yet confusion still lingered in his mind. He was familiar with unlocking features through affinity points, but teaching cultivation techniques? He clicked the confirmation button, and a new interface appeared on the screen, displaying the 2 cultivation techniques he could now learn. This game is pretty interesting. Lin Xiao murmured to himself. After a moment's thought, he realized he didn't have a sword on him anyway, so he might as well check out that footwork technique first. He'd assumed it was just a simple in-game feature, but upon closer inspection, he discovered the technique's content was incredibly detailed, even giving him a sense of immersion. This game is surprisingly well made. Lin Xiao silently marveled to himself before typing to Yining Xuan. Yining Xuan, you can study that sword technique on your own. I'll personally teach you this footwork technique when the time comes. Yining Xuan's eyes lit up with delight at the prospect of receiving personal instruction from the senior practitioner. A flicker of eager anticipation danced in her gaze. She nodded vigorously, her voice tinged with excitement. Senior, I will study this technique diligently. Lin Xiao watched Yining Xuan's excited expression on the screen and felt a surge of satisfaction. With the matter largely settled and his phone charged, Lin Xiao rose and set off for home. On the way, he kept replaying the details of that body movement technique in his mind. Without thinking, he tried adjusting his breathing and stride according to the technique's description and suddenly felt his body grow remarkably lighter. This game, could it actually be useful? Lin Xiao wondered silently, but quickly shook his head and chuckled to himself. How could it be? It's just a game. I must have felt lighter because I rested for a bit and recovered some energy. Not long after, Lin Xiao returned home and immediately opened the game interface to continue studying the cloud-stepping body technique. Sitting on the sofa, his fingers glided across the screen as he carefully read every detail of the technique. As he delved deeper into the study, he found the technique increasingly realistic. The cloud-stepping technique emphasizes lightness like a swallow, agile footwork, and synchronizing breath with steps to achieve ultimate speed. Lin Xiao murmured the technique's description to himself, inwardly marveling. This game is surprisingly well made. Even the cultivation techniques are this detailed. He then tried adjusting his breathing and stride according to the manual's instructions. Though he was merely at home, he felt as if he truly stepped on clouds, the weight beneath his feet seeming to lighten considerably. Could this truly be a secret to health and vitality? This feeling is rather interesting. Lin Xiao murmured softly, a faint smile curling his lips. Even though he still didn't believe the technique was as miraculous as it claimed, he decided to continue learning it. After all, it could help Yining Xuan. Within Lingxiao Sword Sect, Mo Yunxiao and the second elder had just returned from the South Mountain Secret Realm, both their eyes sparkling with excitement. Without delay, they strode directly toward the sect's main hall, where the sect master and other elders had been waiting for quite some time. Elder Mo, what is the situation in the South Mountain Secret Realm? Master Yang Xianfeng inquired, a hint of urgency in his voice. Mo Yunxiao responded solemnly, Sect Master, the South Mountain Secret Realm truly lives up to its reputation. Its resources and treasures are beyond compare. Should our Lingxiao Sword Sect secure it, the entire sect's strength would be vastly enhanced. A greedy gleam flashed in the eyes of all the elders upon hearing this. After all, the allure of the South Mountain Secret Realm was simply too great. Everyone desired a share of its riches. However, Mo Yunxiao shifted his tone, his voice growing solemn. The South Mountain's secret realm imposes strict restrictions. Only disciples under 25 may enter. Moreover, the realm is fraught with peril. We must pool our efforts to send disciples inside, and at most, we can only send 10. Sect Master Yang Xianfeng nodded, understanding the situation. His voice grew solemn as he continued. Given this, we must swiftly select the 10 most outstanding disciples to enter the secret realm for exploration, lest unforeseen circumstances arise. The elders nodded in agreement upon hearing this, though each harbored their own calculations. Mo Yunxiao observed the elders' reactions with a cold smile. He knew these elders harbored ulterior motives, but he didn't care. Mo Yunxiao had already made up his mind he would secure several of those spots for himself. Master of the sect, I propose we hold the selection process today to choose the 10 most outstanding disciples. Mo Yunxiao declared in a deep voice. We must secure the resources within the secret realm as swiftly as possible. Sect Master Yang Xianfeng nodded and replied in a solemn tone. Very well. We shall follow Elder Mo's suggestion and commence the selection immediately. After finalizing the details, elders began making arrangements, while Mo Yunxiao returned to his mountain peak. However, the moment he arrived, he received news that sent shockwaves through him. Chen Hao's token had shattered. What? Chen Hao is dead. Mo Yunxiao leapt to his feet, his expression darkening instantly. He couldn't believe that his own direct disciple had actually fallen at the hands of Yining Shuang. How could this be? Chen Hao was at the peak of Foundation establishment cultivation. Yining Shuang is nothing but a cripple. How could she possibly kill Chen Hao in self-defense? Mo Yunxiao muttered to himself, a hint of apprehension flashing in his eyes. Now, he was certain that Yining Shuang must be hiding a secret. Otherwise, she could never have defeated Chen Hao. This realization only deepened the unease in Mo Yunxiao's heart. It seems I must come meet you in person. Mo Yunxiao declared once more, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He knew Yining Shuang had become an immense threat that must be dealt with swiftly. Meanwhile, the person in question remained unaware of all this. She was deep within her cave dwelling, focused entirely on her cultivation. In her hands, she held the sword manual Ling Xiao had given her, the sword resonance cannon, carefully flipping through its pages. The sword chanting cannon emphasizes a sword's roar like thunder, sword energy like a rainbow, and fierce sword techniques. A single strike shatters 10,000 arts. Chapter 43, Yining Shuang's Talent. As Yining Shuang read the description of the technique, a hint of astonishment flashed in her eyes. Truly worthy of its rank as a top-tier Xian grade technique. And since it was bestowed by an elder, it must be among the finest of its class. And now, it seemed undeniably true. This realization brought a wave of warmth to Yining Shuang's heart. She understood clearly that since the elder had entrusted her with this task, she must master this sword technique as quickly as possible to live up to the elder's expectations. Taking a deep breath, she began practicing the first form of the sword chanting cannon, sword chanting like the wind exactly as described in the manual. Yining Shuang picked up the frost divine sword and stepped out of the cave dwelling. Though darkness had completely enveloped the outside world, she paid it no mind. After all, she had just narrowly escaped death today. How could Yining Shuang dare to be careless again? She wanted to seize every moment to cultivate diligently and enhance her strength. Having grasped the first form of this sword technique, she stood outside the cave dwelling. Bathed in moonlight, Yining Shuang wore a white gown, her long black hair gently swaying in the breeze. She gripped the frost divine sword tightly in her hand, then closed her eyes. She focused entirely on sensing the long sword in her grasp. During the previous battle, perhaps driven by the life or death urgency, Yining Shuang had forged an incredibly intimate connection with the frost divine sword in her grasp. It was precisely this bond that allowed her to unleash the sword's true power. And now, a faint, icy glow began to emanate from the frost divine sword in her grasp. Waves of frigid air radiated outward, causing the temperature around her to drop noticeably. As she connected with the frost divine sword in her grasp, the sword technique began flashing through Yining Shuang's mind. Soon, her thoughts settled upon the first form of the sword resonance cannon, sword resonance like wind. Under these circumstances, Yining Shuang began channeling her spiritual energy according to the flow of the frost divine sword's first technique. Instantly, the spiritual energy within her body stirred. It began circulating through her body in a peculiar manner. As time passed, a faint layer of spiritual energy seemed to ripple around Yining Shuang's body. Suddenly, she snapped her eyes open. A sword-like light seemed to flare within her pupils. Swords roar like wind. She roared, and the frost-covered sword in her hand swung instantly. Whoosh! Accompanied by another piercing sword cry, a blade aura shot out at an incredible speed, spreading far into the distance. Seeing this, Yining Shuang dared not lose focus, her gaze fixed intently on the sword energy. Not far from her stood several towering trees. In an instant, the sword energy crashed heavily into the trees. Accompanying the strike, the trees shook violently. Then, leaves began to fall in a showering cascade. Witnessing this scene, Yining Shuang froze in shock, momentarily unable to comprehend what had just happened. How could this sword technique possess such limited power? She knew this sword technique had been passed down to her by a senior master. There was absolutely no way it could be flawed. It seemed the problem lay with her. She hadn't executed sword song like wind correctly. Upon this realization, Yiningshuang felt not the slightest discouragement. Instead, she closed her eyes once more, immersing herself in the teachings of the sword technique. Before long, she instantly discerned the problem, and a flash of insight lit up her eyes. Yiningshuang closed her eyes once more, channeling spiritual energy to circulate within her body. Simultaneously, she gripped the frost divine sword. Suddenly, she swung the sword once more. As the blade sliced through the air, Yiningshuang instantly sensed something different. In that instant, the blade emitted a crisp, resonant ring like the roar of wind. Sword energy surged forth like a rainbow, seemingly poised to pierce the heavens. Wherever the sword energy passed, the air seemed to tear apart, emitting a piercing howl. Instantly, several large trees nearby were crushed under the sword energy's impact, splintering into dust and sending wood chips flying everywhere. The trees that had once stood there vanished without a trace. It was under such circumstances that Yiningshuang fully witnessed the terrifying power of this sword technique. This was sword roar like wind. It was not a single blade of energy slicing the trees clean in half. Rather, it swept over the trees like a gentle breeze, overwhelming them and crushing them to dust. Staring at the scene before her, Yiningshuang was utterly shocked. She never imagined that merely the first technique from the sword resonance manual could possess such terrifying power. Though she had suspected the sword technique passed down by her predecessor was no ordinary art, she had never imagined it would reach such heights. A flicker of excitement danced in her eyes, and a surge of fierce confidence filled her heart. Had she possessed this sword technique during her battle with Chen Hao earlier? Defeating him would have been utterly effortless. She could have even ended him with a single strike. After all, there was a full realm's worth of difference between her and Chen Hao. Senior, this sword technique is terrifying. Though she knew the elder couldn't hear her, Yiningshuang murmured softly, her gratitude toward Lin Xiao deepening within her heart. After all, she knew exactly who this sword technique came from. Yet even so, Yiningshuang did not let complacency take hold. Instead, she settled her mind once more, determined to continue practicing the sword technique. She drew a deep breath and began dissecting the intricacies of this single sword technique once more. By the time the night had passed, Yiningshuang had fully mastered this sword technique, able to execute the first form flawlessly. Simultaneously, her sword techniques grew increasingly fierce, their power equally formidable. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao continued his study of the cloud stepping technique. He followed the technique's descriptions, striving to understand its essence. However, after another night had passed, he had only mastered the initial stages. This body technique is truly difficult to learn. Lin Xiao muttered to himself, a hint of resignation in his voice. If it weren't for the virtual girlfriend in the game, why would he bother learning such an ethereal and elusive skill? As he pondered, Lin Xiao grew increasingly curious. If the game was to be believed, how exactly was he supposed to teach Yiningshuang? He shook his head and reopened the game, intending to check on Yiningshuang's progress. When he saw the sword techniques Yiningshuang was executing on the game interface, astonishment surged through him. The power was terrifying. Had she already mastered this sword art? How much time had truly passed? As far as Lin Xiao knew, the game's flow rate matched that of the real world. Yiningshuang, how is your sword technique training progressing? Confused, Lin Xiao typed his question directly to her. Suddenly, Yiningshuang in the game heard the senior's voice, and a flicker of excitement passed through her eyes. She then respectfully replied, Senior, I have fully mastered the first technique of the sword resonance cannon, sword resonance like wind. Hearing this, Lin Xiao felt a surge of surprise. He had seen it himself. The sword resonance manual contained only 3 forms. Although Yiningshuang hadn't mastered them all, she had completely mastered the first technique overnight, 1/3 of the entire manual. Such speed was truly astonishing. Chapter 44, Attempting to Teach. After pondering this, Lin Xiao felt a surge of anticipation. He then typed out his next instruction. Excellent, Yiningshuang. Demonstrate it for me. Yiningshuang nodded at his words, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in her eyes as if she couldn't wait to demonstrate before Lin Xiao. Without delay, she once again performed sword song like wind outside the cave dwelling. The power of this sword technique was undeniable, and naturally, it consumed a significant amount of spiritual energy. Executing it at full power once more already felt somewhat taxing for Yiningshuang. Yet before her senior, she paid no heed to this fatigue, instead striving for perfection. As she performed the technique, Lin Xiao observed the entire sequence. Perhaps due to the repetition, the sword techniques Yiningshuang executed this time carried even greater force. Watching the moves unfold on the screen, Lin Xiao couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The devastation wrought upon the distant trees, though merely within the game, still sent a chill down Lin Xiao's spine. If such terrifying things appeared in the real world, the consequences would be unimaginable. Still, Lin Xiao knew it was impossible. He was genuinely pleased with Yiningshuang's aptitude. After all, his investment hadn't been wasted. With that thought, Lin Xiao murmured to himself, his voice tinged with admiration. Truly worthy of being my virtual girlfriend. With that, he typed out another message. Instantly, outside the cave dwelling, Yiningshuang heard the senior's voice. Yiningshuang, your comprehension is excellent. Hearing the elder's praise, a faint blush spread across Yiningshuang's face, and her heart surged with excitement. She then murmured softly, "Senior, without your guidance, what good would my natural talent be?" Lin Xiao smiled upon hearing this, a wave of satisfaction washing over him. At the same time, he realized something else: Yiningshuang's talent was indeed extraordinary. Previously, he hadn't had the opportunity to recognize it, but now he knew. Given sufficient resources and support, Yiningshuang would surely grow rapidly. "Yiningshuang, I will personally teach you the cloud stepping technique from now on." The elder's voice echoed once more, sounding almost gentle to Yiningshuang's ears this time. Hearing that the senior would finally teach her personally, a flicker of excitement passed through her eyes. She nodded vigorously, her voice brimming with anticipation. "Senior, I will study diligently under your guidance." Lin Xiao watched Yiningshuang's excited expression on the screen, feeling a surge of satisfaction. He felt needed, and witnessing this scene only deepened his resolve to master the cloud stepping technique. As someone facing imminent death, he had ample time. He should master it as quickly as possible. After all, as the game stated, teaching Yiningshuang could double her progression speed. At that moment, a teaching button appeared in the game interface. After clicking it, Lin Xiao finally selected the cloud stepping technique from the list of martial arts. The interface that appeared in the game finally resolved the confusion in Lin Xiao's mind. He had been curious about how exactly the game would facilitate his teaching of Yiningshuang. One by one, questions appeared on the game interface, each with a strict time limit. Just like taking a test. Seeing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Who would believe that he was doing problems in a game again? But having studied before, he managed to answer the earlier questions before the countdown ended. As Lin Xiao answered, the voice in the game continued to sound, teaching Yiningshuang this cloud stepping technique. During the instruction, Lin Xiao was astonished to discover Yiningshuang's learning speed was astonishingly fast. Each time the voice finished explaining a key point, she grasped it instantly, even applying the knowledge to similar situations. This seemed to be precisely the effect of the teaching function. Before long, Yiningshuang had mastered the basics of the cloud stepping technique. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao encountered difficulties while answering the questions. Even after the countdown ended, he still hadn't typed in the answer. Regrettably, the content you currently possess is only sufficient to teach Yiningshuang up to this point. To continue instruction, please study diligently. At the same time, the game's voice gradually faded away. Yiningshuang, who had been listening with rapt attention, froze in surprise before lifting her head in confusion. Seeing this, Lin Xiao quickly typed, "That's all for today. No rush." He certainly wouldn't admit he still didn't know that would completely ruin his image as a senior. Upon hearing this, Yiningshuang obediently nodded, asking no further questions. "Understood, but senior, you're truly amazing. Without your guidance, it would have taken me at least a whole night to grasp this on my own. And this footwork is simply incredible." Yiningshuang's voice carried a hint of excitement as she kept talking, showing no signs of stopping. "Now I feel like my speed has increased several-fold." She had thought the sword technique alone was already formidable, but never imagined this footwork would be so terrifying. Having learned only a fraction of it, it had already granted her such a tremendous boost. Lin Xiao watched Yiningshuang's figure on the screen, silently pondering. As Yiningshuang had said, his instruction had actually boosted her learning speed by at least threefold. This game's teaching function was truly remarkable, though it did consume a fair amount of his energy. But he had nothing else to do now, so he didn't mind. "It's mainly due to your exceptional talent." As the voice sounded again, Yiningshuang heard the elder's praise. Her face flushed instantly, and she lowered her head, feeling a bit embarrassed. At the same time, she murmured softly, "Senior, it's all thanks to your guidance. No need for modesty. Just focus on your cultivation." After sending the message, Lin Xiao logged out of the game. Lin Xiao discovered that his studies had genuinely yielded benefits, prompting him to resolve to complete them as swiftly as possible. Moreover, in his view, while the technique wasn't as miraculous as the game claimed, practicing it genuinely strengthened his body and improved his health. Thus, after logging out, he immediately immersed himself once more in mastering the cloud stepping technique. Unconsciously, he closed his eyes tightly during the process, breathing in and out slowly according to the rhythm described in the technique. Unbeknownst to Lin Xiao, his footsteps moved in sync with his breathing rhythm, traversing the narrow living room. At times he strode swiftly, at others he moved slowly, his toes lightly tapping the floor, producing faint sounds. Initially, he approached it with a casual mindset, treating it as an unconventional diversion from gaming. But as time passed, the strange changes became increasingly apparent. He genuinely felt his body growing lighter. The legs that had once felt heavy as lead due to his illness now seemed less burdensome with each step. Chapter 45, Breaking Through Foundation Establishment, Quest activated. For a time, each adjustment of his breathing according to the body technique allowed him to sense a faint, elusive force circulating within him. Rising from the soles of his feet, it spread through his meridians to every part of his body, invigorating his spirit. However, Lin Xiao still didn't pay too much attention to this strange sensation. Deep down, he believed it served only to strengthen his body. Meanwhile, Yiningshuang was also racing against time in her cave dwelling, training with relentless dedication. Seated upon a stone bed, she clutched the sword-chanting manual, poring over the essence of its sword techniques. Her lips murmured incantations as she periodically swung her frost divine sword, practicing various stances. After mastering the first form, through countless hours of study and practice, she finally grasped the second form sword roar like thunder. To master this technique, Yiningshuang trained relentlessly day and night. When she unleashed this technique, the frost divine sword in her grasp seemed to come alive. Its blade vibrated violently, emitting a thunderous roar. Each swing carried overwhelming momentum, the blade slicing through the air and trailing visible sword chi that seemed capable of tearing space itself apart. Accompanying the sword's roar, the surrounding air resonated with a humming vibration, echoing like thunder itself. Yet Yiningshuang remained unsatisfied. She understood that the path of cultivation was like rowing against the current. If you didn't advance, you retreated. While mastering new sword techniques, she never neglected the reinforcement of her foundational cultivation. She sat cross-legged within her cave dwelling, surrounded by piles of high-grade spirit stones bestowed by Lin Xiao. The stones radiated potent spiritual energy, continuously flowing into her body. Throughout her cultivation, she continuously circulated her spiritual power, guiding this essence into her meridians. Finally, Yiningshuang sensed the breakthrough opportunity. Closing her eyes tightly and gritting her teeth, she channeled her full strength to gather and unleash the spiritual energy. With a faint yet powerful crack, she successfully broke through to the foundation establishment stage. She had broken through. Suddenly, Yiningshuang leapt to her feet, overcome with excitement, her face radiating uncontrollable joy. Her eyes shone with a bright light. Feeling the enhanced power surging within her, Yiningshuang couldn't wait to share this joy with her senior. Though the elder no longer looked at her, Yiningshuang felt a momentary pang of disappointment before quickly rallying her spirits. She understood that breaking through to the foundation establishment stage was merely a new beginning. To establish herself in the cultivation world, she would need to continuously temper herself. Yiningshuang resolved to venture out once more, seeking demonic beasts to battle and solidify her cultivation. As daylight broke, Yiningshuang stepped out of her cave dwelling and into the surrounding mountains and forests. She began searching the woods for suitable opponents. Towering trees stood thick and dense around her, sunlight filtering through layers of leaves to form patches of light. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, whispering with an underlying sense of danger. Soon, she spotted a mid-stage second-tier rock serpent. Hidden behind a thicket of thorns, the massive serpent was covered in hard scales, each gleaming with a cold, metallic sheen. Its triangular head was held high, forked tongue flickering with an eerie glow at its tip. Its reaction was swift. It locked onto Yiningshuang instantly, its body radiating a fierce killing intent. Sensing this, Yiningshuang's eyes sharpened instantly as she drew the frost divine sword without hesitation. The rock serpent, sensing the imminent threat, let out a low, raspy growl, a warning filled with fury. Next, its thick body lashed out like a massive whip, striking fiercely toward Yiningshuang. Yiningshuang flickered, executing the footwork she had just grasped. Her body became incredibly light, her toes lightly touching the ground as she instantly drifted backward several zhang. The rock serpent's attack missed its mark, its massive form crashing into the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Seizing the moment, Yiningshuang swung her frost divine sword. The blade whistled like the wind, unleashing a barrage of sharp sword chi toward the rock serpent. Wherever the sword chi touched, the air seemed to ignite, crackling with sound. The rock serpent, sensing the danger, twisted its thick body. Its hard scales rubbed together, producing a series of sharp, cracking sounds. It then deftly utilized its scales as armor, deflecting some of the sword energy. The scales struck by the sword energy developed slight cracks, yet they stubbornly continued to shield the rock serpent's body. Witnessing this, Yiningshuang felt a sudden shock. After all, she had already seen the power of this sword technique before. Yet now, the rock serpent had actually managed to block it. While she knew the rock serpent's defense was formidable, she hadn't imagined it could reach such heights. Yet Yiningshuang showed no sign of retreat. Her gaze remained resolute as she continuously shifted her stance, weaving around the rock serpent. Her figure darted through the forest at blinding speed, leaving observers dizzy. Thus, Yiningshuang and the rock serpent became locked in a fierce struggle. Seizing a moment between the serpent's attacks, Yiningshuang channeled all her spiritual energy into her sword, unleashing sword roar like thunder. Instantly, the frost divine sword blazed with a frigid light. Accompanied by a deafening thunderous roar, it pierced straight through the rock serpent's body. The rock serpent writhed in agony, letting out a piercing scream. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, splattering the surrounding ground and staining it crimson. The rock serpent struggled a few times before falling still. Witnessing this, Yiningshuang finally exhaled in relief. At the same moment, Lin Xiao at home suddenly received a notification. A prompt popped up on his game interface. Yiningshuang has reached Foundation Establishment. Defeated the rock serpent. Quest activated. Seeing this, Lin Xiao was filled with confusion. He immediately logged into the game, eager to investigate. The moment he entered the game, the mission interface instantly appeared on his phone screen. Clearly displayed on the interface was: Current active quest, journey to the secret realm. Status, uncompleted. Lin Xiao was no stranger to gaming, so he understood the mechanics of in-game quest systems well. Quests often came with various dangers and difficulties, but completing them yielded generous rewards and were crucial for advancing the game's storyline. Deeply puzzled, he hurriedly typed a question to Yining Shuang. Yining Shuang, you've broken through to Foundation Establishment? And this rock serpent, did you kill it? Soon, Yining Shuang recounted the events in detail, her tone brimming with pride. Not only had she successfully broken through to the Foundation Establishment stage, achieving a qualitative leap in her strength, but she had also mastered the second technique of the Sword Resonance manual, Sword Resonance like Thunder. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao was genuinely astonished. He pondered silently how much time had truly passed for Yining Shuang to achieve such remarkable progress. From the fallen prodigy, gravely wounded and near death when she first entered the game, to her current state, though he had provided considerable assistance, her growth rate still surpassed all expectations. Chapter 46, Main Quest. This realization filled Lin Xiao with immense satisfaction, for this was the tangible result of his guidance. A smile spread across his face as his fingers danced across the screen, typing out a message. Impressive. You truly haven't disappointed me. As soon as Lin Xiao sent the message, a voice echoed within the game. Very well. You have not disappointed me. At that moment, Yining Shuang's face held a hint of anticipation. Upon hearing the words, a smile spread across her own features. For some reason, Yining Shuang felt an overwhelming joy at the elder's praise and recognition, a joy that far surpassed the exhilaration she had felt upon breaking through to Foundation Establishment and defeating the rock serpent. Thank you for your praise, Senior. Yining Shuang hurriedly responded, then cautiously looked up and inquired, So, Senior, when can we enter the secret realm? The events of the past 2 days had left her feeling anxious, desperate to strengthen her abilities as quickly as possible. After all, when she faced Chen Hao and Yang Zhengshi earlier, she would have been doomed if the Senior hadn't intervened. Moreover, she didn't want to keep troubling the Senior. Only by becoming truly powerful could she protect herself and, in the future, return to Lingxiao's sword sect to find Mo Yunxiao and exact her revenge. Hearing this, Lin Xiao understood Yining Shuang's thoughts and a faint smile curved his lips. No wonder teachers adore diligent students who wouldn't love a disciple who absorbed knowledge effortlessly without needing constant urging or supervision. He then typed, You've broken through to Foundation Establishment and mastered powerful combat techniques. Rest for a day, I'll teach you some body techniques. Tomorrow, we'll head to the secret realm. Simultaneously, within the game, that authoritative and powerful voice resounded, You have reached Foundation Establishment and mastered a sword technique. Today, I shall teach you some body movement techniques. Tomorrow, we shall set out for the secret realm. Hearing this, Yining Shuang grew even more excited. Senior, wonderful. Will you teach me the movement techniques now? Outside the game, Lin Xiao froze upon hearing this. He didn't know how to respond, since he hadn't mastered much of the cloud stepping technique himself. With 1 day remaining, his intention had been to study intensively before instructing Yining Shuang. But now Yining Shuang had asked him herself. Inside the game, Yining Shuang gazed hopefully into the air after speaking. Yet no reply came from the Senior for a long while, leaving her puzzled and utterly perplexed. After another long pause, the Senior's voice finally sounded again. No rush. Practice on your own first. After hearing this, Yining Shuang couldn't help but wonder inwardly, could it be that the Senior wanted her to continue learning that sword technique? After all, she had already mastered the first 2 forms of the sword chant manual, leaving only the final one. Her progress with the footwork, however, lagged far behind. Most importantly, Yining Shuang truly enjoyed the process of being taught by the Senior. But since the Senior had spoken thus, she said no more. She nodded promptly, All right, Ning Shuang understands. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao offered no further response and promptly checked the newly appeared quest system. He had initially assumed the game would be like this, highly freeform, yet overly pay to win. But now it seemed many features hadn't even been unlocked yet. Could it be that he had only just entered the main storyline, with everything before being merely the beginner phase? The thought flashed through Lin Xiao's mind. He couldn't help but curse under his breath. How much money had he spent? And he was still stuck in the beginner phase. But complaining now was useless. Since the quest had appeared, there would be rewards later. When danger struck, he could always choose not to spend money. With that thought, Lin Xiao looked again. Main Quest 1, Journey to the Secret Realm. Below the quest description, though lengthy, the text remained shrouded in mist, apparently requiring further unlocking. It appeared that only the Secret Realm Journey main quest was currently unlocked. As the game's storyline progressed and Yining Shuang grew stronger, subsequent quests would likely unlock gradually. As he pondered, Lin Xiao felt a surge of curiosity. As a main quest, the Secret Realm Journey would surely offer generous rewards upon completion. Yet, the game currently displayed no information about what these rewards might be. He continued scrolling down. Journey to the Secret Realm, main quest, difficulty, 3 stars. Your virtual girlfriend requires growth. While resources are essential for her development, practical experience is equally indispensable. Moreover, the opportunities within the Secret Realm can greatly benefit her advancement. Now that she possesses sufficient combat strength, she is ready to undergo trials in the South Mountain Secret Realm. Please depart promptly. Quest reward, unknown. Seeing no further information, Lin Xiao shook his head helplessly before turning his attention back to the game interface. At that moment, Yining Xuan was processing the rock serpent. After collecting valuable items, she was restoring her spiritual energy. Seeing this, Lin Xiao typed again, "You can go hunt more beasts for combat practice. Before entering the secret realm, use this real-world experience to hone your sword-chanting manual." Hearing this, Yining Xuan replied, "Understood, senior." Relieved, Lin Xiao promptly reopened the cloud-treading technique for study. Having made such a bold claim, he couldn't afford to fail in teaching Yining Xuan today. He'd have no excuse. As time passed, Lin Xiao soon immersed himself once more in mastering the cloud-treading technique. For some reason, each time he studied this technique, his entire being became utterly absorbed in it. It seemed to possess some peculiar magic, constantly drawing Lin Xiao in. Under such circumstances, time slipped away second by second. Perhaps because he already had some understanding of it, Lin Xiao could feel his learning speed had increased slightly. Eyes tightly shut, he paced the living room according to the technique's instructions, his body growing increasingly light. What Lin Xiao failed to notice was that with each breath and movement, his clothes stirred without any wind, as if a peculiar force was radiating outward from within him. His pace grew faster and faster. Had anyone witnessed this, they would never have believed it was a man in the late stages of kidney failure. Before he knew it, the entire morning had passed. Lin Xiao opened his eyes, a smile playing on his lips. His talent was quite remarkable, wasn't it? After his earlier practice, he had made significant progress in the cloud stepping technique. Now, tackling the questions in the game would surely be a breeze. Just then, Lin Xiao suddenly realized he was drenched in sweat. Yet his body felt not the slightest bit tired. Instead, it was incredibly powerful, as if he were in peak physical condition. How could this be possible? He knew full well he was ill. Chapter 47, Lin Xiao's Astonishment. Upon realizing this, Lin Xiao was utterly astonished. Earlier, he had been completely immersed in the cloud stepping technique, oblivious to the passage of time. He'd completely ignored his physical condition. Given his current state, such exertion should have caused problems long ago, let alone left him drenched in sweat. Yet now, Lin Xiao felt not the slightest discomfort. Instead, he was brimming with boundless energy, as if his illness had vanished entirely, as if he could exercise indefinitely. A wave of astonishment washed over Lin Xiao, mingled with a surge of hope. Could it be that his illness had been misdiagnosed? With this thought, he began moving around the room, performing several deep squats. At first, Lin Xiao remained full of energy, and for a moment, the smile on his face grew even broader. Could it be that he was truly fine now? He thought excitedly once more. But just then, he suddenly felt a wave of pain wash over his body. He nearly lost his balance and stumbled, almost falling to the floor. He hurriedly grabbed the sofa to sit down, then glanced at the mirror and saw his face was deathly pale. The pain in his body intensified, becoming unbearable. He quickly retrieved his medication and swallowed it in haste. He gasped for breath in heavy, ragged heaves. After a long moment, as the medicine took effect, he finally began to recover somewhat. Under these circumstances, a hint of cruelty flashed across Lin Xiao's face. He had overthought it after all. How could this illness possibly be misdiagnosed? He was still a man marked for death. Yet his doubts only deepened. If he was still sick, what had just happened? He glanced at the time. Roughly estimating, it had been a full 3 hours since he began examining that martial art technique. Throughout those 3 hours of exertion, his body had felt not the slightest discomfort. On the contrary, after completing the movements, his body felt remarkably refreshed. Given this, only that martial art could explain everything. How strange. Could it be that relying on this technique truly allows one to cultivate immortality and tread the clouds? But upon thinking this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but laugh out loud. That's impossible. Besides, even if such mysterious things truly existed in this world, they absolutely couldn't appear in a mobile game. But one thing he had to admit, practicing this movement technique truly alleviated his pain. It even allowed him to strengthen his body through it. This was something other forms of exercise simply couldn't achieve. Other exercises, even aerobics, either had no effect whatsoever or were simply too taxing for Lin Xiao's body to endure. For him, they were utterly useless. Yet this cultivation technique from the game, which seemed like nothing but a joke, actually worked. Relying on this, he might actually be able to successfully participate in the Ironman triathlon in the coming days. Perhaps even the game developers never imagined this thing could be useful. After all, no one would be foolish enough to practice it, let alone believe it could bring any benefits. The only one who would be the late-stage kidney failure patient himself. At this thought, Lin Xiao couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. He couldn't tell if this was a blessing or a curse for him. But what was the point of wishing for so much when he was a man on the brink of death? With that, Lin Xiao pushed the thoughts aside, concluding his study of the cloud stepping technique before turning his attention back to the game interface. In the game. After restoring some of her spiritual energy, Yining Xuan stood up and obediently followed Lin Xiao's command. She stepped back into the mountain forest. Perhaps because her senior was present, she felt an immense sense of security. After searching for a while, Yiningshuan located a second-tier demon beast. Before long, she successfully slew it. Having mastered Sword Roar like thunder, these second-tier demon beasts, whether mid-stage or peak stage, could not withstand Yiningshuan's strike. If the second technique possesses such terrifying power, then the final technique of the sword resonance cannon must be beyond imagination. Yiningshuan murmured to herself as she surveyed the slain beast. She then left the dense forest and returned to the entrance of her cave dwelling. She began practicing the final technique of the sword resonance cannon, star resonance. The name of this final technique was entirely different from the first two. This time, Yiningshuan felt an even greater curiosity and looked again. Star resonance, the ultimate sword technique of the sword resonance cannon. Sword resonance is ultimately about resonance. The essence of the sword resonance cannon lies in making all things resonate together. When unleashed, this technique resonated like countless stars singing in unison. Though the foundation of this third technique was no different from the previous two, the effect and power it unleashed were worlds apart. Yiningshuan studied it carefully. After some time, she rose to attempt it herself. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't successfully unleash this technique. Its power was not only incomparable to the previous two forms, but it was even weaker than the damage Yiningshuan could inflict with a simple sword chi strike. Yet Yiningshuan remained undeterred. After all, the intensity of this technique was evident. It wouldn't be realistic if it were too simple. Moreover, the difficulty of mastering it directly corresponded to the sword technique's power. If she could master Star Cry, Yiningshuan knew her strength would undergo a quantum leap. Without hesitation, Yiningshuan began attempting it again and again. Time ticked by, but she showed no sign of giving up. She let her spiritual energy drain away as she swung her sword again and again. Simultaneously, she burned through spirit stones. Under such relentless practice, Yiningshuan's understanding of this technique deepened. Before long, as she swung her sword once more, streaks of starlight erupted alongside the blade. Yet before Yiningshuan could celebrate, she realized that despite the sparkling light, the strike inflicted no damage whatsoever. Not enough. Realizing this, Yiningshuan recalled the problem and began studying once more. Yiningshuan, how is it? Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Yiningshuan, who had been completely immersed in her practice, snapped back to reality upon hearing it. She snapped her head up, a smile instantly lighting up her face. Senior, you're here. After saying this, she lowered her gaze back to the sword in her hands and continued, it's not enough. The final technique of the sword resonance manual is profoundly advanced. Mastering it will take some time. Hearing this, Lin Xiao nodded. He couldn't help but think, if he had entered the game, he would have seen her already mastering the third technique. Such talent would be terrifying. But for the sake of playability, the game would never allow that. Besides, that would make him seem utterly useless outside of his pay-to-win moments. She then typed again, alright, I'll continue teaching you the cloud stepping technique. Hearing this, Yiningshuan's eyes lit up instantly. She hastily sheathed the frostblade and sat cross-legged obediently, awaiting her senior's instruction. Senior, I'm ready. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao clicked the teaching option once more and selected the cloud stepping technique. Chapter 48, Imagination. After Lin Xiao completed his selection, the game interface displayed another prompt. Merely a cloud stepping technique requires 2 rounds of instruction. With your level of comprehension, entering the cultivation realm may prove rather dangerous. Seeing this message, Lin Xiao's face darkened instantly, utterly speechless. Not only did this game scam players out of money, it actually had the nerve to mock him. With that thought, Lin Xiao tapped the screen again. Instantly, a new prompt appeared. But comprehension can be improved. Limited time offer, top up 10,000 to unlock game privileges, reducing future teaching difficulty for your virtual girlfriend by 80%. 80% reduction. Lin Xiao's attention was instantly drawn to the last line of text. If it could be reduced by 80%, it would be practically like cheating. In the future, after gaining a basic understanding of a cultivation technique, he could fully teach it to Yiningshuan. With that thought, Lin Xiao looked back at the screen. His eyes finally landed on the 10,000 recharge amount. For a moment, he was so furious he nearly jumped up to curse. This game was outrageously exploitative. They actually had the nerve to ask for a 10,000 top-up amount. Have they gone mad trying to milk players dry? That single thought consumed Lin Xiao's mind. If the previous top-up amounts had appeared, it might still have been within Lin Xiao's acceptable range. But seeing this 10,000 yuan amount left him utterly dumbfounded. You're just a game. You want me to top up 10,000 yuan for so-called privileges? What good are more privileges? Will topping up 10,000 yuan cure my illness? Will it let me fly through the skies or run through the earth? Lin Xiao muttered in utter disbelief. He was dying anyway. Keeping the money was pointless. That's why he'd only topped up 1,000 or 2 in the game. But now they wanted him to top up 10,000? Unless he was insane, there was no way he'd do something like that. With that thought, Lin Xiao hesitated no longer and ignored the top-up prompt outright. Special offer top-up added to system store. However, after he closed it, another prompt appeared. He scoffed at it even more. Put it in the mall if you want, but I won't top up no matter how long you leave it there. After uttering these words, the familiar quiz interface reappeared on the game screen. Immediately, as the first question appeared, the 30-second countdown began. The spiritual energy trajectory of the cloud stepping technique begins from. Meanwhile, within the game, the senior's voice suddenly rang out. Yiningshuang sat cross-legged on the ground, utterly still and utterly focused. Listening to the senior's voice, a wave of rapture washed over her heart, as if this voice possessed some kind of special magic. The voice carried a steady rhythm, neither hurried nor slow. As the senior instructor narrated, Yiningshuang became completely immersed, occasionally furrowing her brow in confusion. Yet her brow would soon smooth again as understanding dawned. Time ticked by second, until Lin Xiao encountered a problem with one of the questions. This game's quiz didn't end immediately after Lin Xiao selected an incorrect answer. Lin Xiao still had a chance to answer the question. Within those 30 seconds, even a lucky guess would count as correct. However, there were no multiple choice questions. Otherwise, Lin Xiao could have selected an option within the 30 seconds, which would have been more than sufficient. After the countdown for this question expired, Lin Xiao shook his head helplessly. Sure enough, he hadn't fully mastered the cloud stepping technique yet. But for Yiningshuang, what he'd taught her should be sufficient for now. With that thought, Lin Xiao concluded his instruction and turned his gaze back to the game interface. Simultaneously, he typed, "That's all for today. This should be sufficient for you to enter the secret realm." Meanwhile, Yiningshuang continued practicing the cloud stepping technique. After Lin Xiao's 2 rounds of instruction, she merely shifted slightly before her form shot upward, landing in the distance in an instant. The speed was terrifying. Not only was her movement swift, but it was also utterly silent. As Yiningshuang's form swept past, not even the grass and plants on the ground stirred. This was the cloud stepping technique. Yiningshuang glanced back at herself, her face lighting up with delight and excitement at the sight of her newfound skill. She had witnessed the power of the Frost Divine Sword and that sword technique firsthand. Her offensive techniques were already formidable beyond compare. But in combat, footwork was equally crucial. Mastering profound footwork meant enemies couldn't even touch you. Now, she too had mastered such footwork. Though only at the early Foundation establishment stage, this alone gave her the confidence to face off against late Foundation establishment practitioners, even to defeat them. With this newfound skill, entering the secret realm filled Yiningshuang with even greater confidence. "Senior, you're so amazing." She looked up again, her admiration genuine. This body technique was so formidable that if she had learned it on her own, it would have taken her a considerable amount of time to achieve the same results. Yet now, under the guidance of this senior, in just a single hour, she had made such tremendous progress in the cloud stepping technique. She never imagined the senior master possessed not only mysterious and unpredictable techniques and overwhelming personal strength, but also such exceptional skill in teaching others. Most importantly, the senior was meticulous and attentive in his teaching. Though she had received guidance from powerful figures before, when she still possessed the supreme bone. Compared to the predecessor, those individuals were utterly insignificant, like a drop in the ocean. What's more, I later realized that those who approached me all had incredibly ulterior motives. Especially Mo Yunxiao. If not for him, I would never have had my bones extracted and my cultivation destroyed. But the senior must have no ulterior motives toward me. After all, the senior's power and methods were undeniable. Even with the supreme bone once in my possession, I held no value worthy of the senior's attention. The elder's assistance likely stemmed from compassion, pity, or some other sentiment. But the elder would never harm her. Yiningshuang knew this well. After all, when the elder encountered her, she was at her most worthless and weakest. If the senior had been her master, perhaps those events would never have befallen her. And as for the future? As these thoughts swirled through her mind, Yiningshuang's mind wandered, and her face flushed crimson. "What are you thinking about, Yiningshuang? You mustn't be disrespectful to the senior." At that moment, Lin Xiao glanced at the game interface as another notification suddenly popped up. Yiningshuang affection +5 current affection 55. Seeing this message, Lin Xiao froze in surprise. He hadn't done anything, had he? How come this girl Yiningshuang had inexplicably raised her affection level again? How long had it even been since the last time? Her affection level had already reached 55 points. At this rate, maxing out her affection seemed within reach. He just wondered what would happen once it truly hit 100. With that thought, Lin Xiao typed again, "In that case, rest well today. We'll set off for the South Mountain Secret Realm tomorrow." Chapter 49, The Son of Mo Yunxiao. Hearing this, Yiningshuang quickly nodded in agreement. After all these days of preparation, truth be told, she was already feeling quite impatient. It was a secret realm. Even Yiningshuang couldn't help but be tempted. Moreover, this was a secret realm found for her by an elder. Its value was beyond measure. Most importantly, she wouldn't be going alone this time. The senior would be accompanying her. She could boldly throw caution to the wind and dive in, completely unafraid of encountering dangers she couldn't handle. Meanwhile, at Lingxiao Sword Sect. Within the sect's grand hall, all the elders including Yang Xianfeng had gathered. Standing at the center of the hall were 10 disciples of the Lingxiao sword sect. Every one of them wore an excited smile. After all, they now knew their mission. Among the nearly 1,000 disciples of Lingxiao sword sect, only 10 spots were available. Only these 10 could enter the Nanshan secret realm. Being chosen was an immense blessing. I presume your respective masters have already informed you of this matter, and you all understand why you have been summoned here. Yang Xianfeng sat upon the main seat, his gaze sweeping over the assembly as he spoke in a calm tone. We understand. The sect wishes us to enter the secret realm. Immediately, a disciple responded. Yang Xianfeng nodded slightly upon hearing this. Since you all understand this, you should also realize that the sect sending 10 of you is an opportunity for you. As he spoke, Yang Xianfeng slowly rose to his feet. Though he uttered not a word, an aura of authority radiated from him. However, I hope you remember this, the sect did not necessarily have to send you. It just so happened that you were chosen. Countless others covet these spots, you know this better than I. Though Yang Xuanfeng's voice remained calm as he spoke, those gathered in the grand hall felt a chill run down their spines. For a moment, the hall fell so silent you could hear a pin drop. Even Mo Yunxiao, observing the scene, wore a solemn expression. Seeing this, Yang Xuanfeng's face lit up with satisfaction. He nodded, then a hint of a smile appeared. Therefore, you must cherish this opportunity. To send 10 of you into the secret realm, we must even gather the combined strength of all the elders. Once inside the secret realm, any opportunities that come to you are yours to claim. But for those that are not meant for you, do not harbor any ill intentions. At this point, Yang Xuanfeng's tone turned from clear to ominous once more. The underlying threat hung heavy in the air. Under Yang Xuanfeng's imposing presence, several disciples were already drenched in cold sweat. They hastily responded. Master, we understand perfectly well. Our entry into the secret realm is a favor granted by you and the elders. We shall remember this kindness forever. Yet among these disciples, 3 remained utterly unflappable, as steady as a mountain. Yang Xuanfeng's gaze swept over them. Seeing this, the 3 also responded without haste or delay. We feel the same. Upon hearing this, Yang Xianfeng sat down and spoke again. Since you all understand, I shall say no more. We shall depart for the South Mountain secret realm first thing tomorrow morning. With that, the matter was settled. The assembly rose one after another, and the disciples followed their respective masters out of the sect's main hall. Mo Yunxiao alone had 3 disciples following him, a full third of the 10 available spots. Yet no one dared voice any objection. After all, Mo Yunxiao possessed formidable strength and held a position within the sect second only to Yang Xianfeng. Before long, Mo Yunxiao returned to his mountain peak with his 3 disciples. This expedition to the Southern Mountain secret realm is an incredibly important opportunity and destiny not only for you, but for me as well. Mo Yunxiao accepted the tea offered by his disciple and spoke slowly. At these words, the 3 disciples nodded solemnly. Among them were 2 men and 1 woman, all direct disciples of Mo Yunxiao. After Chen Hao's death, only these 3 disciples remained as direct successors. Mo Yunxiao was immensely satisfied with all 3, and naturally spared no effort to secure spots for each of them. But equally, all 3 disciples possessed remarkable talent, otherwise, Mo Yunxiao alone could not have achieved this. Once you enter the secret realm, set aside any notions of fellow discipleship. Just look out for each other and avoid infighting. Only the 10 of you exist within the secret realm. As long as no one witnesses it, you may eliminate the others without consequence. Mo Yunxiao lowered his voice, his tone cold and sharp. Likewise, you must be exceedingly cautious within the secret realm. The true danger may not come from the realm itself, but from the others. At these words, the 3 hurriedly nodded in agreement. Master, we've taken note. Hearing this, Mo Yunxiao finally smiled and nodded. Zhao Tianzhang, as the senior disciple, you must look after these 2. At this command, the young man addressed as Zhao Tianzhang promptly knelt. Master, rest assured. After hearing this, Mo Yunxiao spoke again. Very well. I have complete confidence in you. After saying this, he turned his gaze to the 2 beside him. As for you 2, once you enter the secret realm, you must obey every command from your senior brother. At these words, the 2 dared not hesitate for even a moment. Their eyes still shone with excitement. With their master helping them enter the secret realm, how could they possibly have any reluctance? Earlier, when they heard there were only 10 spots available, they had assumed that even if Mo Yunxiao was exceptionally capable, he could secure at most 2 spots. One of those spots would undoubtedly go to Zhao Tianjin, the senior disciple. As for the remaining spot, they both feared they might not secure it. But now, both had secured spots. They were overwhelmed with gratitude. Master, rest assured. Once we enter the secret realm, you won't be here anymore. Senior brother will be the one we respect most. His words will be your words. Hearing this, Mo Yunxiao paused in surprise before his expression shifted to one of satisfaction. Very well. After uttering these words, Mo Yunxiao waved his hand and continued, in that case, you 2 should return promptly to prepare. Tianzhang, you remain behind, I have instructions for you. Zhao Tianzhang remained composed, as if he had anticipated this.
The other two exchanged glances and nodded in agreement.
They bowed to Mo Yunxiao once more before leaving the room. Only when he sensed their presence had completely faded away. Mo Yunxiao finally relaxed. Zhao Tianzheng immediately sat down on a nearby chair. Father, what do you know about this secret realm? This man was Mo Yunxiao's son, though no one within Lingxiao sword sect knew it. Chapter 50, Matters of the Past. If their identities were revealed, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the Lingxiao sword sect. After all, who could have imagined that Mo Yunxiao, who had always appeared solitary, would have an illegitimate son? And this illegitimate son had even become his direct disciple. How is the supreme bone? But Mo Yunxiao didn't answer his question. Instead, he shifted the topic and asked. At this, Zhao Tianzheng startled, glancing around nervously. Only after confirming no one was nearby did he slowly reply. Father, rest assured. The supreme bone has largely adapted to my body. However, achieving complete fusion will still require some time. Hearing this, Mo Yunxiao nodded heavily before turning his gaze to the night outside the window. His voice grew noticeably deeper as he spoke. Good. Once you've fully integrated the supreme bone, you and I can finally take action against Yang Xianfeng. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianjing's face lit up with anticipation. But then, as if remembering something, he abruptly asked. Right, what about that wretched girl, Yining Shuang? A hint of apprehension flickered across his face as he spoke. At the mention, Mo Yunxiao's expression darkened instantly. He rose angrily. He paced the room with his hands behind his back before finally speaking. That Yining Shuang is truly lucky to be alive. I sent several disciples to deal with him one after another, yet not only did they fail to kill him, they all fell into his hands instead. Hearing this, Zhao Tianzheng was utterly astonished. He asked in disbelief, how is that possible? Didn't you already send Chen Hao? Could even he not handle that cripple? His tone clearly betrayed his disbelief. Hearing this, Mo Yunxiao frowned. That fool. I explicitly told him to report back to me and not act on his own. Yet he completely disregarded my orders. He deserved to die. Besides, if he can't even handle a useless fool, what good is he? Let him die. At these words, Zhao Tianzheng also stood up. After pondering for a moment, he spoke again, but in my opinion, if none of these people can handle Yining Shuang, then that girl must still hold some secret, a secret that might even surpass the supreme bone. Mo Yunxiao froze upon hearing this, his mind racing with thought. Soon, it dawned on him. He turned to Zhao Tianzheng and whispered, you mean, she possesses another opportunity? Exactly. Hearing this, he nodded emphatically. Even if those men were useless, their cultivation levels were undeniably real. Yet they couldn't kill a cripple. Father, don't you find that highly suspicious? Before Mo Yunxiao could respond, Zhao Tianzheng pressed on. A woman born with supreme destiny? The fortune within Yining Shuang is no ordinary matter. If we could seize her fortune once, we can seize it again. Since she's not so easy to kill, there's no need to rush. Let's see what else she has to offer. As Zhao Tianzheng spoke, Mo Yunxiao gradually understood. Suddenly, he burst into loud laughter, his heart brimming with satisfaction. Ha 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 ha. My son truly outshines me, I never would have thought of this. He patted Zhao Tianzheng on the shoulder, his heart brimming with satisfaction. Deep down, Mo Yunxiao knew Yining Shuang must be someone blessed with immense fortune. The fact that she had survived these repeated attempts only reinforced his conviction. Yet, this only filled Mo Yunxiao with apprehension. He even felt a hint of fear, wanting only to kill Yining Shuang quickly to ease his mind. Yet he never imagined his son's perspective would differ so completely from his own. Yes, so what if Yining Shuang possessed great fortune? Unless she grew stronger, she would remain nothing but a useless waste. They had no urgency to kill Yining Shuang just yet. Better to observe what opportunities still lay within her, than strip them all away and claim them for themselves. This thought filled Mo Yunxiao with growing delight and satisfaction. Son, you're the one who gets it. No matter how much fortune she still has no power or influence. In the end, she'll still die by our hands. With this realization, Mo Yunxiao instantly ceased to regard Yining Shuang with any significance. Hearing this, Zhao Tianzhen's face twisted into a cold smirk. I actually felt a twinge of regret thinking that girl was dead. But now it's pointless time to have some real fun. Recalling the past events, he felt an overwhelming surge of anger. They hadn't intended to silence her by killing her back then, they'd given her a chance, a huge opportunity. Yet Yining Shuang, where did she get the guts? She'd rather shatter like jade than be crushed like tiles. It must be understood that besides extracting the supreme bone, there was another method, transplantation. With the subject's consent, the transplant could proceed smoothly without damaging the recipient's foundational cultivation. Though their innate talent would plummet thereafter, they could still cultivate. At the time, father and son had proposed that Yining Shuang marry Zhao Tianzhen and voluntarily undergo the supreme bone transplant. After all, in their eyes, certain things could only reach their fullest potential in the right hands. Truth be told, Zhao Tianzhen had once genuinely loved Yining Shuang and truly wished to marry her as his wife. But Yining Shuang looked down on him, treated him with contempt, and repeatedly rejected him. Recalling this, Zhao Tianjin's anger flared anew. What gave Yi Ningxuan the right to be so arrogant? Wasn't it all because of that supreme bone? They had clearly given Yi Ningxuan the right to choose. If she'd only agreed to the supreme bone transplant, she could have become Zhao Tianjin's wife. He loved her so deeply and treated her so well, what possible reason could she have to refuse? Yi Ningxuan refused to yield, determined to fight to the bitter end. Yi Ningxuan, you'd better stay alive, don't you dare die. As Zhao Tianjin spoke these words, a savage grin spread across his face. Enough. Stop thinking about Yi Ningxuan for now. The urgent matter at hand is the secret realm. Mo Yunxiao's reminder snapped Zhao Tianjin back to reality. I have indeed gained some insight into this secret realm. The true treasure within should be located. Once you obtain it, you'll soar to new heights. Then, our father-son alliance against Yang Xianfeng will be a certainty. Mo Yunxiao said with renewed seriousness. But I suspect I'm not the only one aware of this. That old fox Yang Xianfeng may not have interfered in the secret realm affair before, but he's undoubtedly already thoroughly familiar with its situation. As for the others, I can't say for certain, but none of those old fools are pushovers. So you'll definitely face competition. Hide the supreme bone if you can keep it as your trump card. After saying this, he turned his gaze back to Zhao Tianjin. You remember everything I said, right? I have, father. Rest assured. With the supreme bone in my possession, I cannot lose to anyone. Chapter 51, The Elders Saw Everything. Night fell. Yi Ningxuan, however, did not heed Lin Zhao's order to rest early. Instead, she left the cave dwelling. Standing outside the cave, she looked up. A bright moon hung in the sky, a beautiful sight. A gentle breeze kept blowing, ruffling the hem of Yi Ningxuan's robe. Though the night breeze carried a chill, it posed no hindrance to cultivators. I will master star chanting. Yi Ningxuan gazed once more at the star-studded sky, her voice firm. He wanted to grow stronger. He wanted to possess greater power. Tomorrow, they would set off for the secret realm. This journey would undoubtedly be fraught with peril, filled with countless dangers. Though an elder stood by his side, ready to intervene should he face insurmountable peril, Yi Ningxuan refused to rely on such protection. Yi Ningxuan refused to burden the elder indefinitely. The elder had already done far too much for him. He wanted to rely on his own strength. With this resolve, he defied the elder's orders for the very first time. Seizing the final moments, he resumed practicing Star Cry. Closing his eyes tightly, Yi Ningxuan steadied his mind as the technique Star Cry flashed through his thoughts once more. Thanks to repeated practice, Yi Ningxuan executed the sword strike noticeably faster. In an instant, he drew the Frost Divine Sword and swung it once. Suddenly, the Frost Divine Sword blazed with an intense, icy light. A sword chi materialized from thin air, accompanied by scattered starlight that blossomed upward. This sword energy, faster than lightning, spread outward toward the distance, accompanied by those starlight sparks. Before long, accompanied by a thunderous crash, the sword energy struck a massive boulder with tremendous force. Noticing this, Yi Ningxuan felt a surge of unease. She lightly tapped her toes and dashed forward. Soon, she arrived before the boulder and hurriedly looked down. A sword scar appeared out of thin air on the boulder, half a foot deep and wide enough to fit a thumb. Though the strike possessed formidable power, that wasn't the most significant aspect. Yi Ningxuan scanned the surrounding area and discovered numerous pinhole-sized holes, each about the thickness of a finger, clustered around the sword mark. They were densely clustered, creating a sight that was almost frightening. Seeing this, Yi Ningxuan felt a surge of delight. I did it! She exclaimed joyfully. Though the sword's power still fell far short of what the technique described, at least it had taken on a rudimentary form. If the senior knew she could now display such power, he would surely praise her again. This thought ignited a surge of fighting spirit within Yi Ningxuan, as if boundless energy now coursed through her veins. She immediately returned to her original position and began practicing once more. Yi Ningxuan knew deep down she still had a long way to go. If she truly unleashed the starlight as described in the technique with her current cultivation level, that massive boulder would have been completely pierced through, not a single intact spot would remain. It wasn't merely due to the night's darkness coinciding with the cultivation technique's requirements, nor solely because of her repeated practice. She sensed remarkable progress in tonight's practice. With each sword strike she unleashed, she gained new insights. For a moment, immersed in her practice, Yi Ningxuan felt not the slightest fatigue, but rather a surge of excitement. She couldn't stop imagining the reaction of her senior when he learned tomorrow that she had mastered the star glow technique. The next morning, Lin Xiao rose early because he planned to take Yi Ningxuan to the South Mountain's secret realm that day. After a quick tidy-up, he ate breakfast. He then logged directly into the game. Feeling the morning sun, Lin Xiao felt utterly at ease, and thoughts inevitably surfaced in his mind. If his parents were still alive, and if he were a healthy person, they would surely scold him for neglecting his responsibilities, playing games first thing after breakfast at his age. But none of that had happened. At this thought, Lin Xiao didn't know whether to feel happy or sad. Now, he had no reservations, no pressure, and ample time to pursue whatever he desired. But, with that thought, Lin Xiao shook his head helplessly and pushed the rest of it out of his mind. When he entered the game and looked at Yi Ningxuan on the interface, he couldn't help but freeze in surprise. Instead of being inside the cave dwelling, she lay on the grass beside it, fast asleep. Though her hair lay scattered about, it did not appear untidy. Instead, it perfectly framed her flawless face. The morning sunlight bathed her skin, making it appear even more pure white and delicate, as if one could see the tiny capillaries beneath. The only downside was her sprawled-out posture, utterly lacking any semblance of ladylike grace. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiao couldn't help but laugh out loud once he confirmed she was safe. What on earth is this girl doing? But he couldn't deny it. Yi Ningxuan was truly beautiful. It was a kind of enchanting beauty that held one's gaze captive. Not just in the game, but even in real life, Lin Xiao had never seen anything like it. The art in this game is just too damn good. Looking at Yi Ningxuan, it felt as though she were a living, breathing person. As Lin Xiao pondered this, Yi Ningxuan slowly awoke. She opened her mouth softly, letting out a gentle moan. Then she stretched her arms wide, yawning deeply. Lin Xiao watched the scene unfold, his face flushing slightly. For under Yi Ningxuan's movement, the two mounds on her chest had fully puffed out. After all, that area of hers was already quite impressive. But that wasn't the most significant part. What truly stood out was how her clothing had been slightly pulled apart by the movement. She was just a hair's breadth away from exposing herself. At the same time, Yi Ningxuan snapped back to her senses, suddenly overcome by a strange sensation. "Senior?" she tentatively asked. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao saw no need to pretend he hadn't noticed. He typed back immediately, "I'm here. I'll take you to the South Mountain secret realm. How did you end up sleeping here?" Upon hearing the senior's voice, Yi Ningxuan froze momentarily before snapping back to reality. She glanced down at her disheveled clothes. Never mind her top, her skirt had somehow ridden up, nearly exposing her thighs. Yikes! Yi Ningxuan cried out in shock, jolting upright. Her sleeping posture had been fully exposed to the senior. She knew all too well how restless she was in her sleep, and that meant she must have looked utterly unseemly. Her image was utterly ruined. For some reason, Yi Ningxuan's thoughts were completely fixated on this, having entirely forgotten about the near wardrobe malfunction. "Alright, I didn't see anything." As the senior's voice rang out again, Yi Ningxuan felt utterly mortified. How could the senior not have seen? "We need to hurry." As the senior's voice sounded again, Yi Ningxuan vaguely brushed the topic aside. "Pack up. We're leaving." Chapter 52, I'll take you there. As the senioress voice sounded once more, Yi Ningxuan finally eased her awkwardness somewhat, though the blush on her cheeks remained. Her mind kept replaying what had just happened. How had she fallen asleep outside the cave dwelling, only to be seen by the senior? Then, as if remembering something, Yi Ningxuan hurriedly gathered her loose hair back into place. Then, Yi Ningxuan gradually recalled the events of the previous night. She had been relentlessly practicing Star Cry, a technique that demanded immense expenditure of spiritual energy and physical stamina. Before long, she was utterly exhausted. She lay on the grass outside the cave, gazing up at the star-filled sky. Her mind wandered through a jumble of thoughts, finally settling on the senior cultivator. It was at that very moment that she drifted off to sleep. When she awoke, she found herself in the situation described earlier. "Senior, I was practicing the star-calling sword technique last night and fell asleep without realizing it." Yi Ningxuan explained awkwardly, sticking out her tongue as she adjusted her clothes. Lin Xiao smiled slightly at the screen upon hearing this, then typed, "While cultivation is important, rest is essential too. Today we're heading to the South Mountain secret realm. Entering it at peak strength is paramount." As he typed, the voice echoed simultaneously within the game. "Training is indeed vital, but rest is equally important. Today we journey to the South Mountain secret realm. Maintaining peak condition is key." Yi Ningxuan nodded quickly upon hearing this. The senior's words were filled with genuine concern, and a wave of warmth washed over her heart. "However, I've seen your dedication, and I'm very pleased." At that moment, the senior's voice echoed once more, clear and distinct in Yi Ningxuan's ears. Instantly, a smile spread across her face. "Thank you for your recognition, senior. How is your star resonance cultivation progressing?" Yi Ningxuan seemed to have been waiting for Lin Xiao to ask this question, and she quickly replied, "Ningxuan can already release starlight, though its power is still far from what it should be." As she spoke, her eyes brimmed with anticipation. "Very good. Your efforts have not been in vain." The elder's voice sounded again. Though his tone remained as impassive as ever, utterly detached, it still stirred a surge of excitement within Yi Ningxuan. "Then, senior, shall we head to the secret realm now? Where is it located?" Yi Ningxuan immediately asked, her questions coming one after another. Soon, the senior's voice followed. "Indeed, we shall depart immediately. The secret realm lies in the nearby South Mountain, known as the South Mountain Secret Realm." South Mountain? Hearing this, Yi Ningxuan fell into deep thought. She knew this place. It wasn't far from the Lingxiao sword sect where she had once resided, but it was quite a distance from her current cave dwelling. Moreover, the very idea of a secret realm existing within South Mountain struck her as odd. This thought only deepened Yi Ningxuan's confusion. She spoke again, "A secret realm in South Mountain? How come I've never heard a single whisper about it before? Hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. He'd have to put on another act. He typed again, the secret realm this sovereign chooses would never be common knowledge. Besides, a secret realm that others have already visited? This sovereign wouldn't give it the time of day. After all, such secret realms hold little value or opportunity. There's no need for me to personally escort you there. Hearing this, Yi Ningxuang understood and nodded obediently. Truly a master worthy of respect. Simultaneously, her heart swelled with admiration for Lin Xiao, her gratitude nearly overflowing. But this place is quite a distance from the South Mountain secret realm. Even if we push forward at full speed, it might take until tomorrow to reach it. Yi Ningxuang asked doubtfully once more. After all, with her current foundation establishment stage cultivation, she couldn't yet walk on air, and her speed was significantly reduced. Moreover, she possessed no flying artifacts or similar means of transport. Hearing this, Lin Xiao smiled faintly before continuing to type, since this sovereign intends to take you there, why would I require you to travel alone? This distance is but a mere wave of the hand for this sovereign. Hearing this, Yi Ningxuang in the game couldn't help but recall how Lin Xiao had previously brought her to this cave dwelling. The senior's methods were overwhelmingly powerful and utterly unpredictable. With his intervention, reaching the South Mountain secret realm would be but the blink of an eye. And now the senior was about to take her on another journey. Though she could no longer see his figure, his actions gave Yi Ningxuang the distinct feeling that he was guiding her. Thank you, senior. Yi Ningxuang bowed her hands in greeting, her face radiant with excitement. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao had made up his mind when he said those words. It was time to top up again, though the journey itself didn't require excessive spending. Thus, Lin Xiao hesitated not a moment. He opened the map. While studying it earlier, Lin Xiao had noticed something. Any location highlighted on the map could be clicked to travel to. Among these options, faster methods included teleportation arrays and similar items, while slower ones offered aerial travel. The options were incredibly diverse. However, the prices varied greatly. After clicking on the South Mountain secret realm, a new prompt popped up in the game. Top-tier teleportation array, no resource cost, usable 4 times, instant arrival at South Mountain secret realm, priced at 5,000. Ordinary teleportation array, consumes spirit stones, usable 4 times, instant arrival at Nanshan secret realm, priced at 3,000. Lin Xiao gazed curiously at the teleportation array ahead, his heart filled with astonishment. Instant teleportation within 100 li, no distance limit. This was pure teleportation. And it came with 4 uses. But upon seeing the price tag, Lin Xiao was stunned. He immediately dismissed the idea from his mind. Way too expensive. He quickly scanned further down, searching for more affordable options. Sword Flight, Divine Transformation Level Sword Writing. Single-use item. Reaches Nanshan Secret Realm in 1 hour. Price, 800. Sword Writing, for Core Formation Level Practitioners. Single-use item. Reaches South Mountain Secret Realm in 2 hours. Price, 300. For more flying treasures, treasure ships, and other items, please visit them all. The game's options were densely packed, prices varying from top to bottom. After some searching, Lin Xiao made up his mind he'd buy the 300 yuan one. After all, the 300 yuan price was within his budget, and 2 hours wasn't too slow. Most importantly, sword writing wouldn't diminish Lin Xiao's image in Yi Ningxuang's eyes. Meanwhile, the disciples of Ling Xiao sword sect, led by Yang Xianfeng, were preparing to depart. Mo Yunxiao stood nearby, his gaze fixed intently on his 3 disciples, particularly Zhao Tianzheng. He understood clearly that this journey into the secret realm was not only a test for his disciples but also a crucial part of the plan he and his son had devised. Chapter 53, Sword Writing. Perhaps sensing Mo Yunxiao's gaze, all 3 nodded resolutely. Though Zhao Zhengtian showed little emotion, Mo Yunxiao could read his thoughts clearly. A smile spread across his face, his satisfaction with his son growing ever deeper. To escort these 10 disciples into the South Mountain secret realm, the entire Lingxiao sword sect mobilized its forces. Besides sect master Yang Xianfeng, Grand Elder Mo Yunxiao and a group of elders would also accompany them, guiding the disciples into the realm. Alongside them, a group of disciples would accompany the journey. Soon, they all boarded the treasure ship. In an instant, the magnificent vessel soared into the sky, heading toward the South Mountain secret realm. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao completed his top-up and officially purchased the Core Formation Realm Sword Writing ability. Dan Formation Realm Sword purchase successful. Please confirm destination again. Seeing this, Lin Xiao once again confirmed the South Mountain secret realm as his destination. Selection complete. Destination, South Mountain secret realm. Prepare your sword. Seeing this, Lin Xiao turned his gaze to Yi Ningxuang within the game and continued typing, prepare your Frost Divine Sword. I'll take you there via sword flight. At these words, Yi Ningxuang's face lit up with delight, her excitement palpable. Having the senior take her there was already an immense joy, but now the senior had even offered to take her sword riding. That was an entirely different sensation. With that thought, Yi Ningxuang hesitated not a moment. She swiftly drew the Frost Divine Sword and addressed Lin Xiao, Senior, I'm ready. Seeing this, Lin Xiao nodded in acknowledgement before turning his attention back to the game interface. Confirm Frost Divine Sword in Yi Ningxuan's possession? As Lin Xiao clicked confirm once more, the game interface instantly transformed. A violent aura erupted from nowhere, gathering around Yi Ningxuan. Yi Ningxuan sensed this transformation, her face lighting up with astonishment. For a moment, she dared not move an inch, standing perfectly still, afraid of causing any trouble for her senior. Yet at the same time, she kept glancing around, hoping to catch a glimpse of the elder's figure. Unfortunately, no matter how hard she tried, not a single trace of a person could be seen. The only thing visible was the spirit energy, now almost solid enough to touch. At that moment, the Frost Divine Sword in her hand seemed to sense something, emitting waves of icy coldness on its own. Simultaneously, the Frost Divine Sword began to tremble violently, emitting a piercing, resonant ring. Before Yi Ningxuan could even react, the Frost Divine Sword shot from her grasp. With a sharp whistling sound, it shot directly into the air at an unimaginable speed, its movement too swift to follow. The sword circled in the air before landing steadily before Yi Ningxuan. Let's go. We're departing. As the elder's voice sounded once more, Yi Ningxuan gazed at the Frost Divine Sword before her with a mix of anticipation and awe. At this moment, the sword seemed to be controlled by some latent force. Yi Ningxuan instinctively tried to probe the source of that power, but found nothing. She scanned her surroundings once more, yet still saw no sign of anyone. This left Yi Ningxuan feeling a growing sense of disappointment. She still hadn't seen the senior. Under these circumstances, Yi Ningxuan could do nothing but obey. She obediently stepped forward, then tentatively lifted her foot, attempting to stand upon the Frost Divine Sword. The blade of the Frost Divine Sword was relatively slender, and Yi Ningxuan couldn't help but worry, would she fall through the air if she stood on it? After all, at her cultivation level, she had never flown on a sword before, either now or in the past, and her heart was filled with trepidation. Most crucially, this sword was not under her control. But the thought that it was the senior's sword brought her a wave of reassurance, and she finally tried to stand upon the Frost Divine Sword. Yet immediately, something astonishing occurred. As her entire body settled upon it, the Frost Divine Sword didn't waver in the slightest. Instead, it remained remarkably steady, as if she were still standing on solid ground. What astonished Yi Ningxuan most was this. She could sense an invisible force surrounding the sword, supporting her weight. This meant she could stand on more than just the blade itself. Don't worry, you won't fall. Lin Xiao typed. He could tell Yi Ningxuan was a bit worried about this, though he wasn't entirely sure about the sword's condition either. But since it was a premium purchase option in the game, it shouldn't cause any issues. Lin Xiao felt quite at ease about it. With the senior's words, Yi Ningxuan's tension and unease gradually dissipated. She then stood steadily atop the Frost Divine Sword. Immediately, Yi Ningxuan felt the Frost God's sword beneath her begin to move. It shifted slowly, advancing forward, then soaring higher and higher. In the blink of an eye, the sword's height surpassed the surrounding trees. To her immense delight, Yi Ningxuan discovered that standing atop this blade, she felt not the slightest sway. Instead, it was incredibly stable. There was absolutely no sign of it falling. As the Frost Divine Sword carried Yi Ningxuan higher and higher, she grew increasingly at ease. Before long, the sword had completely ascended into the air. Suddenly, the Frost God Sword changed direction. Before Yi Ningxuan could react, it shot forward at breakneck speed. Caught completely off guard, Yi Ningxuan stumbled backward in her disorientation. But just then, an invisible force, like a giant hand, gently enveloped her from behind, steadying her body. With that, Yi Ningxuan was able to breathe a sigh of relief. Her first time riding a sword, fear was inevitable. At that very moment, she noticed the sword's speed had accelerated to an utterly terrifying state. The scenery beneath her feet streaked past at breakneck speed. Yet at such breakneck speed, she felt only the wind's majestic caress. Clearly, some force was at work, helping her deflect the gale. So this is sword riding. Yi Ningxuan murmured to herself, feeling the terrifying speed. As she spoke, she gazed around with boundless curiosity. Lin Xiao, observing the situation on the game interface, felt relieved. Though he knew the flying sword wouldn't let Yi Ningxuan fall into danger, he'd been genuinely worried. Seeing her now, all his worries vanished like smoke. I have to admit, at least this game doesn't rip people off when it comes to microtransactions. Lin Xiao murmured to himself. As the flying sword activated, Yi Ningxuan drew ever closer to the South Mountain secret realm. Senior, you're truly amazing. Yet at this moment, Yi Ningxuan's thoughts inevitably drifted back to Lin Xiao. Chapter 54, The Treasure Vessel of Ling Xiao Sword Sect. She knew full well that her ability to pilot the sword now was entirely thanks to the senior. But now, without even seeing the senior's figure, he could pilot the sword to carry her like this. What kind of technique was this? Yi Ningxuan couldn't fathom it. The only thing she understood clearly was that the senior's power far exceeded her wildest imagination. As these thoughts swirled within her, time ticked by second, drawing her ever closer to the South Mountain's secret realm. Finally, a range of mountains came into view before Yi Ningxuan. Elder, is this South Mountain? Yi Ningxuan asked upon seeing the scene. Hearing this, Lin Xiao glanced at the game interface. Immediately, a game prompt appeared over the mountain landscape. The South Mountain Range, an immensely mysterious mountain range stretching vast and wide. Yet within it dwell no powerful demonic beasts, let alone rare spiritual herbs or opportunities. Few have ever ventured here. But what people do not know is that hidden within this mysterious mountain range lies an incredibly formidable secret realm. This secret realm was formed from an ancient battlefield. It is incredibly hidden, with not only extremely stringent conditions for its appearance, but also an incredibly difficult method to activate it. After reading this description, Lin Xiao continued typing his reply, correct. This is the place. As he typed this, Lin Xiao instinctively glanced at his phone's time. It was now 10:52. Yining Shuang had stepped onto the Frost Divine Sword at just past 8:50. This game is remarkably precise. Not only is the timing nearly identical, but the in-game time progression also matches reality almost perfectly. At that moment, Yining Shuang atop the Divine Sword also heard the Elder's words. Upon confirming that this was indeed the South Mountain secret realm, her heart swelled with anticipation. Viewed from above, the Nanshan mountain range was shrouded in mist and clouds, revealing only a vast expanse of verdant green, obscuring any other details. Below, the occasional roar of demonic beasts echoed upward. As they drew closer to the Nanshan range, the Frost Divine Sword's speed began to slow, gradually descending toward the valley below. At that very moment, Lin Xiao suddenly noticed on the map that a ship-like object was also heading toward the Nanshan mountain range. What was that? A wave of confusion washed over him. He swiftly swiped the screen, shifting his perspective to look in that direction. In the distant sky, a small black dot steadily grew larger. It appeared to be a ship-like object. For a moment, Lin Xiao grew even more astonished. However, the game only provided general descriptions of geographical names and locations. Information about such objects wouldn't appear unless Yining Shuang mentioned them. Similarly, the game could display information about the secret realm precisely because Lin Xiao had previously researched it. As the ship-like object drew nearer, Lin Xiao could finally make out its form. A word formed in his mind: treasure vessel. As a Chinese person who frequently read novels, he instantly recognized it. This must be one of those flying vessels from cultivation novels, essentially the aircraft of the cultivation world. As mentioned earlier in the game, the item is also available for purchase in the marketplace, though undoubtedly at a steep price. But that wasn't the most important thing. What mattered most was that Lin Xiao didn't know whether this flying vessel was headed for the southern mountains or just happened to be passing through. Look over there. Lin Xiao typed out the message immediately. At the same time, Yining Shuang, who was observing below, heard the elder's voice. Feeling puzzled, she turned her head to look as well. At that moment, the ship-like object drew even closer. A treasure vessel? But as she spoke, Yining Shuang's eyes widened in astonishment. Lin Xiao's sword sect. She gasped, her face etched with utter disbelief. Hearing this, Lin Xiao froze in surprise. After all this time, he knew full well that Lin Xiao's sword sect was the very sect Yining Shuang had once belonged to and the very enemy responsible for her current plight. How could Lin Xiao's sword sect's treasure boat be here? She was even more astonished and puzzled, speaking with confusion. As a former disciple of Lin Xiao's sword sect, Yining Shuang was privy to some of its affairs. Unless it was for something crucial, the Lin Xiao sword sect rarely used their treasure ship. After all, it wasn't a major sect. The entire sect possessed only this one treasure ship, and each deployment consumed terrifying amounts of resources. Moreover, the deployment of the treasure ship signaled something significant: the sect master was likely aboard. Even if the master wasn't present, at least 4 elders would be on board. Otherwise, there would be no need to deploy such a vessel. And now it appeared here, could it be that they too had discovered this secret realm? If that were the case, it would spell trouble. The thought sent a wave of unease through Yining Shuang's heart, leaving her restless. What are they doing here? Lin Xiao was equally puzzled. After all, given Yining Shuang's status, encountering the Lin Xiao sword sect or worse, those who had attacked her would spell trouble. And most crucially, this was the critical moment for Yining Shuang to enter the secret realm. Could they also be here for the secret realm? As the treasure vessel drew nearer, Lin Xiao dared not take it lightly. Although this was a game, if he truly clashed with the Lin Xiao sword sect, he could always top up his account. If 1,000 credits didn't solve it, 10,000 or 20,000 certainly would. But that would be far too costly, purely the behavior of a whaler, so he saw no need to resort to such measures. Lin Xiao promptly tapped the game interface, activating the sword writing function to halt his flight. Soon, the Frost Divine Sword descended slowly, finally landing within the mountain forest. Since sword flight was a one-time ability, its use concluded entirely as Yining Shuang descended. After both landed, Yining Shuang glanced back up at the sky and instantly exhaled in relief, her racing heartbeat gradually slowing. "Senior, could it be they're here for the secret realm too?" she asked anxiously. After all, with her current cultivation level, she was still far from being able to confront the Nanshan secret realm head-on. Hard to say. We'll have to wait and see. Lin Xiao couldn't be certain either. After all, if they could enter this secret realm, so could others. Under their watchful eyes, the very thing they feared most unfolded. The treasure vessel ahead of the Nanshan mountain range gradually slowed its pace before coming to a complete halt in midair. Senior, we're in trouble this time. Yi Ningxuan clenched her teeth as she spoke. At the same moment, the treasure vessel of the Lingxiao sword sect also began its descent. Such coincidences simply didn't exist in this world. Clearly, Lingxiao sword sect had come for this very secret realm. What a shameless game. I won this secret realm through a gacha, and now others show up? You better believe I'm reporting you. Lin Xiao stared at the game interface, unable to resist venting his frustration. The key you obtained for Yi Ningxuan grants access to the secret realm. Others still require payment to enter. Just then, the game conveniently popped up a notification. Moreover, opportunities in the cultivation world are first come, first served. You may top up your account. Chapter 55, Shizhen Tian. Upon reading this, Lin Xiao's face twisted with disdain. Sure enough, this game could never escape the need for top-ups. You may top up 10,000 yuan to organize other characters into this secret realm. 10,000? Why don't you just rob people? That's outrageous. Lin Xiao muttered indignantly. But now it seemed even these people had to pay a price to enter the secret realm. So spending money to draw a key via lottery wasn't so unacceptable after all. He consoled himself inwardly. With that settled, there was no point wasting more time. At least for now, he and Yi Ningxuan held the upper hand. The Lingxiao sword sect's treasure ship was still some distance away, giving them ample time to reach the secret realm first and enter using their keys. After reaching this conclusion, Lin Xiao glanced at Yi Ningxuan on the game interface and continued typing, "Don't worry about them. As far as I know, this secret realm has entry restrictions. Only the younger disciples of the Lingxiao sword sect should be able to enter. Have confidence in yourself, besides, I'm here." Yi Ningxuan, however, remained in a daze, unable to shake off the shock of seeing the Lingxiao sword sect. Her face was etched with worry. If they truly encountered the Lingxiao sword sect, it would be dangerous. But upon hearing the elder's words, Yi Ningxuan snapped back to reality. Secret realms, existing for ages and left behind by ancient masters, imposed various restrictions. If someone with too high cultivation entered, the realm itself couldn't bear it. Therefore, as Lin Xiao had said, 80 to 90% of those inside were likely young disciples of the Lingxiao sword sect. If that was the case, as long as they avoided confronting the Lingxiao sword sect outside, there was no need for excessive worry. Facing young disciples, Yi Ningxuan now possessed considerable confidence in her own strength. Moreover, even without the elder's intervention, this secret realm was one he had personally selected for her. He must possess profound knowledge of it. Viewed this way, she held the upper hand. If she couldn't even outmatch those Lingxiao sword sect juniors within the secret realm, she'd only have herself to blame for being utterly useless. Senior, I understand. Rest assured, I will not disappoint you. Yi Ningxuan nodded firmly. Then let's depart as soon as possible. As the elder's voice echoed, she sheathed the frost divine sword and scanned her surroundings. She remained deep within the dense forest, surrounded by endless darkness in every direction, utterly disoriented. At the same time, Lin Xiao opened the map, pinpointed the location of the South Mountain secret realm, and typed instructions for Yi Ningxuan to follow. Immediately, guided by Lin Xiao's instructions, Yi Ningxuan began walking forward. Meanwhile, outside the Nanshan mountain range, the treasure vessel of Lingxiao sword sect came to a gradual halt. Soon after, led by Yang Xianfeng, the group disembarked from the treasure vessel. The 10 selected disciples followed closely behind. Upon seeing the sight of the Nanshan mountains, excitement flashed across their faces. This is the Nanshan mountain range. The Nanshan secret realm we discovered lies within it. Now, the first elder, second elder, and third elder each take some disciples and follow me to the South Mountain secret realm. Fifth elder, you remain here with the remaining disciples to guard the treasure ship. Yang Xianfeng turned to address them, issuing his orders. Upon hearing this, the others accepted the orders without hesitation. Yang Xianfeng and his group then set off toward the mountain range. Third elder, fly ahead on your sword to scout the situation. He pointed at third elder Shizhen Tian. Shizhen Tian, the third elder of Lingxiao sword sect, was a sturdy man with a stern face, clad in a gray robe. Upon hearing this, he immediately rose into the air and flew deep into the Nanshan mountain range. In an instant, the once utterly silent and untouched South Mountain range became crowded with people. Meanwhile, not long after setting out, Yi Ningxuan emerged from the dense forest into an incredibly open expanse. Seeing this, she couldn't help but gasp in surprise. How could such a place exist within this dense forest? Standing in the open clearing, Yi Ningxuan surveyed her surroundings, astonishment welling within her. This expanse seemed forcibly carved out of the dense forest by some immense force. Towering trees stood thickly around it, yet here, not a blade of grass grew. The ground was perfectly level, as if meticulously polished by human hands. Senior, is this the entrance to the secret realm? Yi Ningxuan asked softly. Lin Xiao glanced at the map, which confirmed their location was indeed the entrance to the South Mountain secret realm. Immediately after, Lin Xiao typed again, correct, this is the entrance to the South Mountain secret realm. However, the entrance appears to be concealed and requires specific methods to activate. Yi Ningxuan nodded, her vigilance heightening. She knew that most secret realm entrances were protected by special restrictions. The slightest carelessness could trigger danger. Senior, what should I do then? Yi Ningxuan asked again immediately. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao typed, stay where you are for now. I'll activate the secret realm for you shortly. Yi Ningxuan complied, standing still and motionless, afraid her actions might cause trouble for the senior. Without further hesitation, Lin Xiao turned his attention to the game interface. At the same time, a new prompt appeared on the game interface. To reach the designated location of the secret realm, do you wish to immediately consume 5 keys to activate the key mechanism? Upon seeing this prompt, Lin Xiao hesitated not a moment longer. But just then, a red dot suddenly began to enlarge rapidly on the map. Though Lin Xiao hadn't opened the map, a mini-map existed in the upper right corner. Upon seeing the red dot, Lin Xiao instantly understood someone was approaching. And the only ones who could arrive now were likely from the Lingxiao sword sect. With that realization, Lin Xiao dared not let his guard down for a moment. He hurriedly typed a message to the female lead, someone's coming. It might be someone from the Lingxiao sword sect. Hide immediately. Hearing the elder's voice, Yi Ningxuan didn't hesitate. She immediately dashed toward the nearby woods. Because Yi Ningxuan trusted Lin Xiao unconditionally, her reaction was lightning fast. In the blink of an eye, she vanished into the dense forest. Just as Yi Ningxuan had concealed herself, a figure appeared, stepping through the air at incredible speed. None other than the third elder, Shizhen Tian. Shizhen Tian, the third elder of Lingxiao sword sect, had arrived deep within the Nanshan mountains. Now, suspended high above, his gaze swept the dense forest below like lightning. Soon, he spotted the open clearing. This is the place. He nodded, speaking calmly. After scanning the surroundings once more and finding nothing amiss, he finally descended to the ground with a sense of relief. Meanwhile, Yi Ningxuan watched Shizhen Tian, holding her breath in tense silence. Though she had never interacted with him before, she recognized his identity at a glance. Chapter 56, The Primordial Spirit Sealing Array. The third elder of Lingxiao sword sect. His cultivation had already reached the nascent soul stage. Even without knowing his cultivation level, simply observing him from this distance was enough to sense his overwhelming power. His aura radiated an intimidating presence without a trace of anger. Senior, this is the third elder of Lingxiao sword sect, who has reached the nascent soul stage. At the same time, Yi Ningxuan whispered to Lin Xiao. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao nodded. This was the highest cultivation level he had ever encountered since playing this game. While Yi Ningxuan might have stood a chance against the Foundation establishment cultivators they'd faced earlier, but against Shizhen Tian, it would be like a mantis trying to shake a tree, utterly reckless. It now seemed clear that without Lin Xiao's assistance, Yi Ningxuan would face certain death if she confronted Shizhen Tian. If Lin Xiao wanted to intervene and save Yi Ningxuan, he would inevitably have to top up his account. Upon realizing this, Lin Xiao immediately typed, be extremely cautious. Don't let him discover you, or our journey through the secret realm will be compromised. Moreover, given the current situation, Lingxiao sword sect's target must surely be the South Mountain secret realm. Upon hearing this, Yi Ningxuan nodded in understanding. At the same time, Shizhen Tian stood on the open ground, pacing slowly. He stared at the earth beneath his feet, lost in thought. Ever since arriving here, he had sensed something amiss. Yet he couldn't pinpoint the source of the unease. However, knowing that the sect master and the others would arrive soon, he pushed the thoughts aside. After all, alone, he might encounter unexpected situations. But with the sect master and the elders present, who would dare to provoke the surrounding major factions unless they mobilized their entire forces? Shizhen Tian resumed his forward stride, sensing the fluctuations of spiritual energy beneath his feet. At the same time, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly this secret realm was truly extraordinary. Though he hadn't yet spotted the entrance to the secret realm, nor knew what lay within, merely sensing the spiritual energy beneath his feet made it clear. In that case, this old man shall proceed to activate the entrance to this secret realm. After uttering these words, Shizhen Tian slowly closed his eyes, raising both hands with palms facing downward. Instantly, the spiritual energy throughout his body surged into motion. Simultaneously, a formidable aura radiated outward from his body. Suddenly, the force was so great it made his robes rustle and crackle. Accompanying his movements, a faint tremor rippled across the ground. This tremor continued to spread, initially confined beneath Shizhen Tian. Then it reached his surroundings, finally spreading outward at a rapid pace. In an instant, small stones on the ground began to dance. Witnessing this scene, Yi Ningxuan and Lin Xiao were utterly shocked. Senior, it seems he's about to activate the secret realm. Should we continue waiting? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao typed back, don't panic. Even if he manages to activate the secret realm's entrance, his strength alone won't be enough to enter it, let alone bring others along. You must understand, entering this secret realm isn't as simple as just finding the entrance. Hearing this, Yi Ningxuan grew even more perplexed. She knew some secret realms restricted by cultivation level or age, but this was the first time she'd heard of one requiring specific entry conditions. But if the senior said so, it must be true. Yiningshuang said no more, remaining hidden within the dense forest, daring not to make a single move. Meanwhile, as Shizhen Tian moved, the tremors across the clearing grew increasingly intense. Rise! Suddenly, he roared again, then swung his arms violently. Shizhen Tian now unleashed every ounce of his cultivation, causing a violent surge of spiritual energy to coalesce behind him into a tangible form, a human-shaped specter. Under the pressure of this force, Yiningshuang, not far away, felt a pang of dread. The pressure seemed to multiply. Simultaneously, she couldn't help but think to herself, is this the power of a nascent soul cultivator? It was truly terrifying. After all, Mo Yunxiao, as the Grand Elder, possessed strength far surpassing this. Could she ever hope to face Mo Yunxiao, let alone defeat him? Just as Yiningshuang was lost in thought. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar, Shizhen Tian's toes touched the ground, propelling him skyward in an instant. Simultaneously, the entire clearing shook violently, as if mountains collapsed and the earth split apart. Seeing this, his pupils contracted sharply, astonishment welling up within him. Golden patterns like a spider's web emerged from the ground, radiating outward from beneath him and forming an ancient array diagram spanning 100 zhang. As the array patterns swirled, colossal spiritual energy surged forth like a river flowing backwards, terrifying in its intensity. The resulting shockwaves snapped ancient trees centuries-old clean in half. Even Shizhen Tian found it difficult to remain composed in the face of such a terrifying spectacle. What kind of secret realm was this? Merely activating the entrance to this secret realm could unleash such terrifying might. Just as Shizhen Tian pondered this, another terrifying force surged upward from the ground. In an instant, it shot straight toward the heavens. Though Shizhen Tian, suspended in the air, avoided direct contact, he felt an overwhelming sense of suppression. Suddenly, he felt his cultivation power severely restricted. What's happening? Realizing this situation, Shizhen Tian's heart filled with dread. Facing the unknown in this mysterious realm, he dared not take even the slightest disturbance lightly. Just then, array points suddenly manifested from the ground. A quick glance revealed there were exactly 7 of them. And now, these 7 array points were arranged on the ground in the shape of the Big Dipper constellation. This is the primordial spirit sealing array? For a moment, Shizhen Tian recoiled in horror, his gray robe fluttering wildly. He abruptly looked up toward the sky. The previously clear heavens now revealed faint starlight, with the Big Dipper flickering uncertainly directly above the array's focal point. Deep within the dense forest, Yiningshuang watched the scene unfold, her heart pounding with shock as she instinctively covered her mouth and nose. Through the gaps in the foliage, she clearly saw 7 white jade pillars rising from the spot where she had stood moments before. The inscriptions carved into their surfaces echoed the constellations above. It's an array! She whispered in shock, finally grasping the truth. There's actually an array at the entrance to this secret realm. At the same time, Yiningshuang could sense the formidable power of this formation. No wonder the elder said ordinary people couldn't enter. She pondered inwardly. Just then, Yiningshuang suddenly felt the frost divine sword hum and tremble. The frost patterns on its hilt resonated with the array diagram, seeping out wisps of icy mist. What's happening? Seeing this, Yiningshuang was even more baffled. Don't move! Just then, Lin Zhao's voice suddenly rang out. Upon hearing these words, Yiningshuang immediately held her breath and focused her senses. But just then, Shizhen Tian's divine sense swept over her. Chapter 57, Psychic Barrier. Upon sensing this divine sense, Yiningshuang's heart sank in alarm. After all, she was no match for this man. Moreover, if he truly discovered her, her journey into the secret realm would be utterly over. Any notion of opportunity was utterly out of the question. In an instant, Yiningshuang held her breath, not daring to breathe a single breath. At the same time, Shizhen Tian's divine sense swept over her like a tidal wave. Yiningshuang felt her entire body tense up, as if bound by invisible chains. She held her breath, withdrawing all her spiritual energy, even deliberately slowing her heartbeat. Yet the hum of the frost divine sword still echoed within her mind, its frost patterns at the hilt resonating ever more intensely with the array patterns. Damn it! Yiningshuang had no idea what was happening, but she was deeply troubled. Why was the frost divine sword suddenly stirring at this moment? Who's there? Show yourself! Shizhen Tian's voice boomed like thunder. Do you think you can evade the perception of a nascent soul cultivator? Yiningshuang clenched her teeth, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Yet even so, she dared not make a single move. She could feel that divine sense repeatedly scanning her hiding place, penetrating deep into her bones, as if it could uncover her whereabouts at any moment. Just then, the elder's voice suddenly rang out. Don't panic. He's bluffing. The primordial sealing spirit array can block this. He can't be certain of the situation here. Earlier, Lin Xiao had witnessed the commotion. He had immediately noticed the unusual movement of the frost divine sword. At first, he was merely puzzled, unsure what was happening. How could this sword be connected to the secret realm? But then he realized Shizhen Tian had noticed their location because of it. Like Yiningshuang, his heart sank instantly. If Shizhen Tian truly discovered them, with his cultivation, striking at Yiningshuang would take but an instant. Moreover, Yi Ningxuang possessed no defensive power whatsoever. She would be killed instantly. Given the current situation, there was simply no time for him to react. With that realization, Lin Xiao hesitated not a moment. He instantly opened the game store. He immediately began searching for something to protect Yi Ningxuang. Lin Xiao didn't even think twice, barely considering the price at all. But just then, the game delivered another notification. It explained the nature of this formation. Standing within this formation not only suppresses cultivation levels but also blocks divine sense. Setting aside the cultivation suppression, if it truly blocked divine sense, then Shi Jintian couldn't even confirm anyone was here. He'd only detected the unusual movement of the Frost Divine Sword. As long as he remained hidden and found an opportunity to enter the secret realm, escape was possible. Had this formation not been present, Lin Xiao would never have dared to let Yi Ningxuang take such a risk. Upon hearing this, Yi Ningxuang instantly understood. Without a moment's hesitation, she immediately fled to the side. At this moment, Yi Ningxuang obeyed the elder's words almost unconditionally. Sure enough, Shi Jintian's divine sense halted abruptly upon touching the bushes, as if encountering some barrier. His brow furrowed deeply. Then, clenching his fists with a sudden force, blinding lightning flared from both palms. Nine Heavens Thunder Fist! With that cry, Shi Jintian unleashed a devastating punch. A thunderous crack echoed. Thunder surged from his fists, then instantly coalesced into a bolt of lightning hurtling toward Yi Ningxuang's hiding spot. As Shi Jintian's attack closed in, Yi Ningxuang felt immense pressure. Under the force's lockdown, she couldn't help but feel a tingling numbness throughout her body. Yet even so, she dared not slow her movements in the slightest. The Frost Divine Sword in her hand shot upward. With a sweeping stroke, accompanied by a loud crash, the massive tree crashed to the ground. Undeterred, Yi Ningxuang did not pause. Instead, she swung again, striking another tree. In an instant, another tree crashed to the ground. As the two trees crashed down, a thunderous boom erupted from Yi Ningxuang's hiding place. Simultaneously, lightning struck with blinding speed. Crack! The power of a nascent soul cultivator was terrifying beyond measure. As the lightning struck, the two trees were instantly blown apart. They were reduced to mere fragments. Amidst this chaos, Yi Ningxuang had already sprinted to a distant location, crouching low to conceal herself once more. Not far away, Shi Jintian witnessed the scene and felt a jolt of shock. He probed the area again with his divine sense, only to find it utterly empty. The earlier sensation had vanished without a trace. For a moment, Shi Jintian tried to intensify his divine sense once more, but that same obstruction arose simultaneously. What on earth is that thing? As he spoke, he fixed his gaze on the spot once more. All that remained were two trees, utterly mangled and charred beyond recognition. Shi Jintian was not one to err on the side of caution, but since this concerned the South Mountain's secret realm, he decided to investigate personally. Meanwhile, hidden within the dense forest, Yi Ningxuang watched the scene unfold, her heart racing as she fixed her gaze on Shi Jintian's figure. Lin Xiao, witnessing this scene, was equally filled with worry, preparing to send Yi Ningxuang into the secret realm at any moment. But Lin Xiao desperately did not want them to discover Yi Ningxuang. At that critical moment, several figures flew in from the distance. Shi Jintian, have you opened the secret realm? The leader suddenly called out to Shi Jintian in the distance. Hearing this, Shi Jintian quickly turned to look. The arrivals were none other than the remaining elders and disciples of Lingxiao Sword Sect. As the third elder, he dared not show the slightest disrespect toward Sect Master Yang Xianfeng and hastily paid his respects. Sect Master, I have just activated the entrance to the secret realm. I was awaiting your arrival. After uttering these words, Shi Jintian hesitated as if he had more to say. Unconsciously, he turned his head once more toward the dense forest. But just then, Sect Master Yang Xianfeng spoke again. Very well, since that is the case, we shall prepare to send several disciples into the secret realm. Shi Jintian, you have done well. He offered praise for Shi Jintian's actions. With that, Shi Jintian swallowed the rest of what he had intended to say. Perhaps he had been careless. After all, they were merely some demonic beasts. With his strength, whatever it was would likely have fled long ago. To speak of it now would only bring shame upon himself. Besides, with the sect master and all the elders present, there was nothing to worry about. Yes, sect master. Immediately, Shi Jintian nodded and said. Soon, the 10 disciples followed suit. Seeing this, Yang Xianfeng nodded. Then let us begin. Yi Ningxuang, witnessing this, finally breathed a sigh of relief. It had been a close call. But just then, she noticed Mo Yunxiao. The murderous intent in her eyes instantly solidified. But just then, the elder's voice rang out. Get ready. The moment they make their move, I'll send you in. Don't let them beat us to it. Chapter 58, The South Mountain Archway. Upon hearing the elder's instructions, Yi Ningxuang immediately gathered her composure, instantly suppressing the murderous intent within her heart. She understood clearly that now was not the time for impulsiveness. Though merely looking at Mo Yunxiao made her feel as if the killing intent within her heart could not be restrained. But charging out now would be nothing short of suicide. In her current state, she wasn't even a match for the numerous elders and the sect master of Lingxiao Sword Sect. Even Mo Yunxiao alone possessed the strength to kill her effortlessly. But, if not for this man, she would never have endured such agony. Her gaze swept across the room once more, and her pupils suddenly contracted. Zhao Tianzheng. Just like Mo Yunxiao, he was a beast. To outsiders, they were merely master and disciple, but because of what happened back then, Yiningshuang knew exactly the nature of their relationship. And they had treated Yiningshuang, who was merely a dying woman back then, with utter contempt. Damn you! All of you deserve to die. Yiningshuang cursed under her breath once more. The murderous intent in her eyes grew even more intense, her hand instinctively gripping the frost divine sword. She knew all too well that every pursuer sent after her had been dispatched by this father-son duo. Not only had they dug out her bones and destroyed her path to cultivation, but they were now seeking her utter annihilation. As long as she remained alive, they would never relent. At that very moment, Lin Xiao sensed Yiningshuang's emotional turmoil. He hurriedly typed again, "Stay calm. If you charge out now, everything will be ruined, and you'll lose your chance for revenge forever." Lin Xiao understood perfectly well. Yiningshuang was almost certainly aware that going out now would be suicide. Yet, under the weight of such hatred, how many could truly maintain their sanity? As the elder's voice echoed, Yiningshuang seemed to swallow a reassuring pill, regaining her composure in an instant. "Elder, rest assured." Though Yiningshuang's gaze remained fixed on Mo Yunxiao and his companion, her emotions had visibly steadied. Now she must wait for the optimal moment to enter the secret realm. If the Lingxiao Sword Sect beat them to it, the losses would be immense, perhaps even the opportunity that rightfully belonged to her would be snatched away. She held her breath, her gaze fixed intently on Mo Yunxiao, Yang Xianfeng, and the others in the distance, her mind quietly calculating. Meanwhile, the frost divine sword continued to tremble faintly within Yiningshuang's consciousness, as if warning her that the secret realm's entrance was about to open. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao glanced at the game interface once more, his own anxiety mounting. He hadn't explained the situation to Yiningshuang, merely instructing her to wait. For even now, the game still hadn't prompted her to use the secret key. This confirmed one crucial point: Yiningshuang must reach the secret realm's entrance to proceed with its activation. Only then would the secret key become usable. This is troublesome. Lin Xiao thought to himself, never expecting this secret realm expedition to encounter such a problem. And now it seemed that entering the secret realm before the Lingxiao Sword Sect, without them discovering it, would be no easy feat. "Senior?" Meanwhile, seeing Lin Xiao remain silent, Yiningshuang tentatively spoke up once more. Her heart was equally filled with concern. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the secret realm, after Yang Xianfeng came to a halt, he directed the other elders to their respective positions. "Are you all ready?" He swept his gaze across the group and asked. Immediately, Mo Yunxiao and the other two elders nodded in unison. Seeing this, Yang Xianfeng turned his gaze back toward the secret realm's entrance before addressing the disciples behind him. "Zhang Heng, take the disciples who need not enter the secret realm and spread out. Keep a constant watch on the surroundings. The rest of you 10, come over here." At these words, a stout-looking male disciple among the group nodded. He promptly directed the disciples to fan out. At the same time, Zhao Tianzheng and the other 9 showed no hesitation, hastening forward. They soon reached the center of the formation. Among these 10 disciples, aside from a few with exceptionally detached dispositions, the rest could scarcely conceal the excitement on their faces. Seeing this, Yang Xianfeng waved his hand again. "Very well. Once we dispel the formation and the entrance to the secret realm appears, you must be the first to rush inside. If anyone delays and fails to enter, they'll have only themselves to blame." At these words, tension flashed across several disciples' faces as they fixed their gaze intently ahead. "Everyone, prepare to activate the secret realm." Yang Xuanfeng's voice boomed with authority, echoing abruptly throughout the valley. As his words fell, several elders of the Lingxiao Sword Sect acted simultaneously. Instantly, terrifying spiritual energy erupted. Because they acted in unison, the resulting might was even more dreadful. In that instant, many disciples with lower cultivation levels were caught off guard by the shockwave, some even losing their footing and nearly tumbling to the ground. At that moment, Yang Xianfeng and the elders simultaneously channeled their spiritual energy into the formation. Instantly, the 7 pillars of light blazed brilliantly. Even the runes etched upon them seemed to come alive, fluttering through the air like butterflies. Simultaneously, the 7 pillars merged, their spiritual energy coalescing into a colossal beam that pierced the heavens. After another earth-shaking tremor, the formation began to slowly weaken. A massive archway appeared before everyone's eyes as if conjured from thin air. What had been a mere phantom gradually solidified into tangible form. The archway radiated immense majesty, towering as high as a mountain. Upon its surface was etched a peculiar image. The image seemed to depict a vast battlefield, where countless mighty warriors clashed with blades and weapons. The bloodshed and killing intent felt as though it could be felt in the air. Amidst this spectacle, the entrance to the secret realm gradually revealed itself under the illumination of the light pillar, emanating an ancient and mysterious aura. "Get ready!" At that very moment, Yiningshuang heard the elder's voice ring out abruptly. With the elder's instructions, the lingering anxiety in her heart vanished in an instant. Just then, as the archway materialized, Lin Xiao suddenly saw a prompt appear in the game. Detected, Nanshan's secret realm has appeared. Proceed to the Nanshan archway. Use your secret key to allow your virtual girlfriend to enter the secret realm. So that's how it was. Lin Xiao couldn't help but startle upon seeing this prompt, silently thinking to himself. In the end, it turned out to be a stroke of luck. If those Lingxiao Sword Sect disciples hadn't opened the entrance to the secret realm, they wouldn't have been able to enter the South Mountain secret realm even with the secret key. Should I thank them? Hell no. How could this game be so shady? For a moment, Lin Xiao was overcome with rage. I spent a fortune on gacha pulls, and in the end, I still have to figure out how to activate the secret realm entrance just to get in, right? If it weren't for stumbling upon those Lingxiao Sword Sect people, this Thai game would have definitely made me top up again. Chapter 59, Discovering Yining Shuang. But deep down, Lin Xiao knew complaining now was pointless. He could only be more cautious with this game in the future, making sure he didn't top up his account only to run into more problems later. With that thought, he glanced back at the game interface, a plan forming in his mind. With this formation in place, it could block Yang Xianfeng and the others from scanning and detecting her, giving Yining Shuang an opportunity to act. Most crucially, Yang Xianfeng and the others were now preoccupied with opening the secret realm entrance. If Yining Shuang moved fast enough, she could slip into the secret realm right under their noses. Once inside the secret realm, Yining Shuang would be safe. Lin Xiao felt utterly confident about this. This wasn't a gamble, the game had already prompted him to use the key code. Therefore, there was no risk of Yining Shuang being exposed yet unable to enter the secret realm. Upon reaching this conclusion, Lin Xiao immediately typed to Yining Shuang, disguise your appearance briefly. Once the secret realm's archway fully materializes, act. While they're preoccupied, I'll teleport you directly inside. Hearing this, Yining Shuang glanced over again and nodded. She tore a piece of cloth from her body and quickly tied it over her face. Under these circumstances, while it couldn't be called 100% concealment, anyone unfamiliar enough to identify her solely by her silhouette would be out of the question. She could slip right in without the Lingxiao Sword Sect recognizing her. Yining Shuang then turned her gaze back toward the archway, a serious expression crossing her face as her heartbeat quickened. These were all top-tier powerhouses. Her actions must be swift. The slightest mishap would plunge her into danger. As time passed, the archway finally took shape. Yang Xianfeng, witnessing this, dared not be careless either. He suddenly shouted, "Get ready!" As the words fell, a violent wind erupted within the archway. Spiritual energy gathered, swirling like coiling dragons. Suddenly, the dragons merged together, and a void abruptly appeared beneath the archway. This was the entrance to the Nanshan secret realm. Simultaneously, Yang Xianfeng and the others felt an overwhelming pressure. Shizhen Tian and another elder turned pale, seemingly struggling to endure it. With each passing second, the pressure on their bodies intensified relentlessly. Several disciples, witnessing this, hesitated no longer and hurried forward. Deep within the dense forest, Yining Shuang witnessed this development. A sharp gleam flashed in her eyes. She knew the moment had arrived. Now! At that very moment, the voice of the elder echoed as well. Whoosh! Without a moment's hesitation, Yining Shuang flickered into motion. Emerging from the dense forest, she transformed into a streak of light, propelling herself to her absolute limit. Like a ghostly apparition, she raced toward the entrance of the secret realm. Her speed was blindingly fast. In an instant, she charged through the formation and approached the archway. Yet, the instant she stepped into the formation, Yang Xuanfeng's gaze suddenly swept over. Someone's here. His voice boomed like thunder, instantly drawing everyone's attention. At the same moment, elders like Mo Yunxiao, whose cultivation levels were undeniable, instantly sensed the intrusion as well. Shizhen Tian's face twisted with horror, his teeth clenching in frustration. There really was someone here. He couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. After all, he had sensed it before but hadn't taken it seriously. You're asking for death. Shizhen Tian roared in fury, his anger boiling over. If his carelessness truly led to a major mistake, that would spell trouble. But thankfully, no one else knew. Only after this thought did he feel somewhat reassured, a sense of relief creeping into his heart. Who's there? Yang Xianfeng frowned as he watched the scene unfold. After all, the Nanshan secret realm wasn't just about him, it was a crucial opportunity for the entire Lingxiao Sword Sect. If scattered cultivators found out, it wouldn't be the end of the world, but if other factions learned of it, that would spell trouble. Whoever this person was, they must die here. Mo Yunxiao, however, watched the figure with a hint of mockery on his face. Master sect leader, who cares who it is? Now that he's appeared here, he has nowhere to run. Yining Shuang's heart tightened at the voices, yet she didn't slow her pace. Instead, she quickened her stride. She knew that once she entered the secret realm, these people would be unable to harm her. Stop her. Yang Xuanfeng's voice was cold and commanding, without a hint of hesitation as he ordered his disciples into action. The disciples sprang into motion instantly, rushing forward to intercept Yining Shuang. Numerous disciples from other areas also rushed forward, closing in on Yining Shuang at the center to form an encircling formation. Yet Yining Shuang's speed was too swift. The first few disciples to approach didn't even manage to brush against the hem of her robe. Before they knew it, she had already swept past them. Yet more disciples charged forward, launching attacks at Yining Shuang. After all, the sect master was watching personally, and the order had come directly from him. Whoever could capture and deal with Yining Shuang would be performing a great service. Yet these disciples had completely overlooked Yining Shuang's true strength. Some who charged forward, hoping to strike, didn't even get the chance to draw their swords. They felt only a flash of cold steel, a chill at their throats, and then silence. Yet even so, others still charged forward. In an instant, the frost divine sword in Yining Shuang's grasp traced icy arcs of light, instantly cutting down those before her. Everyone, be cautious. This person is quite powerful. A disciple suddenly shouted. As time passed, Yining Shuang drew ever closer to the archway. The secret realm lay before her eyes. Everyone, attack now. Stop him even if it costs us our lives. He intends to use us to enter the secret realm. Shizhen Tian, in particular, roared with fury. Hearing this, the disciples once again lunged forward. Yet, mere moments before they could close the final gap, Yining Shuang finally reached the archway. She was about to step inside. Ha 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 ha. But at that very moment, another maniacal laugh echoed through the air. Suddenly, the void within the archway solidified into tangible substance. Did you really think we were fools? To dare use my Lingxiao sword sect as a tool, let's see how you enter now. Yang Xianfeng abruptly withdrew his hand. Though the archway remained standing, the connection within it had been severed. Upon witnessing this, Yining Shuang's expression changed drastically. She never imagined such a turn of events. If she couldn't enter the secret realm, trapped within this encirclement, she'd have no way to escape, not even to the underworld. The surrounding disciples closed in, encircling her completely. At the same moment, the 10 disciples flew toward them. Chapter 60, The Archway's Transformation. Zhao Tianzhan was among them. Earlier, due to the secret realm, no one had dared to act, fearing unexpected complications that might delay their own entry. But now, under Yang Xuanfeng's intervention, the secret realm was temporarily sealed, and this man had nowhere to flee. Oh, it's a woman after all. Zhao Tianzhang observed the figure before him and remarked with a smile. Though Yining Shuang's face was veiled, her gender was evident from her silhouette. Yet, as he scrutinized Yining Shuang from head to toe, a vague sense of familiarity lingered in his mind. He couldn't quite pinpoint where the problem lay. What kind of blind fool are you? Don't you know we're from the Lingxiao sword sect? At that moment, Cheng Guang looked at Yining Shuang and sneered coldly. Yining Shuang, however, merely regarded them coldly, saying nothing. After all, her voice couldn't be concealed. Speaking rashly might reveal her identity to Mo Yunxiao and Zhao Tianzhang. At the same time, she trusted the senior. If the senior had sent her here, he must have prepared every possible countermeasure. Mute! Another man shouted loudly. This man possessed an exceptionally handsome appearance, yet the cunning and treachery lurking in his eyes were impossible to conceal. Looking at him stirred a wave of disgust within one's heart. His name was Cheng Guang, a disciple of Yang Xianfeng. He was supremely arrogant, holding others in utter contempt within the Lingxiao sword sect. In this predicament, you don't seriously think you have any chance of escape, do you? Cheng Guang spoke as he strode forward, not even acknowledging Yining Shuang's presence. During the earlier battle, many had already roughly gauged Yining Shuang's cultivation and strength. She seemed to be merely at the foundation establishment stage. Just then, as Cheng Guang drew near, Yining Shuang suddenly swung her sword. The sword's cry thundered like a clap of thunder. Suddenly, with a deafening crack, the sword she in her hand surged toward Cheng Guang at a speed too fast for the human eye to follow. Caught off guard, Cheng Guang was startled. The sheer power of that sword energy was overwhelming, even making him feel a significant threat. No! He exclaimed, immediately drawing his sword. Yet his reaction was clearly too slow. Despite blocking with his sword, he was still knocked back by the force, several bloody gashes appearing on his chest. Witnessing this, Zhao Tianzhang instinctively took a few steps back. His temperament was the complete opposite of Cheng Guang's, extremely cautious. Although Yining Shuang didn't seem to possess overwhelming cultivation earlier, who could say if she was holding back? If carelessness led to injury, compromising the subsequent journey through the secret realm, that would spell trouble. Just as Zhao Tianzhang had anticipated, this person dared to strike and was indeed no ordinary foe. Cheng Guang staggered back, clutching his chest wound, and cursed furiously, "Damn it!" Yang Xuanfeng's expression darkened instantly at the sight. "Cheng Guang, what are you doing?" He roared in fury, feeling a mix of frustration and disappointment. They hadn't even entered the secret realm yet, and now he was injured over such a minor threat. "Master, this one has some skill. Watch me take her down." Hearing his master's words, Cheng Guang inwardly groaned at the situation. Moreover, being wounded by this person in front of so many others felt like a blow to his pride. Just as he drew his sword to advance, Yang Xuanfeng's furious roar pierced the air. "You fool! Get back here! Let the other disciples go kill him." You stay here and wait for the secret realm to open. Save your strength for when you need it inside. Mo Yunxiao, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but flash a mocking smile. Under these circumstances, though Chang Guang remained seething with rage, he sheathed his sword and forced his anger back down. His master was clearly enraged. Defying his orders in front of so many people would be tantamount to suicide. Exactly. No need to waste your hands on such a minor figure. Let them handle it. Zhao Tianzheng seized the opportunity to sneer.
Hearing this, Chang Guang shot Zhao Tianzheng a fierce glare, though he could say nothing in response. Clearly, the others present held Yi Ningxuang in utter contempt, dismissing her as an insignificant nobody.
Seizing the moment, Yi Ningxuang finally found her voice to address the elder. Senior, what should we do now? As soon as she spoke, the elder's voice echoed back, no need to rush. Since I summoned you here, I have a way to get you into the secret realm. As the two conversed, the surrounding disciples slowly closed in. Seeing this, Yi Ningxuang kept backing away, clearly with nowhere to escape. Chang Guang, observing this, swallowed a healing pill and narrowed his eyes at Yi Ningxuang. This sudden intruder had utterly humiliated him. Trapped in this predicament with no escape, she still dared to resist. Damn her. Lin Xiao witnessed this scene and knew there was no point wasting any more time. Without hesitation, he activated the secret key. Secret key activated successfully. Nanshan's secret realm unlocked. Please enter the realm promptly. As the game prompt appeared, several dragon roars echoed from within the archway of the game interface. Then, spiritual energy surged forth like an ocean, flooding the surrounding area. What's happening? Witnessing this sudden change, the crowd was struck dumb with shock. At the same moment, the void manifested once more. The secret realm has opened again? How is that possible? Yang Xianfeng looked around in disbelief. The other three elders were still manipulating the spiritual energy, but without him, how could the three of them possibly open the secret realm? At that moment, the three elders seemed to catch Yang Xuanfeng's gaze. They shook their heads at him, their meaning unspoken yet clear. Stop her. Yang Xianfeng snapped out of his daze. There was no time for this now. The most crucial task was to stop Yi Ningxuang. After all, this was an unexplored secret realm brimming with opportunities. If someone else beat them to it and seized the great fortune first, 10 disciples wouldn't stand a chance against them. They might even suffer casualties. But time was already running out. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Ningxuang turned and entered the secret realm. And it wasn't over yet. At that very moment, the archway began to violently tremble, the dragon's roar growing ever louder, reverberating within everyone's hearts. Mo Yunxiao and the other two elders suddenly felt a terrifying force crush down upon them. Simultaneously, they spat blood, their bodies went limp, and they collapsed to the ground. Their support for the secret realm's entrance vanished. Quickly enter the secret realm. Mo Yunxiao reacted with lightning speed, shouting at the last moment. Zhao Tianzheng sprang into action the instant he heard the command, followed instantly by the other 10 who reacted with equal speed. At that very moment, an irresistible suction force erupted from within the archway. Those disciples closest to it were instantly pulled in, unable to resist. This is bad. Yang Xianfeng, with his wealth of experience, was instantly alarmed. With them entering like this, whether they could safely reach the secret realm was now uncertain. Chapter 61, She Can't Escape. In an instant, the suction within the archway raged like a violent hurricane, instantly engulfing the surrounding disciples. Yang Xuanfeng's face paled as he watched the scene unfold with growing dread. He urgently channeled his spiritual energy to prevent himself from being affected, but the pull was too powerful. Even he felt a tugging sensation. Retreat! Yang Xianfeng bellowed, his voice tinged with unprecedented urgency. Though the pull originated from the secret realm, entering this way was far from normal. It could easily lead to danger, with no escape possible. Yet, by the time his words left his mouth, it was already too late. The disciples closest to the archway were instantly sucked inside, unable to utter even a sound. Though Chang Guang and the others reacted swiftly, their cultivation far surpassing that of ordinary disciples, they were still pulled by the suction force, teetering on the brink of collapse. For a moment, they could not resist, being pulled relentlessly toward the archway. Master, save me! Chang Guang cried out in terror. His body was already nearly suspended in midair, relying solely on his sword thrust into the ground to resist. Yet, he was still being dragged inch by inch toward the archway by that relentless pull. Seeing this, Yang Xianfeng gritted his teeth and suddenly unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, attempting to pull Chang Guang back. Yet the moment his energy touched the archway's vicinity, it vanished without a trace, swallowed whole by the suction. This archway not only devoured the living beings around it, but also consumed spiritual energy. Realizing this, Yang Xianfeng was even more horrified. He had entered countless secret realms before, but never encountered anything like this. His mind was filled with confusion, utterly baffled as to why this was happening. This secret realm entrance is strange. Mo Yunxiao's face was ashen. He too was enduring the suction force, a trail of blood still trailing from the corner of his mouth, evidence that the earlier backlash of spiritual energy had left him wounded. We can't get any closer. Yang Xianfeng acted decisively, abruptly waving his hand. Spiritual energy surged from his forehead, instantly forming a barrier before the group in an attempt to resist the suction. Yet the pull seemed boundless. The so-called spiritual barrier held for only a moment before shattering with a crash. Yang Xuanfeng's expression darkened as a sense of foreboding gripped him. Everyone, hold firm. This pull might not be drawing you into the secret realm. Yang Xianfeng commanded loudly, his voice carrying an authority that brooked no argument. Hearing this, the disciples' faces paled with shock. For a moment, none dared to be careless, terrified of being swept into the vortex by that suction force. Yet many disciples standing closer could not resist. Unable to escape in time, they were instantly sucked into the archway. Master! As the suction intensified, Cheng Guang and the other 9 could no longer resist. After all, they had been standing right before the archway, dangerously close. The group cried out in alarm. Yang Xianfeng and the elders witnessed this scene, yet they could do nothing to help. When they looked again, Cheng Guang and the others had all been sucked into the archway. Under such circumstances, the disciples surrounding them were equally unable to escape. They too entered the archway, vanishing without a trace. Only then did the suction finally begin to slowly diminish. Damn it! Witnessing this, Yang Xianfeng cursed angrily, a flash of regret crossing his eyes. He never imagined the entrance to the secret realm would suddenly undergo such a bizarre transformation. Master, what should we do now? Mo Yunxiao's face was equally grim as he asked anxiously. Yang Xianfeng fell silent for a moment before replying coldly, it's too late for talk now. If we continue opening this secret realm, who knows what else might happen? Besides, Cheng Guang and the others have already entered. There's nothing we can do about it. For now, we can only retreat to a safe distance and wait here temporarily. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. After all, it was the only option now. They quickly retreated backward, swiftly putting distance between themselves and the archway. Meanwhile, the suction within the archway gradually weakened until it finally subsided. Yet the archway remained standing, as if the events of moments ago had never occurred. It's all because of that woman. If not for her, none of this would have happened. Shi Zhentian glared coldly at the archway, his words dripping with murderous intent. Master, we clearly sealed the secret realm connection. How could that woman still enter? The other elder also asked in confusion. Hearing this, Yang Xianfeng shook his head. I'm not sure either, but in my view, that woman must have been prepared long ago. She came here specifically for the South Mountain secret realm. As for the events that unfolded, I believe it was mere coincidence. Regardless, this woman is ultimately responsible for this mess. She will have to leave the secret realm eventually. I'll see what tricks she has left then. Yang Xianfeng said with a sinister expression. The appearance of this mysterious woman had cast such a grim shadow over their Lingxiao Sword Sect's expedition to the South Mountain secret realm. But what about our Lingxiao Sword Sect disciples? Mo Yunxiao stepped forward, his expression still clouded with lingering concern. His urgency stemmed not from concern for others, but because among those disciples was his own son, Zhao Tianzheng. At these words, Yang Xianfeng shot Mo Yunxiao a peculiar look. Seeing the worry he couldn't hide, something felt off. But then again, it seemed all of Mo Yunxiao's direct disciples had entered the secret realm. His deep concern was entirely understandable. At the same time, the other 2 elders also stepped forward, their gazes fixed on Yang Xianfeng. After all, they each had their own direct disciples there. How could they not be worried? Seeing this, Yang Xianfeng could only wave his hand helplessly. There's no point in arguing now. We've already arranged for our 10 chosen disciples to enter, and most of our Lingxiao Sword Sect's ordinary disciples have been caught up in this as well. He swept his gaze over the remaining attendees and spoke slowly. Our only hope now is that the suction force won't directly take the lives of our disciples. Otherwise, the losses to our Lingxiao Sword Sect would be immense. His expression grew grave as he spoke these words. But I believe it won't come to that. Compared to a normal entry into the secret realm, they might face a few more dangers, but we must trust them. As for that mysterious woman, so what if she entered the secret realm first? Surely we can't have all our disciples outmatched by just one person. Upon hearing this, the 3 elders Mo Yunxiao and the others nodded emphatically in agreement. He was right. Though the suction force brought unknown dangers, at least the outcome remained the same: they would enter the secret realm. Moreover, having so many disciples enter the secret realm was actually a blessing in disguise for them. Zhao Tianzheng, do not disappoint your father. Mo Yunxiao gazed at the archway, silently vowing to himself. Chapter 62, The Armored Giant. Meanwhile, deep within the Nanshan secret realm, Yi Ningxuang remained utterly unaware of the events unfolding after her entry into the realm, nor did she know anything of the outside world. At that moment, her figure slowly materialized. Yi Ningxuang had only felt darkness envelop her vision moments before, then her body seemed to be wrapped by an invisible force, instantly traversing countless spaces. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in an unfamiliar world. Is this the South Mountain secret realm? Yi Ningxuang surveyed her surroundings, her guard instinctively rising. Before her stretched a vast, desolate wasteland. The sky wore an eerie, dark red hue, as if stained with blood. In the distance, a massive mountain peak loomed faintly, its summit shrouded in thick, oppressive black clouds that weighed heavily upon the atmosphere. Elder, I've entered the secret realm. Yi Ningxuang whispered, attempting to contact her senior. Yet her voice seemed swallowed by the very land and sky, receiving no reply. Elder? Yi Ningxuang's heart tightened. She tried calling out again, but only deafening silence returned, not a single sound. Upon realizing this, a wave of panic surged through her heart. After all, the senior had always been by her side. Even when they parted ways, it was only after giving her clear instructions. But this time, after she entered the secret realm, the senior had vanished without a word. Could it be that the senior couldn't enter the secret realm? The thought flashed through Yi Ningxuang's mind. Just then, a deep, rumbling roar echoed from the distance, as if some creature was drawing near. Upon hearing the sound, Yi Ningxuang had no time to ponder further. She immediately grew alert, gripping the Frost Divine Sword in her hand tightly. This secret realm truly is no ordinary place. Yi Ningxuang murmured to herself before scanning her surroundings. She found herself surrounded by endless expanse, with no end in sight. Now, she had completely lost her bearings, utterly unsure of where to go next. She had no clue whether what awaited her was opportunity or danger. If only the elder were here. But Yi Ningxuang quickly shook her head. She couldn't keep relying on him forever. With that thought, she clenched her fists, a new resolve hardening in her expression. Slowly, she began walking toward the source of the sound. After all, this seemed to be the only direction where something existed. Continuing elsewhere would likely yield nothing. Yet danger undoubtedly lurked in this direction too. Her steps were light yet cautious, her gaze sharp as she scanned her surroundings constantly, ready to confront any impending crisis. As Yi Ningxuang advanced, she noticed something buried beneath her feet: weapons. The weapons were varied in type: long swords, spears, and more. Yet most were deeply buried in the earth. Seemingly eroded by the passage of time, they had nearly rotted away. Even the slightest touch caused them to bend. This sight only deepened Yi Ningxuang's intense curiosity, fueling her desire to uncover the secrets of this hidden realm. She took another step forward. Suddenly, Yi Ningxuang halted, her gaze turning grave as she stared ahead. She abruptly sensed a faint tremor emanating from the ground, steadily intensifying as if something was approaching. In the distant wasteland, a massive black silhouette slowly materialized. Standing several zhang tall, it resembled a human form, shrouded in pitch-black darkness. Yet within that darkness, a faint crimson hue shimmered, emanating an oppressive aura that felt suffocating. What is this? Yi Ningxuang's heart skipped a beat, confusion mingling with alarm as she tightened her grip on her sword. This was the first living thing she had encountered since entering the secret realm. For Yi Ningxuang now, the best way to uncover the secrets of this realm and perhaps gain something valuable was to defeat whatever stood before her. And this thing moved slowly. Even if she wasn't its match, she could still escape. With that thought, Yi Ningxuang made up her mind. Come! She uttered a light command. In the next instant, Yi Ningxuang's figure shot forward, charging toward the colossal shadow. The giant shadow noticed Yi Ningxuang's movement. It abruptly halted, as if it had discerned Yi Ningxuang's intent, waiting for her to launch her attack. As Yi Ningxuang drew nearer, the creature's full form came into view. It resembled a colossal giant towering and muscular-clad head to toe in thick, pitch-black armor. Even its head was tightly encased within a helmet, and in its hand it gripped a broad, heavy broadsword. Unfortunately, the blade was broken for some reason, leaving only half remaining. The crimson hue covering its body and blade resembled blood that hadn't yet dried. This sight was enough to strike fear into anyone's heart. Yi Ningxuang clenched her teeth, showing no sign of retreat. The Frost Divine Sword blazed with a frigid light in her grasp, its power seemingly poised to freeze the entire world. Yi Ningxuang's figure shot forward like lightning, closing in on the giant. At that very moment, the giant stirred. The short blade in its hand slowly rose. Beneath its headplate, where its eyes should be, a light flared like two burning flames, radiating an overwhelming, heart-stopping pressure. Roar! Suddenly, the giant unleashed a deafening roar. The sound waves crashed like tangible force, reverberating through Yi Ningxuang's ears with a piercing ache. She dared not let her guard down for a moment. Instantly channeling her spiritual energy, the Frost Divine Sword in her hand blazed with bone-chilling cold. Wherever the sword's edge pointed, it seemed to freeze the air itself. Swords roar like thunder. Yi Ningxuang let out a low shout as she swung her long sword with sudden force. A crescent-shaped blade of energy shot forth, now infused with the frigid power of the Frost Divine Sword. In an instant, it hurtled toward the giant. Crack! Accompanied by a thunderous crack, the ground instantly froze over with a thick layer of frost wherever the sword energy passed. Yet the giant showed no fear. With a fierce swing of his short blade, he shattered the sword energy outright. Seeing this, Yi Ningxuang smiled faintly. Immediately, thunderclaps erupted once more. The giant, caught off guard, stumbled backward several steps from the shockwave. Yet as the attack concluded, the giant strode forward once more. Upon closer inspection, not a single scratch marred his form. His armor seemed to gleam even brighter after the strike. Meanwhile, frost power spread across its body, yet only left a thin layer of frost on the armor. With a light shake, it vanished instantly. What formidable defense! Yi Ningxuang's heart skipped a beat at the sight, her expression turning grave. The giant's strength far exceeded her expectations. Even such a blow had failed to inflict any real damage. Can't fight it head-on. Must find its weak spot. Chapter 63, The Mysterious Crystal. Yi Ningxuang quickly regained her composure, her thoughts settling on a plan. She watched intently once more, scrutinizing every movement of the giant. Just then, the giant opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of searing flames that surged straight toward Yi Ningxuang. No! Yi Ningxuang's expression changed as she darted aside at lightning speed, narrowly evading the fiery blast. Where the flames passed, the ground instantly turned to scorched earth, filling the air with a pungent, acrid smell. He can actually do that too. Yi Ningxuang was inwardly shocked, never having imagined the giant possessed such an attack method. After all, preconceived notions had led her to assume. Seeing the giant's formidable defense and wielding a great sword, she had assumed his tactics were limited to close combat. Yi Ningxuang, don't be careless. She snapped herself back to attention. Had her reflexes not been quick, that blow could have been deadly. In response, Yi Ningxuang swiftly adjusted her tactics. Her movements accelerated sharply as she darted around the giant like a ghostly apparition, searching for an opening to strike. The giant, seeing this, swung his short blades relentlessly, attempting to strike Yi Ningxuang. Yet his attacks consistently missed their mark, crashing into the ground instead with earth-shattering booms. Occasionally, the giant would spew flames from its mouth, but this attack was equally slow. Knowing its limitations, it was easy enough to dodge. Instantly, Yi Ningxuang formed a clear assessment of the giant. Though the giant possessed formidable defenses and a versatile arsenal of close and ranged attacks, its movements were clumsy. Each strike was deftly evaded by Yi Ningxuang. As the giant's next attack missed its mark once more, Yi Ningxuang seized the opportunity. Now! A sharp gleam flashed in her eyes as she leapt upward, her longsword thrusting straight toward the giant's fiery eyes. After all, the giant's entire body was covered in armor. The only possible weak spot had to be this spot. Star Cry! The sword's light flashed, carrying the power of extreme cold as it streaked toward the giant's eyes. The giant seemed to sense the danger, violently jerking its head to dodge the strike. Yet Yi Ningxuang's speed was too swift. The sword's light still pierced its left eye. The star's brilliance unleashed terrifying power at blinding speed, and in an instant, the frost-clad sword pierced its left eye. Another burst of starlight flared as the tip embedded in its left eye instantly exploded. Roar! The giant let out a pained roar, its left eye seemingly pierced clean through by Yi Ningxuang. Its form staggered, followed by a pained shaking of its head. Simultaneously, it raised the short blade in its hand and swung it down with tremendous force toward the front. Yi Ningxuang's heart leapt with joy, knowing her strike had succeeded. Simultaneously, sensing the incoming attack, she swiftly retreated. The sword in her hand was pulled from the giant's eye, and the fiery glow at its left eye dimmed, as if it were about to extinguish. As Yi Ningxuang retreated, the giant swung wildly, but its attacks completely missed their mark. From a distance, Yi Ningxuang observed its condition once more, preparing to launch another attack. But just then, a fiery light suddenly flared in the giant's sole remaining right eye, and a terrifying aura erupted from its body. Is it going to fight to the death? Yi Ningxuang's expression changed instantly, her gaze growing grave. Sure enough, the giant's arms spread wide as its body lowered slightly. Suddenly, to Yi Ningxuang's disbelief, its massive form soared into the air before plunging downward, hurtling straight toward her. Seeing this, Yi Ningxuang held nothing back. She channeled her spiritual energy to the limit, unleashing several more sword strikes while simultaneously dodging at breakneck speed. She knew that if she were truly struck by such an attack from the giant, she would likely be either killed or crippled. Yet the giant descended from the air with terrifying force, as if carrying boundless power. Though several of Yi Ningxuang's sword chi struck the giant's body, they failed to cause even the slightest effect, let alone any damage. How can this thing be so troublesome? Aside from its eyes, I can't even land an effective attack on any other part of it. Yi Ningxuang watched the scene unfold, her thoughts racing inwardly. At that very moment, a thunderous crash echoed through the air. The giant slammed the broken blade in its hands down onto the ground. In an instant, the ground caved in around it, cracking outward in all directions. Though its attack missed, the giant did not halt. Instead, it lifted its gaze once more. Suddenly, it bent its body slightly, then surged with power, leaping into the air once more. Again? Yi Ningxuang's heart skipped a beat. She had assumed the giant's weakness lay in its sluggish attacks, but never imagined it possessed such a maneuver. As the giant charged toward her once more, cold sweat beaded on Yi Ningxuang's forehead. But just then, the frost divine sword in her hand began to tremble once more. Upon sensing this, Yi Ningxuang felt a surge of intuition. The next instant, as she swung the sword in her hand, an excruciatingly cold chill instantly filled the air around her. This chill was 100-fold, 1,000-fold more intense than before. In an instant, it enveloped the entire space. The giant's form in the air abruptly halted, its speed noticeably slowing. Now! Yi Ningxuang seized the opportunity, leaping upward with a sudden burst of speed. Her long sword pointed directly at the giant's other eye.
At that moment, the Frost Divine sword in her grasp unleashed an unstoppable momentum.
The giant sensed the threat the moment it entered the frigid zone.
It attempted to halt its movement, shift its stance, and evade the strike. Yet its movements were severely hampered by the icy power, and suspended mid-air, it was ultimately a step too slow.
Thud! The sword's edge pierced precisely into the giant's other eye. Roar! The giant let out another piercing roar.
Witnessing this, Yiningshuang remained tense, fearing even this might not be enough to take down the creature. Fortunately, its massive form soon crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. Standing at a distance, Yiningshuang gasped for breath, her forehead glistening with cold sweat. This battle had nearly drained her of all her spiritual energy. Had she not unleashed the power of the Frost Divine Sword once more at the last moment, seizing the opportunity, the outcome would have been uncertain.
Finally, it's over.
Yiningshuang murmured, a hint of exhaustion in her eyes.
Yet, at that very moment, the giant's corpse began to disintegrate.
Its armor emitted a series of rattling sounds before shattering violently, dissolving into countless black specks that slowly dissipated into the air. What was even more astonishing was that beneath that armor, there was nothing at all.
But at that very moment,
what is this? Yiningshuang paused in surprise, then watched as the specks coalesced into a single, pitch-black crystal. She stepped forward, picked up the crystal, and felt its icy chill against her skin. It seems to contain a strange power.
Chapter 64, Searching for a Strategy.
Within the secret realm, Yiningshuang examined the crystal stone in her hand with puzzlement. The stone was black, yet its surface flickered with intermittent light. Its shape was an irregular prism, neither too large nor too small, fitting perfectly in Yiningshuang's palm.
This was no ordinary stone.
Yiningshuang could sense a peculiar energy within it, flowing through her tightly clenched palm and into her body.
What on earth is this?
She glanced back at the giant, now utterly vanished, reduced to dust as if it had never existed. This object must be something unique to this secret realm.
Keep it safe.
Since it appeared, it will surely prove useful someday.
Just then, the elder's voice suddenly echoed.
Upon hearing these words, Yiningshuang's face lit up with delight, her eyes seeming to brighten several shades.
Elder, you're here?
She couldn't even spare a thought for the crystal in her hand as she exclaimed excitedly.
Where did you go just now? I couldn't find you anywhere. Yiningshuang added anxiously.
Over time, as she spent more time with the senior, her worries grew. She feared that one day, the senior might vanish without a trace, never to return.
Don't worry. I've taken a preliminary look at the situation in this secret realm and have a better understanding now. Lin Xiao typed, though his expression betrayed a hint of reluctance.
When Yiningshuang had entered the secret realm earlier, the game had displayed a loading screen.
After it reappeared, he saw Yiningshuang had entered the secret realm.
However, there was no difference in the time it took.
Lin Xiao hadn't responded to Yiningshuang.
Firstly, he wanted to see how she would handle things without him. Second, he suddenly wondered if Yiningshuang in the game could sense he was watching her if he remained silent. Now he had his answer clearly, she couldn't. Watching Yiningshuang wander aimlessly forward, he too fell deep in thought. It wasn't just Yiningshuang, he himself had no clue what the game's true nature was, where dangers lurked, or where opportunities might lie. Moreover, after entering the game, the map in the upper right corner had vanished, leaving only a blank expanse of white. The sole bright red dot marked Yiningshuang's location. For this secret realm, he might need a guide. Lin Xiao thought to himself. Just then, as he had anticipated, a top-up window instantly popped up in the game.
Is your virtual girlfriend utterly lost in the secret realm? If even you don't know the way, how can you help her?
Top up 300 yuan to unlock the game map. After unlocking the map, top up another 500 yuan to unlock the game guide and strategy, helping your virtual girlfriend effortlessly seize opportunities, avoid dangers, and navigate without detours. Seeing this, Lin Xiao thought to himself, this top-up alone would cost another 800. Given this game's shady tactics, since it requires staged top-ups, even unlocking the map probably won't be much help. Eventually, you'll still have to keep spending to get the detailed guide and walkthrough. Having been scammed by this game so many times before, Lin Xiao had learned his lesson. He was certain the map would be utterly useless. He could already predict it would merely show Yiningshuang where to go and where she'd end up, but it wouldn't reveal any opportunities or dangers lurking there.
In the end, his 300 credits would be down the drain.
As for the guide, it wasn't actually something you could only obtain by spending money in the game. While gear and other items might require top-ups, this particular thing. With that thought, Lin Xiao hesitated no longer. He grabbed his phone and sat down at his computer desk.
He powered up the computer. A guide? Surely he could find one.
Yet as time passed, Lin Xiao's expression grew increasingly puzzled and perplexed as he stared at the screen. He did find quite a few results for the keyword digital girlfriend. But clicking through revealed nothing but bizarre games, their art styles, gameplay, and storylines bore no relation whatsoever to the one he was playing. What's more, he couldn't find any mention of the character Yiningshuang at all. Could it be that these characters' names were specific? Lost in thought, Lin Xiao kept scrolling. After sifting through nearly 100 results, his eyes grew sore, yet he still found nothing. How could this be?
A game of such high quality shouldn't be impossible to find.
Moreover, given today's information landscape, even if the game were utterly terrible, it should still have some searchable content. From his extensive playtime, Lin Xiao observed that while the game was incredibly pay to win, he had to admit its art style, storyline, and even voice acting were top tier. Only a major studio could produce something this polished. Even so, Lin Xiao refused to accept it. He switched to the background again, went to the Douyin platform to search, but still found nothing.
There wasn't a single trace of this game anywhere. Nothing but other games.
Strange, Lin Xiao muttered to himself.
Even if this game was made by a small developer, surely they wouldn't skip publishing altogether? If I had a beta test slot, I should have received some kind of notification. How could this be happening?
Lin Xiao muttered to himself. He then turned to the largest domestic gaming forum, scouring related threads, but without exception, there was still not a shred of information. He even tried searching for information about Yining Shuang and others, but the results remained unchanged.
Damn it, this is ridiculous. What the hell is going on?
Lin Xiao muttered, staring at his phone screen.
Yet his curiosity was piqued. With no other options, he posted a thread hoping for answers. Just then, the game delivered a notification.
Yining Shuang engaged in combat. With that, Lin Xiao temporarily set aside his thoughts and returned to the game.
Back in the game, he witnessed Yining Shuang locked in combat with the giant. Lin Xiao remained silent. He understood he couldn't always rescue Yining Shuang from trouble, otherwise she'd never grow. After all, the purpose of entering the secret realm was for her to gain experience. So Lin Xiao watched, waiting until Yining Shuang had exhausted herself and was clearly outmatched before intervening to help. Fortunately, to his delight, Yining Shuang successfully defeated the giant under his watchful eye. I deliberately tested you earlier and remained silent, but I witnessed every moment of your battle with that armored giant. You did well, you did not disappoint me.
Yining Shuang, clutching the crystal stone, heard Lin Xiao's words of praise. For a moment, her heart swelled with immense joy. Her heroic performance had been witnessed by the venerable elder. And the elder had said she hadn't disappointed him.
Hurry up and keep moving forward. Don't let your guard down because of this. Don't forget that the Lingxiao Sword Sect disciples will also be entering the South Mountain Secret Realm. Chapter 65, Zhao Tianzheng Awakens. Not long ago, on the other side. Unable to resist the suction force, Zhao Tianzheng and the others lost consciousness after passing through the archway. When Zhao Tianzheng awoke again, he found himself in an unfamiliar environment. He dared not be careless, quickly rising to survey his surroundings. The air carried a chilling dampness, and a faint breeze blew intermittently. Though weak, the wind felt as though it pierced through skin to the bone the moment it touched him. It was an unbearable agony. Realizing this, Zhao Tianzheng felt a surge of dread. On the surface, he appeared to be only at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. In truth, his cultivation had already reached the early stage of core formation. Even at the peak of foundation establishment, one shouldn't feel such intense pain from a mere breeze. Clearly, this wind was no ordinary phenomenon, it was downright bizarre. Under these circumstances, Zhao Tianzheng dared not act carelessly. He swiftly formed a spell seal, causing spiritual energy to surge around him. Instantly, a faint white protective barrier formed over his body. Zhao Tianzheng was an extremely cautious man. Although the breeze caused excruciating pain upon contact, he felt no actual physical harm. Yet no one could predict what consequences repeated exposure to this sinister wind might bring. Moreover, having been drawn into this mysterious realm, who knew what other dangers lay in wait for him? Only after completing these preparations did Zhao Tianzheng find the presence of mind to survey his surroundings once more. He saw numerous Lingxiao Sword Sect disciples lying unconscious on the ground, none of them having regained consciousness yet. Among them, Zhao Tianzheng recognized several of the 10 selected candidates. They too remained unconscious. As he pondered, he looked up again. He saw no sky, they seemed to be suspended within a void. Gazing upward, he encountered only pitch-black darkness, seemingly without end. Looking around, the surroundings stretched endlessly, shrouded in a thick mist that obscured any view of the distant horizon. As Zhao Tianzheng regained consciousness, more Lingxiao Sword Sect disciples gradually opened their eyes, looking around in confusion. Upon taking in their surroundings, they were all filled with utter bewilderment. "Senior brother Zhao, where are we?" One disciple noticed Zhao Tianzheng's awakening and asked. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianzheng looked at the disciple and shook his head. He then gave his orders, wake the other unconscious disciples as quickly as possible. At the same time, be vigilant of your surroundings to avoid any danger. Several disciples nodded in response. They were ordinary disciples, while Zhao Tianzheng was the direct disciple of the Grand Elder, not only possessing immense cultivation but also holding a position of great prestige. Under the current circumstances, they naturally obeyed his command. Soon, the disciples sprang into action. Before long, more and more disciples awoke, all looking around in confusion. "Senior brother Zhao, everyone we could find has been awakened." The disciple who had spoken earlier approached Zhao Tianzheng and reported. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianzheng nodded. "Very well. Have everyone assemble here with me. We need to take roll call." The disciples quickly received the order and gathered before Zhao Tianjin. Zhao Tianjin scanned the crowd, his expression growing increasingly puzzled. "Has anyone seen senior brother Chang Wang?" he asked loudly. For a moment, the disciples looked at each other, then looked around. Senior brother Chang doesn't seem to be here. At this remark, Zhao Tianjin's expression grew even more wary. He didn't pay much attention to the other ordinary disciples, nor did he deliberately remember them. One more or one less made no difference to him. But those 10 individuals standing at the rear, he had witnessed them all being taken into the secret realm. Yet now, several of them were missing. No one knew where they had gone, or if they had already met with misfortune. One thing was certain, though, this secret realm was extremely dangerous. Senior brother Zhao was nowhere to be found either. Just then, a woman of striking beauty stepped forward, her face etched with anxiety as she addressed Zhao Tianjin. Hearing this, Zhao Tianjin's expression darkened further. After all, entering this secret realm, only these two were truly his own people and Mo Yunxiu's other two direct disciples, his junior brother and sister. Now, his junior brother was also missing. Senior brother Chang isn't here either. One after another, voices chimed in, filling Zhao Tianjin's ears with an overwhelming sense of irritation. Silence. Of the 10 originally confirmed to enter the secret realm, whoever is present, step forward now. At his command, the crowd fell silent. 4 disciples, along with Zhao Tianjin's junior sister, stepped forward. Zhao Tianjin scanned them with a glance. 5 people, plus himself makes 6. That means 4 others are still missing. Junior sister, take roll call and see how many ordinary disciples are present. He instructed the woman. The woman turned to look, then returned shortly and reported, Senior brother Zhao, there are 13 in total. That means, including myself, there are 19 of us here now. He slowly surveyed the group as he spoke. At his words, the group fell silent. No one spoke. Now that Cheng Guang and the other powerful figures were absent, the strongest and highest-ranking individual present was Zhao Tianjin. With his junior sister also under his command, no one would dare defy his orders. Given this, we can confirm that 4 fellow disciples have been separated from us. As for those whose whereabouts remain uncertain, their number is undoubtedly significant. Zhao Tianjin spoke again. And you, if you wish to survive, or even seize an opportunity, follow my orders. If anyone objects, you may leave now. As he spoke, he deliberately bypassed the ordinary disciples, fixing his gaze squarely on the 4 who held the coveted spots. The 4 exchanged glances, but unfortunately, they belonged to different factions. In this place, danger lurked everywhere. Acting alone, they might die without even knowing how. As for resisting Zhao Tianjin, they were no match for him. Realizing this, they hurriedly declared in unison, we will absolutely obey senior brother Zhao's orders. Very well. Zhao Tianjin nodded with satisfaction. Unexpectedly, misfortune had turned to fortune. He now had so many under his command. Exploring the secret realm with them would not only make progress smoother but also mitigate more dangers. If 10 people had entered normally, they would undoubtedly have split into several factions. Very well. Regardless of the reasons, since you've all entered this secret realm, when the time comes to reap the rewards, no one present will be left out. Zhao Tianjin declared, raising his arm in a sweeping gesture. These words sent waves of excitement through the ordinary disciples. Chapter 66, The Mysterious Palace. After delivering this speech, Zhao Tianjin wasted no time. He pointed to several individuals, instructing them to head off in different directions to scout the situation. Soon, the 4 unlucky souls emerged. Surveying their surroundings, they could see no end in sight. Every direction seemed shrouded in thick, impenetrable fog. Only where they stood seemed to hold a glimmer of light. Senior brother Zhao. One of them hesitated, about to speak, but before his words could finish, Zhao Tianjin's icy voice cut him off. Just getting into this secret realm is a huge stroke of luck for you lot. Now you can't even appreciate it? I didn't send you to die just to scout ahead and you're already complaining. If you refuse now, how can you possibly claim any opportunity that comes your way? If you truly refuse, feel free to explore the secret realm on your own. Whether you live or die is none of my concern. At these words, the disciples shuddered violently. In their current predicament, refusal was simply not an option. After all, if he were truly left alone, that would be certain death. I understand, senior brother Zhao. I'll go immediately. The man hurriedly replied. Witnessing this, the other 3 dared not utter a word, hastily nodding in agreement. Meanwhile, the rest of the group watched the scene unfold with a look of schadenfreude. Hearing this, Zhao Tianjin's face flashed another hint of amusement. That's more like it. You don't need to go too far, just scout the area and return. If you encounter any danger, shout for help. We'll come to you immediately. And I've seen your dedication. If any real opportunity arises, you'll be the first to know. At these words, the 4 instantly forgot the risks involved, their faces lighting up with excitement. After all, Zhao Tianjin's words sounded very appealing. Yes, senior brother Zhao. With that, each chose a direction and set off. Seeing this, Zhao Tianjin slowly sat down, closed his eyes to rest, and reflected. His actions served not only to have them scout the situation but also to perfectly test these individuals, a masterful blend of favor and discipline. It also served the upcoming operation well. He wasn't the least bit worried they might not return after leaving. After all, in Zhao Tianjin's eyes, they were mere cannon fodder. Moreover, in this perilous secret realm, straying from the main force only made them more vulnerable. Meanwhile, on Yi Ningxuan's side, upon hearing the elder's warning, her heart instantly grew solemn. Having defeated the giant moments ago, Yi Ningxuan had inevitably let her guard down. Now, snapped back to reality by the elder's words, she instantly remembered she was still deep within the secret realm, danger never far away. She had allowed herself to become too immersed in her triumph. That armored giant was likely insignificant within this secret realm. You're right, senior. I'll continue forward and explore this secret realm. Yi Ningxuan murmured in response, clenching the crystal stone in her hand as she lifted her gaze toward the path ahead. She tucked the crystal stone into her bosom. As the crystal touched her skin, Yi Ningxuan felt its peculiar energy slowly seep into her body, as if channeling spiritual power to her. Yet, she detected no change in her own spiritual energy reserves. For a moment, Yi Ningxuan felt her curiosity about the crystal stone grow even stronger. Though she didn't understand its specific purpose, the elder had instructed her to keep it safe, and there must be profound meaning behind that. Yi Ningxuan continued walking forward. The wasteland beneath her feet gradually grew rugged and uneven, while the air around her became increasingly oppressive. Dark crimson clouds hung low in the sky, threatening to crush down at any moment. The environment within this secret realm is truly bizarre. Yi Ningxuan murmured to herself, her vigilance instantly heightened. She dared not let her guard down for a moment, her grip on the frost divine sword remaining firm. Just then, a deep rumbling echoed from the distance, as if some colossal creature had suddenly stirred. Yi Ningxuan halted in her tracks, her gaze turning grave as she looked toward the source of the sound. Senior, there seems to be movement ahead. Yi Ningxuan whispered, her face etched with worry. That armored giant was already such a formidable foe, and now this voice is even more piercing. Whatever it is, better safe than sorry. Perils lurk everywhere in this secret realm, but so do opportunities. As the elder's voice echoed, Yi Ningxuan nodded, then slowed her pace, cautiously approaching the direction the sound came from. As she drew nearer, the rumbling grew louder and clearer, as if something was pounding the ground, causing the earth to tremble slightly. What on earth could it be? Yi Ningxuan's mind was filled with confusion, yet she dared not pause her steps. Finally, she emerged from a stretch of low hills, and the sight before her made her gasp in astonishment. Before her lay a vast basin, its center dominated by a towering black palace. Surrounding the palace stood countless colossal stone statues, each dozens of meters tall and resembling giants. They held massive swords at their chests, as if guarding the palace. Yet the palace itself lay in utter ruin, as if it might collapse at any moment. The colossal stone statues appeared to have endured eons of weathering, the wind acting like a chisel, constantly reshaping their forms. Their bodies were scarred and uneven, leaving only a vague hint of their once human forms. The resounding rumble emanated from the palace's depths, as if something was relentlessly pounding the ground. The pounding came in relentless succession, showing no sign of ceasing. To human ears, it pierced the very heart, sending shivers down the spine. Under such circumstances, Yi Ningxuan felt a sudden pang of fear. She halted in her tracks, hesitating to proceed. Lin Xiao noticed Yi Ningxuan's hesitation and felt puzzled. What was going on? For so long, Yi Ningxuan had been fearless, so why was she acting this way now? Lin Xiao pondered inwardly, suddenly wondering if there was something peculiar about that sound. Yi Ningxuan, what's wrong? He typed the question immediately. As the elder's voice echoed, Yi Ningxuan didn't respond immediately. Instead, she hesitated for a long moment before finally gathering her thoughts and speaking up. Elder, are we really going in? Of course. This is our first discovery since entering the secret realm. How could we not investigate? But, listening to the voice and gazing at the strange, dilapidated palace that still radiated an oppressive and majestic aura, Yi Ningxuan felt a surge of hesitation. Are you afraid? Lin Xiao typed again. Hearing this, Yi Ningxuan froze, then hurriedly replied, Senior, how could I possibly be afraid? As she spoke, a sudden clarity flashed in her eyes. She stepped forward resolutely. Senior, that voice is peculiar, it actually makes one feel afraid. I sense it too, but rest assured with me here, what is there to fear? With those words, the fear in Yi Ningxuan's heart instantly vanished. Chapter 67, The Eerie Stone Statue. Yi Ningxuan steeled herself inwardly, then stepped forward toward the dilapidated palace. As she drew nearer, the sounds within the palace grew more urgent and muffled, as if tinged with a sense of urgency. Senior, what exactly is inside? Faced with this unknown situation, Yi Ningxuan couldn't help but feel a flicker of unease. Hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but frown. He still hadn't found any related guides for this game, or even any content related to it. Under these circumstances, he had no way of knowing what truly lay within the palace. With that thought, Lin Xiao typed again, I have no knowledge of this palace. Upon hearing this, Yi Ningxuan nodded, then murmured to herself, I never imagined there could be something even you don't know. It seems you're not She spoke softly before continuing forward. Though her voice was faint, within the game, Lin Xiao could hear Yi Ningxuan clearly whenever she spoke regardless of volume. Instantly, a hint of awkwardness flashed across his face. Though Yi Ningxuan hadn't finished her sentence, he could guess what she meant to say next, that he wasn't omniscient either. So this girl actually underestimates me. Lin Xiao muttered to himself. Damn it, if all else fails, I'll just buy the walkthrough. But then, recalling the steep price tag of 800, hesitation washed over him once more. After all, it was just a game. Forget it. Let's see what's inside the palace first. Though deeply concerned for Yi Ningxuan, Lin Xiao made up his mind. If she truly faced danger within the palace, he could always purchase items from the in-game store to rescue her. As Lin Xiao pondered, Yi Ningxuan drew ever closer to the palace, now standing before the nearest stone statue. Standing before it, Yi Ningxuan couldn't help but look up. The statue towered high, even tilting her head back. She couldn't make out its uppermost details. However, with this glance, she could finally confirm that these statues were indeed modeled after human forms. But what was the meaning behind these statues? Worship? Protection? Yi Ningxuan felt her doubts deepen, yet one thing was certain: these statues were undoubtedly connected to the palace. With this thought, she glanced up at the statue once more before lifting her foot to step forward. But before her foot could touch the ground, a whistling wind swept through the air, clattering against the stone statue. A piercing sound suddenly rang out, like the scraping of blades against metal. And this sound originated from the stone statue itself. As the sound echoed, Yi Ningxuan reacted with lightning speed, charging forward without a moment's hesitation. Simultaneously, she gripped the Frost Divine Sword tightly in her hand, holding it before her chest as she looked up. The whistling wind showed no sign of ceasing. The piercing sound grew even louder. Suddenly, every stone statue emitted this sound. Trapped within the circle of statues, Yi Ningxuan felt the piercing noise swirling relentlessly around her, refusing to fade away. What is this? Yi Ningxuan dared not relax her guard for a moment. Holding the Frost Divine Sword, she slowly retreated while keeping a watchful eye on her surroundings. Crack! Suddenly, another deafening crack echoed through the air. Startled by the sudden noise, she couldn't help but flinch. When she looked again, Yi Ningxuan's heart skipped a beat. Without warning, the stone statues' heads had shifted positions. Regardless of their original orientation, every single one now turned to stare directly at her. Each statue's eyes were two hollowed-out circles, now fixed intently upon her. Yi Ningxuan felt a chill run down her spine as a wave of dread washed over her. Elder, this. At the same time, Lin Xiao naturally witnessed this scene through the game interface. He too became alert, refusing to let his focus waver as he stared intently at the screen, typing out, "This place is extremely eerie. Be extremely careful." Hearing the senior's warning, Yi Ningxuan nodded firmly before attempting to take another step. But as she moved, snap! Another synchronized clatter echoed through the air. Yi Ningxuan looked up, her heart skipping a beat in shock. The stone swords that the statues had been holding with both hands, their tips pointing upward, had all changed direction. All the statues still held swords in both hands, but the blades were now tilted, their edges uniformly pointed toward Yi Ningxuan. It seemed as though they were poised to attack her at any moment. Witnessing this scene, Yi Ningxuan felt her courage falter. She tightened her grip on her sword once more, her eyes darting around the room as the statues now completely surrounded her. Simultaneously, she felt as though every pair of eyes on those statues had locked onto her. Though the statues had no eyes, only two hollowed-out depressions on their faces, this only heightened the eerie sensation, as if dark, terrifying pupils truly lurked within. Freeze! The sudden voice of the elder cut through the air. Yi Ningxuan, who had just been about to move, froze instantly. Her body stiffened, unable to make a single move. "Senior, what's wrong?" Yi Ningxuan whispered. "Haven't you noticed? Ever since you entered this statue, every movement you make is mirrored by the statue itself." At these words, Yi Ningxuan suddenly understood. The elder was right. From the statue turning its head to the blade shifting direction just now, every movement mirrored her own. So if I don't move, they won't react either, right? Yi Ningxuan remained vigilant, her gaze fixed on the stone statues, not daring to move a muscle. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao typed back, "It's not certain yet, but it seems to be the case now. Let's wait here for the duration of a stick of incense and see how things develop." Upon hearing this, Yi Ningxuan nodded in agreement. It seemed the elder's guess was correct, but with the current situation uncertain, it was best to confirm it first. Amidst this, the secret realm seemed to fall into silence. The wind ceased, and Yi Ningxuan noticed something else: the faint, muffled sounds that had filled the grand hall earlier had vanished too. For a moment, it felt as though she could only hear her own slightly hurried breathing. Time ticked by second. Soon, the elder's voice finally sounded again. "It's about time. It seems our guess was right. As long as you don't move, the statue won't move either. But if you move, the statue will follow suit. It's like playing chess now. The only uncertainty now is how many steps it will take from this moment until the statue's attack strikes you." Hearing this, Yi Ningxuan pondered inwardly. The statue would likely raise its sword again next, then swing it. Just as Yi Ningxuan reached this conclusion, a sound suddenly echoed from nearby. Startled, she dared not move, merely shifting her gaze to see someone approaching. Chapter 68, Reunion with Cheng Guang. Before Yiningshuang could utter a word, Lin Xiao also spotted the new arrival within the game interface. Someone from Ling Xiao Sword Sect. From his attire, Lin Xiao instantly recognized his identity. He then felt a sense of familiarity with the man's appearance. Senior, it's someone from Ling Xiao Sword Sect Cheng Guang from before. Yiningshuang gritted her teeth as she pointed at the man. She was already in such a predicament, yet someone else had arrived. And it wasn't just any ordinary disciple, it was that Cheng Guang. Hearing Yiningshuang's words, Lin Xiao instantly recalled the man who had attacked her outside the archway earlier. Fortunately, only Cheng Guang had arrived, no other Ling Xiao Sword Sect disciples were in sight. If others had come, things would have been far more troublesome. In that case, even without these stone statues, Yiningshuang would be no match for them. Lin Xiao also noticed that Cheng Guang appeared somewhat disheveled at this moment, his robes bearing significant damage, as if he had just endured a fierce battle. He was slowly making his way over. Spotting the grand hall from afar, his heart surged with excitement, instantly drowning out the horrors of his recent ordeal. Upon entering this secret realm, Cheng Guang awoke alone on the barren wasteland. Not a soul was in sight. The moment he regained consciousness, he was inexplicably ambushed by 3 armored giants. Had it not been for his formidable strength, he would likely have perished there. He had hoped to seize a great opportunity, yet in the end, he had gained nothing but 3 crystals of unknown purpose. This infuriated him. But now, fortune had finally turned in his favor. The battle moments ago seemed trivial in comparison. After all, the existence of such a grand hall within this secret realm signified that opportunity was bound to be present. His luck was truly exceptional. With that thought, he quickened his pace. As Cheng Guang drew nearer, he noticed the stone statues and even the figures standing before the grand hall. His heart skipped a beat and he instinctively halted, fearing potential danger. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that aside from that mysterious woman, the only others who had entered this place were fellow disciples of the Ling Xiao Sword Sect. With that thought, he relaxed and quickened his pace. Yet upon drawing near, he suddenly realized it wasn't a fellow sect disciple, it was that mysterious woman. Yiningshuang and Lin Xiao also noticed his approach. Yet even so, Yiningshuang remained utterly still, daring not to make the slightest movement. "You! We meet again so soon!" Cheng Guang bellowed, his face twisted with unbridled arrogance. "This time, trapped within this secret realm, I'll see where you can run. You humiliated me badly last time." His furious voice echoed through the vast secret realm, tinged with both triumph and viciousness. His words betrayed his impatience as he quickened his pace. Soon, he stood outside the stone statues, his gaze fixed on Yiningshuang like a hawk's, a cold smile curling his lips. "You didn't expect me to appear before you, did you?" "Truth be told, I didn't expect it either. But I'll thank the heavens for this blessing." His gaze shifted toward the palace behind him, unaware that Yiningshuang stood utterly still. "And this palace? Had I arrived a moment later, that opportunity would have fallen into your hands. But now, alas, not only will you not seize it, you will die by my hand." As his voice echoed, Yiningshuang remained frozen, her heart racing with anxiety. She dared not make a move, fearing she might trigger the stone statue's attack. Yet Cheng Guang's sudden appearance only made the situation more complex and perilous. "Senior, what should we do now?" she whispered. Lin Xiao stared at the screen, his brow furrowed. He quickly typed a reply, "Don't make any rash moves. This Cheng Guang might not know the statue's patterns. If he barges in recklessly, he'll draw the statue's attention to you instead. Then the statue might just take care of this kid for us." Yiningshuang nodded slightly in agreement, having already considered this strategy herself. Her gaze fixed intently on Cheng Guang's every move. Cheng Guang noticed Yiningshuang standing completely still and felt a pang of confusion. What on earth was she doing? "What's the matter? Scared stiff by the sight of me? Can't even run away now, huh?" He laughed wildly again. Yet despite his arrogance, Cheng Guang wasn't foolish. Glancing around, he too noticed the stone statues. He observed that while the statues were towering and imposing, they showed no signs of movement whatsoever. "Playing tricks to scare me? Think this will make me hesitate to attack you?" Seeing this, he snorted coldly and stepped forward, attempting to close the distance to Yiningshuang. Yet as he advanced, Yiningshuang remained utterly still, staring back at him without a word. This scene only deepened Cheng Guang's bewilderment and suspicion. This woman wasn't putting on an act. The thought flashed through his mind, followed by another possibility: could something be restraining her movements? But this woman was weak. Whatever restrained her couldn't possibly hold him back. As he pondered, a hint of caution crept into his mind, and he took another step forward. What Cheng Guang failed to notice was that, unbeknownst to him, he had already entered the statue's sphere of influence. Yiningshuang witnessed this and felt a surge of joy. She gripped her sword tightly, ready to strike at any moment to prevent any unexpected trouble. The instant Cheng Guang stepped into the stone statue's domain, they all creaked in unison. Their heads swiveled once more, and with that movement, the blades in their hands snapped to attention, all pointing directly at him. What the hell is this?" Cheng Guang's face drained of color as he scrambled backward, but it was already too late. His series of movements triggered a chain reaction among the statues, their speed far exceeding his expectations. The nearest statue suddenly swung its massive stone blade, the air whistling as it came crashing down toward Chengguang. He hastily raised his sword to block, but the statue's strength far exceeded his expectations. Snap! The long sword in Chengguang's hand shattered at the sound, revealing the sheer power of that stone blade. Undeterred, the stone blade continued its momentum, sending him flying backward. Suddenly, Chengguang crashed heavily to the ground, spitting a mouthful of blood. He was clearly badly injured. Damn it, I've fallen into a trap. Chengguang cursed inwardly, then forced himself to endure the excruciating pain, scrambling and crawling to escape the range of the stone statues. As he moved, the stone statues swung their swords again. This time, however, it was a terrifying wave of pressure that surged forth, targeting Chengguang. Chengguang sensed the danger and froze in shock. He rolled violently once more, his mind now utterly focused. Clutching his short sword for defense, he channeled every ounce of his spiritual energy, nearly solidifying it into tangible form. Crack! Amidst thunderous crashes, despite his defense, Chengguang's body was still sent flying. He tumbled several times upon landing before finally coming to a halt. Suddenly, Chengguang spat out another mouthful of blood. A wave of terror washed over him. Chapter 69, The Crystal Stone. At the same time, the stone statue's attack ceased, returning to its previous state. Both hands held swords, blades pointing skyward. Seeing this, Yiningshuang thought to herself, the statue's movements have been altered. This meant she now had several more opportunities to act. It appeared that after each attack, the statue would reset, returning to its initial state much like a chess game. Witnessing this, Yiningshuang felt a surge of relief that she hadn't acted rashly. After all, the sheer power of the statue's attacks was plain to see. She murmured again, "Senior, it seems the statue only attacks those who enter its range." Lin Xiao typed back, "Correct. You can now attempt a few movements. Be swift, but remain cautious. Do not exceed the number of actions allowed. Ensure the statue completes its attack before proceeding. It seems this stone statue is the guardian spirit of the main hall. Now that you've entered, seize this chance and proceed directly inside. That Chengguang is insignificant, don't give him a second thought." Yiningshuang nodded slightly upon hearing this, then abruptly turned to face the direction of the palace. With her step, the stone statue stirred once more. Yiningshuang estimated the distance to the palace hall. It would take only 3 leaps, or 3 steps. Once she halted her movement, the statue ceased its reaction, its gaze returning to fix upon Yiningshuang. Meanwhile, Chengguang struggled to his feet after his injury, hastily swallowing a healing pill. As the medicine's potency took effect, he felt his condition improve slightly. "You! How dare you set a trap for me?" He spat, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. Watching the scene from afar, a cold, ruthless glint flashed in Chengguang's eyes. Then, gritting his teeth, he snarled, You think I couldn't touch you in there, huh?" Chengguang's voice suddenly rang out, clearly reaching Yiningshuang's ears. He rose and moved forward, halting just outside the stone statues. From his distance, he watched Yiningshuang, a flash of ruthlessness crossing his eyes. After what had just transpired, Chengguang understood clearly that if he rashly entered the stone statue enclosure, he would inevitably trigger another attack from those terrifying statues. Yet if he did nothing, allowing Yiningshuang to enter the palace, that opportunity would likely fall into her hands. And once Yiningshuang obtained that opportunity, she would surely turn against him. He was not at his peak strength now, and it was uncertain whether he could even stand a chance against Yiningshuang then. Therefore, he absolutely could not allow it. No, she absolutely cannot succeed. Chengguang gritted his teeth and muttered to himself after reaching this conclusion. "You don't seriously think I can't attack you unless I enter the palace, do you?" As the words left his lips, his right hand shot upward, spiritual energy instantly gathering in his palm. Suddenly, accompanied by his low murmur, a searing flame erupted from his palm. "Spirit fire technique," Chengguang declared loudly. Simultaneously, the flames in his hand grew ever more intense, seemingly reaching their peak. He now understood why Yiningshuang remained motionless within the stone statue. After all, any movement would invite the statue's attack, making the situation perilous. Under these circumstances, Yiningshuang was nothing but a sitting duck in his eyes. Therefore, he cared not if his attack missed. He only focused on gathering the flames, increasing their power. Yet Yiningshuang remained unaware of the events unfolding behind her. Her gaze fixed on the palace, she silently gathered her strength. The palace stood some distance away, and to fully enter it, she knew she must move with the sharpest, swiftest action possible. Just then, the elder's voice suddenly rang out. Lin Xiao had noticed the situation behind them. "Yiningshuang, be careful. That brat is about to strike at you. Now you must not only guard against his attacks, but also..." But the elder's words were cut short. Chengguang's maniacal, triumphant voice echoed from afar, Let's see where you run now." Chengguang was now thoroughly amused. Yiningshuang was like a bird trapped in a cage. There was absolutely no way she could escape. "I won't kill you. I'll torture you slowly, make you suffer, make you despair." With that, the flames in his hand erupted violently. "Dodge!" At his command, Yi Ningxuan dared not hesitate for a moment, leaping upward with all her might. But the flames were incredibly fast, seeming to lock onto Yi Ningxuan as they charged straight toward her. Lin Xiao, witnessing this scene, felt his heart leap into his throat. But just as the flames were about to enter the stone statue's range, the statues suddenly turned their heads once more. They struck out suddenly, slashing downward with their swords, instantly blocking Chen Guang's spirit fire technique. Yi Ningxuan, having dodged abruptly, hadn't advanced too far forward. Instead, she had veered significantly to the right. She sensed the change, but dared not turn her head now. Chen Guang was utterly dumbfounded by the scene. How is this possible? He never imagined the stone statues would react this way. Meanwhile, as Lin Xiao recounted the events, Yi Ningxuan learned the full story. She breathed a sigh of relief, a flicker of joy lighting up her heart. I never imagined those stone statues could block attacks from outside. Your luck truly is extraordinary. Just then, Chen Guang, on the other side, suddenly remembered something. He reached into his robe and pulled out 3 black crystals, the very ones he had obtained from slaying the armored giant in the wasteland. He thought to himself, since his attacks couldn't penetrate them, perhaps these crystals could. Without hesitation, he channeled his spiritual energy and hurled the crystals with all his might toward Yi Ningxuan. Whoosh! 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 3 crystals sliced through the air, hurtling straight toward Yi Ningxuan. Yi Ningxuan had just exhaled in relief when the whistling sound startled her. But wait, weren't these attacks supposed to be blocked here? Confused, she instinctively dodged. Seeing the crystal stones actually hit their mark, Chen Guang's heart leapt with joy. Yet, he immediately realized something was amiss. The crystals merely grazed past Yi Ningxuan's body before striking the stone statue behind her. Boom! The moment the crystal stone made contact with the statue, an intense light erupted. For a moment, the statue's surface rippled like water, followed by a deep, rumbling roar. Oh no! The elder's voice rang out abruptly. The crystal seems to have triggered some mechanism within the statues. Before the words had fully left his mouth, all the statues roared in unison, their deafening cries piercing the air. Their blades raised high, they brought them crashing down onto the ground. Boom! The ground shook violently, cracks spreading like a spider web. Yi Ningxuan could no longer remain steady. Her feet lost their footing, and her body involuntarily lurched backward. Watch out! Lin Xiao shouted urgently once more. Yi Ningxuan gritted her teeth to steady herself, but the stone statue's attack had already locked onto her. Suddenly, a stone statue swung its sword at her. Before the blade even reached her, the piercing sword chi made her skin sting. Chapter 70, Secret Realm Strategy Bundle Sale. Even Chen Guang hadn't anticipated the sudden turn of events. For a moment, he stared at the scene in utter shock. After all, he had tossed that black crystal stone earlier merely out of frustration, hoping for a fluke effect. He never imagined it would actually work. But this outcome left him utterly satisfied. Serves you right. He shouted at Yi Ningxuan in the center of the arena. Though he couldn't personally deal with Yi Ningxuan, under these circumstances, her death alone would bring Chen Guang immense satisfaction. Regardless of who struck the fatal blow, at least she would die before his very eyes. With smug satisfaction evident on his face, he strode forward, once again approaching the vicinity of the stone statue. On Yi Ningxuan's side, with the stone statue's sword strike bearing down, she had no chance to evade. Her only option was to immediately raise the Frost Divine Sword to block the attack. Crash! As the stone sword in the statue's hand struck the Frost Divine Sword in Yi Ningxuan's grasp, a thunderous clang echoed. The statue's force was terrifying. Though the Frost Divine Sword held firm, Yi Ningxuan was shaken by the impact, feeling a wave of numbness wash over her entire arm. Under such pressure, the sword in her grasp threatened to slip from her hands. Yet she understood the perilousness of her situation. Gritting her teeth, she held on, daring not to relax even for a moment. Simultaneously, her body could no longer resist the pressure, forcing her to kneel on one knee in an instant. Even so, the stone sword in the statue's hand above continued its relentless downward pressure, its force showing no sign of abating. Facing this, Yi Ningxuan gritted her teeth even harder, daring not to relax in the slightest. Though the Frost Divine Sword in her grasp was incredibly hard and of extraordinary quality, it would not shatter under the statue's assault like the sword in Chen Guang's hand had done before. Yet even so, the Frost Divine Sword offered her no relief from the relentless pressure. Yi Ningxuan now realized the statue's attack contained no flashy tricks, relying solely on sheer brute force. Senior, what should we do now? Yi Ningxuan managed to brace against the statue's assault while struggling to speak. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao had clearly witnessed the events that had just unfolded. The sudden turn of events left him momentarily reeling. But once he came to his senses, an endless wave of worry surged within him. After all, witnessing the stone statue's attack on Chen Guang earlier, he had already sensed the sheer power behind its assault. Chen Guang's cultivation was no weakling. In fact, he surpassed Yi Ningxuan. Yet despite that, Chen Guang had suffered such severe injuries from just one strike from the statue. Under these circumstances, it was easy to foresee the danger if Yi Ningxuan couldn't withstand such an attack. Within the Nanshan's secret realm, Time ticked by, yet Yiningshuang remained kneeling on one knee, her frost divine sword held horizontally above her head, barely managing to block the stone statue's mountain-like, heavy stone sword. Her arms had gone numb, and the web between her thumb and forefinger bled profusely from the shock, yet she gritted her teeth, daring not to relax even slightly. "Elder, I can barely hold on." She managed to speak again, her voice trembling slightly. Lin Xiao stared at the screen, his heart pounding with anxiety. He quickly typed a reply, "Hang on a little longer." With that, he swiftly opened the game shop, searching for items that could help Yiningshuang escape her predicament. However, the store held nothing suitable for the current crisis, only useless trinkets. In Lin Zhao's eyes, the only potentially useful items were recovery pills for restoring spiritual energy and healing wounds. And even those came with exorbitant price tags. Damn it, this game is so exploitative. This is nothing but price gouging. Lin Xiao cursed under his breath before gritting his teeth and purchasing a healing pill and a spirit recovery pill. These two pills alone cost him a full 300 yuan, but with the situation so dire, he had no choice but to act. After completing the purchase, Lin Xiao immediately applied them to Yiningshuang. "See if you have the strength to break free now. First neutralize this attack, then we'll figure out the rest." As the elder's voice echoed, Yiningshuang felt a warm current surge through her body. The numbness in her arm eased slightly, her already weak strength rapidly recovered, and her spiritual power surged back to its peak. What kind of technique was this? Though her heart raced with astonishment, Yiningshuang had no time to ponder it. The situation was far too perilous. "Senior, I'll try." With that declaration, she drew a deep breath and surged forward, attempting to push the stone sword from the statue's grasp. "Rise!" she growled, and the frost divine sword glowed with a bone-chilling light. The blade scraped against the stone sword, producing a shrill, grating sound. Yet the statue's power proved overwhelming. Yiningshuang's effort only managed to lift the stone blade an inch before it slammed back down with crushing force. "What the hell is this statue?" she cursed inwardly. Was she truly going to be trapped and suffocated here? "No, I won't last much longer at this rate." Yiningshuang's heart raced with panic as her eyes darted around the room, desperately searching for an escape. Lin Xiao, seeing Yiningshuang's movements, thought she might break free. But soon, the statue's long sword came crashing down before his eyes once more. "This is bad." Lin Xiao cursed inwardly. Spending a full 300 had been utterly useless. If he'd known this would happen, he wouldn't have hesitated to spend 800 and bought the guide directly. That way, Yiningshuang would never have been put in such a predicament. But regret was useless now. The immediate priority was to resolve the present danger. Yiningshuang in the game couldn't hold out much longer. Even if he could use pills to restore her health, this couldn't go on indefinitely. After all, it would eventually bankrupt him from all the in-game purchases. As he pondered, the stone sword in the statue's hand dipped lower once more. Yiningshuang's clothes were soaked through with cold sweat. Lin Zhao's heart raced with growing panic. He realized that even if he bought a walkthrough now, it wouldn't resolve this crisis. It seemed the only path left was to keep spending. The moment this thought crossed his mind, another notification popped up on the game interface. Your virtual girlfriend is in critical condition. If no assistance is provided, she will exhaust her strength in 3 minutes. Had you purchased the guide earlier, this situation could have been avoided? Are you willing to watch your virtual girlfriend die just to save a few bucks? Damn it, always gotta start with the sarcasm. Just tell me how much to top up already. Lin Xiao cursed under his breath, already well aware of the game's tactics. Nanshan Secret Realm Guide plus Frost Heart Bundle Sale, limited time price, 1500. Frost Heart grants Yiningshuang the power of the Frost Heart, allowing her to better align with the Frost Divine Sword and unleash its full potential. Note, the Frost Heart can resolve this crisis. Chapter 71, The Frost Heart. Seeing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but freeze in surprise. He had initially regretted not purchasing the attack rate boost earlier. But now, this mega bundle not only provided the strategy guide but also contained something called the Frost Heart. The game itself had informed him that possessing the Frost Heart would resolve this crisis. After briefly researching the Frost Heart, Lin Xiao understood its purpose. The Frost Heart was essentially a game item that could grant Yiningshuang various bonuses. It could even synergize with the Frost Divine Sword, amplifying its power. 1500 yuan subtracting the 800 for the guide, this item alone cost only 700. Lost in thought, Lin Xiao glanced back at the game interface. On the screen, Yiningshuang was struggling more and more, her body sinking lower and lower. Clearly, she couldn't hold on much longer. Witnessing this, Lin Xiao abandoned further deliberation. After all, he had neither the time nor the opportunity to hesitate now. He had no other choice. With that thought, Lin Xiao gritted his teeth and completed another top-up. Ding! Purchase successful. Would you like to fuse the Frost Heart directly into your virtual girlfriend? Are you kidding me? Lin Xiao clicked confirm. Soon, the game interface began to change. Beneath the stone sword, Yiningshuang suddenly felt a surge of icy coldness steadily overflowing within her body. Moreover, something seemed to be forming within her body. Her heart raced with alarm in this precarious state, anything could spell danger. Just as she was about to resist, The voice of the elder suddenly echoed. This is my doing. Do not resist. Embrace it fully. Hold on just a little longer. Once the fusion is complete, you will understand everything in your heart. Hearing the elder's words, Yi Ningxuang relaxed and fully surrendered. For a moment, the cold grew more intense, yet Yi Ningxuang felt not the slightest effect. Instead, a wave of warmth spread through her body. Noticing this, astonishment grew within her heart. What exactly had the elder given her? As she pondered this, she felt the cold energy spreading throughout her entire body, bringing her immense comfort without the slightest discomfort. It seemed as though the power within her had grown even stronger. In that instant, the stone sword rose imperceptibly higher. Simultaneously, the spreading cold instantly enveloped the stone sword held by the statue. Suddenly, a layer of frost appeared on the surface of the stone sword. Not far away, Chang Guang watched this scene, unaware of the subtle changes unfolding. His face remained utterly arrogant. He even shouted with unbridled arrogance, "You bastard! Beg me now, and perhaps I might spare you. Dying by my hand would be an honor for you." Yi Ningxuang paid no heed to his words, focusing solely on sensing the cold energy within her body. "Heh, quite the backbone, huh? Then let me watch with my own eyes as this stone statue chops you into mincemeat." Chang Guang bellowed once more. The fusion of the frost heart proceeded remarkably smoothly. Before long, Lin Xiao received the notification. Yi Ningxuang's fusion of the frost heart complete. As the notification sounded, Yi Ningxuang, though unaware of the nature of the object within her, sensed the transformation occurring within her body. She felt the frost divine sword in her hand brimming with immense power she had yet to unleash. Her heart surged with excitement, and she felt an urgent eagerness. "Thank you for your gift, senior," Yi Ningxuang exclaimed joyfully. As she gripped the frost divine sword tightly, a unique sword technique exclusive to the blade appeared in her mind. Frost sword art breath of icy chill. With this low roar, a powerful force erupted from the sword in her hand. Amidst a piercing chill, Yi Ningxuang managed to lift the stone sword, which now hovered motionless in midair. Using this momentum, she instantly escaped the area. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao, seeing Yi Ningxuang's realization, felt relieved. As long as she had fused with the frost heart, she could temporarily escape this danger, and he wouldn't need to worry about her anymore. The most urgent task now was to study the strategy guide to figure out how to escape the stone statue formation. As the quest began, a message appeared on the screen. Stone statue formation, once someone steps inside. Weakness, simply position yourself beside a stone statue and strike the joint where it holds its sword. Within the Nanshan secret realm. As Yi Ningxuang dodged, countless attacks followed. No matter where she moved, a nearby stone statue would strike. But with the frost heart, Yi Ningxuang's strength had surged to terrifying levels. For a time, she deflected the statue's attacks relentlessly. Yet deep down, she knew this wasn't sustainable. She had to escape this area quickly. Within the stone statue formation, it was manageable. But if she tried to break out, she wouldn't face just one statue's attack, she'd face 2, 3, or more. Meanwhile, Chang Guang, watching from a short distance away, was utterly dumbfounded. He never imagined this woman could actually break free from the stone statue's attacks. How is this possible? His eyes widened in fury, his anger boiling over. In his mind, Yi Ningxuang was supposed to have died from that earlier strike. But she had escaped. If this continued, wouldn't he become a laughingstock? You managed to escape, but what good does it do now? I'll see how long you can hold out. At the same time, Chang Guang couldn't help but wonder if Yi Ningxuang died soon, how would he enter the main hall? After all, the stone golem formation was so dangerous. Therefore, to reach the main hall safely, he had to act now, while Yi Ningxuang distracted the stone statues. With that thought, he took a deep breath and immediately set off, charging into the stone statue formation. Just as he had anticipated, the stone figures seemed captivated by Yi Ningxuang and paid him no immediate heed. Noticing this, Chang Guang accelerated further, his excitement mounting as he inwardly marveled at his own cleverness. Meanwhile, Yi Ningxuang had no time to spare for Chang Guang. She was constantly fending off the stone figure's attacks while listening intently to the elder's guidance on the array's vulnerabilities. Suddenly, Yi Ningxuang understood. So that was it. Just moments ago, she had noticed the stone statue's movements seemed somewhat sluggish, requiring a brief pause to gather strength before each sword swing. Moreover, their attacks were incredibly monotonous, relying solely on a single slashing pattern. If she timed it right, she could slip into the stone figure's blind spots and strike their vulnerabilities. Just then, accompanied by a whistling wind, the stone statue's attack came again. Her heart raced. She twisted sideways, the frost divine sword sliding along the force of the stone blade. Using the momentum to propel her body into a roll, she narrowly evaded the statue's deadly strike. Chapter 72, The Grand Hall is a Trap. Immediately, a thunderous crash echoed through the air. The stone sword slammed heavily into the ground once more, kicking up a cloud of dust. Yi Ningxuang seized the moment to create distance, moving toward the stone statue's blind spot while quickly regulating her breathing. Don't fight head-on. The statue's weak points are their joints. Attacking there will immobilize them. Simultaneously, the words of the elder from earlier echoed once more in her mind. Hearing this, a sharp gleam flashed in Yi Ningxuang's eyes once more. Seizing a gap in the attack, she positioned herself at the blind spot of the nearest stone figure. Gripping the Frost Divine Sword tightly, her gaze locked onto the statue's arm joint. Frost Sword Technique Frostbite Thrust. She let out a low shout, her body rising like thunder as she charged straight toward the statue's arm. A flash of sword light erupted as the Frost Divine Sword, channeling extreme cold energy, pierced precisely into the statue's arm joint. Snap! The sword pierced the statue's arm joint, shattering it instantly. The massive body swayed slightly, the arm clearly losing its support before dropping limply, its means of attack neutralized. It worked! Seeing this, Yi Ningxuang's heart leapt with joy. Before her body had even landed, another whistling sound cut through the air. Careful! These statues' attack positions are interconnected. Hearing this, she dared not be careless. She spun around swiftly, parrying the blow from behind once more. Using the momentum to land, she positioned herself in another stone statue's blind spot. She swiftly repeated the tactic, targeting the statue's joints. In this manner, Yi Ningxuang repeated her actions over and over, continuously destroying stone statues while steadily advancing toward the main hall. Meanwhile, Cheng Guang had arrived nearby. Seeing the main hall within arm's reach, his heart surged with excitement. He had no mind to dwell on how Yi Ningxuang had managed to defeat the stone statues. After all, in his eyes, no matter how powerful this woman might be, she was ultimately just paving the way for him. She was helping him enter the main hall. Once he seized the opportunity within, Yi Ningxuang would be drained of her spiritual energy by the stone statue's attacks. Then he would have the chance to finish her off himself. However, Yi Ningxuang's growing familiarity with the technique allowed her to eliminate the stone figures faster and faster, rapidly closing the distance to the main hall. Seeing this, how could Cheng Guang allow her to enter the main hall unimpeded? He let out a cold laugh. He couldn't attack Yi Ningxuang from outside, but surely he could within the stone statue's center. Damn it! I'll give you a gift, take your sweet time dealing with these stone statues. He shouted, raising his hand once more. As spiritual energy gathered, the spirit fire technique activated again, and he hurled the flames in his hand directly at Yi Ningxuang. Watch out! Lin Xiao spotted the incoming attack first and swiftly typed a warning, but there was still a momentary delay. By the time Yi Ningxuang sensed it, it was too late. Bound by the stone golem's restraint, she couldn't react instantly. The flame struck her back in an instant. A muffled groan escaped her lips. The fabric on her back instantly ignited. Yi Ningxuang hastily channeled the power of the frost heart to extinguish the flames, but despite her efforts, a gruesome scar still marred her jade-like, snow-white back. Worse still, this blow delayed her reaction to the stone statue. Instantly struck by the stone sword, she was sent flying backward. Under such circumstances, the stone statue's attacks came in rapid succession. One statue swung its sword at her. She barely dodged it, only to be grazed by another statue's stone blade on her shoulder, instantly drawing blood. Ugh! Yi Ningxuang cried out in pain, staggering backward, her face as pale as paper. Senior, I can't hold on much longer. She gritted her teeth, her voice tinged with despair. She had been crushing the stone figures like a steamroller, but Cheng Guang's single strike had turned the tide, sending her reeling under a barrage of heavy blows. Suddenly, another mouthful of blood spurted from her lips. Lin Xiao watched in alarm. Damn Cheng Guang! He had just topped up his account, and the game hadn't prompted him for another payment. What should he do now? No, wait, that frost heart cost a whopping 700 credits. How could it only grant this much power? Thinking this, he hurriedly typed, Yi Ningxuang, don't panic. Focus on sensing the power within you. Its strength far surpasses what you're currently displaying. Yi Ningxuang nodded firmly, choosing to trust the elder's words. She once again parried the stone warrior's heavy sword, then began to carefully sense the power within her. In that moment, the power became clearer within her mind. Combined with the Frost Divine Sword in her grasp, Yi Ningxuang thought to herself, suddenly feeling the Frost Divine Sword in her grasp grow incredibly heavy. A blinding cold light flared along its blade as a terrifying force surged from the sword, instantly engulfing her entire body. What is this? Startled, she felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through her veins. Yi Ningxuang's intuition grew stronger. After deflecting the stone statue's attack, she seized the moment, raising the Frost Divine Sword without hesitation, its blade pointing straight toward the heavens. Frostblade Art Realm of Extreme Cold. With her low shout, the Frost Divine Sword erupted in dazzling cold light. A surge of extreme cold energy radiated outward from her center, spreading rapidly in all directions. Crack! Crack! Wherever the frigid force touched, thick frost instantly formed on the ground. The stone statue's movements slowed, eventually freezing completely, transforming into ice sculptures. It worked! Yi Ningxuang felt a surge of joy, but was immediately overcome by a wave of weakness, her body swaying precariously. At that very moment, Cheng Guang arrived before the hall's entrance. Gazing at the temple doors before him, his excitement was palpable. Ha 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 ha! He let out a loud laugh before turning his head. Instantly, he witnessed the terrifying scene of Yi Ningxuang wielding the Frost Divine Sword, freezing the stone statue solid. Even from this distance, he felt a chill run through him, his heart filled with dread. But it's useless now. This opportunity is mine. He roared, turning to enter the grand hall. Meanwhile, on the other side. I must leave this place as soon as possible. This attack won't last long, it's only temporarily freezing them. Yining Shuang glanced around weakly before lifting her eyes once more toward the main hall. In the end, Chang Guang had beaten her to it. She immediately started to hurry after him. Stop! Don't enter the main hall. Hearing the elder's voice, Yining Shuang froze, momentarily unable to react. Senior, please rest assured. Once I take the spirit restoring pill, I'll regain the strength to fight again. Thinking the elder worried for her safety, she hurriedly explained. No, that's not my concern. This grand hall isn't some opportunity at all, it's a trap with no return. Chapter 73, The Palace's Trap. At these words, Yining Shuang froze again, staring at the black palace in the distance with utter astonishment, unable to recover for a long moment. Right before her eyes, Chang Guang showed no hesitation whatsoever. He strode swiftly through the doors and vanished before the palace. Senior, what did you just say? Yining Shuang asked, her voice trembling with disbelief. Hearing her voice, Lin Xiao understood Yining Shuang's disbelief. After all, he himself had been startled when he saw this hint earlier. Earlier, as the danger from the stone statue subsided, Lin Xiao had instinctively turned his gaze toward the Black Palace. Following his line of sight, the palace's information and strategy guide appeared automatically. According to the game guide, this palace, or more accurately, the Black Palace before them, held not a shred of opportunity. Strictly speaking, there was one, but it was an opportunity that could cost one their life. It was essentially a trap. Yet, simultaneously, genuine opportunities did exist within the palace, but they could only be obtained through specific methods. One absolutely must not enter it directly. Reading this, Lin Xiao felt a chill run down his spine. Thankfully, he had purchased the game guide earlier. Otherwise, Yining Shuang would have been in grave danger had she entered. As he pondered, Lin Xiao typed another message to explain to Yining Shuang, I just realized the opportunity within this palace is actually a perilous trap. As the elder's voice sounded once more, Yining Shuang's doubts vanished. She never imagined that after enduring such hardship to reach the stone man array, sustaining significant injuries along the way, she would ultimately discover it was all a trap. Instantly, she felt a pang of regret, her face clouding with disappointment. At the same time, Lin Xiao noticed Yining Shuang's expression and typed again, don't be discouraged. At least we know this much, we haven't fallen into the palace's trap. Hearing this, Yining Shuang smiled. You're right, senior. Whether it's fate or not, safety is the greatest fortune. Hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile. But setting that aside, this palace still holds great opportunities. At this, Yining Shuang gasped in surprise, eagerly asking, Senior, what do you mean? There's still a great opportunity? Indeed. But that opportunity requires a special method to obtain. Now that I understand it, all we need to do is wait patiently and enjoy the show. Meanwhile, within the palace, Chang Guang pushed open the door and entered. A loud clang echoed through the chamber, followed by a rush of wind behind him. He dared not be careless, instantly spinning around, sword in hand, eyes alert. As Chang Guang entered, the palace doors slammed shut behind him. What's going on? The stone statue from earlier still weighed heavily on his mind. After waiting a few minutes and finding no immediate danger, he relaxed, thinking to himself, Chang Guang, have you gone mad? Opportunity is right before your eyes. With that thought, he lifted his gaze once more toward the front. The vast hall stretched endlessly before him, undivided and open. At several points along its length stood pillars of immense girth. Apart from these pillars, the hall contained nothing but a vast, empty platform. Seeing this, Chang Guang felt even more astonished. He could only approach the pillars. With each step he took, the sound of his footsteps echoed relentlessly throughout the hall, lingering long after he passed, adding an eerie quality to the space. Yet Chang Guang paid it no mind, striding forward casually. As he drew nearer, the details came into focus. The pillars seemed crafted from an extraordinary material. Though the hall was dimly lit, it still emitted a faint, luminous glow. Engraved upon its surface were intricate depictions of various demonic beasts, now appearing vividly lifelike to Chang Guang's eyes. Witnessing this scene filled him with delight. A great opportunity indeed. With this thought, he quickened his pace. Soon, he stood before one of the pillars and reached out to touch it. As his fingers touched the pillar's surface, it felt as though he were lightly brushing the water's edge. The beasts above the pillar seemed to ripple like reflections in water, spreading out in waves. How wondrous! Chang Guang was even more astonished. Then, he sensed a powerful aura emanating from the pillar. He scrutinized the beasts on the pillar once more, only to discover they were not the familiar ones he knew. Instead, they were all creatures he had never seen before. What kind of opportunity is this? Chang Guang murmured to himself. He then attempted to channel his spiritual energy, gently touching the pillar's surface with his fingertips once more. This time, he instantly sensed a peculiar fluctuation, as if the pillar were not solid matter but formed from some mysterious force. He marveled inwardly, everything within this secret realm was truly extraordinary. Could these beast patterns on the pillar be some sort of mechanism? Cheng Guang speculated inwardly, a hint of greed flashing in his eyes. He couldn't help but recall his master's words, these secret realms were riddled with hidden mysteries. The more enigmatic a place, the greater the chance it concealed immense fortune. If he let such an opportunity slip by due to carelessness, he, Cheng Guang, would be utterly foolish. He scrutinized the beast patterns on the pillar. The longer he stared, the more vivid they became, seeming to leap off the stone at any moment. Particularly one beast resembling a fierce tiger, its eyes blazing crimson, radiated an overwhelming sense of pressure. It seemed poised to open its maw and devour him at any moment. What a formidable creature! Cheng Guang felt not the slightest flicker of retreat upon noticing this. Instead, he sensed that this opportunity was truly extraordinary. And this was merely one pillar, there were 4 of these monstrosities within the Grand Hall. Seizing this chance, Cheng Guang was poised to soar to new heights. Let's test it first. Cheng Guang's heart raced with excitement. Without further hesitation, he gritted his teeth, channeled his spiritual energy, and pressed his hand against the pattern of the ferocious tiger demon beast. The instant his finger touched the design, the pillar suddenly emitted a deep rumbling sound. The tiger demon beast's eyes blazed with a brilliant red light. The glow spread outward. In an instant, the light within the entire hall dimmed abruptly. What is this? Cheng Guang's heart skipped a beat. He instinctively stepped back, but it was too late. The tiger pattern on the pillar suddenly came to life, transforming into a shadowy figure that charged straight toward Cheng Guang. He hastily swung his sword to block, but the crimson light pierced through his blade like an intangible force, sinking directly into his body. Ah! Cheng Guang cried out in agony, feeling a savage force rampaging within him, as if it were about to devour his heart and all his internal organs. He staggered backward, his face instantly drained of color, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Chapter 74, Hunting the Armored Giant. Within Cheng Guang's body, that force now raged unchecked, its gaping maw opening and closing relentlessly, nearly knocking him off his feet. What the hell is this thing? Cheng Guang muttered through gritted teeth, terror gripping his heart as he collapsed to his knees, overwhelmed by agony. He tried to channel his spiritual energy to suppress the force, only to discover his power was being devoured whole, utterly powerless to resist. Damn it! How could this pillar be so bizarre? Cheng Guang cursed inwardly, then forced himself to endure the pain. He reached into his robe once more, pulled out a healing pill, and swallowed it quickly. As the pill dissolved within him, its potency gradually dispersed, temporarily suppressing the violent force. Yet it did not vanish entirely, steadily regaining strength with each passing moment. Could this be a trial of destiny? The thought flashed through Cheng Guang's mind. But even so, he couldn't hold out much longer. Soon, the pain might kill him right here. He forced himself to stay upright, scanning his surroundings for a chance to escape. Yet the light within the grand hall grew dimmer still, leaving him barely able to make out the surroundings. Meanwhile, outside the palace, Yi Ningxuang waited quietly. Following Lin Zhao's instructions, she had not rashly entered the palace but chose to wait patiently outside. Senior, Cheng Guang has been inside the palace for some time now, yet there seems to be no movement from within. Yi Ningxuang spoke up, her tone tinged with confusion. She couldn't wait for Cheng Guang to fall into the traps within that grand hall, preferably to meet his end there. Hearing this, Lin Zhao stared intently at the screen before typing again. Don't worry. Based on the timeline, the traps inside the palace have likely been triggered. Cheng Guang is probably already in trouble. Yi Ningxuang felt slightly reassured upon hearing this, though lingering worry remained. Senior, what should we do next? Lin Zhao pondered for a moment before typing again. We'll wait until the traps inside the palace are fully activated before entering. By then, Cheng Guang will either have been dealt with by the traps or be severely injured, posing no threat to us. Yi Ningxuang nodded, her gaze fixed intently on the palace gates, a quiet anticipation building within her. Just then, a deep, rumbling roar erupted from within the palace, as if something was awakening. And along with that roar came a piercing scream. Senior, there's movement inside the palace. Yi Ningxuang hurriedly reported, her voice tinged with tension. Seeing this, Lin Zhao couldn't help but smile. It seemed Cheng Guang was already trapped inside. In that case, we can go collect the item that will ensure our safe passage to that great opportunity. Hearing this, Yi Ningxuang grew even more puzzled. What items? The very black crystal in your embrace. Only with it can we successfully obtain the great opportunity hidden within the palace. This crystal? Yi Ningxuang instantly recalled the crystal stone obtained from slaying that armored giant. So that's what it was for. But senior, where are we supposed to find another armored giant now? After all, along their journey, Yi Ningxuang had only encountered that one armored giant, and after defeating it, they had obtained only that single crystal. I have my ways. Follow my instructions. Lin Zhao typed, then glanced confidently at the map within the game interface. Thanks to purchasing the game guide, the map now clearly marked numerous locations of armored giants. However, they were extremely scattered and rarely gathered in groups. Searching blindly would likely consume a great deal of time, with no guarantee of encountering even one or two. But Lin Zhao had the map. Hearing Lin Zhao's instructions, Yi Ningxuan felt her heart settle. Gripping the Frost Divine Sword tightly, she declared with unwavering confidence, Senior, I'm ready. Where should we head next? Lin Xiao stared at the map on his screen, pinpointing the nearest cluster where 3 armored giants were gathered. He quickly typed his reply. Proceed forward. After about 300 paces, you'll encounter the first armored giant. Eliminate it swiftly. 2 more armored giants lurk nearby. If you alert them, things will get complicated. Yi Ningxuang nodded. Understood, senior. Rest assured. After fusing with the Frost Heart, her strength had surged dramatically. She was now brimming with confidence, especially since Yi Ningxuang already knew the Frost Giant's weaknesses. She knew exactly how to deal with them. With her current speed, one-hit kills were no problem. She immediately stepped forward. Her strides were lightning fast, sweeping across the terrain. With each movement, a chill seemed to emanate from her very being. Before long, she arrived at a desolate hill. On the hillside, a towering armored giant slowly wandered, a massive sword clutched in its hand, its eyes still flickering with fire. Unlike the previous armored giants, this one was significantly taller, and the weapon in its hand was not a broken blade. Noticing this, Yi Ningxuang grew more serious. Elder, I see it. Yi Ningxuang crouched down and whispered. Seeing this, Lin Xiao typed back, approach cautiously, find your moment, and finish it with one strike. He had already studied this armored giant. Their weaknesses were all the same. As long as they weren't surrounded, finding a way to take them down would be incredibly easy. Yi Ningxuang followed his instructions, using the undulating hills to silently creep closer to the armored giant. Her breathing grew even quieter, fearful of alerting its presence. Just as she was 10 paces away, the giant suddenly halted, its head slowly turning as if sensing something. Seeing this, Yi Ningxuang's heart skipped a beat, but she remained composed. Now was the moment to strike. With that, she leapt forward, her body transforming into a streak of icy light as the Frost Divine Sword in her hand shot straight toward the giant's eyes. Frost Sword Technique Icy Thrust. The sword's light carried extreme cold. A flash of silver light appeared, piercing precisely into one of the giant's eyes. Before the giant could react, the Frost Divine Sword was yanked free and thrust toward its other eye. Crack! Both of the giant's eyes were pierced by the sword's light, shattering instantly. Its massive frame swayed slightly before crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud. Though this creature looked terrifying, in Yi Ningxuang's hands, it didn't even get the chance to raise its sword. Yi Ningxuang landed on the ground, exhaling a long breath of relief. She then strode forward swiftly, retrieved the crystal stone formed from the giant's corpse, and tucked it into her robe. Senior, see how I did? She said triumphantly, her voice tinged with delight. Lin Xiao smiled at the sight. Yi Ningxuang's strike had been nothing short of perfect, even he hadn't anticipated it. Well done. Keep moving forward. There are 2 more armored giants. Use the same method and take them down one by one. Chapter 75, Shang Guang's Ace in the Hole. Within the secret realm, Yi Ningxuang's spirits soared upon hearing the senior's praise. Under Lin Xiao's guidance, she swiftly advanced forward. Before long, she spotted the 2 armored giants Lin Xiao had mentioned. Acting decisively, she struck them down one after another. Yet Yi Ningxuang showed no sign of slowing down. Following Lin Xiao's instructions, she continued hunting the armored giants, quickly amassing a full 20 black crystals. With each kill, her movements grew sharper and more precise. Her strikes were so accurate that the armored giants didn't even have a chance to fight back. Simultaneously, her mastery of the Frostblade art grew increasingly fluid within the fray. 20 crystals now, right? The elder's voice sounded again. That's right, senior. I have 20 now. Should I continue? Yi Ningxuang asked. No need. You may return to the palace now. Meanwhile, within the palace, Shang Guang's agony intensified. After the potion's effects faded, the pain surged back, even more excruciating than before. For a moment, he couldn't even speak. Under such circumstances, he had no choice but to keep swallowing more pills. Yet as the number of pills increased, his body seemed to develop resistance, rendering them utterly ineffective. As time dragged on, blood began streaming from all 7 orifices. Thud! 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 Shang Guang slammed his head violently against the ground, blood streaming down his forehead. Damn it, damn it! If I survive this, I'll tear you limb from limb. He cursed Yi Ningxuang relentlessly in his mind. After all, Yi Ningxuang hadn't entered the Grand Hall yet. Clearly, he had known all along that the hall was a trap designed to lure him in. He never imagined he'd be outmaneuvered by that in the end. At that very moment, the demonic beasts atop the other pillars began to stir, each one suddenly glowing brightly. Suddenly, the entire hall was bathed in crimson light. But Shang Guang, consumed by agony, had no time to notice. Under these circumstances, the demonic beasts simultaneously emerged from the pillars and charged toward Shang Guang on the ground at terrifying speeds. One after another, the phantom forms of the beasts plunged into his body. His agony multiplied exponentially. In this agony, Shang Guang ground a tooth to dust. No! He would surely die if this continued. With no other options left, his only hope lay in that thing within him. It was the soul lamp within his dantian, his trump card, his most vital life-saving treasure. This object could dispel all negative energy within his body and even erase every wound. It was essentially his second life. It was precisely because of this existence that Cheng Guang had acted with such audacious arrogance. And now, the moment had come when he had no choice but to use it. Gritting his teeth to endure the raging agony within, Cheng Guang focused his mind on his dantian and began to awaken the soul lamp. This soul lamp was his final trump card, his sole hope. If even the soul lamp couldn't help, he'd have no choice but to wait for death. But this thing would definitely save him. Ignite! Cheng Guang roared inwardly. The soul lamp within his dantian flared to life, radiating a gentle glow. That light felt like a spring breeze caressing his face, instantly dispelling the raging power within his body. Instantly, Cheng Guang felt a weight lift from his entire body. The pain receded like a tide, replaced by an unprecedented sense of ease. Under these circumstances, the soul lamp abruptly extinguished, leaving only a pitch-black lampstand standing tall within his dantian. Huff! He exhaled deeply, slowly rising from the ground, a flash of ruthlessness crossing his eyes. Damn it, do you think this is enough to kill me? Cheng Guang sneered coldly, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. He saw that the illusory forms of the demonic beasts had vanished, and the crimson glow within the grand hall was gradually fading. He knew he was safe for now, but the soul lamp within him had extinguished. Without his trump card, if he didn't leave this eerie place quickly, new dangers would likely arise. But just then, Cheng Guang suddenly sensed something amiss. Though the negative energy had been dispelled by the soul lamp, the illusory demon beast seemed to linger within his body. Could it be? A look of astonished delight instantly spread across his face. He raised his hand, attempting to summon the demonic beast's phantom within him. Instantly, a beastly roar erupted. A terrifying force erupted from his fist. It struck the pillar, causing the entire hall to tremble violently. Ha 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 ha! Heaven truly favors me, Cheng Guang. He laughed wildly, suddenly seeing a glimmer of hope. Though the soul lamp had been extinguished, this opportunity had truly fallen into his hands. He immediately turned toward the palace entrance. His feet moved, and in an instant, he flashed to the doorway. Just as he was about to leave, seeking revenge against that woman, he saw a figure pass through the stone statue array, heading toward the main hall. That dares to return? What could she possibly want? Could there be some hidden secret within this hall? Thanks to the soul lamp, all his previous injuries had healed completely. His body was now at its peak condition, and he had even gained the power of the demon beast's phantom form. His confidence was sky high. With this thought, he did not rush to leave. Instead, he vanished from sight, waiting quietly for Yiningshuan's arrival. Meanwhile, Yiningshuan had already returned to the palace with 20 black crystals, following Lin Zhao's instructions. Standing before the palace gates, her gaze fixed on the tightly shut doors. "Senior, I'm ready." Yiningshuan spoke, her tone tinged with anticipation. Seeing this, Lin Zhao typed again, "Very well, enter the palace now. Remember, once inside, follow my instructions precisely. Do not act rashly, or you may find yourself in grave danger." Yiningshuan nodded, then pushed open the palace doors and stepped inside. The palace interior was dimly lit, the air thick with an eerie atmosphere. Yiningshuan gripped the frost divine sword tightly, her gaze darting warily around the surroundings. "Senior, it seems Cheng Guang isn't here," she murmured, her voice tinged with confusion. If Cheng Guang had fallen victim to the palace's traps and perished here, there should be a body. Lin Zhao paid it little mind. After all, as the guide had stated, entering the palace without sufficient crystals was a death sentence. Still, he typed a warning. "Don't let your guard down. Cheng Guang might not be dead yet. Search thoroughly, but whatever you do, don't touch anything inside the main hall." Yiningshuan nodded and cautiously moved forward as Lin Zhao instructed. She too noticed the 4 pillars within the palace, but she bypassed them entirely, refusing to draw near. Cheng Guang, watching from the shadows, clenched his fists tighter at the sight. "Damn it, you knew all along." He then quietly followed behind. "I'll see just what you know, you." Chapter 76, Unlocking Destiny. With that, Cheng Guang vanished back into the shadows, silently trailing behind Yiningshuan. Meanwhile, since Cheng Guang's cultivation far surpassed Yiningshuan's, and she paid no attention to her surroundings, she remained unaware that someone was silently following her. Following Lin Zhao's instructions, Yiningshuan proceeded deeper into the palace. She kept the elder's words firmly in mind, deliberately avoiding several pillars within the palace. "Where are we going?" Cheng Guang, sensing this, felt a surge of confusion. After all, he had surveyed the palace earlier, and aside from the high platform and the pillars, it was completely empty. Could there be something I missed? Pondering this, he followed once more, his gaze fixed intently on Yiningshuan ahead. At the same moment, Yiningshuan reached the front of the platform and looked up. Her mind was equally filled with questions, prompting her to ask aloud, "Senior, this palace seems completely empty." Hearing this, Lin Zhao smiled faintly once more before typing again, "To the naked eye, it appears empty indeed. However, this palace conceals hidden mechanisms. Only through specific methods can one unlock the great opportunity within." Hearing this, Yiningshuan felt a surge of anticipation. The palace was truly mysterious. At the same time, she was secretly astonished. How did the elder know all this? And in such detail? Could it be that he had been to this secret realm before? Though puzzled, Yi Ningxuan refrained from asking. Instead, she inquired, then what should we do? As she spoke, the elder's voice echoed, ascend that high platform, then present the crystals you obtained from hunting the armored giants as I instructed. Upon hearing this, Yi Ningxuan nodded. Without hesitation, she walked up to the platform and pulled the 20 black crystals from her bosom. Though small in size, their sheer quantity made it impossible for Yi Ningxuan to hold them all in her hands. She could only dump them all onto the platform in one go. Meanwhile, Cheng Guan, watching from the shadows, clearly witnessed this scene, his confusion deepening. He also recognized what they truly were. Those mysterious crystals? After all, he had previously hunted down the armored giant and obtained some of them. Later, he had even used them to attack Yi Ningxuan within the stone man formation. These black crystals are indeed not so simple. Could it be that obtaining the palace's opportunity requires relying on this very thing? Cheng Guang pondered inwardly, then lifted his gaze once more. Meanwhile, under the elder's guidance, Yi Ningxuan once again placed the black crystals upon the high platform. This time, however, their arrangement was far from haphazard. Under Lin Zhao's direction, a peculiar circular pattern swiftly emerged on the platform's surface. The pattern was remarkably harmonious, yet its exact form remained elusive, resembling some kind of special symbol. What does this pattern mean? Yi Ningxuan couldn't help but ask as she gazed at the neatly arranged black crystals on the ground. This is a totem, Lin Zhao replied, typing his answer. Its purpose now is to reveal the opportunity within this palace. Lin Zhao replied. Hearing this, Yi Ningxuan was even more astonished. Senior, you're so amazing. Hearing this, Lin Zhao, who was staring at the game interface, couldn't help but let a hint of smugness show on his face. It seemed his purchase of this game guide had been well worth it. He promptly typed back, since I brought you into this secret realm, I naturally know it inside out. Hearing this, Yi Ningxuan's admiration for the senior grew even deeper. Without the senior's guidance, she wouldn't have found the opportunity. She might have been killed by the secret realm long ago. Such a mysterious and powerful secret realm had proven surprisingly straightforward under the elder's guidance. Enough. Don't waste time. Open it quickly. Hearing the elder's words, Yi Ningxuan composed herself and looked down once more. Senior, what should I do next? See that crystal at the very top, right in the center? Yes. Yi Ningxuan looked carefully and nodded again. Begin channeling your spiritual energy into this crystal now. Continue until I tell you to stop. Remember, no impurities. Only the purest spiritual energy. Hearing the senior's instructions, Yi Ningxuan dared not take it lightly. She immediately focused her mind and fixed her gaze on the topmost crystal. Simultaneously, she brought her hands together, formed a spell seal, extended 2 fingers from her right hand, and pointed them toward the black crystal. At that very moment, Yi Ningxuan closed her eyes tightly. Instantly, a surge of spiritual energy shot forth from her right hand, entering the crystal stone in the blink of an eye. Under these circumstances, Yi Ningxuan began to continuously channel spiritual energy into the crystal. Witnessing this, Cheng Guan, lurking in the shadows, could barely contain his urge to strike. His hatred for Yi Ningxuan knew no bounds. Cheng Guang believed every misfortune that had befallen him was entirely due to this. Moreover, this was the perfect moment to strike. After all, Yi Ningxuan was completely absorbed in the crystal stone, utterly oblivious to her surroundings, especially since she had her back turned to him. A sneak attack now would be a one-hit kill. But Cheng Guang quickly suppressed this thought. While he could indeed kill Yi Ningxuan now, he would have to give up on the opportunity. After all, he had no idea how to unlock the hall's secret. He would bide his time. Once Yi Ningxuan activated the opportunity, he could strike then and still eliminate her. With this thought, Cheng Guang suppressed the murderous intent in his heart, concealed his aura once more, and fixed his gaze intently. Meanwhile, Yi Ningxuan continued channeling her spiritual energy. With her movements, the crystal stone suddenly burst into light. The glow was silver, dazzlingly bright. Yet this was not the end. As time passed, the surrounding crystals began to glow one after another. Soon, every spirit stone on the ground shone with silver light. The mysterious pattern before Yi Ningxuan's eyes became even more conspicuous. That's enough. At that very moment, the elder's voice abruptly rang out. Hearing this, Yi Ningxuan stopped her movements. She looked back down, but nothing seemed to happen. Just as she was about to ask, a series of crisp sounds suddenly rang out. Yi Ningxuan followed the sound once more and saw that the source was the crystal stone on the ground. The surface of the crystals abruptly shattered. Like an eggshell, the outer layer slowly peeled away. A surge of spiritual energy radiated from the entire platform, while strange runes abruptly formed on its surface. Golden threads now connected the crystals, appearing as if inlaid into the surface. Seeing this, Yi Ningxuan was utterly astonished. Chapter 77, Cheng Guang steps in. After all, the platform had been utterly ordinary, showing no signs of any hidden mechanisms on its surface. The crystal stone itself seemed utterly useless. Yet when combined, they produced such extraordinary transformations. Without prior knowledge, it would have been impossible to guess. After all, even if one had brought the crystal stone to the platform, it would have been meaningless. Who could have imagined it required such a specific arrangement? Who exactly was this elder to possess such detailed knowledge? Yi Ningxuan was utterly astonished, momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Cheng Guan, watching from the shadows, was so stunned he nearly lost his composure, nearly giving himself away. Who would have thought this palace held such intricate secrets? Whoever designed this palace was truly despicable. Who could have imagined the true opportunity required such an activation? Anyone entering this palace would surely assume the opportunity lay hidden within those pillars. Then, the moment they touched the pillar, they'd be devoured by those demonic beasts, their internal organs torn out, meeting a gruesome death right here. Fortunately, he, Chang Guang, possessed the soul lamp. Otherwise, he too would have met the same tragic fate. Now not only was he still alive, but he had also unlocked the true opportunity with Yi Ningxuang's help. Meanwhile, the strange transformation atop the platform continued. In an instant, the runes crawled across the entire platform, their patterns now radiating brilliant golden light that projected high into the palace's sky. Beneath this spectacle, a small section of the crystal roof above the platform vanished abruptly. The golden light surged skyward, piercing through the oppressive dark clouds shrouding the secret realm. A circular gap opened up. Immediately after, another beam of golden light shot straight down through the gap, striking the high platform. Enter now. This is a legacy. Receive it well. Yi Ningxuang stared at the scene before her, momentarily stunned. Only when the elder's voice echoed did she snap back to reality, immediately preparing to step forward. But just as she was about to step inside, a dangerously potent aura suddenly surged from behind her, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Yi Ningxuang sensed it, her heart filled with terror. There was no time to dodge. She spun violently, raising her sword to block the strike with her frost divine sword. Yet the blow's power was terrifying. Yi Ningxuang felt a wave of numbness wash over her body. Who's there? She shouted. Damn it, who else could it be? Suddenly, a vicious voice rang out beside Yi Ningxuang. Roar! Another beastly roar echoed, a gust of wind whipping past Yi Ningxuang and tossing her long hair. Simultaneously, Yi Ningxuang sensed danger and spun around once more. Frostblade Art Cold Slash. Suddenly, frigid energy erupted from the frost divine sword. Simultaneously, Yi Ningxuang swung her sword. At that very moment, she saw the phantom of a demon beast charging toward her. The phantom was lifelike, almost real, radiating an overwhelming sense of authority. Merely seeing it, Yi Ningxuang felt an intense pressure bearing down on her. Simultaneously, she felt a sense of familiarity with the demon beast's phantom. Yet, the urgency of the situation left her no time for further thought. In the blink of an eye, a silvery white sword trail suddenly appeared in the air, streaking toward the demon beast's phantom. Roar! The demon beast phantom seemed to sense the incoming attack, its roar growing even louder. Boom! As the sword mark collided with the phantom, an explosive sound erupted. The explosive force instantly sent Yi Ningxuang flying backward. She tumbled through the air before landing on the ground, finally regaining her footing. At that very moment, Yi Ningxuang spotted Cheng Guang on the opposite side of the platform. Her heart lurched in shock and she blurted out, "You're not dead." At these words, Cheng Guang's expression darkened with fury. "I'm not dead. Do you find that regrettable?" He gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. If it were anyone else, they'd have been killed countless times by now. But unfortunately for you, you met me. I won't die, it'll be you who dies, you. Hearing this, Yi Ningxuang watched Cheng Guang with heightened vigilance and whispered to Lin Xiao. When the attack had suddenly appeared earlier, Lin Xiao hadn't quite processed it either. He'd assumed another intruder had arrived to vie for this opportunity, never expecting it to be Cheng Guang. According to the guide, while the traps within this palace weren't a guaranteed death sentence, survival was virtually impossible. Yet Cheng Guang had survived. How had he managed it? After all, the sounds heard outside earlier confirmed that Cheng Guang had definitely triggered the palace's trap. Proceed with caution. If Cheng Guang survived, he must possess extraordinary abilities. And since he made it out alive, he likely secured some opportunity for himself. Lin Xiao typed as a reminder. Hearing this, Yi Ningxuang nodded in agreement before turning her serious gaze toward Cheng Guang, who stood not far away. I don't know how you pulled it off, but surviving this? You're truly a scourge destined to plague us for 1,000 years. She sneered at Cheng Guang from a distance. Yi Ningxuang now understood clearly that she and Cheng Guang had reached a point of no return. After all, he had repeatedly tried to kill her. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Cheng Guang burst into a maniacal laugh, his face twisting with scorn. Though I nearly died because of you, it was also thanks to you that I gained a significant opportunity. Truly, misfortune turned to fortune. His gaze shifted to the intensifying golden light, greed evident in his words. Moreover, if not for you, I'd never have encountered this palace's great fortune. In the end, I should thank you. Hearing this, Yi Ningxuang narrowed her eyes, her murderous intent palpable. That damned Cheng Guang, he actually dared to covet her opportunity. If you want this, then it depends on whether you have the strength to take it. Yi Ningxuang's voice was icy as she spoke. Without another word, she planted her toes against the ground and soared upward. The frost divine sword in her hand pointed directly at Cheng Guang in the distance, her body transforming into a streak of silver light. Frostblade art frost blossom thrust. Cheng Guang, however, merely smiled faintly. His expression remained utterly confident as he uttered 2 words, "You're asking for death." Immediately, he palmed his hands inward, drawing them to his waist as spiritual energy surged. Shadowy forms of demonic beasts materialized from thin air, twisting and intertwining. As Yi Ningxuang drew nearer, he unleashed his attack with sudden ferocity. Roar! A piercing roar echoed through the air. The phantom beasts surged forth with overwhelming force. Just then, Yi Ningxuang suddenly recalled that these illusory demon beasts seemed to be precisely what was painted upon that pillar. Though extremely faint, she hadn't paid them much mind before. But now it seemed they were being controlled by Cheng Guang. As the illusory beasts burst forth, they instantly scattered. They charged toward Yi Ningxuang from different directions. Chapter 78, Crisis. Yi Ningxuang witnessed this scene and felt a deep sense of shock welling up within her. Although she herself had not been attacked by Cheng Guang, yet from the sheer intensity she felt, she could sense the terrifying power unleashed. Is this the opportunity Cheng Guang gained atop those pillars? She wondered silently. Yet despite this, her attack showed not the slightest hesitation. Instead, it grew even more fierce. In an instant, waves of icy coldness spilled forth from the edge of Yi Ningxuang's sword, scattering outward as if solidifying into tangible form. Cheng Guang was visibly startled by this display. After all, from what he'd seen before, this woman, though possessing some skill, was utterly insignificant before him. Even his former self could have dealt with her effortlessly. His earlier attack outside the secret realm had been nothing more than carelessness. Now, bolstered by the illusory demon beasts, eliminating Yi Ningxuang should be as easy as flipping his hand. With this mindset, Cheng Guang was genuinely taken aback by Yi Ningxuang's current strike. As he pondered, the sword in Yi Ningxuang's hand sliced through the air like a razor, piercing straight ahead. Its momentum seemed to grow ever more formidable with each passing moment. In an instant, the vanguard demon beasts faced Yi Ningxuang's strike without the slightest strength to resist. Their bodies were pierced through, vanishing into thin air before they could even utter a scream. As the demon beast illusions vanished, Cheng Guang sensed the danger and immediately grew wary. His hand shot out. Suddenly, the surrounding demon beast illusions seemed to be controlled, instantly changing direction and closing in to surround Yi Ningxuang. Noticing this, Yi Ningxuang clenched her teeth. It was clear now that Cheng Guang's attack method was not only exceptionally powerful but also incredibly troublesome. If she pressed forward, ignoring the surrounding illusory beasts, she would surely be overwhelmed by their assault before her sword reached Cheng Guang. Cheng Guang continued to watch Yi Ningxuang with a cold smile, his face still radiating a confident grin. His body showed no intention of dodging, as if he had already anticipated that Yi Ningxuang would never reach him. At the same moment, Yi Ningxuang had no choice but to halt her attack. She shifted her stance, swinging her sword to strike at the surrounding illusory beasts closing in on her. As her blade swung out, a silvery white sword trail instantly erupted from the edge, slicing through the air. Instantly, the phantom beasts on one side of Yi Ningxuang were all cleaved clean through the waist, vanishing into thin air. Yet at the same moment, the demonic beasts on the other side closed in relentlessly. Caught off guard, Yi Ningxuang could only spin around hastily and swing her sword again. But caught off guard, the strike lacked the power of her previous one. The strike failed to eliminate even a single phantom beast. Roar! Accompanied by a beastly roar, several demon beasts charged forward, sinking their fangs viciously into Yi Ningxuang's body. She felt excruciating pain and her face paled. Ha 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 ha! Seeing his attack succeed, Cheng Guang grew even more smug, bursting into loud laughter. I told you, you're destined to die by my hand. There's no point in futile resistance. Surrender now and spare yourself this agony. As he spoke, the illusory beasts did not dissipate. Instead, as Cheng Guang raised his hand, the illusory beasts tearing into Yi Ningxuang suddenly exploded. In an instant, terrifying shockwaves erupted around Yi Ningxuang. Moreover, the explosions occurred almost directly against her body, amplifying their destructive force to unimaginable levels. A pained growl escaped Yi Ningxuang's throat. The frost divine sword in her grasp trembled dangerously, nearly slipping from her fingers. Still suspended in midair, Yi Ningxuang hadn't even touched the ground yet. Now, under the force of the explosive shockwaves, her body was instantly hurled backward. Crashing heavily to the ground, Yi Ningxuang's face contorted in agony as she lay motionless for a long moment. Several gnawed wounds appeared on one side of her body, from which bright red blood flowed continuously, soaking through her clothes. But that wasn't the worst of it. The most terrifying part was the explosion caused by those beasts clinging to her body. Now, her abdomen was a gruesome mess of torn flesh and blood. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao witnessed the entire scene through the game interface. When he first saw the demon beast illusions shift their attack to target Yi Ningxuang, he merely thought Cheng Guang was proving troublesome. But the subsequent explosion was something he never anticipated, that these demon beast illusions could be capable of such a feat. Seeing the horrific injuries now covering Yi Ningxuang's body, he was filled with overwhelming worry, his thoughts unable to settle. Yi Ningxuang, are you okay? He couldn't help but type urgently. Hearing the elder's voice, Yiningshuang raised one hand, propping herself up with the Frost Divine Sword. With great effort, she lifted half her body and managed to speak. I can still stand. I can handle him. Hearing this, Lin Xiao's heart raced with even greater anxiety. He knew for certain that Yiningshuang was putting on a brave front. After all, even disregarding her current physical state, the game interface clearly displayed her status as critically injured. In this state, she might still manage another attack, but any further damage even minor would put her in grave danger. If you can't do it, don't push yourself. Lin Xiao hurriedly typed back. Yet upon hearing her senior's words, Yiningshuang clenched her teeth. With what felt like her last ounce of strength, she forced herself to rise. She slowly rose to her feet and looked toward Cheng Guang in the distance once more, though her entire body was already trembling. Blood continued to flow from her wounds, dripping onto the ground and pooling into a large patch in moments. Yiningshuang retrieved more healing pills and spirit-restoring pills, swallowing them all at once. Seeing this, Cheng Guang dismissed Yiningshuang even more, mockingly saying, "You're one stubborn. How many pills do you think you can swallow? It only prolongs your agony. Besides, in your current state, how many more pills do you think you can even swallow?" With that, Cheng Guang slowly approached Yiningshuang. Watching his figure approach, she snarled, "Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me." Cheng Guang froze momentarily at the look in Yiningshuang's eyes, but quickly regained his composure. "Take me down with you? With that big mouth of yours that only spouts empty threats?" He bellowed, raising his fist once more to strike at Yiningshuang. "Die!" Instantly, the illusory beast coalesced once more. Meanwhile, Yiningshuang struggled to raise the sword in her hand. Chapter 79, Paying Won't Help. At that moment, within the palace. The light within the palace remained dim and gray, save for the golden radiance atop the high platform, which grew ever more dazzling. Yiningshuang's plight grew ever more desperate, her wounds worsening by the moment. Yet even so, Yiningshuang showed no sign of retreating in the face of Cheng Guang's assault. With immense effort, she raised the Frost Divine Sword in her hand. The blade trembled slightly, yet it still emitted a bone-chilling cold light. Her gaze remained unwavering. Though blood flowed freely from her wounds and her spiritual energy was nearly depleted, she declared, "Senior, I will not lose." Yiningshuang murmured again, her voice tinged with resolve. Seeing this, Lin Xiao felt immense anxiety. He quickly typed a reply, "Yiningshuang, don't be stubborn. Your situation is extremely dangerous. You must retreat immediately. Don't continue clashing head-on with Cheng Guang." Yet upon hearing her senior's words, Yiningshuang shook her head, her gaze still fixed intently on Cheng Guang. "Senior, I cannot retreat. If I retreat now, I might evade this attack, but Cheng Guang won't spare me. I must give it my all to have even a sliver of hope even if it means mutual destruction." Lin Xiao was startled by her words, somewhat unprepared for such a declaration. Facing this game character, he couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. Simultaneously, he understood that Yiningshuang had made her decision. If Yiningshuang were truly alone, she might have no choice but to accept this fate. But she had him, she still had allies who could aid her. With that thought, Lin Xiao immediately opened the game store, searching for items that could aid Yiningshuang. Though the mall offered a vast array of items, those that could directly aid Yiningshuang proved exceedingly difficult to find. Anxiety surged within Lin Xiao, and he didn't even notice the cold sweat beating on his forehead. As he moved on the game interface, as Yiningshuang raised her Frost Divine Sword, Cheng Guang's strike closed in upon her. In that instant, Yiningshuang dared not hesitate or hold back. She channeled her spiritual energy to its absolute limit. Under such circumstances, the blade of the Frost Divine Sword emitted a piercing ring. The frigid chill spread instantly, like a thick fog, nearly enveloping the entire Frost Divine Sword. Frost Blade Art Cold Slash. Gritting her teeth, she brought the sword down with a heavy strike. A silvery white slash spread out like a crescent moon in an instant. Simultaneously, the illusory beast shadow unleashed by Cheng Guang's fist materialized before her. This strike differed from the previous ones. The beast's phantom had solidified further, appearing lifelike and vivid. In that instant, the silver-white sword trail collided with the beast's phantom. Another deafening roar echoed through the air. The beast's shadow tore into the sword mark. Witnessing this, Yiningshuang's heart sank in horror. Her sword strike had failed to slay the demon beast's phantom. Though stunned, her hand didn't hesitate. She raised her sword once more. Yet by now, the spiritual energy within her was nearly depleted. She felt utterly drained, her legs trembling beneath her. "No, I won't fall now." Yiningshuang gritted her teeth and roared, forcing her sword to strike out once more with great difficulty. At the same moment, the demon beast's phantom, having clashed with the previous sword mark, finally succeeded in shattering it. It lunged forward once more, showing not the slightest sign of weakness. Its speed had even increased. How is this possible? Yiningshuang watched the scene unfold, utterly unable to believe what she was seeing. She knew full well the power of her Frost Blade technique. Yet, a single strike had failed to counter Cheng Guang's attack. "Ha ha ha ha! You foolish creature! I wonder who gave you the courage to dare resist me?" Cheng Guang roared with mocking laughter at the sight. In his eyes, Yi Ningxuan was already as good as dead. She simply didn't possess the strength to oppose him. At the same time, he was immensely satisfied with the illusory forms of the demon beasts he had obtained. Their power was astonishing, and for him, this was nothing short of a tremendous stroke of luck. Yet the thought that this had been exchanged for the soul lamp caused another pang of regret. And all because of the woman before him. This realization sent a surge of murderous intent skyrocketing from his body. Meanwhile, on the other side, as the demon beast's phantom collided with Yi Ningxuan's second sword strike, the phantom finally dissipated. Yet, under such force, Yi Ningxuan's sword mark also vanished into thin air. Yet with that final strike, Yi Ningxuan's strength was utterly depleted. She collapsed to the ground, her body limp, using her last ounce of energy to brace herself against the earth with the frost divine sword. Her wounds had worsened from the exertion, and blood flowed freely, pooling on the ground beneath her. Even so, Yi Ningxuan showed no sign of retreat. She lifted her head, her eyes fixed fiercely on Chang Guang in the distance. Witnessing this, Chang Guang's fury only deepened. You're already in such a dire state, can't you see the situation clearly? You're no match for me at all. With that, he strode toward Yi Ningxuan, the murderous intent in his eyes nearly spilling from their sockets. Though his pace was deliberate, each step carried immense force. With each step he took, a series of distinct sounds echoed through the empty palace halls. If that's the case, why won't you kneel and beg for mercy? Why insist on this futile resistance? Do you think I'll spare you just because you're a woman? Chang Guang suddenly seemed to think of something, a hint of amusement flickering across his face. This has nothing to do with whether I am male or female. Today, it is either you die or I perish. As for begging you for mercy? With that, Yi Ningxuan let out a cold laugh. Dream on. Hearing her words and seeing her utterly fearless expression, Chang Guang's face twisted slightly. Very well, very well. You have no strength left to resist now. Since that is the case, you shall die. That great opportunity still awaits me. His gaze fixed on the golden light atop the platform, his expression growing increasingly smug. You schemed and plotted, yet in the end, this opportunity belongs to none other than Chang Guang. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao listened to the incessant sounds emanating from the game, his heart growing increasingly anxious. He had just discovered some offensive techniques, but when he tried to purchase them, a prompt appeared in the game. These attack methods cannot be used within the special space. Lin Xiao instantly realized that this so-called special space referred to the secret realm. So what the hell am I supposed to do now? You said it was about spending money, right? Now even spending money doesn't work anymore? Lin Xiao blared at the game interface, cursing angrily once more. Chapter 80, The Seal of Heaven's Reversal. Lin Xiao's eyes widened as he stared intently at the phone screen. For a moment, it seemed as though he could pierce right through the screen. Yi Ningxuan's situation was growing increasingly critical, and he was utterly helpless. Time ticked away, second by second. Within the game interface, Chang Guang advanced step by step until he stood directly before Yi Ningxuan. Even now, not a trace of submission could be seen in her expression. Witnessing this scene, a wave of helplessness surged through Lin Xiao once more, his fingers turning slightly white. In the shop interface, as Lin Xiao swiped his finger, a dazzling array of attack items flashed before his eyes. Yet no matter which item he selected, a prompt appeared. Unusable in current space. Please exit this space to use. Simultaneously, within the game, Chang Guang's maniacal laughter echoed in Lin Xiao's ears. In that moment, Lin Xiao felt as though he could hear Yi Ningxuan's faint, labored breaths. Each one seemed so strained, as if it might cease at any second. Suddenly, another prompt appeared. Lin Xiao's gaze locked onto the screen, where Yi Ningxuan's status now displayed near death, accompanied by a flushing red hue. It kept reminding him. Don't be so stubborn. You'll only die a miserable death. Why won't you beg me now? Maybe I'll let you die quickly. Come on, beg me. Crawl over here like a dog and beg. Chang Guang's arrogantly loud voice rang out again. Accompanied by heavy footsteps, he stomped down hard on Yi Ningxuan's blood-soaked left hand. In that instant, the crisp crack of shattering bones pierced through the screen with crystal clarity. That sound struck Lin Xiao's heart like a sledgehammer, causing his entire body to tremble violently. It felt as though he wasn't hearing game sounds at all, but the real thing. Looking back at the game interface, Yi Ningxuan's eyelashes were now coated with droplets of blood. Yet even in this state, she clenched her teeth tightly, her expression hardened, showing not a trace of surrender. A cold laugh squeezed from her slightly trembling throat as she spoke, enunciating each word deliberately. Someone like you, think you deserve to make me bow my head? Chang Guang witnessed this scene, the veins on his temples instantly bulging as rage nearly erupted from his heart. Where on earth did you get the nerve? He roared, the demon beast's phantom in his palm suddenly swelling. Very well. I'll play along then. You claim to fear neither death nor pain. Then I'll crush every bone in your body, inch by inch. Before his words had fully faded, the monstrous beast's phantom opened its gaping maw. Exposing its chilling fangs, it lunged toward Yi Ningxuan's body with lightning speed. The phantom now resembled a black bolt of lightning, carrying boundless murderous intent. Warning! Your virtual girlfriend is detected in critical danger. Please respond immediately. As the alert flashed, Lin Zhao's pupils instantly contracted. He exited the shop, returned to the game interface, and witnessed the scene. The demonic beast's phantom sank its fangs deep into Yi Ningxuang's shoulder. Instantly, blood gushed from the beast's mouth, followed by a sharp, cracking sound. Yi Ningxuang's face had turned deathly pale, clearly enduring unbearable agony. Damn it! Witnessing this, Lin Zhao felt rage welling up in his throat, threatening to erupt. He no longer viewed Cheng Guang as an NPC, but as a human being. At that very moment, another pop-up window abruptly appeared on the game interface. Critical situation detected, special recharge activated. Recharge 1,800 yuan to activate the heaven-shattering seal, tear open the secret realm space, and annihilate enemies. 1,800. What special recharge? It's just price gouging. For a moment, the rage in Lin Zhao's heart burned even brighter. His gaze returned to the game, where he witnessed Yi Ningxuang being tortured beyond recognition by the demon beast's phantom. Beneath her wounds, pale bones seemed to glimmer faintly. Yet Cheng Guang showed no mercy, continuing to torment Yi Ningxuang relentlessly. Witnessing this, Lin Zhao coldly declared, "You're courting death. You're courting death." But his words fell on deaf ears. Suddenly, Lin Zhao stopped overthinking. His fingers seemed to move of their own accord, clicking the recharge button. Without a moment's hesitation, the top-up was completed in under 10 seconds. Ding! Heaven-shattering seal recharged successful. At this moment, Lin Zhao cared neither about the amount nor what this thing truly was. All he wanted now was to see Cheng Guang dead. The moment the recharge completed, the tranquil sky above the secret realm erupted without warning. Crack after crack spread like a dense spiderweb, rippling outward. Immediately after, a colossal bronze hand, shrouded in mist, slowly emerged from the fissures. This hand seemed to originate from ancient times, radiating primordial pressure from top to bottom. Though merely an arm, it radiated boundless majesty and a terrifying aura. At the same time, within the palace, Cheng Guang, though unable to witness the scene, instantly sensed its occurrence. His previously savage grin froze instantly on his face. His eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell is that? He stared in utter shock, then looked up. At that very moment, the colossal hand reached out from the sky, aiming directly for the palace's ceiling. The palace dome, seemingly made of paper before that colossal hand, was pierced with ease. Yet even so, the giant hand seemed to have touched the palace's forbidden barrier. Suddenly, an array rose up from above the palace, attempting to block the giant hand. Yet before the giant hand, those formations seemed utterly non-existent, let alone capable of stopping it. Thus, the colossal hand pierced through the palace and materialized before Cheng Guang and his companion. Cheng Guang stared at the bronze giant hand looming above him, too terrified to speak. What the hell is this thing? As the bronze hand materialized, he watched helplessly as the illusory beast he had conjured let out a piercing scream before vanishing into thin air, as if it had never existed at all. The bronze hand hadn't even launched an attack, its mere presence had accomplished all this. In that instant, he fully grasped the sheer power of this entity and dared not make a single move. If this bronze giant hand attacked him, crushing him would be as easy as crushing an insignificant insect. Impossible. How could such a terrifying thing exist in this secret realm? It can't be targeting me, can it? Cheng Guang's voice trembled with fear, yet a sliver of hope lingered. After all, he hadn't done anything wrong. If he just waited quietly, surely this giant hand would depart soon. Chapter 81, Can this even heal wounds? Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi Ningxuang watched the scene with utter astonishment, wondering where this thing had come from. But in this dire situation, such questions mattered little. Fear held no sway over her. Don't be afraid, it's me. But just then, the voice of the elder suddenly rang out. Yi Ningxuang jolted again, her heart racing with dread. This was actually the senior's doing. As she pondered this, above, the bronze giant hand slowly spread its fingers. A distant, mysterious chant seemed to reverberate through the void as if emanating from beyond the heavens, yet also as if right beside her ear. Though the giant hand moved slowly, it carried an undeniable majesty. Then it began to descend once more. Watching this scene, Cheng Guang's heart leapt into his throat, terrified that this ghostly thing was targeting him. Unconsciously, he murmured to himself, "Please don't come over here. Please don't come over here." As if his prayer had been answered, the giant hand descended directly above Yi Ningxuang, its palm facing her. Cheng Guang hastily backed away, creating distance between them. Seeing that the giant hand hadn't directly attacked him, he quietly exhaled in relief, his tense shoulders slumping slightly. Suddenly, a smug, gloating smile spread across Cheng Guang's face. His lips curled upward, his eyes filled with scorn as he looked at Yi Ningxuang as if she were an insect about to be crushed. Who knows what kind of trouble you got yourself into to attract such a terrifying being? But hey, it's your misfortune, not mine. He muttered under his breath, folding his arms as he watched the scene unfold with smug satisfaction. Earlier, he had worried that the giant hand might interfere with his plans, but now it seemed completely unnecessary to fret. After all, having caught Yi Ningxuang's attention, she was as good as dead. At that moment, Yi Ningxuang lay on the ground, her body covered in bloodstains, her clothes torn to shreds. She stared up at the colossal bronze hand, her eyes filled with confusion. But recalling the elder's words, she felt reassured. Since the elder had intervened, he certainly wouldn't harm her, and she was undoubtedly safe now. Not long ago, outside the game, Lin Xiao stared at the screen. Although the heaven-shaking seal had been successfully recharged, he still felt a lingering worry until the matter was resolved. Just then, a notification suddenly popped up on his phone screen. Use heaven-shifting seal to heal Yiningshuan's injuries? Note, will not affect subsequent attacks. Lin Xiao froze for a moment, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He hadn't expected the heaven-shifting seal within the game to possess such a function. An offensive ability that could also heal wounds. In that case, spending 1800 yuan on the recharge didn't seem like such a bad deal after all. What was he thinking? That was 1800 yuan. Without wasting another moment, he made his decision. After all, aside from Chang Guang, Yiningshuang's condition was also critical. His fingers swiftly tapped allow. Back in the game, the bronze giant hand displayed its peculiar power. The palm, which had previously radiated an enigmatic aura, now slowly glowed with a soft light. That light carried a thread of warmth, radiating down like the warm sun. Simultaneously, the light gradually spread, enveloping Yiningshuang entirely. Within this luminous embrace, the mangled wounds on Yiningshuang's body began healing at a visible pace. The gruesome, blood-soaked wounds quickly stopped bleeding. Flesh and skin regenerated at an astonishing pace, closing the gaps. Broken bones snapped back into place with audible cracks, mending themselves. In the blink of an eye, Yiningshuang's near-fatal injuries were completely restored. Her face, once as pale as paper, gradually regained a healthy flush, and her eyes once again shone with a bright, vibrant light. Chang Guang, who had been standing nearby sneering, now stood frozen in place as if under a spell, staring dumbstruck at the scene. His mouth hung open wide, eyes bulging round, the smugness vanishing from his face in an instant, replaced by utter disbelief. This can't be possible. He muttered, his voice thick with shock and confusion. His body stiff and unconsciously, rooted to the spot for what unfolded before him utterly defied his comprehension. Chang Guang's eyes widened, his face frozen in disbelief. Yet this look of shock was fleeting. Immediately, a sneer curled his lips, and he let out another mocking laugh, the sound piercingly harsh in the mysterious space. Oomph. So what if your injuries have healed? You still aren't my match. He spoke while glaring at Yiningshuang with contempt, his eyes brimming with disdain. After all, even uninjured, Yiningshuang would never be his equal. Moreover, in his current view, since the bronze giant hand could heal Yiningshuang's injuries, there was no reason it would ignore him. And do you truly believe this mysterious giant hand appeared to aid you? If it can heal you, it will surely heal me too. As for you, Yiningshuang, you still cannot escape death. Chang Guang sneered coldly once more. Simultaneously, he thought to himself, even if this bronze giant hand truly did intervene, that little wouldn't get away. After all, there was no reason for the bronze giant hand to target only him. Chang Guang pondered this, his smug expression growing more pronounced. Yiningshuang stood quietly by, her wounds already healed. Her expression was serene, though a faint, cold smile played at the corners of her lips as she watched Chang Guang's self-satisfied demeanor. She understood clearly that all this was the work of the elder, not at all as Chang Guang imagined. The elder would heal her wounds, but for Chang Guang, he would likely make him wish he were dead. Your plan is clever, but reality may prove quite different. I know where this power comes from, so I advise you to kneel and beg for mercy now. It might spare you some suffering later. Yiningshuang said coldly. Hearing this, Chang Guang burst into laughter. Are you mad? How dare you speak such nonsense, spouting such empty boasts? If you truly possess that kind of power, would I be trampling you underfoot? Trying to scare me? You don't have what it takes. In his eyes, Yiningshuang was merely using the giant hand to intimidate him. After all, she knew that even if she recovered from her injuries, she still wouldn't be his match. She was merely trying to buy herself a chance to survive. But Yiningshuang was still far too naive. Just then, the bronze giant hand hovering above Yiningshuang's head slowly rotated, extending toward Chang Guang. Seeing this, Chang Guang's smugness peaked. He couldn't help but burst into laughter, his chuckles dripping with self-satisfaction. You're still too foolish. Trying to scare me? Try again in your next life. With that, Chang Guang spread his arms wide in triumph, as if to embrace the colossal hand. Outside the game, Lin Xiao watched this scene unfold, yet his face bore not a trace of amusement. He wanted Chang Guang dead. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao commanded the bronze giant hand to seize Chang Guang. Chapter 82, Impossible to Resist. Inside the palace, Chang Guang remained rooted to the spot, utterly motionless. The arrogant grin on his face grew even more brazen. Suddenly, it occurred to him, Yiningshuang had been gravely injured, and the bronze giant hand had healed her wounds. But he himself had suffered no injuries. Could he perhaps gain another opportunity? This thought stirred a surge of excitement within him. For a moment, his eyes fixed intently on the bronze giant hand as it slowly descended. Now Chang Guang was filled with unbounded anticipation. If this colossal hand could heal Yiningshuang, what effect would it have on him, a far stronger being? Oomph, you bastard. This thing may have delayed your death, but the outcome remains unchanged. He stared at the bronze giant hand in the sky, murmuring under his breath, his tone brimming with arrogance and smug satisfaction. Yi Ningxuang stood calmly by, her gaze cold and clear as she silently observed everything unfolding before her. She understood clearly that this bronze hand was a tactic deployed by that elder, meaning Chang Guang's fate was already sealed. She tilted her head back slightly, a trace of mockery in her eyes as she observed Chang Guang's self-satisfied demeanor, as if watching a clown endlessly performing on a stage. Meanwhile, the bronze giant hand continued its relentless descent through the void, showing no sign of stopping. At first, Chang Guang remained immersed in his triumph, paying no heed to the hand's unusual behavior. Yet as it drew nearer, the surrounding air seemed to compress, an overwhelming sense of pressure bearing down upon him. Chang Guang's smile gradually froze on his face. Deep down, he finally sensed something was terribly wrong, a wave of inexplicable unease washing over him. What is happening? Even Chang Guang himself didn't notice that his voice was trembling slightly. A flicker of panic crossed his eyes. Yet his arrogant nature clung to a sliver of hope as he witnessed this scene, convinced it was merely the giant hand's preparation, his own moment of destiny was about to arrive. Yet reality swiftly shattered his illusions. When the bronze giant hand was but inches away from Chang Guang, a terrifying aura erupted in an instant. Chang Guang's expression changed abruptly. His eyes widened as the danger finally registered in his mind. No! A cry of terror rose from his heart as he instinctively tried to turn and flee. But at that very moment, the bronze hand moved with blinding speed. Accompanied by a dull thud, it accelerated toward him. In an instant, Chang Guang saw a dark shadow flash before his eyes, enveloped by a force so overwhelming it was impossible to resist. Though the hand hadn't yet seized him, his legs felt as if nailed to the ground, utterly unable to move an inch. Facing life and death, Chang Guang pushed aside all distracting thoughts and suddenly unleashed every ounce of power within him. The shadowy forms of several ferocious beasts instantly coalesced around his body. In that instant, these phantoms were pushed to their absolute limits. Enveloped in thick black mist, they roared as they lunged toward the bronze giant hand. The demonic beast apparitions opened their gaping maws, their gleaming fangs flashing coldly as they attempted to block the bronze giant hand. Watching this scene, Lin Xiao couldn't help but sneer with contempt. Chang Guang was truly overestimating himself. A full 1800 units of force, how could he possibly withstand that? In the game, despite the phantom's attack, the bronze giant hand seemed unaffected, continuing its unstoppable advance toward Chang Guang. Faced with such overwhelming might, Chang Guang's resistance seemed utterly futile. A dull thud echoed as the bronze hand effortlessly seized Chang Guang and the demon beast phantom within its grasp. Under such pressure, the demon beast's phantom could not resist and instantly dissipated. For a moment, Chang Guang struggled desperately within the palm of the giant hand, trying to break free, but against this overwhelming force, all his efforts were futile. With great effort, Chang Guang raised his hand once more, summoning the demon beast's phantom. Its sharp fangs sank viciously into the bronze giant hand. Yet it was as if they had bitten into solid rock, leaving not a single mark. These attacks, against the mysterious giant hand, were like ants shaking a tree, utterly useless. Suddenly, the bronze hand clenched with a violent squeeze. Ah! Chang Guang felt as though countless steel needles had pierced his body, excruciating pain surging through him in an instant. He couldn't help but let out a piercing scream. His eyes widened, filled with terror and disbelief. His mind screamed in disbelief. How could this be possible? What kind of power is this? I, Chang Guang, am utterly defenseless. Yi Ningxuang now walked slowly toward him, her steps steady and measured, neither hurried nor slow. Her gaze lifted to meet Chang Guang, trapped within the bronze giant's grasp. Her eyes remained as still as water, without the slightest ripple. After all, this had been entirely within her expectations. From the moment the elder had spoken those words, she had known Chang Guang's fate. Seeing Yi Ningxuang's unflappable composure, Chang Guang's terror intensified, as if an invisible giant hand had seized his heart. His voice trembled as a suspicion formed in his mind, prompting him to ask, You knew about this bronze giant hand all along? And that it would attack me? Yi Ningxuang heard his words and did not conceal the truth. Instead, she gave a slight nod, tacitly acknowledging his conjecture. Chang Guang's rage boiled over at this admission, yet he refused to believe it. Then, with a touch of madness, he roared, Impossible! What level of existence is this bronze giant hand? How could you, a mere mortal, have known about it beforehand? Stop lying to me! His voice echoed through the space, thick with bitter resentment and rage. Yi Ningxuang remained impassive, her gaze calm as she looked at Chang Guang. She spoke slowly once more, I truly do not know the origins of this bronze giant hand. But I know its appearance is precisely because you sought to kill me. Chang Guang's face twisted with disbelief as he shook his head repeatedly. He refused to believe it, dared not believe it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If not for the secret realm, perhaps it was your master or others behind you who intervened. But don't forget, my master would have intervened to stop it as well. He then shifted his tone abruptly, but we are now within the secret realm. Outsiders cannot influence events here. How could this giant hand have appeared because of you? Hearing Chang Guang's words, ripples of emotion stirred within Yi Ningxuang's heart. She lifted her gaze toward the bronze giant hand, which still radiated an air of mystery. Her brows furrowed slightly as she sank into deep contemplation. This was a secret realm, exceptionally formidable at blocking the outside world. No matter how profound one's cultivation, outsiders had absolutely no chance of interfering. Yet, the bronze giant hand before her had materialized with such palpable reality. Not only had it healed her injuries, but it also held Chen Guang firmly in its grasp. It seemed as though the rules of the secret realm were meaningless before it. Chapter 83, Primordial Gold Body Refinement Technique. Yi Ningxuan's confusion deepened. How had the elder managed to tear through the secret realm space and directly intervene with those within? In that moment, her admiration for the elder surged even more intensely. She realized that the elder must possess unimaginable strength to shatter the seemingly impenetrable rules of this secret realm. Simultaneously, her curiosity about the elder's identity grew. Her mind raced with endless speculation about what kind of being he truly was. Was he a peerless powerhouse living in seclusion, or a true immortal? For a moment, Yi Ningxuan stood rooted to the spot, her mind racing with countless thoughts. Her gaze fixed on the bronze giant hand, her eyes filled with awe. Just as Yi Ningxuan was deep in thought, the bronze giant hand quietly began to move again. It began to slowly clench, the power within its palm gathering like surging tides. Chen Guang, trapped within its grasp, suddenly felt his body subjected to terrifying pressures that only intensified. A searing agony assaulted him from every direction, each inch of skin and every bone feeling as though it would be crushed. His face instantly drained of color, beads of sweat the size of peas rolling down his forehead like rain. His entire body shook violently from the agony. Ah! No! Chen Guang let out a piercing scream, his voice filled with agony and terror. In this moment of agony, he finally shed all arrogance and hubris, desperately begging for mercy. Fellow Taoist, I beg you, spare me. I was wrong, I truly was wrong. His voice trembled with tears, his eyes pleading. Yi Ningxuan stood silently below, observing Chen Guang's pitiful state. Her gaze held not a shred of pity, only endless coldness. When you raised your hand against me, did you ever imagine you'd meet this fate? Her voice was icy cold, echoing through the palace like a bitter wind on a freezing night, piercing the soul with its pain. Hearing this, Chen Guang paid no heed, continuing to plead tearfully. I know I was wrong. I'll never dare to harm you again. Fellow Taoist, please show mercy and spare my life. At these words, Yi Ningxuan shook her head slightly, her tone as icy as ever. Have you not realized? Your life is no longer in my hands. What good is begging for mercy now? Chen Guang's heart sank at her words, suddenly understanding Yi Ningxuan's meaning. He lifted his head, gazing toward the direction from which the bronze giant hand approached, and cried out once more. Master, Master. I know I was wrong, please spare me. I swear I'll never lay a finger on your disciple again, nor covet her destiny. Have mercy on me. If I had known who you were, how could I have ever disrespected your disciple? He spoke the truth. Had he truly known that such a terrifying presence stood behind this young woman, he would have avoided her like the plague, never daring to provoke her in the slightest. His voice echoed through the palace halls, yet no response came for a long time. Just then, the elder's voice whispered softly in Yi Ningxuan's ear. Yi Ningxuan, what do you think we should do? Yi Ningxuan's heart stirred, and she felt a surge of excitement. She never imagined the elder would seek her opinion. Without hesitation, she replied, since he harbored murderous intent toward me and even attacked me, how could I possibly spare him? But ultimately, it depends on your wishes, senior. Her tone remained profoundly respectful throughout. She knew she had no right to command the elder. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao overheard Yi Ningxuan's words through the game interface, and everything suddenly clicked into place. Regardless of the circumstances, Lin Xiao would never let this man off. Yet he had still chosen to consult Yi Ningxuan. Now it seemed her character mirrored his own, neither overly merciful nor forgiving. If she were that kind of person, she wouldn't get very far in the cultivation world. His gaze sharpened as his fingers tapped the screen once more. Under his command, the bronze giant hand erupted with overwhelming force within the game. Chen Guang felt as though his body had been sucked into an endless black hole, all his strength being mercilessly drained away. No! In that moment, he let out a final, desperate cry, but it was too late to change anything. With a dull thud, the bronze giant hand crushed Chen Guang completely, reducing him to a cloud of blood mist that dissipated within its palm. He didn't even have time to utter a last word. In his dying moments, the look in his eyes as he gazed upon Yi Ningxuan was either hatred or regret. As Chen Guang's form dissolved into a cloud of blood mist within the bronze hand's tight grip, the crisis was finally averted. Yi Ningxuan's taut nerves relaxed. She exhaled a long breath, then slowly raised her head to gaze at the bronze giant hand, her eyes brimming with gratitude. She murmured softly, "Thank you for your intervention, senior. Had you not acted in time, I would have perished here today." Outside the game, Lin Xiao heard these words and felt a deep sense of relief. Regardless, at least Yi Ningxuan now stood here unharmed. He typed again, "I promise to protect you within this secret realm, and I won't go back on my word." Hearing this, Yi Ningxuan nodded firmly. Immediately after, the elder's voice sounded again, "There's no time to waste. You must hurry to that golden light and seize the opportunity within. The longer you delay, the greater the uncertainties may become. Yi Ningxuan nodded firmly and responded with a clear understood. She turned and strode swiftly toward the high platform. Upon the platform, the golden light remained dazzlingly brilliant, radiating an aura of mystery. With each step Yi Ningxuan took closer, she felt a powerful force pulling her forward. Her heartbeat quickened involuntarily. In a few strides, Yi Ningxuan ascended the platform and came to a halt beneath the golden light. In that instant, the golden light seemed to come alive, surging toward her of its own accord and enveloping her entirely. The air around her seemed to ignite, emitting a faint crackling sound. Enveloped in the golden radiance, Yi Ningxuan felt a strange power slowly seeping into her body. Starting from her fingertips, it spread like a trickling stream, following her meridians to permeate her entire body. This force carried an ancient, weighty aura, causing her body to warm slightly wherever it touched. Every inch of her skin felt awakened, brimming with vitality. Immediately after, countless intricate and mysterious runes and information flooded into her mind like a tidal wave. These runes shimmered faintly, intertwining to form incomprehensible scenes. Yi Ningxuan's consciousness felt swept into an ancient spacetime. She witnessed primordial masters traversing the heavens and earth, their formidable physiques defying the sun, moon, and stars. She saw countless cultivators relentlessly tempering themselves in pursuit of ultimate physical perfection. Amidst this torrent of information, she gradually came to understand this unique inheritance, a cultivation technique known as the primordial gold body tempering art. Chapter 84, Completing the Inheritance. Yi Ningxuan carefully sensed the technique, discovering its extraordinary nature. It emphasized refining one's physique through unique cultivation methods. Its cultivation methods were intricate and profound, requiring the absorption of metallic spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. Through unique body forging techniques, it continuously tempered bones, muscles, and meridians. Each session of cultivation felt like forging a divine artifact. For a time, Yi Ningxuan became completely immersed, deeply contemplating the essence of this cultivation technique. Her eyes tightly shut, fine beads of sweat formed on her forehead. Her brow furrowed occasionally. As her understanding deepened, her body began to instinctively perform specific movements guided by the technique. Lin Xiao watched this scene with curiosity. Meanwhile, Yi Ningxuan remained immersed in the subtleties of the yuan gene refining body technique. She was utterly unaware of the time quietly slipping away. After an unknown duration, her consciousness gradually returned from that ancient and mysterious legacy. When she slowly opened her eyes, a peculiar light flashed within them, as if containing a strange power. Yet even under such scrutiny, the golden light refused to fade. A hint of confusion stirred within her heart. Just then, the golden light enveloping her suddenly intensified dramatically. What had been a gentle glow now became blindingly bright, almost unbearable to look at. The light surged like a raging tide, spreading wildly outward from Yi Ningxuan at its center. The entire palace interior seemed saturated by this golden radiance. Yi Ningxuan felt a colossal force erupting within her body like a volcano. For a moment, this force raced uncontrollably through her meridians. Each collision sent her body trembling slightly. Yet Yi Ningxuan gritted her teeth, forcing herself to endure through sheer willpower. She knew deep down that this opportunity was far from over. Soon, she guided the force to circulate within her body. In that instant, Yi Ningxuan felt as though her body had shattered through an invisible shackle. A brand new power surged instantly through her limbs and bones, propelling her cultivation breakthrough. She had directly reached the second stage of foundation establishment. Yet the momentum of this advancement did not cease there. Immediately, another intense surge followed. Foundation establishment. Fourth stage, fifth stage. In the blink of an eye, Yi Ningxuan had shattered through 4 tiers. When this power finally stabilized, Yi Ningxuan sensed the profoundly different spiritual energy within her body. A look of astonished delight spread across her face. This opportunity hadn't merely helped her break through her cultivation, it had caused a qualitative change in the spiritual energy within her body. Her cultivation had now reached the 5th stage of foundation establishment, and this 5th layer foundation was incredibly solid, without the slightest hint of instability. Yi Ningxuan clenched her fist lightly and could feel the surging spiritual energy within her body continuously churning. She looked around once more, taking in the palace bathed in golden light, its ethereal beauty like a dream. An indescribable surge of joy and confidence welled up within her. At that very moment, the golden light began to recede like a river flowing away. While Yi Ningxuan was fully immersed in the inheritance, her cultivation breaking through layer by layer, Lin Xiao outside the game was intently staring at the screen. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as a new notification appeared on the game interface. Learnable techniques increased. Seeing this, Lin Xiao froze, then hurriedly opened the cultivation technique selection menu. Besides the previously acquired footwork and sword techniques, an unfamiliar name now appeared: Yuan Gene Refining Body Technique. Lin Xiao furrowed his brow slightly, his eyes filled with confusion. He pondered silently, what's going on? I didn't purchase any new techniques, so why did this suddenly appear? After a moment's thought, he wondered, could it be that Yi Ningxuan obtained this technique through some opportunity, causing it to appear on my game interface too? After pondering for a while with no answer, Lin Xiao dismissed the thought. He then re-examined the description of the Yuan Jin body tempering technique and was even more astonished. It was clear this technique far surpassed the previous 2 cultivation methods. With this technique's aid, Yining Shuang's strength would undoubtedly surge forward again. Despite the Yuan Jin refining body technique's description sounding incredibly powerful, he still treated it merely as a gameplay feature within the game. He didn't take it seriously, viewing it as nothing more than a current pastime and a way to help Yining Shuang. Meanwhile, within the game's visuals, as time ticked by second, Yining Shuang finally completed the inheritance. The golden light gathered atop the high platform before gradually dissipating. Yining Shuang looked around and found the palace had returned to its previous state. For a moment, she couldn't wait to share this joy with her senior. Elder. Yining Shuang called out, her voice tinged with uncontrollable excitement. I completed the inheritance. It was truly incredible. Not only did I break through to the 5th layer of foundation establishment, but I also gained an extremely powerful cultivation technique called the primordial gold body refinement art. Have you ever heard of it, senior? Lin Xiao saw the message Yining Shuang sent and couldn't help but curve his lips upward. His fingers tapped as he typed, indeed. This opportunity seems to have greatly benefited you. As for the Yuan Jin refining body technique, I am certainly familiar with it. It is indeed a fine cultivation method. I can still teach it to you when the time comes. After sending the message, he looked back at her. Hearing the senior's praise, Yining Shuang's smile grew even brighter. Thank you for your praise, senior. But without your constant protection along the way, I wouldn't have made it this smoothly. Lin Xiao felt a surge of satisfaction upon hearing Yining Shuang's words. He then typed again, you wasted too much time in this palace because of Cheng Guang. Now that you've seized this opportunity, depart this place swiftly. This secret realm is boundless, with countless precious opportunities still hidden within. You must hurry and not let others from Lingxiao Sword Sect beat you to it. Yining Shuang's expression sharpened at his words. She nodded firmly and replied, rest assured, senior. I depart immediately. With that, she turned and walked toward the palace exit. Upon exiting the palace, Yining Shuang observed that the stone statue formation outside had gradually thawed from its previous state of extreme cold. The stone figures, once frozen solid and immobile, now shed clumps of ice that clattered to the ground and melted away. The stone figures regained their mobility. However, Yining Shuang paid this no mind whatsoever. After all, times had changed. Yining Shuang recalled how challenging the stone statue formation had been when she first entered. Now, her strength had undergone a terrifying increase. Confronting these stone figures again was nothing more than a mere flick of the wrist. Yining Shuang drew a deep breath, channeling her spiritual energy. A faint golden glow emanated from her body, the power bestowed by the Yuan Jin refining body technique. Though she hadn't formally cultivated it yet, the inheritance had provided significant assistance. She had now essentially mastered the basics of the Yuan Jin refining body technique. Chapter 85, Heading to the South Mountain Battlefield. Without further hesitation, Yining Shuang fixed her gaze on the stone golem formation before her and launched herself forward, plunging directly into its midst. Simultaneously, the stone statues detected the intrusion. They swung their stone swords, launching attacks toward her. Yet Yining Shuang moved effortlessly between the stone figures. A faint golden light enveloped her body, seemingly granting her terrifyingly enhanced speed. The frost divine sword in her hand swung relentlessly, parrying the stone figures' attacks. For a moment, every movement Yining Shuang made was fluid and natural, radiating confidence. Against her current strength, the stone array's obstruction had become insignificant. Before long, Yining Shuang successfully traversed the stone statue formation. Standing outside the formation, Yining Shuang gazed toward the unknown secret realm ahead, her heart filled with anticipation for what lay next. Curiosity prompted her to ask, Senior, where should I go now? Outside the game, Lin Xiao heard Yining Shuang's question and immediately opened the game map. Instantly, the map displayed a dense network of secret realm routes once more. It must be said that this secret realm was indeed vast beyond measure, offering countless opportunities, though most were minor ones, and it was also extremely dangerous. For a moment, Lin Xiao focused intently on the map, meticulously searching for locations worth pursuing. Soon, a location named Nanshan Battlefield caught his eye. Lin Xiao paused slightly, silently pondering. This secret realm is called the South Mountain Secret Realm. That South Mountain battlefield must have intricate connections to this realm, so it's definitely no ordinary place. Driven by this curiosity, Lin Xiao swiftly opened the strategy guide for the South Mountain battlefield. It detailed. This was the main battlefield of the legendary South Mountain War, where countless mighty warriors clashed. Over the ages, the battlefield has preserved numerous treasures left behind by those mighty warriors of the past. The variety is vast, from immensely powerful magical artifacts to exceedingly rare cultivation materials. Everything imaginable can be found here. Each item is an extraordinary treasure that is extremely rare and difficult to find in the outside world. After reading the guide, Lin Xiao felt a surge of excitement. He knew that if Yining Shuang could reach this place, she would undoubtedly gain something. Not only would her current strength rise to new heights, but it would also have an immense impact on her future cultivation. However, as he continued to examine the route to the South Mountain battlefield, his brow furrowed. It turned out that to reach the battlefield, Yiningshuang would have to cross an extremely peculiar lake. Though nameless, but judging from the guide's description, it concealed hidden dangers and lurking perils. The slightest misstep could plunge one into an abyss of no return. It's that dangerous, Lin Xiao murmured to himself. But then he remembered that he possessed the guidebook and understood some of its crucial details. After a moment's thought, he decided to send Yiningshuang to the South Mountain battlefield. Even so, he still wanted to ask Yiningshuang's opinion. He typed his question. There's a South Mountain battlefield nearby, said to hold many treasures. But to get there, you have to cross a dangerous lake. What do you think? Hearing this, Yiningshuang didn't hesitate for a moment. She replied directly, Senior, even if there's danger, I must go. After all, how can one fear danger when seeking opportunity? Hearing this, Lin Xiao's face lit up with a satisfied smile, his admiration for Yiningshuang growing even stronger. He then typed back, very well. Depart immediately toward the southeast and proceed at full speed. Do not waste any time. Yiningshuang nodded in agreement and immediately set off. Her feet lightly touched the ground, and she instantly transformed into a streak of light, darting toward the direction the elder had indicated. Her movements were agile and swift, leaving only a trail of afterimages behind her as the wind howled past her ears. Yet the surrounding environment remained utterly unchanged, still desolate and barren. Yet Yiningshuang's journey was far from smooth sailing. Midway, she encountered another group of armored giants. These giants towered even higher than the previous ones, radiating a frigid aura, their swords gleaming with icy light. This time, however, Yiningshuang showed no intention of evading them. After all, she was no longer the same person she once was. Her eyes held no trace of fear, instead gleaming with excitement. Facing the armored giant's blockade, she hesitated not a moment. The power within her erupted instantly. A rich golden glow began to radiate from her body. After advancing her cultivation, Yiningshuang yearned for combat. The stone statue she had faced before, unable to move at all, could not satisfy her demands. In a flash, Yiningshuang materialized before one of the armored giants. Her left fist clenched tightly, unleashing a devastating blow. This punch contained terrifying force, its fist wind howling and causing the air to tremble. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed as the armored giant seemed to lose all weight. Its massive frame flew backward instantly, crashing heavily onto the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Seeing this, the other armored giants swung their blades in unison, charging toward Yiningshuang. But Yiningshuang had already identified their weakness. With agile movements, she weaved effortlessly between the giants, each strike landing precisely on their eyes. In mere moments, the entire group of armored giants vanished into thin air, dissolving back into the black crystals. Yiningshuang gathered the black crystals before continuing her advance. Meanwhile, deep within the mist-shrouded depths of the southern mountain secret realm, Zhao Tianjin and the other Lingxiao sword sect disciples struggled forward through the thick fog. Yet as they advanced, the mist grew increasingly dense. Many disciples felt an icy chill seep into their bones, prompting them to pull their robes tighter around themselves. Even Zhao Tianjin, shielded by his spiritual energy, felt a twinge of discomfort. He knew deep down that lingering here was unwise, they must depart swiftly. Yet the thick fog hung like a heavy curtain, concealing everything within its depths. For a time, each step they took felt like stepping into an unknown abyss. Uncertain whether danger or something else lay ahead, the group could only proceed slowly. Recalling recent events, Zhao Tianjin's brow furrowed deeply. Not long ago, he had sent 4 disciples ahead to scout the path, expecting to gather useful information. The outcome, however, proved disappointing. After a period of waiting, only 2 returned safely, their faces pale. The other 2, however, vanished without a trace, like stones sinking into the sea, leaving not a single clue behind. What kind of danger lurked here? What had those 2 possibly encountered? Zhao Tianjin pondered silently within himself, a sense of unease spreading through his heart. He knew all too well that the danger here far exceeded his imagination. Every step demanded utmost caution. Chapter 86, The Crisis in the Mist. Meanwhile, in such an environment, the disciples of Lingxiao sword sect grew increasingly anxious, their eyes betraying a hint of fear. Everyone, listen up. Zhao Tianjin suddenly raised his voice, his expression grave as he looked at the disciples beside him. This place is far more treacherous than we anticipated. From now on, we move together to find a way out. No one is to leave the group without permission. His voice carried immense authority, demanding absolute obedience. The disciples nodded in unison. Though their faces betrayed tension and fear, under Zhao Tianjin's leadership, they summoned their courage and began moving forward. They stayed close together, gripping their weapons tightly as they scanned their surroundings with heightened vigilance. Every faint sound within the mist instantly made them tense, their eyes filled with wariness. Occasionally, strange sounds echoed through the mist, sounds that seemed like beastly roars yet also like the howling wind. In this eerily silent environment, they felt particularly terrifying. With tension and unease in their hearts, the group pressed onward through the mist under Zhao Tianjin's guidance. Each step was taken with extreme caution, their attention constantly fixed on their surroundings. Yet, something eerie began to unfold silently. As they moved forward, people began vanishing without a trace. Yet in this fog where everyone feared for their lives, no one noticed anything amiss. The group continued its slow advance, each member vigilant of their surroundings, utterly unaware that their companions were steadily vanishing. Until a piercing scream shattered the silence of the mist. Ah! The scream, filled with terror and despair, instantly stretched everyone's nerves to breaking point. The group halted in panic, scanning their surroundings frantically, trying to pinpoint the source of the scream. What's happening? Who's screaming? A disciple asked, his voice trembling, eyes wide with terror. At that moment, a disciple who had regained his senses turned deathly pale. His trembling finger pointed in one direction within the group as he stammered, something's wrong. It seems like someone's missing. Zhao Tianjing's heart sank at the words. He immediately began taking roll call. His gaze swept swiftly over each disciple, his brow furrowing deeper with each pass. After the roll call, his expression darkened considerably. Excluding the 2 disciples who went missing earlier, we've lost another 4. His voice was low, yet tinged with shock and tremor. The words sent a wave of commotion through the ranks. Terrified expressions spread across many disciples' faces. They began looking around fearfully, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. What on earth is going on? How could people just vanish without a trace? One disciple asked, his voice breaking. Could it be that some invisible force is attacking us? Another disciple asked, his voice equally trembling, eyes brimming with terror. The thick fog still hung heavy, like a giant, devouring maw enveloping them all. The occasional eerie sounds now sent their hearts racing. Zhao Tianjin understood clearly that if these eerie disappearances continued, the disciples' morale would collapse completely long before they all perished. He understood even more keenly that deep within this perilous secret realm, these disciples still held great value to him. To lose them here would be an irreparable loss. Don't be afraid. Zhao Tianjing suddenly raised his voice, his words ringing out with the force of a great bell in their ears. Whatever lurks in the shadows, I will drag it out. His gaze burned like torches, sweeping over each disciple, attempting to dispel their fear with his words. With that, Zhao Tianjin issued another decisive command, everyone, keep moving forward. I'll cover the rear. Hearing this, the disciples still trembled with lingering dread. Yet, witnessing Zhao Tianjing's unwavering confidence, their hearts settled slightly. They huddled closer together and began moving forward slowly. Zhao Tianjing, sword in hand, followed at a measured pace behind the group. Having cultivated a unique perception technique, his senses far surpassed those of ordinary people, making him acutely sensitive to the slightest changes in his surroundings. Not long after they began moving, his expression suddenly sharpened. He instantly detected an eerie presence rapidly closing in. It's here! Zhao Tianjing silently shouted in his mind, spinning around abruptly as his sword traced a sharp arc of light. Out of the thick, murky fog, a grotesque, hideously deformed creature burst forth. Its twisted form was covered in black scales, emitting a nauseating stench of decay. A pair of blood-red eyes flickered with a terrifying glow. Without hesitation, Zhao Tianjing channeled his spiritual energy, instantly igniting a raging inferno upon his blade. This was no ordinary flame, it was the true fire he had cultivated over years of training, possessing astonishing power capable of consuming all things. He roared, then swung his sword at the monster with blinding speed, the blade trailing a torrent of scorching flames. The creature seemed to sense the danger, letting out a shrill howl as it swung its massive claws toward Zhao Tianjing. Yet its attack proved utterly futile against Zhao Tianjing's relentless assault. The true fire instantly engulfed the creature. After a few desperate struggles, it burned away completely in the intense heat, turning into a wisp of black smoke that dissipated into the mist. Zhao Tianjing sheathed his sword and stood alert, his gaze scanning the surroundings warily. This creature was unlike any he had ever encountered before. Where had it come from? And within this mist, how many unknown dangers lurked? Where might opportunity lie? With this thought, Zhao Tianjing turned back toward his still shaken disciples. His expression calm, he declared, you witnessed it yourselves. Though this creature moves swiftly, appearing and vanishing without a trace. But its defenses are truly weak, making it extremely easy to deal with. So there's no need to be afraid. Proceed boldly. If you sense anything amiss, strike immediately. A powerful aura emanated from his body. Coupled with the decisive manner in which he had just slain the creature, his words now carried a reassuring strength that resonated with everyone present. Hearing Zhao Tianjing's words, the disciples' fear eased slightly. Senior brother is right. There's no need to be afraid. Seeing this, Zhao Tianjing's junior sister seized the moment to speak up. Hearing this, the others nodded in agreement, their courage growing. Following Zhao Tianjing's lead, they pressed deeper into the mist. They hadn't gone far when that eerie aura struck again. Zhao Tianjin's eyes turned cold as he instantly sensed danger. Two more hideously ugly monsters darted out of the mist like ghostly apparitions, lunging straight toward the group. Zhao Tianjing flickered like a shadow, transforming into a black streak of light as he charged toward the monsters. The true flame ignited once more upon his sword. In a flash of steel, he had already cut down one of the monsters. Chapter 87, The Mysterious Lake. As Zhao Tianzhang felled one, the remaining monster, far from retreating, lunged at him with even greater fury. Zhao Tianzhang gave a cold snort. With a flick of his wrist, his sword traced an arc, instantly engulfing the creature in flames and reducing it to ashes. Meanwhile, the other disciples weren't idle either. Inspired by Zhao Tianzhang, they no longer panicked as before. When monsters charged at them, they struck back in unison. With their fear of the unknown gone, these monsters were powerless against the disciples. In a short while, the disciples had managed to eliminate several attacking monsters. This success greatly boosted their confidence, prompting them to quicken their pace. However, as they walked on, the disciple leading the way suddenly cried out in alarm, "We seem to be walking into water." The others looked down and realized that, unbeknownst to them, the ground beneath their feet had transformed into a shallow pool. The water wasn't deep, barely reaching their ankles, but in this mysterious place shrouded in mist, any anomaly aroused their vigilance. Zhao Tianzhang furrowed his brow slightly. He crouched down, dipped his hand into the water, and felt its temperature and texture. It was bone-chillingly cold and carried a faint, peculiar scent. When he brought it close to his nose, an unbearable fishy stench assaulted him. He stood up, his gaze darting warily around him. He thought to himself, this water appeared strangely. Could there be another danger lurking? Zhao Tianzhang knew full well that they were now deep within this eerie realm where mist and water intertwined. The fog hung like a heavy, dark cloud, weighing heavily over their heads. Simultaneously, a pungent, fishy stench permeated the air, as if every inch of it had been corroded by the passage of time. Deep within the mist, faint, eerie sounds still echoed intermittently, sending shivers down one's spine. Meanwhile, beneath their feet, the water appeared murky and dark, its waves rippling with an eerie, unnatural glow. Yet even so, they had no choice. After all, in their current predicament, retreat was no longer an option. Staying here would only lead to certain death sooner or later. The only option left was to grit their teeth and press forward. Besides, with so many disciples by his side, he was certain he could survive. As for whether they could survive, Zhao Tianzhang couldn't care less. He drew a deep breath, trying to dispel the inexplicable chill gripping his heart. He turned to address the Lingxiao sword sect disciples. Listen up, everyone. We have no retreat now. Only by pressing forward do we hold any chance of survival, any chance to seize the opportunities within this secret realm. Besides, where there's no danger, there's no opportunity. Stay alert and watch for any signs of movement around us. The disciples nodded in unison, gripping their weapons tightly. Zhao Tianzhang was right, they had no choice but to press on. They once again followed Zhao Tianzhang, trudging step by step through the water, each movement deliberate and cautious. Meanwhile, on Yi Ningxuan's side. Over the long passage of time, Yi Ningxuan pressed forward relentlessly toward her destination, her footsteps never faltering, daring not to delay even for an instant. As she advanced, the surrounding environment began to shift. Where once lay barren wasteland, scattered trees and greenery suddenly appeared. As she advanced, their numbers grew steadily, nearly forming a jungle. Yet despite their vibrant, lush greenery, Yi Ningxuan detected no signs of life whatsoever. As she advanced, the surrounding jungle grew denser, thick vines coiling like serpents around ancient tree trunks. Sunlight struggled through the layers of foliage, casting dappled patterns of light and shadow. A damp scent began to wash over her. Yet the air was also filled with the rich, fresh scent of plants and herbs, among which seemed to be some rare medicinal ingredients. Yi Ningxuan, however, had no time to spare for such observations. After all, the elder had instructed her to hurry to the southern mountain battlefield. There must be a reason for that. As she pressed forward, a mysterious aura grew ever more palpable. After an unknown span of time, the faint murmur of flowing water finally reached her ears. At first, it was faint as a whisper, like the distant, melodious sound of a flute. Yet as she drew nearer, it grew clearer and more distinct. Yi Ningxuan's heart leapt with joy. She hurriedly asked, "Senior, are we nearly at that lake?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao opened the map for verification. After careful confirmation, he typed back, "Correct. The lake lies just ahead, not far from here. We'll reach it soon." Receiving confirmation, Yi Ningxuan grew even more excited and quickened her pace once more. Her form darted swiftly through the dense forest. Soon, the sound of flowing water grew louder and clearer. Before long, a strange sight unfolded before her eyes. The mysterious lake the senior had mentioned had finally come into view. Standing at the lakeshore, Yi Ningxuan couldn't help but stare in astonishment. Above the lake stretched a dense canopy of trees. The lake's surface resembled a vast mirror, reflecting the heavy clouds in the sky and the unnamed trees. The trees took on all manner of shapes, their branches twisted and coiled, exuding an ancient aura. Their roots plunged deep into the murky waters, yet the lake remained so turbid that the depths below remained hidden, its true depth unknown. From above, however, it was clear these trees grew with remarkable vigor, though their species remained unknown. As far as the eye could see, whether straight ahead or to either side, this watery forest stretched endlessly. A faint mist drifted through the forest, like a sheer veil. For a moment, Yi Ningxuan's mouth fell slightly open, her heart filled with awe. Then, she murmured to herself, this is simply unbelievable. That such a place could exist within this secret realm. Ever since entering the secret realm, Yi Ningxuan had been wandering through barren wastelands. With that mindset, she had assumed the entire secret realm was barren wasteland. She never imagined such a place could suddenly appear. However, Yiningshuang quickly regained her composure and inquired, "This lake seems quite mysterious. What should I do now?" At the same time, Lin Xiao heard her words. He didn't respond immediately, instead carefully examining the guide for this lake. After all, when he had previously checked the guide for this lake, it had only stated that the lake was extremely dangerous. It hadn't specified the nature of the danger, and only upon arriving here could he access the detailed guide. For a moment, Yiningshuang didn't hear her senior's reply, but she didn't rush. Instead, she cautiously moved forward and soon reached the lakeshore. Standing by the water's edge, a gentle breeze brought a sudden chill. Then she tried again, lightly touching the lake's surface with her toes. Chapter 88, Water-Repellent Boots. Meanwhile, as Yiningshuang made her attempt. Outside the game, Lin Xiao gripped his phone, his fingers swiftly swiping across the screen as lines of gameplay guides flashed before his eyes. As he delved deeper into the lake-related guides, his brow furrowed tighter and tighter, his expression growing increasingly grave. How could this lake be so dangerous? Lin Xiao couldn't help but mutter under his breath, his tone brimming with displeasure and his face etched with anxiety. After all, he was the one who had instructed Yiningshuang to attempt crossing the lake directly. If she ended up failing, it would be an awkward situation. According to the game guide's description of this lake harbored peculiar monsters. Though their defenses were weak, their attacks were lightning fast, leaving little time to react. Most crucially, they operated silently and possessed devastating lethality capable of one-hit kills. Reading this information, Lin Xiao quickly typed on his phone to relay the details to Yiningshuang. After hearing the senior's words, Yiningshuang nodded slightly, her mind quietly pondering. After a moment, she spoke up, "Senior, while these monsters are highly lethal, as long as I stay alert and guarded, they shouldn't be too troublesome." She paused before adding, "Besides, I haven't had an easy journey getting here. These minor monsters won't stop me." Though she spoke confidently, a hint of caution flickered in Yiningshuang's eyes. Having gained several opportunities within the secret realm, she now possessed a certain confidence in her abilities. She believed that with her current strength, she might be able to handle these monsters' attacks. Hearing this, Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. "You're right." However, before he could relax, he discovered an even more troublesome problem. Lin Xiao continued swiping through the guide on his phone, his expression growing increasingly grim. "Damn it, are these monsters never ending?" Lin Xiao slapped his thigh, his brows furrowed so tightly he nearly flung his phone across the room. With no other choice, he typed again to Yiningshuang, "Don't underestimate this lake. The dangers here go far beyond what meets the eye." Hearing this, Yiningshuang was even more startled. She listened intently as the veteran continued. "This lake harbors an eerie environment. Once you enter its vicinity, you'll be enveloped by that mist, potentially sinking into an illusion where reality blurs a danger beyond measure. Most crucially, the trees themselves are no ordinary beings. They too will attack, dragging those attempting to cross the lake into the water, only to be consumed as nourishment for the trees." Hearing this, Yiningshuang's heart clenched violently, and her expression froze instantly. Her earlier confidence vanished without a trace. How could it be this troublesome? She looked back at the lake before her. It remained eerily calm, showing no signs of change. Yet, she couldn't help but gasp in horror, instinctively clenching her fists. "I never imagined this lake concealed so many dangers. This secret realm truly isn't as easy as I thought," she murmured to herself, her voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor. Her once soaring fighting spirit was now crushed by this barrage of perilous revelations. Yet the pride ingrained in her bones refused to yield. Instead, she silently vowed to find a way across this lake no matter what. Gritting her teeth, she whispered, "I refuse to believe a mere lake could truly stop me, Yiningshuang." Yiningshuang stared at the perilous lake before her, her thoughts racing. She knew full well that the highly lethal monsters and the illusory mist capable of trapping people were formidable threats. With her current strength, directly neutralizing the dangers they posed was nearly impossible. She would have to tackle them step by step. However, she was beginning to realize that the danger posed by the trees might be avoidable. As long as she avoided touching them, she could minimize unnecessary risks. Yet as this thought crossed her mind, a new dilemma presented itself. If she avoided touching the trees, how could she possibly cross the lake? Crossing directly through the water was clearly even less feasible, as the water was densely packed with tree roots. The slightest misstep could leave one entangled, and once deeply ensnared, the consequences would be unimaginable. And with her current cultivation level, she was far from capable of walking on air. For a moment, how to cross the river safely became an intractable problem. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao, who had been watching Yiningshuang on the game interface, couldn't help but think of these same things. His eyes fixed on the phone screen, he too noticed the look of deep contemplation on her face. At that moment, Yiningshuang bit her lip and finally decided to consult the senior. She spoke up, "Senior, given the current situation, what should I do? This lake holds too many dangers. I truly can't think of any safe way to cross it." A hint of helplessness flickered in her eyes, but it was overshadowed by her deep trust in the senior. It seemed as though any problem would be solved effortlessly if he intervened. Lin Xiao heard Yi Ningxuan's words. His finger hovered over the screen, yet no solution came to mind. His brow furrowed deeply as he inwardly groaned, what possible solution could I possibly have now? His thoughts drifted to the game guide he'd purchased, which he'd hoped would help Yi Ningxuan navigate smoothly. But now it seemed. Even with this guide, it was utterly useless. It warned you of every danger, but you had no chance to avoid them. Damn it, this guide was a total rip-off. Lin Xiao couldn't help but vent his frustration aloud, his face twisted with irritation. His gaze returned to the guide on the game interface, desperately searching the dense text for any shred of useful clue. But it was all in vain. Does that mean I have no choice but to bypass this lake and head straight for the South Mountain battlefield? The thought crossed his mind. But bypassing the lake meant spending more time and energy, and who knew what dangers lay in wait along that unknown detour? Yet at present, there seemed no better alternative. Just as Lin Xiao was consumed by anxiety and at a complete loss, a prominent notification suddenly popped up on the game interface. Though he hadn't yet read the details, Lin Xiao could guess what it was about. The recharge option had appeared again. Limited time top-up, 500 renminbi grants waterproof boots. These boots allow movement across water surfaces while creating a barrier between you and the water. Lin Xiao's eyes widened instantly. As he read the game's description, a glimmer of delight flashed across his previously dull gaze. This is like a godsend. He couldn't help but exclaim softly, his worried expression instantly replaced by delight. In his view, these waterproof boots were the perfect solution to Yi Ningxuan's current predicament. Chapter 89, Stepping into the Lake. Lost in thought, Lin Xiao continued reading. With these waterproof boots, though smooth passage wasn't guaranteed, at least she now had a way to cross the lake. As for other dangers, Yi Ningxuan would still have to face them herself. But for now, this was enough. Yet as he pondered, his smile froze on his face the very next second. His gaze locked onto the price tag, and his brow furrowed once more. A mere pair of in-game shoes, and they dare ask 500. He cursed inwardly. After all, this was just a game. Such a price seemed utterly absurd to him. And unlike other items, these were merely shoes with special effects. This damn game keeps jacking up its prices, it's outrageous. His gaze returned to Yi Ningxuan on the screen, and a sudden resolve hardened within him. After all, Lin Xiao had no other choice now. Reluctantly, he steeled himself to top up his account. Fine. At this point, there's no other choice. He gritted his teeth and sighed helplessly. Finally, his fingers slowly tapped the recharge button. After completing the top-up, Lin Xiao wasted no time. He swiftly navigated the game interface and gifted the water-repelling boots to Yi Ningxuan. Almost simultaneously, the teleportation array within the game flickered with light once more, slowly materializing. Having witnessed the senior's abilities before, Yi Ningxuan showed no surprise. The moment she saw the teleportation array, she instantly understood that the senior was about to gift her something again. For a moment, Yi Ningxuan stood before the teleportation array, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Her heartbeat quickened involuntarily as her mind raced with guesses. What could the senior possibly be giving her this time? Just as her anticipation peaked, a soft glow slowly rose from within the teleportation array. Soon, a pair of exquisite boots gradually materialized. The boots radiated a faint blue glow, their surfaces carved with mysterious runes. A subtle, vibrant energy flowed from them, instantly revealing they were no ordinary item. At the same moment, the senior's voice drifted over. Yi Ningxuan, these are water-walking boots. With them, you may traverse water surfaces freely. Hearing this, Yi Ningxuan's heart swelled with delight. Though these water-walking boots weren't rare treasures in the cultivation world typically given to newcomers just embarking on their cultivation path to aid their movement in water. Yet for her, now facing the lake's peril, these boots felt tailor-made, perfectly suited to her situation. She carefully picked up the boots, gently tracing the runes etched upon them. Instantly, she felt a mysterious power surge through her. So this is the water-repellent boots. They seem rather extraordinary after all. Yi Ningxuan murmured to herself, having never seen such an item before. Senior, thank you so much. With these boots you've given me, I'm certain I can cross this lake safely. Yi Ningxuan said, her voice tinged with excitement. While the boots' practical aid was significant, what mattered most was that they were personally gifted to her by this esteemed elder. Yi Ningxuan clutched the water-repellent boots tightly, her heart filled with both excitement and a touch of worry. But soon, she calmed down, silently reminding herself, even with these water-repellent boots giving me a way to cross the river, the dangers lurking within remain unavoidable. Monster attacks and illusory disturbances still lurked in the shadows, ready to plunge her into peril at any moment. But then, Yi Ningxuan took a deep breath, her eyes flashing with resolve. She couldn't always rely on her predecessor. The path ahead would have to be walked by her own strength. At that moment, the elder's voice reached her once more. Ningxuan, these water-repellent boots are not the same as the ones you know. Hearing this, Yi Ningxuan froze, her curiosity piqued. They don't merely allow you to walk on water. They create a barrier that isolates you from the water's surface. This means anything beneath the water cannot directly affect you. Even if someone attacks you, it won't hinder your movement on the water's surface. Yi Ningxuan was utterly astonished by this revelation. Her eyes widened instantly, her face a mix of astonishment and delight. These boots possess such miraculous effects. She marveled silently, her admiration for the elder deepening once more. Indeed, anything given by the senior is bound to be extraordinary. A faint smile touched her lips, and her confidence grew stronger. With these special water-repellent boots, she felt she was one step closer to successfully crossing the lake. Without further hesitation, she swiftly laced up the boots. Feeling their perfect fit against her feet, a strange power surged from her soles. Yi Ningxuan took a deep breath, trying to suppress the tension in her heart. Ningxuan, you can do this. She silently cheered herself on in her mind. Then she spoke aloud, Senior, I'm ready. Very well. Be extremely careful. Hearing this, she nodded and stepped forward without hesitation, setting foot upon the mysterious lake. The moment her feet touched the water, Yi Ningxuan felt the extraordinary nature of these water-repellent boots. Her feet felt as though they were planted on solid ground, without the slightest wobble or sinking. Each step was remarkably steady, allowing her to walk as if on level ground. These boots are truly magical. She marveled silently within. As she advanced, it wasn't long before Yi Ningxuan entered the thin mist shrouding the lake's surface. In an instant, the surrounding scenery blurred, slightly obscuring her previously clear vision. Distant objects were now impossible to discern. Simultaneously, a bone-chilling cold swept over her, sending an involuntary shiver through her body. The chill felt utterly bone-deep. Merely entering this mist, yet the chill is so intense. What on earth lurks within? Yi Ningxuan's heart skipped a beat as she instantly sensed the eeriness of this place. From afar, the lake seemed shrouded in mystery, but stepping into it revealed an entirely different world. The chill seeped through her skin and into her body, and she could feel her heartbeat quicken involuntarily. No, I must stay calm. She gripped the Frost Divine Sword tightly in her hand, her expression growing alert. For a moment, Yi Ningxuan scanned her surroundings, continuing to advance cautiously. The surroundings were deathly quiet, not a sound to be heard. Each step she took was deliberate and cautious, fearing she might trigger some hidden danger. Suddenly, a strange sound reached her ears, a low, raspy noise, as if emitted by some creature carrying an indescribable eeriness. Her heart clenched sharply, and the nerves she had just begun to relax instantly tensed again. What is that sound? She thought to herself, daring not to let her guard down for even a moment. Just as she scanned her surroundings, she suddenly sensed a dangerous aura approaching from behind. But Yi Ningxuan reacted with lightning speed, turning to counter almost instinctively. A hideously ugly monster appeared out of nowhere, lunging toward her. Chapter 90, The Figure in the Mist. Yi Ningxuan stared intently. Before her stood a creature of diminutive stature, its entire body an inky black, its pair of red eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty gleam. Most striking were its sharp claws, glinting coldly in Yi Ningxuan's eyes. Though startled, she had no time to think. Her weapon shot forward to meet the attack. Resolve and composure shone in Yi Ningxuan's eyes, not a trace of panic visible. As the creature lunged, she sidestepped with a deft dodge, skillfully evading its deadly strike. Simultaneously, her sword shot forward like a cold blade, piercing toward the creature. Clearly caught off guard by Yi Ningxuan's lightning-fast reflexes, the creature couldn't dodge in time and was pierced clean through by the blade. It let out a piercing scream, thrashing in the air a few times before crashing heavily into the lake, sending up a spray of water. Yi Ningxuan watched the monster sink into the lake and exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Lin Zhao's eyes remained glued to his phone screen. He had been startled by the monster's sudden appearance. It was hideously ugly. He couldn't help but worry that the creature might be too powerful for Yi Ningxuan to handle. For a moment, his body leaned forward slightly. When he saw Yi Ningxuan swiftly dispatch the creature, a relieved smile touched his lips. He swiftly typed on his phone, quick reflexes. Well done. Yi Ningxuan stood on the lake's surface, a gentle breeze softly ruffling her hair. She flicked the sword in her hand, sheathing it behind her back. She heard the elder's praise. Instantly, Yi Ningxuan's lips curved upward, a hint of pride flashing in her eyes. She then flicked her sleeves and declared with confidence, these monsters aren't so tough after all. Lin Zhao heard Yi Ningxuan's words, and his previously relaxed brow furrowed slightly, a hint of concern appearing in his eyes. He tapped his phone screen again, typing a reminder, don't get careless. There are countless monsters lurking in this lake. Simultaneously, he recalled the guide's warning that this lake concealed countless monsters, making it a place fraught with danger. Hearing the senior's warning, Yi Ningxuan's previously relaxed expression instantly turned serious. She snapped her head up, drew a deep breath, her chest rising and falling slightly as the smile slowly faded from her face. Yi Ningxuan gripped the Frost Divine Sword in her hand even tighter, silently warning herself not to let her guard down again. Senior, I understand. With that, she pressed forward. Just as Lin Zhao had warned, Yi Ningxuan had barely taken a few steps when she sensed an attack approaching. 3 monsters darted toward her like lightning from different directions. Similar to the previous ones, these creatures were small yet agile, their sharp claws whipping through the air with a hissing sound. They lunged at Yi Ningxuan like ravenous demons, claws extended. Yi Ningxuan's eyes narrowed sharply. Her feet shifted swiftly into a bow stance, knees slightly bent as her center of gravity lowered, poised to strike at any moment. She channeled her spiritual energy into the frost divine sword. In an instant, the blade blazed with intense light, the surrounding temperature plummeting as the lake's mist rapidly crystallized into shards of ice, falling around her with a soft rustle. Gripping the frost divine sword with both hands, she swiftly flipped her wrists. Frostblade Art Frost Blossom Dance. In an instant, streaks of sword energy, each carrying shards of ice, shot toward the monsters like a dense hail of rain. Every slash of the sword energy left a crystalline trail of ice in its wake. Caught off guard by this fierce assault, the monsters roared in alarm, scrambling to evade but finding no escape from the sword-chi's embrace. Accompanied by piercing screams, the monsters' bodies were pierced by icicles. Blood spattered as they fell one after another under the sword energy's assault, plunging into the lake. Large splashes erupted, instantly staining the lake water crimson. But soon, something seemed to dart through the water, swiftly carrying away the monsters' corpses. The blood-stained water vanished in an instant. The lake's surface returned to its previous state. Witnessing this scene, Yiningshuang was even more startled. This place was indeed dangerous. However, before Yiningshuang could breathe a sigh of relief, she suddenly noticed the surrounding mist growing thicker and thicker, as if layer upon layer of heavy cloth was tightly enveloping her. Yiningshuang instinctively raised her arm, waving her hand before her eyes in an attempt to dispel the fog, but it was all in vain. Just then, an eerie, piercing sound echoed from the distance. The sound seemed to carry some kind of magic, causing Yiningshuang's heart to race and her nerves to fray. She spun around swiftly, her feet moving rapidly as she scanned every movement with vigilance, the frost divine sword in her hand poised for action. Suddenly, a figure slowly materialized within the thick fog ahead. Yiningshuang stared intently and realized this figure was entirely different from the evil monsters she had encountered before. It appeared to be a human. The realization sent a chill through her. Instinctively, she took a step back, leaning slightly forward into a defensive stance. The frost divine sword was held horizontally before her, its tip trembling ever so slightly. How could there be a human figure here? She wondered silently, hesitating to advance. The unknown unfolding before her stretched her nerves to the breaking point. Her grip on the frost divine sword tightened, ready to confront any impending danger. Yiningshuang stared intently at the figure that flickered in and out of view within the thick fog. Second after second passed, yet the figure remained utterly still, like a frozen statue standing silently in place. Her confusion deepened, ripples of doubt spreading through her mind. What on earth is going on? Why isn't this figure moving at all? Her eyes brimmed with vigilance. In this treacherous lake, any anomaly could conceal a deadly threat. Driven by intense curiosity and unease, Yiningshuang spoke up, "Elder, do you see that figure in the thick fog ahead? It looks human, but it hasn't moved at all. What exactly is going on?" Her gaze remained fixed on the figure, not daring to relax for a moment. Her grip on the frost divine sword tightened, and beads of sweat formed in her palms. At that moment, Lin Xiao was also completely absorbed in the game interface. Hearing Yiningshuang's words, his brow furrowed involuntarily. His eyes darted back and forth between the walkthrough and the game screen, searching for clues about this mysterious figure. This is strange. The guide doesn't mention anything about this happening. He murmured to himself, his fingers unconsciously rubbing his chin lightly, his eyes filled with utter confusion. No matter how you look at it, it's definitely a person. As Lin Xiao spoke, he suddenly noticed the figure abruptly enlarging. No! It wasn't enlarging, the figure was charging toward Yiningshuang. Chapter 91, The Eerie Disciple. When Lin Xiao saw the previously motionless figure suddenly charge toward Yiningshuang, he froze in shock. Yet he quickly regained his senses, his face instantly etched with astonishment as he was also startled. What the hell is that thing? He instinctively exclaimed aloud. Meanwhile, within the game, Yiningshuang sensed it instantly. She remained perpetually vigilant. Though no warning had been issued, she detected the figure's movement the instant it occurred. Her eyes sharpened instantly, and she dared not let her guard down for even a moment. She swiftly adjusted her stance, her spiritual energy surging through her body in an instant. Simultaneously, she slowly raised the frost divine sword in her hand, ready to strike at any moment. Unconsciously, Yiningshuang seemed to sense a certain pressure, her heart pounding violently. Yet she forced herself to remain calm, her gaze locked tightly on the rapidly approaching figure. As the figure drew nearer, Yiningshuang finally made out its appearance. The figure wore the robes of a Lingxiao sword sect disciple. The patterns and style on the clothing were clearly discernible. It was indeed an ordinary disciple of the Lingxiao sword sect. Yet, this attire which should have signified Lingxiao sword sect discipleship now radiated an inexplicable eeriness. The figure's face was as pale as paper, devoid of any trace of color, as if it had crawled out of the underworld like a corpse. Even more eerie was the stiffness of his body, rigid as a wooden statue. His arms and legs remained utterly motionless as he moved, as if propelled forward by some invisible force. What on earth is this? Yiningshuang stared at the scene before her, sucking in a sharp breath as shock surged to its peak. She had witnessed many bizarre phenomena in the cultivation world, but the eerie scene before her now sent shivers down her spine. Though filled with caution, Yiningshuang prepared to attempt communication with this peculiar disciple of Lingxiao sword sect. She took a slight step forward and spoke aloud, "You appear to be a disciple of the Lingxiao sword sect?" Yet, the only response was a deathly silence. The figure showed no reaction, remaining as still as a controlled puppet, its eyes staring vacantly at Yiningshuang. She knew that when she entered the secret realm, numerous Lingxiao sword sect disciples must have entered as well. She had even seen Chang Guang earlier, who seemed perfectly normal. So why had this disciple become like this? Yiningshuang was utterly perplexed, her brows furrowing deeply. After all, the more bizarre the situation, the greater the danger lurking within. But before she could dwell on it further, the figure suddenly lunged without warning. Though its body was stiff, its speed was astonishingly swift. Like a black bolt of lightning, it closed the distance to Yiningshuang in an instant. Yiningshuang reacted swiftly, swinging her frost divine sword horizontally. In that instant, she parried the figure's fierce strike. A thunderous clang echoed like a great bell, shaking the surrounding mist. In that instant of collision, Yiningshuang felt a terrifying force surge through the sword's blade, numbing her arm and splitting the skin at her thumb joint. How can this guy possess such terrifying strength? She gasped inwardly. Before she could steady herself, the figure's second wave of attacks swept toward her like a raging storm. Yiningshuang retreated swiftly, leaving a trail of afterimages across the lake's surface. She unleashed the frost dance technique from the Iceblade manual once more. Instantly, countless sword energies shot toward the figure like cold stars. Yet the figure neither dodged nor evaded, allowing the sword energies to strike its body. Strangely, the strikes merely sliced through its garments, leaving shallow cuts without inflicting any real harm. Seizing the moment, the figure surged forward again. With a sweep of its arm, a roaring wind sound erupted. The arm transformed into a thick iron rod, slamming heavily against Yiningshuang's chest. Yiningshuang felt immense force surge through her body. In that moment, Yiningshuang's heart filled with dread. She knew all too well the lake's eerie nature. The icy lake water instantly engulfed her, but Yiningshuang gritted her teeth against the pain, daring not to hesitate for a moment. She instantly channeled her spiritual energy, breaking through the water's surface before using her water-repellent boots to return to the lake's surface. "I can't endure another attack," Yiningshuang silently vowed, her eyes flashing with resolve. Gripping the frost divine sword tightly once more, she charged toward the figure at blinding speed, a streak of icy light. Now, Yiningshuang understood the sheer brute force behind that figure. She must alter her strategy, avoiding direct confrontation. Instead, she would use her agility to maneuver around the figure. Crack! With each successive strike, the battle intensified. Yet the figure seemed soulless, seemingly impervious to any pain. Yiningshuang had no time to dwell on this. Seizing another opening, she swung her sword at the figure's arm. With a sharp crack, one of the figure's arms snapped clean off, plummeting into the lake and sending up a spray of water. Yet the armless figure showed no sign of retreat. Instead, it grew even more frenzied, its attacks growing more ferocious as it continued to lunge at Yiningshuang. Its crazed expression sent a chill down the spine. As the battle dragged on, Yiningshuang gradually felt her strength waning. The shadow showed no signs of fatigue whatsoever. As time passed, the force behind its attacks did not diminish in the slightest. In an instant, the figure launched another wave of attacks. Though the moves were stiff and utterly lacking in rhythm, each strike carried a vicious intensity. In a moment of carelessness, Yiningshuang was slashed by the figure's claws. A sharp pain instantly shot through her shoulder as a long scratch appeared, blood quickly seeping out and staining her clothes red. Seizing the opening, the figure delivered a kick to her abdomen. Yiningshuang grunted again, stumbling backward several steps before finally losing her balance. A mouthful of blood spurted from her lips, tracing a startling arc through the mist. Yet she managed to steady herself, remaining firmly planted upon the lake's surface. By now, Yiningshuang bore several claw marks across her body, blood streaming freely, her appearance utterly disheveled. How could this figure be so relentless? This ghostly thing may not possess overwhelming power, but it fights with utter disregard for its own life. Yiningshuang felt both shock and fury. She knew she had encountered an enemy unlike any she had faced before. To Yiningshuang, this ghostly thing now seemed even more troublesome than Chang Guang had been. But retreating or yielding was not in Yiningshuang's nature. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she gripped her sword tightly, eyes locked once more on the figure, preparing for her next strike. Yet, things were not that simple. Chapter 92, The Siege. Just then, several more sinister voices echoed from all directions. The voices were unmistakably familiar, they belonged to the monsters from before. Again! Yiningshuang's heart tightened. She whirled around to see several monsters of varying shapes slowly materializing from the thick fog surrounding them. Though similar to the previous ones, these monsters bore distinct differences. Several were covered head to toe in sharp spikes, while green slime dripped from their mouths, emitting a nauseating stench. Their eyes still glowed with a blood-red light as they advanced step by step toward Yiningshuang, surrounding her completely in an instant. Yiningshuang scanned her surroundings, inwardly cursing her luck. With the troublesome, eerie figures ahead and these menacing monsters closing in from behind, coupled with her own injuries, the situation was perilous beyond measure. Several hellish growls instantly shattered the lake's previous stillness. In an instant, the monsters charged at Yiningshuan like ravenous wolves, their eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. Leading the charge was the largest of the beasts. Its hind legs drove powerfully against the tree trunk, launching its entire body like a boulder through the air. With a roaring wind, it charged swiftly toward Yiningshuan. The sharp spines covering its body glinted with a cold, menacing light in the thick fog, resembling countless blades. But that wasn't all. As it neared Yiningshuan, it suddenly convulsed violently. Those spikes detached from its body like projectiles, unleashing a torrent that rained down upon her. Wherever they passed, the air itself was sliced open, leaving behind countless fine cracks. Seeing this, Yiningshuan was utterly dumbfounded. She never imagined this creature possessed such a tactic. The rapidly approaching spike seemed poised to pierce her body in the next instant. Following closely behind was an even more agile creature. In the blink of an eye, it appeared before Yiningshuan, moving faster than the spikes themselves. As it neared Yiningshuan, it leapt high into the air, suddenly spewing a jet of dark green slime from its mouth. This slime not only emitted a nauseating stench but also possessed extreme corrosiveness. Wherever it touched, the trees on the lake's surface instantly dissolved into black liquid. Yiningshuan's expression changed drastically at this sight. She could sense that the power of these monsters now far surpassed that of the previous ones. She dared not confront them head-on. Dodging the foul-smelling slime, she swung her frost divine sword, scattering the spikes in an instant. At the same time, that eerie figure drifted toward her like a ghostly apparition once more. Its movements were stiff yet swift, its arms swinging in an unnatural posture. Each swing whipped through the air with a sharp, piercing whistle that seemed to tear through the atmosphere. Suddenly, it struck straight toward Yiningshuan's head. This time, the figure underwent a drastic transformation. As it attacked, a mass of black mist suddenly coalesced in its palm. The mist churned and surged, emanating an eerie aura. As the figure swung, the black mist transformed into writhing, serpentine tendrils that lunged toward Yiningshuan, clawing and snaking toward her, attempting to coil around her and devour her entirely. In an instant, Yiningshuan found herself caught in a pincer attack, trapped in a desperate predicament. Yiningshuan knew clearly that this was a life or death moment. The slightest misstep would cost her her life. She dared not hold back any longer. Gritting her teeth, she instantly channeled her spiritual energy, once again unleashing the Yuan Jin refining body technique. In an instant, a colossal surge of golden spiritual energy erupted from her body, rapidly coalescing around her form. It solidified into a faint golden glow, like a protective golden armor enveloping her. This golden light shimmered and flickered, emanating a peculiar aura. Under its embrace, the pain and wounds Yiningshuan had sustained from the previous battle seemed to lessen somewhat, nourished by this force. Immediately, Yiningshuan raised the frost god's sword in her hand. As the frost heart within her stirred, the blade blazed with an intensified icy radiance. Taking a deep breath, she shifted her slender frame slightly and once again unleashed the technique from the sword-chanting cannon star chant. Her wrist flipped swiftly as she uttered a soft command. With a crisp, resonant sword cry, streaks of sword energy erupted from the blade like shooting stars, hurtling toward the monsters and the shadowy figure. Wherever the sword chi passed, the thick, almost tangible mist instantly dissipated. The tranquil lake's surface rippled violently, churning as if stirred by the very resonance of Star's cry. Yet, the monster and the human figure showed no sign of fear toward these fierce sword energies. Several monsters, possessing extraordinary agility, darted through the gaps in the sword energy, deftly evading most of its attacks. Only a handful of sword energies managed to leave shallow scratches on its outer shell, yet none struck a vital spot. As the monster spewed its dark green slime, the sword energy hissed upon contact, seemingly corroded by the viscous substance and losing much of its potency. The figure's behavior grew even more bizarre. As if completely devoid of pain, it neither dodged nor evaded the oncoming sword energy. Instead, it braced directly against the force, continuing to advance rapidly toward Yiningshuan. The sword energy struck its body, instantly shredding its tattered garments and leaving several gashes upon its pallid skin, a sight that was utterly horrifying. Yet, it did nothing to slow its advance. Simultaneously, the black mist emanating from the figure collided with the sword energy, unleashing a powerful shockwave. In the blink of an eye, Yiningshuan was locked in combat with these ghostly creatures once more. As she unleashed her body tempering technique, her movements grew even more agile. A cold gleam flashed as her body darted swiftly between the monsters and the shadowy figures. The frost divine sword in her grasp swung relentlessly, each strike unleashing dazzling bursts of sword light. The flickering sword shadows created a dizzying spectacle. For a moment, Yiningshuan poured every ounce of her skill into the fight, executing every sword technique she had learned to its fullest potential. Yet despite her desperate efforts, she struggled to withstand the frenzied onslaught of these ghostly creatures. The monsters' coordination appeared chaotic and haphazard, yet whenever Yiningshuan targeted one, another would appear at the crucial moment to disrupt her attack, forcing her to withdraw her strike. Before long, Yiningshuan found herself at a disadvantage. The golden glow enveloping her, forged by the Yuan Jin refining body technique, grew increasingly dim under the relentless barrage of human and monster attacks. The light flickered erratically, as if it might extinguish at any moment. Her breathing grew ragged and labored. Each sword swing drained her strength, consuming spiritual energy at an alarming rate. Her arms trembled slightly from overexertion. Chapter 93, Crisis Averted. Meanwhile, outside the game, Lin Xiao stared intently at his phone, watching the fierce battle unfold. For a moment, he dared not even blink. This lake was indeed dangerous. Everything that had emerged so far was growing increasingly bizarre and troublesome. In the game screen, Yiningshuang was now surrounded by monsters and eerie figures, locked in a fierce battle. His fingers tapped rapidly on the phone as he typed another message. "How's it going? Can you take these things down?" After sending the message, his gaze remained fixed on the screen. At the same moment, Yiningshuang heard her senior's voice asking her a question. Dodging the monster's spew of dark green slime with a sideways twist, she gritted her teeth and nodded, replying, "Senior, I'm fine. Don't worry." Her hair was disheveled, her clothes stained with blood and slime, a picture of disarray. Yet her eyes burned with intense killing intent. Within this secret realm, Yiningshuang had relied on the senior's guidance and assistance numerous times. Yet, now facing utter despair, a fierce unwillingness surged within her. She spoke again with unwavering resolve. "Senior, I cannot keep relying on you. If I always depend on you, I'll never truly grow stronger." Hearing this, Lin Xiao nodded slightly, then thought to himself. Yiningshuang was right. He couldn't help her forever. Only by relying on herself could she truly enhance her strength and forge her own path. Meanwhile, within the game interface, Yiningshuang relentlessly swung the Frost Divine Sword. The icy glint dancing along its blade intertwined with the thick, swirling mist, repelling wave after wave of the monster's attacks. For a moment, she forgot everything else, completely immersed in the battle. Each swing of her sword unleashed a bitterly cold wind, forcing the approaching monsters back. Her eyes darted rapidly, absorbing every detail of the fray as she sought the key to vanquishing these ghostly creatures. Yet the onslaught from the monsters and eerie figures surged like relentless tidal waves, wave after wave, showing no sign of abating. As Yiningshuang fought desperately to withstand the onslaught, she gradually felt her strength waning. Her movements slowed momentarily. In a split-second lapse of concentration, a monster's claw slashed across her arm. A deep gash instantly appeared, blood gushing forth and swiftly staining her sleeve crimson, a stark, vivid contrast against the mist. Before she could react, another wound appeared at her waist. She grunted in pain but showed no sign of retreat. Instead, it ignited a fierce fighting spirit deep within her, fueling her resolve to fight even harder. Seizing a moment when the monsters attacked, she spun her slender body and unleashed the Frost Sword technique once more. The Frost Divine Sword danced fiercely in her grasp. As the sword's shadow flickered, frigid air spread out. Several monsters were struck by this sudden assault, each letting out agonized howls. For a moment, their bodies swayed like fallen leaves caught in a fierce wind under the sword's force, teetering before finally crashing into the lake. They splashed into the water, instantly staining the lake's surface crimson with blood. With some of the monsters dealt with, Yiningshuang could now focus all her attention on the figure. While dodging the powerful attacks from the shadowy figure, she pondered silently within. How on earth could this thing be killed? Suddenly, a thought struck her, accompanied by a strange sensation. She sensed that this figure seemed to share a mysterious connection with something in the surroundings. This connection wasn't visible to the naked eye, but faintly existed within her spiritual energy perception. Without hesitation, she abandoned reckless attacks and instead unleashed the cloud stepping technique. In an instant, Yiningshuang became light as air, a white streak of light darting nimbly through the gaps in the figure's attacks. Simultaneously, she channeled her spiritual energy to its peak, each thread of it becoming intensely sensitive, carefully sensing that mysterious connection. Time seemed to freeze as Yiningshuang immersed herself completely in sensing the mysterious connection. Beads of sweat covered her forehead, large droplets sliding down her cheeks as her breathing grew rapid and heavy. Yet even under such strain, the shadowy figure's attacks showed no sign of weakening. It seemed utterly tireless, impervious to pain. If this battle continued, Yiningshuang would be worn down to death by this shadow. Just as Yiningshuang was on the verge of physical collapse, her spiritual energy nearly depleted, and unable to evade the shadow strikes any longer, she finally made a discovery. "I've got it!" Yiningshuang exclaimed in delight. Her eyes widened in delight, sparkling with excitement. The connection point was actually at the back of the shadow's head. There seemed to be a thread, or perhaps something else. Though invisible to the eye, Yiningshuang could now sense it. Upon realizing this, she hesitated not a moment. Instantly, she channeled all her spiritual energy into the Frost Divine Sword. A layer of icy radiance shimmered around her body, a sign of her spirit power reaching its peak concentration. "Die!" Yiningshuang roared furiously. In the next instant, her slender form twisted, transforming into a flash of light as she lunged toward the figure. Her speed was so immense it caused the surrounding air to tremble. The Frost Divine Sword in her hand carried a biting cold, as if wrapped in millennia of frozen snow, slashing fiercely toward the back of the figure's head. A sharp crack echoed like thunder cracking across the silent lake's surface, as if severing something vital. The figure instantly lost all mobility, its movement halting abruptly. Its body began to sway like a flickering candle in the wind, teetering on the brink of collapse. Suddenly, it collapsed like a heap of rotten flesh, plunging into the water and sending up a huge splash. Then, something fell from the back of its head. Yiningshuang stared in disbelief. What she had severed was merely a tree branch. But it wasn't over yet. As she did this, an extremely long branch emerged. Emerging from beneath the water, its surface was covered in moss, emitting an intensely unpleasant odor. After being severed, it instantly retracted into the water like a startled snake, leaving only ripples on the lake's surface. Yiningshuang exhaled deeply, her taut nerves finally relaxing. It's finally over. Yiningshuang looked around and couldn't help but pat her chest. The lake had regained its tranquility. The corpses of the monsters, the rotting flesh of the human figures, and even the bloodstains vanished without a trace the moment they touched the water. As if swallowed whole by some unseen force. Yiningshuang looked down, but the lake remained murky beyond recognition, making it impossible to see what lay beneath. But she had no mind to dwell on it. As long as she remained vigilant, she was confident she could cross this lake soon enough. Chapter 94, Trapped in an Illusion. At that moment, the surroundings fell into complete silence. The monster and the eerie figure seemed to have vanished without a trace. For a moment, no further danger threatened. Yiningshuang breathed a slight sigh of relief, her taut nerves finally relaxing a little. If things continue like this, could I actually make it across the lake safely? She pondered silently, a glimmer of hope flickering in her eyes. Ever since stepping into this lake, there had been no moment of peace, with danger following one after another. Though she entertained this thought, Yiningshuang knew full well that as long as she hadn't reached the opposite shore, she couldn't afford even a moment's carelessness within this lake. Her gaze instantly sharpened. Gripping the frost divine sword tightly, she lightly touched the lake's surface with her feet, transforming into a white streak of light as she sped toward the distance. Her form was incredibly light, her water-repellent boots tapping lightly on the lake's surface with each step. As she swept past, only a fleeting trail of ripples remained on the lake's surface. All the while, her gaze remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings for the slightest disturbance. The mist lingered thickly, and occasional gusts of cold wind brought a chill. Yet she remained unmoved, her mind focused on a single thought. We must cross the lake as quickly as possible and head for the battlefield at South Mountain. Yet as time passed, an inexplicable sense of unease crept into her heart. She sensed something was amiss, yet this feeling remained elusive like a misty haze lingering in her mind. She couldn't grasp it, couldn't pinpoint it, leaving her utterly perplexed. Where does this feeling come from? Yiningshuang murmured to herself, a hint of unease flickering in her eyes. She instinctively quickened her pace, trying to shake off the strange feeling. Her feet tapped the lake's surface with increasing frequency, her speed reaching its absolute limit. As time ticked by, Yiningshuang suddenly realized with horror that the lake seemed to have no end. The scenery around her remained unchanged. Thick fog swirled, the lifeless lake surface as still as glass, not a single ripple stirring. It felt as though she had been treading water in the same spot all along. How could this be? Why can't I reach the end? An ominous foreboding surged within her, yet her feet did not pause. Instead, she accelerated once more. Spiritual energy surged ceaselessly from within her, propelling her body forward at breakneck speed. Nearly an hour passed. Yiningshuang's forehead glistened with sweat, her cheeks flushed, and she gasped for breath. Her spiritual energy was nearly depleted, leaving her complexion slightly pale. Yet despite this, nothing around her changed. The familiar yet unfamiliar scene remained fixed before her eyes. Meanwhile, Lin Zhao's eyes were glued to his phone screen, never once shifting his gaze from Yiningshuang. His brow furrowed deeper and deeper, his expression growing increasingly grave. Something's wrong. Very wrong. He murmured to himself, his fingers flying across the keys as he typed out a message. Stop what you're doing. Something's off about the situation around you. Hearing her senior's voice, Yiningshuang snapped to attention and halted her movements. She abruptly halted her steps, breathing heavily as her eyes darted around the surroundings. Beyond the thick fog and the eerily still lake surface, nothing seemed amiss at first glance. But she knew her senior wouldn't say such things without reason. Soon, the elder's voice sounded again. This lake isn't particularly wide. Based on your pace and the time you've been moving, you should have crossed it by now. Yet we still haven't. Yiningshuang's heart sank upon hearing this. She nodded slowly, her confusion deepening. Lin Zhao stared intently at the game interface, his mind racing. Suddenly, his eyes widened dramatically, as if he'd grasped something crucial. The illusion mentioned in the guide. Could Yiningshuang have fallen into an illusion? He typed again, sending his conjecture to Yiningshuang. Yiningshuang's face paled instantly upon seeing the message. At the same time, it all clicked into place. So it was an illusion. No wonder I couldn't cross this lake. I thought I was moving forward, but I wasn't actually going anywhere at all. Panic flooded her heart, followed by a wave of dread. She realized that if she continued like this, not only would she never cross the lake, but she might even be trapped and perish within this illusion. Moreover, she had no idea when she had entered the illusion. Everything had happened silently, leaving her completely unprepared. Yiningshuang took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. She knew she must find a way to break free from the illusion immediately, or the consequences would be unimaginable. Her expression instantly turned grim, as if frost had settled over her face. Her eyes brimmed with anxiety and worry. Since embarking on her cultivation journey, she had weathered countless trials and tribulations. Yet, confronted by this mysterious and unfathomable illusion, she felt as though she were lost in a fog, utterly bewildered and helpless. What am I to do? I've never encountered an illusionary realm before, let alone know how to break free from it. She silently lamented within, biting her lower lip so hard her pearly teeth nearly sank into her delicate skin. She knew all too well that on this perilous amber, every single moment was critical. If she couldn't find a way to break the illusion soon, she would be trapped here forever, perhaps even meet her end. She drew a deep breath, trying to calm her panicked emotions, her mind racing through what she knew about illusions. I only know that illusions and formations share a similar principle, both require a specific method to break free. But what exactly is that specific method? Yiningshuang frowned deeply, her gaze darting between the surrounding mist and the lake surface, searching for any clue. She recalled the teachings on formations she had heard at her sect. Formations relied on the circulation and balance of celestial and terrestrial spiritual energy, manipulating power through specific nodes and runes. Did illusions follow a similar principle? Perhaps I should seek out the critical nodes within the illusion, much like the array's focal point. Yiningshuang murmured to herself, a glimmer of hope flickering in her eyes. She slowly closed her eyes, channeling her spiritual energy to its peak, attempting to sense the slightest changes in her surroundings through her spiritual perception, searching for the crucial element hidden behind the mist. Yet, as she concentrated her senses, she found the spiritual energy fluctuations around her chaotic and disordered, as if disrupted by an invisible force. She could discern no pattern whatsoever. Yiningshuang drew a deep breath, once again suppressing the anxiety welling within her heart. She resolved to devote herself entirely to unraveling the mysteries of this illusory realm. She slowly closed her eyes, releasing her spiritual energy without reservation, attempting to use her keen perception to capture even the slightest abnormal fluctuation within the illusion. Her mind immersed itself in this illusory space, meticulously sensing every thread of spiritual energy flowing, every tremor in the air. Chapter 95, Another Sudden Change. Within the illusionary realm at that moment, time slipped away silently. Yiningshuang's forehead was covered in a fine sheen of sweat, her brows tightly furrowed, her gaze utterly focused. Yet, no matter how hard she tried, the scene before her remained as still as death, showing no change whatsoever. The thick mist still hung heavy, the lifeless lake surface utterly calm. Her search felt like a stone sinking into the sea, yielding nothing. Yiningshuang, have you discovered a way to break this illusion? At that moment, the elder's voice sounded once more. Hearing the elder's question, Yiningshuang's face, already flushed with anxiety, instantly grew even more crimson with shame. She lowered her head slightly, her voice tinged with disappointment and self-reproach. Senior, I do not know. Since embarking on the path of cultivation, I have never encountered an illusionary realm. I truly have no idea how to break it. After speaking, she lifted her head, her eyes now tinged with a deeper sense of loss. Yiningshuang suddenly felt utterly useless. Lin Xiao, however, showed no change in expression upon hearing her words. He simply typed back, "It's fine." In his view, since Yiningshuang couldn't handle it, he'd have to solve it himself. After all, if he played games and didn't have to do anything, that would be strange. Lin Xiao swiftly switched interfaces, opening the game store. His fingers flicked rapidly as his gaze scanned the items listed. From various elixirs to magical artifacts, he examined each one. However, after a thorough search, Lin Xiao was disappointed to find that the store didn't offer any items that could directly help Yiningshuang break free from the illusion. Seeing this, Lin Xiao shook his head helplessly. Just as he was about to consider other solutions, a top-up prompt suddenly popped up on the screen. A line of bold text immediately caught his eye. Your virtual girlfriend is in trouble, how could you not help her? Top up 50 yuan now to receive the Illusionary Realm Basic Guide, enabling you to assist your virtual girlfriend. The words basic guide caught Lin Xiao's attention, but they were immediately followed by deep skepticism. Can this basic guide really help Yiningshuang break out of this illusion? He muttered to himself, his fingers tapping unconsciously on his phone as he fell deep in thought. But the urgency of the situation weighed heavily on him. Every second delayed meant increased danger for Yiningshuang. Besides, the recharge amount was only 50 yuan. Even if the guide proved useless, the loss wouldn't be significant. Weighing his options, Lin Xiao swiftly picked up his phone and completed the top-up. Soon after the top-up completed, a new interface popped up in the game, none other than the basic guide to the illusion. Seeing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but inhale sharply. With a hint of anticipation in his heart, he focused his gaze on the newly appeared interface on the screen. He tapped it open, and lines of text filled his vision. However, as he read deeper, Lin Xiao's brow furrowed once more, his face filled with disappointment and resignation. As he understood, it became clear. This was merely a basic explanation of the illusory realm, filled with fundamental strategies for navigating it. For a moment, Lin Xiao couldn't help but voice his frustration, his tone tinged with exasperation. What practical use could this possibly have for the complex illusion Yiningshuang is currently trapped in? He shook his head helplessly, inwardly sighing that the 50 yuan seemed like a waste. But then he thought better of it. After all, it was only 50 yuan, consider it the cost of an attempt. No need to dwell on it. Besides, Yiningshuang was still trapped in the illusion and desperately needed help. He quickly gathered his thoughts, his eyes darting across the guidebook in a frantic search for even the slightest bit of information that might help Yiningshuang. Finally, he spotted a seemingly viable clue. To break the illusion, one could try sensing the 4 cardinal directions with their mind. But immediately, Lin Xiao felt even more speechless. After reading through the entire guide, there was only a single useful clue. Still, with no other options available, Lin Xiao had no choice but to type out this information. Yiningshuang, try sensing the 4 cardinal directions with your mind. It might hold the key to breaking this illusion. Meanwhile, Yiningshuang had also been navigating the illusion for quite some time. She felt utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally, yet still had no clue how to proceed. Hearing the elder's voice, Yiningshuang's eyes lit up instantly. She now harbored not a shred of doubt regarding the elder's guidance. She drew a deep breath, slowly closed her eyes, and forced herself to ignore the distractions caused by the warped surroundings. Gathering all her focus, she followed the elder's instructions and began to sense the 4 cardinal directions. Instantly, her consciousness flowed like a gentle breeze through this illusory space, attempting to capture even the slightest shift in the 4 cardinal directions. Under such conditions, Yiningshuang felt as though time itself had frozen around her. For a moment, the lake grew utterly still, everything falling into a profound silence. Just as Yiningshuang was deep in her sensory focus, the environment around her underwent a sudden, earth-shattering transformation. The mist that had been lingering was violently stirred as if by an invisible giant hand, beginning to whirl madly. Its speed accelerated relentlessly, gradually coalescing into a colossal vortex. At its core, it seemed to connect with boundless emptiness, radiating a powerful suction force that threatened to swallow Yiningshuang whole. Simultaneously, the tranquil lake's surface lost its peace. The lake water churned violently as if brought to a boil, waves crashing one after another in relentless, layered surges toward Yiningshuang. These waves soared tens of feet high, their crests now flashing with a cold, metallic glint like razor-sharp blades poised to tear her to shreds in an instant. Under such pressure, Yiningshuang sensed the danger and opened her eyes. The sight before her left her utterly stunned. A wave of terror washed over her. Without a moment's hesitation, she urgently channeled her spiritual energy, striving to steady her form. She swiftly raised the frost divine sword before her. As her spiritual energy surged through it, the blade flashed with a piercing, icy light, attempting to resist this sudden, overwhelming force. Yet the vortex's pull proved overwhelming. Her feet gradually sank into the swirling depths of the lake, each step becoming agonizingly difficult. What on earth is going on with this illusion? Why has it suddenly become so terrifying? Yiningshuang roared inwardly, her eyes filled with bewilderment. She knew well that if she couldn't find a way to counter it soon, she would be swallowed whole by this twisted environment. At that moment, the scenery around Yiningshuang began to warp, undergoing terrifying transformations. The surrounding lake water churned as if stirred by a giant rod, the once calm surface now resembling raging waves, accompanied by a deep, rumbling roar. Chapter 96: Eliminate them. Simultaneously, the trees along the lakeshore were not spared. Trunks twisted into bizarre shapes, branches like snarling snakes reaching out toward Yiningshuang. Facing this chaotic scene, Yiningshuang took a deep breath, forcing herself to stay calm. She knew that the more critical the moment, the more she must avoid panic. While steadying herself, Yiningshuang began carefully observing the changes in her surroundings, searching for a weakness in this illusion. Despite the howling winds and waves crashing against her body, her gaze remained unwavering, as if she ignored everything around her. Simultaneously, she silently repeated to herself, "This is all an illusion. Do not let them affect you." Immersed in the process of sensing her surroundings, Yiningshuang seemed to temporarily forget the distorted environment around her. But just as her focus was absolute, the situation abruptly shifted once more. The once turbulent lake surface rippled with eerie undulations as translucent figures slowly rose from the water. These figures gradually solidified, revealing themselves to be numerous versions of Yiningshuang herself, surrounding her completely. Each phantom bore an icy glare, clutching illusory replicas of the frost divine sword. The blades emitted a ghostly, frigid glow. What is happening? Yiningshuang's heart raced with alarm. Just as she was about to ask the elder for help, the closest phantom suddenly swung its sword, thrusting it toward her throat. Yiningshuang reacted with lightning speed, sidestepping as her real sword met the phantom blade. The clash produced a sharp, ringing sound. But this was only the beginning. Seeing this, the other phantoms launched their attacks simultaneously. In an instant, countless sword shadows flickered, cold gleams crisscrossing as Yiningshuang was engulfed in this sea of blades. She parried left and thrust right, her movements agile and precise, each strike either blocking or evading the phantom's attacks. Yet the sheer number of phantoms, coupled with their chaotic, uncoordinated attacks, gradually overwhelmed her. At the same time, Yiningshuang understood all too well in her heart this was no longer an illusion. "Senior! I'm being attacked by illusions I created myself. There are too many of them." Yiningshuang cried out anxiously, hoping to find a solution from her senior. Lin Xiao watched the scene with equal concern, his eyes darting rapidly over the guide. In this environment, it was easy for illusions to manifest from one's own mind. The moment he spotted that line, his eyes lit up as he found the section detailing how to counter phantom attacks. He immediately typed out his response. Phantom attacks often mimic the target's habitual moves. Try disrupting their rhythm with unconventional techniques. Yiningshuang, try using some sword techniques you don't normally employ to disrupt the phantom's rhythm. Yiningshuang's heart sank upon hearing this. She drew a deep breath, clearing her mind of distractions as she channeled her spiritual energy to its peak. Though she usually relied on fierce, swift sword techniques, she now took the opposite approach. The Frost Divine sword in her grasp traced slow yet eerie arcs. Her strikes were broad and sweeping, each swing radiating a colossal momentum. This change proved effective. The phantom's previously synchronized, tightly coordinated attack rhythm was disrupted. Some illusions faltered momentarily as they attempted to mimic Yiningshuang's new technique, their movements growing sluggish. Seizing this fleeting opening, Yiningshuang spotted a phantom's vulnerability and thrust her divine sword forward with blinding speed, piercing straight through its chest. The phantom let out a piercing scream before dissolving into a wisp of smoke that vanished into the air. Witnessing this, the remaining phantoms attacked with even greater fury. But Yiningshuang had found her countermeasure. Her confident sword, and her sword danced with newfound fluidity. The Frost Divine sword in Yiningshuang's grasp grew ever more formidable in the biting cold wind, each strike carrying an unstoppable momentum. As time passed, more and more phantoms screamed and vanished into wisps of smoke under her relentless sword strikes. When the last phantom crashed to the ground, vanishing into a wisp of smoke, Yiningshuang exhaled deeply, her taut nerves finally relaxing for a moment. Holding the Frost Divine sword, her hair whipped wildly in the gale, a hint of pride flickering in her eyes. In this fleeting calm, the violently trembling illusionary realm miraculously began to stabilize. The waves on the lake's surface gradually subsided, and the enormous vortex slowly vanished. Yiningshuang surveyed her surroundings, her mind racing with thoughts. Could this illusionary crisis finally be lifting? Yet, just as Yiningshuang relaxed her guard slightly, another sudden upheaval occurred. The trees that had stood motionless along the lakeshore seemed to be controlled by some peculiar force, suddenly coming to life. Their trunks twisted into grotesque shapes, bark bubbling and swelling like boiled wax, fissures spreading across their surfaces. Thick, dark green sap seeped from the cracks, emitting a nauseating, putrid stench. They emitted a creak-creak sound, like the wails of living creatures, each one vibrating against Yiningshuang's eardrums. The branches writhed like giant, clawed serpents, lunging madly toward Yiningshuang. These branches were no longer ordinary limbs. Their surfaces were covered with sharp barbs, each coated in strands of viscous mucus that glistened eerily in the dim light. Each branch tip glinted with a sharp, icy light, resembling a barrage of razor-sharp spears. Not only that, but as some branches neared Yiningshuang, they suddenly split into dozens of slender tendrils. Like agile tentacles, they approached her from all directions, poised to bind her at any moment. What the hell is this? Is this ever going to end? Yiningshuang's heart raced with alarm, her recently relaxed nerves instantly taut once more. She swiftly gripped the Frost Divine sword, channeling spiritual energy throughout her body as she watched the frenzied trees with intense vigilance. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao kept his eyes glued to the game interface, witnessing everything unfold. A thought struck him, and he typed again. Yiningshuang, don't panic. The appearance of this illusion is closely tied to these trees. It seems that defeating these bizarre trees should dispel the illusion. Hearing her senior's voice, Yiningshuang felt a surge of strength welling up within her. She took a deep breath, forcing down her fear, and her eyes flashed with renewed fighting spirit. In a secret realm, the most terrifying thing was the absence of an end, the lack of hope for escape. Attacks kept coming relentlessly, and who knew how many more were yet to come? That was the most terrifying part. After all, if this continued indefinitely, they would surely be worn down and perish within this illusion. She knew this might be her last chance to break free from the illusion. She dared not let her guard down. All right, senior, I'll take care of them. Yiningshuang responded. With that, she swung her Frost Divine sword once more. A piercing cold light flashed across its blade as she charged toward the nearest attacking tree. Chapter 97, Escaping the Illusion. Facing these trees now, the Yiningshuang harbored apprehension deep within, her eyes betrayed no trace of fear. As the branches closed in, Yiningshuang swung her Frost Divine sword directly, and a bitter cold suddenly radiated outward from her center. In an instant, the restless air itself froze solid under this chill. Yiningshuang lifted her gaze once more, confronting the trees surging toward her like a tidal wave. She took another deep breath, silently chanting as she unleashed the frost sword technique once more. Under this spell, a faint, icy glow flickered around Yiningshuang's body. Her form moved like thunder, weaving effortlessly through the trees. Each swing of her sword drew a trail of icy light, filling the air with a bone-chilling cold. With each swing of Yiningshuang's sword, the branches were severed cleanly. Yet even so, they showed no sign of retreat. Their numbers were vast, seemingly endless. Thick trunks twisted violently, while countless branches writhed like agile serpents, coiling toward Yiningshuang from all directions. Some branches ended in sharp points like spears, thrusting directly at Yiningshuang's vital points. Others surfaced silently from beneath the water, attempting to bind her legs tightly. Yet even under such relentless assault, Yi Ningxuang showed not a trace of panic in her eyes. In an instant, she struck left and right, the frost divine sword dancing in her hands to create a flurry of sword shadows, severing the approaching branches one after another. Yet the severed branches merely trembled briefly before regrowing and renewing their assault. For a moment, Yi Ningxuang found herself overwhelmed. These branches are utterly disgusting. Yi Ningxuang cursed inwardly, her forehead beaded with sweat. Yet despite this, Yi Ningxuang showed no sign of retreat. Instead, she fought with increasing ferocity. She constantly adjusted her position, moving with agile grace as she sought openings in the tree's attacks while simultaneously devising more effective countermeasures. Stellar Radiance. In that moment, Yi Ningxuang held nothing back, unleashing every sword technique at her command. As the starlight burst forth, countless sword energies exploded like starlight in the distance. The strike's power was immense, instantly shattering countless branches. Yet even so, Yi Ningxuang's efforts proved as futile as a drop in the bucket. It merely pushed back the branches for a brief moment. Amidst the battle, Yi Ningxuang's spiritual energy gradually depleted, and her physical strength began to wane. Now, in this battle against these ghostly creatures, starlight was the most effective technique. Each time it was unleashed, it destroyed vast numbers of branches. Yet no matter how many times Yi Ningxuang unleashed it, the branches would surge back like a relentless tide. At this rate, regardless of whether she could deal with these bizarre branches, Yi Ningxuang would exhaust her spiritual energy prematurely. For a moment, Yi Ningxuang felt a surge of panic. Just as she felt overwhelmed, several streaks of starlight suddenly appeared before her eyes. They formed a unique pattern, enveloping Yi Ningxuang's vision. Instantly, she recalled the incantations and unique spiritual energy pathways from her cultivation of starlight. Stellar Radiance condensed spiritual energy, unleash it in an instant. Yet even now, I still haven't grasped its true essence. She pondered this repeatedly in her mind while fending off the tree's attacks. Suddenly, another branch lunged toward her. In that split second, everything around her seemed to slow down. She noticed the icy glint at the tip of the branch and the subtle distortions caused by spiritual energy fluctuations around it. This seems similar to the spiritual energy fluctuations of starlight. Yi Ningxuang's heart stirred, as if she had grasped a crucial clue. She no longer relied solely on instinct and sword technique to defend herself. Instead, she began attempting to merge her own spiritual energy with her understanding of Xingmong. Closing her eyes, she briefly emptied her mind, shutting out all distractions to immerse herself wholly in the essence of starlight. She realized that Starburst wasn't merely about gathering spiritual energy and releasing it required finding the core of that energy and unleashing it like a burst of fireworks. As spiritual energy gathered, Yi Ningxuang's frost divine sword began to emit an eerie glow, its blade surrounded by scattered starlight. She let out a fierce shout and thrust the frost divine sword forcefully into a thicker tree trunk. This strike channeled all her strength and her newly grasped understanding of starlight techniques. A dazzling streak of starlight shot from the sword's tip, streaking across the night sky like a meteor, instantly piercing through the tree's branches. The struck branch instantly shattered, spurting dark green sap. The tree trunk twisted violently, as if emitting a painful creak, then began to wither and shrink before finally collapsing to the ground. Success! Yi Ningxuang's heart swelled with joy, her confidence soaring. She had long recognized that while these branches were extremely troublesome, they all originated from the tree itself. Now, with few trees remaining around her, eliminating these would cut off the endless supply of branches. Yet despite this understanding, Yi Ningxuang had struggled to execute it. After all, these branches not only attacked her but also shielded the tree trunks exceptionally well. To eliminate them, she had to strike swiftly and decisively in an instant. Any other approach was utterly futile. Previously, Yi Ningxuang had been powerless, but now that she had fully grasped the star radiance, it could accomplish this. With that, the solution became clear. With that thought, Yi Ningxuang smiled faintly before raising her sword once more. Seizing the momentum, she relentlessly unleashed starburst attacks, each strike landing precisely on the tree branches. The trees, once seemingly indestructible, crumbled one after another under the starlight's relentless assault. Wood chips flew everywhere across the battlefield, dark green sap splattered in all directions, and a thick, putrid stench filled the air. As time passed, more and more trees fell, and the attacking branches grew fewer and fewer. Before long, Yi Ningxuang had finally vanquished every last tree. Standing amidst the devastated lake, she held the frost divine sword aloft, gasping for breath. Sweat drenched her clothes, strands of hair clinging to her face, yet her eyes shone with pure joy. As the final tree fell, the surrounding environment suddenly began to violently tremble. In an instant, the space around her rapidly began to crumble and collapse. The swirling mist began to flow slowly, while the surrounding scenery shattered like a broken mirror. A series of crisp cracking sounds echoed through the air. Simultaneously, Yi Ningxuang felt a flash before her eyes and a sudden lightness in her body. Instantly, she knew she had escaped the terrifying illusion and returned to the real lake. Chapter 98, Crossing the Lake. Yi Ningxuang slowly opened her eyes. Before her lay the same lake as before, now utterly still and serene. Even the surrounding trees had returned to normal, showing not a single trace of the battle. Yet despite this, Yi Ningxuang still eyed the trees warily. Yet the trees remained utterly still. She paused for a moment, then a faint smile touched her lips. I really did it. I truly broke this illusion with my own strength. She couldn't help but speak aloud, a powerful sense of accomplishment surging through her. Just then, the elder's voice echoed in her ear. Yiningshuang, you did very well. I witnessed every battle just now. Congratulations not only on breaking the illusion, but also on fully comprehending the sword-chanting canon. This experience represents tremendous growth for you. Hearing the elder's praise, Yiningshuang's heart swelled with joy. She instinctively straightened her posture, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Alright, now that the illusion is broken, let's move forward quickly and leave this lake. Hearing this, Yiningshuang nodded firmly. Simultaneously, she thought to herself, the illusory realm was perilous beyond measure, but that didn't mean she could overlook the dangers lurking in this real lake. After all, this lake was also teeming with threats. It was no less treacherous than the illusion. Yiningshuang suddenly sprang into action, dashing swiftly toward the distance. This time, the surrounding scenery finally began to shift, no longer feeling like she was treading water in place as she had within the illusion. Yet even so, as time passed, problems resurfaced. The surrounding mist grew thicker and thicker. Yiningshuang felt a bone-chilling cold envelop her, each breath seeming to carry shards of ice. Her heart pounded violently within her chest. After all, who knew what dangers lay ahead before she could escape this lake? Under such circumstances, she dared not relax even for a moment. Gritting her teeth, Yiningshuang pushed herself to run forward with every ounce of strength. After a long and agonizing trek, land finally appeared at the edge of her vision. She finally reached the far end of the lake. The sight across the shore appeared to Yiningshuang like the first light of dawn, and an indescribable surge of joy welled up within her. Her eyes instantly brightened, her body seemed to gain new strength, and her pace quickened once more. For a moment, Yiningshuang drew a deep breath, trying to steady her racing heartbeat. After such a prolonged sprint, her injuries began to manifest. Her breathing quickened, and her legs grew heavier. No! Yiningshuang thought to herself. Summoning every last ounce of strength, she accelerated once more. Her strides were now erratic yet filled with raw power. I'm here! I'm here! Yiningshuang exclaimed excitedly. At that very moment, she successfully reached the edge of the lake. Paying no heed to the numerous wounds covering her body, she planted her feet firmly and leapt forward with all her might. Her body traced an arc through the air before landing firmly on solid ground. But the instant her feet touched the ground, before she could even catch her breath, a deafening, earth-shattering roar erupted behind her. The sound resembled a giant's roar, making her ears ring and her heart skip a beat. She whirled around in shock to see the trees suddenly infused with a frenzied energy, growing at an unimaginable speed. Thick trunks shot upward relentlessly, bark splitting and cracking with each rapid growth spurt, emitting a series of sharp, grating sounds. Dense branches intertwined like countless hands waving in the air, producing an eerie rustling sound. Yiningshuang was so stunned by the sight that she couldn't speak, her face growing paler by the second, her lips trembling slightly. Fortunately, she had already left the lake. The thought sent a chill down her spine. Had she been a moment later, she would have been doomed. Just as Yiningshuang was pondering this, the towering tree behind her abruptly ceased its growth. Seeing this, Yiningshuang dared not hesitate for even a moment. She immediately turned and fled desperately away from the lake. Her mind went blank, filled only by one relentless thought echoing in her head. Run! Run as far away from that terrifying thing as possible. Her feet skimmed the ground, kicking up swirls of dust with each stride. The pounding of her heart echoed violently in her ears, as if it might leap from her throat. At the same time, Lin Xiao witnessed this eerie scene, his heart pounding with alarm. Was this place never going to end? Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhao Tianzheng scanned his surroundings, the world still shrouded in thick fog. The sky hung heavy and gray like a leaden slab, pressing low as if it might collapse at any moment. A fierce wind howled across the lake, emitting a piercing, shrill wail like the mournful cries of countless vengeful spirits. At this moment, the situation for Zhao Tianzheng and the other disciples was dire. Their bodies were covered in wounds, their clothes torn and tattered, blood seeping through the fabric and mingling with dust, leaving them looking utterly wretched. Many disciples wore expressions of utter despair, their eyes reflecting exhaustion and hopelessness. Zhao Tianzheng himself was no better off. Damn it, what kind of hellhole is this? Zhao Tianzhen's voice was hoarse as he cursed involuntarily. After all this time inside the secret realm, they hadn't even caught a glimpse of any opportunity. They had only advanced through constant peril. Not long ago, he and the disciples of Lingxiao sword sect had trudged through the thick fog. They had to constantly guard against the attacks of those bizarre monsters, but once they understood the creatures' patterns, they could handle them with ease. They had thought the path ahead would be smooth sailing. They stepped onto the lake, relying on the water travel pills carried by one disciple. Yet the moment they stepped into this eerie place, the nightmare began. The lake's surface remained shrouded in eerie mist. The icy vapor clung to their skin, sending shivers down their spines. The lake water glowed an eerie green, like stagnant water, yet faintly emitted a nauseating, putrid stench. Giant bubbles rose from the depths, popping with a gurgling sound, as if something terrifying lurked beneath. Sure enough, they soon encountered the terrifying monster. Its power was terrifying, far surpassing anything they had faced before. Everyone, be careful. As the creature appeared, an observant disciple shouted the warning. Zhao Tianjing swiftly drew his sword and shouted, "Everyone, don't panic." The disciples scrambled to obey, but the monster's assault was too fierce. Soon, many suffered significant injuries. But it wasn't over yet. Soon after, the eerie trees appeared. The trees by the lake twisted as they grew, their bark rough and covered in eerie patterns, resembling distorted human faces. Chapter 99, The Mysterious Woman Appears Again. In an instant, the disciples saw thick branches writhing, countless twigs like agile serpents striking from all directions. The Lingxiao sword sect disciples fought back fiercely, yet they struggled to withstand this relentless, tidal wave of attacks. Why won't these monstrous trees die when we cut them down? A disciple cried out in frustration, swinging his sword relentlessly, yet unable to stop the endless stream of branches coiling around him. "Everyone, hold your ground!" Zhao Tianjing shouted as he fended off the branches. The air around them seemed to freeze, each breath carrying the thick dust and tang of blood. Amidst this dual peril, the group found themselves plunged into an illusion. Within the illusion, they faced attacks from their own phantoms. As a result, the disciples suffered heavy casualties. What had once been a mighty force now dwindled to just 8 Lingxiao sword sect disciples, including Zhao Tianjing. After overcoming all these trials, they finally reached the shore. The sight of solid ground brought sudden relief to their faces, like glimpsing the dawn of hope. It was finally over. Staggering, they hurriedly scrambled ashore. "We're finally out." A disciple murmured weakly, his voice tinged with the relief of having survived a catastrophe. "What on earth is that?" A disciple gasped in alarm. At that moment, they all noticed the trees growing wildly behind them. As if driven by some malevolent force, the trees grew frantically toward the sky, their branches stretching endlessly upward. Witnessing this spectacle, the group hastened their pace, scrambling ashore one after another. Yet among them, one disciple was inevitably slower. Before he could reach the shore, he was instantly ensnared by the frantic branches. "Save me! Save me!" He screamed in terror, struggling desperately, but within the eerie trees, all his efforts were futile. In the blink of an eye, he was swallowed whole by the trees, vanishing without a trace. Witnessing this, the other disciples felt their scalps crawl. The blood drained from their faces as terror churned in their eyes. Their already taut nerves felt as though struck by a heavy hammer, pushing them to the brink of collapse. Zhao Tianjing stared at the trees spreading like a mad epidemic, a silent cry of dread rising in his chest. Gritting his teeth, he had no time for hesitation. At the top of his lungs, he bellowed, "Don't just stand there. Run! Run as fast as you can!" His voice cut through the chaotic clamor like a bamboo splitter, piercing the ears of every disciple. The disciples snapped out of their daze. Not daring to hesitate for even a moment, they turned and sprinted for their lives. For a moment, no one spared a thought for their fellow disciples. Some stumbled in their panic, but after a few unsteady steps, they pushed onward. Suddenly, their footsteps became chaotic, kicking up clouds of dust. Their breaths came in gasps, heavy and urgent, each one tinged with endless terror. The wind howled in their ears, as if the very roar of that terrifying tree was hot on their heels. They raced for their lives, the wind's shrill howl piercing their ears. Each breath came in gasps, heavy and urgent, hearts pounding violently as if they might burst from their chests. Fear hung over them like a thick, dark cloud. "Faster! Faster!" Zhao Tianjing shouted as he sprinted ahead. His superior strength allowed him to lead the pack. "I can't go on. I can't run anymore." A disciple gasped for breath, his pace slowing. His voice was filled with despair and helplessness. "After enduring so many battles, my spiritual energy was already depleted. Now, with this life-threatening sprint, my body was completely pushed beyond its limits. Don't give up, hold on." Another disciple nearby witnessed this and reached out to pull him up, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Under such circumstances, a glimmer of life seemed to reignite in the disciples' eyes. As the group fled desperately. At that very moment, the trees that had seemed frozen in their frenzied growth suddenly halted, ceasing their expansion. Then, as if infused with a living soul, they came fully to life. The trunks that had once shot skyward now writhed and twisted like giant serpents granted life. "Look! The trees are moving again." Someone turned to look and immediately let out a terrified scream. The branches above instantly transformed into countless menacing tentacles, lashing out with vicious force as they swept toward the crowd in a coordinated assault. Their speed was astonishing, leaving trails of afterimages in the air as they whistled through the sky like arrows piercing the void. "Everyone, watch your backs." Another person noticed the danger and shouted the warning. Just then, another thick branch, like a spear, lunged straight toward the back of a disciple. The disciple sensed the danger and twisted sideways at the last moment. The branch whizzed past his robe, creating a powerful gust of wind that left him pale with fear. "What can we do? We can't escape. We simply can't escape." Another disciple wailed. Their spiritual energy was long depleted, and their bodies pushed to the absolute limit. Were it not for their desperate will to survive, they would have collapsed long ago. Suddenly, the sharp branches transformed. Some thrust straight toward the disciples' backs like a row of spears. Others swept around from the sides like whips, attempting to trap the group. Everyone run! Whatever lurks in that lake shouldn't pursue us too far. Zhao Tianjing shouted, his heart boiling with rage, as if a raging fire burned within his chest. He roared inwardly, what the hell is this thing? Ever since entering this secret realm, misfortune had dogged him, crises had followed relentlessly, and he hadn't known a moment's peace. Now, with life hanging in the balance, he had no time to spare for others. After uttering those words, only one thought occupied his mind, run. With that, he summoned every ounce of strength, his feet leaving trails of wind as he sprinted forward at full speed. As he fled recklessly, a figure suddenly caught the corner of his eye. The figure was not far from them. He focused his gaze and confirmed it was not a disciple of the Lingxiao sword sect. It seemed to be a woman. He looked again, more intently. In that instant, Zhao Tianjing suddenly remembered, wasn't this the very same mysterious woman who had entered the secret realm ahead of them at the archway? Realizing this, his heart sank with dread. This woman was different from them, she was truly alone. In such a perilous secret realm, Zhao Tianjing believed she should have perished long ago. Yet here she was, not only alive but thriving. Unless she possessed luck that defied the heavens, she must be incredibly powerful. Zhao Tianjing thought to himself. He watched as the woman moved with graceful agility, constantly fleeing. Even in this perilous environment, she exuded an unusual composure. Her features remained hidden, though, her jet-black hair whipped wildly in the wind. Zhao Tianjing's heart tightened, his previously chaotic thoughts drawn to her. Chapter 100, Convergence. At that moment, deep within the South Mountain secret realm, Zhao Tianjing found his focus scattered by the mysterious woman's appearance, his mind racing with thoughts. Unconsciously, his pace slowed. In that moment of distraction, a thick branch suddenly lashed out from the side, whistling through the air with deadly precision, aiming straight for his throat. No! Zhao Tianjing's heart clenched at the sensation, and he immediately twisted his body to dodge. But the branch moved with blinding speed, grazing his shoulder and leaving a stinging pain in its wake. Barely evading the blow, cold sweat instantly beaded on his forehead as alarm gripped his heart. No more distractions. Zhao Tianjing gritted his teeth inwardly, forcing himself to focus. He dared not glance back toward the mysterious woman, focusing entirely on fleeing forward. Behind him, branches surged like an endless tide, forcing him to push himself to the absolute limit. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yiningshuan was also advancing at full speed, daring not to slow down for a moment. She swung the Frost Divine Sword relentlessly, each strike severing several attacking branches. Yet the branches behind her seemed to possess a life of their own. As soon as some snapped, fresh ones sprang up to take their place, resuming the chase. This can't go on. Yiningshuang's heart raced with alarm, her forehead already beaded with sweat. Her spiritual energy was depleting rapidly, and her physical strength was waning. If she didn't find a way to shake off these branches soon, they would eventually wear her down. Just then, the elder's voice echoed in her ears, its tone steady and composed. Yiningshuang, do not panic. These branches have a limited range of attack. Once you distance yourself from the lake, they will cease their pursuit. Hearing this, Yiningshuang felt a slight easing of her anxiety. Yet her pace did not slow in the slightest, if anything, it quickened. She knew this was no time to let her guard down. Yet, as she remained constantly vigilant against attacks from behind, branches suddenly struck from both sides simultaneously. Like two giant serpents, they closed in from left and right, attempting to trap her. Oomph! Yiningshuang gave a cold snort, her reaction lightning fast. With a fierce swing of her Frost Divine Sword, a piercing blade of energy swept out, severing the branches on both sides cleanly. Yet, the instant she struck, more branches closed in from the left, forcing her to change direction and dash toward the opposite side. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianjing and the others found themselves in a similar predicament. The branches seemed to possess a will of their own, converging relentlessly from all directions in an attempt to encircle them. Zhao Tianjing parried blows while shouting commands, "Stay together! Focus our strength to break through." Yet the sheer number of branches forced their pace to slow steadily. Just as they fought desperately to break through, the branches' attack range seemed to contract, forcing them to converge in one direction. Before long, the distance between Zhao Tianjing's group and Yiningshuang grew ever shorter. Both sides, driven by the relentless branches, fled toward the same direction. Yiningshuang spotted a group of figures ahead and her heart skipped a beat. Instantly, she recognized the attire of Zhao Tianjing and his companions. As she fled, Yiningshuang caught sight of Zhao Tianjing's figure and froze in shock. She and Zhao Tianjing shared a life and death enmity. Now, without her disguise, if he recognized her, the consequences would be unimaginable. She knew that in her current state, facing Zhao Tianjing alone, let alone being surrounded by other Lingxiao sword sect disciples, left her with no chance of victory. He absolutely must not recognize me. Yiningshuang bowed silently, her pace not slowing in the slightest. As she fled, she swiftly pulled a black veil from her bosom. Seizing a moment between the branches' attacks, she flung the veil over her face, leaving only a pair of cold, clear eyes exposed. Her movements were stealthy, and with the distractions of the surrounding branches, Zhao Tianjing and the others failed to notice her action. Zhao Tianjing only caught a distant glimpse of her figure, silently musing to himself. This mysterious woman moves with remarkable agility and possesses formidable strength. Though her cultivation level remains unclear, it's evident she's at least at the foundation establishment stage. He did not recognize Yining Shuang, mistaking her for another mysterious woman he had encountered before. Noticing her considerable strength and her glance toward the surrounding situation, he promptly called out, "Fellow Taoist, the situation is dire now. Let us set aside past grievances for the moment. How about we break through the encirclement together?" Hearing this, Yining Shuang felt a slight sense of relief, knowing Zhao Tianzheng hadn't recognized her. She nodded slightly, her voice deliberately hushed and tinged with hoarseness, agreed. "Let us break through together." The situation was extremely perilous now, and no one could be completely confident they could escape. Cooperation would greatly increase their chances of escape. Since Zhao Tianzheng hadn't recognized her and had even extended an invitation, she naturally saw no reason to refuse. Zhao Tianzheng's heart lifted at her agreement. He had feared she might refuse to cooperate, but her agreement bolstered his confidence. He swung his sword to sever an attacking branch and shouted to his disciples behind him, "Follow me. Focus your strength. Work with this fellow cultivator. We'll break out together." Without a moment's hesitation, the disciples responded in unison and immediately fell into step behind Zhao Tianzheng. Under these circumstances, no one cared about anything else. Anything was acceptable as long as they could escape the looming danger. Yining Shuang deliberately kept her distance from them, neither too far nor too close to avoid arousing suspicion. The branches continued their frenzied assault, but with Yining Shuang joining the fray, the pressure on the others eased considerably. Simultaneously, Yining Shuang herself felt her own burden lighten considerably with their presence, allowing her speed to increase even further. The Frost Divine Sword in Yining Shuang's grasp swung with overwhelming force, severing several branches with every strike. Zhao Tianzheng, who was also fighting, witnessed this scene and grew even more impressed by the mysterious woman's prowess. "My friend, your prowess is extraordinary. May I ask your name?" Zhao Tianzheng asked tentatively while slashing at the incoming branches. Hearing this, Yining Shuang's heart tightened, her movements momentarily stiffening. Yet she regained her composure instantly, her expression remaining calm as she replied indifferently, "A nameless nobody, scarcely worth mentioning." Zhao Tianzheng's expression shifted slightly, tinged with awkwardness. Seeing her reluctance to elaborate, he refrained from pressing further, though his curiosity about her identity only deepened. As he fought, he pondered silently. This woman possessed such formidable strength yet refused to reveal her name. Could she be from some reclusive sect, or perhaps the disciple of a powerful solitary cultivator? Just as these thoughts swirled in his mind, the branches ahead suddenly thickened into a dense wall, blocking their path completely and cutting off any further advance. Chapter 101, Refusal. Zhao Tianzheng frowned at the sight, but swiftly swung his sword. Though the strike inflicted horrific damage on the branches, it failed to clear a path. Simultaneously, the branches surged forward violently, threatening to engulf them entirely. Zhao Tianzheng froze in shock, utterly unprepared for his strike to fall short. Moreover, it was now clearly too late to strike again. Just as panic gripped his heart, Yining Shuang suddenly leapt upward, her Frost Divine Sword erupting with dazzling starlight. Stellar radiance! Yining Shuang cried out lowly as the sword light shot forth like a meteor. Instantly, streaks of sword energy shot out, transforming into starlight that instantly shattered the branches before them into scattered fragments. Zhao Tianzheng watched the scene, a flicker of shock crossing his eyes. He hadn't expected this woman's sword technique to be so fierce, and his estimation of her rose several notches. What masterful swordsmanship! Zhao Tianzheng couldn't help but praise aloud. Yining Shuang offered no reply, merely shooting him a cold glance before continuing her flight forward. Zhao Tianzheng said no more, leading his men to pursue closely behind. As they pressed forward, the branches' attacks gradually weakened. The group finally broke free from the encirclement of those eerie branches, emerging into a relatively open area. Just as the elder had foretold, the branches ceased their pursuit. Instead, they halted behind the group, trembled slightly, and then slowly retreated. Yining Shuang witnessed this scene and knew they were temporarily safe. She breathed a sigh of relief, yet even so, she dared not relax her guard in the slightest. She understood that the enmity between her and Zhao Tianzheng was a matter of life and death. Lingering any longer now could invite unexpected danger. Without another word, Yining Shuang turned to leave. Just then, Zhao Tianzheng spoke up, his tone tinged with politeness and apology. "Young lady, please wait a moment." Zhao Tianzheng stepped forward, clasping his hands in a bow. "I deeply apologize for the disrespect shown to you by our sect at the archway. Now that we've both entered the secret realm, though your strength is extraordinary, you are still alone. This place is fraught with danger. Would you consider traveling together?" His expression was utterly sincere as he asked, then gestured behind him. "We are disciples of the Lingxiao sword sect, not some demonic cultivators. Our credibility is assured we would never betray our word." Yining Shuang sneered inwardly at his words, yet her expression remained icy and composed. If one didn't know him, his humble, polite demeanor without a trace of arrogance might actually fool them into trusting this wolf in sheep's clothing. How laughable that Zhao Tianzheng would utter such words. Yi Ningxuan couldn't help but think to herself, for she remembered all too well how Zhao Tianzheng and his father had once ruthlessly extracted her supreme bone and sought to exterminate her completely. Yet her expression remained serene, betraying none of her inner thoughts. She cast another indifferent glance at Zhao Tianzheng, her voice cold and distant. "No need. I'm accustomed to traveling alone. I'm not used to traveling with others." Zhao Tianzheng hadn't expected such a blunt refusal. He felt momentarily awkward but quickly regained his composure. He offered a faint smile, his tone remaining gentle. "If you prefer not to join us, I won't insist. But this secret realm is fraught with danger. Please be cautious. Should you ever need assistance, you may always seek us out to face the perils together. Within this secret realm, perils abound, and we both seek opportunity here. If we could cooperate, our journey would surely proceed more smoothly," he continued. Yet Yi Ningxuan offered no reply to his words. She merely gave a slight nod before turning and walking away. Her slender, proud figure moved with resolute steps. To the onlookers, she seemed utterly unafraid of any peril this secret realm might hold. Zhao Tianzheng watched her receding figure, a vague sense of melancholy rising within him. He felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity with her figure, yet he couldn't place where he had seen her before. He furrowed his brow, and suddenly, Yi Ningxuan's equally cold and exquisite features flashed through his mind, sending a jolt through his heart. Could it be her? The thought flashed through Zhao Tianzheng's mind, but he quickly shook his head. Impossible. Yi Ningxuan has been hunted relentlessly by my father's men. How could she possibly be here? Even if she had gained some opportunity, she wouldn't have had the chance to come here. Besides, this woman's strength far surpasses Yi Ningxuan's. It absolutely cannot be her. Yet despite his conviction that this woman couldn't be Yi Ningxuan, her features bore an uncanny resemblance to hers. Unable to shake the thought, Zhao Tianzheng shook his head, determined to put Yi Ningxuan out of his mind within this secret realm. His thoughts inevitably returned to this mysterious woman. She bore such a striking resemblance to Yi Ningxuan. Combined with her aloof demeanor and formidable power, an unusual sensation stirred within Zhao Tianzheng. If I could form a Dao friendship with her, that would be a wonderful thing. Zhao Tianzheng mused inwardly, a faint smile curling his lips. He hadn't been able to win Yi Ningxuan back then, but this woman. Zhao Tianzheng felt no urgency at this thought. After all, the secret realm was vast. When the great opportunity within it arose, they would surely meet again. Meanwhile, Yi Ningxuan hurried away. Only after confirming Zhao Tianzheng and the others could no longer see her did she slightly ease her pace. She knew Zhao Tianzheng hadn't dismissed his suspicions about her, and she must be even more cautious. Just as Zhao Tianzheng gazed thoughtfully in the direction Yi Ningxuan had departed, a disciple approached, his face clearly displeased. This disciple was named Li Feng. Possessing considerable strength, he was one of the 10 selected during the initial trials and also served as Chang Guang's junior brother. He was usually close with Chang Guang and had always maintained a lukewarm attitude toward Zhao Tianzheng. Now, Li Feng glared coldly at Zhao Tianzheng, his tone laced with accusation. "Zhao Tianzheng, you just let her go? At the archway, she caused no end of trouble for our Lingxiao sword sect and even injured senior brother Chang. Escaping together was one thing, but now you're letting her leave? What do you think you're doing?" His tone was hostile, his words dripping with suspicion, as if Zhao Tianzheng's actions were motivated by ulterior motives. Hearing this, Zhao Tianzheng's brow furrowed slightly, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Rage surged within him, making him want to strike down this arrogant fool on the spot. But he quickly suppressed his rage, knowing internal strife was unwise, especially in this perilous secret realm where these people still held value. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Tianzheng responded in a stern tone, "Li Feng, if you wish to kill her, go ahead and do it yourself. Don't stir up trouble here." His voice grew stern as he spoke, his tone deliberately rising in volume. "Do you not see? All our fellow disciples are battered and bruised. That woman possesses extraordinary strength. Leading men against her is nothing short of suicide." His words fell into a heavy silence. Chapter 102, Zhao Tianzheng's covetousness. Seeing this, Zhao Tianzheng narrowed his eyes and spoke again. "Besides, she hasn't done anything to us just now. She even helped us. Is this how we of the Lingxiao sword sect conduct ourselves? As for injuring Cheng Guang, that was entirely his own doing." Zhao Tianzheng's voice rang out with unwavering authority, carrying an air of undeniable command. In the eyes of the crowd, his image grew even more noble. Li Feng glanced around. Seeing the other disciples all keeping their heads down, it was clear none dared provoke the mysterious woman at this moment. Zhao Tianzheng's words left him speechless, his face turning grim. He knew full well that with Zhao Tianzheng having spoken, absolutely no one would follow him to cause trouble for that woman. Gritting his teeth, he swallowed his resentment and reluctantly conceded. "Senior brother Zhao is right. I failed to consider the consequences." Li Feng forced a faint smile, his tone tinged with insincerity. "I was merely concerned that the woman might pose a threat to us. Since brother Zhao is confident, I shall say no more." Zhao Tianzheng shot him a cold glance but said nothing more. He knew Li Feng harbored resentment, but he couldn't be bothered to argue with him now. He turned to address the other disciples. Everyone, rest and recover your strength quickly. This secret realm is fraught with danger. We must remain vigilant at all times. The disciples nodded in unison, each finding a spot to sit and meditate. Li Feng, his face darkening, walked off to the side, his resentment toward Zhao Tianzheng growing ever stronger. Ignoring Li Feng's mood, Zhao Tianzheng walked to the side, his gaze once again fixed on the direction where Yiningshuang had departed. He pondered silently, that mysterious woman possessed extraordinary strength. If he could form an alliance with her, perhaps they could venture further within this secret realm. As for a fool like Li Feng, he was already Cheng Guang's man. Even if he was with him now, he wasn't truly on the same page. In this secret realm, there was no need to pay him much mind. For a moment, Zhao Tianjing's interest in the mysterious woman grew even stronger, even stirring a faint sense of anticipation within him. Watching Yiningshuang's receding figure, Zhao Tianjing suddenly thought of something and swiftly turned around. He addressed the disciples, "Fellow disciples, I have a proposal. We are utterly lost in this secret realm, yet that woman appears to know its secrets intimately. If we follow her, we can not only avoid many dangers but also find opportunities within this secret realm faster. Now, fellow disciples, let us follow me and catch up to her direction as quickly as possible." Though utterly exhausted, the disciples recognized the logic in Zhao Tianjing's words. The mention of opportunities kindled a glimmer of hope in their eyes. "All right, we'll follow senior brother Zhao's lead." In a moment, everyone hastily swallowed their pills and rose to their feet. Zhao Tianjing smiled faintly at their response, then nodded with satisfaction. "Thank you, fellow disciples. I, Zhao Tianzheng, will not disappoint your trust. I will lead you to seize this opportunity and depart this place safely." With that, Zhao Tianzheng wasted no further words and headed straight toward Yiningshuang. The other disciples, seeing this, followed closely behind. Li Feng watched Zhao Tianzheng command such instant obedience with mounting fury, yet he could do nothing about it. In terms of both prestige and strength, he was far inferior to Zhao Tianzheng among this group. For a moment, though still dissatisfied with Zhao Tianjing's decision, Li Feng saw the other disciples following without hesitation. He could only suppress his displeasure and silently fall into step. Gritting his teeth inwardly, he thought, "Zhao Tianzheng, you better not give me a chance to act. Otherwise." Meanwhile, Yiningshuang had already traveled some distance, completely unaware of the situation behind her. She found a relatively safe spot, paused briefly, and after scanning her surroundings, asked in a low voice, "Senior, how do we proceed to the South Mountain battlefield now?" At that moment, Lin Xiao was also staring at his phone, engrossed in the game screen. Hearing Yiningshuang's question, he quickly checked the game map. He discovered the South Mountain battlefield wasn't far. It lay directly ahead in Yiningshuang's path, with a clear, unobstructed route ahead, free of further danger. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao typed his reply, "You can proceed with confidence. There are no more dangers ahead. Keep moving forward, and you'll reach the South Mountain battlefield soon." Hearing this, Yiningshuang's heart instantly lifted with joy. If the senior said it was safe, there was absolutely no need for doubt. For a moment, she could slow her pace, swallow a few pills, and slowly heal the injuries within her body. She knew clearly that entering the South Mountain battlefield would inevitably mean another fierce battle. This was her last moment of peace. Moreover, she had no idea when Zhao Tianzheng and his group would arrive. Though she had managed to pass by disguised earlier, a confrontation with them was inevitable sooner or later. Yiningshuang understood this all too well. Just then, the elder's voice suddenly rang out. Lin Xiao had clearly witnessed the earlier incident. Now that things had settled, he typed his inquiry. "What was the situation with that man just now? From your expression, it seems you knew him before." Yiningshuang fell silent for a moment upon hearing the elder's question before responding in a low voice, "Elder, that man is named Zhao Tianzheng. He is a disciple of the Lingxiao sword sect. He is the very one who, alongside his father, extracted my supreme bone all those years ago." Her voice was calm, yet her tone carried an unmistakable edge of hatred. Lin Zhao's heart jolted violently upon hearing this, and a surge of rage welled up within him. He had assumed Yiningshuang's supreme bone had been stolen by some powerful enemy, never imagining it was the work of a scoundrel like Zhao Tianjin. "So that bastard did this to you?" Lin Xiao typed furiously, his heart filled with regret. Recalling the confrontation between Zhao Tianzheng and Yiningshuang moments earlier, his heart burned with resentment. "If I'd known this, I should have just spent whatever it took to kill that brat earlier." He typed again immediately, "You should have told me sooner. I would have killed him right then." Hearing her senior's words, Yiningshuang felt a wave of warmth wash over her heart. Yet she replied softly, "Senior, there's no need for anger. Though Zhao Tianzheng is despicable, I am no longer the helpless person I once was. Besides, if not for his father, Mo Yunxiao, he would never have been my match back then. This debt, I will settle with him personally. Thank you for your concern, senior." Hearing this, Lin Xiao took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and typed back, "You're right. This debt must be settled by you personally. However, your top priority now is to strengthen yourself and find opportunities within the South Mountain battlefield as quickly as possible. Once your power is sufficient, it won't be too late to settle accounts with that brat." Yiningshuang nodded, a resolute gleam flashing in her eyes. "Rest assured, senior. I understand what matters most. The old me, blinded by hatred, is gone. I will grow stronger step by step until I possess the strength to reclaim everything that belongs to Yiningshuang with my own hands. Chapter 103, Arrival at the South Mountain Battlefield. As Yiningshuang advanced at full speed, the surrounding landscape soon shifted. Without realizing it, she had entered a vast plain. As far as the eye could see, there was not a single ripple or undulation. Simultaneously, a gentle breeze swept over her, deepening the sense of desolation that washed over Yiningshuang, stirring an involuntary pang of sorrow within her heart. Have I reached the South Mountain Battlefield? She surveyed the surroundings, silently wondering to herself. At that very moment, the elder's voice echoed, Yiningshuang, the Southern Mountain Battlefield lies ahead. Pick up the pace. Hearing this, Yiningshuang's heart leapt with joy. Without a moment's hesitation, she accelerated once more. During that time, she had relied on healing pills to significantly restore her internal injuries and depleted spiritual energy. Her current condition was now about 70 to 80% restored, not too far off from her peak state. With this renewed confidence, without further hesitation, she quickened her pace. A slope appeared before her. As she crossed it, the South Mountain Battlefield came into view. The sight before her sent a jolt through her heart. The desolate land was strewn with shattered weapons and broken armor, rust-stained swords, spears, and various other arms, each utterly ruined. Every piece of weaponry seemed to silently narrate the fierce battles it had witnessed. As Yiningshuang regained her composure, she couldn't help but look up again toward the distance. Several ruined stone pagodas stood desolately, their nameless banners long since rotted away, leaving only a few tattered strips of cloth fluttering feebly in the wind. The air thickened with a suffocating stench of desolation, a potent blend of blood, rust, and decay. As Yiningshuang slowly approached, the stench assaulted her nostrils, threatening to fill her lungs. The howling wind whistled in her ears, mingled with low moans and growls, like countless restless spirits whispering at her ear. Snap, snap. Suddenly, a series of sharp, crisp sounds echoed through the air. Startled by the sound, Yiningshuang hurriedly scanned the area, only to find nothing but emptiness. The sound resembled broken weapons clattering against each other in the wind, echoing with an eerie resonance. The ground beneath Yiningshuang's feet was cold and hard. With every step she took, she could feel the chill seeping up from the earth. As she moved forward, she found her breathing growing laborious, as if an invisible pressure filled the air, weighing heavily on her chest. At the same time, Lin Xiao clearly observed everything unfolding within the game's interface. Staring at the overwhelmingly realistic and breathtaking scene before him, Lin Xiao was utterly stunned. This game was incredible. He couldn't help but silently marvel, though a new wave of confusion washed over him. Setting aside the pay-to-win concerns, why couldn't he find any information about a game of this caliber online? Lost in thought, Lin Xiao glanced back at the game interface. Yiningshuang continued to advance cautiously, as if afraid of triggering some hidden danger. What weighed most heavily on her now was the terrifying, oppressive aura emanating from the battlefield itself. It didn't originate from any specific source, but rather felt like an intangible force, a congealed mass of resentment and battle intent left behind by countless fallen warriors. This pressure felt like an invisible giant hand, gripping her heart tightly, making every step feel incredibly heavy. Faint cries of battle seemed to echo in her ears, as if the scenes of ancient combat were replaying before her eyes. Noticing Yiningshuang's state, Lin Xiao swiftly typed a warning, proceed with caution. The Nanshan battlefield is one of the greatest opportunities within this secret realm. Danger lurks everywhere here. Do not let your guard down. Hearing this, Yiningshuang nodded and replied softly, Senior, I understand. This battlefield is far more terrifying than I imagined. Her voice echoed across the desolate battlefield, as if swallowed by the barren land. Then, she took another deep breath, suppressing the unease in her heart, and continued walking forward. She knew that only by traversing this battlefield could she find her own opportunity and truly grow stronger. Yet every inch of soil, every trace of energy within this battlefield served as a stark reminder of just how perilous this place truly was. Yiningshuang pressed on through the South Mountain battlefield. The ground beneath her feet remained barren, while the surrounding aura of resentment and oppressive pressure left her daring not to relax for even a moment. Suddenly, her gaze was drawn to a starkly conspicuous stone stele. Soaring skyward, the monument bore a surface densely covered in sword marks. Each gash seemed imbued with boundless killing intent and sword energy, still sending shivers down the spine despite the passage of time. Seeing this scene, Yiningshuang's heart tightened, a flicker of confusion and caution crossing her eyes. She halted in her tracks, murmuring softly to herself, a stone tablet? But why would it be here? Could it be some kind of trap? Having weathered so many crises, Yiningshuang dared not take any unknowns lightly. At the same time, Lin Xiao also noticed the stone tablet in the game's interface. He swiftly opened the secret realm guide he had purchased earlier and carefully examined the section on the South Mountain battlefield. He soon learned that the South Mountain battlefield held numerous opportunities left behind by ancient powerhouses. Though these mighty beings had perished in battle without passing down their legacies, their unyielding wills had crystallized into unique opportunities, awaiting those destined to uncover them. However, to obtain these opportunities, one must pass the trials set by the powerful figures. These trials were often extremely harsh, potentially even life-threatening.
After finishing the guide, Lin Zhao's heart leapt with excitement as he typed to Yiningshuang.
Yiningshuang, this Nanshan battlefield is no ordinary place.
It holds numerous opportunities for inheritance left behind by ancient powerhouses, each potentially concealing immense power.
But obtaining these opportunities won't be easy. You must pass their trials. So you must be extremely cautious. Don't risk your safety for an opportunity. If an inheritance doesn't suit you or isn't powerful enough, abandon it immediately and seek another.
After all, there's more than one opportunity here. There's no need to waste time in one place. Yiningshuang nodded at the elder's warning and replied softly, Elder, I understand.
I will act within my limits.
She walked slowly toward the stone stele, her gaze carefully examining the sword marks etched upon it.
The scars crisscrossed the surface, each seemingly imbued with boundless sword intent. Even after so many years, they still sent a chill down one's spine.
Yiningshuang extended her hand and gently touched the surface of the stele. The moment her fingertips made contact, a fierce sword chi surged through her body, as if it would tear her meridians apart.
Chapter 104, Lingyue Sword Immortal.
Realizing this, Yiningshuang swiftly withdrew her hand, her heart filled with silent shock.
This sword energy, it's terrifying. Even after all these years, it remains so fierce.
Lin Xiao witnessed this scene through the game interface and promptly typed a warning. The sword marks on this stele are likely the legacy left behind by some powerful swordsman. If you can comprehend the sword intent within, you might inherit his legacy.
However, with such overwhelming sword energy, the trial won't be simple. Proceed with caution.
Assess the situation first.
If you feel you can't handle it, abandon it immediately.
Yiningshuang took a deep breath, a flicker of resolve flashing in her eyes.
She spoke again, Senior, I wish to try. Though this sword energy is formidable, the sword intent it contains resonates with me in an inexplicable way. Perhaps this opportunity is meant for me.
Seeing her resolute stance, Lin Xiao said no more. He typed his reply, all right. Since you've made your decision, proceed with caution.
I'll support you.
Yiningshuang felt a warmth in her heart at Lin Zhao's reminder. She replied softly, Senior, I will be careful. She approached the stone stele and examined the engraved characters closely. The characters were ancient and obscure, not a script she recognized. Yet strangely, as she focused her gaze, she instantly grasped their meaning. The inscription chronicled the life of a formidable swordsman, and astonishingly, this master was a woman. A flicker of delight crossed Yiningshuang's eyes as she thought to herself, this predecessor was actually a female sword cultivator.
Her legacy might be just what I need.
She continued reading the inscription, learning that this female swordsman had once been known as Lingyue Sword Immortal, a legendary swordsman of immense renown from ancient times. She had pursued the pinnacle of swordsmanship throughout her life, creating a terrifying sword technique known as the 9 Swords of Lingyue. This sword art emphasized ruthless precision and blinding speed. When mastered to perfection, it could cleave mountains and rivers with a single strike or take a life from 10,000 miles away, leaving no trace. However, to obtain this sword art, one must pass the 3 trials left behind by Lingyue Sword Immortal. The stone tablet clearly stated, those who seek my legacy must endure 3 trials, regardless of life or death.
If you refuse, you may depart now.
After reading these words, Yiningshuang felt both exhilarated and a weight settle upon her heart. She murmured to herself, 3 trials, regardless of life or death. This elder's test will likely be no simple matter. If I truly participate in this trial and perish here, it would be the end of everything, let alone seeking vengeance. Yet, as hesitation gripped her, piercing sword chi surged forth once more from the stone tablet. Yiningshuang once more sensed the sharpness and profound mystery within the sword energy. She felt an uncanny resonance, as if this very energy had been forged for her alone. In that instant, an indescribable resonance surged within her heart, as if the inheritance of the Lingyue 9 swords had been prepared specifically for her.
This sword energy. Why does it feel so familiar?
Yiningshuang was secretly astonished, yet a glimmer of realization flashed in her eyes.
Reflecting on her former glory and her current predicament, a surge of unwillingness welled up within her. I was born a prodigy of heaven. With opportunity now before me, if I lack even this much courage and resolve, how can I ever speak of growing stronger? What's the point of me, Yiningshuang, practicing swordsmanship or seeking vengeance? With this thought, Yiningshuang's gaze hardened. Gripping the frost divine sword tightly, she murmured to herself, if I cannot even seize the opportunity before me, what right do I have to pursue the pinnacle of the sword path? She drew a deep breath, her resolve now unshakable. Lifting her head, her gaze unwavering, she declared, Elder, I've made my choice. I will attempt to seize this opportunity. This inheritance of the Lingyue 9 swords is perfectly suited for me. I refuse to give it up. Seeing Yiningshuang's resolve, Lin Xiao offered no further words but instead typed encouragingly, Yiningshuang, since you've made your choice, trust in yourself. In my view, you possess both the strength and the potential. But since this is your own choice, no matter what difficulties you encounter along the way, never give up easily. Yiningshuang felt a warmth in her heart at the senior's encouragement. She nodded firmly and replied softly, Senior, I will give it my all. I won't let you down. With that, she hesitated no longer. Following the stone tablet's guidance, she slowly closed her eyes, her mind gradually sinking into the process. Moments later, Yiningshuang opened her eyes again, finding herself immersed in a peculiar environment. Here, nothingness stretched endlessly in every direction, as if she were suspended in boundless void. Yet, encircling her position was a dense ring of swords. The blades were embedded in the ground, their surfaces gleaming with a cold, piercing light. The interplay of their reflections created a scene that was almost mesmerizing. The swords were numerous and spread far and wide, forming what appeared to be a massive arena. Yiningshuang surveyed her surroundings, astonishment welling within her. Is this the trial ground of Lingyue Sword Immortal? And these swords surrounding me, what purpose do they serve? She tentatively stepped forward, testing whether she could cross the sword's perimeter and leave this area. Yet, as soon as her feet touched the edge of the sword formation and she prepared to move further, an invisible force suddenly slammed into her. The force struck like an invisible wall, violently hurling her backward. Yiningshuang's body spun several times in midair before landing steadily. Fortunately, she was unharmed, yet her mind cleared instantly. It seems I cannot leave this area during this trial. And this area enclosed by the sword seems to be the trial's arena. With that realization, she drew a deep breath, her gaze hardening with resolve. Since she couldn't leave, she had no choice but to face it head on, cutting off any path of escape. Gripping the Frost Divine Sword tightly, she murmured to herself, Lingyue Sword Immortal, whatever trials you have set, I, Yiningshuang, will complete them all. Just as Yiningshuang was rallying her resolve, a figure clad in white suddenly materialized in the void. The figure stood gracefully, holding a crystal-clear longsword that emitted a faint, icy glow. Yiningshuang focused her gaze and recognized a woman, her features bold and commanding, yet her expression was icy and emotionless. The woman spoke softly, her voice cold and clear, the first trial begins now. Before her words had fully faded, the sword in her hand slowly rose. Seeing this, Yiningshuang grew even more puzzled, yet remained vigilant. Instead of attacking Yiningshuang, the woman proceeded with an elegant and composed demeanor, directly demonstrating a series of exquisitely intricate sword techniques. Chapter 105, Seeking the Weakness. The woman wielded her sword, its blade flowing like water. Every move and stance contained boundless sword intent. Yiningshuang watched, her mind still filled with confusion. She thought to herself, what is she doing? Why hasn't she attacked me since appearing? Instead, she's dancing with her sword. Could this be some kind of test? At that moment, Lin Xiao witnessed the scene through the game interface and swiftly typed a warning, Yiningshuang, stay focused. She's demonstrating sword techniques for you. Watch closely and learn well. The upcoming trial will almost certainly involve this sword technique. Yiningshuang's mind cleared instantly upon seeing the senior's warning. She dared not let her guard down for even a moment, her gaze fixed intently on every movement of the woman, afraid to miss any detail. The woman's swordplay grew increasingly swift, the blade's glow tracing elegant arcs through the air as if weaving an invisible net of steel. Yiningshuang watched with rapt attention, inwardly marveling. This sword technique was truly exquisite. Every single move contained endless variations, utterly unfathomable. For a moment, she heeded the elder's advice, observing while silently committing every detail of the sword technique to memory. Yiningshuang could discern the extraordinary nature of this sword technique. If it existed in the outside world, it would certainly be no ordinary art. Even if it weren't for the trial, even if it weren't for the final opportunity, mastering this sword technique would be something Yiningshuang would have sought with all her heart. The woman continued to dance with her long sword, her swordplay growing ever more exquisite. Her movements flowed like clouds in water, the sword's gleam tracing graceful arcs through the air as if performing an elegant dance. Yet within this dance lay boundless killing intent. Each strike carried a fierce edge, as if capable of severing any obstacle. Yiningshuang watched intently, her heart filled with astonishment, unable to calm down. This sword technique, it perfectly fused elegance with lethal intent. Though each move appeared as graceful as a dance, every strike concealed lethal intent truly breathtaking. With this realization, she dared not miss a single detail, focusing intently on every movement of the woman. With each stroke and posture, Yiningshuang gradually felt a connection, as if touching the very essence of this sword technique. The woman's swordplay replayed endlessly in her mind as she silently pondered its profound secrets. Soon, the woman halted her sword, sheathing it as she stood motionless, her posture as steady as a pine tree. Seeing this, Yiningshuang felt a flicker of confusion, but she dared not waste a moment. She immediately sat cross-legged, closed her eyes, and began to fully comprehend the sword technique she had just witnessed. Within Yiningshuang's mind, the woman's swordplay replayed over and over. The exquisitely crafted moves, the fluid transitions, and even the fierce killing intent seemed etched deep into her memory. Yiningshuang's mind became completely immersed, gradually grasping the true essence of the sword technique. Yet, just as her focus was absolute, the woman suddenly moved. Her form transformed into a streak of white light, sword in hand, as she lunged fiercely toward Yiningshuang. The sword's glow thundered like lightning, its chill piercing the air as it aimed straight for Yiningshuang's vital points. Yiningshuang sensed the danger instantly. Her eyes snapped open in alarm, and she frantically swung her sword to block. She instinctively tried to unleash the frost blade technique, only to discover her spiritual energy was being blocked by an invisible force utterly unable to be summoned. What's happening? My spiritual energy. I can't channel it. Yining Shuang's heart raced with terror, but there was no time for further thought. She could only rely on the most basic sword techniques to barely fend off the woman's attacks. The woman's swordplay remained relentlessly fierce, each strike carrying boundless killing intent. Though she too employed only the most fundamental sword techniques in the woman's hands, these moves possessed extraordinary power. It was as if she transformed the mundane into the miraculous, each strike leaving Yining Shuang struggling to defend. Soon, Yining Shuang was forced into retreat. Though the Frost Divine Sword barely parried the woman's strikes, her arm had gone numb from the impact, and her palm throbbed with pain. Her feet kept retreating, her heart filled with panic. She knew all too well that this couldn't go on. She had to find a way to break through her sword techniques. Yet the woman's assault rolled on relentlessly like a tidal wave, leaving Yining Shuang no opening to strike back. By now, her clothes were soaked through with sweat and her breathing grew ragged. Even so, Yining Shuang's mind kept replaying the sword techniques the woman had just demonstrated, desperately searching for a way to break through. Watching this unfold through the game interface, Lin Xiao felt a wave of anxiety wash over him for Yining Shuang. He quickly typed a warning, "Yining Shuang, stay calm. Her swordplay is exquisite, but it's not flawless. Carefully recall the sword techniques she just demonstrated and try to find the weaknesses." Yining Shuang's heart sank upon seeing the senior's warning. Forcing herself to steady her nerves, she parried the woman's attacks while meticulously analyzing the swordplay she had just witnessed. That's it. Her swordplay is fierce, but there's a subtle transition point between each move. If I can seize that moment, I might break through her offense. A flash of realization lit Yining Shuang's eyes as a plan formed in her mind. Though she continued to retreat step by step in the fight, Yining Shuang's gaze remained fixed on every movement the woman made. Her mind replayed the sword techniques the woman had just demonstrated, searching for a way to counter them. This sword technique is exquisite, but... Yining Shuang pondered silently. While parrying the woman's attacks, she scrutinized every detail of her swordplay. Gradually, she noticed that while the woman's swordplay was fierce, there seemed to be a slight hesitation in one particular move. Yet, during her earlier demonstration, this hesitation had been concealed perfectly. Could it be that Lingyue Sword Immortal's demonstration wasn't meant for me to learn her sword technique, but rather to find its flaw? To break through this sword style and ultimately pass the trial? A sudden jolt of realization struck Yining Shuang's heart, a flash of understanding darting through her eyes. She looked at the woman again and saw that the swordplay she was now performing was entirely the same set she had demonstrated earlier, with no additional moves. This only strengthened her suspicion. It was indeed so. With this realization, Yining Shuang felt a sudden clarity wash over her. She ceased her passive defense and began actively seeking openings in the woman's swordplay. Yining Shuang's gaze was like a piercing torch, fixed intently on every movement of the woman, trying to seize that fleeting opportunity. The woman's swordplay remained relentless, each strike carrying boundless killing intent. Yet Yining Shuang no longer panicked as before. Her mind was fully immersed in the battle, her thoughts constantly replaying the slight hesitation in the woman's technique just moments ago. Chapter 106, The Opening. Within the stone monument's confined space, as time passed, the battle between Yining Shuang and the woman grew increasingly fierce. The woman's swordplay remained relentlessly fierce, each strike carrying boundless killing intent, forcing Yining Shuang into retreat and making it increasingly difficult to defend. Her breathing grew ragged, her forehead beaded with sweat. Though the Frost Divine Sword still managed to parry the woman's strikes, the force of the blows had numbed most of her arm, slowing her reactions with each passing moment. Watching this scene unfold on the game screen, Lin Zhao's heart was in his throat. His eyes fixed on the phone screen, filled with worry, he dared not type a warning message. Lin Xiao feared his words might disrupt Yining Shuang's battle, so he remained silent, nervously watching the fight unfold. Yining Shuang seems to place immense importance on this inheritance. It must be something extraordinary. Lin Xiao thought to himself, feeling a surge of admiration for Yining Shuang. After all, this was merely a game character, yet she possessed such extraordinary charisma. He knew full well that Yining Shuang would never give up easily, especially now that she had no way out. Yet the current situation made him sweat nervously. Meanwhile, Yining Shuang remained locked in fierce combat. Gripping the Frost Divine Sword, she clashed relentlessly with the woman. The air was filled with the clanging of blades colliding. Though both women employed only the most fundamental sword techniques, every strike carried lethal intent, each blade channeling terrifying power. It seemed that even a moment's distraction could mean instant death. For a time, within this stone monument space, Yining Shuang and the woman's figures intertwined, creating a unique spectacle. Their beauty and figures were unmatched even within the cultivation world. Yining Shuang was coldly beautiful, her features like a painting, while the woman radiated a commanding presence, as frosty and stern as ice. Now, two figures clashed ceaselessly in the void. Amidst the flashing swordlight, it was impossible to discern who was striking whom. This was now a battle that transcended the river of time. Gradually, Yining Shuang grew more adept at wielding the sword techniques. She no longer relied solely on passive defense, instead daring to attempt counterattacks. Amidst the struggle, Yiningshuang suddenly realized that no matter which sword technique she employed against the woman, she was utterly powerless to retaliate, completely overwhelmed. Only by employing that earlier sword technique did she find a chance to match her, or even defeat her. And so, Yiningshuang's swordplay grew increasingly formidable. Though her techniques remained fundamentally simple, they now carried a fierce, relentless momentum. She began to match the woman blow for blow, neither gaining nor losing ground. Witnessing this, Lin Xiao felt a surge of pride welling up inside him. He couldn't hold back any longer and typed, "Yiningshuang, you're amazing. You're improving so fast. I believe you'll pass this trial soon." Hearing her senior's voice warmed Yiningshuang's heart, and her techniques grew more confident. Her attacks grew fiercer, the Frost Divine sword in her grasp unleashing bursts of swordlight. Yet the woman remained utterly unmoved, swinging her sword relentlessly without change. Meanwhile, Yiningshuang's gaze remained fixed on the woman's sword techniques, searching for any opening or opportunity. After all, she knew all too well that even wielding this sword technique, she was merely on par with the woman. To truly defeat her, it wasn't enough. Yiningshuang understood even more clearly that only by seizing the woman's fleeting opening could she strike her down in one blow and pass this first trial. The woman's swordplay remained oppressively intense, yet Yiningshuang no longer panicked. Her mind was fully immersed in the battle, her thoughts constantly replaying the sword techniques the woman had just demonstrated. Finally, the instant the woman swung her sword, Yiningshuang seized that minute opening. Now! Yiningshuang silently commanded herself, daring not to hesitate for a moment, fearful of missing this chance. The Frost Divine sword in her hand shot forward, striking directly at the flaw in the woman's sword technique. The woman sensed this and her movements faltered slightly, immediately disrupting her offensive. Her sword technique was completely disrupted. Yiningshuang seized the opportunity, striking without hesitation once more. The blade's edge drove straight toward the woman's body. This time, the woman had no chance to dodge or resist. The blade struck solidly against her chest. Yet, upon contact with the woman's body, the blade inflicted no injury whatsoever. Instead, the woman's form began to fade like a phantom, gradually growing dim before slowly dissipating into the void. In the instant she vanished, a crisp, cold voice echoed through the void, "First trial passed. Prepare for the next trial." Upon hearing this voice, Yiningshuang felt an indescribable surge of excitement well up within her. Gripping the Frost Divine sword tightly, she murmured softly, "I passed. I truly passed. And I passed this trial through my own strength." Her eyes sparkled with joy and pride, but Yiningshuang quickly regained her composure. She knew this was merely the first gate. The trials ahead would undoubtedly be far more arduous. At that moment, Lin Xiao witnessed Yiningshuang's success through the game interface, feeling immense joy for her. He quickly typed in response, "Well done. But don't let the first gate make you complacent. You must be even more cautious in the trials ahead." Yiningshuang acknowledged the elder's reminder with a nod before replying, "Elder, I understand. I will give my all in the trials ahead and will not disappoint you." After saying this, she took a deep breath, suppressing her excitement, and began to fully recall the battle that had just taken place. No one knew when the second trial would arrive, and this window of opportunity must not be squandered. She used this time to further comprehend the sword technique she had just witnessed, striving to master it completely. Such preparation would undoubtedly offer greater advantage when facing the second trial. In her mind, she replayed every move the woman had executed, striving to grasp the essence of the sword techniques. Then, Yiningshuang closed her eyes, her mind completely immersed in the battle that had just unfolded. Every detail of the woman's sword demonstration played back in her mind, along with the opening the woman had revealed during the final clash. Gradually, a flash of insight seemed to strike her heart, as if she had touched the very essence of that sword technique. So that's it. The essence of this sword technique lies not in the complexity of the moves, but in the fluidity and transitions between them. Yiningshuang realized this silently within her heart, a flicker of delight passing through her eyes. She snapped her eyes open, rising to her feet. The Frost Divine sword in her grasp trembled faintly, as if responding to her realization. Chapter 107, Divergence. Yiningshuang took another deep breath before beginning to wield her long sword. Now, the sword-like flowed as smoothly as water, each strike carrying a formidable momentum. She was executing precisely the sword technique the woman had demonstrated earlier. Amidst the flashing sword lights, Yiningshuang's figure danced through the space, seemingly fused with her blade. Though her movements still held a hint of stiffness, the essence of the sword technique was beginning to take shape. Each strike carried a fierce intent to kill, yet it also contained a unique rhythm, as if she were performing an elegant dance. Lin Xiao witnessed this scene through the game interface, his heart trembling with awe. Deep down, he couldn't help but marvel at Yiningshuang's astonishing talent. She had merely watched a demonstration once and engaged in a single battle, yet now she could execute this sword technique. Unaware of Lin Xiao's thoughts, Yiningshuang's sword movements grew increasingly fluid. Her mind was completely immersed in the sword technique, as if she were merging with the void itself. Gradually, the flaws in her execution diminished, as if she were on the verge of mastering the art completely. But not long after, Yiningshuang suddenly sensed a powerful surge of sword energy rippling through the surrounding space. Her heart lurched with alarm. Daring not the slightest carelessness, she swiftly withdrew her sword and scanned her surroundings with heightened vigilance. Countless swords planted in the ground around her suddenly emitted a series of ringing sounds, as if responding to something. The ringing grew louder and louder, filling the air with a sharp, piercing sword intent that sent a chill down the spine. Then, a figure slowly materialized in the void. It was the same woman from before, yet she now bore no resemblance to her earlier self. She wore a black robe, her face as cold as frost, radiating a suffocating aura of murderous intent. Merely standing there, she unleashed a wave of sword intent that felt like it was slicing through the very air around her. Yiningshuang watched the scene unfold, her gaze growing solemn as a quiet alertness settled within her. This second trial was indeed no simple matter. The aura emanating from this woman before her was far more piercing than before, and her sword intent was even more terrifying. She absolutely could not afford to be careless. It was as if she had transformed into a completely different person. Gripping her frost divine sword tightly, Yiningshuang fixed her gaze on the black-clad woman and murmured to herself, "No matter what, Yiningshuang, will never lose." Meanwhile, outside the arena, Zhao Tianzhang led the disciples of Lingxiao sword sect forward, finally reaching the edge of the South Mountain battlefield. No further dangers arose along the way, allowing the group to catch their breath. Now, standing atop a high vantage point, they gazed down upon the boundless battlefield spread before them, their hearts filled with awe. Their excitement was palpable. They had finally arrived. Since entering the secret realm, they had faced endless crises and battles. Forget opportunities, they hadn't even had much time for rest. Now, having finally reached the southern mountain battlefield, they all understood deep down that this was the very place where the secret realm's greatest opportunities lay. Zhao Tianzhang gazed at the boundless expanse of the southern mountain battlefield before him, his heart pounding with excitement. It was happening. Finally, it was happening. His opportunity lay just ahead. He hadn't come to the secret realm in vain. Just as the group stood at the edge of the southern mountain battlefield, hearts racing with excitement, a disciple stepped forward, his face brimming with gratitude as he addressed Zhao Tianzhang. "Senior brother Zhao, had it not been for your guidance, we never could have reached the South Mountain battlefield so smoothly. All along the way, we fellow disciples owe you so much for your care." Zhao Tianzhang responded with a modest smile, waving his hand. "You flatter me, junior brother. We're all fellow disciples, looking out for each other is only right. Besides, as your senior brother, my primary duty is to ensure your safety." With that, he turned his gaze forward and waved his hand. "Now that we've arrived, let's not waste any more time. Enter the South Mountain battlefield immediately and seek out your own opportunities." His words had barely faded when the disciples nodded in unison, their faces aglow with excitement and anticipation. The Southern Mountain battlefield was a place they'd heard of long before entering the secret realm. Now that they finally had the chance to enter and seize their opportunities, they were already bursting with impatience. Moreover, many disciples among them had not originally secured a spot in the secret realm. To now be able to enter this place and survive safely until they could seize their opportunities was nothing short of incredible luck for them. And their safe arrival here was all thanks to senior brother Zhao. With this thought, their expressions toward Zhao Tianzhang grew even more grateful. "All right, brother Zhao." One after another, they responded in unison, eager to enter without delay. However, Li Feng, standing to the side, watched the scene unfold with a darkening expression, a flicker of hatred flashing in his eyes. He stared coldly at Zhao Tianzhang, thinking to himself, "Zhao Tianzhang, you're nothing but a hypocritical scoundrel. These ordinary disciples may not know your true colors, but how could I possibly be unaware? Your words sound noble, but throughout this journey, have you ever truly looked out for us? It's all for your own gain. Since that's the case, I'll make sure you don't get your way." With that thought, Li Feng suddenly spoke up, his tone laced with sarcasm. "Senior brother Zhao, now that we've reached the South Mountain battlefield, why don't we split up? We can each seek our own opportunities. It'll be more efficient that way." Zhao Tianzhang's expression shifted slightly at these words, his mind racing. If they split up, and someone stumbled upon a powerful opportunity suited to them, there was a risk other disciples might beat them to it. But if they stayed together, any favorable opportunities would come to him first. With that thought, he immediately spoke, his tone laced with feigned concern. "Junior brotherly, the southern mountain battlefield is fraught with danger. Splitting up seems unwise. We should continue together. With me here, I can ensure everyone's safety. It would be a terrible waste to lose one's life chasing after opportunities." Hearing Zhao Tianzhang's words, the other disciples began to ponder. Some agreed Zhao Tianzhang had a point, having long heard tales of the South Mountain battlefield's perils. Yet others hesitated, fearing that staying together might cause them to miss their own opportunities. Li Feng, however, let out a cold laugh upon hearing this. He understood Zhao Tianzhang's intentions all too well. Without further ado, he retorted, "Senior brother Zhao, I know exactly what you're thinking. But I won't waste words on it. Let me just say this, I don't need your protection. I'll seize my own opportunities." With that, he turned directly to a disciple close to him and said, "Junior brother Yuan, come with me." Chapter 108, Sword Writing Technique. The disciple glanced at the others, nodded, and without hesitation, followed Li Feng's footsteps. Without a backward glance, the two strode toward the South Mountain battlefield, paying no heed to Zhao Tianjing's reaction. Zhao Tianzhang watched Li Feng's departing figure, a surge of anger welling up within him. Yet he could do nothing about it now. After all, this matter simply couldn't be brought up. He immediately thought to himself, "You'd better come out alive." He forced down his anger and turned to the remaining disciples. "Since Brother Li insists on this course, we needn't press him further. Follow me, everyone. Exercise utmost caution." The disciples nodded in unison, signaling their agreement. Though they seemed to have realized something, none dared speak further. With Li Feng gone, they had no choice but to follow Zhao Tianjin into the southern mountain battlefield. Going alone might have offered more opportunities, but when faced with life and death, none possessed the courage to do so. Zhao Tianzhang gripped his long sword tightly, watching Li Feng's receding figure. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Li Feng's earlier actions had significantly undermined Zhao Tianjing's efforts to win over hearts and minds. It was only a matter of time before this resentment erupted. He thought to himself, "Li Feng, you brought this upon yourself. Did you really think getting ahead of me would change anything? The opportunities of the South Mountain battlefield are destined to belong to me, Zhao Tianzhang." Meanwhile, Li Feng continued forward with his junior brother Wang, his own ambitions burning brightly. He then whispered to Wan Yu beside him, "Junior brother Wang, the South Mountain battlefield holds countless opportunities. We must act first and find the one most suited to us. Don't let Zhao Tianzhang or that mysterious woman beat us to it." Wang nodded, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. "Rest assured, senior brother Li. I'll support you with everything I've got." Meanwhile, within the stone tablet space, Yiningshuang gripped her frost divine sword tightly, her gaze fixed intently on the black-clad woman ahead. Since her appearance, the black-clad woman remained utterly motionless, radiating a suffocating aura of murderous intent. Her gaze was icy and unyielding, as if everything around her held no meaning whatsoever. Suddenly, the long sword beside her began to move without any wind, slowly rising into the air before circling around her. It stirred a faint whistling breeze. The blade flashed with a cold gleam, now seemingly possessed of a spirit of its own, emitting a low, resonant hum. Yiningshuang watched this scene unfold, her heart racing with alarm. She instinctively raised the sword in her hand, watching the spectacle with intense vigilance. This is... But she quickly realized, this is... sword control. Sword control was an exceptionally unique technique within the way of the sword, allowing one to manipulate a blade with their mind, making it seem as though it had come to life. The power it could unleash was utterly astonishing. Throughout history, sword control had always demanded an incredibly high threshold for mastery. It required not only specialized techniques but also years of dedicated practice. Precisely because of this, despite its formidable power capable of unleashing strength far beyond one's own, few could ever master it. Yiningshuang had heard of sword control, but she had never witnessed it firsthand, let alone faced it in combat. She watched the scene warily, then instinctively tried to summon the spiritual energy within her body. Yet she discovered it remained sealed, utterly impossible to channel. Realizing this, Yiningshuang froze in shock, her mind racing. What the hell is going on? My spiritual energy is still sealed, yet now I have to face sword riding. How could I possibly be her match? This was a trial, after all. With the experience of the first stage, the woman had now unleashed sword control in the second stage. Clearly, she was about to confront her. Without spiritual energy, she might stand a chance against the woman's ordinary sword techniques. But against sword riding techniques? She had absolutely no chance of victory. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao stared intently at the game screen. Witnessing this scene before him, he too was utterly astonished even though it was merely a game display. Watching the long sword dance around the woman like a dragon in motion left him speechless with awe. This miraculous spectacle was deeply etched into Lin Xiao's mind. He couldn't shake the feeling that what he was witnessing was painfully real. Just then, Yiningshuang's slightly anxious voice suddenly rang out, "Senior, we're in trouble now. Judging from the previous situation, it seems I have to confront the sword defense technique in this second stage. But my spiritual energy is still sealed, there's absolutely no way I can win. Senior, what should I do now?" Lin Xiao's mind cleared instantly upon hearing Yiningshuang's question. So this was the sword control technique. He instantly grasped the urgency of the situation and swiftly typed his reply, "Yiningshuang, don't panic. Since these trials of opportunity exist, they shouldn't present challenges impossible to complete. Otherwise, what meaning would these tests hold? If the so-called Lingyue sword immortal designed it this way, there must be a way to complete it." Within the game, Yiningshuang heard the elder's words and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The elder was right, if it was a trial, it couldn't be completely unsolvable. But, how exactly was she supposed to break through this sword control technique? She looked back at the black-clad woman. The sword continued to dance around her, its speed slightly increased, yet no other changes were apparent. Moreover, the sword did not actively attack her, as if waiting for something. The black-clad woman remained standing there, her expression unchanged. For a moment, Yiningshuang felt even more perplexed. While it was true that a trial shouldn't be impossible to complete, facing the sword control technique with her spiritual power sealed, victory seemed utterly out of reach. What puzzled Yiningshuang even more was that the woman had previously demonstrated the sword technique for her with a clear purpose, to teach her the technique so she could pass the trial. So why was she now demonstrating sword riding techniques? Did she seriously expect her to master sword riding just by watching? At this thought, Yiningshuang shook her head and smiled bitterly. After all, it was utterly impossible. For a moment, her heart grew even more anxious. Staring at the scene before her, she remained frozen, unable to snap out of her daze. Don't overthink it. Just watch carefully. Just then, the elder's voice sounded again. Hearing it, Yiningshuang felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. She immediately gathered her focus, pushed aside her thoughts, and lifted her gaze to the front. She etched the image of the sword dancing before her eyes deep into her mind. And in that moment, she felt herself slip into a strange state. The sword's movements seemed to follow some special trajectory and rhythm. But what exactly it was? Chapter 109, Trials have their strategies. Just as Yiningshuang focused intently on observing the black-clad woman's sword techniques, trying to find a way to counter them. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao, watching the game screen, suddenly had a flash of insight, instantly grasping a crucial point. Since I've purchased the guide for the South Mountain Secret Realm and also have the guide for the South Mountain Battlefield, could there be a corresponding strategy for this trial of fate as well? The thought struck Lin Xiao like lightning, and he instantly realized the truth. I'd been mistaken, assuming this trial wouldn't be covered in guides. But now I realize, isn't this trial itself part of the Nanshan battlefield? He muttered to himself, then without further hesitation, opened the game map and clicked into the detailed interface for the South Mountain battlefield. His gaze swiftly scanned the various markers on the map. Suddenly, a prominent notification box caught his eye. Lingyue Sword Immortal's Trial. Lingyue Sword Immortal's Trial? Isn't this exactly what Yiningshuang is going through right now? Lin Xiao exclaimed upon seeing the scene before him. Immediately, his heart filled with excitement, and without a moment's hesitation, he clicked on the notification box. Immediately, a detailed description popped up on the screen. The Trial of Lingyue Sword Immortal. This opportunity was left behind by Lingyue Sword Immortal, an ancient master of the sword path. It consists of 3 trials. Successfully passing them grants access to Lingyue Sword Immortal's most powerful sword technique, the 9 Swords of Lingyue. Reading this, Lin Xiao grew even more excited and immediately focused intently on the text below. First trial, Sword Technique Test. The challenger must observe and comprehend Lingyue Sword Immortal's sword techniques to find their weaknesses, then defeat Lingyue Sword Immortal in his white-robed form. Second trial, Sword Control Test. The challenger must, with spiritual energy sealed, once again break through Lingyue Sword Immortal's sword control technique and ultimately defeat Lingyue Sword Immortal in his black-robed form. Third trial, to be unlocked. Lin Xiao studied the game interface. Upon seeing the third stage marked as pending activation, he suddenly understood. It seemed that only by passing the first 2 trials would the third unlock, revealing its details and strategies. Yiningshuang was currently facing the second stage. Time was running out. I must find the strategy for the second stage quickly and help her pass it smoothly. Lin Xiao furrowed his brow, silently resolving. He swiftly shifted his gaze to the second stage's options and clicked in without hesitation. The screen immediately displayed the detailed strategy guide for the second stage. Second trial, Sword Control Test. Test content: the test subject must decipher Lingyue Sword Immortal's sword writing technique while their spiritual energy is sealed. Strategy: the core of sword writing lies in the spiritual energy connection between the sword and its wielder. Though the challenger's spiritual energy is sealed, the sword's trajectory still follows certain patterns. Carefully observe the attack patterns of the sword writing technique to find its weaknesses. After each attack, the technique pauses briefly. This is the critical window for countering. Simultaneously, the challenger must observe and locate the connection point between the sword and its wielder. Immediately seize the gap between attacks to launch a swift counterstrike, severing the bond between sword and caster. Successfully severing this link collapses the sword writing technique's offensive, allowing passage to the second trial. After reading the detailed strategy for the second stage, Lin Xiao suddenly understood. He exclaimed, "So that's it. This second stage doesn't require spiritual energy at all. It tests one's ability to observe the sword's trajectory and sense the connection between swords." Without knowing this strategy, Yiningshuang might easily fall into the trap of thinking that brute force is the only way to counter sword techniques, believing victory is impossible without spiritual energy. Immediately, he typed a warning to Yiningshuang. "Yiningshuang, I've found the solution to this stage. This second trial doesn't require spiritual energy. Instead, you must carefully observe the sword's trajectory and uncover the connection between the sword and that woman. Once you find and sever that link, you'll pass the test." Hearing the elder's voice, Yiningshuang's heart leapt with joy. She immediately responded, "Senior, I understand. You can watch the rest." If she had been at a loss before, now that the elder had revealed the solution, failing this stage would be inexcusable. She gripped her sword tightly, her gaze fixed intently on the black-clad woman and the sword circling near her. As she observed, she grew increasingly certain. After each cycle of movement, the long sword paused briefly before returning to the black-clad woman's side. So that's it. The sword's trajectory does follow a pattern. Yi Ningxuan thought to herself, a flash of realization lighting her eyes. Recalling her predecessor's warning, her conjecture solidified. The core of this sword-writing technique truly lay in the connection between the sword and the woman. At that very moment, the black-clad woman, who had been standing motionless nearby, suddenly grew cold-eyed without warning, her body abruptly springing into action. Yi Ningxuan sensed it instantly. With a gentle lift of her jade-like hand, waves of sword energy surged around her. The long sword, which had been gracefully circling in the air, transformed into a cold gleam like a sharp arrow. At a terrifying speed, it shot straight toward Yi Ningxuan. Its speed was so great it shattered the air with a piercing sonic boom. This strike, with its blinding speed and overwhelming force, unleashed a torrent of murderous intent before the blade even drew near, crashing down like a tidal wave. Before Yi Ningxuan, it felt like an invisible storm, threatening to tear Yi Ningxuan apart. The surrounding air buzzed and whistled sharply, churned by the overwhelming pressure. Yi Ningxuan's heart lurched in shock. Feeling that terrifying force, her scalp instantly tingled with numbness, leaving no room for complacency. Her reflexes were lightning fast. Without hesitation, she swiftly raised the Frost Divine sword in her hand, thrusting it forward to meet the oncoming blade. The next instant, the Frost Divine sword collided with the deadly blade with a thunderous crash. A crisp metallic clang, resonant as a temple bell, echoed through the space. Yet the long sword proved utterly bizarre. Far from halting its assault after the clash, it surged forward like a coiling dragon. After a brief pause, it launched wave after wave of attacks at Yi Ningxuan from increasingly devious angles. Clang! 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 Blinding flashes of steel erupted as the icy aura of the Frost God's sword intertwined with the sword's own piercing energy, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Even Yi Ningxuan's complexion paled. Amidst the blinding sword light, her figure darted back and forth. With each swing, her arms tensed as if she were pouring every ounce of strength into the strike, holding nothing back. Chapter 110, Terrible Luck. Yet despite this, the long sword's assault not only failed to wane but grew ever more relentless. Like surging tides, wave after wave mercilessly forced Yi Ningxuan back step by step, her footsteps leaving visible marks on the ground beneath her. Simultaneously, the black-clad woman seized the moment to launch herself forward. Her movements were no less swift, leaving only streaks of afterimages in the air. As she raised her hand, spiritual energy surged wildly around her, seemingly resonating with the long sword. In an instant, the already fierce sword attack seemed infused with a savage power, its assault growing even more ruthless, as if intent on shattering everything in its path. In that instant, sword light flashed, and waves of sword energy poured down upon Yi Ningxuan like a torrential downpour. So powerful! She couldn't help but inwardly gasp. Despite Yi Ningxuan's desperate resistance, the sword's speed and power left her feeling utterly overwhelmed. Each parry felt like her arm was struck by a heavy hammer, leaving it numb and tingling. Threads of blood seeped from her palms, trickling slowly down the sword hilt. Worse still, when Yi Ningxuan sidestepped too late, the sword sliced ghost-like across her shoulder, leaving a bloody gash. Gah! Yi Ningxuan couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. The stinging pain in her shoulder instantly brought her senses back into focus. Staring at the blood seeping from the wound, anxiety gnawed at her heart as her mind raced. This couldn't go on. If I keep taking hits like this, she'll defeat and kill me sooner or later. She knew deep down that she had to regain her composure quickly to better respond. Immediately, Yi Ningxuan forced herself to ignore the pain in her body, her eyes fixed intently on the sword circling overhead. She knew panic would only plunge her into greater peril. Suddenly, the sword struck again. She swung her sword once more, parrying the black-clad woman's attack while focusing all her senses on sensing the connection between the sword and the woman. Clang! Clang! Several more crisp clangs echoed as the sword's assault came down like a storm. Yi Ningxuan bore several new wounds. Blood seeped from the wounds, staining her clothes crimson, yet she gritted her teeth, refusing to retreat. Her gaze was like a burning torch, fixed intently on the sword and the black-clad woman, searching for that elusive, barely perceptible connection. Focus harder, Yi Ningxuan. You can do this. She silently encouraged herself, rallying her own spirit. As time passed, Yi Ningxuan finally detected a faint trace of energy like an invisible thread connecting the sword to the dark-clad woman. A surge of excitement filled her heart. Found it! This was the connection between them, this was how she controlled the sword. Yet despite this discovery, she was now covered in wounds. The sword continued to slice across her body, leaving trails of blood. Yi Ningxuan's breathing grew ragged, her steps faltered, yet her gaze only hardened. Just hold on a little longer. Just hold on for one last moment. Yi Ningxuan silently repeated to herself, her gaze locked onto that faint, elusive aura. As her focus deepened, the aura grew clearer in her perception, like a bright thread connecting the sword to the black-clad woman. She knew this was the key to breaking through. Yi Ningxuan gritted her teeth against the pain, continuously parrying the attacks while waiting for the brief pause after the sword's next strike. Finally, after a fierce thrust, the sword hesitated ever so slightly. Now! Yi Ningxuan growled, swinging her Frost Divine sword with blinding speed. The sword's light transformed into thunder, striking directly at the elusive connection. Whoosh! The sword sliced through the air, accompanied by a whistling sound. The intangible connection was severed by Yi Ningxuan's single strike. The sword instantly lost control, plummeting from the air and plunging heavily into the ground, its icy glow dimming. The black-clad woman's form swayed slightly, seemingly affected. Seizing the moment, Yi Ningxuan unleashed another strike without hesitation, aiming straight for the woman's body. Swish! The Frost Divine sword sliced through the woman's body, yet not a single drop of blood was drawn. The woman's form dissolved once more like a fleeting shadow, slowly vanishing into the void. Simultaneously, a cold, clear voice echoed through the space, "Second gate, passed." Yi Ningxuan exhaled deeply at the words, her body nearly collapsing as she dropped to one knee. Her body was covered in wounds, blood dripping from her arms onto the ground, yet a smile spread across her face. "Finally. I passed." She murmured softly, her voice tinged with exhaustion yet overflowing with excitement. Lin Xiao witnessed this scene through the game interface, clenching his fist in silent celebration for Yi Ningxuan. He immediately typed, "Yi Ningxuan, you did great. But your injuries are severe. Don't dwell on anything else for now, focus on recovering quickly. The third trial might be even tougher, and you'll need to be at your absolute best to face it." Yi Ningxuan nodded at his words and replied, "Senior, I understand." She crossed her legs and sat down, channeling the remaining spiritual energy within her body to begin regulating her breath and healing her wounds. Having passed the second trial, her confidence soared. She believed that as long as she remained calm and gave her all, she would surely overcome the trials ahead. Meanwhile, on the southern mountain battlefield outside, Zhao Tianzhang led the remaining disciples of Lingxiao sword sect forward relentlessly. Along the way, they encountered numerous opportunities such as broken spirit artifacts, ancient cultivation technique jade slips, and even some basic lineages. However, Zhao Tianzhang couldn't care less about these ordinary opportunities. His sights were set on truly grand opportunities, the kind of legacy capable of propelling him to new heights. Such items felt like a waste of his time. Since that was the case, he might as well distribute them among his disciples, thereby strengthening their loyalty to him. With that thought, Zhao Tianzhang turned to his disciples, "You may distribute these opportunities among yourselves." Zhao Tianzhang declared magnanimously to the disciples behind him, a faint, insincere smile playing on his lips. Upon hearing this, the disciples all wore expressions of gratitude, scrambling to seize those opportunities. Though these opportunities were insignificant in Zhao Tianzhang's eyes, they were treasures ordinary disciples could only dream of obtaining. Watching the disciples bustle about, Zhao Tianzhang sneered inwardly, "These good-for-nothings can only pick at scraps. The true great opportunities are destined for me, Zhao Tianzhang." Meanwhile, Li Feng and his fellow disciple Yuan were also searching the southern mountain battlefield. However, their situation was entirely different. Their luck was clearly not on their side. After walking for a long time, they found nothing but scattered bones and broken weapons littering the ground. Though they hadn't encountered any danger, they had gained nothing. Chapter 111, Sword Heart. Under these circumstances, Li Feng's expression grew increasingly grim. His disciple couldn't help but ask, "Senior brother Li, have we gone the wrong way? Why haven't we seen even a trace of opportunity?" Junior brother Wang asked dejectedly, "Are we certain this is the South Mountain battlefield?" Hearing this, Li Feng frowned, a hint of irritation stirring within him. He replied, "This is indeed the South Mountain battlefield. There's no such thing as the right direction here. We're just unlucky. Let's keep searching." Hearing this, the disciple could only nod in agreement. After uttering those words, Li Feng resumed walking forward. Just then, his gaze suddenly sharpened as he spotted a towering stone stele in the distance. His face lit up with surprise. He stared intently at the ancient, weathered monument, its surface covered in inscriptions. The stone seemed etched with countless sword marks, emanating a faint yet formidable aura. "That's a stone stele." A wild thrill flashed in Li Feng's eyes as he exclaimed excitedly, "Brother Wang, let's hurry. That stele must be where a great opportunity lies." Hearing this, the disciple's eyes also lit up. Without delay, the two hurried toward the stele, their hearts brimming with anticipation. Meanwhile, within the stone tablet space, Yi Ningxuan sat cross-legged, diligently regulating her breath to recover from her injuries. In this peculiar space, she couldn't access her storage ring or use healing pills. She could only rely on the most basic methods to slowly restore her spiritual energy and mend her wounds. "My injuries are barely half healed, but the trials ahead will likely be even more grueling." Yi Ningxuan thought to herself, a hint of gravity flashing in her eyes. The previous two battles had already been so arduous, and now, in her current state, facing this third trial. Just then, the countless swords embedded in the ground around her suddenly began to rumble. Their blades trembled slightly, as if resonating in unison, their sound reverberating throughout the entire space. Yi Ningxuan's heart jolted. She sprang to her feet, gripping the Frost Divine sword tightly in her hand, murmuring softly, "The third trial has arrived." Simultaneously, a figure slowly materialized within the void. It was the same woman from before, yet she now appeared entirely different. She wore a simple blue robe, her expression serene as still water. A gentle aura radiated from her, like a spring breeze caressing the face, exerting not the slightest pressure. Yi Ningxuan stared at the green-robed woman before her, astonished and deeply puzzled. She couldn't help but wonder silently, why is this third trial so different? Her aura has become so serene. This change must be connected to the nature of this third trial. As she pondered, the green-robed woman turned her gaze toward Yiningshuang and spoke softly, her voice as clear and pleasant as a mountain spring. The third trial tests the heart of the sword. This trial has nothing to do with strength. There is no need for combat. It asks only of your true heart. Tester, are you prepared? Yiningshuang's heart trembled at these words. Lifting her head, her gaze sharpening with resolve, she looked at the woman in green and declared loudly, Senior Lingyu, I am ready. No matter what the trial may be, I am prepared. The woman in green showed no reaction, merely raising her hand and waving it lightly. Instantly, the surrounding swords shot into the air, hovering motionless with their points fixed on Yiningshuang. Yet, these blades did not attack. They remained suspended in silence, as if awaiting something. Yiningshuang held her breath, focusing her entire being on the impending trial. She knew this third trial might determine whether she could truly inherit Lingyue's sword Immortal's legacy. Lin Zhao's curiosity deepened as he observed the third trial's contents. He swiftly opened the third stage's guide, where the screen displayed, Third Stage, Trial of the Sword Heart. Trial content, this gate appears to test the sword heart, but it truly tests the sword intent. Sword intent is the foundation of the sword path. Only those with a perfected sword heart can comprehend sword intent and pass this gate. Strategy, the trial of the sword heart concerns not strength, but one's true heart. The challenger must calm their mind and contemplate, finding the true essence of their own sword path. Sword intent is not a technique, but a state of mind. Only with a mind free of distractions can one touch the threshold of sword intent. The challenger must further follow the guidance of the sword spirit to discover their own path in the way of the sword. Lin Zhao read the guide and instantly understood. He quickly typed a reminder, Yiningshuang, don't be fooled by what she says about the third gate. You must truly grasp the essence of the sword to pass. Calm your mind and find the true meaning of your own sword path. Hearing the elder's voice, Yiningshuang's heart sank. She hurriedly replied, Senior, I understand. Sword intent was a major hurdle in the sword path, its very foundation. Yet many sword cultivators spent their entire lives without grasping it. This third gate was indeed no simple matter. Thoughts swirled through Yiningshuang's mind. Though the essence of swordsmanship was the foundation of the way of the sword, it remained an insurmountable threshold for countless sword cultivators. Even in her past life, she had never truly touched the threshold of sword intent. Now, she must comprehend sword intent within this trial. The difficulty was unimaginable. Yet before she could dwell on it further, the green-robed woman swept her hand through the air. Instantly, the countless swords embedded in the ground began to tremble. One after another, they flew into the air, hovering and coalescing with the swords already suspended there. As if under command, the swords swiftly gathered around Yiningshuang, surrounding her in dense clusters, a truly spectacular sight. Yiningshuang watched in horror, her eyes filled with confusion. What on earth do these swords mean? She gripped her sword tightly, scanning her surroundings warily. Yet the swords did not attack. Instead, they hovered silently around her, as if awaiting something. The woman in green spoke again, her voice as clear and melodious as before. These swords are the embodiment of sword intent. If you can discern your own sword heart within them and comprehend your unique sword intent, you shall pass this trial. Upon hearing this, Yiningshuang's mind suddenly cleared. She drew a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, murmuring softly, So that's it. These swords aren't here to attack me, but to serve as vessels for the essence of swordsmanship. I need to meditate upon them and discover my own path of the sword. With that, Yiningshuang closed her eyes, her mind gradually immersing itself in the task. The suspended swords seemed to resonate with her, their blades trembling slightly as they emitted a deep, resonant hum. Within Yiningshuang's mind, fragments of her journey on the path of swordsmanship played back endlessly. From her earliest sword training to the life and death battles of the present, each experience unfolded like a scroll in her mind. What is my true sword heart? Yiningshuang asked herself repeatedly in her mind. Chapter 112, The Insidiously Phone. Within the stone monument space, the swords continued to circle around Yiningshuang. As their blades flashed, waves of murderous intent radiated outward. Simultaneously, Yiningshuang quickly realized these swords weren't stationary, they were slowly closing in on her. Upon realizing this, a wave of dread surged through her heart. These swords. Could it be? Yiningshuang instantly understood clearly, the time allotted to her was running out. Once a certain time limit was reached, these swords would. Simultaneously, Lin Zhao witnessed this scene through the game interface, his heart clenching in anxiety for Yiningshuang. His eyes locked on the screen as his fingers flew across the keyboard, urgently typing a warning, Yiningshuang, stay calm. These swords won't just harm you when the time comes, they're vessels of sword intent. You must quiet your mind and sense it. Don't let their approach disturb your focus. Meanwhile, the green-robed woman remained standing calmly by the side, her expression serene, seemingly devoid of any emotion. Her gaze rested on Yiningshuang, as if waiting for her. Hearing this, Yiningshuang took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. She closed her eyes once more, her mind gradually sinking into the experience. As her focus deepened, she sensed a peculiar force contained within the swords, a force that seemed to be the very link that had previously connected the woman to the blades. This power. Could it be the core of sword intent? Upon this realization, Yiningshuang pondered silently, striving to discern her own sword heart, even sword intent within it. Yet, as she poured her entire being into this profound realization, she remained unaware of the sudden upheaval unfolding outside. At the stone monument on the southern mountain battlefield, Li Feng and his junior brother Wang had just arrived when they suddenly saw a figure seated cross-legged. Upon seeing this figure, both men were instantly seized by fear and hurriedly hid themselves. Li Feng then looked more closely and recognized the person's identity. It's her. A cold gleam flashed in Li Feng's eyes as he murmured, "She's actually here." Upon hearing this, brother Wang grew visibly tense. He too scrutinized the scene closely and suddenly recalled. Li Feng couldn't help but sneer coldly as he spoke again, "It's her. She didn't give Lingxiao Sword Sect a second glance at the archway earlier, and even injured senior brother Chang. Who would have thought she'd be here participating in Lingyue Sword Immortal's trial? And we just happened to run into her." Li Feng's sneer grew even colder as he spoke these words. "Lingyue Sword Immortal?" Upon hearing this, a flash of shock crossed Wang Shidi's eyes, and he seemed momentarily lost in thought. After a long moment, he finally spoke, "That's an ancient sword cultivator. Her inheritance, could it be?" Li Feng nodded, his expression sinister. "Exactly. We absolutely cannot let her seize this opportunity. Besides, she's already offended our Lingxiao Sword Sect. With Zhao Tianjing absent now, no one can save her. This is the perfect chance to eliminate her. Once we leave the secret realm, we can even claim rewards from the sect master." Junior brother Wang hesitated. "But senior brother Li, isn't this a bit? She hasn't done us any wrong, and we even worked together to break out earlier." At this, Li Feng cut him off instantly, his voice cold. "Those who accomplish great deeds pay no heed to trivialities. Besides, since this woman dared to offend Lingxiao Sword Sect, she must pay the price. What's more, Li Feng harbored deep hostility toward the Zhao Tianjing fellow. And since Zhao Tianjing had forbidden him from harming her, he was determined to kill her all the more." With that thought, a ruthless glint flashed in Li Feng's eyes. He raised his hand, gathering spiritual energy, ready to strike at Yiningshuang. He would not only prevent Yiningshuang from seizing this opportunity, he would make her die here. Meanwhile, within the stone tablet space, Yiningshuang remained utterly unaware of the events unfolding outside. She remained utterly absorbed in her contemplation, striving to find her own sword heart within those blades. Yet as time passed, the swords drew ever closer. An intense sword aura enveloped her, generating an overwhelming pressure that was terrifying beyond measure. Cold sweat beaded on Yiningshuang's forehead as her clothes and hair fluttered wildly in the sword energy's gusts. A wave of panic surged within her, disrupting the rhythm of her contemplation. Lin Xiao witnessed this through the game interface and wasted no time in typing a reassuring message. "Yiningshuang, don't panic. Stay calm and focus on your insight. The swords drawing near are part of the trial. If you let them affect you, forget about finding the sword's heart or grasping its essence." Hearing her senior's reminder, Yiningshuang felt a surge of confidence. The senior was watching her. She couldn't let him down, not just for herself. With that thought, she took another deep breath and whispered, "Senior, I understand." She closed her eyes, banishing distractions as her mind plunged back into the depths. Though the sword's approach intensified the pressure, she believed she could do this. Only by quieting her mind and focusing her perception could she break through. As she moved, the sword chi emanating from the blades grew more intense, closing in on her. The oppressive force nearly took her breath away, yet her expression only grew more resolute. Time was running out. The swords drew nearer, their humming sound echoing like a deathly countdown. Yiningshuang knew clearly, if she failed to grasp the essence of the sword heart by the final moment, she would surely be pierced to death by 10,000 blades. What exactly is my sword heart? Yiningshuang asked herself this question over and over in her mind. She slowly closed her eyes, beginning to recall the events she had experienced. Once, she had been a prodigy, blessed with unparalleled cultivation talent, destined to become the future Grand Elder. Yet fate dealt her a cruel blow. Not only was she betrayed by treacherous hands, but her supreme bone was also forcibly extracted. In a single night, she plummeted from the heavens to the depths of despair, reduced to a useless shell. Branded a traitor, she became a hunted fugitive. Until that day, when she encountered the Elder. Perhaps moved by compassion, the Elder intervened to save her. Later, he expended rare medicinal herbs to help her rebuild her foundations, allowing her to resume her cultivation path. From that moment on, she vowed to seek vengeance. With the sword in her hand, she would make those who had harmed her pay a terrible price. At the same time, she could never forget the life-saving grace of her mentor and was determined to repay it. My sword heart. For a moment, Yiningshuang's thoughts wrestled relentlessly within the currents of memory. Time raced by. The long sword now hovered mere inches from Yiningshuang's body, its icy blade slicing through her skin, drawing trickles of blood. Outside the game interface, Lin Xiao was consumed by anxiety, pacing restlessly. His hands clenched unconsciously, cold sweat beading on his forehead. But at this moment, all he could do was trust Yining Shuang. Chapter 113, The Legacy. Just as Lin Zhao's anxiety reached its peak at this critical moment. Within the game screen, Yining Shuang's eyes suddenly snapped open, a clarity unprecedented in her gaze flashing through them. She finally understood, her sword heart was the absence of a sword heart. Her sword was her heart, and her heart was her sword. Where her heart pointed, so too did her sword. She had no convoluted thoughts, she simply sought vengeance for wrongs and repaid kindness. Her sword was the sword within her heart. In that instant, a colossal and pure force erupted from Yining Shuang's body, radiating outward from her like a shockwave. The long swords that had been advancing fiercely toward her now trembled violently under this force. Her eyes snapped open, blazing with a piercing cold light so sharp it seemed an indestructible sword had suddenly ignited within her pupils. Simultaneously, the Frost Divine sword in her grasp seemed to sense the shift in its master's resolve. It began to vibrate violently, emitting a fierce and stirring sword cry that pierced the very fabric of space, its echoes lingering long after. Yining Shuang felt it even more clearly. The Frost Divine sword in her grasp now seemed connected to the heavens and earth, as if containing boundless power, waiting for her to unleash it. Yining Shuang knew she had succeeded, she had grasped the sword heart. With her success, another profound and mysterious force slowly radiated outward from her as its center. This force, carrying a unique rhythm, surged directly toward the surrounding swords brimming with menace. The blades, which had been trembling incessantly, still carrying a hint of murderous intent, froze instantly upon contact with this force, as if struck by a spell of immobilization. They hung motionless in midair, as if expressing reverence toward this force or perhaps submission to it. Upon witnessing this, Yining Shuang understood instantly. The force she had unleashed was precisely the long-sought-after sword intent. Sword intent was formless yet omnipresent, the very soul of the sword path, the pursuit of countless swordsmen. As the sword intent continued to emanate, Yining Shuang's thoughts drifted back to the trial of the previous level. The scene of her severing the woman from her sword played repeatedly in her mind. She recalled the unique sensation of power she felt when severing that connection. For a moment, it felt as though a door to a new world had opened before her. In that instant, a flash of insight struck Yining Shuang's mind, as if a torrent of information surged into her consciousness. She seemed to grasp the very essence of sword control. It was a wondrous method of controlling and communicating with the sword, not merely driven by brute force, but a profound resonance between mind and blade. She raised her hand slightly and gave a gentle flick. Instantly, a surge of sword intent erupted outward. That sword intent seemed alive, darting through the air, searching for a compatible existence. In an instant, this sword intent formed a subtle, faint connection with the surrounding blades, as if an invisible link had been forged between them. Simultaneously, Yining Shuang could distinctly sense the swords responding to her with a silent, intangible echo, as if they too possessed a life of their own. Immediately, Yining Shuang waved her hand again, attempting to channel her will through the sword intent into the blades. Instantly, under her command, the swords lost their ability to hover and plummeted toward the ground. Clack! They plunged into the ground, emitting a crisp series of sounds. Yining Shuang immediately tried again, attempting to activate the sword control technique to make the swords move. However, having only recently grasped the technique, Yining Shuang could barely lift a single sword a few centimeters, even when exerting every ounce of her strength. Yet her eyes held no trace of discouragement, only anticipation. She understood clearly that she had now entered the door of sword control. All that remained was practice. This marked a new beginning on her path of swordsmanship. At that very moment, the green-robed woman nearby underwent a transformation. Her form slowly dissipated like a phantom, momentarily dissolving into scattered starlight that merged into the void. For a moment, Yining Shuang was caught off guard. Then, a clear, cold, and authoritative voice echoed through the stone monument space. Third trial, passed. All trials completed. Hearing this, Yining Shuang froze in surprise before bursting into joyful delight. Her eyes flashed with unmistakable excitement as she murmured softly, I passed. I completed all the trials. An indescribable sense of accomplishment surged within Yining Shuang. Not only had she successfully passed the 3 trials set by Lingyue's sword Immortal, but she had also seized this opportunity to grasp the essence of sword intent. It must be understood that the essence of the sword is the foundation of the way of the sword, a threshold that countless sword cultivators struggle to reach even over lifetimes. Yet now, she had broken through this very trial in one decisive leap, her strength poised for a quantum leap. At the same time, Lin Xiao heard that voice through the game interface. A surge of joy welled up within him, and he couldn't help but think to himself, having grasped sword intent, Yining Shuang's path in the way of the sword will surely be smooth sailing from now on. Without delay, he typed his praise, Yining Shuang, you've done exceptionally well. Hearing the elder's praise, Yining Shuang felt a warmth in her heart, and a faint smile touched her lips. She then replied softly, Senior, thank you for your encouragement and help. Without you, I doubt I could have reached this point. Lin Xiao chuckled at her words and typed back, it's all your own hard work and talent. I merely offered some suggestions. The path ahead is yours to walk alone. Just then, that crisp, cool voice echoed through the void once more. The Lingyue Sword Immortal's legacy is now officially activated. Heir, prepare yourself. As the voice faded, a brilliant light slowly coalesced in the void, transforming into a crystal-clear jade tablet. It then floated directly before Yining Shuang. Ancient characters were engraved upon it, emanating powerful fluctuations of sword intent. Yining Shuang reached out and gently touched the jade tablet. The instant her fingertips made contact, a torrent of information flooded her mind. It seemed to contain the insights of Lingyu, the sword immortal, along with boundless sword intent and power. For a moment, Yining Shuang closed her eyes, her mind completely immersed within. Within her mind, a figure materialized, none other than Lingyu, the sword immortal. She held a long sword, its blade gleaming like the moonlight. Each strike carried boundless power and profound mystery. This is the legacy of Lingyu, the sword immortal. Yining Shuang murmured, her heart racing with excitement. Immediately after, more information surfaced in her mind. Chapter 114, Interfering with Her. Yining Shuang immediately examined the information. The 9 swords of Lingyu. Yining Shuang murmured softly, a flicker of astonishment crossing her eyes. But it didn't end there. Just as Yining Shuang was immersed in the inheritance of the 9 swords of Lingyu, another figure materialized in the void. It was a woman clad in white, wielding a crystal-clear long sword, her gaze cold and profound. It was the phantom of the Lingyu sword immortal. Though still clad in white, this apparition conveyed a completely different aura from the first. The Lingyu sword immortal turned to look at Yining Shuang once more, then spoke indifferently, since you wish to inherit my 9 swords of Lingyu, I shall demonstrate them for you. Whether you can master them afterward depends entirely on your own destiny. Yining Shuang's heart trembled at these words. She bowed respectfully and replied, thank you for your guidance, senior. I shall give it my all. Lingyu Jianxian said no more, slowly raising the long sword in her hand. Her movements appeared deliberate, yet carried an indescribable rhythm. As her sword momentum unfolded, 9 dazzling beams of swordlight instantly materialized in the void. Each beam shone as brightly as the moon itself, yet contained boundless killing intent. First strike, Moon Shadow. Lingyu Jianxian's voice rang out crisp and melodious. With a gentle flick of her sword, a beam of light cascaded like moonlight, instantly slicing through the void. Second sword, Moon Radiance. As the words echoed, her sword momentum surged, the light flowing like an unbroken stream of water, carrying an icy chill. Third sword, Moon River. Another strike sent the sword light shimmering into countless moonbeams, enveloping the entire void before coalescing into a vast river suspended in the air. The 9th sword, Under the Azure Sky Moon. At this moment, Lingyu Jianxian's sword momentum reached its zenith. The 9 sword lights converged into a full moon, suspended in the void. Yining Shuang stared intently, witnessing the moon radiate boundless pressure, as if poised to annihilate everything it illuminated. As Lingyu Jianxian demonstrated, she watched intently, utterly stunned and unable to recover from her awe. Yining Shuang sensed that the 9 swords of Lingyu possessed not only boundless power but also contained a unique sword intent. Each strike seemed to narrate the lifetime's essence of Lingyue's sword immortal's sword art. The gap between these swords and all others she knew was as vast as heaven and earth. She knew clearly that this was not a power she could possibly manifest merely by learning the 9 swords of Lingyu. As the demonstration concluded, Lingyu Jianxian sheathed his sword and turned his gaze back to Yining Shuang. I have now demonstrated the 9 swords of Lingyu for you. Whether you can master them depends entirely on yourself. Soon, you will depart this stone monument space. Yining Shuang bowed respectfully in response, thank you, Senior Lingyu, for passing down this legacy. I am profoundly grateful. A flicker of emotion flickered across Lingyu's sword immortal's expression at these words, though he said nothing more. His form slowly dissipated, and the space returned to stillness. Yining Shuang understood the profound power and complexity of the 9 swords of Lingyu. Mastering this sword technique completely would not be achieved overnight. It demanded prolonged practice and deep contemplation to achieve true mastery. Yet, she refused to waste this precious moment. Yining Shuang wanted to strike while the iron was hot and attempt to wield this sword technique. After all, Lingyu Jianxian's demonstration had left her utterly astonished, and she was eager to see how she would fare. She also wished to experience how wielding the sword would feel now that she possessed sword intent. Yining Shuang gripped the Frost Divine sword in her hand once more, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in her eyes. Sword intent was the foundation of the sword path, a realm coveted by countless sword cultivators. Now that she had finally grasped it, her heart brimmed with curiosity and excitement. She closed her eyes, her mind completely immersed in the insights of the 9 swords of Lingyu. In her mind, the sword techniques of the Lingyu sword immortal replayed over and over. Those exquisite techniques, the fierce killing intent, and even that utterly awe-inspiring full moon seemed etched deep into her memory. As time ticked by, Yining Shuang's sword techniques grew increasingly polished. Her figure danced through the void, the Frost Divine sword in her grasp erupting with dazzling sword light. Meanwhile, on the southern mountain battlefield outside, Li Feng and Wang Shidi stood before the stone stele, their expressions grim. Not long ago, they had attempted to attack Yining Shuang, hoping to disrupt her inheritance and even seize the opportunity to eliminate her completely. Yet, to their utter astonishment, the stone stele had actively shielded Yining Shuang. Moments earlier, as Li Feng gathered his spiritual energy to deliver a fatal strike, a powerful sword chi erupted from the monument's surface. The sword energy swept over like a raging storm, instantly blasting both Li Feng and Wang Shidi backward. Thud. Li Feng crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His face turned deathly pale. He struggled to his feet, his eyes filled with horror and resentment, unable to believe what he had witnessed. He blurted out, "The steel, it's protecting her. Could this damned thing have already received the inheritance?" Meanwhile, Wang, the junior disciple, had also sustained minor injuries. Clutching his chest, he struggled to his feet. Terror gripped his face as his voice trembled. "Senior brotherly, what exactly is this stone tablet? Even if it's protecting her, how could it possess such overwhelming power?" Li Feng clenched his teeth, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. This stone tablet is the heirloom of the Lingyue sword immortal. It's highly likely it possesses formidable protective power. We truly underestimated it just now. His gaze then fell upon Yiningshuang, seated cross-legged before the steel. An indescribable surge of jealousy and rage welled up within him. Li Feng had believed he could easily disrupt Yiningshuang's inheritance, even eliminate her entirely. Yet reality had dealt him a brutal blow. At that very moment, the sword steel erupted with blinding sword light, emanating waves of utterly bizarre energy. Feeling this, Li Feng couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "This feels like sword intent. She must have obtained the inheritance. That woman. How dare she inherit Lingyu's sword immortal's legacy?" Li Feng growled under his breath, clenching his fists. He knew all too well the value of this inheritance. If she got it first, who knew if there would ever be a second chance? Hearing this, junior brother Wang hesitated before speaking. "Senior brotherly, what should we do now? The power of this stone monument is too overwhelming. We can't even get close to her, let alone harm her." Li Feng fell silent for a moment, a flash of ruthlessness crossing his eyes. "We can't just give up. Lingyue sword immortal's inheritance is too precious, we absolutely cannot let her obtain it. Though we can't attack her directly, we can find a way to disrupt her inheritance." A flicker of confusion crossed Wang's eyes. Interfere. Chapter 115, Kill You All. On the Nanshan battlefield, a ruthless glint flashed in Li Feng's eyes before he coldly declared, "Exactly. Interfere. Since we can't kill her directly, we'll disrupt her. As long as we interrupt her inheritance, our goal is achieved. Follow me." With that, he turned and headed backward, his junior disciple following closely behind. Soon, the two stood at a distance, gazing toward the stone steel. "Come on, attack." Li Feng formed hand seals with both hands while chanting incantations. Instantly, a searing flame erupted from his palms and slammed into the stone steel. Flame fire technique. Li Feng roared, and the flames instantly swept forward, crashing heavily against the front of the stone tablet. At the same moment, Brother Wang also unleashed his thunder techniques. Bolts of lightning coalesced in his hands, striking down toward the stone tablet. Thunder technique. With a thunderous shout, several bolts of lightning erupted, carrying boundless pressure as they slammed into the stone tablet. Suddenly, a dazzling light erupted from the stone tablet's surface, forming another powerful protective barrier that deflected all of Li Feng and Brother Wang's attacks. However, despite the stone tablet's formidable defensive power, Li Feng and Brother Wang's attacks did not cease. They intensified their efforts, weaving fire spells and thunder techniques into a terrifying energy storm that violently battered the stone tablet's protective barrier. Boom! Boom! Explosions echoed continuously. Though the steel's protective barrier remained steadfast, Yiningshuang within it was visibly affected. Her body began to tremble slightly, as if disturbed by some external force. Seeing this, Li Feng's eyes flashed with delight. "It's working. Keep increasing the attack power." He spoke, then formed seals with both hands once more. The power of flame and thunder grew even more frenzied, pounding relentlessly against the stone tablet. Meanwhile, within the stone tablet's space, Yiningshuang was fully immersed in comprehending the essence of the Lingyue Nine Swords when she suddenly felt an intense wave of discomfort. Her form no longer felt solid as before, instead, it began to flicker faintly like a phantom. What is happening? Yiningshuang's heart raced with alarm, a flicker of panic crossing her eyes. She hurriedly whispered, "Senior, my body seems to be malfunctioning." "What's happening?" Lin Xiao observed Yiningshuang's condition through the game interface. Confusion flashed across his eyes before he suddenly realized something. He swiftly typed a warning. "Yiningshuang, it appears someone is outside. Your body may have been attacked from the outside world. While this stone tablet protects you, external attacks can still affect your body. You must leave the tablet space immediately, or your physical form could suffer severe damage." Upon hearing this, Yiningshuang sensed again and immediately detected the interference originating from outside. Anxiety surged through her. She looked up and called out, "Senior Lingyu, may I leave the secret realm now?" As her voice faded, a figure suddenly materialized in the void. It was the phantom of Lingyu, the sword immortal. She still wore a white robe, a long sword in hand, her gaze cold and merciless. Lingyu's sword immortal looked at Yiningshuang and spoke indifferently. "Practicing the 9 swords of Lingyu within this stone tablet space can accelerate your cultivation progress several-fold. If you remain here longer, you will master this sword technique more swiftly. Have you made your decision? Should you wish to leave, you may do so at any time. Yi Ningxuan's expression darkened upon hearing this. She knew Lingyu Jianxian spoke the truth. Cultivating the Lingyue 9 swords within this steel space would indeed yield twice the results with half the effort. Yet the attacks from the outside world forced her to make a choice. If I don't leave this place, my body outside will be in danger. Yi Ningxuan pondered silently, a flicker of conflict crossing her eyes. Suddenly, she felt another heavy blow strike her body. Yi Ningxuan took a deep breath, silently resolving within herself. Though it's a pity, my life is far more important. As for cultivating the Lingyue 9 swords, I believe with my talent, this brief delay won't matter. With this resolve, Yi Ningxuan's gaze hardened. She looked up at Lingyu's sword Immortal and said respectfully, "Senior, thank you for your guidance. But I must leave this place, or my body may suffer severe damage." Lingyu Jianxian nodded slightly, his expression unchanged. "Since you have made your choice, I shall see you off." With a wave of her hand, a dazzling burst of light erupted from the void. Yi Ningxuan's form gradually faded into ethereal mist, ultimately transforming into a streak of light that vanished within the stone tablet space. Meanwhile, outside the stone tablet space, Li Feng and his junior brother Wang stared intently at the monument. Seeing the faint injuries on Yi Ningxuan's body, they were overcome with excitement. Their eyes shone brightly, and Li Feng even raised his hand in elation. "Ha! Looks like our plan worked." Li Feng couldn't help but laugh aloud, his face practically overflowing with smug satisfaction. "This woman's destiny is about to be disrupted by us." In Li Feng's mind, Lingyu's sword Immortal's opportunity was nothing short of heaven-defying. Whoever managed to fully obtain it would undoubtedly have to expend a tremendous amount of time. Yi Ningxuan hadn't arrived at the southern mountain battlefield much earlier than them, so she was surely still in the critical phase of the inheritance. Just as the two prepared to launch another attack, a blinding sword light suddenly erupted from the stone steel, forcing them to instinctively raise their hands to shield their eyes. Within the light, Yi Ningxuan slowly opened her eyes and rose to her feet. Li Feng and Wang Shidi were startled, their smiles instantly freezing, their eyes filled with shock. But they quickly regained their composure. A mocking smile curled the corner of Li Feng's mouth as he bellowed at the top of his lungs. "Oh? Why the sudden emergence? Could it be the inheritance failed? That would be a shame." His words dripped with smugness, his gaze fixed on Yi Ningxuan with nothing but mockery. Yi Ningxuan stepped out from behind the stone tablet, her face dark as storm clouds, murderous intent surging in her eyes as she fixed them on Li Feng and Wang. She instantly recognized their attire as that of the Lingxiao sword sect. Upon closer inspection, they seemed familiar. Suddenly, she remembered these very two had been present during their breakout by the lake earlier. The realization sent a surge of fury coursing through Yi Ningxuan's veins. She had worked so hard to inherit Lingyue's sword Immortal's legacy, which should have allowed her to accelerate her cultivation of the 9 swords of Lingyue within that mysterious space. Yet now, these two had ruined everything. "You're asking for death." Yi Ningxuan gritted her teeth, her voice cold and filled with a murderous aura. But she quickly changed her tone. "But I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. I've already received the inheritance of the Lingyue sword Immortal inside. As for why I've come out now, it's to kill you both." Chapter 116, Li Feng steps in. Upon hearing this, Li Feng froze for a moment before bursting into laughter, his face growing more mocking by the second. "Ha! You? You think you can kill us? Stop spouting nonsense. Inheritance? Do you really expect us to believe that?" Beside him, Brother Wang chimed in with a sneer. "Exactly. Look at your own strength. Thinking you can kill us? That's just a fool's fantasy." Li Feng's face twisted into a sneer at Yi Ningxuan's words. From the archway earlier, and even at the lake afterward, he had already gauged Yi Ningxuan's strength. He figured he was roughly her equal, let alone with Wang Shidi by his side. The others were utterly unconvinced that Yi Ningxuan could have grown so powerful in such a short time, dismissing her as nothing but a bluff. He sneered coldly, "You think you can take on both of us alone? Don't even dream about it. No one can save you now. This opportunity never belonged to you in the first place. Don't even think about claiming it. Just accept your fate and die here." Yi Ningxuan heard his words but paid no heed to Li Feng's mockery. Her gaze grew colder, and a faint, disdainful smile touched her lips. "Is that so? Then let's see who ends up dying here." Her tone was calm, yet it carried a confidence that sent shivers down one's spine. After all, within the stone tablet realm, she had not only grasped the essence of sword intent but also mastered several techniques of the Lingyue 9 swords. Her current strength was incomparable to her former self. Facing both Li Feng and Wang Shidi, she felt no pressure whatsoever. Seeing Yi Ningxuan so composed, Li Feng felt a vague unease stir within him, but it was quickly replaced by fury. He gave a cold snort, exchanged a glance with Wang, and whispered, "You go first and test the waters. Don't give her any chance." Wang nodded, a flash of murderous intent crossing his eyes. Wielding his long sword, he charged toward Yi Ningxuan first, bellowing, "Die." His sword technique was fierce and relentless, aiming straight for her vital points. Yet Yi Ningxuan merely responded with a cold smile. With a slight shift of her body, she effortlessly evaded Wang Shidi's attack. Too slow. Yi Ningxuang murmured, her tone laced with mockery. Wang Shidi's heart jolted at her words. Before he could react, Yi Ningxuang's frost divine sword had already swung out. The sword's glow carried an endless chill, instantly slashing toward Wang Shidi's chest. Clang! Suddenly, Wang could only barely raise his sword to block. Yet Yi Ningxuang's sword energy was overwhelmingly fierce, sending him reeling backward. His arm went numb from the shock and his grip on the sword loosened involuntarily, his eyes filled with terror. Immediately, Brother Wang's expression darkened. Though startled, he refused to show weakness. With a light tap of his foot against the ground, he lunged toward Yi Ningxuang once more. Gripping the sword hilt tightly with both hands, his aura surged as he unleashed a sword technique. As his blade whirled, a faint whistling sound filled the air. Sharp sword qi, like countless blades, sliced toward Yi Ningxuang. Li Feng stood to the side, arms crossed, his gaze fixed intently on the battlefield. His eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of scrutiny on his face, yet he showed no urgency to intervene. He too wanted to see just how formidable Yi Ningxuang truly was. Facing Wang Shidi's fierce assault, Yi Ningxuang remained as calm as still water, a faint, mocking smile even playing at the corners of her lips. Unhurried and steady on her feet, she made no attempt to dodge. Instead, she casually raised her hand and waved her sword with effortless ease. With each effortless flick of her wrist, Yi Ningxuang effortlessly deflected Wang Shidi's sword energy. Seeing this, Brother Wang grew increasingly anxious, his attacks growing more frenzied until they became dizzying to watch. Yet Yi Ningxuang remained utterly composed. Her steps were light, her movements agile, always evading Wang Shidi's strikes with perfect timing while launching counterattacks. In no time, he was forced back step by step, wounds gradually appearing on his body. Blood seeped out, staining his clothes crimson. Disbelief and horror gripped Brother Wang. He never imagined Yi Ningxuang could be this formidable, overpowering him completely without even resorting to her cultivation techniques. Li Feng was equally astonished. He had assumed that while Wang Shidi might not win easily, he wouldn't be pushed into such a desperate state. His expression instantly grew grave as a shadow of caution settled over his mind. Just then, Yi Ningxuang's eyes flashed with resolve as she charged toward Brother Wang once more. Her speed was blindingly fast, closing the distance to Wang in the blink of an eye. Wang's eyes widened in terror. He tried to defend himself, only to find his movements slowed to a crawl against Yi Ningxuang. "Save me!" Wang shouted in terror, pleading for help from Li Feng. Li Feng now fully understood Yi Ningxuang's formidable strength and dared not take her lightly for even a moment. He swiftly drew his long sword, thrusting his foot off the ground like an arrow leaving the bowstring as he charged toward Yi Ningxuang. He swung his sword, attempting to block her attack. Li Feng now fully understood that Yi Ningxuang was not to be underestimated. Though his own strength far surpassed that of Brother Wang, he dared not be careless in the slightest. He thought to himself, Yi Ningxuang must have gained some advantage on the Nanshan battlefield. He absolutely could not let his guard down. After parrying the strike, the energy around him surged violently. He swung his sword with one hand while chanting incantations. In an instant, the sword in his hand blazed with intense light. Lightning danced and flickered along its blade, emitting a crisp, ringing sound. "Taste my thunderbolt sword technique!" Li Feng roared, and with the cry, he swung his sword violently. A thick bolt of thunder, carrying terrifying pressure, surged directly toward Yi Ningxuang. He thought to himself, certain this sword technique would overwhelm Yi Ningxuang in one fell swoop. Wherever the thunder passed, space itself seemed to warp slightly. Yi Ningxuang's eyes narrowed sharply as she sensed the terrifying power contained within the thunder. Startled that Li Feng had unleashed such a lethal strike from the outset, she quickly regained her composure. She silently reminded herself that the sword intent she had grasped within the stone tablet realm was no ordinary feat. "Is that all you've got?" Yi Ningxuang snorted coldly, her tone dripping with contempt. She swiftly adjusted her stance, leveling her frost divine sword horizontally. A chill radiated outward from her, attempting to withstand the onslaught. As the two forces collided, an ear-splitting roar erupted. A powerful shockwave radiated outward, whipping up a violent gale. Seizing this opening, Brother Wang pressed his advantage. Gritting his teeth against the pain lacing his body, his heart burned with refusal to yield and seething fury. He thought, having been so thoroughly dominated by Yi Ningxuang before, this time he would strike back. "Damn it, let's see how you dodge this time." Brother Wang roared, his voice growing hoarse. Gripping his sword hilt with both hands, he unleashed every ounce of his strength. His sword strikes came in relentless succession, each blade cutting through the air with a whistling sound, targeting the openings in Yi Ningxuang's defense. Chapter 117, The Moonlight Begins to Shine. Before Yi Ningxuang could parry Li Feng's attack, Wang Shidi's sword already swept toward her. For a moment, under the combined assault of Li Feng and Wang, Yi Ningxuang found herself struggling to defend. She marveled inwardly at their combined strength. She had expected to handle them easily, but their coordination proved surprisingly formidable. "This is interesting." Yi Ningxuang gritted her teeth, murmuring under her breath, her eyes still showing no sign of concern. Her feet kept retreating, leaving deep gashes in the ground as she moved back. Swept by slashes of sword energy and thunderbolts, her robes tore, strands of hair drifting through the air. At this moment, Yi Ningxuang remained trapped within the encircling assault of Li Feng and Wang Shidi, the frost divine sword in her grasp flashing icy light amidst the shifting patterns of light and shadow. Facing their relentless barrage of attacks, her heart remained calm and unruffled. As she parried their blows, she thought to herself, so this is the extent of their power. I clearly overestimated them earlier. She dodged sideways with fluid grace, parrying blows with lightning-fast precision. Her robes billowed in the wind, and her long black hair whipped wildly through the air. What a tedious fight! With that thought, Yi Ningxuang roared suddenly. Her frost divine sword traced a sharp arc through the air, unleashing a powerful sword chi that spread outward like a surging tidal wave. In an instant, though Yi Ningxuang was also sent flying by the counterforce, she had forcibly nullified both opponents' attacks. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao kept his eyes glued to the game screen, observing Yi Ningxuang's performance in battle. A faint smile touched the corners of his mouth. He knew full well that Yi Ningxuang's true strength far exceeded what she had shown. In the previous exchange, she had merely been testing the limits of his current abilities. It's time to finish this quickly. With that thought, he typed, "Don't waste time with these two. Finish them off directly." Upon hearing her senior's voice, Yi Ningxuang nodded slightly. The senior was right. It was time to end this. With that thought, her gaze sharpened instantly as she turned her attention back to Li Feng and his companion. Seeing Yi Ningxuang forced back, Li Feng felt a surge of wild joy, his smug expression growing even more pronounced. He placed his hands on his hips and let out another loud laugh. Ha! So what if you have some skill? Facing the two of us, you only have a chance of being killed. That's just how this world works. Don't blame us for taking advantage of the numbers. His shrill laughter echoed through the air, as if he already stood atop the world. After laughing, he licked his lips, his eyes flashing with greed as he continued, "Once you're dead, the opportunity of the Linghui sword immortal will be ours." Yi Ningxuang watched Li Feng silently, a cold, disdainful sneer curling her lips. Her heart was filled with contempt. These two were truly overestimating themselves. How could anyone be this foolish? Then she spoke coldly, "I was merely playing along with you just now. Now I'm too lazy to continue this charade. Didn't you doubt I gained any opportunity within the stone tablet space? Well, now I'll show you the opportunity I've grasped." Her voice suddenly grew colder. Li Feng watched Yi Ningxuang's confident demeanor, a flicker of unease rising in his heart as his pulse quickened slightly. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Is she really that confident? Could she have truly obtained some powerful legacy? But he refused to lose his composure to her. Forcing himself to remain calm, he continued his taunts. Stop bragging. I'll see what you've got." Yet, a barely perceptible flicker of worry still crossed his eyes. Yi Ningxuang's gaze was sharp as she stared directly at Li Feng and Wang Shidi. A confident curve lifted the corners of her mouth as she coldly declared, "Whether I'm bragging or not, you'll find out soon enough. Watch closely, see the gap between you and me." Her voice was not loud, yet it resonated through the air like a great bell, carrying an undeniable authority. At her words, Li Feng and Wang Shidi's expressions instantly turned grave. Exchanging glances, they saw caution mirrored in each other's eyes. In an instant, both planted their feet firmly, gripped their sword hilts tightly, and felt spiritual energy surge around them as they assumed stances ready to strike at any moment. They kept their eyes fixed on Yi Ningxuang's every move, not daring to relax for even a moment. Yi Ningxuang drew a deep breath and slowly closed her eyes. Her mind swiftly recalled the Linghui 9 swords she had studied within the stone tablet space. Each sword technique, every detail, emerged with crystal clarity. As her thoughts settled on the first sword, Moon Shadow, her mind instantly immersed itself in its essence. 9 swords of Linghui Moon Shadow. In an instant, sword intent surged around Yi Ningxuang, a cold and fierce aura radiating outward from her center. She slowly opened her eyes, a cold gleam flashing within them, and swung her frost divine sword with force. A brilliant moonlight appeared out of thin air, hovering above the frost divine sword. As she swung, the moonlight, enveloped in powerful sword energy, instantly transformed into a silver beam, howling toward Li Feng and Brother Wang. Wherever the moonlight passed, the air seemed to freeze slightly, emitting a sound that shook the soul. This was not merely the moon shadow technique of Linghui's 9 swords, it was the combined might of the frost divine sword, unleashing a terror beyond measure. Yi Ningxuang watched the sword technique she had successfully executed, a flicker of delight passing through her eyes. She could feel the immense power contained within that strike. She had indeed executed the moon shadow technique. Though it still fell far short of the mastery displayed by the Linghui sword immortal, it was more than sufficient for now. Moreover, though she hadn't deliberately channeled it, the power of sword intent was already inherent within. These were the fruits of her enlightenment within the stone tablet realm. Li Feng and Brother Wang, witnessing this, instantly sensed the terrifying might of that strike. In that moment, boundless horror surged within their hearts. The 9 swords of Linghui. She had truly completed the inheritance. And inexplicably, they sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from this strike, filling them with dread so profound it seemed to sap their very will to resist. In an instant, both men's faces turned deathly pale, beads of sweat the size of peas rolling down their foreheads. "Quick! Use your strongest technique!" Li Feng roared, his voice trembling slightly. Almost simultaneously, both men pushed their power to its absolute limit, their swords blazing with intense light. Li Feng unleashed his pride and joy, the thunderclap sword technique, once more. Thick bolts of lightning danced along the blade, as if they couldn't wait to strike. Junior brother Wang also channeled his full might into the wind-slicing sword, its fierce sword chi instantly coalescing into a raging tempest that swirled around him. In that moment, they pushed their respective sword techniques to their absolute limits, desperately attempting to withstand Yi Ningxuan's terrifying strike. Chapter 118, The Shield. As Li Feng and brother Wang sensed the terrifying aura of Yi Ningxuan's moon shadow sword strike bearing down on them, their faces turned as pale as paper. They knew this strike's power was far from ordinary. If they didn't defend with everything they had, they would suffer severe injuries. Without a moment's hesitation, they gritted their teeth, unleashing their spiritual energy without reserve and coordinating their efforts. Their energies intertwined, enveloping the space before them in a dazzling barrier of lightning and tempest. The barrier shimmered with blinding light. At first glance, it appeared impenetrable, utterly unbreakable. Yet Yi Ningxuan's moon shadow stemmed from the Lingyue Nine Swords, amplified by the synergy of sword intent. Its power had reached unimaginable heights. How could it be so easily resisted? The pure moonlight and the fierce sword energy collided, like a primordial beast roaring forth in that instant. Moonlight flowed like silver through the air, while the sword intent cut through it with bone-chilling coldness. Feeling the power contained within this sword strike, a deep chill surged within both of them. The instant moon shadow collided head-on with their defenses, time itself seemed to freeze. Immediately, a deafening roar erupted, a sound that seemed to shatter the heavens and earth, causing the surrounding air to violently tremble. A colossal surge of energy erupted outward like a tsunami. In an instant, a violent storm erupted, whipping up sand and stones. Armor and weapons scattered across the ground were lifted by the force, whirling through the air. Deep fissures tore open in the earth's surface. Under the impact of this overwhelming force, Li Feng and Wang Shidi's defenses crumbled like paper, torn apart effortlessly. The moonlight, imbued with the intent of the sword, swept toward them with an unstoppable momentum. By now, they had no time left to react. Li Feng and Wang Shidi felt an overwhelming, mountain-moving force crash into them, a power far exceeding what their bodies could endure. Instantly, their bodies flew through the air like kites whose strings had snapped, sent hurtling away by the force beyond their control. They traced long arcs through the air, their figures starkly visible against the swirling dust and sand. They crashed heavily to the ground dozens of meters away, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Their bodies tumbled several times across the ground before finally coming to a halt. When they looked again, the two men were ragged and covered in wounds, blood gushing from their injuries and staining the surrounding earth red. They struggled to rise, only to feel as though every bone in their bodies had been shattered. Each joint throbbed with excruciating pain, rendering them utterly unable to exert any strength. Then, a metallic taste surged in their throats as a bittersweet liquid rose to the back of their necks. Unable to hold back any longer, a mouthful of blood gushed forth, tracing a crimson arc through the air before splattering onto the ground. Their eyes were filled with terror and disbelief. They couldn't fathom how Yi Ningxuan's single strike could be so terrifying, effortlessly shattering their combined defenses and leaving them in such a pitiful state. Li Feng and Wang Shidi lay on the ground, staring fixedly at Yi Ningxuan. They couldn't accept that this woman had reduced them to this state. Though severely wounded by Yi Ningxuan's strike, with excruciating pain radiating throughout their bodies, an intense refusal to yield and a desperate will to survive drove them to grit their teeth. Pushing themselves up with their hands braced against the ground, they struggled to rise once more. Li Feng's face was as pale as paper, a trace of blood still wet at the corner of his mouth. Yet his eyes burned with madness and stubbornness. He was secretly convinced that Yi Ningxuan's terrifying strike earlier must have been a bluff. An attack of such devastating power was impossible for her to unleash a second time. Oomph. That must be running on fumes now. Let's go at her together, this opportunity is still ours. Li Feng snarled at his junior brother Wang, his voice hoarse with rage. With that, disregarding his injuries, he planted his feet firmly on the ground and leaped forward like a raging tiger, kicking up a cloud of dust as he charged toward Yi Ningxuan. Seeing this, Wang Shidi felt fear surge within him. Yet spurred on by Li Feng, he steeled himself and followed close behind. His long sword trembled slightly in his grasp, yet he maintained a defiant stance, ready to fight to the death. Yi Ningxuan watched their actions with a cold gaze, a mocking sneer curling her lips. Her laughter carried an endless chill, how utterly overconfident. Without another word, she swept her frostblade horizontally. Sword intent surged around her, the air's temperature plummeting as if by dozens of degrees. A thin layer of frost spread rapidly outward from her center. Yi Ningxuan did not unleash Moon's shadow again. Instead, she casually swung her sword. Yet this seemingly ordinary strike, fueled by the synergy of overwhelming sword intent and the Frost Divine Sword, unleashed terrifying power that sent shivers down the spine. A sword chi, glowing with a blue light, shot forth, slashing fiercely toward Li Feng and brother Wang. Wherever the sword energy passed, an icy chill radiated outward, instantly freezing the ground it grazed. Li Feng and Wang Shidi's faces instantly turned ashen white, their eyes filled with terror and despair. Only now did they truly grasp Yi Ningxuan's true strength. She hadn't even resorted to the Lingyue 9 swords, merely this casual strike far exceeded their wildest expectations. A wave of despair washed over them, extinguishing any will to resist. Paralyzed by sheer terror, both men froze instantly, rooted to the spot, utterly helpless. Li Feng's mind was in utter chaos, desperately searching for a countermeasure. He knew that if he didn't act quickly, he would surely meet his end here today. At this critical moment, his gaze inadvertently fell upon his fellow disciple Wang beside him. A vicious thought instantly flashed through his mind. A resolute glint flashed in Li Feng's eyes. Without hesitation, he reached out and seized Wang's arm like a vice. With a powerful tug, he yanked him violently forward, using him as a human shield. Wang had never anticipated such a move from Li Feng. Completely preoccupied with the incoming attack, he hadn't considered this possibility. Before he could react, he froze in shock, his eyes wide with utter disbelief. Before he could utter a word, it was already too late to react. Yiningshuang's sword chi swept down like the scythe of death, mercilessly striking. With a wet thud, the icy sword chi severed Wang Shidi's body cleanly at the waist. Chapter 119, Blood Ignition Technique. The instant the sword energy touched his body, an extreme chill instantly invaded him. His body froze at a visible speed, not even a single drop of blood having time to spill. Yiningshuang watched the scene unfold before her, her expression momentarily frozen in shock. Clearly, she hadn't anticipated Li Feng resorting to such a heartless and ruthless act. A cold smile then curved her lips. Her eyes brimming with contempt, she turned to Li Feng and said, "You truly will stop at nothing to save your own skin. But he managed to shield you this once. What about next time? Who else will you have to take the sword for you?" Li Feng knew she was right. His face instantly drained of color, his eyes filled with terror and despair. He immediately dropped to his knees with a thud, his hands pressed against the ground as his body shook uncontrollably. His voice trembled with desperation as he pleaded, "Please spare my life. I'll never raise a hand against you again." His demeanor now bore no trace of his earlier arrogance. Yet Yiningshuang's gaze remained unwavering, her voice as cold as ice. "Not only did you interfere with my destiny, but you also tried to kill me. How could I possibly spare you? Besides, killing you once wouldn't be enough." With that, Yiningshuang began to walk toward him. Li Feng realized instantly that her mind was made up. Seeing that pleading was futile, the fear in his heart instantly turned to madness. He jerked his head up, eyes bloodshot, and roared, "If you insist on killing me, then we'll die together." His hands moved swiftly as he chanted incantations. With the flow of spiritual energy, a strange and intense blood aura instantly spread from his body. Blood Ignition Technique. Yiningshuang's expression shifted slightly at the sight, her demeanor growing cautious. Though she didn't know the specifics, she recognized it as a form of the blood-burning technique. She knew the terrifying nature of this technique in extremely desperate measure. Once unleashed, it granted the caster a terrifying short-term power surge, but simultaneously inflicted irreversible damage upon themselves. Li Feng's body began to swell, veins bulging beneath his skin as if the blood coursing through his veins were about to boil. His eyes turned bloodshot, completely losing his senses as he descended into a frenzy. With a furious roar, he charged madly toward Yiningshuang, his sword still clenched tightly in his hand. The blade whistled through the air, striking directly at her vital points. She dared not take this lightly, swiftly adjusting her stance. With a flick of her frost divine sword, she once again unleashed Moon Shadow. A brilliant moonlight shone upon the blade, howling directly toward Li Feng. Under the overwhelming might of Moon Shadow, Li Feng stood no chance. His body was struck by the sword chi, instantly covered in wounds. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, staining his clothes crimson. Yet now, consumed by the blood-burning technique, he had lost not only his reason but also any sense of pain. Though covered in wounds, he continued his frenzied assault without a hint of retreat. Each strike carried the resolve of mutual destruction. Yiningshuang watched the enraged Li Feng before her and couldn't help but feel he was proving troublesome. She frowned, silently resolving that she couldn't afford to delay any longer. She had to finish him off quickly. Taking a deep breath, she pushed her power to its absolute limit once more, preparing to deliver the fatal blow. Yiningshuang dared not relax for a moment. With a fierce cry, the sword intent around her grew denser, surging from her body like tangible energy and swiftly coiling around the frost god sword. With a flick of her wrist, the sword whistled through the air as it slashed fiercely toward Li Feng once more. This strike carried boundless frigidity. Wherever it passed, the air seemed to freeze solid, emitting a series of cracking sounds. Under the influence of this terrifying force, the ground was instantly covered in a thick layer of frost. The once solid earth became as smooth as a mirror, its chill piercing to the bone. Meanwhile, Li Feng was already in a sorry state under Yiningshuang's relentless assault. His clothes were torn to shreds, his body covered in crisscrossing wounds, blood flowing freely. He barely resembled a human being anymore. Yet, just as Yiningshuang's strike was about to strike his skull, and he was on the verge of meeting his end, Li Feng's eyes suddenly sharpened, revealing an eerie gleam. His form shifted like a ghostly apparition, instantly materializing beside the corpse of his junior brother Wang. Without hesitation, Li Feng reached out, grabbed the corpse, and with a powerful lift of his arm, hoisted the already cold body high into the air. A savage expression twisted his face as he thrust his arm forward with brutal force, piercing straight through Wang Shidi's chest. Suddenly, a bone-chilling, nauseating force emanated from his hand, as if the air itself became thick with the stench of decay and the tang of blood. Yi Ningxuang's expression changed instantly, her eyes filled with shock. Her heart raced as she instantly realized Li Feng was channeling some technique, seemingly attempting to absorb the remnants of this man's vital energy to bolster his own power. No! Yi Ningxuang cried out softly, charging forward with her sword without hesitation. If Li Feng was already this formidable now, who knew what he would become if he further increased his power? However, Li Feng's movements were simply too swift. Before Yi Ningxuan could close the distance, he had already completed the absorption. A dense column of blood energy erupted from his body, shooting skyward like a thick pillar of crimson mist. Enveloped by this crimson aura, Li Feng's once ravaged body began to regenerate at a visible pace. His wounds closed rapidly, and his previously weakened aura grew increasingly potent. The terrifying power emanating from him now sent a chill through Yi Ningxuang's heart. Witnessing the terrifying spectacle of Li Feng's power surging, Yi Ningxuang's heart clenched violently. Damn it! She knew the situation was critical now. There could be no hesitation, or they would be doomed beyond redemption. In an instant, her cherry lips parted in a furious shout. Sword intent surged from her body like a raging tide, while the frost divine sword in her grasp was enveloped in a layer of moonlight. With a swift flick of her wrist, Yi Ningxuan unleashed another moon shadow strike. A silver sword chi, imbued with world-shattering power, surged forth once more. Wherever the sword energy passed, space itself seemed torn apart. At that moment, Li Feng's body was still struggling to fuse with the engulfing blood energy, unable to fully harness this power as his own. Faced with Yi Ningxuang's devastatingly fierce strike, he had no time to mount an effective defense. A thunderous crash echoed as Li Feng's body was instantly hurled backward by the overwhelming sword energy, crashing heavily onto the ground far away. Chapter 120, Earthquake. As Li Feng's body plummeted, an earth-shattering explosion thundered through the air. Rolling clouds of dust instantly shot skyward, engulfing the entire battlefield in an instant. For a moment, dust swirled through the air, obscuring nearly everything. Yi Ningxuang remained rooted to the spot, her gaze fixed intently on the haze-filled area. She silently speculated that Li Feng, having suffered such a severe blow, must surely be unable to fight on. Yet she knew Li Feng was treacherous and could not be underestimated. She cautiously shifted her stance, slowly advancing toward the direction where Li Feng had fallen. Her grip tightened on the frost divine sword in her hand. The blade glinted with icy light, ready to strike at any moment. Her gaze remained vigilant, not missing the slightest movement ahead. Just as her focus was absolute, a thick, almost tangible blood mist suddenly surged from the previously still dust. This blood aura surged like a raging tidal wave, rolling outward in all directions. Wherever it touched, the air seemed to be stained a dark crimson, permeated with a nauseating stench. Simultaneously, a terrifying pressure as heavy as mountains spread alongside the blood aura. This pressure caused Yi Ningxuang's heart to race and her breathing to grow ragged. She felt an invisible force causing her steps to falter. Then, in an instant, this terrifying force erupted. The thick dust was instantly scattered by its power, swirling wildly in all directions. A figure, shrouded in swirling dust and thick blood mist, charged toward Yi Ningxuan like a raging beast. Yi Ningxuan's eyes widened instantly, filled with shock and horror. Without a moment to think, she instinctively twisted her slender body, stomped her feet hard against the ground, and lunged backward. Once she steadied herself and focused her gaze, she saw that Li Feng before her had undergone a complete and utter transformation. His frame had swollen to several times its previous size, tearing his once fitted clothes to shreds and revealing a body of solid, bulging muscles. His skin was covered in eerie, blood-red patterns that writhed across his body like living creatures, an utterly revolting sight. His eyes were now entirely consumed by a blood-red glow. Blood dripped from every pore, as if he had just crawled out of a sea of blood, a sight of utter terror. Yi Ningxuang stared at Li Feng, who now resembled a demon god, and a deep chill surged through her heart. Her brows furrowed tightly as she thought in alarm, what secret technique has he activated to become so terrifying? Such power is truly terrifying. Her hands instinctively tightened around the frost god sword, palms already drenched in sweat. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao stared intently at the game screen, where Yi Ningxuang and Li Feng's battle was reaching a fever pitch. Witnessing Li Feng's terrifying transformation, a chill shot up his spine to the crown of his head, his heart pounding wildly beyond his control. Forgetting everything else, Lin Xiao's fingers flew across the keyboard as he urgently typed, Yi Ningxuang, proceed with extreme caution. Li Feng's state is highly unusual, do not underestimate him. Even after sending the message, his brow remained furrowed, his mind filled with confusion. This was not a secret realm, so there were no guides to consult. Meanwhile, upon hearing the elder's voice, Yi Ningxuang nodded slightly, gripping her frost divine sword tightly as her gaze returned to Li Feng. At that moment, Li Feng resembled a monstrous beast, radiating a bloodthirsty and frenzied aura. His crimson eyes held nothing but murderous intent toward Yi Ningxuang, as if he intended to devour her whole. Suddenly, Li Feng let out a roar. Instantly, he transformed into a crimson lightning bolt, charging toward Yi Ningxuang. Though the long sword was gone from his hands, thick, razor-sharp claws had grown from his fingers, each gleaming with a cold, menacing light. The claws whipped through the air, whistling like a storm, slicing through the atmosphere as they launched a frenzied assault on Yiningshuang's vital points. Yiningshuang dared not relax for a moment, swiftly wielding her frost divine sword. Each strike carried a fierce sword chi and biting cold, attempting to fend off Li Feng's assault. Yet Li Feng remained seemingly impervious to pain. No matter how Yiningshuang's sword struck him, he showed no sign of feeling it. The force of his attacks only grew more ferocious, each swing of his claws sending waves of pressure crashing toward Yiningshuang. As the battle dragged on, Yiningshuang gradually felt her strength waning. Her arms began to ache, and her breathing grew ragged. Despite her desperate defense, wounds began to appear on her body, blood staining her clothes crimson. Just as Yiningshuang was gradually losing ground and the situation grew increasingly dire, the ground beneath her feet suddenly cracked without warning. These fissures spread like the gaping maws of colossal beasts, rapidly expanding outward. Immediately after, a violent tremor shook the earth. The surrounding earth began to tremble violently, like an earthquake, making it impossible to stand steady. Li Feng's relentless assault, once as fierce as a storm, was instantly disrupted by this sudden upheaval. His already towering frame struggled to maintain balance on the violently shaking ground, causing him to stumble backward several steps. His relentless assault halted abruptly due to this unexpected disruption. This unexpected turn of events coincidentally saved Yiningshuang, granting her a moment to catch her breath. Seizing this brief opening, Yiningshuang swiftly retreated several paces, abruptly creating distance between herself and Li Feng. She was still panting slightly, her hair disheveled and plastered to her sweat-drenched cheeks. Yet she clutched the frost divine sword tightly, its tip drooping slightly. The blade still bore traces of blood from the earlier battle, though it was now impossible to tell whether it belonged to Li Feng or herself. Yiningshuang's face was now etched with confusion, her eyes brimming with intense vigilance. Her gaze darted around the surroundings, fixating on the ground that continued to crack and tremble. A new wave of unease washed over her heart. She knew full well that in this perilous secret realm, any anomaly could conceal immense danger. At that moment, the tremors beneath her feet grew increasingly violent, as if a colossal hand were relentlessly tearing apart the earth from below. Yiningshuang dared not relax for a moment. She quickly adjusted her breathing, striving to steady her stance. She bent her knees slightly, planting her feet firmly into the ground, while simultaneously thrusting her frost divine sword deep into the earth to anchor her stance. For a moment, she pondered silently within her mind. What exactly was causing this bizarre tremor? Had some force deep within the secret realm been disturbed? Or perhaps this was the reaction triggered by Li Feng's bizarre secret technique? Chapter 121, The South Mountain Caverns. Meanwhile, on the other side, despite the violent tremors beneath his feet and the shattering rocks, Li Feng seemed driven by a frenzied obsession, utterly oblivious to the dangers surrounding him. In that moment, he charged toward Yiningshuang once more, like a rabid beast. His eyes were bloodshot, the crimson irises still burning with madness and murderous intent. A low, guttural roar escaped his throat, sending chills down the spine. Yiningshuang watched, her beautiful eyes wide with helplessness. She never imagined that even in this state, Li Feng could still launch such a reckless attack. Without a moment to spare, she lightly touched the ground with her toes, her form as light as a feather, swiftly sidestepping to evade. The ground deteriorated rapidly, cracks spreading like a spiderweb across the surface. The earth around them buckled and caved in, sending clouds of dust billowing upward. Yiningshuang knew well that continuing to fight Li Feng in this treacherous, uncertain terrain was nothing short of courting death. Gritting her teeth, she channeled her spiritual energy, instantly activating the cloud stepping technique. In an instant, her movements grew even more agile, darting through the chaotic battlefield like a phantom. With each movement, she deftly evaded Li Feng's furious assaults while seizing opportunities to strike back with her frost divine sword. Under Yiningshuang's agile maneuvers, Li Feng not only failed to land effective blows but also sustained multiple cuts from her sword chi. Trails of blood appeared across his massive frame, gushing freely, yet this only seemed to fuel his savagery further. He roared in fury, his voice shaking the very air around him. With that roar, the blood energy surging through his body grew denser, transforming into a sea of blood that enveloped him. Just as the tension reached its peak, a deep, thunderous rumble erupted from the ground. Immediately, the ground began to collapse in a large area, centered around the two of them. Yiningshuang's heart lurched, a flicker of panic crossing her eyes. But she was prepared. Her reaction was lightning fast. The moment she sensed the ground's abnormality, she was ready. In a flash, she stepped onto a massive stone slab about to collapse. Using the force of the falling slab, she leaped toward the edge of the collapse, attempting to escape the sinking ground. Li Feng, however, was hampered by his massive frame and lack of agility. Caught completely off guard, he plummeted directly into the bottomless darkness the moment the ground gave way. His furious roar echoed through the collapsing space before fading away. On the other side, Yiningshuang was on the verge of escaping the collapsing area, a glimmer of hope just beginning to rise in her heart. But at that very moment, the collapsing area suddenly and without warning expanded outward. The safety zone that had been within reach became suddenly out of reach. Yiningshuang felt the ground vanish beneath her feet as her entire body plummeted toward the endless darkness. As she plummeted at breakneck speed, a wave of deep dread washed over Yiningshuang. After all, she knew nothing of the dangers lurking in this unknown underground realm. Yet she quickly steadied her mind. She couldn't afford to lose her composure at this critical moment. Her gaze darted sharply around her, taking in the relentless cascade of massive stones plummeting down, whistling through the air. Yiningshuang clenched her jaw, her slender body twisting mid-air as she swiftly adjusted her posture. Spotting a larger boulder descending at a slightly slower pace, she thrust her toes against the air, propelling herself onto its surface. She then skillfully used the recoil from the rocks colliding with each other to repeatedly alter her descent trajectory, doing her utmost to slow the force of her fall. Each movement was precise and swift. Soon, amidst a cloud of dust, Yiningshuang finally landed on the ground. Yet the danger was far from over. Giant boulders continued to rain down from above. These boulders were massive. Being struck by one would be catastrophic. Yiningshuang dared not relax for a moment. Her feet lightly tapped the ground as she darted between the boulders like a nimble shadow. The frost divine sword in her grasp blazed with an intensified icy glow, each swing unleashing a fierce sword chi. Her wrists flicked with lightning speed as the blade collided with the boulders, producing crisp, metallic clangs. The boulders hurtling toward her shattered under her sword's force, scattering into countless fragments. Yiningshuang dodged and countered simultaneously, her robes torn and hair flying wildly, yet she sustained no serious injury. Finally, the tremors beneath her feet gradually ceased, and the dust cloud enveloping the area began to slowly dissipate. Yiningshuang panted lightly, holding the frost divine sword horizontally before her as she scanned her surroundings warily. As her vision cleared, she could finally take in the scene around her. She found herself in a vast subterranean chamber. Strange lights flickered across the floor, strewn with countless massive boulders and shattered rock fragments. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao stared intently at the game interface, his face frozen in shock. The scene before him made his heart lurch, and he dared not let his guard down. He never imagined such a sudden, drastic change could occur. However, seeing Yiningshuang temporarily evade Li Feng's relentless assault by utilizing the environment, Lin Xiao breathed a slight sigh of relief, his taut nerves easing just a little. He knew full well that Yiningshuang's current situation was extremely precarious and must be resolved quickly. I need to figure out what the hell this place is as soon as possible. Lin Xiao muttered under his breath, a hint of urgency in his voice. He swiftly opened the game map. The location where Yiningshuang now stood was named Nanshan Underground Caverns. His gaze locked onto the description of the South Mountain Caverns on the screen, his expression growing increasingly focused. It turned out that the South Mountain Caverns had formed over countless ages through the interplay of unique geological shifts and mysterious forces. Countless vengeful spirits accumulated over the years on the South Mountain battlefield had been drawn by some mysterious force and sunk entirely into this place. These spirits would erupt violently in response to blood energy, triggering intense tremors that exposed the caverns hidden deep underground. Simultaneously, within the South Mountain Caverns, as time slowly passed, the vengeful spirits devoured and nourished each other in the darkness. Under this cruel law, many terrifyingly powerful vengeful spirits were born. Even knowing only this much, Lin Xiao could grasp the danger lurking here. The earliest vengeful spirits might have possessed little power, but over the long ages, their resentment grew increasingly terrifying. More crucially, these vengeful spirits devoured one another, much like breeding venomous insects. Yet opportunity always coexists with danger, and the South Mountain Caverns were no exception. As Lin Xiao continued to look down, his eyes lit up instantly. It turned out that though this place was fraught with peril, it also held an immense opportunity. Chapter 122, The Opportunity of the South Mountain Caverns. According to records, many of these vengeful spirits were once mighty beings in life. After their demise, their unresolved attachments transformed them into vengeful spirits, and the powerful treasures they cherished in life remained bound to them. This is perfect. Lin Xiao murmured softly, a hint of joy spreading across his face. He never imagined that Li Feng's reckless actions would inadvertently unlock this mysterious cavern, granting Yiningshuang such an extraordinary opportunity. He dared not delay for a moment, his fingers tapping rapidly as he relayed this crucial information to Yiningshuang. At that moment, Yiningshuang was vigilantly scanning her surroundings, attempting to assess the situation. Suddenly, a voice echoed in her mind, informing her of the situation. For a moment, Yiningshuang froze, then her expression shifted to one of astonishment. As she listened to Lin Xiao's account, shock filled her heart. She never imagined that beneath the seemingly ordinary land of the South Mountain battlefield lay such a mysterious and intricate world. She couldn't help but think to herself, no wonder the surface area of the South Mountain battlefield yielded almost no decent treasures besides that inheritance. It all had been concentrated within these underground cave specters. Yiningshuang took a deep breath to steady her slightly agitated emotions. Then, with caution, she slowly stepped into the unfathomable South Mountain Caverns. Before her stretched an incredibly wide cavern, winding deep into the darkness. The moment Yiningshuang stepped inside, a bone-chilling cold swept over her. It felt like countless tiny ice needles instantly pierced through her clothes, penetrating her skin, and even reaching deeper into her very marrow. This icy chill carried an eerie, sinister aura that sent a faint shiver down her spine. She advanced cautiously, each step taken with extreme lightness, fearful of disturbing any unknown dangers lurking in the darkness. Above her head, faint rays of light filtered through cracks in the cavern's ceiling. Though faint in the pervasive darkness, it became the sole source of light. By this faint light, Yiningshuang could barely make out the general scene within the cavern. The surrounding walls bore the marks of time's erosion, pitted and uneven, while the floor was strewn with all manner of stones. Just as Yiningshuang was carefully observing her surroundings, without warning, an even more chilling aura swept over her like a surging tide from behind. The chill was bone-piercing, carrying a scent of death that instantly made Yiningshuang's hair stand on end. Before she could react, a tremendous force slammed into her back, sending her flying backward like a tracking an arc through the air. Yiningshuang slammed heavily into a massive boulder. Put! Yiningshuang couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, staining the ground before her crimson red. In that instant, her body felt as if it had shattered into pieces, every joint throbbing with pain. Yet Yiningshuang snapped out of her daze with alarming speed. Gritting her teeth against the searing agony, she fixed her gaze on the source of the attack. Hovering mid-air was a colossal vengeful spirit, its hideous, terrifying form resembling a malevolent demon. Its body was semi-transparent, revealing swirling black currents within as if countless tormented souls were struggling inside. Its face was twisted, features almost pressed together, while its hollow eyes flickered with an eerie green light, seeming to reveal endless greed. Towering over 2 men in height, it bore a chain of utter decay. The clashing links produced a clanking sound that echoed eerily through the silent cavern. Yiningshuang instantly realized it was this vengeful spirit that had swung its chain to strike her moments ago. Now, the greed in its eyes intensified, as if Yiningshuang possessed something it coveted beyond measure. Suddenly, it let out a piercing, ear-splitting shriek. Immediately, it lashed out with the chains. The chains whipped toward Yiningshuang like a black python. The chain's swing produced a piercing whistling sound as it sliced through the air. Yiningshuang knew she couldn't afford to be careless now. Gritting her teeth and forcing herself to ignore the pain throughout her body, she braced herself with both hands on the ground. In the blink of an eye, she flipped her body and sprang to her feet. The Frost Divine sword in her grasp shot out instantly, its blade flashing with icy light once more. With a fierce cry, she charged toward the vengeful spirit, swinging her sword to block the whistling chain. Another loud clang echoed as blade and chain collided, sending sparks flying. Immediately afterward, Yiningshuang felt immense force surge through her arm, numbing her palm and sending a chill through her heart. The vengeful spirit's strength was truly formidable. From their first clash, Yiningshuang grasped the full horror of the vengeful spirit's power. Each swing of the chain carried earth-shattering force, the black metal lashing down like a thunderous bolt, crashing into the ground with a deafening roar. A thunderous crash echoed as the ground instantly split open, revealing a deep fissure with shards of rock flying everywhere. The sheer force of the impact caused the ground beneath Yiningshuang's feet to tremble slightly, and her body swayed uncontrollably. So powerful. Yiningshuang scrambled to dodge, unable to suppress her admiration. But that wasn't the most troubling part. What truly frustrated Yiningshuang was the chains in the vengeful spirit's grasp weren't swung haphazardly. Each attack carried an eerie rhythm and precise judgment. Though Yiningshuang moved with agile grace and wielded the formidable Frost Divine sword, launching attack after attack at the vengeful spirit. Yet no matter what sword technique she employed, the vengeful spirit always managed to block it perfectly with its chains. The chains clashed with the Frost Divine sword, producing a series of loud clangs. After several consecutive clashes, Yiningshuang felt her body grow weak, and the strength in her hands began to wane. For a moment, Yiningshuang inwardly cursed her misfortune. She knew this stalemate was unsustainable. She must find a breakthrough quickly. Gritting her teeth, a resolute gleam flashed in her eyes. Spiritual energy surged around her as she once again activated the cloud stepping technique. In an instant, her form darted swiftly through the dim cavern. Her figure flickered in and out of sight, each movement stirring a faint breeze. Throughout her movement, Yiningshuang's gaze remained fixed on the vengeful spirit, seeking any opening amidst its relentless assault. Thus, whenever the vengeful spirit swung its chains to attack, she moved with deft precision. Utilizing the agility of the cloud stepping technique, she evaded the chain's reach at the last possible moment. Thus, within the cavern, they reached a stalemate. Though the vengeful spirit relentlessly swung its chains, launching wave after wave of fierce assaults, its efforts proved utterly futile for the time being. Chapter 123, The Wraith's Weakness. Yet as time wore on, Yiningshuang struggled to hold her ground against the vengeful spirit. Its power proved overwhelming, and with each successive strike, the burden grew heavier. She knew that unless she found a countermeasure quickly, she would surely perish here. Seizing a moment between the vengeful spirit's attacks, she urgently called out to the elder, her voice tinged with desperation. "Elder, do you know how to deal with this vengeful spirit? What are its weaknesses?" Her appearance was disheveled, hair tangled, clothing torn, crimson blood seeping from wounds, yet her gaze remained fixed on the vengeful spirit, vigilant at all times. Hearing this, Lin Xiao recognized the gravity of the situation. He dared not let his guard down for even a moment. Instantly, he opened the map and clicked on the South Mountain Caverns. Within the next interface of the South Mountain Cavern, he quickly located the section detailing the vengeful spirit's origin and strategies for dealing with it. The guide began with lengthy explanations about the vengeful spirit's origins, but Lin Xiao had no patience for such details. Burning with urgency, he skipped straight to the final section on weaknesses. There it was, clearly stated, defeating the vengeful spirit required not killing it, for it could not be slain. To vanquish it, one must defeat its most prized combat technique. Only then would the spirit naturally dissipate. Reading this, Lin Xiao's tense nerves relaxed slightly, a flicker of realization crossing his eyes. He swiftly raised his hand and hurriedly typed out the critical information word for word, sending it to Yiningshuang. Only after sending it did he manage to exhale a long breath, though his eyes remained fixed on the screen. The vengeful spirit was so powerful that even knowing its weakness wouldn't make it easy to deal with. Meanwhile, Yiningshuang struggled to evade the vengeful spirit's attacks while anxiously awaiting news from her senior. Suddenly, she too heard Lin Xiao's voice, relaying the vengeful spirit's weakness to her. Instantly, Yiningshuang felt a wave of clarity wash over her. Her eyes darted to the chain the vengeful spirit was constantly swinging in its hand. She understood immediately this chain was the vengeful spirit's pride and joy, its primary weapon. But soon, her brows furrowed tightly once more. How could she possibly break the chains in the vengeful spirit's grasp when it was so powerful? Her frost divine sword was formidable, yet each clash with the chain barely scratched its surface. Yiningshuang clenched her teeth lightly. While swiftly dodging the attacks, her mind raced. She recalled every sword technique she had learned, searching for a method to counter the chains. Within the cavern, the specter's roars mingled with the whistling of swinging chains, making Yiningshuang's figure appear both resolute and vulnerable. Lin Xiao remained glued to the game interface. As he watched Yiningshuang's fierce battle with the vengeful spirit, his expression grew increasingly grave. Suddenly, a wave of unease washed over him. It suddenly hit him, even knowing the wraith's weakness lay in breaking its chains, Yiningshuang's current strength was no match for this wraith. Breaking those chains would be no easy feat. This realization deepened his frown. His fingers tapped nervously on his phone as anxiety filled his eyes. His gaze returned to the screen as his mind raced, desperately searching for any clues that might aid Yiningshuang. Meanwhile, within the game interface, Yiningshuang continued to maneuver against the vengeful spirit. Lin Xiao watched intently. Just as she narrowly dodged another chain attack, a detail instantly caught his attention. He suddenly realized that each time Yiningshuang attacked, the vengeful spirit didn't directly block with the chains. Instead, it cleverly used the powerful momentum generated by swinging the chains to defend. The chains traced arcs through the air, deflecting every one of her sword strikes. Instantly, a thought flashed through Lin Xiao's mind. It was common knowledge that the chains were linked together by rings. The vengeful spirit relied on swinging the chains to parry her attacks each time. Didn't this mean that if it tried to block directly instead of swinging, it simply couldn't withstand Yiningshuang's frost divine sword? That meant if the chains could be straightened, Yiningshuang might have a chance to sever them outright. The realization sent a surge of excitement through Lin Xiao. His eyes lit up instantly. Without pausing to think further, he urgently typed his realization to Yiningshuang. Yiningshuang, focus on that chain. The vengeful spirit relies on the momentum of swinging it for defense. If that's the case, a direct collision would reveal the chain to be extremely fragile. Yiningshuang suddenly heard her senior's voice. She paused in surprise before realizing what was happening, feeling a surge of admiration. Yiningshuang was equally sharp-witted and instantly understood. The elder was right, the vengeful spirit truly operated that way. Realizing this, she knew the vengeful spirit wasn't invincible. She took a deep breath, steadied her breathing, and prepared to seize her chance. But as she continued watching, she suddenly realized the vengeful spirit understood this even more clearly than she did, leaving Yiningshuang not the slightest chance, let alone allowing it to straighten out and be struck down. Even so, Yiningshuang remained composed. If the vengeful spirit refused to grant her an opening, she would create one herself. Yiningshuang's gaze sharpened like a torch, instantly locking onto the massive boulder in the distance. Its surface was rough and rugged, emanating a heavy aura. Instantly, a plan formed in her mind. This boulder was the key. She drew a deep breath as her slender form glided forward once more. This time, however, she skillfully controlled her rhythm, deliberately revealing her movements to the vengeful spirit while stealthily drawing closer to the boulder. All the while, Yiningshuang kept a constant watch on the vengeful spirit's movements, daring not to let her guard down for even a moment. The vengeful spirit seemed utterly enraged by Yiningshuang's actions, letting out a shrill howl that echoed throughout the cavern. As Yiningshuang continued her taunts, the vengeful spirit grew increasingly frenzied. It swung its chains wildly, launching a furious assault upon her. The chains traced black arcs through the air, whistling through the wind as they struck, leaving deep gashes in the ground wherever they landed. Yiningshuang deftly dodged the attacks while gradually pulling away from the vengeful spirit. When the distance was just right, she deliberately revealed herself in front of the boulder. The vengeful spirit, seemingly exhausted from its relentless pursuit, appeared completely defenseless. Spotting her, the vengeful spirit instantly swung the iron chain in its grasp. This time, its force far surpassed previous strikes. The chain, carrying boundless power, whistled toward Yiningshuang. Because a considerable distance separated Yiningshuang and the vengeful spirit, the chain was flung far out. In that instant, the chain stretched taut in the air, each link clearly visible. Seeing this, Yiningshuang's heart stirred violently, a flicker of delight crossing her eyes. Yet she knew clearly that now was not the time to strike. Chapter 124, Opportunity. Yiningshuang understood deep down that if she lost her composure in this battle, everything she had done before would be for naught. As time dragged on, even if the chain specter didn't kill her outright, she would inevitably be worn down and exhausted to death by it. After all, the chain specter knew no fatigue. Even after such a prolonged battle, it showed no signs of exhaustion whatsoever. But she was different. With this realization, Yiningshuang drew a deep breath, daring not to let her guard down for even a moment. Whoosh! As the chains whipped through the air, a deafening roar erupted. Beneath that thunderous sound, her hair stood on end, and terror gripped her heart. The power of this strike is terrifying. If it truly struck me, I'd be crippled if not killed. Yiningshuang murmured to herself. Yet she knew all too well that her chance was coming soon. With that thought, she focused her mind, her eyes fixed intently on the chain-wielding specter's movements. Boom! Another thunderous sound echoed through the cavern, reverberating endlessly. The iron chain slammed heavily against the boulder once more. As if imbued with immense force, the chain instantly created spiderweb-like cracks across the boulder's surface. Boom! Suddenly, the boulder began to shatter. Yet the iron chain continued its descent, undeterred by the force unleashed. How is this possible? Seeing this, Yiningshuang couldn't help but cry out in shock. She had intended for the chain to become entangled within the boulder, at which point it would inevitably be pulled taut into a straight line. That very moment would be when the chain was most vulnerable. Yiningshuang could then seize the opportunity to sever the chain with a single strike. According to the rules of the South Mountain Cavern, once the chain was broken, the vengeful spirit would vanish. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao had long anticipated Yiningshuang's plan. Witnessing this scene now, he felt a chill run down his spine, his heart filled with profound worry for Yiningshuang within the game. The struggle had already drained Yiningshuang of too much spiritual energy and physical strength. If this strike failed to completely defeat the chained vengeful spirit, Yiningshuang would be in serious trouble. The thought struck him, and Lin Xiao immediately typed, "Be extremely careful. If this strike fails to defeat the vengeful spirit, flee this place at once. Should it pursue you, leave it to me to deal with." As these words were sent, within the Nanshan cavern, Yiningshuang's mind was instantly filled with the voice of her senior. Hearing the elder's words, a smile spread across Yiningshuang's face, her cheeks flushing slightly. The senior's voice remained as soothing as ever, radiating such calmness even in the face of this vengeful spirit. Lately, whenever the elder's voice resounded, Yiningshuang felt an immense sense of security. It was as if, with the elder's intervention, she would be safe no matter what danger she faced. "Yes, senior. I understand." She replied obediently, yet her gaze remained fixed on the vengeful spirit. Despite the senior's assurance, she still yearned to defeat it with her own strength if possible. Boom! As she pondered, another deafening explosion echoed through the air, this time far louder than before. The entire cavern shook violently, as if the sound itself threatened to bring it crashing down. Yiningshuang held the frostblade sword before her, scanning her surroundings with extreme vigilance, fearful of encountering further danger. Soon, the tremors ceased, and she relaxed slightly. Looking up again, she saw the source of the sound, the chains crashing down once more, the boulder visibly struggling to hold. Roar! Another furious roar echoed through the cavern. Yiningshuang followed the sound and saw it was the chain wraith. Though the chain wraith possessed little intelligence and even less capacity for thought, in this dire situation, it too sensed that the boulder was severely restricting its chains, unable to slam down or pull back. Yiningshuang remained poised in wait. Thanks to the frost heart, her calm vigilance radiated waves of icy chill from her body. In an instant, frost formed on Yiningshuang's long hair and even her eyebrows, adding an air of noble, icy elegance to her presence. Yet beneath that chill, Yiningshuang herself felt not a hint of cold. Instead, a warmth rose from within her. She sensed the transformation within the frost heart, a flicker of delight stirring within her heart. After all, initially, the frost heart merely enhanced her mastery of the frost divine sword. Yet over time, it had evolved to possess such remarkable effects. At the same time, Lin Xiao also witnessed Yiningshuang's appearance within the game interface. For a moment, he found himself utterly captivated. Such a beautiful woman could only exist in a game. He murmured to himself. Unfortunately, the in-game Yiningshuang couldn't hear his words. Otherwise, if she knew how much the senior admired her, who knows how overjoyed she would be. Just as Lin Xiao was lost in thought, he suddenly noticed a change unfolding within the game. The wailing of the vengeful spirit grew increasingly fierce within the game interface. As the force waned, the chains were actually being pulled back into the boulder. The vengeful spirit kept exerting its strength, swaying left and right, trying to pull the chains free. But the chains were incredibly powerful, deeply embedded in the boulder, making it impossible to pull them out easily for the time being. Now! Lin Xiao couldn't help but exclaim. Meanwhile, deep within the Nanshan cavern, Yiningshuang kept a constant watch on the vengeful spirit's movements. Upon witnessing this scene, She knew instantly that the opportunity had arrived. Without a moment's hesitation, she sprang into action. She had thought her chance was gone, yet unexpectedly, the chains were finally trapped within the boulder. But Yiningshuang understood that the boulder couldn't hold the vengeful spirit for long, perhaps 2 seconds, 3 seconds. In her eyes, the cracks in the boulder grew larger and larger, visibly on the verge of shattering completely. Yiningshuang's toes lightly touched the ground, and her body shot upward in an instant. At that moment, the chill radiated outward from her like a circular wave. In the blink of an eye, Yiningshuang appeared before the iron chains. Her frost divine sword was raised high, then brought down with a fierce strike. 9 swords of Lingyue Moon Shadow. With Yiningshuang's command, the frost divine sword struck down with tremendous force. A crescent moon appeared in the air, following the swing of her sword, resembling the shadow of the moon itself. Whoosh, crack. Several more thunderous crashes echoed as the taut iron chains were cleaved clean by the frost divine sword. Clang. The vengeful spirit, still tugging at the chains, was sent reeling backward by the force of its momentum as the chains snapped. Chapter 125, Tears and Breakthrough. Propelled by this force, the chain specter stumbled backward with unervingly human-like movements, its body lurching and retreating. Boom! Another deafening crash echoed as the chain specter slammed into the wall, its impact shaking the entire Nanshan grottos to their foundations. Witnessing this, Yiningshuang couldn't suppress a smile. She raised her delicate fist and gave the chain specter a fierce wave. Even so, she kept a tight grip on her frost divine sword, ready to fend off any further danger that might arise. Meanwhile, outside the game, Lin Xiao witnessed Yiningshuang's utterly adorable expression. Ha! A faint, amused smile spread across his face. Before, he felt like he was supporting his wife, but now, as he spent time with Yiningshuang, he sometimes felt as if he were raising a daughter. After a moment of silly grinning, Lin Xiao snapped back to his senses. He quickly composed himself, darting his eyes around to make sure no one was watching before letting out a sigh of relief. Even though he was a man on the brink of death, he still had his pride. With that thought, he turned his attention back to the game screen. In the game, Yiningshuang remained fixated on the swirling dust cloud created when the chain specter slammed into the wall. The dust hadn't dispersed yet, so she couldn't see the specter's condition. Suddenly, however, Yiningshuang saw a fiery glow spreading through the dust and intensely powerful light. Could he still be alive? Yiningshuang murmured, immediately entering a state of alert. She raised the frost divine sword before her chest, ready to strike at any moment. Senior, what's happening? At the same time, Lin Xiao outside the game heard Yiningshuang's crisp, melodious voice. He quickly typed back, "Don't panic. The change should be that guy's weakness, no doubt about it. The vengeful spirit is most likely dealt with. As for this flame, we can't be sure yet. Let's observe for now." As the senior's voice echoed in Yiningshuang's mind, she nodded in agreement. Even Yiningshuang herself didn't realize just how deep her trust in the senior had grown. Boom! At that moment, the flames grew fiercer, and the smoke and dust began to dissipate. Before long, the situation unfolded before Yiningshuang's eyes. The flames emanated from the vengeful spirit itself, a ghostly blue fire burning from its body as if it were an inherent part of its being. The intense heat seemed to melt the surrounding rock walls, a testament to its terrifying power. Yet upon witnessing this scene, Yiningshuang breathed a sigh of relief. For that ghostly blue flame was consuming the vengeful spirit itself. So this was how they perished, Yiningshuang thought silently. By destroying the vengeful spirit's chains, the very thing it took pride in during life, it was destined to be consumed by this ghostly blue flame. Under the searing heat of the flames, the vengeful spirit appeared to be in immense agony. It knelt down on the ground, its 2 massive arms clenched into fists, relentlessly pounding the earth. Yiningshuang felt as though she could sense the spirit's agony. It was as if the flames were not consuming its body, but its very soul. Within it lay an endless expanse of agony. Unnoticed, tears began to fall from the corners of Yiningshuang's eyes. Yet beneath her icy heart, these tears froze instantly, turning into ice beads that fell to the ground with a crisp clink. Lin Xiao also noticed Yiningshuang's state in the game. Instantly worried, he hurriedly typed, "Yiningshuang, are you hurt? Why are you crying?" As the voice reached her, Yiningshuang snapped back to reality. She instinctively wiped her tears with her sleeve, but since they had already frozen, not a trace remained on her face, only her eyes were slightly reddened. Still immersed in her grief, she felt no embarrassment at being seen by her senior. Her voice slightly choked as she replied, "It's nothing, senior. I just felt the agony that vengeful spirit endured, along with the battles and wounds he suffered in life." Hearing this, Lin Xiao grew even more concerned. Could this vengeful spirit possess some other strange power? At that thought, he hurriedly glanced at the game interface, hoping for some hint. Just then, another line of text popped up in the guide. "No need to worry. The vengeful spirit won't affect your virtual girlfriend's emotions. However, this flame is hellfire, burning the spirit's soul. Your virtual girlfriend's discomfort may stem from the frozen heart." Hearing this, Lin Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. With nothing amiss, his mind was at ease. So Yiningshuang's tears were purely due to the frost heart's influence and her own innate capacity for empathy. This guide was a pretty good buy after all. Lin Xiao thought to himself. He promptly typed a message to Yiningshuang, "Don't worry. It's because of the frost heart, not the vengeful spirit." Moreover, for that vengeful spirit, having its soul consumed by flames might be a form of liberation. It would no longer have to endure the suffering of its past life, nor the loneliness and torment of being devoured within this underground labyrinth. At these words, Yiningshuang finally broke into a smile. At the same time, the tormented form of the vengeful spirit gradually stabilized. It no longer struggled violently as before but instead sat cross-legged on the ground in an almost human-like posture. This appearance resembled nothing so much as an enlightened sage. No one could associate it with the vengeful spirit. The flames grew ever more intense until they completely engulfed the chained vengeful spirit. "Thank you." A deep voice emerged from within the flames, coming from the vengeful spirit itself. Yiningshuang was taken aback. The vengeful spirit was thanking her. At the same time, the elder's voice came through, explaining to her, "It is because of you that the vengeful spirit found liberation." Perhaps only in its final moments did it regain a shred of sanity. Hearing this, Yiningshuang nodded with a complex mix of emotions. Just then, the icy aura radiating from her entire body began to dissipate. "What's happening?" Before she could fully process it, a look of astonished delight spread across her face. She had broken through. Foundation establishment's 6th layer, 7th layer, 8th layer. 3 consecutive breakthroughs. Yiningshuang could easily guess that this breakthrough might be linked to her empathizing with the vengeful spirit's emotions, combined with her own frosty heart, which had elevated her state of mind and enabled her to advance. Even Lin Xiao hadn't expected such an unexpected windfall. Within the South Mountain Cavern, the vengeful spirit gradually turned to ashes under the scorching flames. "Young lady, take my chains. They will be of great assistance during your future explorations in the South Mountain Caverns. Consider this my token of gratitude for freeing me from my torment." The voice echoed in Yiningshuang's ears, growing closer. Chapter 126, Absorption, Enhancement of the Frost Divine Sword. As the voice faded, the vengeful spirit was completely consumed by the flames. "Elder, did you hear what he said?" Yiningshuang asked, a hint of excitement in her voice. "Since he said so, let's go investigate the secrets of these chains. As the means he took pride in during his lifetime, they certainly aren't ordinary." The elder's voice echoed, and Yiningshuang promptly ran over. The chains had been completely severed by Yiningshuang's earlier intervention. But what astonished her beyond measure was that, as soon as she approached, the severed links seemed to come alive, slowly writhing and shifting. Witnessing this scene only deepened Yiningshuang's curiosity. "This thing is indeed no ordinary object," she thought to herself. Simultaneously, the severed ends of the 2 chains began to connect. Immediately after, the iron rings at the chain's juncture slowly opened, then snapped together, joining seamlessly. Even Lin Xiao, observing from outside the game, couldn't help but marvel at the spectacle. He had known these chains were extraordinary, but never imagined they could repair themselves after being damaged. Could it be that these chains had reached the level of spirit artifacts? As he pondered this, Yiningshuang's voice came through again from within the game. "Senior, but now there's a problem. How exactly am I supposed to take these chains away? Besides, even if I got them, I wouldn't know how to use them." Yiningshuang stroked her chin, staring at the chains before her with a troubled expression. Lin Xiao typed, "Can't you put it in your spatial ring?" The moment the words left his mouth, he realized the truth: such a spirit artifact couldn't possibly fit inside. This was indeed a problem. After all, the chain was a full 5 meters long, and each ring was absurdly large, so big that Yiningshuang couldn't even grasp it with one hand. And the thought of her actually wielding such a chain felt utterly incongruous with her image. For a moment, a vivid image flashed through Lin Xiao's mind, a coldly beautiful sword immortal in pure white robes, clutching a massive chain and swinging it wildly. No, absolutely not. Lin Xiao shook his head vigorously, banishing the thought from his mind. Yet even as he pondered, Yiningshuang had already stepped forward to try lifting the chain. She didn't overthink it. What was there to be concerned about in terms of image at a time like this? The Nanshan caves were incredibly dangerous. Even with the elder present, she couldn't rely on him to protect her forever. And since the vengeful spirit had said the chain was useful, she absolutely had to take it. Most importantly, she couldn't let the senior think she was just a delicate, vain young lady. Just as Yiningshuang spread her arms to grasp the chain, the Frost Divine Sword suddenly stirred. With a sharp whistling sound, the Frost Divine Sword shot forward. Amidst a flash of icy light, it struck the very center of the chain. Instantly, the chain stirred. It began to writhe and coil, enveloping the Frost Divine Sword. Before Yiningshuang could even react, she watched in shock as the chain, after wrapping itself around the sword, began to dissipate, or rather, be absorbed by the Frost Divine Sword. "Elder, look!" she exclaimed in awe. Soon, the chain vanished completely, leaving only the Frost Divine Sword suspended above the ground. Upon the blade of the Frost Divine Sword, a plum blossom-shaped sword pattern had emerged. Who knew it could be like this? Pay-to-win stuff really is something else. Lin Xiao thought to himself. If that's the case, the Frost Divine Sword must have absorbed the chains, undoubtedly boosting its power. Don't panic. The Frost Divine Sword has absorbed the chain. Now let's see what's different about it. Hearing this, Yiningshuang gripped the Frost Divine sword and began to wield it, her face lighting up with delight. As she swung the sword, its energy sliced through the air, instantly carving deep gullies into the ground. Within those gullies, frigid air raged. "Senior, this sword you gave me is incredible." As its master, she could most keenly sense the Frost Divine sword's enhanced power. Moreover, Yiningshuang's cultivation had also advanced, and she was on the verge of breaking through to the Foundation Establishment realm. She was confident that if she faced Li Feng's Burning Blood technique again, she could handle it. Since that is the case, let us not waste any more time. We must press onward. At the elder's words, Yiningshuang nodded firmly and immediately stepped forward, continuing deeper into the South Mountain caverns. Before long, Yiningshuang entered another tunnel. The surrounding caverns grew increasingly narrow, eventually constricting to a width of only 3 or 4 body lengths. The tunnel grew dimmer, with only scattered light filtering down from above. She instantly sensed danger. In such a narrow passage, if Yiningshuang encountered danger or worse, was surrounded by vengeful spirits, it would be perilous indeed. Just then, the elder's voice sounded, cautioning her to be careful. Yiningshuang had barely nodded in response when she detected a palpable aura of danger. And that sense of danger wasn't coming from ahead, it was behind her, from the path she had just walked. Impossible. She had only seen the chained vengeful spirit earlier, no others. Realizing this, she dared not delay, quickening her pace as a chill spread outward. Yiningshuang transformed into a streak of icy light, charging forward. As Yiningshuang moved, the entity behind her seemed to sense it too, accelerating its pace. This is bad. Fighting in such an environment held no advantage for Yiningshuang. But soon, a glimmer of light appeared ahead. Her heart leapt with joy, and she accelerated once more. The tunnel's exit lay just ahead. Yiningshuang's speed was extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, she burst out of the tunnel entrance. Yet as she emerged, she found the ground vanishing beneath her feet. The tunnel had ended in a massive circular pit. Yiningshuang's body began to plummet downward. But her reflexes were lightning fast. Instantly, she used the momentum to twist her body mid-air. Clang! With a thunderous crash, the Frost Divine sword in her hand plunged into the wall, slowing her descent. She now had a clear view of the tunnel's surroundings. At the tunnel entrance, a dark figure abruptly halted, seemingly filled with dread at this place. After stopping, it made no further movement before swiftly turning and departing. Though Yiningshuang had slowed her descent, she still plummeted downward. At the Nanshan battlefield, Zhao Tianzhang and the disciples of Lingxiao sword sect had also faced their share of peril. Several disciples bore heavy wounds, while the rest sustained minor injuries. Yet Zhao Tianzhang paid it no mind, even wearing a faint smile. For moments before, they had collectively entered an ancient legacy left behind by a primordial powerhouse. Although the disciples suffered heavy casualties, with 2 even perishing within, Zhao Tianzhang had seized the inheritance for himself. Most crucially, within the secret realm, he had uncovered an extremely valuable piece of information. He now knew where the greatest opportunity within the South Mountain secret realm lay. And that opportunity would undoubtedly belong to him, Zhao Tianzhang. Chapter 127, Realm Ascension. Zhao Tianzhang now understood clearly that the earlier tremors had not signaled danger at all, but rather the emergence of the greatest opportunity within the South Mountain secret realm. He then swept his gaze across the assembled disciples and spoke in a solemn tone. "I know you've all sustained injuries, but this is the South Mountain secret realm. Getting hurt here is nothing out of the ordinary." The crowd turned to look at him. Zhao Tianzhang continued, "As long as you still have your lives, what do injuries matter? Besides, each of you has gained some measure of opportunity. Wasn't it worth it?" At these words, the disciples exchanged glances, none daring to speak. The secret realm they had just traversed was the most perilous they had ever encountered. Yet in the end, Zhao Tianjin had emerged unscathed, having secured the inheritance for himself. At that moment, Zhao Tianjing's junior sister seized the opportunity to speak up. "I believe senior brother Zhao is correct. As you all witnessed, countless opportunities still lie within the South Mountain secret realm. But the prerequisite is possessing the strength to seize them. And senior brother Zhao is the strongest among us. By granting him that inheritance, he will enhance his power. Only then can he safely protect everyone and help us obtain the opportunities we desire." Zhao Tianzhang remained silent, merely nodding indifferently before speaking again. "Everyone, I've just received crucial information. The true opportunities within the South Mountain secret realm aren't found on the battlefield above, they lie underground. That is where the true value of the South Mountain secret realm lies. Now, take your pills to recover your injuries. Next, I will lead you there. I, Zhao Tianjin, will personally intervene to help you seize that opportunity." Only upon hearing these words did the group nod in acceptance. "We'll follow senior brother Zhao. Only under his guidance can we safely seize the opportunity." One voice spoke up, followed by many others echoing the sentiment. Zhao Tianjing surveyed the group, his heart holding no regard for this disposable force. "Then follow me." With that, Zhao Tianjing led the group forward. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yiningshuang finally landed on the ground after an unknown duration of flight. Her frost god sword had carved a long, deep gash into the wall. She looked up, but the ceiling seemed to stretch endlessly above her, visible only as a faint glimmer of light. Surrounded by pitch darkness, Yiningshuang scanned her surroundings with heightened vigilance, daring not to let her guard down for even a moment. Roar! Suddenly, a furious roar echoed through the air. Yiningshuang reacted instantly, tracing the source of the sound as she raised her sword to defend. Crash! Another thunderous impact sent Yiningshuang flying backward, her body slammed violently into the wall. The force was so immense that Yiningshuang felt as if her body might shatter into pieces. Yet she didn't pause for a moment, scrambling to her feet and looking up immediately. From within the shadows, a towering figure emerged, advancing slowly. This figure towered even above the chained vengeful spirit before, and in its hand was an axe, dragged along the ground with an eerie scraping sound. Elder, it's another vengeful spirit. She whispered. Lin Xiao witnessed the scene and quickly typed back, don't worry. I'm here. Just focus on fighting it. If you can't handle it, I'll step in to help. These words served as a reassuring balm for Yiningshuang. Understood, senior. With that, Yiningshuang's form surged forward, launching the first strike. She leapt high into the air, both hands gripping the Frost Divine sword tightly as she swung it down with all her might toward the axe-wielding vengeful spirit. Sensing her attack, the axe specter roared in fury once more. It raised its massive axe with one hand and swung it directly at Yiningshuang. Yiningshuang silently gauged the force of this blow. Instead of slowing down, she surged her spiritual energy to its peak. Another full moon appeared. The sword in her hand cast a moonlit shadow in the darkness, briefly illuminating the surroundings. Crash! Another thunderous crash echoed as her sword collided with the axe. Boom! As if the earth itself shook, a terrifying force radiated outward. The ground beneath the axe giant's feet cracked open, fissures spreading like spiderwebs across the surrounding area. Just as Yiningshuang prepared to shift her stance and strike again, she witnessed a scene that left her utterly astonished. As her sword struck, the plum blossom patterns etched upon the blade suddenly glowed. Crack! Crack! An inexplicable force surged from the sword, colliding with the vengeful spirit's axe. With a loud clatter, the massive axe shattered into pieces. How is this possible? Yiningshuang couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. How had she not realized she was this formidable? Judging solely by its aura, this vengeful spirit was no weaker than the previous one, perhaps even more powerful. Yet this axe had shattered with a single blow. As the axe shattered, the same ghostly blue flames erupted from the vengeful spirit's body. Seeing this flame, Yiningshuang understood she had won. Outside the game, Lin Xiao gasped in astonishment, but quickly realized what had happened. It must be due to those chains. After all, the previous vengeful spirit had mentioned before dying that the chains could provide them with significant assistance. It seemed the chain's attack must have some special effect on these vengeful spirits. This time, though Yiningshuang still felt a twinge of pain at the wraith's demise, it was nowhere near as intense as before, certainly not enough to bring tears to her eyes. Soon, the vengeful spirit dissipated. Yet Yiningshuang suddenly realized her cultivation realm had shifted once more. Could it be, my cultivation level is rising again? The moment the thought crossed her mind, she received her answer. Foundation Establishment 9th Layer, Foundation Establishment Perfection. Upon realizing this, Yiningshuang felt a pang of regret. She had expected this breakthrough to catapult her directly into the Golden Core stage. Even without that, it was still a delightful surprise. Senior, my cultivation has risen again. If I keep slaying these vengeful spirits, could my realm continue to advance? Hearing this, Lin Xiao replied in writing, it's hard to say for certain at this point. But since the first two allowed you to advance, the subsequent ones should too. Though I suspect the effectiveness of each subsequent advancement will diminish. Yiningshuang nodded upon hearing the senior's words, then excitedly dashed toward the axe. It was a treasure. How could she not take it along the way? Just as before, the Frost Divine sword hovered overhead, slowly absorbing the axe. Just as Yiningshuang was lost in her delight, the elder's voice suddenly rang out. Be careful. There's more than one vengeful spirit around here. At those words, she sprang to her feet only to witness a scene of utter horror. Chapter 128, The Core of the Underground Cavern. The smile froze on Yiningshuang's face, slowly morphing into sheer terror. In the surrounding darkness, pairs of blue eyes began to glow. 1 pair, 2 pairs, 3 pairs. Endless eyes appeared in the surrounding darkness, floating like ghostly apparitions. But what terrified Yiningshuang even more was that those eyes stared fixedly at her without blinking. Senior, these. Her voice now trembled with fear. Weren't these the vengeful spirits? But before, Yiningshuang had only encountered 2 vengeful spirits, and even then, they had appeared separately. As Lin Xiao watched the countless eyes of vengeful spirits light up on the game interface, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. That's right, they're all vengeful spirits. After uttering those words, Lin Xiao opened the game guide once more, attempting to assess the situation here. Nanshan Caverns, Central Cavern. Immediately, the game guide displayed the area's status. The central cavern lies at the upper level of the core area. Countless formidable vengeful spirits guard this place. To reach the heart of the cavern, you must overcome them. The core cavern is the very heart of the entire South Mountain secret realm, holding opportunities beyond your wildest imagination. After reading these guides, Lin Xiao understood everything in his heart. No wonder this place was so perilous, filled with so many vengeful spirits they were guarding such a crucial location. Lin Xiao immediately typed to Yiningshuang, below lies the core cavern, where great fortune awaits. You may attempt to defeat them, do your utmost. If you cannot, it matters not, I shall intervene to aid you. Simultaneously, Yiningshuang within the game heard the elder's words and nodded firmly in agreement. With his words, her worries melted away. If that was the case, she would fight with everything she had. It would be a chance to see just how far she could push herself. With that thought, fear vanished from Yiningshuang's eyes, replaced by anticipation. Meanwhile, the vengeful spirits slowly approached Yiningshuang. Let me see how strong you truly are. With that declaration, Yiningshuang swung her frost divine sword. Her body shot forward in a sudden burst of speed, charging straight into the swarm of vengeful spirits. Roar! Sensing Yiningshuang's advance, countless roars erupted within the cave dwelling, rising and falling in waves that echoed long after. Amidst the din, Yiningshuang charged forward. Though the cave was pitch black, it wasn't completely void of light. On the contrary, she could clearly see objects within a meter or two of her surroundings. Whoosh! Accompanied by a piercing sword cry, the frost divine sword in her hand flashed a cold gleam, illuminating the cavern as if it were a beacon. Not only had she advanced her cultivation realm, but the frost divine sword had also drawn power from the giant axe to enhance its might once more. As the sword slashed through the air, a terrifying sword energy rippled outward. This was sword intent. And because of the frost heart, this sword intent carried a chill that seemed to freeze everything in its path. Instantly, several vengeful spirit weapons that had attacked first were frozen solid. Among them were swords, blades, and weapons of every conceivable type. Yet now, without exception, every single one was completely frozen solid. Yet as this strike landed, Yiningshuang's momentum did not halt. Instead, she continued charging forward. The vengeful spirits knew no fear. Unmoved by the gruesome fate of their comrades, they surged forward relentlessly. 9 swords of Lingyue, Moon Shadow. Yiningshuang used the momentum of a vengeful spirit to leap high into the air. In midair, she swung her sword, summoning a full moon once more. With each successive casting, Yiningshuang's mastery of Moon Shadow grew more refined, enabling her to unleash this strike under any circumstance. As the moon shadow sliced through the air, it instantly illuminated the dense swarm of vengeful spirits below. Each of these vengeful spirits was enormous, resembling one giant after another. Simultaneously, the moon shadow plunged downward. Boom! A deafening explosion followed. Countless vengeful spirits raised their weapons, yet none could withstand the strike. Many were instantly knocked flying by the sheer force of the moon shadow. Those whose weapons remained intact could rise again, while many others, their weapons shattered, were instantly engulfed by the flames. Amidst this chaos, Yiningshuang felt her cultivation base steadily accumulating. It seemed as though she was on the verge of breaking through the foundation establishment stage and entering the golden core realm. This advancement filled Yiningshuang with a surge of excitement. Though the true nature of the core cavern's opportunity remained unclear, the immense growth gained from slaying these vengeful spirits was already a tremendous blessing. Even if she couldn't enter the core cavern, this journey to the South Mountain secret realm would not have been in vain. With this realization, Yiningshuang fought with increasing ease and confidence. With each successive sword strike, countless vengeful spirits burst into flames, then dissipated as the fire consumed them. Simultaneously, Yiningshuang's cultivation base steadily accumulated. Lin Xiao watched Yiningshuang, who seemed like a celestial being descended upon the game, and refrained from interrupting. The blazing flames grew ever more numerous, completely illuminating the once pitch-black cavern. Amidst the relentless assault of frigid air and sword energy, the number of vengeful spirits steadily dwindled. Perhaps I won't need to intervene myself, Lin Xiao thought to himself. It seemed Yiningshuang alone could handle this now. Finally, after Yiningshuang swung her sword once more, her cultivation broke through completely, reaching the golden core realm. Though she hadn't yet formed her golden core, Yiningshuang's power had undergone a terrifying surge. Under these circumstances, even though the vengeful spirits surrounded Yiningshuang, it had become a one-sided slaughter. She could feel her power surging with every passing moment, an exhilarating sensation that drove her attacks to new levels of ferocity. Her cultivation realm continued to soar. Golden Core Stage 1, Stage 2, Stage 3. By the time she reached the third layer of the Golden Core realm, every vengeful spirit present had been dealt with by Yiningshuang. She slowly descended to the ground, surveying the lingering ghostly flames around her, and exhaled a long breath of relief. Even Yiningshuang herself hadn't imagined she could actually accomplish this. "Senior, did you see? I defeated these vengeful spirits all by myself," Yiningshuang exclaimed excitedly once more. Lin Zhao's face softened into a smile as he typed his reply, "Of course. You did exceptionally well." Hearing the elder's praise, Yiningshuang's smile grew even brighter. "So, senior, where should I go now?" she asked again. At her words, Lin Zhao's expression turned slightly puzzled. According to the guide, only a certain number of these vengeful spirits could grant access to the core of the underground cavern. But how exactly should they proceed now? Just as he pondered this, a crimson glow suddenly illuminated the cavern. Chapter 129, Blood God Pill. At that moment, Yiningshuang stood still, allowing the Frost God's sword to absorb the fragments of the shattered weapons. Upon sensing this anomaly, she immediately looked up, and even Lin Xiao grew alert. He hurriedly typed a warning, "Be careful." Within the cave, crimson light now radiated from the charred bodies of the vengeful spirits. Countless crimson beams converged above the cavern, bathing the entire chamber in a fiery red glow. Yiningshuang witnessed this scene and flickered her wrist. Instantly, the Frost Divine's sword whistled back into her hand. She stood holding the long sword, watching intently. The crimson light within the cavern continued to gather, its volume steadily increasing. A powerful aura emanated from the gathering red light, as if something was steadily taking shape within it. Yet Yiningshuang sensed no danger, allowing her guard to lower slightly. Then, with a hint of confusion, she asked, "Senior, what is this?" Hearing her voice, Lin Xiao also looked puzzled before turning his attention back to the secret realm guide. Blood God Pill. This pill is exceedingly rare in the world, formed only within the caves of the southern mountain secret realm. It is condensed from the final remnant essence left behind by the vengeful spirits dwelling in the caverns. Only when a sufficient number of such spirits perish together can this effect manifest. Reading this, Lin Xiao finally understood the Blood God Pill was incredibly precious. However, judging by its name, this pill didn't seem like anything good. Lost in thought, he continued reading. The Blood God Pill can restore life to skeletal remains, regrow severed heads, eliminate all negative effects within the body, and even extend the lifespan of those nearing their end by 100 years. Lin Xiao was even more astonished upon reading this. Though the game's setting was the cultivation world, the feat of resurrecting the dead was no simple matter. This could truly be called an immortal pill. For those without cultivation, regardless of innate talent or spiritual roots, it allows direct entry onto the path of cultivation and enables the mastery of the blood secret arts. For those with cultivation, it enhances innate talent and unlocks the blood mystery arts. Reading this, Lin Xiao's face betrayed utter astonishment. Though merely a game, he had become utterly immersed during this time, seeing himself as Yiningshuang's master and guardian of her cultivation path. If these things were real, could my illness be cured too? But as the thought crossed his mind, a bitter smile touched Lin Xiao's lips before he shook his head. He was truly at the end of his rope, resorting to hoping a game could save him. With this thought, Lin Xiao typed to inform Yiningshuang about the Blood God Pill. Upon hearing the elder's voice, Yiningshuang looked toward the gathering red light in astonishment. This pill was truly formidable. She felt even more admiration for the senior. Truly, he knew everything. Take the pill and prepare to enter the core of the cave. The elder's voice echoed once more. Yiningshuang nodded and spoke again, "Senior, please take this Blood God Pill." Hearing this, Lin Xiao froze. "Me? What use would it be to me? You should take it as soon as possible. It can enhance your innate talent, and that blood mystery art is also extremely extraordinary." Yiningshuang, however, shook her head decisively and explained, "Senior, I have already found my own path. No matter how powerful that blood secret art may be, it is not suited for me. If I were to obtain it, it might even hinder my progress. Besides, Senior, I've already taken so much from you. Now I can strive on my own and grow stronger. I can't keep accepting your gifts," Yiningshuang stated. Then, the elder's voice rang out, "You obtained these through your own abilities, not because I gave them to you." Hearing this, Yiningshuang spoke again, "No, without you, Senior, I wouldn't have been able to enter the South Mountain secret realm, let alone arrive here safely. You must accept this pill. Otherwise, I'll feel too indebted to you." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's face before the game couldn't help but break into a look of satisfaction. He did want it. This item could save his life, but no matter how much he desired it, he couldn't obtain it. What debt? I helped you without expecting anything in return. As the elder's voice rang out, Yiningshuang remained utterly unyielding, reiterating firmly, "If you refuse to take it, I'll never have the face to accept anything from you again." Lin Xiao saw the sincerity in her expression and knew she wasn't joking. He shook his head again, muttering to himself, "But I really can't take this thing." As the words fell, a prompt suddenly popped up on the game interface. "Your virtual girlfriend wishes to gift you the Blood God Pill. Do you accept?" Why bother? Accepting it wouldn't gain him anything, yet it would deprive Yiningshuang of a means to grow stronger. But wasn't this precisely her nature? It was precisely her gratitude, her lifelike presence, and the illusion of her own existence that made Lin Xiao care so deeply about this game. "Accept." Lin Xiao smiled as he accepted. Simultaneously, Yiningshuang within the game received the notification, her face immediately lighting up with a smile. "Thank you, Senior." She expressed her gratitude once more. Beyond her gratitude, Yiningshuang persisted for another reason. She longed to meet the senior. But such thoughts were far from her lips. With such a precious pill, the senior must surely reveal themselves, even if only as a faint apparition. Yiningshuang's heart swelled with longing at the thought. Meanwhile, the gathering crimson light finally ceased, revealing a single pill within. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. Another wave of overwhelming pressure swept through, as if tearing the very fabric of space apart. A black hole abruptly materialized beside the blood god pill. Within that black hole lay boundless primordial chaos energy.
Yining, witnessing this scene, was momentarily stunned. Tearing apart space, the Elder was truly a being of immense power. In the cultivation world, only those of the flying ascension tier possessed such power. As the void opened, the Elder was about to emerge.
Yiningshuan's anticipation grew.
But then, the scene before her eyes left her utterly dumbfounded.
A massive golden hand emerged from the rift.
Placed beneath the blood god pill, the palm instantly caused the crimson glow and blood energy surrounding it to vanish.
The pill settled into stillness, emitting waves of medicinal fragrance.
Then, the golden hand slowly closed around it.
Is this the power of the Elder? Yiningshuan murmured.
The golden hand paused mid-air before slowly withdrawing. Only when the giant hand vanished completely did the torn space begin to mend. The cavern plunged back into darkness, as if nothing had ever happened. The blood god pill had vanished without a trace. Seeing this, a hint of disappointment flashed across Yiningshuan's face.
Perhaps she wasn't strong enough yet. The Elder didn't wish to see her.
Yiningshuan resolved firmly, she must swiftly enhance her strength and see the Elder with her own eyes.
Chapter 130, Moon Silver Mine.
Lin Xiao watched the golden giant hand emerge from the void within the game, a sense of awe rising within him. This was merely a 2D game at that, yet the golden hand felt eerily real, radiating immense pressure.
Still, if that so-called blood god pill could truly be mine.
Lin Xiao chuckled to himself before turning his gaze back to Yiningshuan within the game. At that moment, Yiningshuan had made up her mind. Even if the senior didn't come to see her, she would find him herself. Of course, Lin Xiao knew nothing of her thoughts.
We can set out for the core cavern now. He typed.
He knew from the earlier strategy that once the blood god pill was obtained, the entrance to the core cavern would open. Hearing this, Yiningshuan nodded. The frost divine sword in her hand continued to absorb the scattered or damaged weapons littering the ground. At that very moment, the cavern shook violently once more. Yiningshuan no longer felt the panic she had earlier. It seemed certain now that the entrance to the core cavern had opened. She thought to herself. With the tremor, a burst of light and shadow projected forth.
To the east of the cavern, the wall crumbled as if blown apart, boulders tumbling down and crashing onto the ground.
Suddenly, an incredibly wide passageway appeared before Yiningshuan's eyes.
This must be the entrance to the core cavern.
At the same time, the Frost Divine Sword completed absorbing the final few weapons.
With the absorption of so many weapons, the Frost Divine Sword underwent a profound transformation.
Now, the sword trembled slightly in Yiningshuan's grasp. As frigid energy swirled around it, sharp edges seemed to radiate outward, coalescing into countless sword shadows that nearly solidified in midair.
After a moment, the trembling of the Frost Divine Sword finally ceased.
So powerful! Yiningshuan gripped the sword tightly. As its master, she could distinctly sense a qualitative leap in its strength.
She even sensed a hint of joy and surprise emanating from the blade. Could it be that the Frost Divine Sword is about to give birth to a sword spirit? Yiningshuan marveled even more.
After all, a sword capable of nurturing a sword spirit had completely transcended ordinary blades. This was the work of the venerable predecessor. For a moment, Yiningshuan felt a sense of calm settle within her heart. Elder, the Frost Divine Sword has completed its absorption. I can proceed further now, she said softly.
Very well. Depart now, the Elder's voice replied.
Yiningshuan nodded and stepped toward the passage leading to the core cavern. But as soon as she drew near, she sensed a soft glow. The light wasn't blinding, instead, it resembled bright moonlight, carrying a hint of chill. Puzzled, she focused her gaze and discovered countless silver ore deposits protruding from the rock walls lining the passageway, illuminating the cave tunnel.
Are these minerals?
Yiningshuan reached out to touch one of the ores. It felt cool to the touch, yet emitted no unusual spiritual energy fluctuations.
Even more puzzled, she asked, Senior, are these minerals? Do they hold any value?
Hearing this, Lin Xiao glanced at the game interface and clicked to view the Nanshan Secret Realm Guide. Moonsilver ore, unique ore found only in the South Mountain Secret Realm, located within the core cavern.
Possesses no spiritual energy but serves as a light source.
Only a select few weapons of spirit grade or higher can utilize this or to enhance their strength, though forging and fusion are extremely difficult. After reading the guide, Lin Xiao understood. From this perspective, the ore was practically useless. After all, forging and fusing weapons above the spirit grade level wasn't something just anyone could do. And Yiningshuan certainly didn't possess such skills. Moreover, the gains were disproportionate to the losses. Using them was simply not worth the cost. Most crucially, only a handful of weapons could even utilize it. Lost in thought, Lin Xiao typed a message to Yiningshuan. But soon, he was lost in thought again.
Strange. If they're only for illumination, why would they appear here, evenly distributed and in such large numbers?
It seemed there were signs of human intervention here. He promptly shared this hypothesis with Yiningshuan.
Yiningshuan continued to examine the ore with curiosity.
However, upon learning it was of no use, she prepared to rise and leave.
But just then, the Frost Divine Sword in Yiningshuan's hand reacted. It began with a faint tremor, then grew increasingly violent. Senior, the Frost Divine Sword is reacting.
Yi Ningxuang exclaimed excitedly, then drew the Frost Divine Sword, letting it move of its own accord.
Suddenly, the sword soared through the air, landing directly before the rock wall. Lin Xiao, witnessing this, froze for a moment before typing back, "Let it be."
Perhaps the Frost Divine Sword has a solution.
Hearing this, Yi Ningxuang stepped back, watching with curiosity.
As the Frost Divine Sword approached the rock wall, its entire body radiated an intensifying icy glow.
"Senior, I think I can sense its emotions. It seems incredibly excited."
Yi Ningxuang exclaimed excitedly, for this emotion marked the beginning of a sword spirit's birth. Immediately after, the blade of the Frost Divine Sword touched the ore. Suddenly, the blade seemed to form a vortex, continuously absorbing energy, while the ore gradually dimmed from its initial brilliance. As the last glimmer vanished from one ore, the Frost Divine Sword darted toward the next. The dimmed ore seemed extremely decayed. Yi Ningxuang pressed it lightly, and it shattered.
Yet Lin Xiao remained uneasy. If these minerals were artificially altered, they must serve some purpose. If all of them dimmed, could it spell danger?
Lost in thought, Lin Xiao reopened the Nansha Secret Realm Guide. If all or within a certain range dims completely, with no light remaining, a terrifying danger will emerge after a period of time. Therefore, after absorbing the ore, one must leave immediately. Reading this, Lin Xiao wasted no time, quickly typing a warning to Yi Ningxuang.
"Don't be careless. These ores are dangerous. Try having the Frost Divine Sword absorb them one area at a time. Don't keep advancing like this. Once an entire area loses its light, you must leave immediately."
Hearing this, Yi Ningxuang recognized the danger, yet a pang of frustration welled up within her. Ever since entering the South Mountain Secret Realm, the Frost Divine Sword had grown increasingly responsive, and it seemed to relish these minerals immensely.
Could she still control it? Lost in thought, Yi Ningxuang stepped forward to attempt communication.
As her words left her lips, the Frost Divine Sword visibly halted its movements. It then turned toward her with an almost human-like gesture, as if deep in thought. Hope filled Yi Ningxuang's eyes. Before long, the Frost Divine Sword moved, slowly returning to the cave entrance.
"Elder, did you see that? It understood what I said."
Yi Ningxuang exclaimed excitedly.
Chapter 131, Zhao Tianjing's Scheme.
As Yi Ningxuang's voice echoed, Lin Xiao witnessed this miraculous scene. The Frost Divine Sword's earlier movements had been so human-like as if it had not only understood Yi Ningxuang's words but nodded in agreement.
My investment was definitely worth it. I truly had foresight.
Lin Xiao glanced out the window, a hint of embarrassment in his voice.
He then typed, "It's only natural. After all, it is the Frost Divine Sword."
At these words, Yi Ningxuang's face lit up with admiration once more. The elder's voice echoed again, "In that case, let's wait for the Frost Divine Sword to absorb the ore." Hearing this, Yi Ningxuang nodded and watched the Frost Divine Sword. Its absorption rate grew faster and faster, and before long, all the ore at the entrance had been completely absorbed. Then, the Frost Divine Sword advanced once more. Seeing this, Yi Ningxuang followed suit, her movements always a step ahead of the sword. After all, the elder had warned that lingering too long in that lightless place would invite danger. Thus, Yi Ningxuang and the Frost Divine Sword steadily advanced deeper into the passageway, leaving the path they traversed growing dimmer behind them.
A piercing sound echoed from the darkness.
Yi Ningxuang glanced back and breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the elder had warned her, otherwise, trouble would have ensued. Meanwhile, above in the southern mountain battlefield, a group of Lingxiao sword sect disciples advanced swiftly.
Leading them was none other than Zhao Tianzheng.
Behind him, a cohort of disciples followed, their pace relentless, pausing not once as they pressed forward with single-minded determination. However, many of the disciples had no idea where Zhao Tianjin was leading them. Along the way, they encountered numerous opportunities left behind by this ancient battlefield, but Zhao Tianzheng didn't even glance at them, only pushing forward at a rapid pace. After all, they weren't the only group in the Nanshan battlefield.
Not to mention Li Feng and his companion, the mysterious woman, had also arrived here, and then there was Cheng Guang, whose fate remained unknown. He feared others might seize the opportunities before them. "Senior brother Zhao, there are so many opportunities here. Shouldn't we?" One disciple finally couldn't resist asking. "This trash isn't worth our time."
Zhao Tian shot the disciple a cold glance and declared, "The true opportunities of the South Mountain Secret Realm lie underground.
These are merely leftovers for the useless.
If anyone wants these opportunities, feel free to go for them. I won't stop you, but I won't be responsible for your life or death. Most importantly, you won't get a share of the great opportunity underground."
With that, Zhao Tian quickened his pace once more.
Had he not been burdened with this group of cannon fodder, he would have reached the destination long ago at his speed. Many disciples coveted these opportunities, but hearing Zhao Tian speak with such certainty, they dared not protest and could only follow. If a great opportunity truly existed, they'd be missing out big time.
Moreover, staying behind without Zhao Tianjing's protection meant trouble if danger arose. In an instant, the group quickened their pace.
Before long, Zhao Tianjing led them to the edge of a massive, deep pit. The pit was enormous, its diameter easily reaching 100 meters.
Looking down into the pit, it was pitch black, not a glimmer of light visible. A disciple picked up a broken long sword from the ground and tossed it into the pit. After a long while, an echo finally came back. Senior brother Zhao, the pit is incredibly deep, and we have no idea what lies below. Could the opportunity truly be here? The disciple spoke with palpable worry. The others looked again, feeling the pit resembled the gaping maw of a giant beast. To jump in would be like walking into a trap, with no chance of survival. In that moment, many recoiled in terror. After all, regardless of what lay below, landing safely was already a challenge. With their cultivation levels, they possessed neither the ability to walk on air nor the skill to fly on swords. They could only descend using the most primitive method. But Zhao Tianzhang paid no heed to the disciple. Standing at the edge of the pit, a faint smile played at the corners of his mouth, tinged with excitement. We've finally arrived. This is the true great opportunity of the South Mountain secret realm. Senior brother, how are we supposed to get down? Even Zhao Tianzhang's junior sister murmured softly, her face betraying a hint of fear. Jump down. Zhao Tianzhang's gaze burned with intensity as he stared down below, his face showing no trace of fear. Once we're down there, we'll reach the true core. Jump down? Hearing this, the group's expressions instantly changed. Senior brother Zhao, the situation in this pit is unknown. If we rush down recklessly. Zhao Tianzhang scoffed coldly at this, scared? If you don't even have the guts for this, what chance do you have for opportunity? If you lack the courage to descend, don't come crying to me later. With that, he declared loudly, whoever descends now, I, Zhao Tianzhang, will record it as a merit. When the opportunity arises, they shall receive it first. Yet even his enticing offer failed to overcome the disciples' terror. Seeing this, Zhao Tianzhang's expression darkened. Yet he knew now was not the time for confrontation. His gaze shifted to his junior sister, Xueling. Junior sister, you go down first. I guarantee there's no danger inside. He said sternly. But senior brother, have you forgotten what master said before we entered? Go down. Do you think I would harm you? His tone softened as he continued, you know I trust no one but you. Besides, I need you to set an example. Xueling's expression grew even more conflicted at his words. Finally, she shook her head. Senior brother, you must protect my safety. Don't worry. Zhao Tianzhang reached out and ruffled her hair. Once you're down there, use spiritual energy to communicate. Xueling nodded, approached the edge of the pit, closed her eyes tightly, and leaped down. Witnessing this, gasps rose from among the disciples. Time ticked by, second by second. Silence once again settled over the pit, not a sound to be heard. Zhao Tianzhang remained unhurried, merely gauging the passage of time. Finally, a faint voice echoed from the depths, come down. Upon hearing the voice, everyone's faces lit up with relief. There was no danger. Everyone, you can come down now. Zhao Tianzhang called out over his shoulder. Instantly, many grew impatient, scrambling to leap into the pit. Though danger had made them hesitate, the prospect of opportunity before them made them eager to be the first. Soon, everyone present, including Zhao Tianzhang, had plunged into the deep pit. Unlike the other disciples, Zhao Tianzhang was exceptionally cautious. He shifted his posture mid-air, thrusting his long sword into the rock. Using it as leverage, he steadily descended. He ensured he remained among the highest of the disciples. After all, opportunity lay here, but danger lurked as well. By letting these cannon fodder clear the path ahead and relying on his own foundation, he was certain to safely seize that great opportunity. The disciples vanished from sight in an instant. Seeing this, Zhao Tianzhang quickened his pace and soon landed on the ground as well. Meanwhile, more and more disciples activated their illumination artifacts, curiously surveying their surroundings. Chapter 132, Misfortune. The cavern was vast. Despite the numerous light-emitting artifacts, some areas remained pitch black. Senior brother. Spotting Zhao Tianzhang descend, Xueling hurried over. Zhao Tianzhang stood near the center, surveying the surroundings as disciples cautiously felt their way around the periphery. Everyone, be careful. Check your surroundings. He cautioned before turning his gaze to Xueling before him. Xueling possessed striking beauty, with a hint of youthful playfulness, and a figure that was curvaceous in all the right places. Many disciples in the sect harbored feelings for her. Moreover, Zhao Tianzhang knew full well that Xueling had long harbored a devoted affection for him. She might serve as a useful tool, but she was far beneath his station. Looking at her, Zhao Tianzhang couldn't help but think of Yiningshuang, and his heart filled with another wave of resentment. Damn it! What's wrong with following me? Why must you seek death? But Zhao Tianzhang no longer cared much about it now, for he had found a new target, that mysterious woman. Let Yiningshuang seek death if she wished, he didn't need her after all. Well done. Zhao Tianzhang smiled as he addressed Xueling. Hearing this, Xueling lowered her head, her cheeks flushing slightly. But just then, a startled cry pierced the air. Zhao Tianzhang instantly grew alert, his gaze darting toward the source of the sound. The other disciples, hearing the commotion, wasted no time rushing over. What's going on? Zhao Tianzhang asked, his hand resting on his sword hilt. Senior brother, there are some marks here. They seem to be man-made. Traces? Zhao Tianzhang, puzzled, walked over as well. At the edge of the cave, a long sword scar stretched downward from above, its end invisible. He stepped forward and lightly touched the blade mark, forming his own assessment. This is a fresh sword mark. It can't have been made long ago. The realization darkened his expression. It seems someone arrived here before us. Everyone, follow this wall to find our way. We must hurry. He issued the order, and upon hearing it, the others immediately grasped the gravity of the situation and sprang into action. Before long, another voice called out, "Senior brother, there's a passageway here." At these words, Zhao Tian's face lit up with joy, and he hurried toward the sound. Soon, everyone present gathered at the entrance to the cave passage. This should be the way to the core cavern, Zhao Tianjing said, holding his illumination artifact as he looked ahead. Let's go. He then gestured to his disciples behind him, signaling them to advance. The disciples exchanged glances, then without further words, stepped forward. Perhaps due to the cave's safety, it no longer seemed as perilous as they had imagined. Moreover, they were drawing ever closer to their opportunity, and each of them wanted to hurry. Before long, the entire group had entered the cavern. Walking among them, Zhao Tianjing scanned his surroundings with extreme caution. He sensed something amiss in the surroundings, though he couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. He could only be extra cautious. For a time, the group advanced slowly toward the front. Squeak! Suddenly, a piercing sound rang out. Zhao Tianzhang reacted fastest, swiftly drawing his long sword. The other disciples were slower to react, but they too took action. Instantly, everyone was on high alert. What's going on? Zhao Tianzhang whispered. I'm not sure. The sound seemed to come from ahead. A disciple up ahead said, trembling with fear. For a moment, everyone stood frozen in place, hesitating to move. The passageway fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the sound of their own breathing. Don't make a fuss. It's probably just some minor demon beast. Ignore it and keep moving forward. After a long pause, Zhao Tianjing said in a deep voice. Meanwhile, deep within the passageway, the frost god's sword continued to absorb the ore, which steadily dimmed. Wherever Yiningshuang passed, only darkness remained. That shrill sound rang out again, but she no longer paid it any mind. After all, the elder had said that as long as she remained within the light, she would be safe. Yet suddenly, Yiningshuang realized a problem. While her path was indeed safe, if someone followed behind, the darkness could spell trouble. Yet she cared not a whit. Within this secret realm, survival depended solely on one's own abilities. Besides, Zhao Tianzhang led the disciples of Lingxiao sword sect. She would gladly see them all perish within this passageway. Lost in thought, Yiningshuang pressed forward once more. Yet she suddenly noticed something peculiar. Despite absorbing the silver moon ore for so long, the frost divine sword showed not the slightest change in appearance. Strange. At that very moment, another piercingly sharp sound erupted, this time even more shrill than before. The sound was unbearably piercing, as if entering through her ears and reverberating endlessly within her skull, refusing to fade. What's happening? Yiningshuang's expression tightened as she looked behind her warily. The sound grew even more piercing, lingering relentlessly as it echoed from the darkness behind her. Ah! Another piercing scream echoed. Yiningshuang instantly realized someone had entered the passageway and was being attacked by that mysterious creature. As she pondered, she realized she could now see the end of the passageway. Back to Zhao Tianjing's side, as the piercing sound echoed, a spray of blood instantly splattered onto his body, some even landing near his lips. The blood felt oddly gentle, its metallic scent lingering in the air. Thud! Accompanied by a piercing scream, a corpse landed before Zhao Tianzhang. What horrified him most was that the body was nothing but a severed torso. Ah! Another agonized scream pierced the air, and Zhao Tianzhang knew another disciple had fallen. In the panic, several illumination artifacts fell to the ground. Without spiritual energy to sustain them, they instantly extinguished, plunging the cave into even deeper darkness. What the hell is that thing? Zhao Tianjin roared in fury. Just then, another light-emitting artifact clattered to the ground. Another disciple had fallen. Suddenly, it dawned on him the monster only attacked areas illuminated by light. A smile touched Zhao Tianjing's lips as he realized this. Forget everything else. Run forward. Keep your light-emitting artifacts burning at all costs. This unknown monster fears the light. In such dire straits, the others didn't doubt Zhao Tianjing's words for a moment. They all clutched their light-emitting artifacts tightly and sprinted forward. Zhao Tianjin, positioned among them, paid no heed to the disciples around him. His own safety was all that mattered. These disciples, clutching their light-emitting artifacts, had become Zhao Tianjing's human shields. As long as they remained alive, he would remain unharmed. Meanwhile, as the ore lining the passage dimmed completely, Yiningshuang emerged from the cavern tunnel. The agonized screams echoing behind her pierced her ears with every step. Chapter 133, A Strategy Without Information. After bursting out of the cave passage, Yiningshuang finally got a clear view of the situation. This place seemed to be an altar. At its very center stood an enormous platform, upon which rested a colossal ore exactly like those embedded in the walls earlier. The entire space was illuminated solely by the light emanating from this colossal ore. At each of the platform's four corners stood a monstrous statue. These towering humanoid figures were bound by chains that stretched all the way to the central platform. What on earth is this place? Yi Ningxuang surveyed her surroundings, her voice thick with caution. Hearing her, Lin Xiao glanced over through the game interface. The cavern, far from being dimly lit by a single ore, was instead blindingly bright, illuminating every corner with crystal clarity. Puzzled, Lin Xiao immediately opened the game interface to consult the Nanshan Secret Realm Guide. As he scanned the guide, his brow furrowed deeply. What's going on? Lunar silver ore, primary Oregon. Though it is the same lunar silver ore, it possesses unimaginable effects within this South Mountain cavern. The guide's description ended abruptly there, offering no further information. As for the rest of the cavern, whether the elevated platform or the statue, no matter how thoroughly Lin Xiao examined them, he found not a single clue. He had relied on this guide for so long, and it had always been incredibly detailed, whether warning of dangers or hinting at opportunities. This was the first time he'd encountered such a situation. Lin Xiao tried refreshing again, but there was nothing new. Damn it, what kind of crappy guide is this? I paid for it, and this is what I get. He couldn't help but curse, yet even so, he was powerless. After all, the game didn't offer a refund option for minors. Lin Xiao glanced back at the game interface, where Yi Ningxuang still waited for his command. There she stood, obediently poised, her frostblade trembling in her grasp. Yet Yi Ningxuang remained utterly unresponsive, as if she'd stand frozen in place until Lin Xiao issued his command. Seeing this, Lin Xiao helplessly pressed his hand to his forehead. The problem now was that the guide had lost its effectiveness. How was he supposed to help Yi Ningxuang? Under his girlfriend's expectant gaze, Lin Xiao wouldn't hesitate to spend money if he could. But just as he wanted to make a purchase, there was no payment button to be found. Just as he was fretting, Yi Ningxuang's voice came again. Senior, the Frost Divine Sword is incredibly excited. I feel this massive silver ore deposit isn't just ordinary, or it might have other uses. Perhaps seeing Lin Xiao's lack of response, she asked directly. Hearing this, Lin Xiao frowned even more. Great, Yi Ningxuang had guessed the only information he possessed. Now he truly had nothing to say. The realization brought a touch of embarrassment to his face, though fortunately, Yi Ningxuang couldn't see it. Senior, what should I do now? The current Yi Ningxuang trusted Lin Xiao unconditionally. Even if he asked her to kill herself with a sword, she would believe it was his judgment. Hearing this, Lin Xiao's mouth twitched again. He absolutely couldn't admit he didn't know now, or his image as a master would be completely ruined. After a moment's thought, Lin Xiao typed, Ningxuang, the path of cultivation ultimately relies on oneself. You can't always depend on others. I've helped you too much before, and that deprived you of necessary training. If this continues, your cultivation journey will never go far. Hearing her senior's words, Yi Ningxuang's face flushed with shame. You're absolutely right, senior. I've been relying too heavily on you lately and neglecting my own progress. Before Lin Xiao could speak again, Yi Ningxuang declared with renewed resolve, Senior, I understand. This time, please don't provide me with any information. Your assistance has been overwhelming, and I've unconsciously grown too dependent on you. This time, I'll rely on myself. She raised her fist and declared with conviction. Hearing this, Lin Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally settled. As expected, with Yi Ningxuang, one sentence is all it takes for her to fill in the rest in her mind. Yet immediately, a new worry surfaced in his mind. What if she encountered danger without him providing information this time? Even Lin Xiao hadn't noticed how someone once so decisive had become so overly cautious. Still, he hurriedly typed a reminder, but Ningxuang, remember this place is incredibly strange. You must be careful. Hearing this, Yi Ningxuang smiled and quickly replied, Don't worry, senior. I'll be extremely cautious. Sure enough, even though the senior wanted to test her, he was deeply worried about her. With that thought, she hesitated no longer and strode toward the massive platform. The Frost Divine Sword sensed the danger, trembling violently. Its icy glow flickered as countless sword beams sliced through the air, leaving shallow gashes in the surrounding ground. Though Yi Ningxuang felt it keenly, she gripped the Frost Divine Sword tightly, not allowing it the slightest movement. Calm down. The situation is unclear right now. Once we figure things out, I'll let you have your fill. Yi Ningxuang snapped, her voice tinged with irritation. At her words, the Frost Divine Sword still bristled with defiance, yet it settled slightly. Seeing this, she nodded in satisfaction. As she spoke, Yi Ningxuang had already reached the edge of the platform, poised to step onto it. The elder's voice suddenly rang in her ear. Be careful. Someone's coming. It's likely those Lingxiao sword sect disciples you encountered earlier. At these words, Yi Ningxuang snapped to attention and whirled around. Instantly, a commotion erupted from the passageway, followed by a piercing scream. Seeing such a large number of Lingxiao sword sect disciples, Yi Ningxuang instantly recalled Zhao Tianjin, whom she had encountered earlier. He must be among them. A flash of murderous intent flickered across Yi Ningxuang's face, but she quickly regained her composure. After all, now was still not the best time for revenge. She must conceal herself well. At this thought, Yi Ningxuan was about to tear at her clothes to cover her face. The elder's voice suddenly rang out. Ningxuan, I'll give you something that will help you conceal yourself effectively. As the voice echoed, an array formation materialized before Yi Ningxuan. Soon, a pure white mask emerged from within, slowly rising into the air before settling before her. She reached out and took the mask, clearly sensing the fluctuations of spiritual energy within it. Evidently, this was no ordinary object, it was a magical artifact. But then again, it made sense. When an elder intervened, it was never ordinary. Chapter 134, The Mask Floating Cloud. Yi Ningxuan sensed the spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from the mask, further confirming its extraordinary nature. Though the fluctuations weren't overwhelmingly intense, they were incredibly pure. Senior, this isn't just an ordinary mask, is it? Yi Ningxuan placed the mask over her face as she asked. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao still stared at the game interface with a pang of regret. After all, he had just spent a whopping 199 yuan to acquire this very mask. While mobile games now featured all sorts of 648 yuan purchases, 199 yuan was no small sum for Lin Xiao. And what's more, it was just a mask. But as Yi Ningxuan had said, this was no ordinary mask. Mask Floating Cloud. Special effect, upon placement over the face, it recognizes its master. With a single thought, the mask manifests, generating unique effects based on the wearer. These effects grant various enhancements to the wearer. While worn, the wearer feels nothing and experiences no interference whatsoever. But in Lin Xiao's estimation, it was merely a mask. Even if it offered some minor benefits, the effects couldn't be that impressive. He figured it was likely just a passive effect, something optional and unnecessary, much like how skins in certain popular mobile games boost attack power. Lin Xiao promptly typed his thoughts to Yi Ningxuan. Upon hearing his explanation, Yi Ningxuan was filled with delight and anticipation. She didn't overthink it in her eyes, anything given by the senior must be a treasure. As she pondered, the mask settled onto her face. Instantly, a blue glow blossomed across its surface. Yi Ningxuan felt something cover her face, yet it brought no discomfort whatsoever. With a single thought, the mask vanished, only to reappear in the blink of an eye. Senior, this is incredible! She exclaimed in delight, then held the blade of the Frost Divine Sword like a mirror before her face. The pure white mask transformed, intricate blue patterns emerging across its surface. Far from appearing ornate, these patterns instead lent Yi Ningxuan an air of mysterious, otherworldly elegance. And senior, I feel my spiritual energy has grown richer since putting on this mask. Lin Xiao, however, seemed distracted, utterly captivated by Yi Ningxuan's current appearance. Though the mask concealed her peerless beauty, it visually accentuated her grace and figure. Just then, another commotion erupted, accompanied by shouts. Several figures burst through the passageway. Yi Ningxuan instantly snapped back to attention and looked intently. The new arrivals were none other than Zhao Tianjing and the other disciples of Lingxiao Sword Sect. Each of them wore panicked expressions, their bodies covered in bloodstains. Yet upon closer inspection, it became clear these stains did not belong to them, they were from others. They bore not a single scratch. At this realization, Yi Ningxuan's expression darkened with apprehension. This could only mean one thing: the monsters within the passage were incredibly powerful. Once they attacked, no one could escape, death was certain. What on earth had appeared in that passageway? Now, only 5 disciples of Lingxiao Sword Sect remained. Zhao Tianzhang, Xueling, and even the 3 ordinary disciples. Overcome with terror, they didn't pause after bursting out of the passageway. Instead, they kept running forward until the sound of the monster faded behind them. Only then did Zhao Tianzhang halt his steps. Gazing into the darkness of the passage behind them, he saw the monster hadn't pursued them. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the creature only attacked within the passage. It stopped wherever there was light. Otherwise, they would have been in real trouble. All right, the monster won't come back. He called out loudly to the others still running ahead. Hearing his voice, the 4 figures, including Xueling, finally halted and turned to look back. They, too, breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did they have the presence of mind to survey their surroundings. Zhao Tianzhang instantly noticed the striking figure standing before the elevated platform. "Fellow Taoist, you're here too!" he exclaimed with delight. Earlier, Zhao Tianzhang had been pondering the whereabouts of this mysterious woman, but having seen no sign of her, he had begun to feel somewhat disheartened. Now, standing face to face and observing her, Zhao Tianzhang marveled at her figure and aura. Upon hearing his words, Yi Ningxuan merely nodded impassively, offering no further comment. Just as Zhao Tianzhang was about to speak again, Xueling approached cautiously, tugging at Zhao Tianzhang's sleeve and whispering urgently. "Senior brother, this woman is no ordinary person. Be extremely cautious. That passage was so perilous, yet she arrived here unscathed. Her strength is undoubtedly extraordinary. When the time comes to vie for the opportunity, she will definitely pose a threat to us." The other 3 disciples nodded in agreement upon hearing this, clearly sharing her concern. At these words, Zhao Tianjing's expression darkened slightly. He shot Xueling a glance before replying, "Of course I know all this. But in my view, this woman could be either an enemy or an ally. But senior brother. Xue Ling grew anxious, but Zhao Tianzheng waved her off decisively. Enough, no need to say more. Zhao Tianzheng's gaze now fixed on the figure between Yi Ningxuang's hands, yet his mind was filled with conflicting thoughts. Whether at the South Mountain Archway or by the lake, he had encountered this woman several times. Each time, she had taken action. In his estimation, her strength was considerable, yet it was far from sufficient to effortlessly traverse the passageway. Moreover, he had noticed that the sword mark left earlier was precisely from the sword in her hand. That she had made it this far. First, she likely understood the rules of this secret realm. Second, the passage might have been safe when she arrived, and the danger that emerged later could be connected to her. Regardless of how one looked at it, she clearly understood the rules of this secret realm and was certainly no ordinary person. Under these circumstances, having her as an ally at this stage could prove immensely beneficial. Moreover, he found himself quite intrigued by her. Esteemed Taoist friend, you too have come seeking the opportunity within this core cavern, I presume. Zhao Tianzheng approached courteously once more, clasping his hands in greeting. In contrast, Yi Ningxuang merely stared at him coldly. Zhao Tianzheng sensed a chill in her aura, but he assumed it was simply her nature. Besides, encountering strangers in the secret realm, such an attitude was quite normal. Rest assured, we harbor no ill will. We are both cultivators. Mutual aid is essential for us to safely exit this secret realm. Just then, Zhao Tianzheng sensed the icy aura dissipate, feeling a surge of delight. His words had struck the right chord. Beneath her mask, Yi Ningxuang did indeed reveal a smile, but it had nothing to do with him. The voice of the elder still echoed in his mind, if you truly refuse to see this brat, I shall strike him down for you now. Chapter 135, the stone statue opens its eyes. Though the elder's voice remained devoid of emotion, utterly flat. It warmed Yi Ningxuang's heart deeply. It was a feeling of being protected, something she had never experienced from anyone else in her life. Yi Ningxuang shook her head softly. No need, senior. I'll handle him myself. The elder's voice echoed again, very well. Go with peace of mind. Whatever happens, I am here. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianzheng, though unable to see Yi Ningxuang's mouth through his mask, sensed she had spoken. Fellow Taoist, what did you say? Zhao Tianzheng instinctively took a step forward and asked again. Yet all that met him was Yi Ningxuang's icy expression and her indifferent tone. Nothing. After uttering these words, Yi Ningxuang paid Zhao Tianzheng no further attention, turning her gaze back toward the main vein of the moon-silver ore. Seeing this, a flash of resentment flickered in Zhao Tianzheng's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it, replacing it with intense admiration for Yi Ningxuang. From behind, her slender waist, the long hair cascading down her back, and the fair calves glimpsed beneath the swaying hem of her gown all captivated Zhao Tianzheng utterly. He must have her by any means necessary. Meanwhile, Xue Ling had witnessed the entire scene from the rear. First it was Yi Ningxuang, and now another mysterious woman. Both of them were. You lot, go scout the area. Zhao Tianzheng remained unhurried as he turned to instruct Xue Ling and the others. Upon hearing this, Xue Ling and the disciples scattered to survey the surroundings. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianzheng remained rooted to the spot, utterly motionless and supremely cautious. Meanwhile, Yi Ningxuang cautiously stepped onto the platform, approaching the front of the main moon conceal or deposit. What's the secret behind this thing? Do you know? Yi Ningxuang raised her frost divine sword and asked instinctively, though she didn't expect the sword to respond. Yet, at that very moment, a thought suddenly appeared in her mind. It wasn't her own thought, it seemed to materialize out of thin air. I don't know either, but I desperately need this thing. Who? Senior? She instinctively looked up. And just then, the thought reappeared, it's me. Suddenly, Yi Ningxuang felt the frost divine sword in her hand tremble. A flash of icy light erupted from it, as if responding to her. The frost divine sword. She gasped in astonishment. Suddenly, the senior's voice echoed. What's happening? Senior, it seems I can communicate with the frost divine sword. I can hear its thoughts. It says it desperately needs this main ore. Hearing this, Lin Xiao pondered silently. The game's setting revolved around cultivating immortality. In the cultivation world, such an occurrence could only stem from one reason. He promptly typed, don't panic. The sword spirit of the frost divine sword has likely awakened, though not fully yet. You can only sense its thoughts for now. Yi Ningxuang nodded, her gaze returning to the sword in her hands. I can let you try, but if anything feels off, you must stop immediately when I tell you to. As soon as the words left her lips, the thought reappeared, agreed. But master, I have a name. I'm not called the Frost Divine Sword. My name is Ling Xuang. You can call me Xuanger. Whoever named me the Frost Divine Sword must have no taste, it's so awful. The thoughts kept pouring out, first resentment, then a stream of mutterings. Yi Ningxuang's eyes widened in astonishment. Before Yi Ningxuang could speak, the incessant chatter resumed. Enough, master. Hurry and let me pass. I must absorb this ore. Was this sword spirit also a chatterbox? With no other choice, Yi Ningxuang picked up the Frost Divine Sword in her hand. No, it should be called the Ling Frost Sword. As she moved, Zhao Tianzheng had somehow appeared beside her on the platform. Fellow Daoist, this place is extremely dangerous. You mustn't act so carelessly, he said with a look of urgency. Hearing this, Yi Ningxuan felt an immediate surge of irritation. Given her hatred for Zhao Tianzhang, she would have slashed him down with her sword long ago if circumstances hadn't prevented it. But she knew all too well that Zhao Tianzhang had reached the Golden Core realm, had seized her supreme bone, and possessed terrifying power. Add to that his father, Mo Yunshao's trump cards were utterly formidable. Most crucially, Zhao Tianzhang was inherently cautious. Though he was now within striking distance, his preparations were undoubtedly thorough. Acting rashly now would be perilous. Therefore, she must wait for the most opportune moment. Rest assured, any harm will be mine alone. It won't touch you. At these words, Zhao Tianjing's expression didn't waver. Instead, he smiled again and said, "How could you say that, fellow Taoist? We should help each other. If you're in danger, how could I not assist you?" His words sounded perfectly reasonable, but Yi Ningxuan knew his true colors. His current intentions were nothing more than an attempt to use her, or worse, to take advantage of her. Without another word, Yi Ningxuan ignored him, raising her long sword once more. Its tip now pressed against the moon's silver ore. Seeing this, Zhao Tianjing's expression darkened. He instantly took several steps back, watching the scene with extreme caution. As Yi Ningxuan moved, the Ling Shuang sword blazed with an intensified cold light. A terrifying chill spread outward, and patches of frost began to form on her body. Frost began to spread across the ground. What a formidable sword! Zhao Tianzhang thought to himself upon witnessing this. He had long suspected this sword was extraordinary, and now, observing it up close, his suspicions were confirmed. If he had the chance, he would seize this sword for himself. His gaze shifted back to the moon's silver ore. Now, the ore glowed with an even more intense radiance, its blinding brightness causing Zhao Tianzhang to avert his eyes slightly. He waited, eager to uncover the mystery within. Should a great opportunity present itself, Zhao Tianzhang would act decisively. But just as he watched, a sudden cry of alarm pierced the air. Accompanying the cries was the sound of chains scraping against stone statues. Clang! 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 He turned his head to see that the iron chain on one of the stone statues had broken free, sliding down the statue's surface and sparking fiercely. "Liang Chang, what have you done?" he roared in fury. The disciple before the statue stood frozen, staring blankly at the stone figure. Fingers trembled slightly, body shook uncontrollably. "Senior brother Zhao, he's opened his eyes. He's opened his eyes." But it wasn't over yet. At that very moment, the clanging of several more iron chains rang out in succession. He looked again, it was the stone statues in the other three directions. Bad news. Everyone, get out of the way. Clearly, the situation here had become critical. Meanwhile, Yi Ningxuan atop the platform wore an even more grim expression. She couldn't tell if this sudden turn of events was due to her own actions or something the disciple had done. Chapter 136, The Strange Creature. Though the Ling Shuang sword in Yi Ningxuan's hand remained placed upon the ore, her gaze darted warily around the area, ready to confront any imminent danger. "Senior, something's wrong," she murmured simultaneously. Lin Xiao, observing the sudden developments on his phone, instantly sat up, his expression turning grave. Without any prior knowledge of the secret realm's layout, he too felt a surge of tension, daring not to be careless. "Proceed with caution. Don't risk your life for this ore." Hearing the senior's words, Yi Ningxuan nodded solemnly. "I understand." Meanwhile, Zhao Tianzhang had already raised his long sword, scanning the surroundings relentlessly. He was searching for another exit within the cavern. After all, he knew full well that the passageway itself held dangers. Running that way would mean certain death. But as he scanned the area, his expression darkened. Zhao Xingjian realized there was no second exit here at all. Damn it! His nature never allowed him to place himself in a situation with no escape route, but this time he had miscalculated. Damn Liang Chang! He cursed inwardly, convinced the man had ruined everything. "Senior brother, what's going on?" Xue Ling had better mental fortitude than the previous disciple. Without hesitation, he immediately reacted and rushed toward Zhao Zhengtian. "I don't know," Zhao Zhengtian replied. Clatter, crack. Another sharp crack echoed as the first iron chain fell to the ground, severing all connection between the stone statue and the ropes. What on earth was about to happen? Witnessing this scene, Zhao Zhengtian grew even more tense. If the chains represented confinement, then this stone statue was undoubtedly an immensely dangerous entity. And now, it had broken free. "Liang Chang, run now!" He immediately noticed Liang Chang still standing frozen in place and shouted at him. Yet Liang Chang remained deaf to his voice, standing motionless with his head raised, staring at the stone statue before him, not moving an inch. "Are you looking for death?" he roared again. Zhao Zhengtian certainly didn't care about this kid's life or death. What mattered to him was that if he died, he would likely lose another person close to him. Moreover, he certainly wouldn't risk his own safety to save him. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted, and a terrifying force abruptly radiated outward from the statue, engulfing the surrounding area. But that wasn't all. Immediately afterward, cracks began to appear on the stone statue. Crack! With a series of sharp cracks, the outer layer of the statue began to peel away. Suddenly, a black form was revealed. It wasn't a dark black, but rather charred black, as if struck by lightning. Simultaneously, Zhao Jingtian and the others could sense an overwhelming aura emanating from that form. The charred figure held a broad blade in its hand. Before the statue's surface had fully peeled away, it moved. In an instant, the figure swung the broad blade with blinding speed, with a piercing whistle cutting through the air. The broadsword was swung out, targeting Liang Cheng directly in front of it. In an instant, as if slicing through tofu, Liang Cheng's body was cleaved cleanly in two. A spray of blood, propelled by the blade's swift motion, splattered directly onto the wall behind him. Witnessing this scene, the others, including Zhao Zhengtian, stared in horrified disbelief. Such an eerie technique. Before this creature, Liang Cheng offered not the slightest resistance, standing there as the bizarre being severed his body. Then the creature moved. Its head slowly turned, and what was even more astonishing was that its body remained completely still, only the head completed a full 180-degree rotation. Under this angle, the crowd finally caught a clear glimpse of the creature's face. Its face was indistinguishable from a human's, yet where a nose should have been was a deep, cavernous void. Gazing into it revealed nothing but endless darkness. And within the creature's eyes burned an eerie, blue flame. The moment it spotted Zhao Zhengtian and his companions, those ghostly blue flames seemed to gain new intensity, blazing even more fiercely. The sight was utterly terrifying. No! Run! Zhao Jingtian's heart raced with alarm at the sight, leaving no room for hesitation. Just as he had anticipated, the creature's legs suddenly sprang into motion. In an instant, it vanished from sight, leaving only a rush of wind in its wake. Following the sound, they saw the creature soaring into the air, hurtling straight toward their location. Zhao Jingtian's warning saved Xue Ling and the others just in time, for they had been completely unaware of the impending danger moments before. Their figures flickered, and in an instant, they vanished from their original positions. The moment they vanished, a thunderous crash echoed as the bizarre creature slammed back down. The broad blade in its grasp swung down with ruthless ferocity, without a moment's hesitation. Yet its attack ultimately missed its mark. Yining Shuang had been monitoring the situation here the entire time. Upon confirming that the bizarre creature's attack was aimed at Zhao Zhengtian and the others, she did not immediately dodge. After all, absorbing this primary ore would bring tremendous enhancement to the Ling Shuang sword and further boost Yining Shuang's own strength. After its attack missed, the creature's head began turning once more, scanning its surroundings, seemingly searching for its next target. Stop! Get out of the way immediately! Suddenly, the voice of her senior echoed in Yining Shuang's mind. She too sensed the danger and swiftly withdrew the Ling Frost sword from her grasp. At that very moment, the creature's head had already turned toward Yining Shuang. Just as before, the eerie blue flames in its eyes flared once more, and its form leapt high into the air. Fellow Daoist, beware! At that moment, Zhao Zhengtian, standing at the edge of the cavern, also shouted a warning. But even before his words had fully left his lips, Yining Shuang had already moved, vanishing from her original position in an instant. Soon, the bizarre creature landed once more, its broad blade once again striking empty air. Yet Yining Shuang noticed something peculiar. Judging by the optimal attack trajectory, that blow should have struck the main ore deposit. Instead, the strange creature deliberately avoided it, causing the broad blade to cleave the ground instead. At that very moment, a series of crisp sounds rang out from several other directions. In that instant, the restraints binding the other stone statues dissolved, and they all came to life. Each wielded a different weapon: a hammer, a spear, an axe, and the flames in their eyes burned with distinct hues. Yet outwardly and in their actions, they showed little difference. At that instant, they all swiveled their heads, searching for targets. Chapter 137, The Power of the Frost Heart. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone present felt their pupils suddenly contract. Just one of these bizarre creatures was already dangerously formidable, yet now 3 more had emerged. Worst of all, trapped within this confined space, escape was impossible. They could only face the relentless pursuit of these 4 monstrous creatures. How could this happen? Zhao Zhengtian cursed inwardly. He understood clearly that this core cavern was a place of great opportunity, bound to harbor terrifying dangers. But as long as he remained cautious, he was certain he could gradually overcome them. Yet now, for reasons unknown, all 4 bizarre creatures had awakened simultaneously. Yining Shuang had already leapt off the platform and was watching the scene unfold from a distance. Her face was grim. Damn Zhao Zhengtian! If they hadn't suddenly appeared, how would she have ended up in this predicament? Ning Shuang, be extremely careful. These strange creatures have one prerequisite for launching an attack: they must first lock onto their target with their eyes. Even if they lock onto you, as long as you evade the attack, the creature will search for a new target. That is their weakness. Just then, the elder's voice suddenly rang out. Hearing it, Yining Shuang nodded solemnly. She knew deep down that the elder was right. Now, unable to leave this place, she had no choice but to deal with these strange creatures. Moreover, Yining Shuang felt that to seize the opportunity within this core cavern, these bizarre creatures were an absolute hurdle she couldn't bypass. Then I can take advantage of Zhao Zhengtian and the others drawing its wrath to eliminate them. Yi Ningxuang murmured softly, a plan forming in her mind. Meanwhile, not far away, Zhao Jingtian's thoughts stirred as he arrived at the same conclusion: defeating these bizarre creatures would demand a sacrifice. But that person would certainly not be him. With that thought, Zhao Zhangtian addressed the other Lingxiao sword sect disciples: spread out. Don't cluster together. Hearing this, the disciples, including Xueling, instantly moved apart. Watching this scene, Zhao Zheng's gaze drifted back to the mysterious, otherworldly woman in white not far away. At that very moment, the other three bizarre creatures had already turned their heads, locking onto their targets. Two of them charged toward the Lingxiao sword sect disciples, while the gaze of the last one, the one wielding a long spear, fixed directly on Yi Ningxuang. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as the creature surged skyward, its spear whirling in its grasp. The spear had locked onto Yi Ningxuang before plunging downward with blinding speed. Its speed and power were so immense they created a roaring wind that echoed throughout the cavern. The other two bizarre creatures, though wielding different weapons, leapt into the air as well. The two disciples froze in shock at the sight, hesitating not a moment before scrambling to dodge. One of them was noticeably slower, perhaps due to sheer terror or some other factor. None of this mattered to anyone. The bizarre creature wielding the giant hammer had already swung it down. As the hammer swung, its surface was enveloped in a layer of crimson light. As the creature moved, the crimson glow spread outward in ever-widening circles, creating wave after wave of ripples. Opposing this was an overwhelmingly terrifying pressure. Though Zhao Zhengtian was not the creature's target, he still felt this pressure acutely. It even hindered his movements somewhat. Under such circumstances, he understood all too well how terrifying the pressure must be for the Lingxiao sword sect disciple who was the actual target. Boom! Suddenly, the bizarre creature swung its massive hammer down with brutal force, striking the disciple's body with such impact that the ground seemed to collapse slightly beneath the blow. Blood spurted out like juice in all directions. Were it not for the crimson hue, the disciple's body seemed to have vanished entirely. Witnessing this, Zhao Jingtian's face drained of color. Another strike. Just as before, the Lingxiao sword sect disciple didn't even attempt to dodge or resist against this bizarre creature. This is trouble. Another Lingxiao sword sect disciple was dead. Now, including himself and Xueling, only one disciple remained. He had to act quickly. Otherwise, once the others died, he'd have no chance of survival against these bizarre creatures' encirclement. With that thought, his form shot forward like a streak of light. In an instant, he appeared behind the bizarre creature and thrust his sword forward. Flying Blossom! He shouted as a strange sword energy spread from the blade. With a sharp crack, Zhao Jingtian's blade pierced deep into the creature's back. Though the creature made no sound, it seemed to feel the pain, its body jerking violently. Yet, despite this, it made no move. Seizing the moment, Zhao Jingtian thrust several more times, his heart filled with surprise and delight. Though this ghostly thing was swift and terrifying, its defenses didn't seem quite as absurdly strong as he'd feared. At that very moment, the bizarre creature's head swiveled once more. As its eyes locked onto Zhao Zhengtian, its body surged forward as if responding to a signal. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi Ningxuang, sensing the creature's attack directed at her, felt an overwhelming pressure that seemed to suppress and hinder her movements. Though she dodged, her speed was slowed by an immeasurable margin. This is bad, she thought to herself, gripping the Ling Shuang sword tightly. If she couldn't evade, she'd have no choice but to clash head-on with this monstrous thing. But at that very moment, Yi Ningxuang heard her own heartbeat echoing in her ears. The sound was loud and heavy, reverberating through her mind and echoing throughout her entire body. Before she could comprehend what was happening, the obstruction in her body vanished instantly. In an instant, Yi Ningxuang's body regained its agility. She flashed past, and the strange creature's spear stabbed into thin air before plunging directly into the ground. Its force was so immense that it sank halfway into the earth. Crash! The ground instantly cracked open, revealing palm-wide fissures. Powerful force ripples spread outward. Even though Yi Ningxuang had already pulled back a considerable distance, she struggled to withstand the shockwave and hastily summoned her spiritual energy to shield herself. Only then did she manage to steady herself. What a terrifying attack! Yi Ningxuang frowned. Had the pressure not abruptly dissipated, this strike, while not life-threatening, would have left her in no better condition. She already knew the reason for the pressure's dissipation. A force surged from her heart, spreading throughout her body. It was the frost heart. With the attack missing its mark, the bizarre spear-wielding creature swiveled its head once more, searching for a new target. Now only 4 remained in the arena. Chapter 138, The Might of Moonlight. Opposing the 4 were 4 lurking, bizarre creatures, each wielding different weapons. Their heads swiveled, emitting constant clicking sounds. The tension within the cavern thickened. This time, as if they had coordinated beforehand, each creature's head locked onto a specific target. Suddenly, the 4 individuals in the cave, including Yi Ningxuang, found themselves in grave danger. Facing Zhao Tianzheng, the creature wielding the giant hammer made its move first. Zhao Tianzheng, expecting the creature to leap again, hesitated to react immediately, a decision he instantly regretted. The creature swung its massive hammer with brutal force, aiming a crushing blow at Zhao Tianzheng's body. His face drained of color. In his haste, he could only raise his long sword to shield his chest. But the hammer's power was terrifying, and at such close range, its force was even more dreadful. Even striking Zhao Tianjing's sword, the force sent shockwaves through his very core. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted forth. His body flew backward like a crashing into the cave wall. The pain made his body tremble violently. Before he could react, a sharp pain shot through his chest. Warmth surged up his throat, and another mouthful of blood spurted forth. Meanwhile, Xue Ling and the ordinary disciple fared little better. Both clearly sensed resistance, their eyes widening with growing terror. Meanwhile, Yiningshuan locked eyes with the strange creature wielding the spear. Crack! Another earth-shattering sound echoed. Instead of pulling the spear directly from the ground, the bizarre creature channeled its own power to lift it up. Instantly, the ground cracked open, and a terrifying force surged from beneath the earth toward Yiningshuan. There was no time to wait. She had to take this thing down. Now, with 4 bizarre creatures facing off against 4 people in a one-on-one situation, the tactic of finding someone to draw fire was no longer viable. She had to fight fast and finish it quickly. It seemed clear now, the creature's most formidable ability was that barrier and its terrifying destructive power. With a clenched jaw, Yiningshuan fixed her gaze ahead. Waves of icy coldness spread out once more, forming frost around her and even an incredibly dense chill. Halt! A low command echoed. Yiningshuan gripped her sword with both hands, plunging the Lingfrost sword heavily into the ground before her. Unseen by the others, waves of sword energy mingled with frost spread and surged through the earth. As the sword energy collided with the strange creature's power beneath the earth, a thunderous roar erupted instantly. Even the ground around Yiningshuan cracked and trembled slightly. At that very moment, amidst the tremors, the bizarre creature had already yanked its spear from the ground and charged rapidly toward Yiningshuan, who stood not far away. Yiningshuan, can you handle this? Lin Xiao stared intently at the game interface, beads of sweat forming on his forehead from the tension. After all, this bizarre creature was the strongest entity Yiningshuan had encountered since arriving in the Nanshan secret realm. The slightest misstep could spell disaster. He watched with immense worry. If the recharge window hadn't been slow to appear, he would have already spent real money to help Yiningshuan resolve this. Rest assured, senior. I can handle this. Watch closely. Yiningshuan murmured softly, then held the Ling Shuang sword horizontally before her. Instead of dodging or retreating, she charged straight toward the bizarre creature. At that moment, neither Yiningshuan nor the bizarre creature slowed or retreated. Instead, both accelerated relentlessly. Lingyue 9 swords. Second sword moonlight. Yiningshuan uttered the words, her expression growing even more fierce. Just moments ago, she had suddenly realized she had grasped the second sword. As Yiningshuan closed in on the bizarre creature, her sword flashed through the air. Rays of moonlight-like brilliance erupted from the blade, endless and unceasing. The streaks of sword light surged forward, instantly enveloping the bizarre creature. Yet the creature showed no fear whatsoever, not even the slightest hint of evasion. Its spear thrust forward with blinding speed, swift as a startled wild goose. Whoosh! A whistling wind cut through the air as the spear tip reached Yiningshuan's chest, poised to pierce her body in the next instant. Yet Yiningshuan showed no reaction. It wasn't that she wasn't afraid, nor that she didn't care. Rather, her sword heart now resided here. She knew this strike would utterly annihilate the creature before it could kill her. This seemed to be a special intuition granted by Yiningshuan's sword spirit. She felt as though she could sense the enemy's strength and weakness, knowing with absolute certainty whether this strike would bring death or life to her foe. But Lin Xiao, watching this scene, was nearly dumbfounded. As the spear tip closed to within a palm's length of Yiningshuan's chest, the streaks of moonlight sword energy had already descended. SSSSHHH. The sound of shattering sword energy echoed as the arm wielding the spear snapped clean off. The spear itself halted mid-strike. But it wasn't over. Next, the creature's other arm was severed, followed by both legs. The bizarre creature was literally dismembered. Deep gashes from the sword blades appeared across its body. The wounds ran deep, threatening to slice its remaining body into pieces. Thud! As its unsupported body crashed to the ground, it thudded loudly, revealing its immense weight. At that moment, Yiningshuan descended, gazing at the dismembered creature before her. The icy glint in her eyes slowly faded. Senior, I have mastered the second sword of the Lingyue 9 swords. Soon, Yiningshuan's calm expression gave way to delight. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao, watching the game interface, finally exhaled in relief, patting his chest. That was intense. Lin Xiao thought to himself, a hint of pride creeping in. He then typed, excellent. With that, the remaining strange creatures shouldn't be a problem. Still, better safe than sorry. Hearing this, Yiningshuan nodded and turned her attention back to Zhao Tianjin and the others. At that moment, everyone was preoccupied with their own peril. No one noticed what had transpired on her side, nor would anyone dare imagine that Yiningshuan had slain that bizarre creature. The ordinary disciple dodged one attack, but his movements grew increasingly sluggish. With nowhere left to flee, he could only watch in despair as the massive axe swung down toward him. Of course, she wouldn't intervene to save this Lingxiao sword sect disciple. Fellow Daoist, I implore you to intervene. Lingxiao Sword Sect will surely reward you handsomely afterward. Just then, Zhao Tianjing's voice suddenly rang out. Hearing this, Yi Ningxuang turned her head to look. She saw Zhao Tianjing covered in numerous wounds. She felt a pang of confusion, for she knew his strength. Chapter 139, Concealing One's True Strength. Yi Ningxuang knew all too well the true strength of both this bizarre creature and Zhao Tianjing. Even if Zhao Tianjing couldn't easily dispose of that bizarre creature, he shouldn't be so thoroughly suppressed by it. And this assessment was based on Zhao Tianjing's previous strength. Now, his power had undoubtedly advanced further, and he had already mastered and fused the supreme bone. His current power must have reached an utterly terrifying level. He's holding back. Yi Ningxuang instantly arrived at this conclusion. Despite having a powerful father like Imo Yunxiao, Zhao Tianjing was never a spoiled good for nothing. On the contrary, both his temperament and innate talent surpassed his father's. This realization brought a look of gravity to Yi Ningxuang's face. She had nearly underestimated Zhao Tianjing because of his earlier actions. If that were truly the case, she would have fallen right into his trap. Have you discovered anything? At that moment, the elder's voice echoed. Hearing this, Yi Ningxuang nodded. Elder, Zhao Tianjing is concealing his true strength. Hearing this, Lin Xiao nodded and continued typing. He's not only concealing his strength, but also using the lives of those around him to clear a path for himself and eliminate dangers. As an observer, Lin Xiao saw clearly. He had long heard Yi Ningxuang speak of this young man. A man of such extreme wickedness wouldn't be leading a group of useless fools for no reason. We must be especially cautious when facing this guy next. We absolutely cannot let our guard down. Lin Xiao typed another warning. Hearing this, Yi Ningxuang nodded solemnly. So, senior, should I intervene now? At these words, Lin Xiao's face lit up with a smile on the other end of the phone screen. Why not? Even if you do nothing now, Zhao Tianjing won't die at the hands of that bizarre creature. Besides, his attempt to conceal his strength is merely for your benefit. You already know the truth, so why not just play along with his charade? After all, it's him who doesn't want to expose himself right now. Since he's holding back, you can too. Hearing this, Yi Ningxuang fell deep in thought. She then slowly approached Zhao Tianjing, her gait appearing slightly unsteady, revealing a hint of exhaustion. Esteemed Taoist of Lingxiao Sword Sect, she addressed him. After battling that bizarre creature, I've severely depleted my energy. I can only do my utmost to assist you now. Yi Ningxuang added simultaneously. At these words, Zhao Tianjing's expression froze in surprise, utterly unprepared for such a response. Just then, the monstrous creature before him swung its massive hammer once more, bringing it crashing down toward Zhao Tianjing. This time, seemingly distracted by Yi Ningxuang's words, he failed to react instantly, hesitating for a moment. By the time he snapped out of it, the hammer was already inches from his face, poised to crush his skull in the next instant. No! Zhao Tianjing thought to himself. Be careful, fellow cultivator. Just then, Yi Ningxuang's voice rang out again from nearby, and Zhao Tianjing found himself affected once more. What the hell? He cursed inwardly, abandoning all pretense of restraint. If this continued, he would surely meet his end. In an instant, Zhao Tianjing's arm shot forward, his palm striking out toward the bizarre creature before him. Fire technique cloud fire break! He roared in fury. Just as the massive hammer was about to strike, streams of flame erupted from Zhao Tianjing's palm, spreading outward and engulfing the surrounding area. As the flames spread, they formed an umbrella-like barrier before Zhao Tianjing, perfectly shielding him within. But it didn't end there. As the massive hammer slammed into the fiery barrier, the barrier erupted with terrifying force. In an instant, endless flames surged outward from within the shield. The flames instantly engulfed the bizarre creature. Yet the creature remained utterly unaffected. Its form vanished within the flames, leaving no clue as to whether it had suffered injury or impact. Regardless, the creature's assault showed no sign of slowing. Instead, it relentlessly swung its massive hammer down with brutal force. Boom! Another deafening roar echoed as the hammer struck the fiery barrier. The flames around him scattered instantly. Zhao Tianjing, his face still etched with panic, remained unhurried in his movements. Beneath the barrier, his left hand shifted position. With a surge of spiritual energy, he thrust his palm forward with devastating force. Whoosh! Suddenly, the flames atop the barrier flared up once more, coalescing rapidly before converging at its center. Like a force unstoppable, they surged toward the bizarre creature. In that instant, the bizarre creature desperately attempted to block the assault with its massive hammer, but all efforts proved futile. The creature's body was violently struck by the fiery blast, hurled backward, and slammed into the wall with a thunderous crash. The flames engulfing it showed no sign of dying down, continuing to burn fiercely. After repelling the bizarre creature, Zhao Tianjing finally raised his hand to his chest and slowly rose to his feet, his face still pale. Are you alright, fellow Taoist? At that moment, Yi Ningxuang hurried over, her face etched with concern as she addressed Zhao Tianjing. I'm also severely injured. Otherwise, I would have been able to keep up just now. Hearing this, Zhao Tianjing waved his hand dismissively, a smile spreading across his face. It's nothing. Within this secret realm, we should do our best to help each other. Even if we lack the ability, there's no need to feel guilty.
After saying this, he glanced warily at the strange creature nearby. If I hadn't managed to activate the cloud fire break at the last moment, I fear I would have fallen to it.
Just then, two more figures swiftly approached and came to a halt beside Zhao Tianzheng.
They were Shui Ling and another disciple from Lingxi Sword Sect. The disciple was visibly exhausted, bearing a gruesome wound on his back.
Shui Ling wasn't much better off. "Senior brother Zhao, what do we do now?" Shui Ling asked anxiously.
"If this continues, we'll inevitably perish at the hands of these monstrous creatures."
"That's right, senior brother Zhao. And it seems clear now that we must defeat them if we want to seize the opportunity within this core cavern."
At these words, Zhao Tianzheng nodded in agreement.
"You're right. But going head to head with these ghostly things clearly isn't the way. To deal with them, we must strike by surprise."
Even as Zhao Tianzheng spoke, the remaining three eerie creatures had already turned their heads to look.
"Shui Ling, you two find a way to draw their attention. I'll team up with this fellow cultivator to seize an opportunity and launch our attack, take them out." Chapter 140, Strength.
At these words, Shui Ling's expression visibly changed as she looked at Zhao Tianzheng in confusion. After all, everyone knew the dangers of drawing attention. Senior brother Zhao was actually asking her to draw attention while letting this unknown woman take action.
Senior brother Zhao, but...
Zhao Tianzheng turned to look at her. He knew exactly what Shui Ling was thinking, but her importance to him now paled in comparison to that mysterious woman.
"What but? Don't you know your own strength? And you've overestimated this fellow cultivator's power. Out of the four of us, only the two of us have the strength to kill this demonic thing. Only this way do we stand a chance of survival. Otherwise, we'll all perish here."
Zhao Tianzheng snapped, his voice tinged with anger.
His expression softened slightly as he added, "Junior sister, rest assured. I will personally ensure your safety."
Shui Ling's expression remained hesitant, but she could find no words to object.
Ultimately, she could only nod in agreement.
Seeing her nod, the other ordinary disciple had nothing more to say after all, he was the one least entitled to speak. Meanwhile, the bizarre creatures showed no mercy, granting them no respite. Each had already locked onto a target and was closing in. Because they were standing together, it was impossible to tell at a glance who exactly they were charging at.
"Stay put. When they get close, strike together." Zhao Tianzheng spoke again.
"But remember, you are no match for these ghostly things.
Your task is to draw their attention and buy time."
As he spoke, the remaining three bizarre creatures simultaneously took flight, soaring toward the group's location. Their speed was so great it whistled through the air.
"What overwhelming pressure!"
Shui Ling exclaimed at the sight, a wave of dread rising within her. This pressure far surpassed anything they'd felt before, crushing any thought of escape.
The power of their auras seems to be merging together.
The disciple, equally attuned to the sensation, spoke with cold sweat on his brow.
"We have no other choice now. We must fight." With that declaration, Zhao Tianzheng sprang into action. His figure flickered and shifted, instantly creating distance between himself and the other three. He wasn't afraid to face a single bizarre creature alone. Even if he couldn't hide his true abilities, he had the means to kill it. But if he ended up facing two or even three of these creatures alone, even if he could still prevail, the toll on him would be immense. As for Shui Ling and that mysterious woman, it was best to keep them alive until the very last moment when opportunity arose. As he pondered, one of the bizarre creatures spotted Zhao Tianzheng's movement and immediately gave chase. Following his change of direction, it charged straight toward him. His luck really was terrible. Meanwhile, Yiningshuang also turned and fled, her speed so swift that she left only a blur of light in front of Shui Ling and the others. Soon, one of the strange creatures gave chase. Seeing this, both Shui Ling and Yiningshuang's expressions brightened. It seemed one of them hadn't been targeted by the creature, greatly increasing their chances of survival. But they still couldn't be certain who the lucky one was. Exchanging a glance, they both understood this was no time for hesitation. They immediately scattered, one to the left and one to the right. They expected the creature to pursue one of them, but what followed was utterly terrifying. Instead of losing its bearings or sparing one of them, it raised its massive axe and hurled it through the air. Instantly, the axe spun wildly through the air, hurtling downward at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the axe crashed down, smashing directly in front of Shui Ling. Her body froze abruptly, her heart trembling violently. Had she been even a fraction of a second slower, she would have been cleaved to pieces by that axe. Meanwhile, the bizarre creature's movements remained utterly unimpeded. Instead, it accelerated further, swiftly shifting to the other side and delivering a crushing punch toward the ordinary disciple. Yiningshuang and Zhao Tianzheng both witnessed this scene, their hearts filled with shock. Neither had anticipated that this bizarre creature possessed such capabilities. But soon, neither had time to dwell on it, for the two bizarre creatures had already launched their attacks. This time, however, Zhao Tianzheng faced the creature before him without hiding, for any further delay would mean Shui Ling and the ordinary disciple would perish at the hands of the creatures. They couldn't die here. Though his body remained suspended in midair, not yet descending, he wasted no time and struck instantly. His sword danced through the air, leaving only a blur of light and shadow, his movements impossible to discern. Flying petals seek shadows. Suddenly, within the swirling sword shadows, petals formed all around him. They were incredibly lifelike, as if Zhao Tianzheng stood beneath a tree, and these sword shadows were truly flying blossoms. The bizarre creature showed no sign of retreat. Its massive hammer crashed down, as if intent on shattering all defenses with sheer force. Yet the blow sank into the creature like a hammer plunging into quicksand. Not only did it inflict no damage, but the hammer itself became severely restricted. For a moment, it could neither escape nor continue its assault with any force. Suddenly, countless flying flower sword shadows surged toward the bizarre creature. Unable to evade, it could only endure as the sword shadows sliced through its body. As the swirling blades enveloped the creature, it gradually ceased all movement. Soon, the countless sword shadows dissipated. The creature's body plummeted downward, crashing heavily onto the ground, utterly unresponsive. Countless tiny wounds appeared across its body, densely packed as if covering every inch. Though no fatal wounds were visible, the creature had lost all signs of life. Having accomplished this, Zhao Tianzheng wasted no time, charging straight toward Xueling and the others. Upon witnessing this, Xueling's face instantly lit up with surprise and delight. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yiningshuang did not immediately strike down the strange creature like Zhao Tianzheng. Instead, she continuously shifted her stance, evading its attacks. With her strength, she could easily dodge the creature's assaults, so she remained completely unflustered. After all, she wasn't Zhao Tianzheng. She had no need to worry about the consequences of Xueling and the others dying. In fact, Yiningshuang secretly wished these people would die quickly, and that Zhao Tianzheng would be severely injured as well. However, just as she had anticipated, Zhao Tianzheng had concealed far too much of his power. Now, with no need for further concealment, he struck instantly, dispatching the bizarre creature. His speed was even faster than Yiningshuang's had been earlier. This realization only deepened Yiningshuang's apprehension. This opponent might be far more terrifying than she had ever imagined. Chapter 141, Zhao Tianzheng turns on his allies. Just then, the elder's voice echoed again, since that's the case, there's no need for further delay. Settle this swiftly. Hearing this, Yiningshuang instantly grasped the elder's meaning. After all, prolonging the fight any further wouldn't inflict another scratch on Zhao Tianzheng and his group. Instead, she was the one putting on a show. Moonlight. Her form shot forward, deftly evading the bizarre creature's broad blade. Instantly repositioning behind it, she swung her sword down with deadly precision. Accompanied by the 9 swords of Lingyue, streams of sword energy transformed into moonlight, sweeping toward the strange creature with Yiningshuang's strike. Yet even in this strike, she held back. After all, even if Zhao Tianzheng intervened over there, he would undoubtedly keep an eye on her situation. She could defeat this strange creature, but there was no need to kill it instantly. Prolonging the fight would ultimately be more advantageous. Whether Zhao Tianzheng believed it or not, it would lower his guard. Precisely because Yiningshuang held back, after that strike, the bizarre creature abruptly spun around. Gripping its broad sword tightly with both hands, it executed a full 360-degree turn. Propelled by sheer momentum, the blade's speed became terrifyingly swift. In an instant, it whipped up a series of whistling winds. Yiningshuang instantly leapt back to evade the strike. Yet even so, she was affected by the violent whirlwind, her body momentarily unsteady. A sudden chill gripped her heart. She realized she could never be too careless or underestimate her opponent in battle. With that realization, Yiningshuang wasted no time. Propelled by her spiritual energy, her body shot backward. Soon, she had put distance between herself and the bizarre creature. Moon Shadow. Without a moment's hesitation, Yiningshuang swung her sword with all her might. Moon Shadow unleashed, and abruptly, an illusory full moon appeared in the sky. As Yiningshuang's sword descended, the moon shone even more brilliantly, appearing almost real. The sword descended from above, cleanly slicing through the bizarre creature's skull. As the moon shadow blossomed, the creature collapsed to the ground without even a scream, its life extinguished. After completing this, Yiningshuang slowly sheathed her sword and looked up once more. Not far away, the last ordinary disciple lay dead on the ground, his body cleaved cleanly in two. But the same fate befell the strange creature wielding the giant axe. It too was dead. Xueling stood frozen in terror, hiding behind Zhao Tianzheng. "Senior brother Zhao, is it dead?" she timidly asked. Zhao Tianzheng nodded in response, then ignored her entirely, lifting his gaze directly toward Yiningshuang nearby. Upon seeing the bizarre creature dealt with, a fleeting trace of apprehension flickered in Zhao Tianzheng's eyes. "Fellow Daoist, are you injured? I have some pills here." Yiningshuang shook her head. "No need for pills. Thank you. Good. Finally rid of these damn things." Zhao Tianzheng exhaled deeply once more. But where exactly is this opportunity? Why hasn't it appeared yet? He glanced around, his expression still puzzled as he spoke. Yiningshuang heard his words but had no answers herself. She knew the elder surely knew, but since she had already promised him she would rely on herself from here on out, she couldn't ask him again. She could do this on her own. With that thought, she once again made her way toward the central or core. Zhao Tianzhang followed suit. After all, in the eyes of the others, aside from those bizarre creatures, the only extraordinary thing within this core cavern was the ore at its center. Yet for a realm of Nanshan's secret land's caliber, the greatest opportunity being a useless ore was simply unbelievable. Yet now, with the bizarre creatures vanquished, the only hope for finding fortune lay in this main ore. Yiningshuang reached the platform first and gazed once more at the main ore ahead. Her thoughts mirrored Zhao Tianzheng's, though she believed that even without a grand opportunity, these ores, especially the main ore, could significantly enhance the Ling Shuang sword. Without another word to Zhao Tianzheng and the others, Yiningshuang raised the Ling Shuang sword once more, placing its blade upon the main ore. Zhao Tianzheng watched in astonishment, utterly baffled by Yiningshuang's actions and motives. Though puzzled, he lifted his own sword to try. Yet after the attempt, there was no reaction whatsoever. After all, the ore could only enhance the Ling Frost sword because of the sword's extraordinary nature. Xue Ling, who had tried it nearby, also got the same result, and she looked over in confusion. Zhao Tianzheng turned to Yiningshuang. "Fellow Taoist, why are you doing this? What benefit could this or possibly bring you?" Hearing this, Yiningshuang shook her head. "It serves no purpose. Yet I sense that within this cavern, something may change." She didn't care whether Zhao Tianzheng believed her or not. As long as he didn't interfere, she could focus on absorbing the essence of the ore. Zhao Tianzheng clearly didn't believe her explanation. However, he didn't call her out on it. Instead, he smiled and said, "No matter what lies within this secret realm, obtaining it depends solely on one's own abilities. Since this ore is of no use to us, we can assist you in guarding it." At this, Xue Ling was momentarily dumbfounded. She tried to speak, but Zhao Tianzheng raised his hand to silence her. Zhao Tianzheng continued, "Moreover, as you mentioned, we can rely on your influence to reveal the true great opportunity hidden within this ore." A smile spread across Zhao Tianzheng's face as he pulled Xue Ling aside. As they departed, the elder's voice sounded once more. "You must be extremely careful, he's up to no good." For the cultivation world, though extremely perilous, it lacked much of the subtle reading of expressions and intentions compared to Lin Zhao's world. In his view, Zhao Tianzheng hadn't uttered a single truthful word, and it seemed he had uncovered something. If anything feels off, flee immediately. Don't be greedy for those or stones. Without any intelligence, Lin Xiao was powerless. He could only urge Yiningshuang to be cautious, and even more cautious. "Understood, senior." The words had barely left her lips. A sword shadow suddenly struck out, targeting Yiningshuang's wrist. Her reflexes were lightning fast, and just as she tried to dodge, another figure leapt forward, aiming straight for the Ling Frost sword in her hand. And the one who struck was none other than Zhao Tianzheng. No! Because of that earlier sword chi, she was unable to dodge while holding the Ling Frost sword. If she persisted, her arm would be in grave danger. But at that very moment, a thought suddenly arose, "Don't worry about me. I have a way." Sensing this, Yiningshuang instantly made her decision, abandoning the sword in her hand and retreating backward with all her might. Chapter 142, The Might of Ling Shuang. As Yiningshuang moved, Zhao Tianzheng's face lit up with delight. Seizing the Ling Frost sword proved far easier than he'd anticipated. Though he and Xue Ling had appeared to depart, he had secretly orchestrated the subsequent plan. Acting alone, he likely wouldn't succeed in seizing it. It would only have alerted Yiningshuang, forcing her to leave with her sword. But now Yiningshuang had only two choices: sever her arm or abandon the sword. Yet this mysterious woman proved decisive. As Yiningshuang's figure shot backward, she instantly created distance between herself, the ore, and Zhao Tianzheng. Zhao Tianzheng did not pursue, merely smiling as he reached out to seize the Ling Shuang sword. He had long sensed the sword's extraordinary nature, but had held back from acting. After all, he still desired to win over this mysterious woman. There was no need to turn her against him if he could avoid it. Now it seemed the sword was tied to the cave's opportunity. He couldn't afford to waste any more time with this mysterious woman. Even if they clashed now, he could always resort to force later and gradually make her submit. Beneath her mask, Yiningshuang's expression darkened. Even she hadn't anticipated this man's sudden move. Had the elder not warned her, she might not only have lost the sword but suffered injury as well. But her greatest concern now was whether Zhao Tianzheng could actually obtain the Ling Shuang sword. Regardless of its strength, this sword was a gift from the elder. As she pondered, Zhao Tianzheng's hand already reached for the hilt. A savage grin spread across his face, brimming with arrogant triumph. But at that very moment, a wave of frigid cold suddenly radiated outward from the Ling Frost sword. The chill was so intense that Zhao Tianzheng couldn't help but shiver, his movements significantly hampered. Yet even so, he showed not the slightest sign of retreat. Instead, his desire for the sword only grew stronger. As the chill spread, Zhao Tianzheng's outstretched arm became enveloped by the icy air. A layer of frost emerged, completely covering his arm. Realizing this, only one thought remained in Zhao Tianzhen's mind: this sword was truly extraordinary. Even without its master, it possessed such formidable power. At that very moment, the blade of the Ling Frost sword flared with an intense, icy light, while the glow of the ore grew dimmer and dimmer. It seemed as though, in that instant, the Ling Frost sword had suddenly taken a great gulp. Zhao Tianzhang, already bearing the resistance, pressed his palm almost flush against the Lingfrost sword's hilt. Witnessing this scene, Yining Xuan's heart leapt into her throat. Though she had long known that her Lingfrost sword was no lifeless object, but rather housed a sword spirit within. It was the sword spirit's suggestion that she leave for her own safety, yet at this critical moment, her anxiety remained overwhelming. Boom! Yet in that instant, Yining Xuan's worries vanished like smoke. Suddenly, accompanied by a thunderous roar, a terrifying force erupted from the Lingfrost sword. A powerful shockwave rippled outward, carrying countless sword shadows that sliced through the surrounding space. In that instant, Zhao Tian's expression changed drastically. His earlier arrogance and smugness now gave way to sheer panic and horror. Impossible! He couldn't help but roar. Without a moment's hesitation, he gripped the sword with both hands and thrust it forward. With a short, sharp swing, waves of sword energy erupted, attempting to counter the shockwave unleashed by the Lingfrost sword. Yet even in this dire situation, he showed no intention of retreating. Instead, he pressed forward, refusing to relinquish the frostblade. Seeing this, Xueling grew even more anxious. "Senior brother, be careful!" she shouted, about to rush forward to help. But Zhao Tian, noticing her movement, suddenly snapped, "Don't come over! Stay there and protect me!" Xueling wasn't some naive little thing. Hearing those words, she instantly understood her senior brother was referring to that mysterious woman. With that thought, Xueling turned her gaze back to Yining Xuan, who stood not far away. Yining Xuan remained rooted to the spot, showing no intention of acting. She suddenly realized that even here, without the Ling Xuan sword in hand, she could still sense the thoughts it transmitted. "He doesn't know his place, daring to lay a finger on my Ling Xuan. Since that's the case, I'll teach him a lesson." Yining Xuan further realized that the thoughts the Lingfrost sword conveyed to her were growing increasingly clear. They were nearly forming complete sentences, and she could even discern emotions within them. It was not difficult to foresee that this was precisely due to its absorption of the ore. At this rate, once the sword had fully absorbed the ore, the Lingfrost sword's sword spirit would likely be fully formed. Lost in thought, Yining Xuan calmly looked over again. Xueling, seeing no sign of her moving to act, grew even more astonished. He couldn't fathom what this mysterious woman was scheming. Her sword was about to be snatched away, yet she remained utterly indifferent. Could it be she knew she was no match for her senior brother? As these thoughts swirled, another deafening roar erupted. "Ah!" A piercing scream followed. Xueling snapped to attention, whirling around to see Zhao Tianzheng's body suddenly sent flying backward by the impact. His form was now covered in countless frost crystals. Beneath the frost, crimson blood flowed freely. These were the wounds left by slashes of sword energy. In an instant, his body was painted only in icy blue and crimson. Soon, Zhao Tianzheng crashed to the ground. The frost on his body did not dissipate but instead crawled along his form, spreading across the surrounding ground. No one could have imagined that a mere sword could inflict such devastating damage upon Zhao Tianzheng. Now, propping himself up with his sword, he scrambled to his feet, his expression filled with utter disbelief. This can't be possible. How could a sword possess such power? But no one answered his question. His gaze shifted back to Yining Xuan. The mysterious woman wearing the blue vein mask stood there, serene as ever, her robes and hair fluttering in the breeze. Before undertaking any action, one must recognize their limitations. Without the strength to match, do not court death. Her voice was cold and detached. Hearing this, Zhao Tianzheng felt the chill on his skin grow even more bone-piercing. His expression turned grave as he looked at Yining Xuan, no longer daring to underestimate her. "Senior brother Zhao, look at the ore." Just then, Xueling's voice rang out again. Zhao Tianjing turned to look and witnessed a terrifying sight. As the Lingfrost sword absorbed the ore, its glow grew increasingly dim, and the cave itself grew darker. It was foreseeable that once the ore completely extinguished, this place would plunge into darkness just like the passageway. At that point, no one could be certain whether the bizarre monsters lurking in the passageway would reappear. Realizing this, Zhao Tianjing turned to Yining Xuan. "You understand the situation. We should stop for now. Once the ore goes out, unforeseeable dangers may arise." Chapter 143, The Hidden Artifact. Upon hearing this, Yining Xuan did not respond immediately. She merely stared at Zhao Tianzheng, lost in thought. Meanwhile, the elder's voice still echoed in her ears, "Ignore him. There's no need to intervene. Once the ore is fully absorbed this time, it won't pose the same dangers as before. Instead, it will reveal the true opportunity within the cavern, a genuine artifact that rivals the wonders of heaven and earth." Just moments ago, Lin Xiao noticed new information appearing in the Nanshan Secret Realm Guide. Moon concealed or mine, the final layer conceals the core opportunity. Its surface brings light to the core cavern, driving away the monsters lurking in darkness. Its true purpose is to hide the artifact beneath. This artifact is a being that seizes the essence of heaven and earth. It requires the ore to absorb the power of the entire secret realm to suppress and conceal it. If the artifact were to manifest, the entire secret realm would collapse. Only by having the artifact recognize a master can one leave the secret realm and conceal it from the gaze of the Tao. Upon reading this, Lin Xiao was utterly astonished. As the guide stated, the artifact's power far exceeded imagination. It was a device that drew upon the cosmic energy of the Tao itself. No wonder it was layered and concealed so deeply within this secret realm. Yet its true nature remained unknown. After relaying this information to Yining Xuan, she too felt relieved. After all, as Zhao Tianzheng had warned, if they were plunged into darkness, any cave monsters that appeared would pose a significant threat. Even with her abilities, surviving unscathed would be difficult and likely leave her severely weakened. Now that she'd heard there would be no crisis and that she'd even see the artifact, she remained perfectly calm. Why should I stop it? Had it not been for your interference, I would have controlled it myself. But now, I no longer wish to bother. Yining Xuan said indifferently. Hearing this, Zhao Tianzheng was even more stunned. How could she respond like this? He had made himself so clear, didn't she fear him? With that thought, Zhao Tianzheng slowly rose to his feet, ignoring the wounds still dripping blood. He looked up at Yining Xuan. My attempt to seize the sword earlier was a moment of madness. But now we are both trapped here. If danger comes, neither of us can escape. We should set aside our differences for now and focus on resolving the immediate situation. Besides, you saw it yourself. With just the two of us, if you stay vigilant, we can't do anything to you, let alone injure you or take that sword from your grasp. His tone now held a hint of sincerity as he spoke solemnly. Under these circumstances, Zhao Tianzheng believed Yining Xuan would never allow that monster to reappear. Yet beneath her mask, Yining Xuan's lips curved into a faint smile. She understood clearly that this fellow was still concealing his strength. He spoke well and hid himself well. To anyone else, it would seem that as long as she remained vigilant, these two couldn't harm her, let alone seize the sword in her hand. But precisely because Yining Xuan understood this, she would never let him succeed. Instead, she intended to use this opportunity to force Zhao Tianzheng to reveal his trump card. That way, when they truly clashed, she would have a better chance of victory. Her composure stemmed from her certainty that the duller posed no immediate threat, a fact unknown to Zhao Tianzheng. The moment he lost his composure, he would reveal his true strength and strike. Ha! Since you're so certain that even combined, you two can't touch me, why speak such words? Remember, whether I sheath my sword now is entirely up to me. Yining Xuan's voice was cold once more, devoid of any hint of compromise. At these words, Zhao Tianzheng's expression darkened further, yet he was powerless to respond. Meanwhile, Xueling watched the oar's light fade once more, her expression growing increasingly anxious. She couldn't help but speak up again. Senior brother Zhao, we. Hearing this, Zhao Tianzheng turned back, his heart filled with conflict. Well, if it came to that, he might as well reveal a bit of his strength. Perhaps he could seize the Ling Shuang sword, and then he'd be better equipped to deal with those elusive monsters. With that thought, he planted his feet firmly on the ground and shot upward, charging once more toward the central oar. Seeing this, Yining Xuan understood immediately. This guy couldn't hold back after all. But she wasn't about to let Zhao Tianzheng claim the Lingfrost sword. After all, the sword absorbing the ore was benefiting her. With that thought, Yining Xuan sprang into action. Zhao Tianzheng noticed her movement and barked, Xueling, stop her. Hearing this, Xueling wasted no time. Moving with lightning speed, she charged directly in front of Yining Xuan, gathering spiritual energy in her palm with a flick of her wrist. 36 Palm of Azure Wind. As she spoke, a gathering of cool wind seemed to accompany her movements as she unleashed the palm strikes. Seeing her attempt to block her path, Yining Xuan merely smiled faintly. Against Xueling, who was merely at the early foundation establishment stage, even without the Lingfrost sword or any cultivation techniques, the sheer intensity of her spiritual energy alone was more than enough to crush her. Thoughts racing, she activated the cloud stepping technique. Her form soared into the air, walking directly through the void with unparalleled lightness, not making a single sound. Seeing this, Xueling startled, realizing the mysterious woman had no intention of engaging him. She intended to bypass him entirely. With me here, don't even think about interfering with senior brother Zhao. As she spoke, the qingfeng in Xueling's palm surged with even greater intensity, its boundless force attempting to pull Yining Xuan down. Yet Yining Xuan didn't even glance back, merely planting her foot down. In response, Xueling struck out with a palm strike. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed as Xueling felt a force like a tidal wave surge through his palm. All her techniques seemed as flimsy as paper against this force, utterly ineffective. How? Before her astonished words could escape her lips, the sheer force sent her body slumping to the ground, utterly unable to hinder the mysterious woman any further. Yining Xuan, seemingly anticipating this outcome, didn't even glance at her. Her figure had already stepped through the air, using the momentum from Xueling's palm strike to accelerate further. In the blink of an eye, she was by Zhao Tianzheng's side. Zhao Tianzheng was utterly caught off guard. He never imagined that Xueling's attack wouldn't even delay the mysterious woman for a single second. As he pondered, Yining Xuan's fist slammed toward him. The punch carried a chill that sent a wave of apprehension through Zhao Tianzheng. Though she held no frost blade in her hand, the power of the frost heart now flowed through her attacks. Impressive! Zhao Tianzheng now revealed a fraction of his own power, spinning to meet her blow with a punch of his own. In an instant, the collision of their fists sent both Zhao Tianzheng and Yining Xuan reeling backward. In an instant, with the core or at the center, both of them, one on the left and one on the right, found themselves pushed to the very edge of the platform. Yi Ningxuan looked up, studying Zhao Tianzhang intently. This bastard really was holding back. Just then, Zhao Tianzhen suddenly roared, "You! I gave you plenty of face earlier." Chapter 144, The Eightfold Heaven-Reaching Mirror. Zhao Tianzhang was truly enraged now. He had repeatedly tried to negotiate with this woman, yet she showed no gratitude and had obstructed him time and again. If he hadn't valued her, he would have struck long ago. Most crucially, the ore was growing increasingly dim. Clearly it couldn't hold out much longer. He couldn't afford to waste time tangling with this mysterious woman. He had to act decisively to deal with her, then halt the Ling Frost Sword's absorption. "Since you refuse the courtesy I offer, don't blame me for being ruthless." He roared angrily once more, then abruptly raised his hand. The sword in his grasp shifted behind him as his cultivation power surged forth. Golden Core Stage 1, Stage 2, Stage 3, only halting at Golden Core Stage 5. Instantly, a formidable aura surged from Zhao Tianzheng's body, sweeping toward Yi Ningxuan nearby. Yi Ningxuan felt the pressure and her expression turned grave. Though she couldn't be certain if Zhao Tianzheng was still concealing his strength, such a cultivation level was already difficult to contend with. After all, Yi Ningxuan's cultivation was only at the third layer of the Golden Core Stage, having just broken through. At the same time, Lin Xiao also recognized Zhao Tianzheng's current cultivation level and immediately dared not underestimate him. He typed a warning, "Without the Ling Frost Sword in hand, don't engage him head-on. Our primary goal now is to stall him, allowing the Ling Frost Sword to absorb the ore's power." Hearing this, Yi Ningxuan nodded in agreement. For a moment, the two faced each other. Before Yi Ningxuan could make a move, Zhao Tianzhen suddenly sprang into action. Flying petals seek shadows. In an instant, the sword in his hand shot forward. Yet the thrown blade did not escape his control or fall to the ground. Instead, it seemed to gain a life of its own in midair. With a sharp whistling sound, it shot toward Yi Ningxuan, its speed so swift that only a streak of light could be seen. Seeing this, she couldn't help but gasp in awe. So powerful. Without hesitation, Yi Ningxuan sidestepped the blade, refusing to meet it head-on. But the sword did not stop after she dodged. Instead, it continued its flight. But Yi Ningxuan had no time to dwell on this. She had barely evaded the strike when she sensed another dangerously threatening aura closing in from the side. She whipped her head around to find Zhao Tianzheng had appeared beside her in an instant. "What are you waiting for?" Zhao Tianzheng's voice boomed as he unleashed a punch. Instantly, flames erupted around his arm, spreading through the air as the fist struck out. In an instant, scorching heat enveloped Yi Ningxuan. Were it not for the protection of her frost heart, her clothes would have been consumed by flames, and her skin would have been seared by the intense heat. Thud! Yi Ningxuan, her focus fixed on the long sword, failed to react in time. She hastily raised her arm to block, and with a thunderous crash, the fist slammed into her left arm. Suddenly, the intense heat seemed to find a conduit, sweeping violently toward her. The sleeve covering her entire left arm was instantly consumed by flames. Where once lay skin as pure and white as jade, now lay a gruesome, charred scar. Even with Yi Ningxuan's unwavering resolve, the excruciating pain caused beads of cold sweat to form on her forehead. Yet this very agony allowed her to snap out of it, instantly creating distance between herself and Zhao Tianzheng. Zhao Tianzheng, seeing this, grinned savagely. Instead of pursuing her further, he turned toward the Ling Shuang sword. "No!" Yi Ningxuan sighed inwardly, planting her feet firmly on the ground and propelling herself upward, ignoring the pain in her arm. "You're asking for death." Noticing her movement, Zhao Tianzheng gave a sharp rebuke. He formed a sword finger with one hand and, with a light flick, a whistling sound cut through the air behind Yi Ningxuan. "Watch out!" Lin Xiao, who could see the full scene through the game interface, had been paying close attention. He immediately sent the pre-written text. Hearing the warning, Yi Ningxuan sensed the danger and twisted her body mid-air, narrowly evading the strike. Yet she could no longer stop Zhao Tianzheng. Zhao Tianzheng, seeing this, sneered coldly and charged forward once more. He abruptly appeared before the Ling Frost sword, poised to strike again. Having failed to seize it earlier by concealing his strength, he now intended to see what else this blade could do. Yet as he approached, he witnessed a terrifying sight. Unbeknownst to him, the ore had dwindled to a faint glow. During the recent battle, the sword's absorption rate seemed to have doubled. Most astonishingly, despite the ore's fading glow, the light within the core cavern remained utterly unaffected. Perhaps precisely because of this, he had failed to notice the ore's transformation. "No!" he roared, lunging forward, but it was already too late. With Zhao Tianzhen's movement, the light on the ore vanished completely. Seeing this, Yi Ningxuan smiled faintly. Success! Zhao Tianzheng, however, turned grim. Though the darkness wouldn't threaten his life, it would certainly cause him no end of trouble. And all of this was because of that mysterious woman. He slowly turned, his gaze filled with anger. At that moment, Yi Ningxuan also rose slowly. The wound on her left arm remained gruesome, yet she seemed oblivious to the pain. "If you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish." But before his words had fully left his mouth, the cave shook violently once more. For a moment, even Zhao Tianzhang, a golden core cultivator, struggled to maintain his footing. This wasn't a simple tremor of force akin to the inversion of all things was spreading from deep underground, steadily affecting him.
His expression instantly sharpened as he channeled spiritual energy into his legs, narrowing his eyes to scan the surroundings.
Accompanying the violent tremors, the ore emitted crisp, sharp sounds as several cracks began to appear on its surface.
Simultaneously, a primal, overwhelming aura spread from within. Even in its faintest traces, this aura was overwhelmingly potent, making resistance nearly impossible.
A chance. A true chance in the Nanshan secret realm. Zhao Tianjing's face lit up with delight. He raised his hand and laughed heartily. You're here. You're actually here.
What he had expected to be a crisis turned out to be an opportunity, a tremendous surprise.
Ha 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 ha. Who would have thought you'd end up helping me? Since that's the case, I'll spare your life for now. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao observed the changes unfolding on the game interface.
Information about the South Mountain secret realm strategy began to appear.
Law artifact, 8 directions heaven-piercing mirror. The ultimate embodiment of spatial laws. Mastery grants the power to tear open dimensions, traversing any realm unhindered by the Tao itself. Lin Xiao was utterly speechless at the sight. As a young man, how could he not understand the immense power implied by the word law?
The description made its function crystal clear. Such a treasure could traverse any space, unconcerned by any obstacle or restriction.
Chapter 145, Father. This was an artifact that defied the rules. Possessing it meant no one in no space could ever confine Yining Shuang again. Should she wish, she could escape any peril. This alone granted Yining Shuang a trump card for survival. This artifact must be obtained for Yining Shuang.
For a moment, Lin Xiao's mind held only this single thought. After all, even with all the time spent recharging, he had never encountered an existence of such overwhelming power.
As he pondered, he typed again to relay this information to Yining Shuang. Upon hearing the elder's words, Yining Shuang was so astonished she could not speak.
This artifact was truly terrifying. Such an artifact of this caliber had never been seen before, not just in Lingxiao's sword sect, but across the entire eastern continent.
Yet here it was, appearing within the Nanshan secret realm.
If she could obtain it, she dared not imagine the immense boost it would grant her cultivation.
Yet what preoccupied Yining Shuang most was this: if she possessed the 8 directions heaven-reaching mirror, might she finally be worthy to meet the elder, even with her current cultivation?
This thought solidified her resolve.
No matter what, she must obtain the 8 directions heaven-reaching mirror.
As she pondered, a powerful aura continued to radiate from within the ore. Watching the scene before him, Zhao Tian grew increasingly excited. Though he couldn't yet confirm the nature of the treasure within, the sheer intensity of its aura alone made him certain of its formidable power.
This treasure belongs to me, Zhao Tianzhang. He declared loudly once more.
At that very moment, Xueling hurried over to Zhao Tianjing's side, her face a mix of surprise and confusion as she asked, "Senior brother Zhao, what is inside?" "I can't be certain yet, but it's definitely a heaven-defying opportunity far surpassing anything in the Nanshan secret realm." He sneered, "Once this opportunity falls into my hands, mark my words, within a decade, not only Lingxiao sword sect, but the entire eastern continent will have no equal to me." Hearing this, Xueling cast a worried glance toward Yining Shuang nearby. "But senior brother, there's still that mysterious woman.
What if she intervenes to seize it?" At this, Zhao Tianzhang waved dismissively.
"Her? I've already gauged her strength. She's no match for me. Besides, you're here. If she dares to interfere, I'll kill her first. But if she chooses to submit to me, I might spare her life." A look of contempt flashed across Zhao Tianjing's face as he spoke. After speaking, he glanced over at the mysterious woman nearby with a light chuckle. She remained standing there, showing no sign of movement. Seems she's already realized the gap in strength.
Though he spoke thus, deep down he still harbored apprehension toward Yining Shuang.
After all, she was the only one who could potentially thwart his grasp of this opportunity.
Yet Yining Shuang's inaction did not stem from fear, as Zhao Tianzhang had suggested. Instead, she watched Zhao Tianzhang with keen interest from a distance.
After all, although she herself was not present, the Lingfrost sword remained beside the ore and had yet to return. Even Yining Shuang hadn't anticipated that the Ling Shuang sword would bring her such a tremendous surprise. It seemed that after absorbing the ore, what she received was no longer scattered thoughts, but a single, crystal-clear statement.
"Master, I know what's inside.
Leave it to me, I'll never let that guy get his hands on it." It was the voice of a young girl, around 13 or 14 years old, and it was quite pleasant to the ear. Beyond fully manifesting itself, the sword spirit now seemed completely formed, even its gender had become apparent. But could a sword spirit even have a gender?
Yining Shuang wondered silently.
But now, besides the elder, there was another voice in her mind. It seemed that even if she did nothing on her own, she would never be bored. "Elder, the sword spirit has taken form," she exclaimed excitedly. Yet upon hearing her words, Ling Xiao didn't immediately type a reply. Instead, he stared at his phone screen in utter astonishment. Not because of anything else, but because the sword spirit's voice wasn't just audible to Yining Shuang, he could hear it perfectly clearly too.
Damn it, how did this suddenly turn into a chat group? Lin Xiao couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Are you the sword spirit of Ling Shuang's sword? The elder's voice came through almost immediately. Before Yining Shuang could answer, Ling Shuang spoke up, that's right. Are you the forger who crafted me? At that moment, Ling Shuang's tone carried a hint of excitement and reverence. Hearing this, Lin Xiao froze. So according to the game's design, the Ling Shuang sword was indeed forged by him. That's correct. He typed in response. Hearing this, Ling Shuang exclaimed with even greater delight, Father, I never imagined Ling Shuang would have the chance to speak with you. This remark left not only Lin Xiao but even Yining Shuang utterly dumbfounded. Father? What on earth was that supposed to mean? Not only him, but Lin Xiao, his hand hovering over the keyboard, remained motionless for a long moment. But soon, his face flushed slightly as he shifted his gaze uncomfortably toward the window. The reason was simple, that voice was too real, it sounded too good. In the game, Yining Shuang's voice was cool and elegant, radiating the aura of a female sword immortal. But Ling Shuang's voice was pure and melodious, like that of an innocent child. And now this child was calling him father. Though if one considered that he had forged the Ling Shuang sword, such an address was perhaps fitting. Lin Xiao rubbed his nose as he pondered this. Meanwhile, in the game, seeing that both Yining Shuang and father had been silent for a while, Ling Shuang spoke up again, Father. Hearing this, Lin Xiao finally snapped out of it. He couldn't take any more of these calls. He quickly typed his reply, I heard you. But please don't call me that anymore. Just call me senior like Ning Shuang does. Hearing the senior's voice, Yining Shuang sensed something different about him now, a hint of awkwardness she hadn't noticed before. But upon hearing this, Ling Shuang grew anxious. But how can that be, Father? Are you no longer acknowledging Ling Shuang as the sword you forged? Her voice carried a hint of hurt and panic. Hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't take it anymore and hurriedly typed an explanation, of course not. If I didn't recognize you, I wouldn't be responding to you at all. Yining Shuang felt a surge of amusement. The elder's panic seemed genuine enough, but she wasn't about to stand by and watch the spectacle unfold, making him look foolish. She quickly regained her composure and said sternly, Enough, Ling Shuang. If the elder says so, he must have his reasons. You'd better listen to him. Besides, now is not the time for this. Alright, master. Let's deal with this villain first. Ling Shu responded obediently upon hearing this. Just then, as the crack in the air widened, threatening to split completely, a deafening roar echoed from above as if the heavens were collapsing. Chapter 146, Li Fomiguen Blessing or Curse? This sudden, violent commotion instantly captured the attention of everyone present. Zhao Tianzheng looked up with heightened vigilance, fearing any unexpected disturbance might jeopardize his chance at fortune. Yining Shuang did the same, bending slightly as she looked up. To their horror, the cavern's dome began shattering and collapsing. Boom! Amidst the deafening roar, several massive boulders crashed down from the sky. Who could it be? With the opportunity about to manifest, Zhao Tianzheng interpreted even the slightest disturbance as an attempt to seize his fortune. For those who dared to covet his fortune, Zhao Tianzheng harbored only one thought, kill. As this thought crossed his mind, his eyes fixed on the sky were already filled with murderous intent. Countless boulders continued to fall, crashing toward the ground. Some boulders were so massive they far exceeded the bizarre stone statues seen earlier. Upon impact, they instantly carved out deep craters, with most of the boulders sinking deep into the earth. Witnessing this, even Yining Shuang dared not underestimate the danger. Her spiritual energy surged as she watched the sky with heightened vigilance. Anyone struck by these boulders would suffer severe injury. As she pondered, another boulder hurtled toward Yining Shuang at breakneck speed. The boulder sliced through the air, accompanied by a deafening roar. Boom! Yining Shuang abruptly shifted her stance, dodging the boulder. The boulder slammed into the spot where Yining Shuang had been standing moments before. The immense impact caused the ground in the immediate vicinity to tremble violently. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianzheng made no attempt to dodge the falling boulder. For if he dodged, the boulder would inevitably strike the ore. An opportunity of this caliber would certainly not be damaged by a mere rock. However, if the impact caused a disturbance around the ore, it would undoubtedly have a significant negative effect on Zhao Tianzheng. With this in mind, he looked up at the falling boulders and leapt upward without hesitation. Guard the ore, he commanded Xueling simultaneously. Already airborne, he swiftly delivered several sword strikes. As streaks of sword light flashed through the air, the falling boulders shattered abruptly. The once massive stones instantly became smaller fragments. But it wasn't over yet. Zhao Tianzheng waved his hand again. Spiritual energy gathered in his palm, transforming into a fierce wind. With a slight flick of his wrist, the smaller stones instantly changed direction, scattering toward the surroundings before landing around the perimeter of the high platform. Only after completing this did Zhao Tianzheng land back on the ground. Seeing that the ore before him remained completely undisturbed, he breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, the commotion above gradually subsided. A beam of light suddenly shone down from above. Noticing this, the crowd turned their curious gazes upward. Given the distance, the light couldn't possibly be coming from the ground. So where was it coming from? Could there be more or above? As he pondered this, Zhao Tianjing's gaze drifted and suddenly noticed that the Lingfrost sword still hovered around the oar, as if waiting for something. Seeing this, Zhao Tianjing's heart leapt with joy. He hadn't expected the sword to still be here. Earlier, he'd felt regret at not obtaining it, choosing instead to pursue the opportunity within the oar. But now, discovering he still had a chance to claim the sword, it was truly a tremendous surprise. He lunged forward, reaching out to grab the sword. Yet the blade seemed prepared, darting away the instant his hand closed in, evading Zhao Tianjing's grasp. How incredible! Zhao Tianjing murmured inwardly. Before he could strike again, a wave of blood-curdling stench swept down from above, carried by a gale that filled everyone's nostrils. Who's there? Zhao Tianjing looked up in alarm. Meanwhile, Yi Ningxuang had watched his attempt to seize the sword with some concern. When he ultimately failed, she breathed a sigh of relief, fearing Ling Shuang might have been exaggerating. At that very moment, she too noticed the thick, pungent scent of blood in the air. And this blood-soaked stench seemed strangely familiar. She had smelled it not long ago. This blood-soaked stench was... roar! As she pondered, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed through the cavern, reverberating so loudly it nearly pierced everyone's eardrums. In that instant, Yi Ningxuang remembered. This roar, this blood-soaked air, it belonged to none other than Li Feng, whom she had just fought moments ago. More accurately, it was Li Feng after using that secret technique of being neither fully human nor ghost. How could he be here? Instantly, Yi Ningxuang grew anxious. Li Feng was also a disciple of the Lingxiao sword sect. If he joined forces with Zhao Tianjing, she would be in grave danger. Senior, trouble. It's that Li Feng. As she spoke, a colossal figure descended from above. Bathed in light, the figure seemed to block out the sky. With Li Feng's arrival, boundless blood energy filled the cavern, lingering long after. Lin Xiao witnessed this scene. He had clearly observed Yi Ningxuang's battle with Li Feng earlier and understood how troublesome Li Feng was, a veritable undead monster. If, as Yi Ningxuang had said, Li Feng and Zhao Tianjing joined forces, the situation would indeed become perilous. But he doubted such a scenario would unfold. In his previous state, Li Feng was utterly mindless, driven solely by slaughter. He would never have allied with Zhao Tianjing. But if something unexpected happened during that brief moment just now, who knows? So for now, we'll observe. Li Feng's appearance might actually be a blessing for you. Besides, no matter what happens, I'm here. Hearing this, Yi Ningxuang nodded firmly before lifting her gaze. She saw Zhao Tianjing staring at Li Feng as he descended from the sky, his expression filled with shock, his composure shattered. What the hell is that thing? In his current state, neither human nor ghost, Li Feng bore no resemblance to his former self. It was no wonder Zhao Tianjing failed to recognize him. The moment his words fell, Li Feng's blood-red, murky eyes locked onto Zhao Tianjing. With a savage roar, he lunged straight toward him. Seeing this, Zhao Tianjing's expression darkened further. Why does everyone want to stop me? Without hesitation, he raised his sword to block. Thud! A loud clang echoed as Li Feng's massive hand slammed into Zhao Tianjing's sword. Zhao Tianjing felt his stance waver. What terrifying strength, he thought inwardly, thrusting his sword forward once more. But Li Feng didn't even bother to dodge. Instead, he charged forward again, letting the sword pierce his body. Iron claws erupted from his massive hands, reaching out to grab Zhao Tianjing's head. At that very moment, the oar shattered completely. Another blinding light engulfed everyone within its reach. The eightfold heaven-reaching mirror appeared. Chapter 147, Entering the Game World Grand Finale. Within that blinding radiance, everyone felt as though they were staring directly at the sun, their eyes searing with pain. Forcing their eyes open only revealed darkness, and they instantly realized that if this continued, they might go blind. Though Li Feng had lost consciousness, his body's instinctive self-preservation kept his eyes tightly shut. Yet the movements of his hands never faltered. Zhao Tianjing wasn't stupid. Despite the blinding light, he understood his current predicament. Yet he was utterly perplexed. His sword had pierced straight through the heart of that ghostly thing, yet the creature seemed utterly unaffected, showing no reaction whatsoever to his attack. Zhao Tianjing yanked his sword free and swung it upward in a sweeping strike. Clang! Suddenly, the blade struck Li Feng's claw. The collision of forces sent both of them flying backward. Meanwhile, everyone else still kept their eyes tightly shut, unable to see what was happening around them. Zhao Tianjing, on the one hand, was wary of that opportunity, and on the other, feared Li Feng might attack him again. For a moment, he couldn't decide whether to retreat or stay. Neither option felt safe. But just then, the light finally dissipated. Everyone was able to open their eyes. Zhao Tianjing immediately turned his gaze toward the oar, but kept his sword positioned before him, ready to block Li Feng's attack at any moment. Yi Ningxuang could now see the situation clearly. A copper mirror, roughly the size of a human face, now occupied the spot where the oar had been. The mirror's back was predominantly white, yet covered in intricate black patterns. These black lines intertwined, forming an extremely mysterious diagram behind the mirror, resembling an array formation. Yet apart from these markings, the mirror itself appeared utterly ordinary, showing no discernible difference. It simply hung motionless in the air. Is this a magical artifact? Zhao Tianzheng froze upon witnessing this scene, utterly astonished that this opportunity had manifested in such an ordinary form. He then shifted his gaze to the patterns on the mirror's back, his body suddenly stiffening as his pupils dilated. The 8 directions heaven-reaching mirror. This thing actually exists. He remembered this was the legendary artifact that sees the laws of heaven and earth. The 8 directions heaven-reaching mirror, capable of manipulating spatial laws. Only now did he clearly understand what the great opportunity within the Nanshan secret realm truly was. With that realization, his body erupted into motion. Ignoring Li Feng's imminent attack before him, he charged forward. He must possess this artifact. With it in his grasp, not only would he dominate the eastern continent, but within a decade, he would become an unrivaled force across this entire world. Shui Ling, hold off that monster. He had no time to concern himself with Li Feng now. After all, there was a mysterious woman lurking nearby, and whoever sees this object would be able to wield its power. Shui Ling froze at the command, her eyes widening in surprise as she looked at Li Feng. To block him? Even Zhao Tian had struggled against him moments ago. But the situation left Shui Ling no room for hesitation. With that thought, she sprang into action, charging straight toward Li Feng. At that moment, Li Feng seemed to sense the 8 directions mirror of heaven and earth. His cloudy eyes suddenly fixed on it. No one knew what was going through his mind, but he suddenly erupted into action. Though he now lacked consciousness, the 8 directions heaven-reaching mirror held an inexplicable pull for him. Seeing this, Shui Ling grew even more anxious. Senior brother Zhao's actions couldn't be disrupted because of her. She instantly appeared before Li Feng, raising her hand as spiritual energy surged through her, attempting to block his path. But Li Feng paid no heed to Shui Ling before him. With a furious roar, he unleashed a punch. The punch carried terrifying force, accompanied by a sky-piercing blood aura that swept toward Shui Ling. The overwhelming blood aura made Shui Ling feel nauseous, but it did not hinder her movements. Suddenly, she struck out with her palm. Boom! Her palm slammed hard against Li Feng's fist, yet he showed no sign of being affected. The force behind his punch remained undiminished, propelling him forward with unstoppable momentum. With a thunderous crash, Shui Ling's body was sent flying backward. Meanwhile, with the appearance of the 8 directions heaven-reaching mirror, Yi Ningxuang wasted no time. In an instant, she accelerated to her absolute limit and charged toward Zhao Tianzheng. Both now had their sights set on the 8 directions mirror. Ningxuang, we must secure this artifact. The elder's voice echoed simultaneously. Yi Ningxuang nodded solemnly. She had never heard the elder speak with such gravity before, a clear indication of the artifact's extraordinary nature. Father, rest assured. With me here, I will help the master seize this treasure. At that moment, Ling Shuang's voice echoed. She hadn't heeded Lin Xiao's request to stop calling him father, but given the current situation, Lin Xiao had no energy to correct her. Zhao Tianzheng sensed Yi Ningxuang's arrival and merely smiled faintly. Endless flames surged around him before he spun and unleashed a punch toward Yi Ningxuang behind him. The flames instantly coalesced into a colossal fist-shaped shadow. Amidst the roaring inferno, it hurtled toward Yi Ningxuang. Seeing this, Yi Ningxuang tensed. She hadn't expected Zhao Tianzheng to unleash such a devastating attack. It felt capable of shattering the heavens and obliterating the earth. Unbelievably powerful. But in that critical moment, a figure as majestic as a celestial deity suddenly descended beside her. With a single wave of his hand, he disposed of Zhao Tianzheng. And this figure was none other than Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao himself was utterly bewildered. He had been outside the game. In a moment of panic, without time to top up his account, his intense will had somehow transported him into this world. What surprised him even more was that the game had automatically assigned him a character. Lin Xiao could feel it, he truly possessed the power of a heavenly lord. Ha! Not bad at all. Compared to that miserable existence in the real world, I'd much rather be a powerful being here, living a carefree life. If he could avoid going out, Lin Xiao would never do something so foolish. Here, he could even take better care of Yi Ningxuang. Senior, is that you? Though Yi Ningxuang had never seen Lin Xiao before, his aura and her womanly intuition told her he was the senior who had always looked after her. She never imagined the senior could be this powerful. He exuded an aura that suggested no one in this world could possibly defeat him. It's me. We finally meet. In truth, Lin Xiao was even more excited than she was, but as the formidable figure he now embodied, he naturally had to maintain the facade. You can rest easy now. With me here, you can live your life without a care, no one can threaten you anymore. Lin Xiao declared. The end.